Yi Yun traversed a martial arts realm teeming with gods, demons, and spirits, ascending to the position of the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect. After a staggering 100,000 years of signing in, he emerged from an ancient tomb, wielding imperial, divine, and even transcendent-level weaponry and techniques, leaving his disciples utterly astounded. In Yi Yun's perspective, the invincibility of a single individual was insufficient to command the submission of myriad realms. It was the collective strength of a multitude that could truly instill fear across the universe. Thus, he led the Divine Dragon Sect, sweeping through the heavens with an unmatched prowess, suppressing all realms, and forcefully confronting all dissenters, rising to prominence with undeniable might. Chapter 1. The Ancestor Resurrected After 100,000 Years. Ding. Does the host wish to sign in? Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 100,000 years, totaling 5,256,000,000 sign-ins. Your merits are now fulfilled, and the sign-in space begins to unlock with a countdown of 10 minutes. In a realm of profound darkness, Yi Yun, existing in the form of his primordial spirit, suddenly heard the voice of the system, his once numbed soul finally infused with a spark of vitality. 100,000 years. He could finally emerge. In this enigmatic space devoid of light, he had signed in every 10 minutes for an entire century. Yi Yun awaited incident. He was uncertain of what the world outside would be like after 100,000 years. Had the Divine Dragon Sect grown even more formidable, or had it fallen into desolation? In the ruins of the Divine Dragon Sect, on the back mountain, a voice lamented, "Master, at last we can lay you to rest. On our way to transport your ashes, my fellow disciples and I were ambushed. Our senior sister, in a bid to protect us, remains unaccounted for. I surmise it is most likely over. Little Junior, perhaps they were captured on the way. Now, within the entire Divine Dragon Sect, I am left all alone. Master, though you entrusted the position of sect leader to me before your demise, I fear I shall be unable to fulfill your last wishes. Once I have ensured your resting place is secure, I too shall depart to distant lands, adopting a new identity, never to reveal myself again. Master, I truly cannot bear this burden alone before a newly erected grave." A girl clad in tattered, earth-stained robes, her hair disheveled, kneels upon the ground, lighting a stick of incense, her dust-covered face betraying deep sorrow. The girl appears to be around 16 or 17 years of age, her robe marred by numerous tears, exposing her fair, snowy skin, with some areas stained by dark red, dried blood, a sight most distressing. In a murmured lament before the grave, she poured forth her innermost thoughts. It felt as though a colossal stone had finally fallen from her heart. Her demeanor appeared considerably lighter. Luo Li rose to her feet, surveying her surroundings. She found herself amidst a valley densely populated with nearly 300 graves. Originally, she should have been laid to rest here after her death. Yet now, she has resolved to disband the Divine Dragon Sect thus. Her fate is destined to be severed from this place. Although the Divine Dragon Sect is a minor and inconsequential faction, it boasts a rich heritage, and every sect leader is to be interred in this valley upon their passing. Before those countless graves stand stone tablets, some of which are exceedingly ancient, tracing their origins back at least 100,000 years. Alas, it is said that my dragon sect was once among the most prestigious eternal-level sects, yet now it has fallen to such a state. Luo Li sighed, her dark face reflecting a sense of desolation. As the beleaguered sect leader, she had only attained the 8th level of Qi gathering, rendering her arguably the weakest leader in history. Throughout the years spent training under her master, she and her companions had been perpetually evading their enemies, living in constant fear of pursuit, leaving them little time for cultivation. Consequently, Luo Li's abilities were lamentably feeble. It was rumored that the 250th generation leader of the Dragon Sect had offended a formidable power, leading to generations of disciples being forced into a life of fleeing. Despite this, the Dragon Sect endured for nearly 50 generations, and now, Luo Li stood as the 298th leader. Reflecting on the painful past, her countenance darkened further, and she sighed several more times in silence. Perhaps it was the bloodline of the dragon that instilled a tenacious spirit in its descendants, allowing each leader to survive in the narrow margins of existence, evading wave after wave of relentless pursuers. As time passed, the Dragon Sect grew increasingly frail. By her master's generation, over the course of decades, only 3 disciples have been taken in. Her master, too, was merely a practitioner at the Yuan High level. Alas, the past is too painful to revisit. With a sorrowful gaze, Luo Li swept her eyes over several ancient tombstones nestled in the depths, and suddenly spoke to herself. Very well. I shall not return again. Let me offer one final incense. Stick to our ancestors of the sect. After finishing her words, Luo Li took a bundle of incense and walked towards the first row of graves deeper within. She began to offer incense at the first grave of the founding patriarch. Remaining silent, her small face, cloaked in dust, bore a solemn expression. Upon reaching the 13th grave, Luo Li cast a glance at the ancient stone tablet before it, and a shift occurred in her narrow, phoenix-like eyes. Is this the most formidable ancestor in the history of the Shenlong sect? It is said that in his day, he was arrogant and offended many, even daring to tease the saintess of the Ice Phoenix sect. This incited public outrage, and he ultimately served as the sect leader for only 6 years before abdicating. At this point, the corners of Luo Li's full lips curled into a mocking smile. Humph. He is undoubtedly the shortest reigning leader in the history of the Shenlong sect. Despite her indignation, Luo Li still lit a stick of incense. After all, this 13th leader had once guided the Shenlong sect to its most glorious accomplishments. It was only fitting for her to honor this ancestor with a humble offering. For each of the previous 12 ancestors, she bowed deeply while offering incense. However, before this 13th leader, she stood upright. Ancestor, if it were not for your hubris, which garnered so many enemies, how could the Shenlong sect have declined so swiftly? And you, it is said, fell into a state of obsession during your cultivation and perished. This brought joy to many of your adversaries at the time, proclaiming that the Shenlong sect had reaped what it sowed. After venting her grievances, Luo Li muttered to herself and turned to offer incense at the 14th grave. Suddenly, the earth beneath her shifted, producing a faint, irregular sound. As she watched the soil tremble, an expression of horror washed over Luo Li's face. Could it be? Had the ancestor truly returned? Was it possible for one who had been dead for 100,000 years to rise from their coffin due to her mocking laughter? Trembling uncontrollably, she was gripped by a paralyzing fear. A white, bony hand abruptly emerged from the mound of earth, and the grave erupted violently. A skeletal figure leapt high into the air, landing right before Luo Li. Heavens, a ghost! She screamed, collapsing onto the ground, her eyes rolling back in terror, nearly losing control of herself. Chapter 2. The True God Realm Ancestor. Laughing proudly in the world, little girl. Were you just speaking ill of me? As Yi Yun emerged from the coffin, he beheld the terrified little girl named Haitan, who appeared utterly paralyzed with fear. A sudden grin spread across his face, and with it, the wind-whistling jaw of the skeleton emitted a series of cracking sounds. Glancing down, Yi Yun noticed that his chest cavity was completely empty, save for a mere skeletal frame. Fortunately, the bony structure remained intact, which brought him a modicum of solace. With the blood of the ancestral dragon coursing through his veins, he could indeed reconstruct his physical form. Ancestor, I was mistaken. I should not have spoken ill of you. I implore you, spare me. Luo Li's face was ashen, her expression filled with dread. She repeatedly bowed her head to the ground, trembling in fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. She never anticipated that her moment of grievance would provoke the ancestor to rise from his resting place. How could you, a distinguished ancestor, be so feeble? Yi Yun regarded Luo Li with a calm demeanor, his hollow, bony eyes exuding an eerie chill. In response to your inquiry, I am the 298th generation sect leader, Luo Li. Though my strength may be lacking, I am unequivocally the rightful leader of the Divine Dragon Sect. Luo Li cautiously lifted her gaze, her eyes filled as she shakily produced the sect leader's token. You truly are the sect leader. Yi Yun examined the token and surveyed his surroundings, swiftly validating Luo Li's idea. This place was indeed the ancestral hall's rear mountain, the burial site for all past sect leaders of the Divine Dragon Sect. Here lay a grand formation that he had meticulously arranged, one which only a sect leader could traverse. Yi Yun no longer questioned Luo Li's identity, though he could not help but ponder the lamentably low cultivation level of this young girl. Had it been 100,000 years ago, such a disciple would not even possess the merit to serve as a mere shoe-bearer for the outer disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect. Has the world weakened? Or has the Divine Dragon Sect itself diminished? Yi Yun's hollow, bone-white eyes fixated on Luo Li, his voice resonating with a low, eerie tone. In response to the ancestral spirits, this world has not altered. Rather, it is the Divine Dragon Sect that has fallen. Now I am the only one left at this juncture. Luo Li collapsed onto the ground, her cries erupting in a torrent of sorrow. Her disheveled appearance was further marred by streams of snot and tears cascading down her face, rendering her a pitiful sight indeed. Witnessing Luo Li's profound grief, Yi Yun could not help but exhale several heavy sighs. Never did he imagine that the Divine Dragon Sect would descend to such depths of despair. Yet, this is the harsh reality 100,000 years hence. Yi Yun steeled himself, preparing to confront the truth. Close your eyes, Yi Yun, wishing to reconstruct his corporeal form away from the gaze of this younger generation. Oh, Luo Li obediently shut her eyes. Yi Yun then brushed his wrist, directing his consciousness to the system's repository, retrieving a porcelain vial which he consumed in one swift motion. This was the ancestral dragon's blood bestowed upon him by a reward for his initial signing in. Each generation of the sect's masters carried within them a potent lineage of dragon blood. In his youth, Yi Yun's concentration of dragon blood reached an astonishing 99. By the age of 24, he had transcended to the eternal realm, standing at the zenith of the Tsangnan. At that moment, the signing-in system was activated, revealing its secrets to him. To traverse further along the path of cultivation, one must relinquish the dragon bloodline and embrace the ancestral dragon bloodline to transcend into the eternal realm and enter the legendary divine realm. After considering, Yi Yun acquiesced to the system's demands and entered the enigmatic sign-in space, remaining there for a staggering 100,000 years, signing in a total of 5. Once the ancestral dragon's blood was absorbed by the skeletal figure, it astonishingly regenerated vibrant flesh and blood at a visible pace. With a gentle flick of Yi Yun donned a snow-white long robe. You may open your eyes now, he said with a subtle smile. Lowly shifted her hands from her eyes, and her gaze brightened. Clad in white, emanating an ethereal elegance, the ancestor resembled a celestial being, exuding an indescribable allure. The ancestor, Lowly's cheeks flushed with warmth as she gazed at Yi Yun, captivated by every detail. In her lifetime, she had never encountered a man so exquisitely as delicate as jade. Dressed in white, he appeared as a graceful youth, stirring her heart profoundly. Yi Yun, with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the pitiable little creature before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. At this moment, the power of the ancestral dragon's blood surged within him like mighty rivers, shattering the barriers of the eternal realm. Yi Yun finally realized his aspiration, ascending into the true god realm. Within the Tsangnan continent, beneath the deities, the cultivation levels are categorized into 10 realms: body refinement realm, qi gathering realm, profound Dan realm, primordial sea realm, divine sculpting realm, divine bridge realm, nirvana realm, destiny realm, life and death realm, and eternal realm. The eternal realm has reached its zenith. Should one transcend to the true god realm, they would become an invincible, gazing down upon the world. In the Tsangnan continent, for countless millennia, no one has ever stepped into the divine realm. The divine realm exists only. Ancestor, have you broken through? Luo Li exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, her mouth agape. With her unique dragon heart technique and the resonance of her dragon bloodline, she had previously surmised that her ancestor's cultivation might be at the eternal realm. However, just moments ago, an even more formidable aura erupted from her ancestor. Upon sensing it once more, she found herself unable to discern her ancestor's realm. A breakthrough. Yi Yun smiled. Ancestor, are you now in the true god realm? Luo Li asked tremulously. As the leader of the dragon clan, she was aware of the profound heritage of her sect and knew that beyond the eternal realm lay the ethereal true god realm. Indeed, Yi Yun nodded affirmatively. Wow, it is truly the true god realm. Ancestor, our dragon clan is saved. Upon hearing Yi Yun's confirmation, Luo Li first danced only to be overcome by a torrent of tears. A deity, the true god realm. It is a terrifying realm spoken of in legends across the Tsangnan continent. It has been countless years since anyone has achieved such a breakthrough. The vast majority of cultivators have never even heard of the true god realm. Yi Yun stroked his brow, perceiving the hardships and injustices this little girl had endured within the declining dragon clan. Little one, please share with me the matters concerning the dragon clan. Yi Yun spoke earnestly. Ancestor, the current state of the Divine Dragon Sect. Luo Li wiped away her tears, imparting all she knew about the sect to Yi Yun. Upon finishing, Yi Yun quietly inquired, if what you say is true, you remain unaware of which superpower the 250th generation sect master has offended? Indeed, Ancestor. Luo Li lamented, her expression sorrowful. The passage of time has rendered the details obscure, and the previous ancestors spoke in riddles, leaving us in the dark about those who have persistently opposed our Divine Dragon Sect. Fear not, whoever they may be, I shall annihilate them completely. A bloodthirsty gleam flickered in Yi Yun's eyes. His calm voice was imbued with an ironclad resolve capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Luo Li was momentarily stunned. The allure of such a striking ancestor, when radiating power, was simply irresistible. Yi Yun scanned Luo Li's qualifications with his divine sense and discovered that the girl possessed a tragically meager divine dragon bloodline, causing him to feel a twinge of It appeared that the present Divine Dragon Sect was even inferior to the lowest tier sections. However, he was undeterred. He possessed myriad methods at his disposal. Yi Yun rummaged through his wrist and produced a pill. First, consume this marrow-cleansing elixir. He instructed, flicking his fingers to send it soaring towards Luo Li. What quality is this? As she received the pill, which exuded an aura of Tao, Luo Li's eyes widened with fervor, her hands trembling as she cradled the elixir. Heavens, what quality is this? I have never encountered such an extraordinary marrow-cleansing pill in my life. A divine-grade ultimate marrow-cleansing pill. Yi Yun replied with a gentle smile. What? Divine-grade? Startled, Luo Li trembled. In her dazed state, the divine-grade supreme cleansing pill slipped through her fingers and fell. Chapter 3. The divine-grade pill, frightening to hear. Seeing Luo Li's disarray, Yi Yun smiled gently, a peculiar expression gracing his face. It was merely a divine-grade cleansing pill. He possessed enough in his repository to construct a veritable Himalaya. With a mere thought, the cleansing pill seemed to respond to a summon, gracefully returning to the palm of Luo Li's hand. How could it possibly be divine-grade? Luo Li regained her composure, staring in astonishment at the ancestor. Is the divine grade truly so remarkable? Yi Yun inquired, his curiosity piqued as he regarded Luo Li, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Ancestor, such a precious cleansing pill. I truly find it hard to consume. Luo Li cradled the cleansing pill in her hand, her eyes gleaming like a ravenous beast, swallowing hard with difficulty. The divine-grade cleansing pill had never graced the lands of Tsangnan. It remained a mere legend. In the current world, the hierarchy of techniques and treasures ascends from low to high: mortal, yellow, spirit, profound, earth, heaven, king, emperor, and divine. Within Tsangnan, even a heavenly grade cleansing pill incited fierce competition. While those above king grade had never been witnessed, only the 10 levels are known to the world. Perhaps some pills might reach the king grade. But anything above emperor grade remains but a fable. As for the cleansing pill, the pinnacle attainable was merely low-grade heavenly, the highest level that Tsongnan's foremost alchemists could produce. Luo Li, having endured a life of poverty, had only ever tasted the finest cleansing pill, which was merely of the superior yellow grade. At this moment, 2 beams of green light flickered in her eyes as she pondered the potential value of selling this divine-level cleansing. She wondered how many heavenly-grade cleansing elixirs it could procure. Observing the girl's avaricious demeanor, Yi Yun smiled gently and produced a small purple-golden gourd. Do not hesitate to indulge. This gourd contains 10,000 cleansing elixirs. You may consume them as if they were mere candies, and it would pose no issue. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Luo Li was once again astounded, feeling as if her mind had momentarily faltered. Ancestor, you cannot be jesting, can you? Luo Li inquired tentatively. It seemed plausible that a venerable ancestor, who had attained the eternal realm 100,000 years ago, might possess a single divine-level cleansing elixir by mere chance. The Divine Dragon Sect was remarkably powerful a century ago. However, to claim the existence of 10,000 divine-level cleansing elixirs was utterly unfathomable. Do I appear to be joking? Yi Yun retrieved a small mirror and glanced at his serious expression, confirming that there was nothing humorous about his demeanor. He then gently tossed the purple golden gourd to Luo Li. Why not take a look for yourself, Luo Li? Oh, Luo Li, skeptical yet intrigued, accepted the purple golden gourd and opened it. To her astonishment, the interior revealed a hidden realm, densely populated with an abundance of cleansing elixirs. A quick estimate indicated that there were at least 8 or 9,000 within. Each elixir was identical to the one she held in her hand. All were divine-grade treasures. As if struck by a heavy blow to the head, Luo Li found herself rendered speechless, her mind engulfed in a void of disbelief. Such an abundance of divine-grade cleansing pills, if presented to the world, would undoubtedly incite fierce conflicts among the countless formidable factions of the Tsangnan continent, leading to chaos and bloodshed. Even the most prestigious sects of eternal rank could find themselves obliterated overnight. One divine-grade cleansing pill has the potential to forge a prodigy, an unparalleled genius. Ancestor, am I dreaming? Luo Li rubbed her eyes, staring in disbelief, as if she struggled to accept the reality before her. This is all indeed true, little girl. Yi Yun smiled gently, his demeanor benevolent. It was evident that this 298th generation leader of the Shenlong sect had endured considerable hardship and injustice throughout her life, he silently vowed to transform this historically weakest leader of the Shenlong sect into the most extraordinary and resplendent talent on this continent. Sob. Luo Li covered her face with one hand, overwhelmed by emotion, and tears began to flow. She could not quite comprehend the reason for her tears. Perhaps it was simply the overwhelming joy within her heart. Luo Li, do not weep. Quickly consume this cleansing pill, Yi Yun urged with a smile. Luo Li stifled her sobs. Years of evasion had rendered her character remarkably resilient, and her self-control far surpassed that of her peers. With utmost respect, she presented the purple golden gourd once more to Yi Yun. Please accept this gourd of cleansing pills as a gift. Yi Yun waved his hand dismissively. In that dark, oppressive space where he had been signing in every 10 minutes, he had grown numb to it all. Perhaps the system had intentionally provoked him. After 30,000 years, the rewards bestowed upon him by the system had increased exponentially. Initially, the rewards were merely measured in gourds of cleansing pills, but subsequently, the reward for a single attendance is a myriad of gourds, 10,000, 100,000, a million. Yi Yun dared not ponder further. The abundance of what he had acquired had morphed into his most harrowing memory. He could not bear to revisit the warehouse, filled with an endless array of elixirs, treasures, and divine beasts. Good heavens! When the ancestor intended to bestow upon him a gourd containing a god-grade cleansing elixir, Luo Li was utterly taken aback. As a mere practitioner at the 8th layer of Qi gathering, she felt unworthy of such a precious item. A single slip could lead to a catastrophic leakage of energy, sealing her fate. Having evaded danger for many years, the young Luo Li was no stranger to the adage that wealth should remain concealed. Esteemed ancestor, this is far too valuable. It would be better in your possession, she said with an awkward smile, returning the purple gold gourd to Yi Yun. Yi Yun nodded with a smile. Once a revered sect leader, traversing the martial world with a sword, he was acutely aware of the dark rules governing the realm of cultivation. Subsequently, Luo Li cautiously ingested the divine cleansing elixir. As she did, her body underwent a transformation, exuding black sweat, followed by streams of black sludge, impurities expelled from within. This process persisted for the duration of an incense stick. Oh dear, I truly apologize for the odor. Esteemed ancestor. Once the cleansing was complete, Luo Li was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black impurities, emanating an overwhelming stench, leaving her blushing with wishing to vanish from sight. At that moment, she suddenly heard the ancestor pose a curious question. What color of robe do you prefer, Luo Li? Yellow. Luo Li exclaimed with unguarded candor. A brilliant flash of yellow light danced before her eyes, revealing a floating gown of the same hue. This exquisite and resplendent gown, in a soft shade of canary yellow, boasted an intricate dragon motif on its back, radiating a divine glow that rendered Luo Li unable to gaze directly upon it. The quality of this robe surpassed anything Luo Li could have imagined. What caliber was this? She could not discern its nature. The most formidable robe she had ever encountered in her lifetime was merely of celestial grade. Yi Yun sighed softly. This garment is of royal grade. You shall have to make do with it for now. Royal grade robe? Hearing her ancestor speak so nonchalantly left Luo Li utterly astounded. To casually don a royal grade robe made her feel as though she might lose her mind. If she were to wear this out, would she even survive until dawn? Chapter 4. The blood of the ancestral dragon. Transcending the body, Yi Yun let out a gentle sigh. The system had provided him with numerous robes, predominantly for men, with very few available for women. The highest quality among them was royal grade, with some surpassing divine grade. However, Yi Yun deemed it inappropriate to present those at this moment. Nevertheless, based on his experience, wearing a royal grade robe was sufficient to reflect the stature of the Dragon Sect's leader. With a subtle stamp of his foot, he and Luo Li were transported to a mountainside. This location was far removed from the graves. He then waved his hand gently, summoning a crystalline stream to cascade. First, let us cleanse ourselves, Yi Yun instructed, as he flicked his fingers to set up a shielding array. In an instant, neither he nor Luo Li could see one another. Lori was not a fool. She immediately comprehended the ancestral elder's earnest intentions. Thank you, ancestor. Lori expressed her gratitude and swiftly dashed beneath the cascading waters of the small waterfall, hastily shedding her garments to cleanse her body of impurities. Yi Yun turned his back. Despite the protective formation, he maintained his dignified demeanor, for countless generations had passed, and he had no inclination to indulge in the frivolity of peering at the young girl. Dark as coal. Soon, Lori's voice echoed from within. Ancestor, I am done washing. Please deactivate the formation. Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reassured. Having survived in a relentless environment, Lori was devoid of the typical hesitance found in ordinary women. He retracted the formation and dispelled the magical waters. Emerging in a splendid pale yellow robe, Lori resembled a water lily, gracefully poised before him. Yi Yun's eyes sparkled. The young lady was far from unattractive. She was, in fact, remarkably beautiful. Her skin was as delicate as jade, her features exquisitely refined, her gaze captivating, and her figure elegantly slender. By Yi Yun's standards, she undoubtedly qualified as a peerless beauty. Such a leader of the Divine Dragon Sect could hold her own in any esteemed gathering. Yi Yun silently admired her, feeling a slight tremor within himself. His cultivation had ascended from the first to the second level of the true god realm. The essence of the ancestral dragon was indeed formidable. Yi Yun speculated that upon fully absorbing the energy of the ancestral dragon's blood, he could potentially attain the 10th level of the true god realm. Lori, is the reason for the scarcity of the dragon bloodline within you due to the sect's lack of ancestral dragon essence? Yi Yun inquired suddenly. Indeed, she replied. Lo Li's expression darkened. The 250th generation sect master, who safeguarded the sacred dragon blood, has passed away. After his demise, our dragon sect will have no sacred dragon blood left to utilize. This scoundrel, Yi Yun cursed vehemently. If this despicable descendant were still alive, he would surely strike him down with a single blow. Lo Li, do not fret. Your current lineage of sacred dragon blood is rather thin, which, in this case, is fortuitous, for I can bestow upon you the ancestral dragon blood. What? Ancestral dragon blood? Upon hearing her ancestor's words, Lo Li was utterly astonished, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. The ancestral dragon, what a venerable progenitor of the sacred dragons. How exceedingly precious must this blood be? Lo Li could hardly fathom it. As she remained in shock, Yi Yun produced a large wooden basin, measuring a full 5 meters in diameter. He then retrieved a small porcelain vial and gently poured its contents into the basin. In an instant, the entire basin was filled with a vivid crimson liquid. Lo Li trembled violently, immediately kneeling to the ground in sheer awe. The meager sacred dragon blood within her felt the overwhelming pressure of the ancestral dragon blood inside the basin, rendering her body powerless. This ancestral dragon blood is truly terrifying. But how could there be so much of it? Lo Li recalled the records within the sect. Even the direct disciples of the dragon sect could only consume a single drop of sacred dragon blood. The unparalleled prodigies nurtured by the sect master could, at most, utilize 3 drops. Yet, within this basin before her, there appeared to be hundreds of thousands of drops. This is all legendary ancestral dragon blood. The value of this precious substance is such that even the combined essence of all the dragon blood stored in the ancestral sect's repository during the era of our forebears pales in comparison to a single drop of the ancestral dragon's blood. Ah, how maddening. Luo Li felt on the brink of insanity. Oh, ancestor, this is an utter waste. Just a single drop would suffice. Stunned by the overwhelming significance, Luo Li shook her head repeatedly. Yi Yun, stroking his brow, wore a look of deep melancholy. What does this barrel of ancestral dragon blood even signify? Moments ago, he had consumed an entire vial that was as vast as a small lake. The quantity of ancestral dragon blood in his own storeroom was beyond counting. However, this precious blood could only promote cultivation growth to a certain extent during the initial enhancement of one's physique and the activation of one's bloodline. Subsequent uses would merely enhance the bloodline's concentration. Once the concentration exceeded 100, the ancestral dragon blood would become unusable. Luo Li remained on her knees, gazing at the shimmering blood radiating with the powerful aura of the ancestral dragon, shaking her head in desperation. Oh, ancestor, just 1 drop would be enough. I fear I cannot bear such a vast basin of ancestral dragon blood. Yi Yun lowered his head, stroking his chin, and murmured to himself, Perhaps I have been too hasty. After all, your realm is still too low, your foundation too weak. Yes, ancestor, you are absolutely right. Luo Li eagerly nodded, observing the delicate features of the young girl, whose eyes reflected a fierce will to survive. Yi Yun couldn't help but smile warmly. Very well, I shall grant you 1 drop of ancestral dragon blood for now. The remainder will be stored for you to consume periodically in the future, thereby gradually enhancing the concentration of your bloodline. Yi Yun deftly flicked his fingers, transferring the ancestral dragon's essence blood from a wooden barrel into an empty vial, which he then tossed to Luo Li. Startled, her delicate face paled instantly. Carrying such an abundance of ancestral dragon's essence blood? How could her petite frame, at the 8th level of Qi gathering, possibly bear such a burden? Ancestor, could you please help me safeguard it? Luo Li, visibly embarrassed, returned the vial to Yi Yun. Observing the young girl, Yi Yun felt a sense of helplessness. He extracted a single droplet of ancestral dragon's essence blood, allowing it to hover at Luo Li's lips. She opened her mouth and consumed it, immediately settling into a lotus position to absorb and refine it using the unique dragon heart method of the dragon sect. Mere seconds passed before her aura underwent a dramatic transformation, propelling her to the 9th level of Qi gathering. Moments later, she ascended to the 10th level of Qi gathering, then progressed to the 1st level of the profound pill realm, followed by the 2nd and 3rd levels. With the consumption of this droplet, Luo Li's aura grew increasingly formidable as she navigated through challenges, her cultivation advancing at an astonishing pace. Witnessing the scene, Yi Yun nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, This droplet of ancestral dragon's essence blood was extraordinary. Unfortunately, 100,000 years ago, such essence was considered legendary, and the entire dragon sect possessed none. Yiyun was eager to see just how far this droplet could propel the young girl in her cultivation journey. She surpassed the 9th level of the profound pill realm, then the 10th, advancing to the 1st level of the primordial sea realm, followed by the 2nd. Luo Li's aura erupted like a volcanic eruption, only ceasing its explosive momentum upon reaching the 10th level of the primordial sea realm. She opened her eyes. She gazed at Yiyun with an expression of sheer astonishment and stammered, "Ancestor, my cultivation has actually reached the 10th level of the Yuanhai realm." Chapter 5. Divine Weapons. The Supreme Golden Dragon Sword. Observing the little girl's exuberance following her breakthrough, Yiyun merely smiled gently. He had just sensed Luo Li's bloodline. The purity of her ancestral dragon bloodline had already reached 1. If this pace continued, a few hundred drops of ancestral dragon essence would enable her bloodline concentration to surpass 90. The lower the cultivation level, the more pronounced the effects of the ancestral dragon essence, accompanied by lesser costs. However, not everyone can withstand the ancestral dragon essence. Only those with a divine dragon bloodline can enhance their bloodline concentration using various types of divine dragon essence. Regardless of the means employed, attaining a 100 divine dragon bloodline remains unattainable. Even the ancestral dragon essence can only reach a maximum of 99, despite the seemingly minor gap of just 1. This difference is akin to an unfathomable chasm, forever distancing humanity from the true essence of the divine dragon. At present, Yiyun's concentration of ancestral dragon essence had just reached 90, attributable to his elevated realm and rapid advancement. In contrast, a little one like Luo Li could only progress step by step. As one ascends, the resources required for further enhancement grow increasingly substantial, particularly after surpassing 90. Nevertheless, for a human to possess a dragon bloodline concentration of 90 is already remarkable. Luo Li, he continued, our Divine Dragon Sect possesses 3 supreme techniques: the palm technique, the sword technique, and the body technique. Yiyun regarded Luo Li with utmost seriousness, a soft smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "How have you fared in your studies?" At this moment, Luo Li stood up, her delicate face flushed, and her head lowered modestly. In response to the ancestral query, she shyly confessed, "My greatest skill lies in the Divine Dragon's transformational art. My swordsmanship follows closely, while my palm techniques are woefully lacking, as I have scarcely practiced them at all." Yiyun burst into laughter, realizing the reason behind Luo Li's exceptional agility. After all, having been in constant flight, one must possess formidable abilities to survive. He speculated that not only Luo Li, but also the disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect since the 251st generation must have regarded fleeing as their foremost priority. Thus, the Divine Dragon's transformational art had been mastered with remarkable proficiency by each generation. From now on, you shall no longer need to flee. Yiyun smiled lightly, though an unnoticeable chill crept into his demeanor. With a swift motion, he brushed his wrist, revealing a blinding glimmer of cold light. In his hand appeared an indescribable divine sword, crystalline and translucent, resembling pure ice. Within its nearly transparent blade, a vividly lifelike golden dragon, measuring 7 inches, was sealed. The sword radiated a brilliant luminosity and exuded a formidable presence. As it materialized in the void, the surrounding space subtly warped. Luo Li's expression changed dramatically. This sword was astonishingly powerful. Its might was beyond comprehension, leaving her unable to ascertain its rank. Ancestral Master, what grade is this sword? Under the oppressive aura of the divine sword, Luo Li struggled to breathe, her voice trembling with difficulty. Yiyun gently flicked his wrist, retracting the overwhelming presence of the unparalleled divine sword, allowing Luo Li to breathe more easily. This is the Supreme Golden Dragon Sword. It can be classified as divine level, he replied with a soft smile, plucking the sword's body and eliciting a resonant dragon's roar. With a gentle flick from Yiyun, the sealed golden divine dragon within the sword seemed to awaken, performing a graceful turn. Luo Li stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that her ancestor would wield such a divine weapon. The revelation left her utterly astonished. How could her ancestor possess a weapon of such celestial caliber? In the Tsangnan continent, even the most formidable eternal powers possessed only imperial-grade divine weapons. As the esteemed leader of the Divine Dragon Sect, she was aware that they once owned a divine sword, yet it too had only reached the imperial grade and was ultimately lost in the hands of the 250th sect leader. Here, Luo Li, this sword is for you. As the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect, you may lack in many areas, but you must never lack a sword worthy of your status. Yiyun remarked with a subtle smile, his demeanor exuding pride. The Divine Dragon Sect's greatest strength lay in its swordsmanship, and naturally, a leader must possess a sword of distinction. Still reeling from the shock, Luo Li dazedly accepted the Taishang Golden Dragon Sword. Her gaze fixated on the translucent blade that encapsulated the golden dragon, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Could this dragon still be alive? She pondered. What is sealed within is the soul of a dragon. It still breathes, Yi Yun replied with a smile. Luo Li nodded silently, her fingers gently caressing the sword's surface. Her heart swelling with uncontainable joy, her eyes sparkling with delight, as if she might drool upon the blade. She could scarcely believe that this once feeble sect leader of the Cangnan continent now possessed a divine weapon unparalleled across the land. After a brief moment of contemplation, she exclaimed, "Ancestor, this sword is magnificent, but I am unable to wield it." Her voice trembled with emotion as she regained her composure. This legendary sword, imbued with divine power, is bound to stir a tempest of chaos across the entire Cangnan continent once unleashed. Yi Yun smiled and reassured, "There is no need for concern. I shall place several layers of seals upon it, commencing at the low-tier heavenly quality. As your cultivation advances, we shall gradually unveil each seal." With that, Yi Yun gently gestured in the air, and the aura of the supreme golden dragon sword began to diminish steadily, ultimately settling at the low-tier heavenly level. Luo Li exhaled a sigh of relief. We must not forget the sheath, Yi Yun suddenly recalled, a smile illuminating his face as he produced a golden sword sheath and handed it to Luo Li. Such formidable power. Is this truly a sheath? Upon receiving the sheath, Luo Li felt an overwhelming pressure that nearly caused her to stagger. With a quivering voice, she exclaimed, "Ancestor, the grade of this sheath must be quite high as well. Please seal it swiftly. It's of imperial grade. One could wield it as a bludgeon." Yi Yun chuckled heartily, tapping the sheath several times, causing its aura to vanish entirely, transforming it into the most ordinary of sheaths, merely of spiritual grade. Seeing this, Luo Li finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. She carefully sheathed the supreme golden dragon sword, cradling it in her arms, anxious lest the divine blade should slip from her grasp. Someone is approaching. Yi Yun's brow furrowed slightly, his gentle visage now betraying a hint of displeasure. "Ancestor, it must be those who are pursuing me," Luo Li explained nervously. "Let us depart." Yi Yun, with a sweeping motion of his hand, conjured a radiant light that enveloped Luo Li, instantaneously transporting them to the ruins of the sect. Standing amidst the remnants of the Divine Dragon Sect, he gazed upon the crumbling walls adorned with thick layers of moss. Memories of his childhood flooded it, recalling how he grew up in this very place and ascended to the position of sect leader at the age of 18. A myriad of past events surged within him, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. 100,000 years had passed, transforming the world beyond recognition. In the blink of an eye, the once resplendent and thriving Divine Dragon Sect had faded into obscurity in the annals of Cangnan Continent's history. Luo Li. Yi Yun suddenly squinted, murmuring softly, "Disciple is here." Luo Li, clutching her divine sword, stood resolutely beside her ancestor, exuding an aura of solemnity. "From this day forth, you shall take the lives of those who oppose you," Yi Yun stated with an air of indifference. His voice harbored an infinite murderous intent. Boom. As his words resonated, the heavens responded, and a sudden thunderclap echoed through the void. Chapter 6, A Sword of Execution, Luo Li's Ruthlessness Indeed, Ancestor. Luo Li pouted her alluring crimson lips, her elegantly arched brows rising sharply. Standing with her sword, her presence became overwhelmingly formidable. In that moment, a tempest of killing intent surged within her. Her petite form resembling a celestial sword, standing tall and releasing boundless malice. Although her expression was frigid, her heart raced with exhilaration. Her graceful figure trembled slightly. The ancestor was truly at the divine realm. For nearly 100,000 years, no supreme being of such caliber had graced the Cangnan. It could be said that the ancestor was an invincible entity, capable of obliterating eternal-level super sects with a mere thought. With the ancestors by, Luo Li brimmed with confidence. Even if she were to falter, she knew she had the support of her forebears. To any cultivator, in the eyes of the ancestors, they were but insignificant ants, utterly inconsequential. Moreover, she was no longer the fledgling practitioner she once was. Now, Luo Li stood as a formidable cultivator at the 10th level of the Yuanhai realm. Observing this spirited young lady radiating vitality, Yi Yun could not help but nod in silent admiration. Her master indeed possessed keen insight. Luo Li's decisive character, her astute handling of affairs, and her balance of gentleness with a robust spirit made her an exceptional talent. In the future, the Shunlong sect would undoubtedly reclaim its former glory under her. As an unparalleled being in the true God realm, Yi Yun's role as Luo Li's protector ensured that no one in this world could harm her. Yet, he was no benevolent deity. He understood that for Luo Li's growth, she must endure trials and tribulations, rather than remain a delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse. Under the gaze of the two, a group of 7 or 8 men appeared at the foot of the ruins of the Shenlong sect. Among them were 2 from the Xiandan realm and 5 from the Yuanhai realm, along with a young man at the Gathering Qi realm. This is the place, the young man said tremulously, pointing towards the ruins ahead. Enough, you may leave now. A Yuanhai realm cultivator waved his hand impatiently, sending the young Gathering Qi practitioner flying with a single strike. The young man fell onto a massive stone, coughing up blood and perishing. Amidst the laughter that echoed through the air, it seemed that no one paid heed to the fate of the young man in the Gathering Qi realm. A passerby remarked dismissively, "Let him be." After the laughter subsided, the crowd swiftly ascended towards the ruins of the Divine Dragon Sect atop the mountain. "Brother, there is only one remaining survivor of the Divine Dragon Sect, a mere girl with cultivation at the Gathering Qi level. Is it worth our while to pursue her?" Chuckled a young man of the 4th level of the Yuan Si realm. "The last surviving disciple of the Divine Dragon Sect is none other than its final leader. If we manage to capture her, the rewards we shall receive will be exceedingly generous," replied a middle-aged man leading the group, a smile creeping across his face, revealing a glimmer of greed in his eyes. The mere thought of the substantial reward ignited an uncontrollable excitement within him. "You see, my young junior brother, you are unaware of the truth. Though this girl possesses limited cultivation, she is remarkably astute and employs a peculiar method of movement. We have failed to capture her in our previous attempts," a second young man in the lead remarked with a grin. "This time, we must ensure she does not escape. Capturing this prized fish will yield rewards beyond our wildest imagination. Let us hope that this time, that little rascal does not elude us." The younger disciple shrugged and the others joined in with forced laughter as they hastened towards the summit. Upon reaching the peak, however, they were met with the sight of 2 unfamiliar figures standing before them. A young man clad in white, with a face resembling a jade crown, possessed strikingly defined features, as though sculpted by a master artisan. His eyes, deep and profound like the stars, exuded an indescribable aura of ethereal grace with every gesture he made. Strangely, however, those around him sensed no trace of his cultivation. He appeared as an ordinary individual, devoid of any discernible power. Beside him stood a breathtaking woman, donned in a delicate yellow Taoist robe. Her skin was as pure as snow, her features exquisitely refined, with eyes that resembled enchanting paintings, radiating a formidable presence characteristic of the 10th layer of the Yuanhai realm. What astonishing sword intent! The leading senior brother cast a glance at the stunning beauty, his expression betraying a sense of astonishment. Though he too was at the 10th layer of Yuanhai, he felt an overwhelming pressure in her presence, as if the next moment her formidable sword intent would sever his throat. This was a formidable sword cultivator, and a chill crept into his heart. He clasped his hands together and, with a beaming smile, inquired, "Fair maiden, might you have seen a dark-skinned little girl pass by here?" "A dark-skinned little girl?" Luo Li's anger flared as she coldly drew her sword. Yet Yun merely smiled, amused by their apparent blindness. They failed to recognize Luo Li standing right before them. It was hardly surprising, considering she had previously donned tattered clothing and appeared as dark as coal, a stark contrast to her current radiant beauty. "Senior brother, this woman is not to be trifled with. She might very well be the formidable ally summoned by that insufferable girl from the Shenlong sect." The second senior brother whispered cautiously. "Is that so?" The expression on the eldest brother's face suddenly turned cold as he drew his sword, pointing it menacingly at Luo Li. The second brother's gaze glimmered with avarice, a low chuckle escaping his lips. The robe she wore appeared to be quite remarkable, seemingly an extraordinary treasure. The eldest brother's pupils constricted slightly, his attention fixating on the pale yellow Dao robe adorning Luo Li. His eyes widened in astonishment as, could it be a royal-grade robe? What? A royal-grade robe? Everyone was taken aback. They had rarely encountered even a king-grade robe, let alone a royal one. Instantly, envy surged within them. If they were to eliminate this woman and seize the royal-grade robe she possessed, it would be an unimaginable fortune. With a sinister glint in his eyes, the eldest brother revealed a ruthless determination. As the adage goes, fortune favors the bold. Acquiring this royal-grade robe would grant him resources beyond comprehension, propelling him further along the path of cultivation. Although his adversaries numbered 2, the man was merely an ordinary mortal and not worth concern. The true threat lay in the breathtaking beauty before him, a 10th-tier practitioner of the Yuan. He too was at the 10th tier, bolstered by 4 fellow disciples also at the Yuanhai level. Together, they could easily execute a combined 5-element sword technique to dispatch a 10th-tier practitioner. Exchanging glances, the 5 of them brandished their swords and advanced towards Luo Li. Encircling her and Yi Yun. Yi Yun stood with his hands behind his back, a serene smile gracing his face. These insignificant insects were far too weak to pose any challenge to Luo Li, Attack. Luo Li unleashed a strike with her sword. The five-man formation was activated, and a torrent of sword light cascaded down like mercury from 5 directions. A single sword beam illuminated the vastness of the land. In Luo Li's grasp, her sword resembled a divine dragon emerging from the depths, meeting the onslaught of the 5 swords. With a thunderous crash, the 5 blades shattered. The piercing sword energy penetrated deeply, shattering the hearts of the 5 individuals. Chapter 7. The soul-searching secret technique begins to break the impasse. One sword, merely one strike. Luo Li directly annihilated the 5 cultivators of the Yuan High realm. I truly possess immense strength. Holding the supreme golden dragon sword, Luo Li's delicate form trembled. Her exquisitely beautiful face flushed crimson. Since joining the Divine Dragon Sect, she had been wandering with her master, her cultivation pity, never having experienced such a triumphant moment of slaying opponents. Now, encountering her ancestor, she had transformed into a formidable cultivator of the 10th layer of the Yuan High realm. With a single sword, she had dispatched 5 masters of the same realm, leaving her in a dreamlike state, feeling utterly surreal. Spare us. The remaining 2 young men of the Xiandan realm, witnessing the demise of their 5 senior brothers, turned pale with fear and hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. Perhaps blinded by her bloodlust, Luo Li, sword in hand, strode forward decisively. Luo Li, do not kill them yet. Yi Yan softly urged from behind. Luo Li halted, suddenly coming to her senses, her face flushing once more. Just moments ago, her murderous intent had surged uncontrollably. Thankfully, her ancestor had reminded her, otherwise. These 2 individuals of the Xiandan realm would have also fallen beneath her blade. For a long time, Luo Li had been merely a weakling at the qi gathering stage. But suddenly transforming into a formidable practitioner of the Yuan Si stage left her grappling with a profound sense of disorientation. Nevertheless, having roamed the martial world alongside her master for many years, she possessed a certain maturity and quickly regained her composure. Speak, Luo Li commanded. Her sword pointed menacingly at the 2 young men of the Xiandan stage. Where have you taken my junior brother? I don't know. It was all the work of the senior brothers. One of the youths lamented. It seems you will not weep until you see the coffin. Luo Li seethed, and with a swift stroke of her sword, she severed one of the young man's ears. This group had pursued them relentlessly, and on numerous occasions, Luo Li had narrowly escaped their clutches. Had it not been for her cleverness and the agile technique of the Divine Dragon 9 transformations, she would have likely been captured by now. Thus, she would show no mercy to these individuals. Yi Yan nodded, a glint of admiration in his eyes. This young girl was astute and decisive, embodying the spirit of a true leader. Heroine, we truly do not know. The other young man pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Perhaps they genuinely do not know. Ancestor, Luo Li said apologetically, turning to Yi Yan with a wry smile. Had I known it would come to this, I should have spared those 5 lives. Yi Yan shook his head nonchalantly and replied, since these 2 hold no value, let us eliminate them. Luo Li's heart soared with delight. Her sword danced, and in a flash, the 2 heads fell to the ground. Ha. After taking a life, Luo Li unexpectedly burst into laughter. Once upon a time, the Xiandan realm had appeared to her as an extraordinary figure of considerable stature. Yet now, she found the act of slaying such individuals to be as effortless as chopping vegetables. This ease was indeed a gift from her ancestor. With a sense of triumph swelling within her, Luo Li began to experience a gradual transformation in her mindset. Yi Yan, with his hands clasped behind him, took a few steps forward, arriving beside the corpses of the 5 men. He gently extended a finger, and a dazzling light shot forth from his fingertip, penetrating the mind of one of the men. Ancestor, what is this? Luo Li held her breath in anticipation, her eyes fixated on Yi Yan's actions with curiosity. A faint red soul slowly ascended from the man's head, appearing bewildered and drifting aimlessly. Yi Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, the luminescence at his fingertip flickering as it settled within the soul. He was employing a supreme soul extraction technique, capable of isolating the soul of the freshly dead, preventing it from entering the cycle of reincarnation. Simultaneously, he could probe the soul, delving into the memories of the individual's life. After a brief span of several seconds, Yi Yan exhaled softly, his expression calm. Ancestor, have you discovered something? Luo Li inquired softly. She was not naive. She understood that her ancestor's mysterious methods were undoubtedly in search of something significant. Are you familiar with the Wanbao Pavilion? Yi Yan looked up, gazing steadily at Luo Li as he posed the question. Indeed, ancestor, I am aware. The Wanbao Pavilion is the largest auction house in the ancient Moon Dynasty. Luo Li clarified. These individuals hail from the Qingjian sect, tasked with a mission from the Wanbao Pavilion. If one wishes to locate your junior disciple, we must venture to the Wanbao Pavilion. Yi Yan spoke softly. After finishing his words, he slightly raised his brows, a contemplative expression gracing his face. It appears that the forces at play behind this matter are far from simple. They refrain from direct confrontation, instead opting to issue tasks through the Wanbao Pavilion, concealing their true intentions. Frankly, the Shenlong sect has withered, its numbers dwindled to but a handful. Thus, their elaborate machinations seem unnecessary. Yet, they remain as cunning as a fox, manipulating events from the shadows. This piqued Yi Yun's curiosity. He yearned to uncover the identity of the enigmatic figure orchestrating this scheme against the Shenlong sect. A conflagration erupted, consuming the 7 individuals from the Qingjin sect entirely. Subsequently, he rearranged the formations of the rear mountain before departing the ruins of the Shenlong sect with Luo Li. Yi Yun was not well acquainted with the Guyu dynasty, a power that had risen a millennium prior. Luo Li took the lead, while Yi Yun unleashed an astonishing speed of flight, traversing a distance of myriad miles in but a few breaths, arriving directly at the capital of the Guyu dynasty. Such terrifying— is this the true power of the divine realm? Upon landing, Luo Li reflected on the earlier terrifying flight, her heart quaking with trembling. A journey of such distance would have taken her at least half a month, yet for the ancestor, it was merely a matter of a few breaths. The royal city of the Guyu dynasty is named Dayue City. The two of them entered through the bustling city gates, blending into the throng of vibrant passers-by. The ancient Moon dynasty is a realm of cultivation, where practitioners are seen everywhere along the roads. After a brief walk, the two arrived before the Wanbao Pavilion. Esteemed guests, are you here to auction or to purchase? A young attendant approached with a beaming smile. This attendant possessed keen insight. Upon observing Yi Yun, whose refined demeanor and noble aura clearly indicated they were not of ordinary status, he quickly discerned their significance. However, Yi Yun paid him no heed and led Luo Li straight inside. I demand to see your manager, Yi Yun declared with an expression devoid of warmth. Certainly, the attendant, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Though the man appeared to lack cultivation, his every movement exuded a formidable presence that sent shivers through the soul. The breathtakingly beautiful woman beside him, despite her, was already a peak practitioner at the 10th layer of the Yuanhai realm. This realization compelled him to act swiftly. He hurried to the second floor to report to the old manager. Chapter 8. A disagreement leads to drawn blades. Watching the attendant scurry upstairs in a flurry, Yi Yun merely smirked coldly. Let us proceed to the second floor. Indeed, Luo Li replied, following Yi Yun directly up the staircase. At the stairway entrance, another young attendant, witnessing the formidable aura of the pair, dared not impede their passage. The attendant who had gone up to report had not anticipated that Yi Yun and Luo Li would ascend directly after him. Just as he reached the door of a private room to deliver his message, he was taken aback to see Yi Yun and Luo Li already entering. This left him flustered and at a loss for how to proceed. The manager, an elderly man with hair as white as snow, was taken aback by the sudden intrusion, his expression darkening with palpable fury. Esteemed guests, I must kindly ask you to wait outside, the old shopkeeper declared with a grim expression, issuing an— Beside him sat a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, whose formidable prowess marked him as a peak practitioner at the 10th layer of the Yuanhai realm. Please, accompany me outside for a moment, the young attendant said, turning around with a wry smile and shaking his head. This is none of your concern. Be gone, Yi Yun retorted, pushing the attendant aside with a dismissive gesture. Impudence. The old shopkeeper's fury ignited at the audacity displayed by Yi Yun and Luo Li. Do you not comprehend the rules of my Wanbao Pavilion? He declared coldly. Rules are established by men, Yi Yun replied, his gaze sharp as a blade. And they are meant to be shattered. How dare you? The old shopkeeper's face shifted through shades of black, red, and ultimately blue as he grappled with Yi Yun's audacious words. Though he could not discern the depths of this youth's capabilities, he sensed an air of an ordinary man devoid of any cultivation. In stark contrast, the breathtaking young woman beside him radiated an astonishing— having also reached the peak of the Yuanhai realm. This beauty instilled in him a profound sense of caution. Suddenly, the black-robed middle-aged man, who had remained silent until now, rose with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyelids narrowed as he scrutinized Yi Yun, a cold smirk appearing on his lips. I did not expect to encounter such arrogance in the humble Guyu dynasty. It is indeed an eye-opener. Noticing the black-robed man's sudden ire, the old shopkeeper hastily turned, his expression apologetic. Please, Elder Lu, forgive us. This matter originated from our Wanbao Pavilion, and we shall take responsibility to resolve it. Humph. The man in the black robe snorted coldly, his expression dark as he sat back down, clearly conceding to the prestige of the Wanbao Pavilion. Lori, Yi Yun suddenly called out, strike him. Upon hearing the command from her ancestor, Lori did not hesitate. She unsheathed the supreme golden dragon sword, her aura soaring, and swung it forth, aimed directly at the man in black. By heavens! The black-robed man was taken aback by the astonishing strike and swiftly leapt aside to it. However, Laurie's sword momentum shifted mid-air, pursuing him relentlessly. This is utterly intolerable. The black-robed man fumed, finally freeing his hands to draw his own sword. In a flash, he slashed towards Laurie's direction. Bang! The two blades clashed with a sharp sound, and to his astonishment, the black-robed man's sword shattered. Whoosh! Like a startled phoenix in flight, another beam of sword light descended, piercing the black-robed man's arm. He gasped in shock and staggered backward. The entire exchange transpired with breathtaking speed, leaving onlookers in a daze. The old shopkeeper had yet to comprehend the situation when the battle between the two formidable cultivators of the 10th layer of the Yuan High Realm concluded. To his astonishment, the teenage beauty had proven to be so powerful, injuring Elder Lu with a single strike. The old shopkeeper trembled in fear. The young lady's swordsmanship was swift and precise, her lethality astonishing. Unless he summoned all the experts from Wanao Pavilion, there was little hope of contending with her. Yet, he feared that before he could call for help, he would be subdued by this formidable beauty himself. Leave. Yi Yun cast a detached glance at the man in black. The man in the black robe pressed his hand against his arm, where blood still dripped, lowering his head in silence, unable to utter a single harsh word, and left Wanbao Pavilion in a dejected manner. He could discern that the young girl was of significant stature, her strength far beyond his capacity to provoke. In the private room, only Luoli, Yi Yun, and the elderly shopkeeper remained. The old shopkeeper trembled, unable to conceal the terror within him. Gentlemen, please feel free to command me. This old man will speak without reservation. He stammered. Luoli, pointing her sword at the shopkeeper, angrily demanded, who issued the order to capture the descendants of the Divine Dragon Sect? Upon hearing her words, the old shopkeeper hesitated, caught between words. Speak. If you choose silence, you may meet your end at this very moment. Yi Yun cast a glance at the shopkeeper, a murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Under Yi Yun's gaze, the shopkeeper felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, instantaneously chilled to the bone. At that moment, he experienced a vivid hallucination, as if he were enveloped by an endless, blood-soaked hell, with no hope of escape. This young man is formidable. The old shopkeeper's mind fractured, a tempest, realizing he had encountered a figure of great consequence. My lord, I am unaware of who commissioned the task. The individual is enigmatic, donning a bronze mask. This person issued the order to apprehend the disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect, offering a generous bounty to our Wanbao Pavilion. The shopkeeper divulged, trembling as he revealed every detail without omission. Yi Yun's expression remained indifferent. The shopkeeper's words did not surprise him in the least. The shadowy mastermind exhibits remarkable, even when dealing with a mere sect like the Shenlong clan, refraining from taking action personally. A fortnight ago, one of my junior disciples was captured by the Qingjian sect. And now where is he? Luo Li inquired hoarsely, her sword aimed at the old shopkeeper. He was taken away by that mysterious masked figure. The old shopkeeper replied, his complexion ashen. Do you know where he was taken? Luo Li pressed on relentlessly. The old shopkeeper gazed out the window, reminiscing for several moments before responding. When he departed, he merely uttered the words Wangui Ridge. What? Wangui Ridge? Luo Li's heart trembled at the revelation. Wangui Ridge is a legendary forbidden zone, rumored to be inhabited by countless malevolent spirits, said to connect directly to the nether realms. No one dares approach that cursed place. Those who do have never returned alive. Yet, there are exceptions. Every century, Wangui Ridge holds a unique ritual known as the Lantern Lighting Ceremony. This event involves certain factions of the ancient Yu dynasty capturing heinous criminals or innocent wandering cultivators, sending them to Wangui Ridge as offerings for the lanterns. Human beings serve as the wicks, with flesh and blood as fuel, purportedly burning for 49 days before they meet their demise. During this infernal burning, chaos erupts within Wangui Ridge as the spirits wail through the forests, akin to a festival of celebration. However, those who participate in delivering the offerings invariably, the various factions coordinate their efforts, ensuring peace around Wangui Ridge for a century through this peculiar sacrificial method. Where exactly is this Wangui Ridge located? Yi Yun's expression shifted slightly as he turned his gaze toward Luo Li. In haste, Luo Li divulged all her knowledge about the Wangwilling to the ancestor. Yi Yun nodded gently, realizing that this Wangwilling was a mysterious force that had emerged later on. The little junior brother had been captured for more than 10. Luo Li sighed, her heart filled with apprehension. Given the little junior brother's limited cultivation, it was likely that if he were sent to Wangwilling, he would not endure for 49 days, and there was an overwhelming chance he would meet a dire fate. Upon exiting the Wanbao Pavilion, Yi Yun swiftly led Luo Li toward Wangwilling. The distance to Wangwilling was a staggering 30,000 miles. In mere moments, they arrived. The so-called Wangwilling was a dark mountain range shrouded in ghostly energy, exuding an aura of malevolence. This black mountain range stretched for thousands of miles. Hovering in the void, Yi cast his gaze downward and observed numerous cultivators from various factions, herding bound rogue practitioners and sealed criminals, lining up to enter Wangwilling. Chapter 9. The forbidden ground of Wangwilling. Yi narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing into the depths of Wangwilling. With a mere glance, he discerned the entirety of Wangwilling's essence. A faint smile graced Yi Yun's lips as he raised his hand, poised to obliterate Wangwilling entirely. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he promptly withdrew his hand. Now at the true God realm, he was an unrivaled entity in the Tsangnan continent. To bully others in such a manner seemed rather unbecoming. Should word of this reach certain places, he would surely become a subject of ridicule. Moreover, Luo Li, as the current leader of the Divine Dragon Sect, still required further honing of her skills. If every trivial matter were effortlessly resolved by this venerable ancestor, then Luo Li would resemble a delicate flower, sheltered and unaccustomed to the tempests of life, faltering at the slightest gust of wind and tilting at the faintest drizzle. However, the region of Wangwilling could indeed provide Luo Li with an opportunity to broaden her horizons and undergo some trials. Reflecting on this, Yi altered his decision. Just as he was about to speak, a flicker of emotion crossed his face as he gazed into the distance. Towards a mountain peak several hundred miles outside of Dayua City. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in black robes descended, his expression one of fury as he glared in the direction of Dayua City, exclaiming vehemently, "I, Lu, vow not to be a man until this grudge." A light chuckle resonated through the void. The black-robed man was taken aback, frantically scanning his surroundings and bellowing, Who dares to play tricks in the shadow? Reveal yourself at once." In an instant, a faint visage materialized in the emptiness, a young man with deep-set features and star-like eyes. "How could it be you?" The black-robed man recognized him immediately as the seemingly unassuming white-clad figure from Wanbage. A wave of terror engulfed him. The extraordinary power displayed by this individual surpassed his comprehension. "Do you still seek revenge?" The ethereal figure inquired, a hint of boundless mockery glimmering in his eyes. During their encounter at Wanbage, he had refrained from taking action in front of Luo Li, yet this arrogant individual had already crossed him once. Yi Yun was resolute. He would not allow him to see another day. A fragment of his consciousness had persistently shadowed the man. The purpose is to eliminate this individual. "Who exactly are you? We have no enmity from the past, nor grievances of late. Why must you resort to murder to silence me?" Gazing upon the faint ethereal figure, the middle-aged man in black felt an overwhelming terror descend upon him. His body trembled, and in that moment, he was utterly devoid of strength. It was as if he were standing before a deity. A mere mortal, confronted with divinity, harbors no inclination for resistance. Suddenly, Yi Yun's ephemeral visage, this breath of clarity ignited flames upon the black-robed man, who was instantaneously reduced to ashes. After executing this act, the ethereal figure vanished into the void. Meanwhile, near the Wangwilling, Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, a serene smile gracing his lips. He turned to Luo Li and remarked, "The so-called Lantern of Destiny now has over 10,000 people, and they are mostly still alive, so your junior disciple should be unharmed." "That's wonderful, Ancestor," Luo Li responded, placing her hand over her heart, exhaling a sigh of relief. "This place holds some intrigue. You may explore it at your leisure. When the time is necessary, I will intervene." Yi Yun smiled once more. "Very well, Ancestor." Luo Li paused momentarily, then nodded vigorously. Being a quick-witted young woman, thoughts raced through her mind, and she seemed to grasp the ancestor's intent. The Wangwilling was merely a forbidden ground that had manifested a millennium ago. In the ancestor's eyes, it was akin to a child playing in the mud. He held it in utter disdain. The Wangwilling, a forbidden realm within the ancient kingdom of Guyu on the Tsangnan continent, is a place shrouded in mystery and terror. This illustrates the disparity in realms. Luo Li sighed internally, gazing at the striking figure of her ancestor, consumed by envy. When would she be able to cultivate to the true God realm? Let alone the true God realm. Even attaining the Nirvana realm would fill her dreams with joy. On the Tsangnan continent, cultivation realms are categorized as body refinement, chi gathering, mysterious pill, original sea, divine shaping, divine bridge, nirvana, destiny, life and death, and eternity. Luo Li had only just reached the 10th level of the original sea realm. Above her lay 6 major realms, each breakthrough proving exceedingly arduous. Within the Guyu dynasty, practitioners of the original sea realm are already considered scarce. Those at the pinnacle of the 10th level, like Luo Li, could navigate this place with ease, as most would not dare provoke them lightly. The Guyu dynasty does possess formidable beings in the divine shaping realm, though they are relatively rare, often being the venerable ancestors of the top sects, who seldom reveal themselves. As for the divine bridge realm, Luo Li had yet to hear of any practitioners emerging within the vast territories of the Guyu dynasty over the past millennium. Yi Yun led Luo Li to the periphery of Wang Wuling's mountains, suppressing his celestial aura and reducing his cultivation to the mysterious pill realm. This was a deliberate act of humility on his part. To possess no cultivation at all would be abnormal and invite speculation. It was far better to subtly display a hint of his abilities. Currently, the Wang Wuling was alive with the fervor of the Lantern Lighting Festival. The various factions of cultivators continually escorted individuals into the dark, foreboding valley of Wang Wuling. Among them was the extraordinarily beautiful, adorned in exquisite yellow garments that rendered her ethereal, captivating the attention of numerous powers. However, upon noticing her formidable cultivation at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the Yuanhai realm, they all dared not to approach, nor to act in any manner that might overstep their bounds. Luo Li, who was gazed upon with reverence, felt a sense of elation. As a prominent cultivator in the Yuanhai realm, there was truly no one in the ancient Moon dynasty who would dare challenge her. Let us proceed, urged Yi Yun with a smile at her side. This young girl, despite her astuteness, remained in a phase of innocent romanticism, making it difficult for her to rein in her emotions. Yet, this was but a natural aspect of human experience. With a few more years of training, by the time she reached 18 or 19, she would undoubtedly transform into someone entirely different. The two of them gradually entered the pitch-black valley of Wang Wuling. Within this realm, a dark aura of ghostly energy enveloped the surroundings. The flora had long succumbed to death, rendered entirely black. Ghostly apparitions flitted among the gnarled trees, howling and emitting a cacophony of eerie sounds. However, at this moment, fear did not overwhelm anyone. These spectral beings of Wang Wuling were not inclined to attack humans. After following the valley for a time, they suddenly encountered a vast gorge ahead. At the heart of the gorge lay a sinister black pool, exuding a dense, ominous aura. And within the depths of the pool stood numerous human cultivators, eerily upright. The monks stood like leeks inserted into the pool, with only their heads above the water, eyes tightly closed and expressions contorted in anguish. Above each of them, a translucent crimson candle flickered, from which wisps of dark red gas continuously rose. From a distance, the faint glow resembled the burning of countless candles. In Chapter 10, the ancestor seeks to light the celestial lantern. Is this what it means to light the celestial lantern? A glance from afar sent a chill down Luo Li's spine. She suppressed the inexplicable fear swelling within her and immediately began to search the pool for her Junimo Shao. Sure enough, amidst the throng, Luo Li spotted him. Panic surged in her heart, and she instinctively wanted to rush over to rescue him. Yi Yun grasped her arm firmly. Which one is your junior disciple? He inquired softly. Luo Li pointed in a direction and described the young man's appearance in detail. And Yi Yun understood immediately. Yet, he continued to hold on to Luo Li's arm without letting go. Ancestor, my junior disciple may not last much longer, Luo Li whispered, her voice tinged with a sob. Yi Yun smiled calmly, unperturbed. Do not fret. Let the celestial lantern burn a while longer. When his vital essence is nearly exhausted, it will not be too late to rescue him then. Using the blood of the ancestral dragon at that moment will yield even better results. Upon hearing the ancestor's words, Luo Li's eyes widened in astonishment. She realized there was a deeper meaning behind his counsel. The mere thought of the ancestral dragon's potent blood shifted her perspective entirely. If the junior brother could absorb the blood of the ancestral dragon, the benefits would undoubtedly surpass those she had gained. His future achievements would certainly not fall short of hers. At the time, she had merely absorbed a single drop. According to the words of the ancestors, if the junior brother Junimo Shao were to be burned a little longer by that celestial lamp, he might even absorb 2 drops of the ancestral dragon's. Luo Li's heart instantly filled with joy. The two continued to stroll slowly towards the black water pool. The valley was teeming with malevolent spirits, many of which possessed formidable realms. The presence of numerous beings at the Yuanhai realm was evident, and even spirits of the shaping god realm had made an appearance. Luo Li couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation. Indeed, the Wangwujing was a most formidable forbidden zone, should these spirits break free. The entire ancient Moon dynasty would face a cataclysm. Fortunately, they had remained hidden within the Wangwujing for years, sustained by offerings of cultivators from various factions that provided sacrifices to appease these spirits, maintaining a delicate state of tranquility over the years. Upon reaching the edge of the pool, the two stood quietly, observing. Thousands of figures within the pool flickered to life like candles, creating a truly spectacular sight. The surrounding air was thick with ghostly energy, and many powerful malevolent spirits howled nearby. The scene resembled a veritable hell on earth. The black water pool was immense, with numerous human cultivators standing around its perimeter. Among them were individuals of considerable strength, including those at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the Yuan High realm and formidable shaping god experts. These were the mightiest from the nearby influential factions. After a short while, the number of people surrounding the pool continued to swell. Continuously, new captives are cast into the water pool, only to be beset by malevolent spirits that employ bizarre and sinister powers to transform these humans into living candles. The corners of Luo Li's eyes twitched in distress. The cruelty of it all was unbearable. If she were a formidable being of the divine bridge realm, she would long to cleave through the malevolent entities of the 10,000 Ghosts Ridge with a single strike. Alas, her current capabilities fell short of such aspirations. Yi Yun, however, gazed indifferently at the pool, devoid of any expression. To him, beneath the true God, all beings were akin to mere ants. Thus, he felt no sympathy whatsoever. In his eyes, it was merely a case of larger ants tormenting the smaller ones. Hey, little girl, you've been watching for quite a while. Why don't you take action? A group of individuals stood not far from Luo Li, one of whom, a middle-aged man, cast a sidelong glance at her and Yi Yun, his gaze icy and fixed. Is it not permissible for me to observe? Luo Li retorted sharply, shooting an irritated glare at the loquacious man. This middle-aged individual possessed considerable strength, being at the first level of the god-sculpting realm. Noticing their attire, Luo Li deduced they were members of the Bloodrobe sect, a formidable force within the ancient Moon Kingdom, ranking among the top 10 in terms of power. Such a sharp-tongued little girl. It seems you are deliberately seeking trouble, the middle-aged man remarked, scrutinizing her from head to toe. He found her strikingly beautiful, yet alarmingly young. And the royal-grade robe she donned sent a shiver of fear through him. What sect does this prodigy hail from? Before thoroughly understanding his opponent, he would not easily engage in conflict. A minor disagreement between the two individuals garnered the attention of those around them. It was then that everyone noticed Luo Li standing motionless by the poolside, not casting anyone into the water. Consequently, the onlookers began to grow restless. Little girl, this place is not one to be trifled with. If you do not light the lantern, I fear these spirits will not spare you, someone cautioned. Indeed, young lady, you must light the lantern quickly, or none shall be able to save you. Others chimed in, their voices rising in fervor. Meanwhile, the malevolent spirits, possessing considerable power, circled above, shrieking with sinister laughter. These entities had long since developed intelligence, indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Yet, for reasons unknown, during this period of lighting the lanterns, they refrained from speaking or interacting with humans. Luo Li, faced with the crowd's accusations, wore a pallid expression. Although she felt no fear with her ancestor by her side, the chorus of voices began to unsettle her. Yi Yun, sensing the tension, offered a faint smile and gently patted Luo Li's shoulder, whispering, if it comes, I shall light the lantern myself. How can that be? Luo Li exclaimed, nearly fainting from fright. Ancestor, your status is too esteemed. You cannot light the lantern. The thought of her ancestor, a being of divine caliber, lighting the lantern to extricate her from this predicament made her feel as though she would be the eternal disgrace of the Divine Dragon Sect. Do not worry. It will spare us from their incessant chatter, Yi Yun replied with a casual smile, unfazed by the situation. This place is not merely a site for lighting. Beneath the water lies an ancient black coffin, resting in a depth of 1,000 meters. Within it slumbers a malevolent spirit of significant rank. Yi Yun, with his penetrating gaze that transcends the ages, perceives this entity as a ghost, one that, despite having absorbed the souls and lifeblood of countless, remains in a state of slumber. With this understanding, he is inclined to bestow a favor upon this little ghost, awakening it to settle old scores, particularly with those who have wronged his esteemed dragon sect. Yi Yun, even with the intent to destroy it, wishes for clarity in its demise. Luo Li is unaware of Yi Yun's intentions, yet she feels the unwavering resolve of her ancestor. Anxious, she dares not oppose the wishes of her forebear. A formidable ghost, embodying the prowess of the shaping spirit realm, circles above, bearing its fangs and emitting a series of peculiar roars, seemingly attempting to intimidate Luo Li. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, are stirred into a frenzy. Chapter 11. The Ghost King Beneath the Earth. Little girl, hasten to light the lantern. Observe how these spirits can scarcely contain themselves, urged a well-meaning elder nearby. Although there are numerous human cultivators by the pool, including some formidable shaping spirit practitioners, the sheer number of malevolent entities from the Ghost Mountain is overwhelming. The number of spirits in the Yuan Sea realm alone amounts to, while those in the shaping spirit realm likely number at least 30 or 40. Such formidable strength is beyond the capacity of the human cultivators present. Quickly, push that fellow beside you. who possesses merely the Xian Dan cultivation level. Into the pool, another urged hastily. Lowly gritted her teeth, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, gazing at her ancestor without daring to utter a single word. You need not feel guilt, Yiyun remarked with it, placing a reassuring hand on Lo Li's shoulder before leaping into the obsidian pool beneath him. He traversed several hundred miles within the water, ultimately pausing at it. The dark waters exuded a peculiar force, as if countless insects sought to burrow into Yiyun's very being. He refrained from any action, instead suppressing the aura of his divine essence, fearing that any hint of energy might lead to the obliteration of this place. The malevolent power of the black water could not penetrate his body, nor could it permeate his garments. A chilling howl erupted from the malevolent spirits hovering above the pool, their voices echoing as they witnessed Yiyun's hearty laughter. They raised their hands, unleashing beams of dark light that cascaded toward him. Yiyun closed his eyes, his demeanor serene, devoid of any discernible emotion. The black light struck him, only to vanish without a trace, seemingly effective to an outsider's gaze. In an instant, crimson candles materialized above his head, ignited as if by celestial decree. Ancestor, he should be unharmed, Lo Li murmured, her heart lodged in her throat as she observed the unfolding scene. She repeatedly sought solace within herself, yet as she noticed her ancestor, despite the glowing candle, maintaining his usual composure, a slight sense of relief washed over her. Everything that lay before her was an illusion conjured by Yiyun. The candle-like lights began to emanate an extraordinary energy from above his head. This surge of energy seemed to be summoned by the obsidian pool, gently descending into its depths, drifting toward an enigmatic destination beneath the earth, 1,000 meters down. Within an ancient ebony coffin, a colossal specter lay in slumber. The tendril of energy from Yiyun floated over, swiftly absorbed by the slumbering entity. In an instant, its eyes fluttered open, crimson orbs radiating a menacing glint. Truly, fortune favors me. This time, I shall undoubtedly mend the wounds of my spirit. This malevolent specter, who proclaimed itself a king, revealed its ivory fangs with a sinister grin. It was the sole ghost king of Wangwilling, once a formidable figure at the Divine Bridge realm. However, due to injuries to its spirit, it had plummeted to the threshold of that realm. For millennia, it had concealed itself deep within the bowels of Wangwilling, endeavoring to heal its afflictions. The injuries to its spirit had been inflicted by an adversary, and no ordinary elixir could remedy them. Thus, it chose to seclude itself in the remote realm of the ancient Moon Dynasty, evading the pursuit of its foe. Deep underground, this ghost king stumbled upon a black coffin, which, astonishingly, possessed a peculiar method of illuminating the heavens, a technique that promised remarkable efficacy for restoring its spirit, albeit at a slow pace. This glimmer of hope prompted it to gather a cadre of ghostly descendants, imparting to them potent ghostly arts, transforming Wangwilling into a forbidden domain. These spectral progeny aided in the search for humans among the mortal realm to serve as offerings, to stoke the flames of its celestial lantern. After all, an enemy loomed. And even in this secluded ancient Moon Dynasty, the Ghost King dared not act overtly. Consequently, it orchestrated a scheme for humans to willingly offer their sacrifices, to exchange for the peace of the territory of the ancient Moon Dynasty. This is the origin of the Wangwilling and the reason for lighting the heavenly. For thousands of years, the heavenly lanterns have been lit countless times. Its spirit is slowly recovering, and it is but a small step away from complete restoration. If we consider the current progress, it requires 3 more lantern lightings. However, unexpectedly, among the humans participating in this lantern lighting, there exists one with a unique spiritual energy that accelerates the recovery process. The Ghost King cannot help but feel a sense of fortune. Once its spirit is restored, it can advance to the half-step Divine Bridge realm. After resting for another 10 or 8 years, it is likely to break through to the Divine Bridge. The mere thought of returning to its previous Divine Bridge state fills the Ghost King with immense excitement. With blood-red eyes fixated on the black coffin lid, it continuously absorbs the energy of the heavenly lanterns from the ghost pool, mending the wounds of its spirit. The Ghost King feels its spirit healing at an accelerated pace, causing its heart to blossom with joy. The energy emanating from the ghost pool grows increasingly potent, hastening the spirit's recovery. This unexpected development brings it overwhelming delight. Originally, lighting the heavenly lanterns required 49 days. Several days have already passed, leaving less than 30. Yet, at this current rate, it seems unlikely that it will take many more days. Yiyun, within the ghost water pool, gazes distantly at the Ghost King, a cold smirk forming in his heart. This Ghost King believes itself fortunate, unaware that everything lies within Yiyun's strategic grasp. Yiyun remains unhurried, continuously refining the ancestral dragon blood within him, his cultivation steadily advancing. 2 days have elapsed. Yi Yun's cultivation swiftly ascended to the third level of the true God realm. After the passage of 5 days, he achieved a breakthrough to the fourth level of the true God realm. Sensing the surging power of the ancestral dragon's blood, Yi Yun smiled faintly. Indeed, this ancestral dragon's blood would empower him to reach the 10th level of the true God realm. Unfortunately, he had lingered in this place for far too long. The Ghost King was nearly restored and would soon emerge. Using his divine sense, Yi Yun glanced at Luoli by the edge of the pool, observing her tense posture as she stood there, her small hands clenched into fists, her body somewhat rigid. Do not worry, Luoli, I am unharmed, Yi Yun conveyed through a thought. Luoli eagerly nodded, her anxious heart finally at ease. At that moment, her gaze shifted to her junior brother, Jun Mo Shao, only to find his complexion growing increasingly pale, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Concern washed over her once more. Her master had taken in 3 disciples, with Luo Li being the second in rank. She had an elder sister named Su Wanyi, who possessed an ethereal beauty akin to that of a celestial being. However, her sister had gone missing, her fate unknown, and Luo Li was unaware of her whereabouts. Yet, it was certain that her sister had not fallen into the hands of enemies. Little girl, which sect do you belong to? Perhaps out of boredom from the extended wait, a white-haired elder of the divine shaping realm initiated a conversation with Luo Li. I hail from the Divine Dragon Sect, Luo Li replied, her chin held high, her countenance radiating pride. The elder was momentarily taken aback, blinking in surprise as he pondered deeply, unable to discern the true nature of this Divine Dragon Sect. Could it be a force from outside? The elder mused inwardly. Beside the elderly man stood a young practitioner, whose cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Yuanhai realm. Upon hearing Luo Li's words, he couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Shenlong's sect? Is that a sect of the ancient Moon Dynasty? I have never heard of it before. Luo Li cast him a nonchalant glance and replied coolly, my Shenlong sect is merely a small sect, incomparable to your esteemed Wuji Divine Sword Sect. The young man chuckled derisively. It's good that you know. Our Wuji Divine Sword Sect is one of the top 10 sects of the ancient Moon Dynasty, currently ranked among the top 5 in strength. The elderly man, noticing his disciple's indiscretion, turned and shot him a sharp glare. This exquisitely beautiful young girl clearly hailed from a distinguished background. Just her imperial-grade robe alone was not something an ordinary sect could possess. Even the leader of their Wuji Divine Sword Sect did not own an imperial-grade robe. Thus, the elderly man did not dare to underestimate the young girl before him. Young lady, did you come here alone? The elder inquired with a friendly smile. Luo Li nodded, choosing not to speak. In that moment, a peculiar glint appeared in the eyes of those around her. Seasoned experts had already fixed their gaze upon the imperial-grade robe adorning Luo Li. With the elders probing revealing the young girl's background, they felt no further hesitation. They could act directly to seize the imperial-grade robe from her. After all, they could easily shift the blame onto the Wangu Ridge afterward, confident that no one would dare to seek vengeance there. At present, there are over 10 major factions in total. Should a conflict arise, it would undoubtedly be exceedingly brutal. The elderly man, with an expression seemingly harmless, gazed intently at Luo Li, his demeanor gentle as he remarked, little girl, you are adorned in a royal-grade robe. Are you not? Luo Li cast a cold glance at the old man, fully aware of the implications. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of the martial world for many years, she understood the meaning behind the gazes of those gathered. Wealth indeed stirs the heart. No one would remain indifferent to such a royal-grade treasure. What, do you intend to seize my royal-grade robe? She queried, her eyes icy as she drew the supreme golden dragon sword, its tip directed at the old. Although this elder was a formidable practitioner at the god-sculpting realm, Luo Li was no novice herself. Armed with the eternal-level techniques of the Divine Dragon Sect and the Divine Supreme Golden Dragon Sword, coupled with her enigmatic dragon transformation technique, she was more than capable of contending with such a powerful adversary. Even if she were defaulter, her ancestor was not far behind. Thus, she felt no trepidation. In the eyes of her true god ancestor, these individuals were akin to mere ants. A single breath from him would likely extinguish them all. The coalition of numerous powerful factions slowly advanced toward Luo Li, the tension of an imminent battle palpable in the air. At that moment, a sudden surge of tumultuous sound erupted from within the ghostly carriage, followed by a resounding roar emanating from the depths of the pool. The formidable fiends surrounding the pool erupted in fervent howls. What was happening? At this instant, everyone halted, their expressions grave as they turned their attention toward the pool. The Lantern Festival has continued for millennia without ever witnessing such astonishing changes. A vortex began to slowly form within the ghostly pool. Those humans who had lit lanterns were swept to the edges of the pool by the swirling waters. Suddenly, a chilling laughter emanated from the depths of the vortex. The crowd held their breath, their attention riveted on the unfolding scene. Among them, several formidable beings of the divine sculpting realm suddenly changed expression as they sensed an indescribable, formidable aura emanating from the vortex. Yiyun stood beside the ghostly chariot, his eyes wide open, quietly observing the vortex. The ghostly king, born from the depths, had now fully restored its spirit and was ready to emerge. This was the moment Yiyun had been awaiting. His meticulous planning aimed merely to ensure that this little ghost met a clear demise. To eliminate it directly would render its death ambiguous, which would serve no purpose. Yiyun had been trapped in that mysterious dark space for 100,000 years. Now, his greatest fear was solitude. If killing could be executed with flair, it would be precisely to his liking. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged forth from the vortex. As this presence manifested, the surrounding howling spirits fell silent, prostrating on their faces alight with fervor. Meanwhile, the divine sculpting realm experts were taken aback, retreating in shock as they gazed at the vortex in disbelief. What level of cultivation is this? A middle-aged man asked, his face a mask of astonishment. This is the divine bridge realm, a white-haired elder replied gravely. What? A powerhouse of the divine bridge realm. Upon hearing the elder's words, all present were struck with awe. In the next moment, a chilling dread enveloped everyone present. The aura that permeated the air was unmistakably not of human origin. Rather, it was a sinister presence, laden with the essence of malevolent spirits. This was a formidable ghost king, a being of the divine bridge realm. The realization struck all, leaving their faces ashen as they braced themselves to flee. Suddenly, a swirling mass of black mist erupted from the great vortex. In midair, it writhed and morphed into a colossal figure, towering at least 5 or 6 zhang. The dark vapor coiled around it, and the supreme ghost king, with blood-red eyes and a ghastly visage, exuded an aura of sheer ferocity. Haraha! At last, this king has returned. With exuberance, the ghost king reveled in his resurgence after millennia, basking in the light of the world once more. Run! The surrounding human cultivators gasped in horror, scattering like frightened birds and beasts. Should you not extend your congratulations to this king upon his reemergence? A resounding voice reverberated throughout the vast expanse of Wangwuling. Instantly, some halted in their tracks, paralyzed by fear, and fell to their knees. Congratulations, Ghost King. We celebrate your return. One after another, trembling human cultivators bowed down, their voices barely a whisper of reverence. Meanwhile, others hastily sought escape. Witnessing this, the Ghost King seethed with rage, extending his massive hand to unleash streaks of dark light. The shadows surged forth, ensnaring the fleeing human cultivators. With a swift motion, the Ghost King devoured them whole. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones shattering echoed as he swallowed them down. The sight of such brutality, as the Ghost King mercilessly consumed his own kin, left the remaining onlookers nearly fainting from terror. The power of the Divine Bridge realm was indeed overwhelmingly formidable. It is simply beyond the capacity of such individuals to contend with. After having consumed dozens of human cultivators, this demon king wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and erupted into hearty laughter, relishing a sensation he had not experienced in years. Just as his laughter subsided, a melodious voice resonated throughout the entire space. A demon is but a demon, the lowest form of existence, eternally unworthy of recognition. Chapter 13. The Terror of the True God, Annihilation of 10,000 Demons. In the midst of his revelry, the demon king was suddenly incensed upon hearing. His fierce gaze swept the surroundings, yet he could not discern the source of the sound. Who dares? Such audacity to tarnish my name? The demon king roared in fury, his aura intensifying. At that moment, his gaze abruptly halted, landing on a diminutive human female by the poolside. While nearly all human cultivators knelt in submission, this solitary woman remained standing resolutely, akin to a sword driven into the earth. You, a mere cultivator of the Yuanhai realm, why do you not kneel before me? The demon king bellowed in rage, raising his hand to strike at Luo Li. I am the master of the Divine Dragon Sect. I kneel only to my ancestors, not to heaven or earth. Her words rang out with unwavering resolve. Luo Li's countenance was as cold as ice, her features sharp and defined. In an instant, her form transformed into 9 ethereal dragons, darting in all directions, rendering it nearly impossible to discern her true self. Having reached the 10th level of the Yuanhai realm, Luo Li wielded the Divine Dragon's 9 transformations with unparalleled mastery. A colossal ghostly hand descended, but ultimately missed its target. What an extraordinary technique. The Ghost King, witnessing his attack fail, was not particularly taken aback. This young girl possesses some remarkable abilities, it seems. No wonder she dares to be so audacious. The Ghost King refrained from further aggression, recalling the mocking voice of a man that suddenly unsettled him. The situation appeared suspicious, as if a mysterious force lurked in the shadows. Stop searching, little ghost, Yiyun remarked with a gentle smile, slowly rising from Luo Li's figure flickered and joined Yi Yun's side. Luo Li, your technique is commendable, reminiscent of my own prowess from years past, Yi Yun said with a cheerful grin, giving her a light pat. Initially, he had intended to intervene, but upon observing Luo Li's fearless attempt to escape from the clutches of the Ghost King, who was a half-step into the Divine Bridge realm, he decided to witness the outcome. To his surprise, Luo Li successfully fled. Although the Ghost King had underestimated her, it remained a remarkable feat for someone at the 10th level of the Yuan High Realm to evade a formidable opponent. The Ghost King turned towards the source of the voice and beheld Yi Yun. He was momentarily taken aback, noting that this youth possessed merely the cultivation of the Xiandan realm. After soaking in the pool for so long, he appeared entirely unscathed, radiating vitality. Who is this person? The Ghost King pondered, somewhat astonished. Upon further scrutiny of the aura emanating from Yi Yun, he confirmed it was indeed that of the Xiandan realm, which eased his apprehension somewhat. You certainly possess a bold demeanor, the Ghost King stated coldly. With a grand gesture, dozens of malevolent spirits from the Yuan High realm surged toward Yi Yun with a ferocious roar. Luo Li was poised to draw her sword to protect her ancestor, but before she could lift it, she noticed that the spirits had halted midair. With a snap of his fingers, Yi Yun dispatched them effortlessly as they disintegrated into wisps of azure smoke upon their descent. What formidable prowess! The Ghost King, witnessing this, felt a chilling dread seep into his being. He had misjudged. This young man was certainly not of the Xiandan realm. He might be a transcendent figure of even greater strength. Hope finally flickered to life. The human cultivators who had knelt nearby sighed in relief, their faces reflecting the joy of having survived a calamity. They had not anticipated that the youth from the pool was a master of unparalleled skill, igniting their hopes for survival. The Ghost King fixed his gaze on Yi Yun, a sudden urge to flee taking root in his heart. Transforming into a swirling mass of ghostly mist, he attempted to escape with a rush. Come back, Yi Yun uttered softly. Instantly, the black mist seemed to respond to some unseen force, reversing direction and returning to him. How could this be? From within the dark fog, the Ghost King's voice echoed with astonishment. He had exerted every ounce of strength to flee, yet was yanked back by an overwhelming force. Terror gripped him, his heart racing and his spirit trembling. Could it be a being of Nirvana realm or Destiny Mirror? Such immense power rendered him utterly defenseless. Even at his peak in the Divine Bridge realm, he would be no match for this young man before him. The ancestral power is indeed formidable. As the esteemed ancestor spoke and commanded with authority, Luo Li retrieved the supreme golden dragon sword, marveling at the awe-inspiring prowess of the divine being. Truly, the divine is terrifying beyond measure. Yi Yun observed the writhing mass of black ghostly mist, his brow furrowed slightly as he coldly remarked, "Little ghost, the reason you have survived until now is so that you may comprehend your impending demise. My lord, what offense have I committed against you to warrant such a ruthless pursuit of my life?" The Ghost King trembled in fear, utterly oblivious to when he had wronged this powerful figure. Yi Yun smirked icily. Within the pool dwells a disciple of my Divine Dragon Sect. You employed him to light a celestial lamp to aid in your recovery. For this transgression alone, you deserve to perish 1,000 times over. Is that so? The Ghost King, filled with regret, pounded his chest in frustration, wishing to eradicate the human cultivators outside. A mere insignificant being had led to his demise, and he felt a deep sense of injustice. Yi Yun continued to sneer coldly. At your sluggish pace, it would take you 2 or 3 instances of lighting the celestial lamp to even begin to recover. Thus, I have preemptively infused you with a modicum of restorative spiritual energy, allowing you to awaken prematurely this time. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the Ghost King's eyes widened in terror, as if plunged into an icy abyss. It dawned on him that the peculiar spiritual energy he had absorbed while in the coffin had been intentionally bestowed upon him by this formidable presence. Now, with no escape from his fate, he still clung to a desperate hope. Kill him. The Ghost King commanded the legion of malevolent spirits, issuing the order to attack. The malevolent spirits were essentially under his control, responding to his commands and swirling forth like a dark cloud, enveloping the entire canyon. Seizing the moment of chaos, he fled into the distance. A mere display of skill. Yi Yun exhaled softly. This breath of pure energy, akin to a mysterious flame, radiated intense heat, transforming into an expansive net of fire that ensnared all the descending malevolent spirits above the canyon. With a chorus of anguished cries and hissing sounds, these notorious fiends dissipated into azure smoke in an instant. Observing the fleeing Ghost King, Yi Yun let out a cold smile and exhaled another breath of pure energy. This essence swiftly descended upon the dark mist, followed by a piercing scream from within. The entire mass of black fog then vanished into thin air. In just 2 breaths, all the spirits of the Wangwilling had been eradicated. The surrounding human cultivators were left in stunned silence, their minds shaken, resembling statues in their astonishment. Chapter 14. Little junior brother Jun Mo Shao. Who is this young man? What level of cultivation does he possess? To annihilate so many spirits from wielding with just 2 breaths is simply inconceivable. The human cultivators around him gradually rose to their feet, gazing at Yi Yun with admiration shining in their eyes, infused with fervent enthusiasm. They had never encountered such an extraordinarily powerful individual. Moments ago, a ghost king of the Divine Bridge realm had appeared from wielding, instilling a profound terror in them, with the looming threat of being devoured by that very king. Unexpectedly, in the jaws of death, a benefactor descended from the heavens to rescue them. Thank you for your assistance. Countless human cultivators clasped their fists, their expressions filled with gratitude. Yi Yun surveyed the surroundings, his gaze remaining icy. Noticing the indifference of this distinguished figure, the cultivators from various factions felt a sudden embarrassment, as if their enthusiasm had been extinguished. Let us depart. They exchanged glances, turning to leave Wan Gue Ridge. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated throughout Wan Gue Ridge. Did I permit you to leave? Upon hearing that familiar voice, everyone froze in place, turning around with bewildered expressions directed at the imminent figure. Luo Li, were they attempting to snatch your royal robe just now? Yi Yun inquired softly, his eyelids narrowing slightly. At his question, Luo Li's delicate form trembled slightly, and she decisively nodded, responding, indeed, ancestor, they all sought to seize the royal robe I wore. That is good. Yi Yun turned his gaze towards the crowd, his eyes filled with terror as he coldly declared, you all may perish. Upon hearing such inhumane words from this exalted figure, chaos erupted among the crowd. Esteemed elder, you are one of our race's supreme experts. Why resort to fratricide? Indeed, elder, you cannot do this. You are a hero in our hearts. Elder, with just a breath, you could obliterate Wan Gue Ridge. Such an act would be recorded in the annals of the ancient Moon Dynasty, and we take great pride in you. Senior, you were merely jesting just now. Were you not? Surely, you would not truly resort to taking our lives? At this moment, the expressions of the human cultivators surrounding them varied greatly. Some were in disbelief. Others fervently lauded, while a few remained silent, their eyes glimmering with a calculating light as they contemplated their escape routes. Yi Yun's gaze was elevated, surveying those around him with an impassive demeanor. Anyone daring to bully the disciples of my Divine Dragon Sect must face but one fate, death. Upon uttering these words, Yi Yun exhaled a breath of clear, chilling air, which surged outward. Witnessing this terrifying exhalation, all present were struck with dread, immediately invoking their formidable powers to flee in all directions. Yet their overall strength was inferior to the malevolent spirits of the ghostly Wailing Ridge. How could they possibly escape? Amidst their cries of despair, thousands of human cultivators were reduced to wisps of azure smoke. Seeing this astonishing scene, Luo Li's pupils widened. Her ancestor truly was ruthless. She thought with exhilaration. In her mind, it was conceivable that these individuals would be thoroughly reprimanded. But the annihilation of thousands was beyond her expectations. The audacity of such an act was profoundly shocking. Little did Luo Li comprehend that, in the eyes of the divine, all life is akin to mere insects. Yi Yun glanced at Luo Li, patting her shoulder, and smiled as he said, there is no need to feel sympathy for them. Oh, Luo Li replied softly, her complexion still somewhat pale. With a smile, Yi Yun remarked, even if they perish, a new crop of chives will inevitably sprout. There is no need for concern. Although Luo Li found the elder's words somewhat perplexing, she obediently nodded in agreement. Well, it is quiet now, Yi Yun proclaimed, clapping his hands and chuckling lightly. However, as his brow furrowed slightly, he noticed that within the pool remained a few human cultivators clinging to the last vestiges of life. These individuals had endured the illumination of the Heaven-S lantern for over 10 days, nearing the point of depletion. Let us send you on your way, Yi Yun. And in an instant, more than 10,000 vanished, leaving only Luo Li's junior disciple, Jun Mo Shao. With a wave of his hand, Jun Mo Shao soared from the pool, landing gracefully on the ground beside them. Junior disciple, Luo Li's heart tightened, and she rushed forward. Yi Yun swiftly appeared next to Jun Mo Shao, gently restraining Luo Li with one hand. He whispered, this water contains a certain toxin. Refrain from contact for the time being. As he spoke, he rummaged through his storage, retrieving a small vial from which he poured a single drop of emerald liquid. Once this drop touched Jun Mo Shao, the toxic water that had clung to him dissipated entirely, leaving Luo Li in awe. Yi Yun offered no further explanation, securing the vial before channeling a thread of his spiritual energy into Jun Mo Shao. Only then did Jun Mo Shao awaken, his eyes fluttering open as the blurred surroundings crystallized into clarity, revealing the exquisite visage of his senior sister before him. Sister, Have we met? Jun Mo Shao uttered, a dazed smile gracing his lips. The descendants of the Divine Dragon Sect are few and far between, their lineage precariously teetering on the brink of extinction. Ever since the demise of their master, the plight of the three disciples has grown increasingly dire. Firstly, the eldest sister vanished while selflessly protecting them, her fate shrouded in uncertainty. Subsequently, faced with relentless pursuers, he diverted their attention to allow Sister Luoli to escape to safety. Although she managed to flee, Jun Mo Shao understood that her solitary journey would be fraught with peril, and she could hardly evade her pursuers for long. To his dismay, days later, he discovered that his sister had met with a tragic end, leading to their reunion in the depths of hell. What are you saying, junior brother? How could we have perished? Luo Li scolded Jun Mo Shao with a hint of exasperation, before breaking into a smile and gently gesturing towards the young man clad in white beside her. Hurry and pay your respects to our ancestor, she urged. Our ancestor? Jun Mo Shao exclaimed, disbelief evident in his eyes as he turned to look at the strikingly handsome youth, whose appearance was not much older than his own. Sister, you must be mistaken. Is there any room for error in this? Luo Li retorted. Let me enlighten you, junior brother. This is none other than the most illustrious ancestor in the history of the Divine Dragon Sect. I suspect you could never have imagined this. A faint blush adorned her cheeks as she raised her chin slightly, pride illuminating her features. Yi Yun, this esteemed ancestor, represents the peak of the sect's glory, having elevated the Divine Dragon Sect to the status of an eternal-level sect, thus making the most significant contributions to its legacy. Jun Mo Shao closed his eyes, contemplating for a while, remaining silent. After some time, he opened his eyes and tentatively inquired, could it be that I am the 13th sect leader of the Divine Dragon Sect? Indeed, little junior brother, you are remarkably astute, Luo Li exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands. Little junior brother was always clever. They were often well-matched in intellect. How could that be possible? Sister, you must be jesting. Jun Mo Shao replied with a wry smile, shaking his head repeatedly. The 13th sect leader of the Divine Dragon Sect has been dead for a staggering 100,000 years. Chapter 15. The little junior brother is stunned. Yi Yun, with his hands clasped behind his back, observed the exchange between the sister and brother, a look of contentment gracing his face. Jun Mo Shao's reaction was indeed understandable. The title of the 13th sect leader of the Divine Dragon Sect was far removed from the present, having passed a full 100,000 years. It was exceedingly rare for any ordinary cultivator to live such an extended life. Even those who reached the true God realm could not hope to survive for a century, let alone a millennium. Seeing that Jun Mo Shao was entirely unconvinced, Luo Li stamped her foot in frustration and declared, little junior brother, when have I ever deceived you? With that, Luo Li raised the sect leader's token high, her expression solemn as she pledged an oath. I, Luo Li, as the 298th sect leader of the Divine Dragon Sect, affirm that my words just spoken are entirely true, should there be any falsehood. May the heavens strike me with thunder. Sister, you must not do this. One cannot make oaths so lightly. Jun Mo Shao exclaimed, suddenly feeling a surge of energy as he propped himself up, his voice filled with urgency. Luo Li gazed solemnly at Jun Mo Shao and inquired, do you believe now? Senior sister, I believe you. I truly believe, Jun Mo Shao replied, nodding fervently. He lifted his gaze to Yi Yun, his eyes widening in astonishment. How could this ancestor, who had passed away for 100,000 years, still be alive? According to the sect's records, this venerable figure had reached an extraordinarily high level of cultivation, attaining the pinnacle of the Tsangnan continent. Yet, even at such a peak, it seemed implausible that one could survive for 100 millennia. Luo Li chuckled softly beside him. Junior brother, do not concern yourself with how the ancestor has endured to this day. Just recognize that he is the 13th generation ancestor of our Divine Dragon Sect. Understood. Senior sister, Jun Mo Shao nodded repeatedly, struggling to rise before suddenly kneeling on the ground, respectfully bowing to Yi Yun. I pay my respects to the ancestor. Seeing Jun Mo Shao finally acknowledge his identity, Yi Yun felt a sense of relief wash over him. With a gentle wave of his hand, he released a surge of energy that lifted Jun Mo Shao back to his feet. Given your current frailty, let us forego such worldly. Yi Yun offered a faint smile as he produced a small vial. Upon seeing it, Luo Li's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly, Junior brother, your days of hardship are finally coming to an end. You are about to embark on a magnificent path. Jun Mo Shao gazed at Luo Li in bewilderment, and with her hands on her hips, she stood proudly before him, declaring, Junior brother, do you see what level of cultivation I have attained? Despite being gravely ill, Jun Mo Shao still retained a trace of magical power. As he sensed it, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed in disbelief, Senior sister, how have you reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the Yuan Sea realm? He laughed heartily, adding, I knew you would be utterly astonished to see me. To tell you the truth, it's the ancestral blood of the primordial dragon that my ancestor used to replace my own blood, which is why my cultivation has soared so dramatically. Luo Li couldn't help but burst into laughter, entirely devoid of any feminine decorum. The mention of primordial dragon's blood sent a jolt through Jun Mo Shao, and he suddenly blacked out. Oh no, junior brother, why did you faint all of a sudden? Seeing Jun Mo Shao collapse, Luo Li rushed over to support him. Yi Yun observed this scene with a smile, gently waving his hand, causing Jun Mo Shao to awaken with ease. Ancestor, do you truly possess the blood of the primordial dragon? Jun Mo Shao looked at Yi Yun in astonishment, his expression filled with disbelief. As a descendant of the Divine Dragon Sect, he was naturally highly attuned to the essence of the Divine Dragon's blood, especially the primordial dragon's blood, which lay deep within their legacy. Indeed, noticing Jun Mo Xiao's shocked demeanor, Yi Yun moved his hand, producing a small vial. Upon seeing this familiar vial, Luo Li's face lit up with joy. Junior brother, the ancestor holds the blood of the primordial dragon. Jun Mo Xiao licking his lips and spoke with difficulty. This vial of primordial dragon's blood must contain at least 100 drops, right? What a jest. Junior brother, do you truly believe there are 100 drops inside? Luo Li fixed her gaze intently upon her junior disciple. Did I truly err in my words? Jun Mo Xiao, equally perplexed, looked at Luo Li and, with a tinge of uncertainty, inquired, Sister, could it possibly be only a few dozen drops? In exasperation, Luo Li raised her sword, aiming to strike Jun Mo Xiao on the head, but halted midair, retracting her hand as a playful laughter erupted from her lips. My dear junior, allow me to reveal a truth. Though it appears to be but a small vial, it conceals a treasure within. There is an abundance of ancestral dragon's blood inside. Luo Li proclaimed with pride. Is there much? Jun Mo Xiao blinked, scrutinizing the small vial in Yi Yun's possession, and hesitantly ventured, could it be around 1,000 drops? Witnessing Jun Mo Xiao's lack of resolve, Luo Li could not help but stomp her foot, laughing heartily. 1,000 drops? How could that be? To speak on, dear junior disciple, there is a large basin worth at least over 100,000 drops. What? Over 100,000 drops? Jun Mo Xiao was left astounded, his vision darkening as he fainted once more. Alas, junior disciple, why have you fainted again? Luo Li, embodying a mix of frustration, stomped her foot and bit her lip, feeling helpless. Your junior disciple is younger than you and has encountered far too little. He lacks the resilience for such matters. Yi Yun commented from the side, chuckling as he gently infused a thread of magical energy. Slowly, Jun Mo Xiao reopened his eyes and sat up once again. Yi Yun opened the small vial and extracted 2 drops of the ancestral dragon's blood. With a gentle flick of his finger, the droplets soared towards Jun Mo Xiao. As he sensed the unique aura of the ancestral dragon's blood, Jun Mo Xiao felt his entire being ignite, as if a powerful summons resided within him. Although he possessed a trace of dragon lineage within his veins, it was exceedingly sparse. Nonetheless, he could not deny the profound resonance he felt with the ancestral. At this moment, Yi Yun spoke with a smile. In the Wangu Ghost Ridge, you underwent a trial akin to lighting the heavenly lantern. While it severely harmed your body, it has paradoxically aided you. You should be able to successfully absorb these 2 drops of ancestral dragon's blood. Thank you so much, ancestor, Jun Mo Xiao replied, tears suddenly welling up in his eyes. The torment he endured in the Wangu Ghost Ridge seemed to find its recompense at this instant. And the nature of this reward was beyond imagination, truly astonishing. Yi Yun smiled gently. Luo Li, standing nearby, urged, Junior brother, do not let this opportunity slip away. Quickly ingest these 2 drops of ancestral dragon's blood. Understood, senior sister, Jun Mo Xiao responded. As he opened his mouth, the 2 droplets of ancestral dragon's blood entered his body. The potent essence transformed into a myriad of pure energy, surging around him. In that moment, Jun Mo Xiao felt an indescribable surge of power within him. With a sudden clap of his hands against the ground, he promptly settled into a meditative posture, employing the unique techniques of the Dragon Sect to begin absorbing the ancestral dragon's blood. Chapter 16. The fish leaps over the dragon, ascending to the 4th layer of divine sculpting as the blood of the ancestor dragon began to be refined. Jun Mo Xiao's aura surged. He ascended through the stages of qi gathering, from the 6th layer to the 7th layer, then the 8th layer, and finally reaching the 10th layer. He stepped into the realm of Xiandan, ascending through the 1st layer, the 2nd layer, until he reached the Yuan High Realm, progressing swiftly through the 1st layer, the 2nd layer, and finally the 3rd layer. Jun Mo Xiao's cultivation soared rapidly during the refinement of the ancestor dragon's essence. Luo Li clenched her fists tightly, her expression tense as she focused intently on her junior brother, softly murmuring words only she could hear. Junior brother, You must strive to break through the Yuan High realm and reach the divine sculpting realm. Yiyan stood with his hands behind his back, a gentle smile gracing his face as he observed the sibling pair, feeling a profound sense of comfort. After enduring the baptism of the ancestor dragon's blood, they had both risen to become formidable cultivators of the ancient Moon dynasty. If all went well, Mo Xiao would undoubtedly achieve a breakthrough to the divine sculpting realm. The next step would depend on his opportunities. Should fortune favor him, he might even ascend to the 5th layer of divine sculpting, surpassing Luo Li's. To be fair, Mo Xiao's talent was not necessarily superior to that of Luo Li. Yiyan had assessed their abilities, finding them quite equal. However, Luo Li exhibited greater maturity in her mindset and a more refined approach to her endeavors, far surpassing the inexperienced Mo Xiao. With his eyes, Mo Xiao's complexion flushed, his breath heavy as 2 streams of crimson energy flowed through his nostrils. His aura continued to ascend relentlessly through the 8th layer of Yuan High, and then the 9th layer. In the 10th layer of Bang, a sudden sound reverberated within Ma Xiao, causing his body to tremble slightly as his cultivation unexpectedly ascended to the shaping god realm. How splendid! My junior disciple is the first to break through to the shaping god realm. This is truly a momentous occasion for our Divine Dragon Sect. Luo Li was overwhelmed with excitement, yet she refrained from exclaiming loudly, her fists clenched in enthusiasm. The aura surrounding Ma Xiao surged, ultimately stabilizing at the 4th layer of the shaping god realm, one minor level lower than Yiyan had anticipated. Nonetheless, Yiyan felt quite satisfied. At this moment, Ma Xiao opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance, exuding a robust presence that conveyed an extraordinary strength. He immediately knelt before Yiyan, respectfully bowing. "Thank you, ancestor, for your blessing." "Rise," Yiyan replied with a gentle smile, a wave of spiritual energy enveloping Ma Xiao and lifting him to his feet. "My junior disciple, you have truly endured hardship to reap sweet rewards. You have now become a formidable being of the shaping god realm," Luo Li said with a beaming smile, patting Ma Xiao's shoulder, embodying the demeanor of a sect leader. Ma Xiao responded with a bashful smile. "Senior sister, it is all thanks to ancestors' guidance." "Indeed." Luo Li, touched by the sentiment, turned her gaze towards Yiyan, her eyes reflecting gratitude. Yiyan feigned ignorance, smiling as he inquired, Ma Xiao, how proficient have you become with the Divine Dragon Sword technique?" Upon hearing the ancestor's question, Ma Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. Reporting to the ancestor, "I have not mastered the Divine Dragon Sword technique as well as I would like." "Have you all truly achieved the highest mastery of the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon's movement technique?" Yiyan smiled, and Mo smiled shyly, nodding in agreement. The 3 siblings had mastered the extraordinary technique of the Divine Dragon's 9 transformations to its utmost limit. Otherwise, they could not have escaped from those of the Celestial Dan and Yuan Si realms. "You have truly faced many hardships over the years." Yiyan sighed, gently patting Mo's shoulder. With a subtle motion of his wrist, he immediately produced a magnificent sword. "This sword is a gift for you." Feeling the aura of the blade, Luo Li exclaimed with excitement, "Junior brother, you must thank our ancestor at once. This is an imperial level divine sword?" Mo was taken aback, quickly sensing the sword's essence. His mouth fell agape, eyes wide in astonishment, as he stood frozen like a statue. "An imperial level divine sword? How could our ancestor possess such an extraordinary weapon?" At that moment, Luo Li proudly brandished her supreme golden dragon sword and declared, "Junior brother, look, our ancestor has gifted me one as well, and it surpasses yours." Mo examined Luo Li's sword, unable to suppress a smirk. "It's not as good as mine. Yours is merely heaven level." Luo Li, slightly irritated, pouted and replied, "That is because I asked our ancestor to seal this sword to avoid misunderstandings. As my cultivation progresses, the seal will gradually unravel. How about this? You should also have our ancestor seal your sword, just like mine. What do you think?" Mo Xiao listened to Luo Li's words and found them profoundly meaningful. He quickly turned to Yiyan and smiled. "Ancestor, could you please help me seal this sword as well? Are you also one to keep a low profile?" Yiyan inquired with a smile. "Indeed, ancestor. We have been fleeing alongside our master since childhood and have long grown accustomed to living modestly. It is better for this sword to remain unremarkable," Mo Xiao replied. His cheeks flushed. "Very well," Yiyan nodded in understanding. He could empathize with the mental state of these siblings. Both were fugitives who preferred to keep a low profile, as it was a means of prolonging their existence. He gently touched the sword with his finger, instantly diminishing its quality to the heavenly grade. "By the way, ancestor, what is the name of this sword?" Luo Li asked candidly from the side. "This sword is called the Hunyuan Wajijian," Yiyan replied softly. "What a splendid name. It sounds exceedingly domineering, haha. However, Little Junior, your weapon is still a level weaker than mine, Luoli exclaimed excitedly. Senior sister, the imperial grade is already quite commendable. The divine grade is simply beyond imagination. Besides, you are the newly appointed leader of our Divine Dragon Sect. So it is only natural that my sword is of lesser quality, Jun Mo Xiao remarked with a dismissive smile. He cherished the Hunyuan Wajijian, a wave of boundless joy surging within him. Once, when he was merely a small cultivator at the gathering body stage, he could hardly have dreamed of possessing an imperial grade sword. Now that his wish had come true, he felt as though he might burst out laughing from the sheer delight. Everything had changed so swiftly. After experiencing the momentous occasion at wielding, where lanterns were lit, I encountered my venerable ancestor. To my astonishment, his cultivation had been elevated to the 4th layer of the divine sculpting realm, and he bestowed upon me an imperial-grade Hunyuan wood. It felt as though I were ensnared in a dream. Here, take this, Yian remarked with a soft chuckle, producing a black robe and tossing it to Jun Ma Xiao. Your previous attire is tattered. You might as well don this one. Upon receiving the black long robe and sensing its aura, Jun Ma Xiao's heart quivered, nearly causing him to drop it. This was indeed a royal-grade robe. How profound is the foundation of my ancestor. Not only did he present me with an imperial weapon, but he also gifted me a royal-grade robe. Such generosity left Jun Ma Xiao utterly astonished. Was the Shenlong sect so formidable 100,000 years ago? Even if it had reached the pinnacle of eternal-class sects by then, it should not have possessed such imperial and divine weapons. Despite the confusion swirling within him, Jun Ma Xiao chose to conceal his thoughts. Luo Li turned away as Jun Ma Xiao stripped off his old clothing and adorned himself in the black robe. Observing the youthful visage of Jun Ma Xiao, Yian felt a stir in his heart and gently inquired, Jun Ma Xiao, when you were taken to wielding by that masked individual, did you discern anything amiss about him? Upon hearing the inquiry from his ancestor, Jun Ma Xiao began to recollect the entirety of the encounter. After several moments of contemplation, he finally spoke softly, Ancestor, this person was exceedingly cautious, remaining largely silent throughout our journey. However, on one occasion, while I was attending to my personal needs, I inadvertently caught a glimpse of the emblem of the Chuyun Sword Sect peeking out from beneath the clothing of the cart. I couldn't help but wonder if there was a connection to the Chuyun Sword Sect. Chuyun Sword Sect? Yian turned his gaze towards Luoli. Chapter 17, Journey Westward. The sword points to Chuyun upon being questioned by the ancestor. Luoli hurriedly clarified, Ancestor, the Chuyun Sword Sect is also one of the top 10 powers of the ancient Moon Dynasty, located in the western region at Chuyun Mountain, approximately 10,000 miles from wielding. Very well, let us pay a visit to the Chuyun Sword Sect, Yiyun said, gently brushing his fingers against his brow, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With a flick of his wrist, a black carriage materialized before them. As the carriage appeared, it emanated a fierce aura, causing the surrounding space to distort and ripple, as if struggling to contain its overwhelming presence. Withdraw. With a light gesture, Yiyun diminished the oppressive aura instantaneously. My heavens, is that truly a divine-level carriage? At that moment, Luo Li acutely sensed the rank of the black carriage, her mouth agape in astonishment. Jun Mo Xiao also perceived it. The two exchanged glances, and the shock in each other's eyes was unmistakable, especially Jun Mo Xiao, who became even more curious about the ancestor. To casually produce a mode of transport of such caliber spoke volumes about the ancestor's profound foundation. How formidable must it be? No wonder it was said that 100,000 years ago, the Divine Dragon Sect was the foremost sect in the Cangnan continent, having reached an eternal level. Truly remarkable. After the appearance of the black carriage, no horses materialized. Yian flicked his wrist once more, summoning a tall, ebony steed. This magnificent horse was adorned with scales resembling those of a dragon and sported a singular horn upon its brow, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao gazed at this dark stallion, feeling the terrifying energy emanating from it, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. They sensed the presence of an immense and fearsome entity looming nearby, instilling a profound sense of mortal peril. Good heavens, what manner of beast is this black horse? Yiyun approached, gently patting the horse's head, and remarked with a smile, Little steed, your appearance is rather frightening. Perhaps you could tone it down a bit. With a sudden, resounding neigh that echoed into the heavens, the black stallion trembled, shedding its dragon scales and the horn upon its head, as well as the terrifying aura that had surrounded it. It transformed into an ordinary black horse. Excellent, Yian nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, I shall not frighten any little ones. The black horse grinned widely, revealing a row of pearly teeth, and spoke in human tongue. That is reassuring. Yian chuckled heartily and turned to the astonished duo of senior siblings, saying, What are you waiting for? Hurry aboard. Having said that, Yi Yun leapt gracefully onto the carriage and entered the compartment within. Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li exchanged a glance, instantly awakening to their surroundings. They rushed forward and leaped onto the carriage, positioning themselves on either side at the front, assuming the role of coachman. Ancestor, may I drive for you? Jun Mo Xiao asked nervously, grasping the reins with trembling hands. No problem, came Yi Yun's voice from within the carriage. Jun Mo Xiao gently, and the black horse turned its head to glance at him, seemingly grinning. Let us go, Jun Mo Xiao said, still trembling. The black horse began to move, departing from the wangwilling. Although the horse's pace was not swift, each step seemed to cover an extraordinary distance, moving with remarkable speed. After leaving wangwilling, Yi Yun's voice resonated again. You two siblings are still not fully familiar with our sect's techniques, so we shall travel by carriage. This journey will provide you an opportunity to regain some of your combat strength. When we arrive at the Chuyun Sword sect, it will be up to the two of you to take action. Rest assured, Ancestor, we will strive to cultivate diligently, Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li replied eagerly, nodding in agreement. At that moment, they comprehended the Ancestor's thoughtful intentions, realizing he wished to guide them through the fundamental skills of the Shenlong sect during the journey. After all, their mastery was still lacking. Even with the Shenlong 9 transformations technique, they felt confident, yet in the Ancestor's discerning eyes, it remained inadequate. The sound of the wheels rolling echoed as the black carriage slowly set forth. Though it appeared to move leisurely, it swiftly vanished into the horizon, heading towards the western Chuyun Sword sect. Merely a few hours passed. A group of cultivators arrived at the Wangui Ridge, only to be met with an astonishing transformation that left each of them in a state of shock, clutching their heads in fear. Not a single spirit could be found. The entire Wangui Ridge lay desolate, devoid of even a single human cultivator. What could have transpired? At that moment, more individuals approached. Among them a disciple of the Blood Garment sect. Upon reaching Wangui Ridge, he was immediately struck with astonishment, murmuring to himself, "What has happened? The deputy sect master has yet to return to the sect?" As more cultivators gathered, they were collectively astounded to discover that their fellow disciples had mysteriously vanished. What on earth was occurring? Not only had all the malevolent spirits disappeared, but disciples from various major factions had also seemingly evaporated into thin air. Confounded, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, each person staring at the other in utter perplexity. After a brief discourse, no one could arrive at a satisfactory conclusion, prompting them to return to their sects to report the unsettling news. The shocking events at Wangui Ridge spread like wildfire throughout the entire ancient Moon dynasty, even reaching neighboring regions. Everyone was abuzz with speculation regarding the extraordinary changes at Wangui Ridge, engaging in fervent discussions that ultimately yielded no reasonable explanation. The incident had evolved into an enigma. Many cultivators, during their leisure, enjoyed gathering to share a drink while animatedly discussing the Wangui Ridge affair. Amidst the vibrant atmosphere permeating the ancient Moon dynasty, a black carriage arrived at the foot of Chuyun Mountain 2 weeks later. Ancestor, this is Chuyun Mountain, Jin Mo Xiao respectfully announced. Very well, do not halt, continue onward. Should anyone dare to obstruct your path, simply slay them with a single stroke of your sword. Yi Yun's voice resonated from within the carriage. Understood, esteemed Ancestor, Jun Mo Xiao replied with palpable excitement, gripping the Hunyuan Wajijian tightly. Throughout their journey, under the guidance of their venerable Ancestor, although his realm had not yet transcended, his true strength had undeniably undergone a qualitative leap. He gained a deeper understanding of the 3 supreme techniques of the Shenlong sect. Beside him, his senior sister Luo Li had also ascended to the first tier of the Shaping God realm, her combat prowess equally enhanced, both adorned in royal-grade robes. They were impervious to ordinary attacks, further fortified by their divine weapons and the unparalleled techniques of the Shenlong sect. Their combat capabilities were truly incomparable to those of their contemporaries. This time, they were determined to use the Yunjian sect as a litmus test to gauge their current prowess. Chapter 18. A forceful visit to the Yunjian sect at the foot of the Chuyun Mountain. A carriage glided smoothly. Soon arriving at the entrance of the Yunjian sect, 2 disciples stood sentinel at the gate. As they spotted the approaching black carriage, they exchanged perplexed glances. Who goes there? Halt immediately, one disciple commanded, drawing his sword and eyeing the carriage with suspicion. Seated at the front of the carriage were a young man and a maiden, both seemingly youthful. However, upon sensing each other's cultivation levels, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. The maiden was at the first tier of the Shaping God realm, while the young man astonishingly reached the 4th tier. This was truly formidable. In their Xuanzong of the Outcloud, those who have reached the divine sculpting realm are undoubtedly elders of the sect, well past the age of 50. Summon your sect leader forth. Jun Mo Xiao's gaze fell upon the disciples guarding the mountain gate, his brow arching with incredulity. Summoned, the two disciples were momentarily taken aback. Was this youth's bravado not excessive? Upon arrival, he demanded they call for their leader. Which sect do you represent? State your name. One disciple cleared his throat, adopting a stern expression as he inquired. Their leader held considerable authority and was perpetually occupied. Should they enter without proper introduction, they would likely face repercussions from their leader for failing to ascertain the visitor's sect. We hail from the Divine Dragon Sect, Luoli replied, her expression frosty as she revealed her affiliation. The two disciples exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. What was this Divine Dragon Sect? They had never heard of it before. Apologies, but we have no knowledge of the Divine Dragon Sect, one disciple responded brusquely. If it were a renowned sect within the ancient Yu dynasty, they would certainly be aware. Yet this Divine Dragon Sect was entirely unfamiliar to them. Luo Li's countenance darkened slightly. As the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect, being dismissed by two mere practitioners of the profound pill realm was a blow to her pride. With a subtle shift, she gracefully dismounted from the carriage, resembling a fleeting shadow. In an instant, she stood before the two disciples, drawing forth the supreme golden dragon sword, and with a swift motion, she aimed it at the brow of one disciple, her voice icy as she spoke. In the past, ignorance was of little consequence, but you shall soon be enlightened. Hurry to report to your master, lest it be too late. Otherwise, do not blame me, the master of this sect, for unleashing a massacre. The chilling aura emanating from the tip of the sword pierced through to the disciple's very core, causing his complexion to shift dramatically and beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. He was but a mere third-level cultivator of the profound pill realm. And in the presence of the formidable entity from the god-sculpting realm, the sheer intensity of the opponent's overwhelming presence rendered him breathless. Please wait. I shall inform the sect leader at once, he stammered, retreating several steps before hastily making his way back to the sect. Nearby, another disciple was drenched in cold sweat, his expression one of sheer terror as he gazed at the enchanting young lady before him, struggling to swallow hard. The power of the god-sculpting realm was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, the disciple who rushed to report reached the inner courtyard and happened upon an elderly man clad in white robes. Elderman, there is a request for an audience with the sect leader from the Divine Dragon Sect. You must convey this immediately, he said breathlessly. What sect is the Divine Dragon Sect? I have never heard of it before. What kind of manners are these, rushing in so recklessly? Elder Mu retorted, his expression darkening. Elder Mu, those two individuals are exceedingly powerful. They are both experts of the god-sculpting realm, the disciple replied, his voice tinged with desperation. What? They are actually experts of the god-sculpting realm? Elder Mu exclaimed, taken aback. In the ancient Moon Empire, such formidable cultivators could shake the very foundations of the world with a stamp of their foot. Even within their own exiled Cloud Sword sect, they possessed no more than 8 such experts. Did you ascertain their specific cultivation levels? Elder Mu inquired with renewed seriousness. The disciple hastily remarked, I have discerned, Elder Mu. One of the young ladies, aged around 16 or 17, possesses a cultivation level of the first layer of the god-sculpting realm. She claims to be the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect. The other young man, aged about 15 or 16, surpasses her, having reached the 4th layer of the god-sculpting realm. What did you say? Upon hearing this report, Elder Mu was taken aback, nearly fainting from shock. To attain the god-sculpting realm at such a tender age is utterly astonishing. Such a prodigy does not exist within the entire ancient Moon dynasty. Could they possibly hail from beyond our realm? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Elder Mu hurriedly made his way to the Master's Hall. Upon meeting the sect leader, Li Qingshan, he immediately conveyed the details of the encounter. Li Qingshan's expression turned grave upon hearing the news. The arrival of two formidable beings in the god-sculpting realm is no trivial matter. Come, let us step outside and ascertain what is truly happening, he declared, striding out of the hall with Elder Mu closely behind. As they reached the mountain gate, Li Qingshan beheld the two figures standing outside, a young man and a young woman, both strikingly handsome. After a careful examination, Li Qingshan felt a jolt of astonishment. Indeed, as Elder Mu had stated, one was at the 4th layer and the other at the 1st layer of the god-sculpting realm. They were both extraordinary talents. Li Qingshan sighed inwardly as he regarded these two individuals. Having devoted decades to his own cultivation, he had only achieved the 5th layer of the god-sculpting realm. Yet, these remarkably youthful individuals had already reached such heights. Particularly the young man. Given a little more time, he would likely surpass Li Qingshan himself. Through the two individuals, Li Qingshan caught sight of the black carriage. The carriage appeared rather unremarkable, yet it evoked an odd sensation within him that there is a remarkable figure within. Li Qingshan pondered silently. With a temperament that leaned towards caution, he promptly released a strand of divine consciousness to sweep over the carriage. To his relief, he discovered it was entirely vacant, devoid of even a shadow. This realization eased his mind. It seemed this carriage was indeed occupied by the young lady. Elder Mu had once mentioned that she claimed to be the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect. Although it seemed somewhat absurd for someone so young to hold such a title, Li Qishan found no humor in the matter. After all, to achieve the status of sect leader at the first level of the divine transformation realm surely indicated she possessed the requisite qualifications. Having encountered two distant acquaintances, I am Li Qishan, the current sect leader of the Outcloud Sword sect. May I inquire as to the identities of both esteemed individuals? Li Qishan clasped his hands together, a smile gracing his lips. Luo Li, maintaining a composed demeanor, also slightly clasped her hands and softly replied, I am Luo Li, the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect. Noticing Luo Li's poise, Yi Yun in the carriage couldn't help but smile knowingly. Despite her youth, Luo Li exhibited the bearing of a master in her every gesture. With his hands behind his back, Li Qishan smiled and asked, What brings you both to my Outcloud Sword sect? I demand that all individuals who have departed from the Outcloud Sword sect within the past 2 months be summoned before me. I seek an adversary. Luo Li's eyelids narrowed slightly as she spoke coldly. Seek an adversary? Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the few elders of the Izumo Sword sect at the Divine Creation Realm have provoked the Divine Dragon Sect? Chapter 19. Unraveling Layers. Tension rising. Li Qingshan's mood was somewhat heavy as he cast a glance at Elder Mu. In the past 2 months, has anyone from our sect ventured out at the Divine Creation Realm? Elder Mu pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow, and replied, No one has gone out. Li Qingshan immediately understood, turning to the beautiful maiden with a smile. Sect leader Luo. The elders of the Izumo Sword sect at the Divine Creation Realm have not emerged in the past 2 months. I wonder who has offended someone from your esteemed sect. Luo Li did not respond directly, but instead glanced at her junior disciple, Jun Ma Xiao. He stepped forward, his countenance as refined as jade, his eyes sparkling like the morning stars, standing tall like a sword, exuding an aura of youthful vigor. He regarded Li Qingshan with a calm gaze and spoke in a low voice, Sect leader Li. You may summon all disciples below the Divine Creation Realm who have ventured outside in the past 2 months. I shall identify them one by one. Li Qingshan hesitated slightly. Despite being at a lower realm, this youth exuded an immense pressure. The vitality radiating from him was as vigorous as a dragon, causing the air to tremble imperceptibly with each breath, a truly rare prodigy. Particularly noteworthy was the fact that both the youth and the maiden were adorned in royal robes, bestowing upon them an air of extraordinary nobility, which made Li Qingshan even more cautious in his actions. After a moment's contemplation, he decided that harmony was paramount. Thus, he addressed Elder Mu, Please summon all disciples who have been out in the past 2 months to the plaza. Understood, sect leader. Elder Mu acknowledged with a nod and hurried inside. He too understood the leader's predicament. After all, these two seemingly distinguished youths of the sculpted realm are certainly not ordinary individuals. The Yuyun Sword sect would likely be ill-equipped to offend them. Li Qingshan turned to Luo Li and offered a gentle smile, saying, Please, follow me. Luo Li cast a glance at Jun Mo Xiao, who, understanding the cue, immediately shifted his form to the vicinity of the black carriage, guiding the horses as they slowly advanced through the mountain gate. A flicker of intrigue crossed Li Qingshan's eyes. He was puzzled as to why it was imperative to bring the carriage along. Yet, despite his curiosity, he merely cast a fleeting glance at the black carriage without uttering a word, continuing to lead the way ahead, with Luo Li trailing behind. Soon, the group arrived at the square. At that moment, individuals began to gather in increasing numbers, creating a lively assemblage. Jun Mo Xiao leapt from the carriage, standing in the square with a gaze as sharp as a hawk, meticulously observing the disciples who arrived, searching for the person he had once encountered. However, none of the disciples from the Yuyun Sword sect bore any resemblance to the coachman he had seen that day. Jun Mo Xiao remained unperturbed, methodically continuing. As the crowd swelled, it eventually reached several thousand. Many disciples, upon arriving at the square, were enveloped in a sense of bewilderment, exchanging whispers amongst themselves. The atmosphere buzzing with noise. Master, everyone has gathered, Elder Mu reported to Li Qingshan while counting the attendees. Li Qingshan nodded in acknowledgement and then turned his gaze to Jun Mo Xiao, who furrowed his brow, still unable to locate the coachman. Are we truly complete? Jun Mo Xiao coldly inquired of Elder Mu. We are nearly complete, came the reply. Elder Mu felt a chill run down his spine as he was scrutinized by Jun Mo Xiao's gaze, hastily nodding in response. It is impossible. In the past, I observed a disciple from the Chuyun Sword sect, and he is not among them. Jun Mo Xiao replied with unwavering conviction. Li Qingshan turned to Elder Mu and inquired, Elder Mu, please ponder once more and see if anyone else has been overlooked. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Mu suddenly smacked his forehead and exclaimed, At the ancestral resting place on the back mountain, there are 2 disciples who attended to the old ancestor. They have previously descended the mountain. What are we waiting for? Summon them immediately, Junimo Shao said coldly. A look of concern crossed Elder Mu's face as he turned to Li Qingshan, stating, Sect Master, those 2 pose no threat. They have only descended once. Li Qingshan sighed, realizing that given the circumstances, he had no choice but to ask Elder Mu to exert himself once more. After all, he did not wish to find himself at odds with these 2 individuals. Should these 2 formidable beings of the god-sculpting realm become adversaries of the Chuyun Sword Sect? Even if the sect were to prevail, it would come at a grievous cost. Li Qingshan was reluctant to inflict significant losses upon the sect over a trivial matter. Elder Mu received his orders and departed. Shortly thereafter, he returned with the 2 individuals, both of whom appeared to be in their 30s. Junimo Shao scrutinized them for a moment before his eyes brightened, pointing at one of the young men and declaring, This is the one. Li Qingshan took a glance and noticed that this disciple's cultivation was merely at the first layer of the Yuan-Si realm. Master Luo, how could this disciple of Chuyun sect, with such limited cultivation, possibly become our enemy? Li Qingshan questioned. Junimo Shao suddenly extended his hand, effortlessly drawing closer the disciple from the Yuan High realm, who had been keeping his head bowed. Do you still recognize me? Junimo Shao inquired with a cold smirk. The disciple raised his head and scrutinized Junimo Shao's visage. As he gazed, a sense of horror enveloped him, and suddenly, he began to tremble uncontrollably. How can it be you? Weren't you supposed to have perished at the 10,000 Ghosts Ridge? He exclaimed in disbelief. Thanks to your kind wishes, I survived. Junimo Shao retorted with a series of chilling laughs. Gripping the disciple firmly, he strode towards Li Qingshan. The disciple struggled incessantly, shouting, This is impossible. Were you not at the Qi gathering stage back then? How is it that in just over half a month you have ascended to the 4th level of the god-sculpting realm? Junimo Shao merely scoffed, offering no response to his query. However, Li Qingshan and the others felt their hearts race. How could one possibly elevate from the Qi gathering stage to the god-sculpting realm in merely half a month? In that instant, they began to deem their fellow disciples somewhat deranged. Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Who are these 2? How dare they stir trouble in my Chuyun Sword Sect and abduct my disciple? The voice boomed, accompanied by a flash of sword light, revealing an elder clad in black robes, wielding a long sword. The elder exuded an overwhelming aura, radiating the presence of the 9th level of the god-sculpting realm. I have encountered the Grand Elder, Li Qingshan thought, startled, as he quickly bowed in respect. The other disciples in the square followed suit. In an instant, a cacophony of sound engulfed the entire Chuyun Sword Sect, as figures descended from all directions. Every individual possesses the cultivation of. This is precisely why the other elders of the divine sculpting realm emerged concurrently after the appearance of the Grand Elder. Li Qingshan, you are truly pathetic as the sect leader. They have bullied the Outcloud Sword Sect to this extent, and you still dare to call yourself a man? The Grand Elder glared furiously at Li Qingshan, pointing a finger at him and unleashing a tirade of scorn. Li Qingshan's face flushed crimson, his body trembling. He wished to shield the Outcloud Sword Sect from any harm. Yet he found himself branded as a coward by the Grand Elder's words. There is no need for explanations. Draw your sword and kill these 2 immediately. The Grand Elder scoffed. Sensing the Grand Elder's wrath, Li Qingshan took a deep breath and unsheathed his treasured sword. The other elders of the Outcloud sect, their eyes lowered, also drew their swords. The tips aimed menacingly at Luo Li and Junimo Shao. In that instant, the entire Outcloud Sword Sect was engulfed in an atmosphere charged with tension and murder. Inside the carriage, Yi Yan observed this scene with a slight smile. Although the Grand Elder appeared to be the mastermind behind the scenes, matters were likely more complex than they seemed. However, the driver of the carriage was indeed the one who had brought Junimo Shao to the Wangue Ridge. As for whether the Grand Elder was the masked figure, it was still too early to draw a conclusion. The hidden puppeteer was so deeply concealed that it could not possibly be the Outcloud Sword Sect. Such a small sect could not orchestrate such schemes. The Outcloud Sword Sect had no significant ties with the Divine Dragon Sect, and the Grand Elder had no direct motive to intervene. Behind him, there must be an even greater force at play. Chapter 20. The Great Battle of the Outcloud Sword Sect. Haha. As he beheld the multitude surrounding him, including several formidable beings at the divine sculpture stage, Junimo Shao felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins, ignited by the presence of such. Little junior brother, today we finally have the chance to unleash our fury and no longer live the life of fugitives, exclaimed Luo Li, her grip firm on the Taishang golden dragon sword, her exquisite visage flushed with excitement. Indeed, sister, replied Junimo Shao, wielding the primordial infinite sword, his strikingly handsome face now radiating an otherworldly charm. His sentiments mirrored those of Luo Li. After being relentlessly pursued like a lost dog, they finally had the opportunity to showcase their skills and impress their ancestors, with the intention of making the Cloud Sword Sect their first sacrificial target. Kill. Surveying the formidable foes, Luo Li burst into a hearty laugh, her spirits soaring with bravado. With a gentle stomp of her foot, a phantom divine dragon materialized behind her. This golden-hued dragon towered over 10 zhang in height. Despite being an illusion, it emanated an astonishingly vivid presence. The golden vertical pupils of the dragon instilled an immense sense of pressure. Jun Mo Shao also laughed heartily, and with a subtle movement, a golden dragon apparition appeared behind him as well. This marked the true initiation of the Divine Dragon Sword technique. With the golden dragon at their backs, they would slay all who dared to stand before them. As the golden dragon emerged, none could rival their might. In the past fortnight, Yi Yun had meticulously instructed them, revisiting the teachings of the Divine Dragon Sword technique. After all, the lineage of the Divine Dragon Sect, from its 13th generation down to Luo Li's 298th, had undergone numerous transformations, leading to a gradual deterioration of the transmission of their legacy. Thus, the mastery of the Divine Dragon Sword technique by Luo Li and her companions is merely a fraction of its original prowess. The initial gesture, known as the Divine Dragon's Ascendance, serves as the hallmark of this technique. With the golden dragon upon their shoulders and the blood of dragons surging within, they harness an overwhelming force akin to the tumultuous flow of mighty rivers, capable of unleashing the formidable might of the divine dragon. Upon witnessing the manifestation of these two golden dragons, the disciples of the Cloud Sword Sect were struck with terror, their faces paling as they instinctively recoiled. Consequently, the vast plaza was left with only the formidable individuals of the spirit sculpting realm and a few peak practitioners of the 10th layer of the primordial sea realm. The elder looked intently at the ethereal forms of the golden dragons, his gaze profound, lost in contemplation. Li Qingshan, too, felt particularly from the youth at the 4th layer of the spirit sculpting realm, who instilled in him an ominous premonition of bloodshed should he make a move. What manner of sword technique is this? How can it possess such strength? The surrounding elders of the spirit sculpting realm wore expressions of sheer astonishment, some of whom had only recently attained the 1st layer of this realm. Eliminate them without leaving a trace, commanded the elder with an icy demeanor, raising his sword skyward to signal an assault. Li Qingshan was the first to charge forth, his sights set not on Jun Ma Xiao, but rather on Luo Li, who appeared to him as a ripe target, akin to a soft persimmon. With a swift motion, the brilliance of the sword cascaded from the heavens like a torrential downpour. This was the Cloud Sword Sect's most powerful sword technique, one that Li Qingshan had immersed himself in for years, its might truly formidable. Luo Li bore the ethereal visage of a golden dragon, exuding an aura of formidable strength. In her grasp was the Taishang Golden Dragon Sword, which she brandished as she charged towards Li Qingshan. The brilliance of her sword danced like a swimming dragon, piercing through the cloud-like radiance of his. The air erupted with a thunderous explosion. The impenetrable Cloud Sword technique was instantly shattered by her Golden Dragon Sword's energy. In the blink of an eye, a golden dragon surged towards him. Li Qingshan was taken aback, hastily swinging his sword to parry, and evaded to another direction just in time. However, to his the golden dragon's sword energy proved to be exceedingly tenacious, inexplicably altering its course to follow him, swiftly descending upon his left arm. With a sharp sound, his left arm was severed by the golden dragon's sword energy. Li Qingshan let out a piercing scream, retreating hastily. What? The Taishang elder, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be secretly astonished. It was unexpected that this young girl, despite her low cultivation level, possessed such astonishing combat prowess, particularly in her swordsmanship, which was executed with extraordinary finesse, rendering it nearly impossible to counter. The entire plaza ignited with the flames of battle. Meanwhile, others surged towards Jun Ma Xiao. He unleashed the Divine Dragon Sword technique, his sword light resembling a multitude of divine dragons, and many were struck by his blades, sustaining injuries of varying severity. Hardly anyone stood a chance against Jun Ma Xiao. The Taishang elder's eyelid twitched, his heart shaken, astonished by the formidable strength exhibited by these two youthful individuals. Little girl, perish, he cried, brandishing his sword as he lunged towards Luo Li. As Luo Li beheld the grand elder charging towards her, she felt a surge of utilizing the transformation of the divine dragon. She deftly evaded to the side, while simultaneously drawing her sword, unleashing a flurry of 7 or 8 sword energies aimed at the Grand Elder. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce. It is worth noting that the Grand Elder was at the 9th level of the divine sculpting realm. Despite Luo Li's formidable combat prowess, a significant disparity remained between them. After several exchanges, she found herself at a disadvantage, yet thanks to the divine dragon's transformation, she was not in immediate peril. Meanwhile, the remaining members were fervently besieging Jun Mo Shao. As if endowed with divine assistance, Jun Mo Shao displayed battling against a multitude of elders from both the divine sculpting realm and the Yuan Si realm in a tumultuous clash. As the conflict escalated, numerous disciples of the Outcloud Sword Sect sustained injuries. Within the confines of a black carriage, Yi Yun observed the tense skirmish, his fingers lightly tapping the seat. He refrained from intervening at this juncture, recognizing that this was an essential trial for the two young warriors. The experience of such life-and-death battles would prove immensely beneficial for them. As the fight intensified, reaching a fever pitch, Jun Mo Shao executed the Divine Dragon Sword technique with increasing fluidity and power, gradually gaining the upper hand. The disciples and elders of the Outcloud Sword Sect soon found themselves injured and severely weakened. With a resounding roar of a dragon, dozens of golden dragon sword energies blossomed outward like lotus flowers. In an instant, the air was filled with these sword energies, and a significant number of the elders at the Divine Sculpting Realm from the Outcloud Sword Sect collapsed, leaving none standing before Jun Mo Shao. The elders of the Izumo Sword Sect, besieged and pierced by swords, lay on the ground, blood pooling around them, barely clinging to life, devoid of any combat strength. A triumphant roar escaped Jun Mo Shao as he gazed up at the heavens. He then swiftly turned, shouting, "Sister, I come to your aid." Merging man and sword, Jun Mo Shao transformed into a golden dragon, charging towards the Supreme Elder of the Izumo Sword Sect. The Supreme Elder, taken aback by Jun Mo Xiao's prowess in incapacitating all the elders at the Divine Sculpture Realm, felt an overwhelming shock. Who would have thought that this mere youth, at the 4th level of the Divine Sculpture Realm, could wield such terrifying strength? With a fierce howl, he swung his sword, sending a silvery beam of light cascading towards Jun Mo Xiao. Undeterred, Jun Mo Xiao's spirit surged as he engaged in a fierce battle with the elder. Despite the 5-level disparity between them, he showed no sign of trepidation. Meanwhile, Luo Li, who had been lurking in the shadows, also launched her counterattack. In an instant, the entire plaza was alive with the ethereal dance of dragons and the dazzling brilliance of swords, as countless structures crumbled around them. Chapter 21. In one breath. Reducing to ashes, having trained together since childhood, Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao exhibited an extraordinary synergy in combat. They executed the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, gliding through the air with unpredictable grace. Streams of sword light surged from all directions, matching the Supreme Elder blow for blow. The Elder found himself in an exceedingly frustrating predicament. He never anticipated that a seasoned practitioner of the 9th level of the Divine Sculpture Realm would struggle against these two fledglings. The disciples of the Izumo Sword Sect, watching from a distance, were left trembling in awe at the spectacle unfolding before them. The pair of young individuals possessed cultivation far superior to their own, yet their years were significantly fewer. Meanwhile, the injured elders of the spirit sculpting realm had crawled to the periphery, leaning against the walls and observing the earth-shattering battle. Particularly, Li Qingshan, witnessing this scene, could not help but exhale a sigh. It seemed that today, the Cloud Sword Sect was destined for catastrophe. These two youngsters, merely in their teens, were astonishingly formidable. If the Grand Elder could not vanquish them, it was likely that none of these old-timers would survive this day. Boom. The sound of exploding sword light echoed continuously. The Grand Elder exerted all his might, launching a fierce assault against Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. Amidst the tumultuous sword energy, a fraction of it struck the two, yet the royal-grade robes they wore displayed remarkable defensive capabilities, rendering them entirely unscathed. Haha. Jun Mo Shao laughed heartily, his sword intent becoming increasingly sharp. The prowess of this royal-grade robe was indeed astonishing, its defense unparalleled. The Grand Elder's attacks, landing upon the robe, could not breach its defenses, allowing Jun Mo Shao to fight with reckless abandon. The same was true for Luo Li. Their sword intense sword, unleashing beams of sword light towards the Grand Elder, who found himself in peril under the onslaught of these two young prodigies. With furious, he thrust out a sword strike before turning to escape through the void. Still hoping to flee? Jun Mo Shao sneered, immediately employing the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon Sect to pursue relentlessly. Despite the Grand Elder's the unparalleled agility of the Divine Dragon's 9 transformations allowed him to closely tail the Grand Elder. Lowly trailed closely behind Jun Mo Shao, her pace slightly slower. The secrets surrounding this elder were too critical to allow any chance of escape. In the blink of an eye, the 3 figures vanished into the horizon. Yi Yun remained motionless within the carriage, his eyelids narrowing as he observed the scene in the void, his expression remarkably serene. At that moment, Li Qingshan unsteadily rose to his feet. He sighed at the other elders of the Shaping God realm, saying, "Esteemed elders, today the Cloud Sword Sect faces grave peril. We must gather our belongings and leave this place swiftly to save ourselves. The other elders, aided by their disciples, rose with ashen faces, clearly bearing significant injuries. Sectmaster, those two youths are exceedingly formidable. We cannot ascertain whether they have even more potent elders backing them. It appears that our Cloud Sword sect is indeed in dire straits this time. One elder of the Shaping God realm coughed twice, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, wearing a grim smile. Another elder quavered, in light of this, we must hasten down the mountain to evade the storm and survive this calamity. The other elders nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the disciples followed suit, making their way outside. At that moment, one of the elders from the Shaping God realm glanced at the black carriage, fury etched upon his face, and shouted to his disciples, "Do not rush away. First, we must destroy this carriage." Understood. Immediately, a disciple responded, raising his sword and striking at the black carriage. With a resounding bang, his sword rebounded, and the carriage remained utterly unscathed. Is this carriage truly so robust? Perhaps it is an enchanted artifact? Mused a disciple from the Yuanhai realm, furrowing his brow as he summoned all his might to unleash a fierce sword aura. With a resounding crash, the sword energy shattered, yet the carriage remained utterly unperturbed. Indeed, it is a treasure, exclaimed an elder from the Shaping God realm, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Li Qingshan interjected, while they are preoccupied, let us hasten to bring this carriage down the mountain. Agreed, came the chorus as numerous disciples surged forward. Some seized the reins of the black horse, while others pushed from behind. Unexpectedly, the black horse reared its leg violently, sending one disciple flying against the wall, where he perished, bloodied. My word, this horse is formidable, gasped the onlookers, for the unfortunate disciple had reached the 10th level of the Xiandan realm. Exercise caution, Li Qingshan shouted, a flicker of fervor. This carriage must indeed be an extraordinary treasure, and the black horse appeared to possess an exceptional lineage as well. Although the Grand Elder was no match for the two youths, he should be able to hold his ground for a considerable duration. If they could manage to secure this ebony carriage before descending, it would be a fortuitous acquisition. Upon the return of those two youths, how could they possibly locate these individuals? Li Qingshan, bearing only minor injuries, grasped his sword with a fierce glint in his gaze as he approached the obstinate black horse. If this horse refuses to cooperate, then I shall first render it unconscious, he resolved. He, a formidable cultivator at the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm, could hardly believe he could not subdue a mere black horse. You people truly exemplify the insatiable nature of mankind, akin to a serpent attempting to swallow an elephant. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated from within the carriage. Is there someone inside? Li Qingshan and the others were taken aback. He had clearly scanned the interior with his divine sense and found it empty, when had another person appeared. As the curtain of the carriage was lifted, a young man clad in white emerged. This young man possessed a face as refined as jade, with distinctly chiseled features and eyes as deep as the stars, exuding an ethereal aura reminiscent of a transcendent being. At first glance, he left an indelible impression, as though he had stepped forth from a celestial painting, utterly divorced from the mortal realm. Upon scrutinizing the young man's cultivation, Li Qingshan found it utterly inscrutable, as if he were merely an ordinary person. A sense of dread crept into Li Qingshan's heart. He steadied his mind, and, gazing at the young man in white, stammered, "Could you be the elder of those two youths?" "Indeed," Yiyan replied with a calm nod, his gaze sweeping over the greedy individuals from the Chuyun Sword sect, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You Chuyun Sword sect are but a gaggle of insignificant creatures," a nearby elder of the divine transformation realm bellowed. "How dare you slander the Chuyun Sword sect? We are one of the 10 great powers of the ancient Moon dynasty. You should consider the weight of a swarm of ants. What qualifications do you possess to negotiate with me?" Yi Yun replied with a light smile, flicking his fingers to release a wisp of pure energy. A wisp of ethereal energy, initially minuscule, suddenly expanded to an immense magnitude, transforming into a tempest that swept across the surroundings. Countless disciples of the Cloud Sword sect, upon encountering this zephyr, were instantly reduced to ash. The first to be consumed was none other than the recently arrived Li Qing, who gazed in horror at his own form as it swiftly disintegrated into cinders. Following closely, the elders of the divine manifestation realm met the same turning into fine dust. In the distance, those of lesser cultivation, witnessing this harrowing scene, were gripped by terror, their hearts quaking in fright. They yearned to flee, yet it was far too late. Chapter 22. The terror of the true deity. A single breath of this energy led to the annihilation of the Cloud Sword sect. Even the very structures of the sect crumbled into mere particles at that moment. Such was the dread of a true deity. Not even the most formidable Eternal Realm cultivator on the Songnon continent could withstand this force for more than a few seconds before vanishing into oblivion. Beneath the true deity, all beings are akin to ants. What folly is this? Yi Yun smiled faintly, feeling a tinge of resignation at the price paid by these greedy souls. Yet, such is human nature. The allure of wealth stirs the heart. Once confronted with treasures, it becomes exceedingly difficult for one to rein in their avarice. No matter the level of cultivation, none can escape the grasp of greed, even those who have ascended to the pinnacle of divinity. Little horse, let us proceed and ascertain the state of the battle ahead, Yi Yun commanded as he entered the carriage. Of course, my lord. The black steed, invigorated, reared up and galloped forth with great speed. After just a few strides, the dark horse suddenly lifted off the ground, its hooves treading upon the void, as it towed a black carriage, tracing a dark line through the air before vanishing in an instant. The elder of the Chuyan sword sect fled at an astonishing speed, only to discover that the remarkably sharp-witted youth relentlessly pursued him, making it exceedingly difficult for him to shake off the chase, which ignited a sense of urgency within him. The rapid changes in today's battle were utterly unforeseen. The combat prowess of the two youths was unexpectedly formidable. The royal-grade robes they donned possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities. His ninth-layer divine shaping attack could not breach their protection. As an elder of the Chuyan sword sect, he held immense prestige within the ancient Moon dynasty. Yet even his own robe was merely of heavenly grade. Royal-grade robes were exceedingly rare throughout the entire ancient Moon dynasty, let alone those of royal quality. Had he been able to conquer these two youths through sheer strength, the elder would have certainly seized their royal-grade robes. Alas, he found himself incapable of doing so at present. Fortunately, his cultivation and prowess surpassed that of the two, allowing him to endure longer. After 2 hours had elapsed, the elder took a slight breath, glancing back only to be taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The youth maintained the same distance behind him, showing no signs of fatigue. How could this youth possess such formidable energy? The elder was astonished, squinting his eyes towards the distant horizon. In the far distance, a yellow dot was rapidly approaching. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the beautiful maiden. The enchanting young maiden possessed an astonishing resilience, a fact that defied belief. How unfortunate! The Grand Elder's countenance darkened, and he dared not linger, hastening his escape. Close behind him, Jun Mo Shao wore a cold expression, unwavering in his relentless pursuit. Having absorbed 2 drops of the blood of the ancestral dragon, his physique was extraordinarily robust, his stamina boundless, far exceeding that of his contemporaries, thus enabling him to trail the Grand Elder for an extended duration. Luo Li, though slightly less formidable, remained steadfast in her pursuit, showing no signs of fatigue. As dusk fell, a shadow swept overhead, landing ahead and obstructing the path. The fleeing Grand Elder abruptly halted. What was that ominous black carriage? His heart raced, and his pupils constricted in shock. This carriage had once been stationed at the plaza of the Chuyan sword sect. It must belong to those two youths. To his astonishment, it was capable of soaring through the skies. It seemed that the ebony steed harnessed was indeed a remarkable divine beast. Do not flee. You cannot escape. A male voice resonated from within the black carriage. Was there someone inside? The Grand Elder was taken aback. He had previously scanned the carriage, finding it devoid of occupants. When had another person emerged? His aged face turned an ashen hue. Suddenly, a terrifying realization struck him. A peerless powerhouse had always resided within the carriage. But his own inferior cultivation had rendered him oblivious to their presence. Overwhelmed by fear for his life, the Grand Elder instantly pivoted and fled in a different direction. At that moment, the surrounding space underwent a wondrous transformation. Bang! The Grand Elder collided with an invisible barrier and was sent tumbling back. It's over. This place has been ensnared by an unparalleled powerhouse. I cannot escape. A wave of terror swept through the Grand Elder's heart. Floating in the void, his head hung low, his complexion shifting between shades of green and red, as if grappling with a harrowing decision. Speak, little ghost. Yi Yun regarded the individual with a calm demeanor. I offer you a chance at survival. Who was it that tasked you with the mission at the Wanbao Pavilion? Who sent you to contend with the insignificant Shenlong sect? The Grand Elder clenched his teeth, remaining utterly silent. Even in the face of an omnipotent being's pressure, he exhibited no sign of yielding. At that moment, Jun Mo Shao arrived. Upon seeing the Grand Elder, he let out a cold chuckle. Run, is it? Let us see where you can flee. With that, he thrust his sword forward. The Grand Elder displayed a bitter smile as he gazed at Jun Mo Shao, suddenly bursting into laughter. I shall never divulge this secret. So abandon all hope. Abruptly, the aura emanating from him surged to an extraordinary intensity. Is he about to self-destruct? A sense of foreboding washed over Jun, prompting him to swiftly employ the dragon transformation technique, retract his sword, and retreat rapidly. Boom. The Grand Elder's body erupted violently. A formidable shockwave radiated outward, only to be halted by the invisible barrier. Fortunately, Jun Mo Shao reacted swiftly. The dragon transformation technique was profoundly intricate and coupled with the protection of a royal-grade robe. He emerged largely unscathed. As the distant figure of Luoli approached, she narrowly missed witnessing the self-detonation. Arriving beside Jun Ma Xiao, she sighed. I never expected this old fellow would resort to self-destruction. He truly is a tough nut to crack. Indeed, senior sister, this has severed our lead, Jun Ma Xiao replied. Frustration evident in his tone. Luoli, biting her crimson lip, wore a solemn expression and remained silent. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on the black carriage suspended in the void. Her eyes widening in astonishment. Junior brother, look. How is our ancestor's carriage floating in midair? Could it really be our ancestor? He stammered. Jun Ma Xiao, who had previously focused solely on the Grand Elder, now noticed the black carriage, his face reflecting a similar shock. At that moment, Yi Yun emerged from the carriage. Appearing at the site of the Grand Elder's explosion, Jun Ma Xiao and Luoli quickly soared upwards. Ancestor, our lead has been cut off, Jun Ma Xiao lamented. Scratching his head in regret, Yi Yun shook his head, unconcerned. It is of no consequence. Seeing Yi Yun's calm demeanor, Jun Ma Xiao's eyes brightened. Ancestor, do you possess another method to uncover the clues? Recalling the extraordinary tactics their ancestor had employed against the Qingjin sect, Luoli suddenly understood. She playfully tapped Jun Ma Xiao's forehead and chuckled. What kind of person is our ancestor? He is a true deity. Such trivial matters could hardly pose a challenge for him. Haha, senior sister speaks wisely, Jun Ma Xiao said, scratching his head and offering an embarrassed smile. At that moment, Yi Yun gestured with his hand, and slowly, a soul materialized in the void, revealing none other than the Supreme Elder. Following this, the tip of his finger flickered with radiant light, seemingly manipulating the essence of the soul. Jun Mo Shao observed this scene with bated breath, while Luoli appeared at ease. After a few moments, Yi Yun flicked his finger once more, causing the Supreme Elder's soul to dissipate into the cosmos. Ancestor, who could be the one behind this dark scheme? Luo Li inquired softly, her eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation. Chapter 23. The Old Sword Saint and the Hidden Puppeteer. Does the Sword God Sect have an individual known as the Old Sword Saint? Yi Yun asked, gazing at Luo Li with a gentle smile. The Old Sword Saint. Luo Li hesitated slightly. After pondering for a moment, a look of astonishment washed over her face as she nodded emphatically, explaining, indeed, ancestor, such a person exists. However, this Old Sword Saint has been in seclusion for over a century. The current affairs of the Sword God Sect are managed by a new Sword Saint. Yi Yun continued his inquiry. What exactly is the nature of the Sword God Sect? Luo Li promptly responded, Ancestor. The Sword God Sect is the foremost sect among the 10 great powers of the ancient Moon Dynasty, once presided over by the Old Sword Saint, Shimin Shui Shui. A prodigy of unparalleled talent, often hailed as the invincible Sword Saint of the ancient Moon Dynasty. For centuries, none could rival him. However, a century ago, this old Sword Saint laid down his sword and retreated into the mountains, reportedly entering seclusion to prepare for a breakthrough to the Divine Bridge realm. Yi Yun nodded lightly, unperturbed. The hidden mastermind behind the persecution of the Divine Dragon Sect operates with remarkable discretion, each step intricately connected, leaving no trace. This becomes evident through the presence of the Elder Sword Saint, who appears to be but a marionette, manipulated by an even greater force lurking in the shadows. Yi Yun is filled with curiosity. Who could this individual be? To exert such malice towards a mere sect, pursuing them relentlessly for nearly 50 generations, is truly perplexing. What transgression did the 250th sect master commit to provoke such deep-seated hatred? This relentless torment, inflicted from one generation to the next, not only denies a swift resolution but also subjects the Divine Dragon Sect to a cruel game of cat. Is the intention to torment them thoroughly until the 300th generation, completing a cycle of 50? Such a perverse mentality is utterly repugnant to Yi Yun. Once he unravels the layers of this conspiracy and exposes the hidden puppeteer, he vows to seal this individual away for eternity, subjecting them to countless tortures across lifetimes. Currently, the clues point to the foremost power of the ancient Moon Dynasty, the Elder Sword Saint of the Sword God Sect. This indicates that the highest authority in the ancient Moon Dynasty is none other than this venerable Sword Saint. According to Luo Li, this invincible elder has long been the premier expert of the ancient Moon Dynasty. A century ago, he had already reached the threshold of the semi-divine bridge realm. After a century of seclusion, although there has been no sign of activity, it is likely he stands on the brink of attaining the divine bridge realm. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao have only attained the molding god realm, rendering them without the upper hand should they confront a semi-divine bridge or divine bridge expert at this time. The two individuals required an extensive period of cultivation. With this thought in mind, Yi conceived a preliminary plan. The pursuit of the shadowy figure behind the scenes would not be rushed. The paramount task was to cultivate Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao into extraordinary forces for the future of the Divine Dragon Sect. Eventually, Yi Yun would depart from the Cangnan continent. Thus he was determined to nurture these two successors of the Divine Dragon Sect. With a gentle smile directed at Yi Yun remarked, "We need not hasten to the Sword God Sect. Let us first embark on a journey to explore the world and, in doing so, enhance your cultivation." As he spoke, Yi Yun produced two small vials from his robe and presented them to the pair. "Master, what is this?" Luo Li inquired with curiosity, bringing the vial to her nose. A sensation of indescribable essence wafted toward her, enveloping her in profound comfort. "This is the Dragon Tiger Pill. Now that you have reached the God-shaping realm, it is the perfect moment to consume this pill to elevate your cultivation." Exchanging a bewildered, Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li were taken aback. They had never heard of the Dragon Tiger Pill before. However, recognizing that it was presented by their esteemed master, they understood it must be extraordinary. In unison, they uncorked the vials and peered inside, eager to absorb the essence of the elixir. "Master, could this be of divine quality?" Jun Mo Xiao asked, his voice trembling. Yi Yun nodded with a smile. Instantly, the two were enveloped in a surreal sense of wonder. They promptly extended their consciousness into the vials, only to be astonished to discover that each vial contained an astonishing multitude of Dragon Tiger pills, numbering in the thousands. "My goodness, there exists such a plethora of divine medicinal elixirs. Ancestor, you have truly been exceedingly generous to us." Luo Li pressed the small vial against her chest, overwhelmed with astonishment, joy, and intoxication. "Ha ha." He erupted into hearty laughter, gently tapping the two little ones before him, and remarked, "You two are the last remaining disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect. If I do not nurture you properly, how can I ever face the departed masters of our..." Upon hearing this, both Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. The power of the Dragon Tiger elixir is, and one may only consume a single dose per month. Yi pondered for a moment before softly advising them. For Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao's bodies were still not sufficiently robust to withstand the overwhelming effects of such divine potions. Regarding their performance during the recent expedition to the Cloud Sword Sect, Yi Yun deemed it barely satisfactory. These two had insufficient combat experience and were overly naive, lacking the ruthless edge necessary for survival. After some contemplation, an idea began to form in Yi Yun's mind. With the Sword God Sect still a considerable distance away, and 8 of the 10 major sects yet to be encountered, along with several quasi-first-rate forces, it would be prudent to challenge them one by one, providing these two young ones with ample training. With this resolution, Yi Yun smiled and patted both of their shoulders twice. "Very well, let us depart now." He entered the dark carriage and issued an order. The carriage then descended back to the ground. Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li promptly complied, settling near the front of the carriage. With a resounding neigh, the black horse took off, its hooves pounding against the rugged mountain path as they ventured forth. "Ancestor, how are things at the Xianyan Sword Sect?" Just as Jun Mashi was driving the carriage, Luo Li suddenly felt a stir in her heart and inquired, "Those insignificant beings have developed covetous thoughts towards this carriage." Yi Yun chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. "Those wretches deserve their fate." Jun Maxiao exclaimed in anger. Luo Li's dark eyes twinkled, and an expression of realization graced her exquisite face. She playfully tapped Jun Maxiao's shoulder and giggled, "Isn't it obvious? They must have all perished." Understanding dawned upon Jun Maxiao, and he burst into laughter. The black carriage continued its journey, emerging from the mountainous terrain into the plains, where a grand city loomed 100 miles away. Yi Yun's thoughts shifted, causing the black carriage to come to a halt. "Ancestor." Jun Maxiao was taken aback, turning to glance towards the carriage. The black horse, which had been trotting, suddenly stopped, indicating that only the ancestor's command could have brought about such a halt. Otherwise, it would have been inconceivable for him to command the horse to cease its motion. Yi Yun stepped out of the carriage, lightly touching Jun Maxiao and Luo Li. Instantly, their cultivation levels plummeted from the Shaping God realm to the Yuan Si realm. Jun Maxiao became a 4th-layer Yuan Si realm cultivator, while Luo Li fell to the 1st layer. Stunned by the sudden loss of their powers, both were left aghast. "Ancestor?" Luo Li's small face was filled with shock, bewildered as to why the ancestor would impose such a severe decree upon them. Their cultivation had been dramatically reduced by an entire realm, from the Shaping God realm straight to the Yuan Si realm. Yi Yun remained silent, merely gesturing with his. The grade of the 2 royal robes swiftly diminished, plummeting to the earthly level. Subsequently, the 2 divine swords in their possession also experienced a descending to the same earthly rank. Everything was in a state of decline. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao exchanged glances, engulfed by a profound sense of dread. Ancestor, what are you intending to do? Jun Mo Shao wiped away a tear, his voice trembling with emotion. I wish for you to grow stronger, Yiyan replied, his hands clasped behind his back, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Observing their confusion, he gently elaborated, a true genius of the sword does not rely on external objects. Currently, you depend too much on external aids. If you aspire to become unparalleled sword cultivators on the Tsangnan continent, remember this. You must diligently cultivate your sword heart. The sword heart, when honed independently of external influences, becomes increasingly translucent and luminous, thus growing ever more formidable. At that point, there will be nothing that cannot be cleaved by a single strike. Upon hearing these words from their ancestor, Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li exchanged bewildered glances, blinking vigorously. The concept of cultivating the sword heart had profoundly reshaped their long-standing understanding. Yiyan smiled faintly, realizing that these two inexperienced children would need time to fully digest his insights. His decision was a result of careful contemplation throughout his journey. The old sword saint, who had been invincible a century ago, undoubtedly possessed extraordinary mastery in the art of the sword. Once a sword cultivator reaches a certain realm, their combat prowess, moreover, it is essential to note that the old sword saint's sword heart had long been impeccably clear, untouched by the dust of the mundane world. Such individuals, even without divine armaments, can wield a mere wooden stick to execute unparalleled swordsmanship. However, this assertion does not dismiss the significance of weaponry. Should one possess a divine weapon, particularly of royal caliber or higher, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable enhancement. Yiyan speculated that the venerable sword saint is a true sword enthusiast. Having immersed himself in the way of the sword for many years, he must possess a nearly invincible, enlightened sword heart. Even with the aid of divine blades, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao would struggle to match the prowess of the old sword saint. To expedite the growth of the two, Yiyan sealed their cultivation levels, along with their royal-grade robes and divine swords, effectively cutting off their retreat. This entailed a focused dedication to the cultivation of the sword, allowing them to hone their enlightened sword hearts without distraction. By lowering their cultivation levels, they could experience greater pressure, leading to breakthroughs that would occur at a pace surpassing that of normal training within the divine shaping realm. In order to confront the old sword saint of the sword god sect, Yiyan devised a perilous path for Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li. Should they successfully traverse this treacherous route, the benefits for these two children would be immense, positioning them to become the most formidable sword masters of the Tsangnan continent. Radiating brilliance. This method of constraining one's cultivation was employed by Yi Yun's master on him in the past, mirroring Yi Yun's current approach. Consequently, after Yi Yun ascended to the pinnacle of the Tsangnan continent, the Eternal Realm, no one of the same level could rival him. Even 10 Eternal Realm powerhouses would be no match for his prowess. Upon exiting the sign in space, Yi Yun acquired an unimaginable wealth of resources, leading him to initially contemplate elevating Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li by amassing resources for them. However, the unexpected arrival of the old sword saint from the sword god sect made Yi Yun realize the fallacy in this line of thinking. Resources should indeed be utilized, yet it is essential to impose certain limitations on the two children, allowing them to advance under pressure, thereby achieving greater accomplishment. The aim is to reach a splendid realm akin to his own. Have you both come to understand this? After a while, Yi Yun noticed that the expressions of the two gradually returned to a state of tranquility, and he smiled gently. Ancestor, I believe I have grasped it. Luo Li was the first to speak. And what about you? Yi Yun turned his gaze towards Jun Mo Shao, with a blush gracing her cheeks. Jun Mo Shao quickly nodded in agreement. Very well. Yi Yun shrugged and chuckled. Next, we shall challenge the prodigious disciples of various sects, allowing you to savor the exhilaration of breakthroughs under pressure. All right, Ancestor, Luo Li exclaimed with excitement, her face flushed with enthusiasm. The prospect of challenging the exceptional talents of major factions was something she had never contemplated before, and the thought alone filled her with exhilarating anticipation. The prodigious disciples of these powerful factions had once appeared to her as exalted beings, but now she felt capable of defeating them. For Luo Li, the idea of confronting formidable figures in the realm of divine shaping held little sense of accomplishment, as those individuals were typically elders of the sects, significantly older in age. However, the prodigious disciples challenging the Yuan-Hai realm are quite different. They are not much older than themselves, and some are even of similar age. Observing the excitement radiating from Luo Li, Yi Yun felt a stirring in his heart. He gently patted her shoulder and remarked with a smile, Luo Li, now that you are the leader of the Shenlong sect, have you contemplated its future development? Luo Li was momentarily taken aback. When she joined the Shenlong sect in her youth, there were only 4 members in total. as the newly appointed leader. She had indeed not considered how to advance the sect. Jun Mo Shao, do you have any thoughts on this? Yi Yun then shifted his gaze to the blushing Jun Mo Shao beside her. Ancestor. Jun Mo Shao stammered. Are you suggesting that we start recruiting disciples immediately? Yi Yun shook his head and paused, allowing them a few moments to ponder. After a stick of incense had burned, seeing that they still had no answers, Yi Yun remained undeterred, recognizing that these young ones had limited experiences. With a gentle smile, he addressed them earnestly. The development of any sect is inextricably linked to the acquisition of cultivation resources. If you begin gathering these resources now, by the time the Shenlong sect eventually opens its doors to recruit disciples widely, you will have no cause for concern. Luo Li's eyes instantly sparkled with understanding. She clapped her hands and exclaimed with delight, Ancestor, are you suggesting that we should seize resources from the major sects while we challenge them? Yi Yun merely smiled, choosing silence. Is this acceptable? Beside him, Jun Mo Shao wore an expression of shock. With an air of resignation, he remarked, Senior sister. As the heirs of the illustrious Shenlong sect, must we resort to seizing resources from others? Humph. Luo Li, hands on her hips and looking fierce, retorted with conviction. Why shouldn't we? The realm of cultivation is inherently a survival of the fittest. If our Shenlong sect aspires to flourish and expand, we cannot do without resources. Moreover, our ancestors cannot shield us forever. We, as disciples, will inevitably face trials and tribulations, so we must begin our preparation. Upon hearing Luo Li's fervent declaration, Mo Li blinked, seemingly grasping her point. With a small fist raised, Luo Li continued assertively, Junior brother, our ancestor has already reached the true God realm. It is only a matter of time before they depart from the Cangnan continent. When that moment arrives, all will depend on us disciples. Therefore, while our ancestor remains with us, we must strive to gather as many resources as possible. As Luo Li articulated her thoughts clearly, admiration flickered across Yi Yun's face. In his time at the Shenlong sect, he too had seized countless resources from various sects, laying the foundation for the eventual ascendance of the Shenlong sect into an eternal lineage. Now, all of this responsibility rested upon the shoulders of this pair. Chapter 25. Yi Yun, the bully of 10,000 years ago. Haha, senior sister, I finally comprehend your intent. Jun Mo Shao suddenly burst with excitement, clenching his fists tightly as he laughed heartily. Senior sister, from this moment forth, shall we engage in plunder and mayhem, leaving no wicked deed undone? Luo Li shot him an exasperated glare. Is this truly how you misconstrue my intentions, junior brother? And no. Jun Mo Shao scratched his head, offering an awkward chuckle. At that moment, Yi Yun regarded Jun Mo Shao with a glimmer of admiration. He turned to Luo Li and remarked, what Jun Mo Shao said is not without merit. The cultivation world adheres to the law of the jungle. If you do not seize it, someone else will. Should you take it from them, they will undoubtedly seek revenge. If you choose not to eliminate them, they will surely eliminate you. Reflecting on her experiences at Wangwiling, Luo Li couldn't help but nod in agreement. The ancestor's words rang true. This world is undeniably harsh and unforgiving. In the past, the Shenlong sect, though feeble, was still preyed upon by formidable adversaries. But now, everything has transformed. The disciples are set to turn the tables and prey upon others. To gather medicinal resources, acquire powerful techniques, and collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Everything must be amassed. As Luo Li's demeanor shifted, her eyes brightened and her spirit surged. Yi Yun smiled gently, revealing 2 rings with a flick of his wrist. He handed one each to Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li, softly advising, these are divine-grade storage rings. Their aura is concealed by me. The internal space is vast, and I hope you will fill them with the resources you gather. Just how expansive is it? Luo Li, brimming with curiosity, quickly adorned the storage ring, unleashing her consciousness within. Instantly, she discovered an immense, boundless expanse that seemed to stretch infinitely. This space is immense. If we were to fill this ring with treasures, I wonder how long it would take us. Luo Li exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yet laughter escaped her lips. Indeed, ancestor, Jun Mo Shao replied, his face adorned with a bittersweet smile. Yi Yun chuckled heartily and said, the path of cultivation is boundless. You should seize every opportunity. Our Divine Dragon Sect shall not only stand tall on the Cangnan continent, but also take root in other realms. Luo Li's heart skipped a beat. With astonishment, she inquired, Ancestor, are there truly other continents? Jun Mo Shao, equally puzzled, turned his gaze toward Yi Yun. In his mind, the Cangnan continent was the entirety of the world, vast and boundless. A lifetime would scarcely suffice to explore its depths. Indeed, the Cangnan continent is merely an island. Beyond its shores lie even grander continents, inhabited by beings of extraordinary power. Yi Yun replied, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed. At that moment, his eyes seemed to pierce through the ages, transcending the entire Songnon continent, catching glimpses of the magnificent vistas beyond the sea. Wow, this is truly astonishing. Luo Li's heart soared, her hands clapping in excitement. The ancestor's words ignited a flicker of belief. The Divine Dragon Sect was destined not only to ascend to the pinnacle of the Songnon continent, but also to flourish in other realms, fueling her with immense motivation. Alright, for now, do not overthink. Instead, immerse yourselves in the trials of this modest ancient moon kingdom. One day, when you have transcended to the eternal realm, you may contemplate venturing into the outside world. Yi Yun extended his hand, gently tapping the heads of the two individuals before retracting it. A gentle smile graced. 100,000 years ago, after reaching the eternal realm in the Shenlong sect, he had once soared beyond the vast island of Songnon. However, beyond that island lay unimaginable perils, which he could not traverse to reach the other extraordinary continent. According to Yi Yun's conjecture, only those who attained the true god level could breach the forbidden waters and enter that realm. Thus, after nurturing Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao to a certain level, he planned to leave this place and explore what lay beyond the sea. Ancestor, Luo Li playfully touched her little head and cheerfully inquired, "Which faction shall we challenge first?" Yi Yun shook his head, gazing at the city ahead, and replied with a smile, "There is no need to rush. There happens to be a city up ahead. We are hungry, so let us first indulge in some sustenance." "All right, Ancestor," Luo Li replied, sticking out her tiny pink tongue. Even after reaching the true god realm, her ancestor still delighted in the delectable pleasures of the mortal realm. In truth, cultivators like her, at the divine shaping level, could easily forego food and drink for an entire year without issue. Luo Li now held little interest in ordinary human fare. Afterward, Yi Yun returned to their carriage. Jun Mo Shao tightened the reins of the black carriage, continuing their journey until they arrived at the city known as Gloomy. The carriage rolled into the bustling streets and came to a halt before a tavern. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao leaped down from the front of the carriage, respectfully assisting Yi Yun out of the carriage. Upon entering the tavern, they were met with a bustling crowd, the establishment thriving with business. "Dear guests, I regret to inform you that we are currently at full capacity. Please bear with us for a moment." A young attendant approached with a broad smile, bowing politely. "Is there truly no private room available?" Luo Li's expression darkened, her brows furrowing. Her esteemed ancestor was a figure of great significance. How could they dine in such a noisy and chaotic place? "There is only one private room, but it has been reserved in advance. I kindly ask you to wait a little longer," the attendant replied with a grin. "Since the guests have yet to arrive, that private room belongs to us. Should that individual come looking for you, simply direct them to me," Luo Li asserted, pushing the attendant aside and striding boldly towards the second floor. Jun Mo Shao, observing his senior sister's audacity, couldn't help but stick out his tongue, wearing a mischievous expression. Reflecting on Luo Li's earlier words, he began to comprehend her demeanor, for they were about to transform into villains. In the realm of cultivation, the law of survival of the fittest prevailed. In a mere tavern within a small mortal city, what was the significance of seizing a private room if one possessed strength, especially when it was for the sake of their revered ancestor, claiming that room was, in fact, an unparalleled honor? Yi Yun smiled faintly at this scene. He was quite pleased with Luo Li's swift transformation. A strong individual must embody the demeanor of strength. No matter the circumstance, one must never allow oneself to be at a disadvantage and must consistently exhibit dominance. Should anyone dare to provoke, there should be no mercy. One must ensure that the opponent is thoroughly subdued, both in body and spirit. In those days, Yi Yun was also a notorious bully on the Songnon continent. He had the audacity to tease the saintess of the Ice Phoenix sect, who was renowned alongside the Divine Dragon Sect, even going so far as to sneak a glance at her while she bathed, boldly presenting himself before her without a hint of shame. This illustrates the extent of his audacity and rampant arrogance. Chapter 26. Reminiscence of the Ice Phoenix Sect Saintess. Reflecting on the saintess of the Ice Phoenix, a nostalgic expression graced Yi Yun's face. That young girl, with her alluring figure and breathtaking beauty, was indeed striking. Yet, she often wore an icy demeanor, as if someone had wronged her, which was quite disheartening. Thus, during his idle moments, Yi Yun would often tease the saintess. The two eternal sects had a significantly strained relationship, often engaging in fierce battles. Fortunately, both sides exhibited restraint, averting a truly cataclysmic confrontation, which allowed both sects to preserve their strength. Otherwise, a grand clash between these two colossal eternal sects would likely devastate the entire Songnon continent. Upon reaching the third floor, Luo Li seized a server and inquired about available private rooms, promptly entering one. She discovered the ambience to be elegant and returned to Yi Yun with a smile, saying, "Ancestor, this room has a pleasant atmosphere. Shall we dine here?" Very well. Yi Yun nodded and stepped inside. Jun Mo Shao stood at the entrance, sword cradled in his arms, exuding an air of vigilance. Luo Li entered the elegant chamber. Taking her place beside Yi Yun, her demeanor sweet and obedient as she inquired, "Ancestor, what would you like to eat? I shall order for you." Yi Yun chuckled lightly. "There is no need for such trouble. Simply bring forth all the signature dishes from this establishment." "Very well, Ancestor." Luo Li promptly turned and exited to instruct the staff to place the order. Yi Yun's gaze pierced through the walls, catching sight of Jun Mo Shao, who stood at the door like a sentry, and could not help but find it amusing. "Jun Mo Shao, there is no need to remain stiff as a statue. Come inside quickly," Yi Yun commanded. With resolute determination, Jun Mo Shao shook his head. "Ancestor, please dine first. I fear that someone may come to seize the—" Recognizing Jun Mo Xiao's unwavering loyalty, Yi Yun relented. For Yi Yun, who had attained the truth, his desire to indulge in earthly delicacies was merely a nostalgic yearning for the days spent on earth. At that moment, Luo Li hurried back into the room, positioning herself beside Yi Yun. "Luo Li, you should also join us for a meal," he urged. "Ancestor, I am not at all hungry. I possess little interest in mundane food," Luo Li replied, waving her hands dismissively, her cheeks slightly flushed. In truth, she had already consumed a Longhu pill during their journey, a potent elixir that now left her feeling uncomfortably bloated, rendering her unable to eat anything. Very well, Yi Yun understood her predicament, offering a calm smile without pressing the matter further. Soon, an array of exquisite dishes was elegantly presented upon the table. Yi Yun casually noticed the young waiter's expression of panic, as if he harbored a profound fear of the elegant room they occupied. Unperturbed, Yi Yun leisurely indulged in the exquisite culinary delights before him. It appeared that the individual who had reserved this private chamber was of no ordinary standing, instilling trepidation in the young waiter regarding his identity. A sudden thought struck Yi Yun, and his gaze shifted to the cash register on the ground floor. The elderly tavern keeper was, at that moment, as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof. Just then, several youths clad in crimson robes entered from outside. These young men exuded an extraordinary presence, each radiating an aura of lethal intent, as if enveloped in a shroud of blood. It was evident they were not to be trifled with. "Where are the private rooms located?" inquired the leader among them, a youth with a visage as pale as jade, appearing no older than 17 or 18, yet already possessing a cultivation level of the 6th tier in the Yuanhai realm. The tavern keeper's expression darkened immediately. He hurried forward, a forced smile upon his face, and said, "Young masterby, you have arrived at an opportune moment. 3 patrons above are quite unreasonable and have audaciously occupied your reserved chamber." "What? Someone dares to seize my private room?" Before the Bai youth could respond, the others behind him erupted in indignation. How intriguing! Bai Yufeng's enchanting visage gleamed with a chilling light. He sneered. "To think that anyone in gloomy Cloud City would dare to usurp the chamber reserved by my blood garment sect. Senior brother Bai, let us ascend and ascertain who possesses such poor judgment. We shall surely break their legs," exclaimed a youth, his eyes burning with a crimson hue, seething with murderous intent. "Let us go." Bai Yufeng let out a heavy grunt, leading a group of junior disciples up to the 3rd floor. "Excuse me, where is our private room?" Upon reaching the top of the stairs, Bai Yufeng seized the young attendant by the shoulder. As the attendant recognized the group of youths clad in crimson robes, his face paled in fear, and he hurriedly gestured towards a particular direction. Bai Yufeng turned his head to follow the indicated path and noticed a young man standing guard at the entrance of the private room, clutching a long sword with an expression of vigilance. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this individual possessed considerable strength, being at the 4th level of the Yuanhai realm. Yet, what of it? Their blood garment sect was one of the 10 formidable forces of the ancient Moon dynasty, and each of them had attained similar levels of cultivation. In gloomy Cloud City, there existed a branch of the blood garment sect. Bai Yufeng was taken aback to find that someone had audaciously claimed their private room within their own territory. It was an affront to the dignity of the blood garment sect. A surge of anger welled within him as he strode forward with a darkened expression. At this moment, Jun Mo Shao also noticed the group, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his youthful face. The intruders were none other than the infamous disciples of the blood garment sect. "How dare you seize our private room?" Bai Yufeng approached within 3 meters, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, coldly regarding Jun Mo Shao. "First come, first served, there is no question of seizing." Jun Mo Xiao's eyelids drooped. "Dare to challenge the blood garment sect? Eliminate him," shouted several disciples beside him, their voices filled with fury. In a flurry, they drew their swords, charging toward Jun Mo Shao. "Junior brother, I shall assist you." Luo Li suddenly surged forward with her sword, flanking Jun Mo Shao on either side. as they wielded their sword lights and engaged in battle against their 7 adversaries. In an instant, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Jun Mo Shao faced by Yufeng, who was at the 6th level of the Yuan High Realm, while Luo Li confronted 6 disciples of the Blood Robe Sect alone. Swiftly, beams of sword light pierced through the air, accompanied by anguished cries. The disciples of the Blood Robe Sect were struck by swords, blood gushing forth, proving to be utterly no match for their opponents. The entire 3rd floor was ravaged by the overwhelming sword energy, leading to extensive destruction of tables and rooms. The losses incurred by this tavern were indeed catastrophic. "Who are you?" Bai Yufeng, clutching the gaping wound on his shoulder, gazed at the young pair in astonishment. Despite their relatively low cultivation levels, their swordsmanship was executed with exceptional finesse, showcasing an unimaginable combat. It was evident that they were outstanding disciples nurtured by a prominent sect. "Leave behind your swords and storage rings, and you may depart. Otherwise, you shall not leave at all. Do you understand?" Luo Li brought the supreme divine dragon sword close to her lips, gently exhaling, a mocking smile gracing her exquisite face. Chapter 27. The Ancestor's Teachings Dream On. Bai Yufeng's face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth and growled. "You think we will relinquish our swords and storage rings? Absolutely not. We are leaving." With that, he turned to take his companions away from the tavern. How audacious! Luo Li's beautiful face turned pale with fury. For the first time, stepping into the role of a villain, she had uttered threatening words. Yet they failed to instill any fear, igniting her frustration. "Senior sister, we cannot let them escape," Jun Mo Shao shouted, pursuing Bai Yufeng and his companion. Luo Li's expression hardened as she followed suit. The sword light surged like a tide, overwhelming in its. Several disciples of the Blood Robe Sect were pierced with additional wounds, rendering them utterly devoid of combat capability. Jun Mo Shao forcefully seized the storage rings and swords from the incapacitated individuals. "You may leave now." Luo Li furrowed her brow, noting the blood that stained the entire 3rd floor. This tavern, merely a humble establishment run by ordinary folk, faced enough challenges in its modest business. Moreover, their ancestor was still dining, and it would be ill-advised to commit murder here. Thus, Luo Li suppressed her murderous intent. Bai Yufeng bore the marks of 7 or 8 sword strikes, his complexion growing increasingly ashen, yet his eyes still radiated a defiant madness. "You, wait for me," he spat, leaving behind a venomous remark as he hastily led his junior disciples away from the tavern. "Wait, I shall see what tricks you can conjure." Jun Mo Shao scoffed, sheathing his sword with disdain. Upon returning to the private room, he noticed Yi Yun gazing at him with a faint smile. Luo Li, feeling a twinge of guilt, spoke up. "Ancestor, the commotion outside was rather loud. I hope it did not disturb your meal." Yi Yun set down his chopsticks, his expression serene, and spoke slowly. "Is there a branch of the Blood Robe Sect in this vicinity?" After a moment's contemplation, Luo Li nodded affirmative. She recalled that Guyun City indeed fell within the sphere of influence of the Blood Robe Sect, housing one of its branches. "What did he say to you in the end?" Yi Yun inquired gently, with a warm smile. "He told me to wait," Luo Li replied, puffing out her chest with pride. "I am unafraid. Even if they summon more people, what can they do?" Luo Li lifted her gaze, her eyes gentle as she softly remarked, "Time waits for no one. You need not linger. Simply march straight to the Bloodgarment Sect's branch. What is there to hesitate about? Such indecision is unnecessary." Luo Li blinked, a flash of realization illuminating her mind. "I was mistaken," she exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she nodded earnestly. "Ancestral Master, you are indeed correct. Time is of the essence. Why delay? If enmity has been we must confront them head-on." Such a teachable spirit, Yi Yun chuckled lightly, picking up his chopsticks once more. In his heart, he resolved that anyone who dared to provoke him would face annihilation, regardless of their identity. Even against the heavenly laws themselves, should they incite his wrath, he would not hesitate to retaliate. With the Ancestral Master's approval, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao descended the stairs with purpose. Upon reaching the entrance, a soothing voice reached their ears, suggesting they travel by carriage. "Very well, Ancestral Master," Luo Li responded, a light laugh escaping her lips. It appeared that the Ancestral Master had indeed provided them with a contingency. The black carriage was no ordinary vehicle, it was a remarkable artifact, and the black horse that drew it possessed a mysterious and fearsome aura. To this day, Luo Li remained unaware of the terrifying prowess that this steed had attained. Even formidable beings at the God-shaping realm would likely find themselves outmatched by it. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao boarded the carriage, hastening towards the Bloodgarment Sect's branch. Before long, familiar figures came into view. The black carriage sped past them, only to come to an abrupt halt, revealing a stunningly beautiful face peering from the carriage door. Upon sighting Luo Li, Bai Yufeng was taken aback, and he exclaimed, I have bestowed upon you the sword and storage ring. Are you not yet satisfied? He added, there is no need to summon anyone. We shall proceed directly to your Bloodgarment Sect's branch. Luo Li arched an eyebrow and let out a cold chuckle. Clatter. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as the black carriage surged forward, vanishing from view. Senior Brother Bai, do you think these two dare to approach the branch? Inquired a youth nearby. These foolish individuals, although somewhat formidable, are unaware that our Bloodgarment Sect's branch is guarded by a god-forming elder. Bai Yufeng gritted his teeth and uttered with disdain. He secretly wished for the two to meet their demise at the sect. Laughter erupted among the disciples, though it was tinged with pain as their injuries bled anew. The Bloodgarment Sect's branch was located in the northern district of Gloomy Cloud City, while the previous tavern resided in the southern district. Riding in the black carriage, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao swiftly arrived at the Bloodgarment Sect's branch. Who goes there? Halt. Upon the sight of the approaching, unidentifiable black carriage, two disciples at the gate, both at the profound Dan realm, immediately positioned themselves to block the entrance. Get out of the way, Luo Li commanded, swinging her sword and unleashing two streams of sword chi. The two profound Dan disciples were struck down, collapsing to the ground. With a resounding crash, the black carriage barreled through the Bloodgarment Sect's doors, breaking them apart as it surged inside. Witnessing the fierce advance of the black horse, Jun Mo Shao was suddenly filled with exhilaration, a smile illuminating his face, though his body trembled slightly. Sister, why do I feel so particularly thrilled? He asked. Because you are not a wicked person, Luo Li replied, brandishing her sword and laughing heartily. As Jun Mo Shao gazed upon the surging crowd, he self-deprecatingly remarked, perhaps we were once weak and accustomed to being bullied. This time, we can finally hold our heads high. Luo Li smiled and replied, we are not bloodthirsty. If these individuals possess any sense, they will willingly surrender their weapons and storage rings, and we may spare their lives. Should they harbor thoughts of violence, let no mercy be shown. Strike them down with a single sword. Agreed. Jun Mo Shao nodded in affirmation. Junior brother. Luo Li turned her gaze towards a certain direction. Her face illuminated with admiration. Our ancestor unleashed a breath of pure energy, reducing all in one Gue Ridge to ashes. We must embody such spirit. Senior sister. You are right, Jun Mo Shao responded, enlightenment dawning upon his features, his sword heart growing ever clearer. As the black carriage entered the square, numerous disciples of the Blood-Robe sect rushed forth from the surroundings, their expressions a mix of shock and fury. The audacity of these two young men from the Yuanhai realm was beyond comprehension. They had dared to commandeer a carriage and breach. This was a grave provocation. Who are you? Demanded a gaunt elder clad in blood-red robes, stepping forth from the throng. His gaze icy as he fixed it upon the duo. You are not worthy to know. Luo Li's eyes gleamed like frost, her tone resolute. She stared at the elder, who was at the first level of the shaping god realm, and continued, the disciples of the Blood-Robe sect are arrogant and overbearing. They deserve severe punishment. Quickly lay down your weapons, surrender your storage rings, and flee for your lives. Upon hearing Luo Li's words, the elder of the Blood-Robe sect trembled with rage, his once sallow face turning ashen in an instant. Chapter 28. Breaking Through in Battle. Second layer of Yuanhai realm. All disciples of the Blood-Robe sect in the Yuanhai realm, heed my command. Swiftly eliminate the two provocateurs. The first to draw blood with their sword shall be rewarded with a bottle of heavenly-grade spirit-enhancing pills. The elder of the Blood-Robe sect, with a fierce countenance, issued the extermination order. Upon hearing of the reward, the disciples of the Blood-Robe sect erupted with fervor, their eyes gleaming like wild beasts, and they lunged forward with their swords drawn. Ha ha, senior sister, our opportunity to sharpen our blades has arrived. Faced with the throng of approaching disciples, Jun Mo Shao felt no fear. Rather, his heart surged with excitement and fervor. Surrounded by 40 to 50 cultivators of the Yuanhai realm, the sheer number of adversaries would undeniably impose significant pressure. Yet, in the face of life and death, one could achieve rapid breakthroughs in cultivation and combat experience. Despite the multitude of Blood-Robe sect disciples, none possessed the sixth layer of the Yuanhai realm like Bai Yufeng. Most ranged between the first to the fifth layers of the Yuanhai realm. Junior brother, I just consumed a dragon tiger pill, and I am bursting with energy. Come, let us go and slay. Luo Li laughed heartily, leaping into the fray. A torrent of sword light erupted, cascading in all directions. Jun Mo Shao also invoked the Divine Dragon 9 transformations, manifesting several ethereal shadows. In midair, he unleashed the Divine Dragon sword technique, with sword light pouring forth like liquid mercury, striking out in all directions. Though their mastery of the sword path was slightly inferior to the Divine Dragon 9 transformations, the two, with their agile movements and extraordinary finesse, managed to navigate through the tidal wave of attacks with relative ease, despite being besieged by 40 to 50 cultivators of the Yuan High realm. Sizzle. The brilliance of swords shot forth from all directions, casting ethereal shadows that not a single attack managed to strike the two individuals, who deftly evaded wave after wave of onslaught. However, landing a blow on one another proved equally challenging. For each strike was met with a simultaneous counter from a dozen adversaries. The clash of sword energies reverberated through the air, culminating in explosive bursts that dissipated into nothingness. The intensity of the battle was palpable. The elder from the Blood Garment Sect, a master of the divine shaping realm, stood with arms crossed. His expression one of stern contemplation as he observed the conflict unfold. Within him brewed a profound sense of bewilderment. These two young combatants, despite their relatively modest cultivation levels, exhibited remarkable prowess in battle. What kind of force could cultivate such exceptional talent? The other 10 major sects appeared to have no knowledge of their existence. Suddenly, the elder's gaze shifted as he noticed several bloodied figures rushing in. "What happened to you?" he exclaimed, shock evident in his expression as he beheld Bai Yufeng, whose injuries were alarming. As one of the top 10 prodigies of the sect, despite his lower ranking, such severe wounds were indeed a matter of great concern. While Elder Lu pondered the situation, Bai Yufeng fixated on the battleground, astonished to witness the pair of youths not only intruding upon the Blood Garment Sect's branch, but also engaging in combat with his fellow disciples. These two individuals moved with extraordinary agility, akin to dragons gliding through the air, evading attacks and unleashing a torrent of sword light, yet they remained untouched. Despite being besieged by numerous opponents, the assailants found themselves at a loss. What manner of agility is this? Bai Yufeng's expression was one of sheer astonishment. As a distinguished disciple, his knowledge was profoundly extensive, yet he had never encountered such an ethereal form of movement. "Elder Lu, we have been grievously injured, and our treasured swords along with our storage rings have been seized. You must avenge us," lamented a disciple of the Blood Garment Sect, his face etched with sorrow as he turned to Elder Lu. "Rest assured, they shall not escape," Elder Lu replied darkly, nodding in agreement. The disturbance caused by these intruders in the Blood Garment Sect not only harmed the disciples, but also resulted in the theft of their prized possessions. He would not allow them to evade justice. If they were to escape, he could no longer fulfill his duties as an elder of the Blood Garment Sect. In a private chamber of the tavern, Ian leisurely sampled a dish, casting a subtle nod in a particular direction. En route. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao had both ingested a dragon tiger pill. The medicinal effects had yet to fully dissipate, largely retained within their bodies. Currently, they faced immense pressure from the onslaught of 40 to 50 disciples from the Blood Garment Sect. Perhaps this could be their opportunity for a breakthrough. Yuan Seal, even when suppressed to the Yuan Si realm, would allow them to elevate their prowess by a small degree, akin to advancing a level in the God-shaping realm. It would not hinder Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao's genuine cultivation. Yiyan hoped that both could achieve a formidable prowess without external assistance, enabling them to contend against stronger opponents in the future, especially once they possessed divine weapons. With a swift motion, Jun Mo Xiao repelled several disciples with a single, transforming into a shadow of a divine dragon before vanishing into the void. Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears. A shadow descended from the void, transforming from ethereal to corporeal. As Jun Mo Xiao sensed that his senior sister had ascended to the second level of the Yuan, his heart swelled with joy at the realization of her breakthrough. At that moment, a flurry of sword lights, akin to flowing mercury, surged forth from a dozen disciples of the Blood Garment Sect. He hastily rushed forward to intercept the onslaught of blades. Following her breakthrough, Luo Li's combat prowess soared dramatically, unleashing an array of sword lights in a fierce display. This individual had actually managed to break through amidst battle. Bai Yufeng gritted his teeth, yearning to join the fray himself. Those capable of achieving breakthroughs in the heat of combat are nothing short of extraordinary prodigies. Elder Lu, you can no longer remain an idle bystander. Otherwise, that boy may very well achieve his own breakthrough soon, Bai Yufeng exclaimed with resentment. Elder Lu's countenance darkened as he recognized the gravity of the situation. Drawing his treasured sword, he prepared to engage swiftly, determined to quell the provocateurs of the Yuan High realm. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a black carriage on the periphery of the square. The black steed lightly tapped its hooves against the ground, producing a crisp sound that resonated like thunder in his ears, leaving Elder Lu momentarily stunned. The horse lifted its head, and in Lu Elder seemed to plunge into an abyss of darkness, where two enormous crimson eyes, resembling mountains, fixated upon him with an eerie intensity. In that moment, he felt insignificantly small, gazing upward into the dark void, where a towering and terrifying demon lord loomed from the heavens, observing him with an unsettling gaze. Sweating profusely, Elder Lu felt as though he had been frozen in place, paralyzed by the overwhelming presence. Bai Yufeng sensed something amiss. Elder Lu, were you not intent on eliminating those two individuals? What has caused you to break into a cold sweat and hesitate? Elder Lu, what troubles you? Bai Yufeng inquired softly beside him. Elder Lu remained silent, his expression vacant, still lost in that dark and terrifying realm. Bai Yufeng sensed something amiss. He surveyed the surroundings, but noticed nothing unusual. A sense of foreboding gripped him as he loudly commanded the disciples at the Xiandan realm. Everyone, join the assault and eliminate the intruders. Yes, a chorus of over 100 disciples from the Blood-Robe sect thundered in unison, their voices resonating with boundless murderous intent. Waves of sword light surged forth, advancing from the periphery toward the center, intensifying the atmosphere. Suddenly, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Chapter 29. Jun Mo Zhao's breakthrough. Although the disciples of the Blood-Robe sect at the Xiandan realm were not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers proved advantageous. With over 200 members relentlessly launching ranged sword attacks from the outskirts, the pressure on Luo Li and Jun Mo Zhao escalated significantly. The slight advantage Luo Li had just gained was swiftly obliterated. The two could only rely on the enigmatic dragon transformation technique to navigate the fray. Having grown up together and trained side by side, Luo Li and Jun Mo Zhao exhibited an extraordinary synergy in combat. Remarkably, they instinctively dodged attacks while simultaneously launching surprise assaults on the outer disciples of the Xiandan realm. Initially, their strategy bore fruit, resulting in the demise of dozens of Xiandan disciples. However, it was not long before the Blood-Robe sect adapted their tactics. The disciples at the Yuanhai realm were organized into several groups of sword formations, their coordination remarkably adept, successfully intercepting all attacks from the two opponents. In the elegant chamber of a tavern, Yiyan leisurely savored a piece of braised pork, chewing slowly while observing the battle unfold, a subtle smile gracing his face. The suppression of the two realms, coupled with their treasures and robes, indeed provided tremendous assistance to their cultivation. Luo Li was the first to break through. It appeared that Jun Mo Zhao was not far from a breakthrough either. After all, the two had recently consumed a divine-level Longhu Dan, a supreme elixir of cultivation. Such a potion had never before graced the Cangnan continent. Ordinary Longhu Dan could only be found within sects of celestial rank or higher. On the Cangnan continent, sects were classified into 5 levels: ordinary, major sects, super sects, celestial, and eternal. The 10 forces of the ancient Moon dynasty were merely ordinary sects. None qualifying as major sections. A mere 3 eternal sects existed in the entirety of the Cangnan continent 100,000 years ago, illustrating the formidable strength of these eternal sects, which were akin to colossal behemoths on the continent. The emergence of a single disciple from such a sect could bring about cataclysmic devastation. However, it was believed that the eternal sects now resided in the most spiritually abundant center of the Cangnan continent, an unfathomable distance from the ancient Moon dynasty. In the eyes of Yi Yun, a former leader of an eternal sect, the so-called 10 forces of the ancient Moon dynasty were nothing more than mere ants. Moreover, Yi Yun has ascended to the realm of the true God. To him, all living beings are no more significant than mere ants, devoid of any compassion. If one were to traverse the river of time, it would become evident that life is a continuous cycle of growth, where even if one generation is extinguished, another will swiftly emerge in its place. Thus, this invincible true God, Yi Yun, slaughters without the slightest emotional fluctuation, akin to crushing a few ants underfoot. The echelon of existence that true gods inhabit is beyond the comprehension of ordinary cultivators. In the square, the battle is fraught with peril. For Jun Mo Zhao and Luo Li, relying on their formidable physiques, they struggle to endure. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoes, causing Jun Mo Zhao's body to tremble slightly as he plummets from the void. In that instant, he astonishingly breaks through from the 4th to the 5th layer of the Yuanhai realm. Observing this development, Luo Li hastens to his side, unleashing a flurry of sword light to fend off a wave of attacks. Haha, junior brother, congratulations on your breakthrough. Indeed, senior sister. Post-breakthrough, Jun Mo Zhao's aura has intensified remarkably. Brandishing his sword, he retaliates against the surrounding foes. Although he has only ascended 1 layer, it is imperative to remember that he had already reached the shaping god realm. Now, with the suppression of his cultivation lift, the combat prowess gained from this breakthrough surpasses that of a conventional ascension. At this moment, Jun Mo Zhao transitions from a passive to an active stance, shedding his previous plight. Witnessing this, Bai Yufeng is incensed, stamping his feet in frustration. Who exactly are these young individuals to achieve consecutive breakthroughs amidst battle? Elder Lu, why do you not take action? Bai Yufeng glanced at the perspiring Elder Lu beside him, pushing him with a hint of irritation. How could he still be lost in thought at such a critical moment? Oh. Elder Lu gasped softly, as if awakening from a dream, drenched in sweat. He wiped his brow repeatedly, his body trembling as he gazed at the terrifying black horse in the distance. Elder Lu, what is the matter with you? Bai Yufeng's expression darkened, his dissatisfaction palpable. Elder Lu was momentarily at a loss for words. He yearned to join the fray, yet was paralyzed by fear of the dreadful black steed. If he chose not to engage, he feared the consequences from the sect would be dire. Either way, death loomed. Gritting his teeth, Elder Lu drew his sword and charged toward Luo Li. With a crisp sound of hooves resonating in the air, Elder Lu, suspended mid-flight, was suddenly struck by a thunderous roar that reverberated in his head, rendering him unconscious in an instant, plummeting to the ground. Damn it, this Elder Lu is feigning death. Bai Yufeng seethed with rage, his teeth clenched. Fueled by a surge of fury, he seized a sword and thrust it violently into Elder Lu's chest, shattering his heart and sealing the fate of the unconscious elder. Senior brother Bai, why have you slain Elder Lu? A wounded junior brother quivered, his voice trembling. What use is an elder who falters in battle? I am cleansing the sect. After committing the act, Bai Yufeng's courage swelled even further, his tone venomous. The other disciples fell into a hushed silence, not daring to utter a word, yet it was clear they understood the gravity of the situation. The Elder Lu from the Bloodgarment Sect, who wields the power of the Divine Sculptor, has indeed shown a lack of effort, resulting in catastrophic losses for the sect. Hence, when Brother Bai suddenly took action to eliminate Elder Lu, there was no dissent among the onlookers. Junior brothers, we must fight to the death to vanquish these two fiends, Bai Yufeng proclaimed, raising his sword with one hand and roaring in fury. Today, this battle cannot end peacefully. If we do not slay these two, we shall all perish. Upon hearing Bai Yufeng's words, the disciples of the Bloodgarment Sect felt a surge of spirit, channeling their utmost strength to mount a frenzied assault on Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. The two, however, remained composed and unflustered, deftly evading the attacks while countering skillfully, not losing ground significantly. After an hour of fierce combat, the disciples of the Bloodgarment Sect began to show signs of exhaustion, their faces pale and drenched in cold sweat, both their physical and magical energies waning. Yet at that moment, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao still exuded vitality and vigor. Sister, they are nearing their limit. Jun Mo Shao laughed heartily, his swordsmanship becoming even more formidable. A flurry of sword light descended, and instantly, 3 disciples of the Bloodgarment Sect at the Yuan High Realm were struck, shrieking in agony as they staggered backward. Kill. Luo Li also launched a fierce counterattack. For a time, the disciples of the Bloodgarment Sect found themselves retreating in disarray, many sustaining grievous injuries, blood flowing profusely from their wounds. At this juncture, fear gripped the eyes of the sect's disciples, their expressions betraying sheer terror. The battle raged on for nearly 2 hours. Yet this pair of youthful warriors showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Were they even human? Chapter 30. The Saintess's affection for Jun Mo Shao. Yin gently tapped the table with his hand, his expression calm. Yet a hint of amusement flickered deep within his eyes. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the Dragon Sect's practitioners, possessing the bloodline of the Divine Dragon. They are extraordinary, and their combat prowess is both remarkable and enduring. 100,000 years ago, when Yi Yun faced the relentless pursuit of over 20 Eternal Realm experts, he grew more valiant in battle, slaying half of them while the rest fled in terror. At this moment, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao both bore the ancestral dragon bloodline. Though diluted, it far surpassed that of their peers. Thus, such battles were trivial for them. The longer they persevered, the more they shifted from a disadvantageous position to one of advantage. Suddenly, Yi Yun lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the ages. A silver-white magical vessel emerged from the mist, hovering above the city of gloomy clouds. Upon this vessel stood a group of young maidens clad in vibrant skirts, each radiating an enchanting and bewitching aura. How intriguing! Yi Yun smiled nonchalantly. Another force had suddenly appeared. Could this be an opportunity for these two young ones to further hone their skills? It seemed that Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao were poised to break through. Yi Yun was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, within the Blood Robe Sect's branch, the battle raged on. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao displayed their extraordinary, leaving their adversaries wailing in despair. Among the maidens aboard the silver vessel, one particularly stunning figure, clad in revealing attire, stood at the edge, gazing downwards. With her beauty captivating, she bore the cultivation of the 9th layer of the Yuan Sea realm. At that moment, a look of slight astonishment graced her exquisite face. The Blood Robe Sect's branch has been challenged. Beside him, an elderly matron sighed and remarked. This matron possessed remarkable cultivation, having reached the 2nd tier of the divine sculpting realm. The Bloodgarment Sect and our Ecstasy Sect have historically maintained a cordial relationship. Thus, In the face of such events, we ought not to remain indifferent. A seductive young maiden licked her lips, her gaze tinged with an alluring wickedness. She fixated intently on the valiant and handsome youth on the battlefield, a rosy mist swirling in her eyes. She was instantly captivated by the young man. He emanated an unimaginable masculine aura, strikingly handsome and unforgettable. The Ecstasy Sect is also one of the 10 formidable forces within the ancient Moon Dynasty. As the saintess of the Ecstasy Sect, Zhou Minjing sought a worthy furnace for her cultivation during this journey. However, after months of searching, she had yet to find one that met her expectations. Unexpectedly, upon passing through the cloudy city, she encountered this extraordinary youth, stirring her heart and emotions. The elderly matron's gaze flickered as she discerned the peculiar glint in her mistress's eyes, fully aware of the implications. With a gentle motion of her hand, a silver vessel swiftly descended, casting a shadow. The Ecstasy Sect had arrived. Bai Yufeng looked up, recognizing the familiar emblem of the and his face lit up with joy. The Ecstasy Sect and the Blood Garment Sect share a strong bond, having formed alliances several times throughout history. The sudden arrival of the Ecstasy Sect suggested their intent to aid the Blood Garment Sect through this calamity. Having met the saintess, Bai Yufeng regarded the enchanting maiden gracefully descending from the silver vessel with utmost seriousness, bowing deeply in respect. She was the saintess of the Ecstasy Sect, her status second only to that of the sect's leader. The saintess possesses remarkable prowess, standing at the 9th level of the Yuanhai realm, far surpassing him. What transpired here? Zhou Minjing feigned an expression of surprise. 2 ruffians, unbeknownst to their origin, had wreaked havoc in our Blood Garment Sect's branch. And we implore the saintess to lend her assistance, considering the long-standing amicable relations between our 2 sections. Bai Yufeng clasped his hands in a gesture of earnest supplication. Indeed. Zhou Minjing gently nodded, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Rest assured, our sects have shared a bond for generations. Thus, when the Blood Garment Sect is in peril, my Harmony Sect cannot remain indifferent. With a delicate raise of her hand, she signaled in the air, and immediately, 2 to 3 dozen disciples of the Harmony Sect, all at the Yuanhai realm, surged forth. Capture the males alive, and slay the females, came a stern admonition from the elder matron nearby. Upon hearing the matron's words, a sudden flush of crimson swept across Zhou Minjing's lovely visage. This matron, who had watched her grow since childhood, possessed a profound understanding of her sentiments. Aware that she had taken a liking to the handsome youth standing in the square, from a distance of several dozen meters, Zhou Minjing could palpably sense the overwhelming, vigorous aura emanating from the youth. This energy surged forth like an ancient divine dragon, enveloping her in warmth, causing her to feel flushed and weak, yearning to nestle into the youth's embrace. Luo Li, ever astute, sensed foreboding upon hearing the name of the Harmony Sect. She had indeed heard of the illustrious saintess Zhou Minjing, reputed to be on a quest for a suitable furnace companion. It was said that she dedicated a portion of each year to wander the world in search of her ideal match. Ah, little junior. Who would have thought that you would catch someone's eye? Luo Li exclaimed, wielding her sword, which transformed into a fleeting shadow that brushed past Jun Mo Xiao. Her face alight with mischief. A blush crept onto Jun Mo Xiao's cheeks, taken aback that the saintess of the Hehuan sect would take an interest in him. He had long been aware of the Hehuan sect's illustrious reputation, yet he could hardly comprehend why such a woman would set her sights on him. Drawing in a deep breath, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he declared, "Senior sister, fret not, should she dare show me any disrespect. I shall eliminate her without hesitation." Well said, little junior. Luo Li laughed heartily, diving back into the fray. With the addition of the Hehuan sect's disciples from the Yuanhai realm, the pressure on the 2 intensified significantly. The old matriarch cast a vigilant gaze around her surroundings, when suddenly her attention was drawn to a black carriage and a sleek black steed, oddly stationed in a corner. Employing her spiritual sense, she discerned that it was merely an ordinary carriage and horse, prompting her to disregard it, shifting her gaze elsewhere. She then noticed Elder Lu lying motionless in a pool of blood. What fate befell Elder Lu of the Bloodrobe sect in the God-sculpting realm? The old matriarch inquired, her eyes fixed on Bai Yufeng. With trepidation, Bai Yufeng stammered an explanation. Matriarch, in the face of dire threats. Elder Lu grew fearful and feigned death. I, in service to the sect, took the initiative to clear the path. Feigning death? The old matriarch was momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances with Zhou Minjing, both reflecting profound astonishment. Was it truly necessary for a formidable practitioner of the God-sculpting realm to resort to such tactics to evade danger when confronted by 2 youths of the Yuanhai realm? 2 individuals found the situation exceedingly peculiar. Zhou Minjing fixated her gaze upon the strikingly handsome youth, who exuded an overwhelming aura of masculinity. Soon, The incident involving Elder Lu faded from her mind. Her starry eyes were entranced, her complexion blooming like a peach blossom. Why did this young man emanate such an intense virility? Contemplating this, Zhou Minjing tightened her legs, her alluring figure becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Chapter 31. The Presence of Master Ma, Who Dares to be Arrogant. In the elegant chamber of the tavern, a group of inconsequential individuals gathered. Yi Yun set down his chopsticks, a hint of disdain gracing his features. The third-rate Hahuan sect practiced a dual cultivation technique that was the most inferior form of the yang collecting and yin supplementing art. The Hahuan sect's saintess, experiencing a surge of desire upon seeing Jun Ma Xiao, was entirely due to the ancestral dragon bloodline. This bloodline, embodying the utmost rigidity and masculinity, was nearly irresistible for the female cultivators of the Hahuan sect. Tap, tap. Yi Yun gently drummed his fingers on the table, silently calculating the cultivation progress of Luo Li and Jun Ma Xiao. If they could withstand the onslaught of the Blood Robe sect and the Hahuan sect, they might achieve a second breakthrough. After all, the divine grade dragon tiger pill they had consumed previously had remarkable effects, and coupled with their bodies enhanced by the ancestral dragon's blood, they surpassed their contemporaries. This indicated that their potential had yet to be fully realized. Today's arduous battle could precisely provide them the opportunity to break through under immense. Yi Yun awaited the outcome with keen anticipation. The battle raged on with fervor. The old matron narrowed her eyes, observing that despite the intense assault, the two youths, though strained, relied on their remarkable agility to conjure one shimmering dragon illusion after another. In the air, she gracefully evaded various attacks, her brow furrowed in contemplation. These two youths bore unfamiliar faces. From whence had they emerged? Judging by their youthful appearances, one appeared to be around 16 or 17, while the other was merely 15 or 16. It was indeed remarkable for individuals so young to possess such formidable prowess. The holy maiden of the Hahuan sect, having received extensive nurturing from her sect since childhood, had only just reached the 9th layer of the Yuan-Si realm at the age of 20. The two young individuals before her displayed talents that were not inferior to her own holy maiden. The old matriarch had a keen eye and recognized their potential at a glance. Even her own holy maiden would struggle to withstand the assault of so many Yuan-Si realm cultivators alone. After a stick of incense had burned away, the peculiar sensations in Zhou Minjing's body became unbearable. Matriarch, capture that youth and swiftly conclude this battle, Zhou Minjing urged, her heart filled with an insatiable thirst. As you wish, miss, the old matriarch replied respectfully, a flicker of pride crossing her features. As a formidable cultivator at the divine transformation realm, apprehending a practitioner at the 5th layer of the Yuan-Si realm would be as effortless as an eagle seizing a chick. However, just as she took a step forward, boom. Suddenly, an immense rumble resonated within her mind, causing her to stagger, and in an instant, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Matriarch, what has happened? Zhou Minjing exclaimed in shock. Rushing to support the fallen matriarch, the old matriarch lay with her eyes tightly shut, her spirit ensnared in a state of oblivion. What is going on? Bai Yufeng approached, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at the 2nd layer divine transformation cultivator, who had suddenly fainted, strikingly similar to the prior incident with Elder Lu. Could it be that a hidden master lurks nearby, having harmed this formidable figure from the Hahuan sect? Bai Yufeng cast a vigilant glance around, but discerned no signs of disturbance. To render a great cultivator in the sculpting god realm unconscious without a trace, one could only assume that a practitioner of the divine bridge realm would possess such capabilities. Yet, where in the Guyu dynasty could one find a powerful being of the divine bridge realm? Even the half-step divine bridge cultivator is merely the old sword saint of the sword god sect. In a corner of the square, an unassuming black horse shook its head and let out a soft sneeze, its eyes glinting. How audacious for a mere sculpting god practitioner to harbor designs on the disciple of the esteemed master. It seemed oblivious to the presence of its protector. The great horse standing guard right here. Who would dare to threaten the two young masters? Such insolence would be a direct affront to its dignity. Humph. With the great horse present, who would dare to act brazenly? As the little black horse thwarted the attempts of two sculpting god practitioners, Yi Yun smiled faintly. Suddenly, a verdant fruit appeared in his hand. With a flick of his finger, the fruit, imbued with profound essence, vanished into the void. In the next moment, a familiar voice whispered beside the black horse's ear, "Well done. Thank you, esteemed." Before the words could fully escape, the horse abruptly realized a fruit had materialized in its mouth, emanating an intoxicating aura of deadly temptation. Fearing the allure might escape, it swallowed the fruit without hesitation. After consuming the green fruit, the horse's eyes sparkled with brilliance, as though it had reaped tremendous benefits. The black horse lightly trod the ground with its hooves, unable to contain its inner elation. The master bestowed upon it a divine fruit, elevating its level significantly. The sensation was utterly exquisite. After ensuring the old matron was settled, Zhou Minjing drew her treasured sword and strode towards the center of the plaza, although she was uncertain as to why the old matron had succumbed to unconsciousness. The battle could not persist. She needed a swift resolution. She swiftly captured the youth and prepared to depart. Junior brother, the holy maiden of the Huan sect approaches you. Do exercise caution, Luo Li whispered beside her. Rest assured, senior sister. I can withstand it. Jun Mo Xiao retorted with a cold smirk, his gaze fixed upon the advancing Zhou Minjing. At that moment, he yearned for the pressure of battle to intensify. The greater the strain, the more rapidly the effects of the Lone Hu pill would circulate within him. Perhaps he might even transcend to a higher minor realm. With Zhou Minjing, a formidable practitioner of the 9th layer of the Yuan Hai realm, joining the fray, the encounter became increasingly thrilling. As the holy maiden of the Huan sect, Zhou Minjing's combat prowess was remarkably formidable. Her singular objective was to capture Jun Mo Xiao. In an instant, Jun Mo Xiao found himself evading a barrage of powerful sword lights, each maneuver fraught with peril, and he had even suffered due to the deterioration in quality of his royal-grade robe. Zhou Minjing's fierce sword energy pierced through it, leaving him with visible wounds. Jun Mo Xiao's expression was resolute. He showed no signs of retreat, but continued to fight valiantly against Zhou Minjing. He sensed that he was nearing a breakthrough, especially after sustaining several wounds, which heightened the pressure to its zenith and intensified his desire to transcend. As Zhou Minjing focused her offensive on Jun Mo Xiao, a multitude of Yuan Hai realm cultivators simultaneously directed their attacks towards Luo Li. Luo Li similarly found herself ensnared in an overwhelming crisis, her body beginning to suffer wounds and bleed. Yet, bolstered by her formidable physique, both she and her companion persevered. Young man, why do you continue to endure? Surrender swiftly and return with me to the Harmony sect. I shall take you as my consort, the Saintess. Zhou Minjing brandished her long sword, its gleaming blade sharp and enigmatic, accompanied by an alluring laughter that echoed in the air. Her voice carried an innate charm, stirring the hearts and minds of those who heard it. However, Jun Mo Xiao remained undeterred, his sword heart as clear and resolute as ever. Furthermore, with the ancestral dragon blood course, he possessed an inherent resistance to such nefarious arts. As the battle persisted, a fragrant incense burned down, and with two resounding thuds, Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li, after enduring a fierce struggle, experienced a simultaneous breakthrough. Jun Mo Xiao ascended to the 6th layer of the Yuan Hai realm, while Luo Li reached the 3rd layer. In that moment, their auras surged dramatically, the sword light radiating with ferocity, their momentum akin to a tidal wave retaliating with great force. Chapter 32. The bloodshed ceases. Yet new foes arise though they had merely advanced a minor realm. This breakthrough significantly amplified their combat prowess, catching Zhou Minjing and the others completely. How is this possible? How have they managed to break through again? Bai Yufeng, his sword thrust into the ground, wore a visage of fury. During the skirmish, these two had astonishingly achieved consecutive breakthroughs. Such a phenomenon was unheard of in the Guyu dynasty, where such prodigies were rarely witnessed. Should they continue to grow, the top 10 powers of the Guyu dynasty would surely bow before them. What? A second breakthrough? Zhou Minjing exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing Bai Yufeng's words, she could hardly conceal the tempest raging within her heart. Had there truly been a previous breakthrough? This was indeed the second time. To achieve consecutive advancements of 2 levels during a fierce battle was utterly astounding. A century ago, even the invincible sword god sect's elder sword saint never claimed to have experienced such an extraordinary feat in combat. The more fervently her heart burned. If she were to regard this young man as a furnace for her cultivation, the enhancement to her own powers would be immeasurable. With this thought in mind, Zhou Minjing unleashed a frenzied assault on Jun Mo Xiao, simultaneously commanding all disciples of the Huan sect to join the fray. The battle grew ever more intense. Waves of sword energy traversed the air, their brilliance akin to a tsunami. The ground of the blood-closed gates plaza was shattered into fragments, while the surrounding walls crumbled with a thunderous crash. Despite Zhou Minjing leading her disciples in a relentless attack, both Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao, having elevated their realms, withstood this onslaught. They grew more invigorated with each clash, their spirits soaring, showing no signs of fatigue. Meanwhile, Zhou Minjing and her companions were secretly astonished. How could these two possess such formidable physiques? Their stamina and magical energy appeared inexhaustible. Suddenly, the old matron of the Huan sect awoke. A crimson necklace adorning her neck radiated, rousing her from her slumber. How dare anyone attempt to ambush this esteemed matron? She sprang to her feet, her body trembling as she exuded the formidable aura of the ninth layer of the shaping god realm. As a guardian of the Saintess, her strength was exceptional. However, she had long employed a secret technique to suppress her realm to the second layer of the shaping god realm. In an instant, her robes billowed with a majestic flourish, her demeanor exuding an aura of invincibility. In the elegant chamber of the tavern, Yi offered a gentle smile. Ah, the fox's tail has finally been revealed. This elderly matron of the Hahuan sect had concealed herself remarkably well, yet she could not escape the discerning gaze of Yi, a true deity. With a light tap of his hand upon the table, the black steed stomped its hoof lightly. The subtle sound reverberated in the corner, akin to the cataclysmic thunder of annihilation, echoing in the ears of the old matron. In a tumult of shock, her spirit quivered, eyes rolling back, and she fainted once more. Nearby, Bai Yufeng, witnessing this, was struck with terror, his eyes wide with fear. He finally comprehended that an unparalleled presence lurked nearby, having incapacitated two formidable deities with sheer force. Realizing this, he summoned a few disciples, urging them to discreetly retreat through the back door. The black steeds have struck again with a gentle thud, and all of Bai Yutong's companions collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In the square, the battle raged fiercely. After a grueling struggle, Junemo Shao and Luo Li gained a slight advantage. Gradually, several disciples at the Xiandan realm were injured and withdrew from the fray, followed by those at the Yuan Hai realm, who lost their fighting spirit. Zhou Mengying grew increasingly alarmed as her companions dwindled. In a moment of distraction, a fierce sword chi sliced through the air, striking her directly. Fortunately, she was clad in a heavenly-grade robe that absorbed the brunt of the assault. Nonetheless, the overwhelming force sent her flying, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. After being cast aside, Zhou Mengying found herself in a precarious situation. The pressure on the disciples of the Yuan Hai realm intensified abruptly, and Junemo Shao seized this opportunity to launch a fervent assault, sending several disciples flying. The tide of battle suddenly shifted. "Sister, I come to your aid." Junemo Shao rushed towards Luo Li's direction. This pair of senior and junior disciples struck simultaneously, forcing their adversaries to retreat in disarray. After a brief period of time, only a handful of individuals remained standing in the square, with Zhou Mengying and a few Yuan Hai realm disciples left. At this moment, they were all injured, bloodied from the fight, and barely able to hold on. A tragic smile adorned Zhou Mengying's face. She never anticipated that the final outcome would be their defeat. Realizing the dire situation, she withdrew from the battle circle and crossed her sword over her chest. "I am the saintess of the Hahuan sect. You cannot kill me." Zhou Mengying trembled as she spoke. Luo Li, brandishing the blood-stained Taishang golden dragon sword, approached slowly, a cold smirk on her exquisite face. "How is it? Only you allowed to kill us, while I am forbidden from striking you." With that, she thrust her sword forward. Meanwhile, Junemo Shao took the opportunity to eliminate the remaining Yuan Hai realm cultivators. Zhou Mengying managed to block Luo Li's strike, but was unprepared for Junemo Zhao's incoming sword light. She hastily retreated. The three engaged in a fierce battle. However, Zhou Mengying could only endure for a few breaths before succumbing, having been pierced by numerous swords. She fell into a pool of blood. "Junior brother, we have one." Looking around the square, where no enemies remained, Luo Li, sword in hand, trembled with excitement. "Indeed, sister," Junemo Shao replied, equally exhilarated. Today he unleashed a ferocious onslaught, his heart of the sword honed to a brilliant clarity. "Let us not forget the ancestral command. We must gather all weapons and storage rings." Luo Li surveyed her surroundings, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she busied herself with the task. Indeed, Junemo Shao responded affirmatively, equally engaged in the collection of resources. "You are being excessively ruthless." Zhou Mengying, struggling to maintain her composure, sat on the ground, gazing at the two figures akin to demons, mercilessly harvesting storage rings, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Nearby, the old matriarch stirred once more, rising abruptly to scan the area, her expression shifting dramatically. The disciples of the Blood Garment sect and the Harmony sect had been entirely decimated. She swiftly approached Zhou Mengying. "Miss, are you unhurt?" "I am on the brink of death, matriarch. Please, dispatch them at once." Zhou Mengying's face was devoid of color, a ghastly smile playing on her lips. "Very well, miss, I shall avenge you." The old matriarch turned, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent, her presence radiating the formidable energy of the ninth tier of the divine shaping realm. The ninth tier of the divine shaping realm. Luo Li and Junemo Shao exchanged anxious glances, treating this matriarch as a formidable adversary. Suddenly, a soft sound emanated from within their bodies, as if a long-held restraint had been shattered. In that instant, their momentum surged dramatically, leaping from the Yuan Si realm to a breakthrough into the divine shaping realm. Chapter 33, The Godbridge Realm Expert. Ancestor, you have lifted our seal. Luo Li initially wore a look of astonishment, only to subsequently awaken to the truth. She clasped her sword with both hands and bowed towards a particular direction, expressing her profound reverence. The long-lost aura of the divine sculpting realm permeated every inch of Luo Li's being, filling her heart with immense confidence. She had now ascended to the third tier of the divine sculpting realm. Meanwhile, her junior disciple, Junimo Xiao, had reached the sixth tier of the same realm. In their days at the Out Loud Sword Sect, the duo had been able to chase the sect's venerable elder, who was at the ninth tier of the divine sculpting realm, into a desperate retreat. Now, having risen 2 more tiers, their combat prowess had soared. Faced with the elder of the Hahuan sect, also at the ninth, they felt no fear. At this moment, it could be said that they were utterly dominant over their opponent, the old matriarch. Witnessing the sudden surge in the aura emanating from the two, couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Her gaunt, wrinkled face was left speechless, the very lines of age stretching in disbelief. How could this be possible? With a furious roar that shook the heavens, she brandished her sword, concealing her true cultivation. She had forced her own realm down from the ninth tier of the divine sculpting realm to the second. Yet, this pair of youths had audaciously lowered themselves by an entire realm. It was simply unfathomable. Junior brother, this old hag from the Hahuan sect is no good. She has harmed countless lives. We must slay her, Luo Li declared, gripping her bloodied sword as she advanced toward the elder. Kill, Junimo Xiao echoed, raising his sword with a frigid demeanor as he approached slowly. You two little brats, having slain so many disciples of my Hahuan sect. Today I shall take your heads to avenge the fallen. The matriarch's face darkened as she charged at them with her sword. However, the moment they clashed, she realized her grave miscalculation. She had initially believed that her ninth-tier cultivation would easily overpower these two youths and lead to their swift annihilation. After all, these two youths, one at the 6th level of the divine sculpting realm and the other at the 3rd level, were simply not on the same tier as her. Yet to her astonishment, upon their first clash, her sword light was swiftly shattered. The duo, a pair of young swordsmen, combined their efforts to unleash an unimaginable force. After several exchanges, she found herself in a perilous predicament, struggling to defend herself. How could this be? The old matron silently lamented, her eyes darting around as she attempted to fend off their relentless assaults while steadily retreating. She desperately needed to find an escape route. As the protector of Zhou Menjing, it was imperative that she ensured the safety of this saintess. In an instant, Luo Li discerned the old matron's intentions. She swiftly darted forward, blocking her path. Trying to flee? Junimo Xiao cast a glance and immediately grasped the situation. He too launched a frenzied attack on the old matron. Realizing her escape route had been cut off, the matron shot a fierce glare at Luo Li, the clever girl who had seen through her ruse. With no other option, she braced herself for a hard-fought battle. 3 formidable experts of the divine sculpting realm engaged in a fierce struggle within the Bloodgarment sect's branch, causing considerable destruction to the surrounding structures. After a dozen exchanges, the old matron was struck by a blade. Junimo Xiao's sword inflicted a direct wound to her right arm, impairing her ability to wield her weapon effectively. With a swift, another piercing sword light struck her calf, this time from Luo Li. Having sustained 2 wounds, blood began to flow, amplifying her sense of panic. Junimo Xiao and Luo Li intensified their assault, and after a wave of shimmering sword light, the elderly matron was struck by 7 or 8 sword wounds. Collapsing to the ground, Luo Li rushed forward and swiftly ended the matron's life with a single stroke. Junimo Xiao, in perfect harmony, approached and sheathed his sword, stowing away his storage ring. Junior brother, we have finally vanquished all our foes, Luo Li exclaimed, panting, her stunning visage glistening with sweat, blooming into a radiant smile. Senior sister, there are still some severely wounded individuals in the square, Junimo Xiao remarked. Let us finish them off, Luo Li replied, gritting her teeth. The battle had escalated to a life-or-death struggle. They could not afford to show mercy at this juncture. The two moved into the square and began to dispatch the gravely injured disciples. Upon reaching Zhou Menjing, the severely wounded saintess of the Hahuan sect, her face was etched with despair as she gazed at Luo Li, pleading earnestly, Dear sister, I will give you everything I possess. If that is insufficient, I can have my sect provide you with whatever you require. Luo Li chuckled, her cherry-red lips parting to reveal a row of pearly white teeth. I desire all the treasures from the Hahuan sect's vault. Can you, as a saintess, grant me that? She suddenly inquired with a smile. Zhou Menjing was left speechless. With a swift motion, a beam of sword light flashed, and Junimo Xiao extended his hand, sending Zhou Menjing into the abyss. Oh, junior brother, you are even more ruthless than I. Just like that, you have slain such a captivating beauty from the Hahuan sect. Luo Li laughed, playfully sticking out her delicate pink tongue. She had not anticipated that her junior brother, Jun Mo Shao, would be so decisive and resolute. Wiping the blood from his sword, Jun Mo Shao gritted his teeth and said, "This wretched woman actually intends to capture me as a furnace cauldron. Can I possibly spare her?" Indeed, he could not. Luo Li chuckled softly. Suddenly, a clear voice floated down from the heavens above. Who would have thought that such a diminutive realm as the ancient Moon Dynasty could harbor two such remarkable talents for cultivation? Who is it? Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao exclaimed in unison, instinctively gazing toward the sky. There, amidst the clouds, a vague white figure emerged. Soon, this figure broke through the mist and descended directly. It turned out to be a colossal celestial crane. Upon this majestic bird stood a man clad in white robes, appearing to be around 40 years of age, exuding an aura of ethereal elegance and wisdom. A formidable figure of the divine bridge realm? Luo Li's pupils constricted slightly as she discerned the formidable This was no ordinary cultivator of the ancient Moon Dynasty. Upon sensing the man's cultivation level, Jun Mo Shao also felt the weight of the situation, his expression turning tense. "You two young ones, from which sect do you hail?" The middle-aged man stepped off the celestial crane, landing gracefully on the ground, hands clasped behind a smile adorning his face as he regarded the duo with growing delight. Earlier, as he passed by the solitary Cloud City, he had witnessed these two youths join forces to battle a ninth-layer divine shaping realm practitioner. Despite being several realms beneath their opponent, they had effortlessly vanquished the old crone. It must be said, these two young individuals possessed astonishing talent, truly a rare breed of genius. Compared to the celestial disciples of our sect, they are slightly superior. We hail from the Divine Dragon Sect. With hands clasped, Luo Li raised her delicate face slightly, a hint of pride gracing the corners of her lips. The middle-aged man paused, a moment of bewilderment crossing his features. After a few seconds, he slowly shook his head, remarking with indifference, "A petty, unheard of sect. I observe that you two possess remarkable talent. Why not join my celestial sword sect instead?" Luo Li and Jun Mo smiled, exchanging glances, unable to suppress their amusement. 100,000 years ago, the Divine Dragon Sect was the most eminent eternal grade sect in the Azure South continent, a behemoth of an existence. The middle-aged man's countenance shifted, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face. Displeased, he stated flatly, "Little ones, let me be frank. I am from the Celestial Sword Sect, one of the three major powers of the Divine Wind Dynasty. We are a grand sect." Upon hearing this, Jun Mo couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Esteemed senior, please forgive us, but we have no intention of joining any sect. We appreciate your kind offer, but we must decline." Luo Li, suppressing her laughter, clasped her hands and politely refused. The middle-aged man's complexion paled slightly, vexed by the stubbornness of these two youths. As the saying goes, "From poor mountains and wretched waters come unruly folk." How true. However, these two youths were rare geniuses, and it would be a pity to miss out on them. "You are still youthful, possessing little understanding of the world beyond. Why not accompany me back to the Divine Wind Dynasty to witness what constitutes a true grand sect?" The middle-aged man declared, his hands clasped behind his back, his countenance bearing an undeniable, sacred authority. Luo Li furrowed her brow slightly. Could it be that this formidable figure of the Divine Bridge realm sought to impose his will upon them? She shook her head. "Senior, everyone has their aspirations. Do not impose your desires upon us." A flicker of cold light flashed in the man's eyes. These two youngsters, so utterly unappreciative, truly lacked discernment. "You will accompany," he remarked with a disdainful smirk. Suddenly, he lunged forth, his hand reaching for Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. Abruptly, his hand halted midair, as if pierced by an unseen force. Overwhelming pain coursed through him, prompting him to retract his hand swiftly. A voice, imbued with indifference and authority. "The disciples of my Divine Dragon Sect are beyond the capabilities of your Qi Tian Sword Sect to contend with. Who dares?" The middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment, quickly glancing behind him. At that moment, he beheld a young man clad in white, gracefully entering through the doorway. This young man, with his elegant demeanor, profound gaze, and flowing black hair, appeared ethereal, as if he had stepped forth from a painting. Strangely, despite his current cultivation level, the man could perceive no trace of power emanating from him, as though he were an ordinary mortal. "Ancestor." Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of their ancestor, Luo Li and Jun Mo Zhao's faces lit up with joy as they bowed respectfully. Yi Yun gently waved his hand, lifting the two of them effortlessly. He approached the trio, standing amidst them. Observing the middle-aged man before him, who stood at the pinnacle of the Divine Bridge realm, Yi Yun smiled nonchalantly. "Is the Qi Tian Sword Sect contemplating its exclusion from the Divine Wind Dynasty?" The middle-aged man, feeling a surge of unease, took several steps back, sensing an ineffable terror emanating from the stranger's gaze. he had encountered a person of extraordinary prowess. This individual's cultivation far surpassed his own, rendering him incapable of discerning the depth of the other's power. "Senior, I was merely jesting. Please do not take offense," he stammered, bowing with profound reverence, his expression betraying his alarm. Words had led him to calamity, and it was now too late. Yi Yun, with a serene smile, released a wisp of pure energy. The middle-aged man, stricken with fear, stood frozen, and upon encountering the ethereal essence, he instantly disintegrated into a wisp of azure smoke. The colossal white crane was not spared from its fate either. After dealing with the man and the beast, Yi Yun gently shook his head and remarked, "What is the Qi Tian Sword Sect? Merely a prominent sect that dares to act arrogantly before my Divine Dragon Sect." Jun Mo Shao gazed at his ancestor, feeling as if he were carved from stone. This was the first time he had witnessed his ancestor truly unleash his power. A single wisp of pure energy had reduced a formidable figure of the divine bridge realm to nothingness. The might of a true deity was indeed terrifying. Neither in the Wangu Ghost Ridge nor at the Chu Yun Sword Sect had Jun Mo Shao witnessed such a grand spectacle of mass annihilation. Had he beheld it, his astonishment would have been compounded. "This time, you have made significant progress, ascending 2 levels. Quite commendable." Yi Yun's gaze swept over Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, and he spoke with a smile. "Thank you, ancestor, for your support." Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao knelt in gratitude, overwhelmed with appreciation. Had they not arrived with the ancestral black carriage, their triumph would have been far more elusive. A battle marked by the extraordinary achievement of surmounting 2 minor realms consecutively. Such a remarkable feat had never been witnessed within the ancient Moon Dynasty. "Have all the resources been secured?" Yi Yun inquired nonchalantly. "All is in order, ancestor. We are ready to depart," Luo Li replied with a gentle smile, rising to her feet. "Please, step into the carriage. I have prepared potions for you." Upon finishing his words, Yi Yun waved his sleeve lightly. A gentle breeze emanated, causing the surrounding corpses and edifices to dissipate into ethereal wisps of smoke. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Jun Mo Shao could not help but swallow hard. What kind of divine power has the ancestor invoked? Truly terrifying. In a mere breath, the entire Blood Garment Sect's branch had vanished from Loneliness Cloud City as if it had been spirited away by the wind. The surroundings lay desolate and empty. The breeze did not cease, continuing to sweep across the area. At that moment, Jun Mo Shao noticed that the expressions of those around him had momentarily frozen, as if something extraordinary had transpired within them. Suddenly, their vision blurred, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves on a secluded road outside of the city. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao stood in astonishment, bewildered by the dazzling display of the ancestor's powers. Without leaving a trace, Yi Yun effortlessly erasing fragments of memory from all the inhabitants of Loneliness Cloud City. Seeing the two still in a daze, he flicked his fingers and vanished from their sight. In the next instant, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao discovered themselves within a solitary chamber, which contained a large wooden tub filled with steaming water. Wisps of vapor curled around, exuding an indescribable and enchanting fragrance. The two individuals were suddenly taken aback, as they sensed the essence of the ancestral dragon's blood within the potion. "You have both sustained considerable injuries in today's battle. It would be wise to soak in the potion and take a good rest. Ancestor, could it be that this contains the essence of the ancestral dragoness blood?" Luo Li inquired, her voice trembling. "Your cultivation is still shallow. I have only used less than a drop of the ancestral dragoness blood, and it has been divided into 2 barrels. Furthermore, this potion contains hundreds of rare herbs and treasures. Absorb it well, and strive to break through to the next minor realm, laying a solid foundation for the future absorption of the ancestral dragoness blood." Yi Yun replied with a smile. "Thank you, ancestor," Luo Li exclaimed, her heart quivering with excitement. She was aware that the ancestor had undoubtedly included countless invaluable treasures in this barrel of potion. Treasures she had never dared to imagine. Hastily, she removed her robe and submerged herself in the wooden tub. A surge of immense life energy instantly flowed into her body through her pores, causing her to involuntarily emit a soft moan of pleasure. It was an indescribable comfort. She felt her depleted magical energy rapidly replenishing, and her wounds healing swiftly. On the other side, Jun Mo Shao was experiencing the same phenomenon. Both understood that this was a tremendous opportunity, and they quickly settled into a meditative posture, silently channeling their techniques to absorb the energy. The black carriage moved along the official road, devoid of any driver at that moment. Yi Yun sat quietly within the carriage, flanked by emptiness. The black carriage was also a remarkable treasure, possessing its own space, which Yi Yun had divided into several smaller compartments, though they were all hidden from view. 3 days later, in 2 small spaces, a formidable aura surged forth simultaneously. Jun Mo Shao ascended to the 7th tier of the divine sculpting realm. while Luo Li reached the 4th tier of the same realm. Both achieved breakthroughs. In Chapter 35, the Old Sword Saint emerges from seclusion at the Sword God Sect. The sect leader Zhao Wuji stood by the window, gazing grimly at the sky. Over the past month, the 10 major forces of the ancient Moon Dynasty have faced challenges from a pair of young prodigies at the Elemental Sea Realm. They challenged every sect's disciples at the Elemental Sea Realm, asserting that if victorious, they would claim all the treasures from each sect's treasury, if they would offer their heads willingly. The first sect to encounter a challenge was the Bloodrobe sect, ranked 7th. With a total of 200 disciples at the Elemental Sea Realm, they initially believed their numerical advantage would ensure an easy victory. However, the astonishing combat prowess of the young duo took them by surprise. Initially suppressed, the pair ultimately broke through, turning the tide of battle. Every participating disciple from the Bloodrobe sect emerged grievously injured, inciting the fury of their sect leader. In response, numerous divine sculpting realm experts launched their attacks to eliminate the young challengers. To their astonishment, the duo had concealed their true power upon revealing their cultivation. They were revealed to be great masters of the divine sculpting realm. Consequently, the entire cadre of divine sculpting realm experts from the Bloodrobe sect perished in this encounter, sending shockwaves throughout the ancient Moon Dynasty. The second sect to be challenged was the Falling Sunset Sword sect. Learning from the misfortunes of the Bloodrobe sect, they refrained from deploying their divine sculpting realm experts and instead sent all their disciples at the Elemental Sea Realm to confront the young pair. Yet, they too suffered a similar fate of defeat. Ultimately, they were compelled to surrender all the resources of their sect's treasury. The pair of young men and women adhered to the rules and refrained from unleashing a massacre upon the Falling Sunset Sword sect. Subsequently, the Five Poisons sect, the Limitless Divine Sword sect, the Diamond Fist sect, and the Golden Rock sect encountered identical challenges. Unsurprisingly, the disciples of these formidable factions at the Yuan Sea Realm suffered complete defeat. It appears that the intent is to confront all 10 major forces of the ancient Moon Dynasty. Zhao Wujing muttered to himself, feeling an indescribable agitation. The top 3 powers were the Sword God Sect, the Three Marvels Sect, and the Golden Rock Sect. Among them, the Sword God Sect possessed the strongest prowess, even combined. The Three Marvels Sect and the Golden Rock Sect could not rival it. Nevertheless, Zhao Wujing remained uncertain. Their Sword God Sect boasted an impressive number of Yuan Sea Realm prodigies, exceeding 300. Should they deploy the 7 Stars Sword formation, these 300 disciples could unleash astonishing combat capabilities. Suddenly, a venerable voice resonated through the grand hall. A figure clad in white appeared abruptly. Upon raising his gaze, Zhao Wujing's face lit up with joy. "Master, you have emerged from seclusion." The elderly man before him was none other than Zhao Wujing's revered mentor, the previous Sword Saint of the Sword God Sect. Zhao Wujing himself had now become the new Sword Saint. The old and new Sword Saints had not met for a century, and their reunion was laden with excitement. "I have emerged," the elder, bearing a treasured sword and exuding an ethereal presence, chuckled. At that moment, the aura emanating from him revealed a cultivation level at the Divine Bridge Realm. Zhao Wujing was instantly elated. His master had broken through after a century of seclusion, attaining the strength of the Divine Bridge Realm. It is indeed a blessing for the Sword God Sect. "Wuji, what troubles weigh upon your heart?" the old Sword Saint inquired with a warm smile. Gazing at his cherished disciple, the Sword God Sect, as the foremost power of the Gyue dynasty, surpasses the combined strength of the second and third sections. Logically, one in the position of the sect's leader should not be so burdened with worry, unless there were external forces intervening. However, the Sword God Sect possesses a formidable backing. Being supported by a grand sect, Zhao Wuji picked up several confidential reports from the table and handed them to the old Sword Saint. After perusing them, the old Sword Saint's expression darkened immediately. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the reports were reduced to ashes. "Preposterous. This is an affront to our Gyue dynasty." The old Sword Saint seethed with rage. "Master, what shall we do?" Zhao Wuji asked. "Our Sword God Sect boasts an abundance of talented individuals. How could we fear these 2 unknown rogue cultivators?" The old Sword Saint scoffed, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. "Let my disciples of the Sword God Sect take the lead in battle. If victorious, we shall tear them asunder. Should they, I shall personally intervene and eradicate them within our sect, avenging the grievances of the other major sections." "Thank you, Master," Zhao Wuji exclaimed with elation, the weight upon his heart lifting instantly. Those 2 youths, even if they were to break their seals, are merely cultivators of the shaping deity realm. They cannot possibly be compared to a master of the Divine Bridge Realm. A century ago, my master was already invincible among cultivators of the same level. There was even an occasion when he single-handedly faced 10 shaping deity realm experts, defeating them with a single strike. It is evident how formidable the sword saint of the ancient Guyue dynasty was. Since then, Master has renounced the world, dedicating himself to breaking through to the divine bridge realm. A century later, his aspirations were fulfilled. Outside the gates of the Sword God Sect, a black carriage approached slowly. Within the carriage sat Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. After a month of intense battles, their vitality and spirit had transformed entirely. Both stood tall, their eyes gleaming as if infused with countless strands of fierce sword intent. Every gesture exuded a powerful aura. Luo Li, we are nearing the gates of the Sword God Sect, are we not? How do you feel? Do you both possess the confidence to challenge that old sword saint? Laughter echoed from within the carriage, belonging to Yi Yun. Ancestor, we undoubtedly have confidence. Luo Li replied with a smile, her eyes radiating immense assurance. She had now attained the 10th level of the Yuan High Realm. Jun Mo Shao had reached the same level as well. Due to Yi Yun's continuous sealing of Jun Mo Zhao's cultivation, he had not progressed beyond the pinnacle of the 10th level of Yuan High. At present, their cultivation levels were equivalent. However, should the seal be lifted, Luo Li would stand at the 10th level of the Shaping God Realm, while Jun Mo Shao had reached the threshold of the Divine Bridge Realm. This was the result of Yi Yun's rigorous training over the past month. The 10 major powers began their challenges, starting with the Blood Garment Sect, facing increasingly formidable opponents. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao did not disappoint him, both having reached their current heights. Yi Yun glanced toward the Sword God Sect, his eyes shimmering as a faint smile graced his lips. He observed that the old sword saint had emerged from seclusion, now a formidable figure in the Divine Bridge Realm. Yi Yun nodded quietly, recognizing that this venerable sword saint possessed considerable mastery in the art of the sword. Indeed, he was a figure of renown who had dominated the ancient Moon Dynasty a century ago. Yi Yun withdrew his gaze and gently tapped the carriage. The ebony vehicle suddenly accelerated, swiftly arriving at the gates of the Sword God Sect. Before the two gatekeeping disciples could react, the carriage surged forward and came to a halt in the grand plaza of the sect's main hall. Who goes there? The two disciples of the Sword God Sect exclaimed in alarm, as they merely caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure darting past them. One disciple turned back and was taken aback to find a black carriage parked at a distance in the plaza. Recalling a certain rumor, their faces turned pale. Chapter 36, Revenge, sword pointing at the old sword saint in the past month. The top 8 powers of the ancient Moon Dynasty had been challenged by a pair of enigmatic young individuals. Bloodcloak Sect was the first to bear the brunt. The formidable practitioners of the god-forming realm from Bloodcloak Sect had attempted to intervene forcefully, only to be annihilated, nearly leading to the sect's destruction. Subsequently, these two youths challenged other major sects, emerging victorious in every encounter. The remaining sects had no choice but to surrender all their resources from their treasure vaults. Swallowing their pride, they were utterly powerless against this pair, for they were, in fact, two extraordinary powerhouses, cultivators of the god-forming realm. Yet, for reasons unknown, they had sealed their own powers, presenting only as cultivators of the Yuan Sea realm. This peculiarity spread widely within the ancient Moon Dynasty. As disciples of the Sword God Sect, they had certainly heard of it. Who would have thought? The Sword God Sect could not escape the inexorable law of reality. Today, it was met with the audacious challenge posed by a pair of enigmatic youths. At the entrance of the mountain gate, the two disciples exchanged a glance, exhaling softly. Being at the 9th level of the Xindan realm, they found themselves distanced from the impending duel. Thus, they merely observed the sleek black carriage with bated breath. Suddenly, the striking duo, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, leaped down from the carriage, positioning themselves at the center of the square. With a fist clasped in both hands, Luo Li bellowed, "Sword God Sect, step forth for battle." Inside the grand hall, Zhao Wuji and the old sword saint, having anticipated this moment, exchanged a knowing look before hastily making their exit. As the old sword saint crossed the threshold of the hall, a look of incredulity washed over his face upon seeing Jun Mo Shao. This boy was no stranger to him. A swift glance at the exquisite young lady by his side darkened his expression. Were these two not remnants of the Dragon God Sect? How had they suddenly experienced such fortune, ascending in cultivation? The old sword saint's mind brimmed with doubts. Having just emerged from his seclusion, he had yet to receive any word from the Wanda Pavilion. Thus, upon recognizing the identities of Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, the shock that coursed through him was palpable. Originally, they were mere disciples at the Gathering Qi realm, now transformed into cultivators at the 10th level of the Yuan High realm. If the reports were accurate, they had even sealed their powers, making them akin to formidable practitioners at the 10th level of the Shaping God realm. Such a transformation was almost unfathomable. The old sword saint's eyes darted rapidly, contemplating the myriad possibilities that lay before him. The Dragon God Sect was but a shadow of its former self. Each generation proves to be less illustrious than the last. Throughout the centuries of the Old Sword Saint's reign, he has dealt with several leaders of the obscure Dragon Sect. He is acutely aware of the insignificance of this sect, which is so feeble that it cannot even rank among the lowest echelons of the ancient Moon Dynasty. Yet, what extraordinary fate has befallen these two youthful figures before him? The Old Sword Saint scrutinizes the pair with a piercing gaze, searching for any sign of anomaly, but finds none. The remnants of the Dragon Sect, despite their formidable cultivation, wear unremarkable robes and wield swords of no exceptional quality. Could it be that they have inadvertently consumed some rare treasure? Or perhaps they have unwittingly inherited the legacy of an ancient powerhouse. The Old Sword Saint muses quietly. Regardless of the circumstances, the directives from above resonate in his mind, compelling him to ensure that these two youths do not escape his grasp. Perhaps the young girl, touted as the new generation leader of the Dragon Sect, should be granted a chance at survival. Inflicting upon her the loss of half her cultivation would allow her to live on. After all, she is the 298th generation leader, and the Dragon Sect has yet to reach its 300th generation. His mission entails not only tormenting the heirs of the Dragon Sect, but also ensuring the lineage persists to its 300th generation before ultimately eradicating it. This is the clandestine task burdening the Old Sword Saint. Initially, he found this assignment to be utterly incomprehensible. However, he had no choice. He had been informed that this was the directive from the highest authority. The Old Sword Saint was suddenly struck with an unsettling realization. Above him lies the Grand Sect. If one were to ascend 2 more tiers, would it not imply that a celestial-level sect orchestrated all of this in secrecy? A celestial-level sect is a truly formidable supreme power. Even a mere disciple from such a sect could obliterate the entire ancient Moon Dynasty. What powerful entity could the humble Divine Dragon Sect have offended to warrant relentless pursuit for generations? The Old Sword Saint dared not ponder further. Fortunately, the remnants of the Divine Dragon Sect have now arrived at the Sword God Sect. Having come, they shall not return. Senior sister, that must be the Old Sword Saint. Jun Mo Shao observed an ethereal elder clad in white emerge, squinting his eyes as he inquired solemnly. Indeed, that wretched old man, Luo Li replied through gritted teeth. This old scoundrel has been pulling the strings from the shadows, subjecting our Divine Dragon Sect for generations to untold torment and suffering. Today, we shall certainly slay him and avenge our grievances. Jun Mo Shao unsheathed his sword, a fierce killing intent emanating from him. Where are the disciples of the Sword God Sect? Zhao Wuji commanded, and from all directions surged forth hundreds of disciples of the Sword God Sect. You truly possess audacity. Do you believe our Sword God Sect is made of paper? Zhao Wuji remarked with a chilling laugh. As his words fell, disciples from the Yuan Sea realm immediately began to execute a formation. In an instant, the Big Dipper formation was established. Luo Li surveyed her surroundings and smiled nonchalantly. Zhao Wuji, you feeble creature need not bluster here. We have come solely to challenge the Old Sword Saint. You may take your leave. What? These two individuals dare to challenge the venerable Sword Saint of the Divine Bridge realm? The disciples of the Yuan Hai realm, who had set up an intricate formation around them, displayed expressions of astonishment. Zhao Wuji, too, was momentarily taken aback. Have these two become so brazen as to disregard all limits? At that moment, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao shuddered slightly, as a sound akin to a shattered seal resonated from within them. In an instant, their cultivation returned to the divine sculpting realm, exuding a formidable aura that even made Zhao Wuji, at the pinnacle of the divine sculpting realm, feel a surge of trepidation. Old Sword Saint, you wretched old cur, lurking in the shadows and tormenting my Divine Dragon Sect for nearly a century. Today, we come for vengeance. Luo Li declared passionately, raising the supreme golden dragon sword, its tip aimed squarely at the Old Sword Saint, her eyes aflame with fervor. Have you broken the seal? The Old Sword Saint's eyelids narrowed, and a flicker of muscle twitched on his face. This pair of youths indeed possessed some remarkable abilities. Each of them, in fact, surpassed his own prized disciple, Zhao Wuji. Yet, the divine sculpting realm is still just that. Even if 10 of them banded together, they would not stand a chance against the Divine Bridge realm. Moreover, the Old Sword Saint had immersed himself in the sword path for nearly 3 centuries. His mastery of swordsmanship unparalleled. Even in the kingdom of Divine Wind, few could rival him in skill. Chapter 37, Bitter Struggle. Who would have thought that 2 remnants of the Divine Dragon Sect would be so fortunate, surviving calamity and advancing their cultivation at such a rapid pace? However, your streak of good fortune ends here. The Old Sword Saint's expression turned icy as he drew forth his treasured sword from behind him, a weapon of royal caliber. The sword glimmered like snow, radiating tendrils of cold light. When the Old Sword Saint grasped the blade, the atmosphere around him became suddenly heavy. as if myriad subtle sword energies were brewing in the air. The temperature plummeted. The disciples of the Sword God Sect gazed in fervent anticipation as the old Sword Saint unsheathed his weapon, their faces alight with zeal. The old Sword Saint stood as a monumental figure of spirit for the Sword God Sect, a deity in the hearts of all disciples. Yi Yun sat quietly in the carriage, observing the unfolding scene with serene composure. The old Sword Saint's mastery of the sword path was indeed remarkable. For Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li, this would undoubtedly be a grueling battle. Yet, such an encounter would serve as a form of tempering. After all, both had reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the divine sculpting realm. Having the old Sword Saint as a sparring partner would greatly aid them in breaking through to the divine bridge realm. Upon hearing the old Sword Saint's words, Jun Mo Xiao's eyes reddened, his body quivering slightly with excitement as he spat out, cursing, "You old wretch, it's truly all you're doing. A mere remnant of the Dragon Sect dares to insult me?" The old Sword Saint, enraged by Jun Mo Xiao's words, was fuming with anger. With a swift motion, he unleashed a sword strike toward him. The sword energy was earth-shattering, flashing through the void and reaching Jun Mo Xiao in an instant. Startled, Jun Mo Xiao realized the old Sword Saint's speed was astonishingly swift. Had he not been at the peak of the 10th layer of the divine sculpting realm, he might not have even had the chance to draw his sword. In a moment of urgency, Jun Mo Xiao countered with his own strike, simultaneously activating the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. The two swords collided. Jun Mo Xiao was suddenly hurled away by an immense force, transforming into several ethereal shadows in midair. Only after dissipating all his strength did he finally touch down on the ground. His shoulder trembled slightly, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. In this initial confrontation, Jun Mo Xiao sustained a minor injury. "Junior brother, are you alright?" Upon witnessing his condition, Luo Li rushed over. Jun Mo Xiao wiped away the trickle of blood from his lips and shook his head. "Senior sister, this old man is formidable. We must exercise utmost caution." Luo Li nodded gravely. Compared to Jun Mo Xiao, her strength was slightly inferior. Should they truly engage the old Sword Saint in earnest, the consequences could be far more severe. However, the greatest skills of both were not in swordsmanship, but in their agility. Over the years, having lived in constant flight, their mastery of the Divine Dragon 9 transformations had reached an extraordinary level, further honed by the guidance of their ancestors. One could say that their proficiency in the Divine Dragon 9 transformations surpassed that of the Divine Dragon Sword technique by a significant margin, truly as expected of their master. With a single strike, the young man was left spitting blood. Seeing Jun Mo Xiao injured, Zhao Wuji felt a surge of hidden delight. This master, the Sword Saint, had been invincible in the ancient Moon Dynasty a century ago, unmatched among his peers, capable of slaying foes of higher ranks. Ancestor, unrivaled. With just one sword strike, that young man was wounded. How incredibly strong. The disciples of the Sword God Sect nearby exhibited fervent expressions. This young man, his physique is remarkable. In stark contrast to the disciples of the Sword God Sect, the old Sword Saint felt a jolt of surprise within. He had wielded only half of his strength with that strike, yet the outcome was unforeseen. The youth opposite him bore merely a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, a far cry from what he had envisioned. In the old swordmaster's mind, this strike, while not necessarily fatal, should have at least left the boy grievously injured or incapacitated. Yet, the result was but a minor wound. The old swordmaster took 2 steps forward, brandishing his sword, unleashing a flurry of piercing sword energies that sliced through the air. However, Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao were already on high alert. The moment the old swordmaster made his move, they executed the Divine Dragon 9 transforming into a multitude of illusory dragon figures that danced in midair, narrowly evading the swordmaster's lethal strike. The agility of these 2 remnants was indeed formidable. The old swordmaster, a connoisseur of skill, could not help but nod in acknowledgement. He suddenly recalled some individuals he had previously dispatched, whose prowess surpassed that of the few remaining members of the Divine Dragon Sect, yet they had proven elusive to capture. This, he mused, was attributable to the sect's unique techniques. With this thought, the old swordmaster smirked darkly and swiftly unleashed a phantom-like strike, his swordplay flowing like the relentless currents of the Yangtze River, advancing towards the 2 adversaries. In the air, a fierce battle commenced among the 3. Though the old swordmaster's movement was impressive, it paled in comparison to the Divine Dragon Sect's 9 transformations. He utilized his agility merely to match the rhythm of his opponents. His true lethal maneuvers lay within the sword he wielded. Waves of sword light surged from every direction, as Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao evaded and counterattacked. Each clash of sword light sent a jolt of electric shock coursing through them. In the span of merely a few exchanges, Both Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao suffered varying degrees of injuries, spitting out copious amounts of blood. Especially Luo Li, who had already been struck by a sword. A narrow wound had been carved into her left shoulder. Yi Yun observed the battle, his expression remaining as calm as a still pond, devoid of any emotion. Then, with a subtle gesture, he pointed lightly into the void. Instantly, the aura of the robes worn by the two surged dramatically, reaching the level of imperial grade. Simultaneously, their swords also ascended to the same imperial grade. The presence of these imperial treasures permeated the air, causing the attacking old sword saint to momentarily falter, his eyes igniting with fervor. These two youngsters indeed possessed extraordinary fortune. The robes adorning them and the swords in their hands were both of imperial grade, merely concealed in their essence. Regarding the robes, the old sword saint paid little heed. The crux lay in the two swords wielded by Lili and Jun Mo Xiao. The formidable imperial aura emanating from these swords rendered the old sword saint nearly incapable of containing himself. Having immersed himself in the way of the sword for many years, his own swords were merely of the peak royal grade. For countless years, he had yearned for the possession of an imperial divine sword. To his astonishment, as he contended with the remnants of the Divine Dragon Sect for centuries, fortune had bestowed upon him two imperial divine swords today. This revelation filled the old sword saint's heart with immense joy. He was determined to seize these two imperial treasures. Ancestor, you have once again unsealed our potential. Both Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao felt a simultaneous thrill within their hearts. With the imperial robes adorning them, coupled with the imperial swords in their grasp, their combat prowess had undeniably reached new heights. The old sword saint, driven by fervent desire, sought to claim the swords swiftly. He thus initiated the waves of sword light whistling forth. From all directions, they were enveloped in a radiant embrace of sword light. Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li were suddenly engulfed in a tremendous crisis, suffering from numerous sword strikes. Even with the protection of their imperial-grade robes, they were violently shaken by the overwhelming force of the blades, causing them to spew blood repeatedly. Chapter 38. You cannot compete. There is an ancestor. The old sword saint, driven by an insatiable desire for treasure, unleashed a torrential downpour of sword light. In the center of the square, the sword aura had coalesced into a vast ocean. Meanwhile, Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao resembled two small boats, swaying perilously amidst the tempest. Fortunately, their greatest skill lay in evasion. Under the relentless assault of the old sword saint, they managed to escape peril time and again. Nonetheless, they were not unscathed. Despite the protection of their imperial-grade robes, they found it increasingly difficult to withstand the formidable sword light. At times, the old sword saint's supreme royal sword pierced their defenses, delivering a lethal strike infused with the power of a transcendent being, tearing a gash in their robes. The old sword saint grew more formidable with each passing moment, akin to a celestial deity, unstoppable in his might. In contrast, Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li resembled desperate fugitives, pushing their divine transformation technique to its limits, narrowly escaping danger with each encounter. The pressure exerted upon them by the old sword saint was unimaginable. Every moment was fraught with life and death peril. One misstep could lead to their demise. As they beheld the old sword saint exuding an aura of unmatched strength, the eyes of all the disciples of the sword god sect shimmered with fervor. This was the first sword saint of the Gyue dynasty, a formidable cultivator of the divine bridge realm. Truly powerful, terrifying beyond belief. Zhao Wuji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a subtle smile gracing his face. The master unleashed a relentless killing spree, leaving the two young ones overwhelmed and struggling for survival. It was unlikely they could endure much longer. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun maintained a serene demeanor, observing the battle with a calm gaze. He was not astonished by the prowess of the old sword saint, who had once been invincible throughout the ancient Moon dynasty a century ago. Indeed, there were extraordinary qualities that set him apart. Although Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li had been training since childhood, their foundations were not particularly solid. Most of their time had been spent fleeing for their lives. Even after a month of bloodshed, the two had only managed to make rapid advancements in their cultivation. They had yet to confront a true powerhouse. A true powerhouse is someone akin to the old sword saint, capable of being invincible at their level and slaying opponents of higher ranks. If the two could withstand the old sword saint's onslaught a little longer, it would significantly benefit their future training. Despite Jun Mo Xiao having reached the threshold of the demigod realm, breaking through to the divine bridge realm was no simple feat. This battle might serve as an opportunity. Yi Yun exhibited remarkable patience. Even as Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li bore several sword wounds, bloodied and battered, he showed no inclination to intervene. What did it matter to sustain some injuries? In his past, when he reigned as the most notorious tyrant of Songnan continent, He too had faced formidable adversaries who besieged him. Injuries were inevitable, yet they could foster rapid growth. Thus, Yi Yun, with a heart of stone, harbored immense expectations for these two disciples within the sect. The future of the Divine Dragon Sect would rely on Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao to uphold its legacy, while he sought to explore the outside world and challenge himself against even stronger foes. In the past month, Yi Yun has diligently pursued his cultivation. The residual power of the dragon ancestor's blood continues to surge within him. Currently, Yi Yun has attained the 7th layer of the True God Realm. The True God Realm is already formidable, yet Yi Yun's cultivation seems to ascend with the velocity of a rocket. It is merely a matter of months before he reaches the next level, the Divine Monarch Realm. How could these two individuals possess such remarkable resilience? Even after sustaining numerous sword strikes, they remain unyielding. In the square, the old sword saint launched wave after wave of ferocious assaults, reducing the remnants of the Divine Dragon Sect to mere shadows of their former selves, bloodied and battered. However, a flicker of irritation resided in the old sword saint's heart. After a stick of incense had burned, he had yet to fully subdue these adversaries. Particularly vexing was the fact that, despite employing lethal techniques, he had failed to eliminate the youth known as Jun Mo Xiao. The old sword saint harbored murderous intent towards this young man. It sufficed for the Divine Dragon Sect to retain only the young girl. Today, he would leave her with half a life, allowing her to retreat down the mountain to continue nurturing the sect's descendants, so they might struggle for a few more decades. Once a new generation of disciples arose, he would then eliminate the 298th generation sect leader, Luo Li. With less than a century remaining to fulfill his mission, the promise from above lingered in his mind. Upon completion of this task, he would be rewarded with a superior royal-grade sword technique, alongside a continuous supply of cultivation resources until reaching the Destiny Realm. These conditions were irresistibly appealing, and for the old sword saint, achieving them was decidedly within reach. However, due to the upper echelons demanding utmost discretion, he painstakingly resorted to the esteemed elder of the Xianyun sword sect to facilitate this task. With a swift motion, 2 swords were unleashed once more, striking Jun Ma Xiao's shoulder. He staggered, nearly losing his balance. Luo Li hurriedly rushed over to provide support. Observing this, the old sword saint unleashed another strike, sending Luo Li flying. This time, he had shown restraint. The young girl must not perish, for the failure of his mission hinged upon her survival. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Ma Xiao executed his evasive maneuvers, retreating to another position. Frustrated by the stalemate, the old sword saint's fury ignited. He suddenly adopted a new sword technique, one far more formidable than the previous. In an instant, Jun Ma Xiao was forced out from the void above, sustaining several more injuries. A misstep caused him to plummet from the air. "Junior brother!" Luo Li exclaimed in a state of desperation, rushing forward to render aid. Yet, another beam of sword light from the old sword saint struck her, propelling her away once again. Was this the sword technique newly comprehended by the master? Zhao Wujia, who had been observing the battle, couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of covetousness in his eyes upon witnessing this technique. Once the battle concluded, he would seek a way to learn this sword style from his master. Jun Ma Xiao lay on the ground, bloodied from the 10 swords that had pierced him. With a sudden roll, he prepared to rise and continue the fight. Abruptly, a gentle touch on his shoulder interrupted him, accompanied by a soothing voice that whispered, "Today, you have all done remarkably well." Upon hearing the sound, Jun Mo Xiao turned his head and discovered that the ancestral figure had unexpectedly appeared beside him. He abruptly coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Ancestral master, I have brought shame upon you, unable to defeat this old wretch." Jun Mo Xiao lamented with a woeful expression. "Being unable to conquer does not bring disgrace, for I am still here," Yi Yun replied with a faint smile. He took a couple of steps forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jun Mo Xiao. Meanwhile, Luo Li rose once more from the ground, and upon seeing the ethereal figure of the ancestral master clad in white, her eyes sparkled with delight. The ancestral master is actually going to take action personally, she thought, filled with exhilaration. Across from them, the old sword saint's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld the suddenly appearing youth in white beside Jun Mo Xiao, scrutinizing him from head to toe. This seemingly celestial young man was utterly inscrutable. The old sword saint could not discern his cultivation level, which sent a chill of fear coursing through him. Could he be an unparalleled powerhouse? "Come forth." Yi Yun beckoned, lightly tapping the old sword saint. In an instant, the old sword saint was struck with astonishment, realizing that his entire body was beyond his control, his leg involuntarily moving towards Yi Yun. What kind of cultivation is this? The old sword saint was utterly terrified, his spirit fraying, feeling as though his soul had detached from his body. Chapter 39. the gates of hell unleashed. Eternally suppressed, having lived for several centuries, the old sword saint had never encountered such a terrifying moment. The celestial-like youth in white had merely tapped him, yet he found himself bereft of control, soaring through the air like a puppet. Surrounding disciples of the Sword God sect were left aghast, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the uncontrollable old sword saint, unable to regain their composure for an extended period. Nearby, Zhao Wuji was panting heavily, his mind racing with countless thoughts swirling chaotically. Who was this young man clad in white, resembling an immortal? How is it that he could subdue my master with a mere gesture? The old sword saint's uncontrollable body finally halted a mere yard from Yi Yun. Who exactly are you? The old sword saint trembled, drenched in sweat, his heart gripped with terror. I am the ancestral elder of the Dragon God sect. Yi Yun shrugged lightly, a calm smile gracing his lips. Although he exuded no discernible aura, in that moment, everyone present felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a great mountain bore down upon their chests, rendering them breathless. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the old sword saint found it hard to believe. He shook his head repeatedly, shouting in disbelief, "Impossible! How could you possibly be the ancestral elder of the Dragon God sect? What is impossible?" At this moment, Luo Li swiftly approached, positioning herself before the old sword saint, her lips curling into a cold smile. "This is our 13th generation ancestral elder of the Dragon God sect." 13th generation? The old sword saint was immediately rendered speechless. He was aware that the lineage of the Dragon God sect had reached the 298th generation with Luo Li. If one were to trace back to the 13th generation, how long would that entail? At the very least, several millennia, perhaps even exceeding 100,000 years. The old sword saint himself had only lived for a few hundred years, and thus could not fathom the timeline of the 13th sect leader. His understanding of the Dragon God sect was rather superficial, akin to glimpsing a sliver of a vast landscape. After all, throughout the history of the Tsangnan continent over the past 100,000 years, countless generations have risen and fallen. With the limited information at his disposal, the old sword saint could only grasp the developmental trajectory of the Dragon God sect over the past 10 millennia at best. For nearly 10,000 years, the Divine Dragon Sect has descended into a state of decline, becoming an ordinary sect. Who is it that has inflicted harm upon my Divine Dragon Sect? Luo Li, suppressing the hatred that surged within her heart, gripped her sword tightly and fixed her gaze on the old sword saint, demanding answers. I cannot disclose that. Even if you were to kill me. The old sword saint suddenly shook his head, a grim smile spreading across his face. Could he reveal it? This matter involves a celestial-level sect, a grave issue. Even the slightest leak could lead to the complete destruction of the Sword God sect. And the entire ancient Moon dynasty would be no exception. Then you needn't speak further. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly interjecting. He then gently gestured with his hand, and the old sword saint immediately bowed his head, appearing as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. Yi Yun began to delve into his memories. After a few moments, he withdrew his hand, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Ancestor, who exactly has taken action? Inquired Jun Mo Shao, standing anxiously by Yi Yun's side. The Divine Wind Dynasty, the Divine Balance Sect, Yi Yun replied softly. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He chose not to reveal the full truth to Jun Mo Shao. In the old sword saint's memories, a mysterious figure from the Divine Balance Sect had inadvertently disclosed that the directive against the Divine Dragon Sect originated from a higher echelon, 2 levels above. That would imply a celestial-level sect. Beneath the realm of eternity lies the celestial level. Celestial-level sects represent the pinnacle of power in the Tsangnan continent. It can be said that if an eternal-level sect does not emerge, this world is dominated by celestial-level sections. In a colossal celestial-level sect, a relentless scheme to target the humble, ordinary-level Shenlong sect has persisted for millennia, encompassing vast reservoirs of karma and enmity. It seems that the 250th generation sect master of Shenlong sect has unwittingly provoked a celestial-level sect. Contemplating this, Yi Yun formulated a resolution. After all, it is merely a celestial-level sect. What significance does it hold? In his eyes, it remains as inconsequential as an ant. It turns out to be the Divine Wind Dynasty. Jun Mo Shao murmured, a hint of bewilderment gracing his countenance. He possessed scant knowledge of the Divine Balance Sect within the Divine Wind Dynasty, especially since Jun Mo Shao had never ventured beyond the confines of the ancient Moon Dynasty. No need to fret. No one can escape, Yi Yun reassured, gently patting the dazed Jun Mo Shao. At that moment, Luo Li approached. Ancestor, have you discovered any traces of our master sister Su Wanyi through the memories of the old sword saint? Yi Yun sifted through the old sword saint's recollections, shaking his head and softly replying. Su Wanyi has vanished. Vanished? Does that mean sister has not perished? A glimmer of hope illuminated the exquisite visage of Luo Li. At that time, Master Sister had willingly diverted the pursuers to protect her and the little junior brother. Since then, their fates remained unknown. Master Sister had only been at the 9th level of Qi gathering, scarcely surpassing Luo Li, and still a mere fledgling among Qi gathering practitioners. Thus, Luo Li had harbored persistent concerns, wondering if the Master Sister, devoid of any news, had fallen victim to the sinister machinations lurking behind the scenes. Yi Yun pondered deeply. According to the memories of the old Sword Saint, Su Wani was relentlessly pursued, and in her panic, she stumbled into a misty valley. The pursuers followed her inside, yet her whereabouts remained undiscovered. Upon reflecting on this, Yi Yun declared, "Once this matter is resolved, we shall seek out Su Wani." "Wonderful. Thank you, Ancestor." Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao exchanged glances, their faces adorned with an unmistakable smile. "Master, I shall avenge you," Zhao Wuji proclaimed with a somber expression. Raising his sword high as he bellowed, "All disciples of the Sword God Sect, heed my command. The old Sword Saint has fallen victim to treachery. Let us charge forth and slay the perpetrator." As the newly appointed leader of the Sword God Sect, Zhao Wuji held great prestige. His voice resonated, stirring a wave of fervor among the disciples. In an instant, swords were drawn, and they surged towards the center of the square. Yi Yun coldly lifted his gaze. Narrowing his eyes, his glance swept across the crowd, akin to a formidable shockwave rippling outward. In that moment, everyone felt as though they were ensnared by an immobilizing spell. Frozen in place, their swords clattering to the ground. Even Zhao Wuji, the most powerful among them, felt an icy grip paralyze him, causing his sword to fall to the earth. Coming to his senses, the old Sword Saint beheld this scene, his eyes widening in anguish as crimson tears welled forth. "Esteemed elder, would you grant mercy to the disciples of the Sword God Sect? I am willing to offer my life in recompense." The old Sword Saint bent his knee, suddenly kneeling upon the ground. "How amusing," Yi Yun replied with an air of indifference. "Did you ever consider this day while you were inflicting suffering upon my Dragon God Sect for generations?" His voice reverberated through the surroundings, causing the air temperature to drop. Then, he pointed to the ground with his hand. "Open." A thunderous sound erupted, and the earth trembled. The entire structure of the Sword God Sect collapsed with a resounding crash. Suddenly, the ground caved in, revealing an enormous, pitch-black abyss that began to devour everything in its path. All disciples of the Sword God Sect, including the old Sword Saint, were engulfed by the black hole in that instant. Meanwhile, Yi Yun and his companions, along with the ominous black carriage, remained suspended in the void above the dark chasm, untouched by the chaos below. "The Sword God Sect has tormented my Divine Dragon Sect for centuries. From this day forth, they shall be eternally imprisoned in hell, subjected to its torturous punishments, and denied the chance of reincarnation." Yi Yun's indifferent voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. From within the pitch-black abyss, chilling winds howled, accompanied by the eerie wails of tormented spirits. Chapter 40. The Misty Valley, Mysterious Existence. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao stood on the precipice of the void, gazing down at the vast, dark chasm from which gusts of ominous wind surged, interspersed with terrifying cries. A shiver coursed through their bodies, their faces paling in response. Reflecting on the words of their ancestor, a deep sense of dread enveloped them. Is this truly hell? Their ancestor was remarkably ruthless to have opened a gateway to hell, directly consigning everyone from the Sword God Sect to its depths. Although Luo Li felt fear, a spark of excitement ignited within her. The old Sword Saint of the Sword God Sect had been a bloodthirsty enemy of the Divine Dragon Sect for generations, responsible for the deaths of countless disciples and sect leaders. To exact vengeance upon him, even 1,000 times over, would still be insufficient. The ancestors did not directly execute them. Instead, they were eternally confined in the depths of hell, subjected to various tortures, a truly satisfying resolution. Jun Mo Shao gazed at the imposing figure and tremulously inquired, "Ancestor, is it truly hell down there?" Yi Yun offered a gentle smile, but refrained from answering. The black horse beside him appeared invigorated, perhaps incited by the visions of hell, revealing its ferocity. It spoke to itself. "My master has wielded unparalleled divine power to construct an 18-layered hell deep beneath the earth. Though it may not be the true 9-nether hell, it is scarcely different." "Ah, I see." Jun Mo Shao placed a hand over his heart, overwhelmed with emotion. The awe-inspiring might of the ancestor was indeed terrifying, capable of creating an 18-layered hell with supreme divine power. He cast his gaze toward the majestic figure, his eyes alight with fervent admiration. "Seal." Yi Yun uttered a single word. Suddenly, an abundance of soil surged from all directions, converging into the dark abyss, filling it instantaneously. The former Sword God Sect, perched atop a towering mountain, had vanished, along with the mountain itself. This place had transformed into a vast plain. Witnessing this miraculous display of creation, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao could not help but feel a deep yearning, marveling at the ancestor's strength. Let us seek Suwani. Yi stepped forward and vanished into the void, entering the carriage. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao promptly followed, taking their seats at the front. Once the three individuals were settled, the black steed leapt into the air, transforming into a streak of darkness that abruptly vanished into the horizon. With the memories of the old sword Saint bestowed upon him, Yi Yun was acutely aware of Su Wani's likely whereabouts. Thus, he transmitted a thought to the black horse. The steed galloped with extraordinary speed, halting suddenly after a brief moment, turning back with a grin. Master, this should be the place. Indeed. Yi Yun replied with a gentle smile, lifting the carriage curtain and directing his gaze towards Luo Li, inquiring, does this location seem familiar to you? Luo Li surveyed the surrounding mountain ranges and suddenly exclaimed, Junior brother, could this be the spot where we became separated from senior sister? Jun Mo Xiao quickly glanced around, and after a few moments, he confirmed in his heart that this was indeed the place, nodding vigorously. Senior sister, this must be it. I recall that she led the pursuers towards the southeast. He gestured toward a specific direction. Yes, I remember it the same way, Luo Li exclaimed, slapping her thigh with excitement. Yi Yun nodded and spoke softly. There exists a valley over 500 miles to the southeast, perpetually shrouded in mist. It is said that many who enter become lost and find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Some of those who pursued have also gone missing, and those who managed to escape never returned to pursue Su Wani. Ancestor, is there some formidable force residing in that place? Luo Li inquired gravely. Yi Yun cast a calm glance at Luo Li, but offered no response. In a hushed tone, he instructed the black horse, Little horse, let us venture to that valley. The black steed sprang forth, transforming into a streak of darkness. In an instant, they hovered above a valley shrouded in mist. The clouds swirled, and the fog was so dense that the path was obscured. Under Yi Yun's guidance, the carriage gradually descended into the valley. Let us proceed forward and investigate. Yi Yun nonchalantly urged the carriage onward, a hint of mockery flickering in the depths of his gaze. Just moments ago, Yi Yun had employed his formidable consciousness to scan the valley, yet he found no trace of Su Wani. Instead, he discerned the presence of an extraordinary creature, currently at rest. To cultivate the courage of Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao, and to broaden their horizons, Yi Yun refrained from alerting them. Methodically directing the black horse into the mist-enshrouded valley, the fog thickened, rendering visibility perilously low. What a peculiar place this is, Jun Mo Xiao mused, gripping the reins and surveying the surroundings with astonishment. Luo Li's expression turned serious as she brushed her long black hair from her forehead and softly remarked, this place seems rather sinister. It is said that many who enter never return, yet some manage to escape against the odds. I wonder, does our senior sister possess such fortuitous luck? Jun Mo Xiao sighed, a mournful expression crossing his face. Over 3 months had elapsed, and their senior sister remained as elusive as a stone cast into the sea, with no news to be found. Alas, she too may have perished within this fog-laden valley. The black carriage meandered slowly through the mist. Upon delving deeper into the valley, an array of eerie sounds enveloped the surroundings. Some resembled the wailing of children, while others echoed the growls of wild beasts, an intricate cacophony resonating from all directions. Indeed, this place exuded an aura of the uncanny. Luo Li drew her sword, her exquisite visage reflecting a sense of vigilance. This enigmatic valley bore no name, situated at the juncture of the ancient Moon Dynasty and the Divine Wind Dynasty, where human presence was scant and few cultivators ventured through. It was only by chance that she and her fellow disciples had traversed this valley 500 miles away, while escorting their master's ashes. Luo Li pondered. Perhaps her senior sister, having sustained injuries, had recklessly plunged into this somewhat sinister misty valley. If fortune favored her, she might yet escape with her life. Had she not entered the misty valley, she would likely have fallen victim to the pursuing assailants. Remembering her sister's plight, sorrow welled up within Luo Li, crystalline tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. Do not grieve, dear sister. I believe our senior possesses profound blessings and shall not easily fall into peril, Jun Mo Xiao reassured her. Prepare for battle. Yi Yun's voice suddenly pierced the air without warning. Both Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li were taken aback. They discovered, emerging from the shroud of white mist, black figures as large as hats. The two immediately unsheathed their swords, unleashing a torrent of sword light. With each anguished cry, those shadowy figures were struck and swiftly retreated into the mist. Good heavens, what colossal pests! Luo Li exclaimed, her astonishment palpable upon discerning the true nature of the shadowy forms. Chapter 41. The haughty black cat. Upon hearing Luo Li's exclamation, Yi Yun inside the carriage. It was indeed a rarity to encounter lice of such immense size. Moreover, each of these lice possessed a cultivation level akin to the shaping spirit realm. Their bodies as resilient as iron, Without a decisive blow, inflicting substantial damage upon these creatures proved to be quite challenging. Yi Yun's gaze drifted into the distance. He smiled subtly, feeling no urgency at the moment. This was an opportune moment for the two young ones to continue their training. In the battle at the Sword God Sect, the two had faced defeat, just a step away from breaking through to the Divine Bridge realm. Now, within this misty valley, they were afforded the perfect opportunity for honing their skills. Senior sister, I have never seen such enormous lice before. Each of them possesses cultivation in the shaping spirit realm. This is truly terrifying. Jun Mo Shao exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. He swung his sword relentlessly, continuously slaying the oncoming giant lice. Despite lacking wings, these lice were formidable opponents, possessing profound realms and the ability to fly. Waves upon waves of lice surged towards the black carriage. And although Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao demonstrated commendable combat prowess, they found it increasingly difficult to protect the carriage amidst the countless foes. Curiously, some lice, while heading towards the black horse, suddenly veered off course, redirecting their assault towards Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. These diminutive lice dare to covet my esteemed self? The black horse sneezed, harboring a disdainful smirk in its heart. As for the entity lurking within the depths of the white mist, it had long been observed. In the eyes of the noble steed, it appeared pitifully weak. However, since the master has granted the disciples an opportunity for honing their skills, it would be unbecoming for him to intervene. Thus, he could only scare away some of the pests besieging him. A few of these pests darted towards the carriage, seemingly intent on destroying it. Yet, upon landing on the carriage, they were repelled by an invisible force. Do not concern yourselves with the carriage. Simply unleash your prowess and vanquish these pests, Yi Yun remarked, observing Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao persistently wielding their swords from atop the carriage. Shaking his head with a smile. Understood, ancestor. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao exchanged a glance and immediately activated the Divine Dragon's 9 transformations, plunging into the thick fog to commence their assault on the relentless swarm of pests. The most formidable among them barely reached the 7th level of the Divine Sculpting realm, while the weakest were at the 1st level. Due to their overwhelming numbers, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao battled for a full hour, yet still saw no end in sight. An involuntary awe filled their hearts. What mysterious force dwelled within this fog, nurturing such a multitude of pests? After a grueling 6 or 7 hours of combat, the number of pests in the sky finally began to dwindle. Subsequently, those pests howled and vanished into the fog, disappearing from view. At last, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao could catch their breath. The prolonged battle had afforded them no respite, and the pressure had been immense. Particularly for Luo Li, an intense revulsion surged within her towards the fearsome-looking pests, as she dreaded their assault, fearing they would pierce her skin and drain her of blood. Let us board the carriage. We shall venture ahead to investigate, Yi Yun said with a gentle smile. The black carriage continued its journey deeper into the misty valley. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao leapt onto the carriage, settling down to catch their breath. Junior brother, the lice here are truly terrifying. I fear for senior sister's safety. Luo Li lamented, her expression one of distress. Jun Mo Shao, equally troubled, felt tears welling in his eyes. At that moment, Yi Yun's voice resonated calmly. These lice have discerned. They disdain those of lower cultivation. Therefore, your senior sister, Su Wan Yi, will undoubtedly be spared from their attacks. Upon hearing the elder's words, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao's expressions brightened instantaneously. If these lice do not target their senior sister, her chances of survival remain substantial. Perhaps she has found refuge in an unknown location after escaping this misty valley. The black horse pulled the carriage onward for a while, and the fog began to dissipate. Suddenly, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao felt an overwhelming pressure surging toward them from a distance. What level of cultivation is this? Jun Mo Shao exclaimed in astonishment. In the face of such power, he felt like a mere insect. Luo Li licked her lips, remaining silent. After the black horse had traveled several hundred meters, the fog vanished entirely. Ahead lay a silver waterfall cascading from the mountain peak into a deep, emerald pool, creating countless frothy white waves. In this pool grew a blood-red lotus, boasting 9 petals and emanating a remarkable aura of spiritual energy, a true marvel of an immortal herb. Beside the pool lounged a large black cat, curled up tightly, seemingly fast asleep. Strangely, how did you manage to arrive at this location? A deep, resonant voice unexpectedly echoed through the surrounding space. Subsequently, the large black cat stretched its body languidly, shook itself, and gazed at the black carriage before it, dismissing the ordinary black horse in front and the carriage behind as unworthy of its attention. Ultimately, its gaze settled upon Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. Oh, how peculiar! How is it that these two little ones possess the bloodline of the Divine Dragon? The black cat exclaimed in astonishment. It leaped down from the rock, hovering in midair, surveying Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao from a position of superiority. TSK, these two little ones are even more formidable than the previous one. They have already cultivated to the 10th layer of the divine shaping realm. One more step, and they will ascend to the divine bridge realm. Such talent and cultivation would surely be regarded as top-tier genius even in the Lydian Empire. It is all the master's fault for being too hasty. Had he departed a bit later, he might have encountered these two outstanding prodigies. The black cat mused to itself, a fervent gleam evident in its eyes. Luo Li regarded the large cat, feeling an immense pressure weighing upon her. She was unable to perceive the cultivation level of the black cat before her. However, from its soliloquy, she seemed to grasp an underlying implication. Her senior sister, Su Wan Yi, appeared to have been taken away by this cat's master. With this thought in mind, Luo Li raised her exquisitely beautiful face and, fixing her gaze upon the black cat, asked in a solemn tone, 3 months ago, did you encounter my senior sister? The large cat extended its blood-red tongue and licked its dark fur, remarking, are you referring to the young lady with a lineage of the same dragon blood as yours? Where is she now? Luo Li's breath quickened. Why should I divulge that information to you? The black cat retorted nonchalantly, continuing to groom its ebony coat, clearly disinterested in engaging with the insignificant human cultivator, Luo Li. Chapter 42. The fate of the senior sister. Faced with the cat's haughty demeanor, Luo Li felt a sense of helplessness and lowered her head, clenching her small fists. At this point, she could only rely on her ancestor's intervention. However, a glimmer of hope remained, as it seemed that her senior sister, Su Wani, was still alive. This news brought a semblance of joy to Luo Li. Likewise, Jun Mo Xiao shared her sentiments. Xiao Ma, why don't you teach it some manners? A gentle voice suddenly resonated within the carriage. Oh my, there is someone else in this carriage? The black cat blinked in surprise, having previously scanned the interior and found it seemingly vacant. Had it merely imagined things? Very well, my lord. The great black horse grinned, revealing a row of pristine teeth. The sight of the horse's smile sent shivers down the spines of both Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao. This was no ordinary steed. It was a being of profound mystery. The great black horse slightly trembled, shaking off the reins that bound it and distancing itself from the black carriage. It then raised its head to gaze at the black cat in the sky, grinning widely as it said, little kitty, hurry and roll down from up there. Grandfather horse is waiting. Ah, your audacity is quite remarkable for a mere dark horse. The ebony feline was incensed, poised to extend its claws in admonishment to the brazen steed. Suddenly, the dark horse lightly struck the ground with its hoof, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, akin to the onset of an apocalypse. In an instant, the cat found itself disoriented, plummeting from its lofty perch. With a resounding thud, it landed on the ground. Alas, it seemed the feline lord had met his demise. The black cat swiftly rolled over and regained its footing, its lustrous fur bristling with tension, its body arching defensively as it beheld the formidable dark horse before it, eyes wide with palpable dread. This great steed had surpassed its expectations. Little kitty, do you now recognize the might of your equine overlord? The dark horse advanced with an air of increasing power. The feline curled into itself, trembling uncontrollably. What mastery is this? It surpasses even that of its own master. A being of extraordinary prowess in the realm of life and death. Yet, the aura emanating from the dark horse transcended the bounds of comprehension, leaving the cat utterly confounded regarding the true nature of its opponent's strength. In that moment, it capitulated. O great steed, I acknowledge my ignorance in recognizing your grandeur. I beseech your magnanimity. The black cat knelt upon the ground, raising its forepaws in a gesture of supplication, its gemstone-like eyes gleaming with servile admiration. The dark horse approached and gently tapped its hoof atop the cat's head, bestowing a light reprimand. The little kitten, my lord commands me to teach you a lesson on how to conduct yourself. As the words were spoken, an unimaginable force surged from the hoofs, pinning the large black cat to the ground. Struggling to lift its head, the black cat muttered, Master Ma, spare me. The imposing black horse stepped forward, placing its hoof squarely upon the cat's face, and laughed heartily. Just moments ago, my lord's 2 disciples inquired about your conduct. Yet you displayed such an arrogant demeanor. Today, I shall thoroughly trample your face. With that, the black horse pressed down with its powerful hoof, forcing the large cat back to the earth. Master Ma, please refrain from striking my face. Instead, how about I offer you a taste of my backside? The black cat lamented, hastily covering its head with its paws while presenting its plump rear. The black horse, incensed, retorted, you filthy little creature, infested with lice, go take a bath. With a swift motion, it flicked its hoof, sending the black cat flying into a nearby pond. With a splash, the black cat plummeted into the water, Witnessing the black horse's formidable might, which had effortlessly reduced the large cat to such a pitiful state, Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao could not help but burst into laughter. This black horse was truly remarkable. Even they, unable to discern the black cat's realm, were astonished by how easily the horse had subdued it. Their admiration for the black horse's prowess deepened, shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, as the curtain of the carriage was lifted, Yiyun emerged. He stepped towards the edge of the pond, standing upon a stone, gazing at the blood-red nine-leaf lotus floating in the water. "Are you the guardian of the nine-leaf blood lotus?" Yiyun's gaze suddenly fell upon the large black cat drifting in the pond. At this moment, the cat, terrified by the imposing black horse, was desperately rubbing mud onto itself. Indeed, it had an aversion to bathing, resulting in a multitude of lice residing upon its body. The lice that had emerged from the white mist a moment ago were from its fur. Typically, these lice nestled within its coat, only venturing out when they detected a scent they favored. The black cat looked up at the youth on the stone, who appeared almost celestial, its pupils narrowing in surprise. This individual, seemingly an ordinary mortal, emitted no aura of cultivation, yet exuded an overwhelming radiance, akin to a deity standing there, radiating boundless divine light. Such an enigmatic sensation was wholly unfamiliar to the cat. Furthermore, when this man spoke, he unveiled the secrets of its watch, leaving the black cat profoundly astonished. "Little kitty, my master inquires about you. Respond quickly, or else Lord Ma's punishment awaits," the black horse declared, approaching the pond and tapping the stone with its hoof. The black cat immediately jolted in alarm. It promptly summoned its magical powers to shake off all the lice from its body, then opened its mouth and consumed them. After all, the fearsome black horse likely found it unclean, perhaps due to these very lice. It stood upon the water's surface, gazing at the ethereal youth, and tremulously spoke. "Esteemed sir, I have indeed been waiting here for the nine-leaf blood lotus. Where is the young lady who arrived 3 months ago?" Yiyun cast a glance in that direction. The black cat was consumed by terror, instantly feeling as though it had been completely exposed. It recognized that the youth before it was also an extraordinary powerhouse. If it could not discern the cultivation level of the great black horse, then the prowess of this youth was utterly beyond its comprehension. It was truly unfathomable when such a formidable being had emerged in the Tsangnan continent. "Esteemed sir, when that young lady arrived, my master happened to be present as well. He perceived her extraordinary aptitude and recognized her divine dragon bloodline, thus taking her as his disciple and bringing her to the Litian Empire." "Litian Empire?" Yiyun softly repeated the name, then shook his head. "It has been 100,000 years. The changes in the outside world have been monumental. I have never heard of this Litian Empire, yet it must surely surpass the Divine Wind Dynasty in rank. Which sect does your master belong to? What is his cultivation level?" Yiyun inquired nonchalantly. "Esteemed sir, my master is a great practitioner at the death and life realm, and he is the sect leader of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect." The black cat respectfully responded. "Speak with more courtesy before the esteemed sir. What great practitioner at the death and life realm can truly be considered a great practitioner?" The great black horse grinned, irritated, and lifted its hoof. An ethereal hoof shadow shot forth, instantly sending the black cat plunging into the depths of the water pool. Chapter 43, rending the void with a resounding splash. The great black cat was thrust to the depths of the pool by a formidable force. This pool was profoundly deep, extending hundreds of meters down. The black feline found itself face down at the bottom, its mouth filled with sand. With a sudden flip, it expelled the grains from its mouth while rising from the depths. At that moment, the great black cat wore a look of utter exasperation, on the verge of tears. A master of the realm of life and death. Could it truly be mistaken? In the Li Tian dynasty, such a master represented the pinnacle of existence. Yet, in the words of this Lord Ma, it was reduced to the status of a trivial practitioner. Just what level of cultivation did this Lord Ma possess? Furthermore, its master radiated a divine aura akin to a celestial being, yet bore no discernible cultivation. With a splash, the water churned as the black cat emerged once more from the depths. "Lord Ma, I realize my error. I humbly beseech your forgiveness," the great black cat implored, prostrating itself on the water's surface. Lord Ma emitted a cold huff, remaining silent. A faint smile graced Yiyun's face. Suddenly, he extended his hand, causing the cat's head to bow. In the following moment, as Yiyun withdrew his hand, the great black cat returned to its natural state. This maneuver was merely to ascertain the truth of the cat's claims. Clearly, the feline had not deceived him. Su Wan Yi has indeed been escorted by her master to the Wan Shou Shin Zone of the Li Tian dynasty. Luo Li Jun Mo Xiao. "Do you wish to meet your elder sister?" Yiyun inquired, a gentle smile illuminating his countenance as he regarded the two. "Sigh, my ancestors. It has been over 3 months since I last saw my esteemed senior sister. and I truly miss her dearly. Luo Li's eyes glistened with the threat of tears. Beside her, Junimo Xiao, unexpectedly, had succumbed to tears as well. It appeared that this young boy was even more susceptible to emotion than Luo Li. Since I long to see her so much, I shall bring her back at once, Yiyan declared with a smile. He gently raised his right arm. And as he did, streams of white light began to emanate from it. Ultimately, this radiance became blinding, rendering all present unable to open their eyes. Yiyan's hand, transformed into pure light, abruptly reached into the void and vanished. Simultaneously, the dazzling white light also disappeared. Yiyan's expression remained calm, as if his arm were searching for something in the emptiness. Luo Li and Junimo Xiao stared wide-eyed, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves as they beheld this astonishing spectacle. Could it be that the ancestor intended to employ this supreme power to retrieve senior sister Su Wan-yi from the Li Tian dynasty? Feeling the terror of the white light, the black cat trembled all over, murmuring to itself, "Goodness, what kind of power is this?" The black horse shot at a disdainful glance and retorted, "Look at your pitiful understanding. You have no ambition whatsoever." The black cat darted over, nestled at the feet of the black horse, gently rubbed against it, and looked up with envy, asking, "Master Horse, what kind of divine power is our esteemed elder wielding?" The black horse raised its head proudly and replied, "Naturally. The elder is tearing through space to reach the Li Tian dynasty and seek out the disciple of your grand beast sect." "What?" The black cat was taken aback, for it was unfathomably distant from the Li Tian dynasty, a distance measured in billions of miles. Could a mere hand truly transport a living being across such an expanse? Observing the black cat's astonished expression, the great black horse raised its hoof and gently tapped the cat's head twice, whispering, "Others cannot, but the master can." The black cat, still in a daze, blinked repeatedly and inquired, "The master can?" The great black horse chuckled softly, remaining silent thereafter. In the Li Tian dynasty, amidst towering and majestic mountains, rich in spiritual energy, various formidable spirit beasts soared through the skies. This was the abode of the 10,000 Beast sect, one of the 5 most powerful factions within the Li Tian dynasty. At this moment, in a secluded valley, a stunning young woman clad in purple was surrounded by a group of disciples from the 10,000 Beast sect, who pointed and jeered at her with mocking smiles. Is this the genius that the sect leader brought back? Her cultivation is woefully inadequate. She has just broken through to the Xindan realm, unable to even match an outer disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect. Overcome by the derisive comments echoing around her, Su Wanyi lowered her head, her expression sorrowful. Although she had miraculously survived and was brought to the 10,000 Beast sect by that powerful individual, she found herself the target of ridicule here. Her cultivation was simply too weak. In the past 3 months, despite her relentless efforts to advance, she had only progressed from the 9th layer of the Gathering Qi realm to the 3rd layer of the Xindan realm. While her current master acknowledged this rate of improvement, many disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect still frequently mocked her, especially when some individuals became aware that she hailed from a modest locale within the ancient Moon dynasty. The situation was further exploited as a source of mockery directed towards her. It was only upon her arrival here that Su Wanyi realized that what she had perceived as a vast and illustrious ancient Moon dynasty was merely regarded as an exceedingly remote area by these people. The so-called 10 formidable factions of the ancient Moon dynasty were, in reality, nothing more than ordinary sections. In contrast, their 10,000 Beast divine sect stood as a super sect, remarkably powerful, a veritable colossus. Even an outer disciple possessed cultivation at the Yuan-Si level. Su Wanyi understood the weight of her words was light, given her meager cultivation, and thus refrained from responding to her mockers. Having endured countless hardships while following her master and evading dangers since childhood, she regarded these trivial jibes as inconsequential. One day, should she surpass these individuals, she would naturally retaliate with her strength. "Hey, Su Wanyi, can't you hear us talking?" A male disciple in front of her queried, grinning as he gazed at her. Su Wanyi maintained her gaze downward, silent as ever. The male disciple approached her, extending a hand towards her delicate face. "What do you think you're doing?" Su Wanyi gasped inwardly, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. The male disciple's face twisted into a lewd expression as he chuckled maliciously and advanced closer. The others followed suit, adding to the raucous atmosphere. Su Wanyi felt a surge of fear. The male disciple before her was the direct disciple of the 9th Peak's master and had already attained the Divine Bridge realm. Blushing and retreating a few steps, Su Wanyi realized there was nowhere left to escape. "Su Wanyi, why not let my master speak with your master and arrange your betrothal to me?" The male disciple's face broke into a lecherous grin, but in the next moment, boom, his body suddenly exploded, transforming into a mist of blood. A gentle voice resonated around them. Can you withstand the might of my Shenlong sect? Who dares to trespass upon my Wanshou Shinzong? The expressions of the onlooking disciples shifted dramatically, and they immediately drew their weapons, bracing for confrontation. Shenlong sect? Panic-stricken, Su Wanyi raised her head in confusion upon hearing those 3 words. Could this powerful speaker also be a senior of her Shenlong sect? Child, I shall spare the remaining ones, allowing you to personally sever their heads when your skills reach their zenith. The voice echoed in Su Wanyi's ears. Upon hearing this, her heart trembled uncontrollably. A radiant hand suddenly reached out from the void, grasping Su Wanyi and swiftly making her vanish. In the next moment, Yi Yun withdrew his arm from the void, and with a gentle shake, Su Wanyi, clad in purple, appeared before. Chapter 44. Su Wanyi awakens from a dream, traversing the endless void. Su Wanyi was enveloped in a dazzling white light, her vision obscured by that luminous barrier. When the surrounding white light dissipated, her feet abruptly touched the ground, leaving Su Wanyi standing there dazed, her eyes wide open, momentarily at a loss. Senior sister. Upon seeing her long-cherished senior sister, Luo Li could no longer contain herself. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she opened her arms and rushed forward to embrace Su Wanyi. Jun Mo Shao, unable to restrain his emotions, also ran over with tears brimming in his eyes, standing beside the two. Senior sister, you have finally returned. Jun Mo Shao laughed and cried simultaneously, his expression one of sheer ecstasy. How profoundly moving. The great black horse gently nuzzled the head of the large black cat, sighing softly. At that moment, the black cat widened its bright, gleaming eyes, staring in astonishment at the familiar figure that had reappeared, its heart gripped by an overwhelming fear. What level of terrifying cultivation does this godlike master possess? Barehanded, he tore through space, effortlessly retrieving someone from billions of miles away, unharmed. In the black cat's understanding, only one word could encapsulate this being: God. This master is undoubtedly a peerless deity of unmatched prowess. With this thought, the black cat trembled with excitement. It was truly a shocking moment to witness a legendary deity in its lifetime. Yet, one must ponder, how could there be a god in the Songnan continent? Even the most formidable eternal sects do not possess the existence of such beings. Junior sister, junior brother, am I dreaming? How is it possible to see you here? Su Wanyi furrowed her brow, still enveloped in confusion. Luo Li released her embrace, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and exclaimed joyfully, Senior sister. It was the ancestor who brought you back from the myriad beast's divine sect. Ancestor? Su Wanyi was momentarily taken aback. The lineage of the Shenlong sect has withered, with its ancient ancestors long since buried beneath the earth for countless years. When, then, has a new ancestor emerged? Moreover, this place is situated billions of miles away from the Litian Empire. What level of cultivation would be required to transport her here? Noticing that her senior sister remained in a daze, Luo Li quickly grasped her hand and shook it gently, smiling as she said, Senior sister, look over. That is our ancestor, the 13th patriarch of the Shenlong sect. Huh. Su Wanyi, jolted from her reverie, followed Luo Li's gaze. Standing a mere 10 meters away was a youth clad in white, with chiseled features, profound eyes, and flowing black hair. He appeared as if he had stepped out of a painting, exuding an ethereal aura that was beyond imagination. Junior sister, is he truly our ancestor? Su Wanyi murmured, lowering her voice. She recalled that the 13th patriarch of the Shenlong sect had perished 100,000 years ago. The ancestor. He did not die, he has returned. Luo Li exclaimed, her excitement causing her words to tumble over one another. She was uncertain whether the ancestor had died and come back to life, or if he had never truly been gone at all. Seeing her two senior sisters in a fluster, Jun Mo Shao quickly interjected, Senior sister, this is indeed our ancestor. You should hurry and pay your respects. Upon hearing Jun Mo Zhao's words, Su Wanyi finally regained her composure. She withdrew her hand from Luo Li's grasp and hurried forward, kneeling before Yi Yun and respectfully bowing her head 3 times. Su Wanyi, pay your respects to our ancestor. Rise. Yi Yun smiled gently, a wave of magical power dispersing as it lifted Su Wanyi. From this day forth, you 3, as senior and junior disciples, shall never be separated again. Yi Yun proclaimed with a smile. Upon hearing the ancestor's words, Luo Li, Jun Mo Shao, and Su Wanyi were overwhelmed with astonishment and joy, their emotions a tumultuous blend, leading them to embrace one another, laughing and weeping simultaneously. Over the past decade, they had followed their master through countless trials, evading various enemies and enduring a life filled with hardship and suffering. Now, not only had the ancestor resurrected, but she had also provided them with the most formidable support. Yi Yun, hands clasped behind her back, observed the 3 as they wept and embraced, feeling a deep sense of sentiment. Once their tears subsided and their spirits regained tranquility, Suwani turned her serious gaze towards her junior brother and sister. To her astonishment, she discovered that Luo Li had already reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the divine shaping realm, while Jun and Mo Xiao had attained the peak of the same realm, mere steps away from the divine bridge realm. How have you both advanced so swiftly? Suwani inquired, her expression one of disbelief. Because we have the ancestor. Luo Li pouted her lips, beaming with pride. Suwani blinked, her mind racing to fathom what extraordinary treasures or resources could have facilitated such rapid breakthroughs for Luo Li and Jun and Mo Xiao. Your potential is not inferior to theirs. Suwani, the future holds great promise for you, Yi Yun remarked, casting a gentle smile at the bewildered Suwani. Ancestor, do you also have a way to make me like junior brother and junior sister? Suwani said with a trembling voice, her exquisite little face flushed. Yi Yun smiled and nodded. He produced a small vial and gently handed it over. Luo Li eagerly leaned in, whispering in Suwani's ear, senior sister. The ancestor possesses the blood of the ancestral dragon. If you consume a drop, you will swiftly break through. The blood of the ancestral dragon? How could that be? Suwani exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ancestor, didn't our sect's divine dragon blood get destroyed by the 250th generation sect master? Yi Yun chuckled softly. The astute Luo Li quickly clarified, senior sister, what was destroyed in the sect was merely the divine dragon blood. What the ancestor holds is the blood of the ancestral dragon. Do you understand? It is the blood of the ancestral dragon. Oh, Suwani nodded dumbly, as if turned to stone. The mere mention of the blood of the ancestral dragon left her mind in a haze of shock. As a disciple of the Divine Dragon Sect, how could she not have heard of the blood of the ancestral dragon? Yet, wasn't it merely a relic of ancient legend? Observing her senior sister's current expression, Luo Li couldn't help but recall her own past. She leaned in again and said, senior sister, do you know? There are over 100,000 drops in that little vial. My heavens, so much ancestral dragon blood. Suwani exclaimed, nearly fainting from exhilaration. Senior sister, you must gather yourself. Do not faint like junior brother did at the mere mention. Luo Li laughed, linking her arm with Suwani's and gently shaking her. Upon hearing these words, Jun and Mo Xiao's face flushed crimson, recalling the 2 instances of fainting, which now struck him as quite embarrassing. The large black cat, lying beneath the horse's hooves, perked up at the mention of Zulong's essence, its eyes sparkling with intrigue. The legendary essence of Zulong had never graced the roads of Tsongnan. The black cat licked its lips, yearning to savor the taste of Zulong's essence. Suddenly, a black hoof came crashing down upon the cat's head, flattening its feline face against the ground. You little cat, harbor no wicked thoughts. Be wary, for I, Master Ma, might just eliminate you. The black horse grumbled irritably. Chapter 45, a gift from the ancestor Master Ma. Even if you were to strike me down, I would not dare covet the essence of Zulong. I am but a small cat, fully aware of my own insignificance. From the very beginning, I harbored no such intentions. I implore you, Master Ma, to see my innocence. The black cat struggled to lift its head from the dirt, spitting out the clods of earth while clasping its paws atop its head, desperately pleading. Now that is more like it. Your attitude is commendable, little kitty, and your position is rightly humble. The black horse grinned, using its hoof to smooth the fur atop the black cat's head, before breaking into a chuckle. One could not deny that this little black cat was quite to its liking. Calling it Master Ma with every breath filled the black horse with delight. Yi Yun cast a casual glance at the black horse, a subtle smile gracing his lips, barely perceptible yet present. The great black stallion approaches his endeavors with utmost diligence and unwavering dedication, often remaining silent amidst his labors. However, he has now encountered a kindred spirit in the form of the black cat. The stallion finds himself intrigued by the feline companion. With a gentle twist of the small vial in Yi Yun's hand, a droplet of vibrant, life-infused ancestral dragon's blood floated gracefully into the air, slowly making its way towards Suwani. Her breath quickened, and her delicate face flushed with excitement. What should I do, little junior sister? Suwani stammered, feeling flustered as the ancestral dragon's blood rushed toward her. Senior sister, why do you hesitate? Quickly consume that droplet of ancestral dragon's blood. Then channel our Divine Dragon Sect's techniques to swiftly refine it, Luo Li cheerfully advised from the side. Suwani understood. She parted her cherry-red lips and gently inhaled, swallowing the droplet of ancestral dragon's blood. Instantly, her body underwent a remarkable transformation. She hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground, activating the Divine Dragon Sect's techniques to refine the ancestral dragon's blood. Her aura surged at an astonishing pace. 4th layer of the profound pill realm. 5th layer of the profound pill realm. 6th layer of the profound pill realm. 1st layer of the origin sea realm. 2nd layer of the origin sea realm. 3rd layer of the origin sea realm. 10th layer of the origin sea realm. Senior sister, you can do it. Luo Li's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she silently cheered for her senior sister, who had reached the crucial 10th layer of the origin sea realm. In the past, she had ascended from the chi-gathering realm to the 10th layer of the origin sea realm, but now her senior sister, being in the profound pill realm, held the potential to break through to the divine sculpting realm. Yi Yun gazed indifferently at Su Wani's breakthrough, his expression remaining as calm as a placid lake. The black cat beneath the horse's hooves observed Su Wani's rapid ascension and cultivation with wide eyes, exclaiming nervously, "Is the blood of the ancestral dragon truly so potent? Just a single drop can propel one's cultivation to such heights?" The imposing black horse bared its teeth and shot a disdainful glance at the cat, retorting, "You pitiful little creature, your horizons are woefully limited. Pray, enlighten me, esteemed steed." The black cat implored, raising its paw in a gesture of feigned humility. The black horse snorted dismissively. "Do you think the blood of the ancestral dragon is something anyone can consume? Only those of dragon lineage with a divine dragon bloodline are worthy. Moreover, such a surge in cultivation occurs solely upon the initial infusion of bloodline. Subsequent uses yield no such astonishing acceleration." Hearing the esteemed horse expound so elaborately, the black cat's face lit up with gratitude, and it promptly raised its paw once more, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, noble steed, for taking the time to enlighten this little cat." The black horse chuckled softly, its gem-like eyes glimmering with pride. To it, this black cat, with its mere nirvana realm cultivation, was no more significant than a common beast. With a sudden jolt, Su Wani's body trembled, her cultivation soaring from the 10th layer of the Yuan Sea realm to the 1st layer of the divine shaping realm. At that moment, her astounding aura gradually settled. The senior sister has finally broken through. Beside her, Jun Ma Xiao, who had been anxiously awaiting the outcome, displayed a look of elation on his face. Lori also smiled joyfully. After a while, Su Wani slowly opened her eyes, approached Yi Yun, and knelt down on one knee. "Thank you, ancestor, for your grace. Rise." "There is no need for such formality," Yi Yun replied with a smile, waving his hand as a surge of magical energy enveloped Su Wani, lifting her gently. "What color of robe do you prefer?" Yi Yun inquired. Taken aback by the ancestor's question, Su Wani hesitated for a moment. Lori, nearby, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "The ancestor is bestowing a gift upon senior sister. A robe and a divine sword were indeed the standard ensemble for their disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect." Reporting to the ancestor, I like purple," Su Wani said, her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. Yi Yun nodded. Rummaging through his wrist, but found no purple robe, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. There were very few women's robes available, and indeed, none in purple in his repository, which left Yi Yun, the ancestor, somewhat at a loss. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a golden robe. "Though there is no purple robe, here is a golden one for the time being," he said with a gentle smile, tossing the robe that radiated a soft golden light to Su Wani. As she beheld the resplendent golden robe, Su Wani was utterly astonished. When she held it and sensed its aura, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Ancestor, is this truly a royal-grade robe?" she exclaimed. Yi Yun nodded in affirmation. Su Wani's eyes widened, her breath quickening, and her heart racing, transforming her once again into a statue of stone. To her astonishment, it was a royal-grade robe. "Oh, ancestor, this display of generosity is truly extravagant." Having spent 3 months at the 10,000 Beast sect of the Litian Empire, Su Wani had encountered a variety of experiences. Even among the most talented disciples of the sect, she had never seen a royal-grade treasure. Such a robe was typically reserved for the leaders of the 9 peaks and the sect master. To think that her ancestor would bestow upon her a royal-grade robe left her utterly astounded. Yi Yun, meanwhile, was rummaging about his wrist and retrieved a sword. It was a striking red sword, its sheath matching in hue. Upon its emergence, it exuded a terrifying aura. "This sword is for you," Yi Yun declared, gently lifting his hand as the formidable red blade glided towards Su Wani. This Su Wani was overwhelmed, her hands trembling as she accepted the sword. She could scarcely fathom the quality of this blade. Even the sect master had never wielded a sword of such immense power. "Oh my goodness, Master Ma, what sort of sword is this? I can't recognize it." The large black cat scratched its furry head in astonishment. "You naive little kitten. I truly wish to crack your head open to see what rubbish fills it." The great black horse, baring its gleaming white teeth, stomped a hoof down upon the cat, its demeanor proud as it proclaimed, "Listen well, little kitten, this is divine grade." "What, Master Ma? This is truly a divine sword." The black cat stood there, utterly astonished, its body rigid as if carved from stone. Having emerged from the Litian dynasty and having lived for a considerable span, it had never encountered such a divine treasure before. To its astonishment, today it beheld wonders beyond imagination. First the ancestral dragon's blood, then the imperial robe that only the master could don, and finally, the unforgettable sight of a divine sword. It was terrifying. Truly, a being of divine caliber. The black cat gazed at Yi Yun's figure, and within its deep, dark eyes, a fervent admiration began to gleam. Chapter 46. The nine-tailed spirit cat. The dialogue between the dark steed and the black cat echoed around them. Naturally, Su Wanyi overheard it. Her hand trembled, nearly causing her to cast the sword aside. A divine sword? How terrifying. Su Wanyi shivered, lifting her gaze with tears in her eyes. Her voice quivering as she implored, Ancestor, as a humble disciple, I hardly deserve such an exquisite sword. Upon witnessing Su Wanyi's expression, Yi Yun smiled gently and turned his attention to Luo Li. Quick-witted, Luo Li immediately leaned closer, softly linking her arm with Su Wanyi's, and whispered, Senior sister, you should accept it. I too have acquired a divine sword. As she spoke, Luo Li brandished her own Taishan golden dragon sword, proudly showcasing it. Noticing the aura of this sword, Su Wanyi chuckled wryly. Yours doesn't appear to be a divine sword, does it? Luo Li giggled in response, Senior sister, I had the ancestor seal it. Indeed, Su Wanyi suddenly realized. She gently drew out the 7 stars Long Yuan sword, revealing a blood-red blade with the faint silhouette of a divine dragon. Upon the blade, 7 stars radiated a dazzling brilliance. Luo Li glanced at it, clicking her tongue, and remarked, Senior sister, your dragon is far less distinct than mine. However, your sword possesses stars, while mine does not. Su Wanyi smiled softly and promptly returned the sword to its sheath, for the aura it emanated was too terrifying. She surmised that, had their ancestor not been standing nearby to suppress the sword, she might not have dared to approach it. Ancestor, I beseech you to seal this sword as well as the golden robe I wear, Su Wanyi implored, kneeling on the ground with both hands cradling the sword and the robe. Very well. Yi Yun sighed lightly and nodded. These 3 children came from humble beginnings and were accustomed to hardship. Now, even with the most prestigious divine sword in their possession, they dared not reveal it casually. Yet, this was for the better. Their resilient spirits promised a bright future. With this thought, Yi Yun gently tapped his finger, causing the grade of the 7 stars Long Yuan sword to swiftly descend from divine to celestial. The golden robe also dropped to a celestial level. Simultaneously, the robes and swords of Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao were lowered to the same rank. Luo Li shrugged and smiled, accustomed to such changes. Jun Mo Shao raised his sword, a frown upon his face, and said, Ancestor, why do both of my senior sisters receive divine grade swords while I am given an imperial grade one? Yi Yun cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, You are a man, destined to bear greater pressures in the future. Upon hearing this, Jun Mo Zhao's face flushed crimson. At merely 14 years of age, he had never considered himself a man, feeling rather that he was still just a child. Yet, he discerned that his ancestor's words carried profound expectations. He could not afford to disappoint his forebear. Sensing the emotional turmoil of her junior disciple, Luo Li approached and softly reassured him, Junior brother, rest assured. The ancestor has his own plans. Do not harbor any distress. Indeed, second senior sister, I merely spoke in jest. My sole focus now is to become stronger. Jun Mo Shao replied with a smile, his countenance regaining its former confidence. Luo Li nodded in agreement, observing the trio of senior and junior disciples. The large black cat gasped in surprise. It had not anticipated that the sword wielded by the little girl named Luo Li was, in fact, a sealed divine sword of the highest caliber, and that the young man possessed an emperor-level divine sword. The depth of the Shenlong sect's foundation was truly astounding. Though it had only 3 disciples, each wielded weapons of divine or emperor grade. Even the most eternal of sects could scarcely claim such prowess. With this thought in mind, the large black cat nuzzled against the sturdy leg of the nearby black horse. The horse lowered its head and glared at it with annoyance. Little cat, what mischief are you concocting now? Master horse, do you require a humble servant to fetch tea and water, bustling about as a squire? The black cat replied with a cheeky grin. Release your cat's foul gas. What do I need a book boy for? I am merely a beast of burden. The mighty black horse lifted its hoof and brought it down with a thud. Uffed. The large black cat took another mouthful of dirt. Undeterred, it spat out the mud and knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing with its 2 paws. Master horse, if you have no need for a book boy, might I offer to scratch your back daily? The black cat added, casting a sly glance at the robust hindquarters of the great black horse, flattering. Though your cultivation is astounding, there must be places you cannot reach, no? The black horse widened its eyes in disbelief. It had never encountered such an audacious feline spirit. Today, this large black cat had utterly challenged Master Horse's worldview. What nonsense are you spewing, you little cat? When has Master Horse ever requested a back scratch? Whoosh. The black horse brought down its hoof once more, this time with greater force, pinning the entire black cat into the ground. Observing the delightful tussle between the black horse and the black cat, Yiyun couldn't help but chuckle. These two demon beasts truly were a pair of comedic treasures. Although the black cat's cultivation was pitifully low, its antics were far more entertaining than the formidable pets residing in his storage. Meanwhile, Junemo shout Luoli and Suwon E, upon hearing the exchange between the black horse and the black cat, also erupted into laughter. Flipping over from the pit, the black cat leapt out, spitting out sand, and then affectionately rubbed against the sturdy leg of the black horse. "Oh, Master Ma, I merely wish to remain by your side and serve you. Given my unwavering dedication, might you speak to the esteemed one on my behalf and grant me a chance?" lamented the large black cat. Master Ma cast a cold glance, retorting, "Do you presume everyone possesses such privilege? I am merely a cart horse for the esteemed one. Your cultivation is far too meager to catch his eye. It would be best for you to find a cooler place to linger." Upon hearing this, the large black cat became agitated. "Master Ma, though my abilities may be lacking, I can perform tasks that you may find inconvenient, such as scratching your back or sharing a joke." Bah! Master Ma scoffed at the black cat's absurdity. In a fit of anger, he delivered a kick that sent the black cat flying through the air. Yiyun extended his hand to catch the cat mid-flight, allowing it to gently land on the ground. He regarded the black cat and inquired with a hint of indifference, "Does your incessant scheming suggest you wish to change your allegiance?" When the divine presence of the master spoke, the little black cat immediately prostrated itself, weeping uncontrollably. "Oh, esteemed one, I truly wish to follow you. This is my heartfelt truth." Yiyun's gaze flickered, as if, in that moment, he discerned the essence of the black cat. He smiled gently and asked, "Was your previous master unkind to you?" The black cat hurriedly nodded and said, "My lord, the previous master was not unkind to me. Yet he left me with no means to continue my advancement." At this point, the black cat vigorously shook its rear, raising 3 tails. With a sorrowful expression, it lamented, "My lord, look, after all these years, I have only grown 3 tails." The large black horse beside it widened its eyes in sudden realization, exclaiming, "Oh, so you possess the bloodline of the 9-tailed spirit cat." "Indeed, Master Ma," the black cat replied. "It is precisely because I possess a faint trace of the 9-tailed spirit cat bloodline that I yearn to seek refuge under your wing and accompany you." The black cat spoke with a woeful countenance. Chapter 47. Take a few steps and try ye, and smiled faintly, having long discerned the black cat's true nature. He was not particularly concerned. A mere 9-tailed spirit cat did not impress him. While it may be regarded as a rare bloodline beast in the Tsangnan continent, it held no significant standing in Yi Yun's repository. "Little kitten, do not presume that your 9-tailed spirit cat bloodline makes you formidable," he remarked. The large black horse raised its hoof decisively and slammed it down, snorting coldly, "In my eyes, you are nothing at all." The fragile spirit of the little black cat was ruthlessly shattered by the large black horse's disparagement. Nevertheless, it remained resilient, kneeling on its knees, and with a wobble, it crawled closer. "Master Ma, the 9-tailed spirit cat bloodline is not as pitiful as you claim. After all, it is one of the 10 divine beasts of the Tsangnan continent," the black cat said, its face still bearing a sorrowful expression. The great black horse lifted its hoof and placed it gently upon the head of the large black cat, then tenderly stroked its fur with a sorrowful expression. "Do not be disheartened," it said. "You must understand, beings like myself, Master Horse, hold no rank in the eyes of the Lord." Upon hearing these words, not only did the large black cat appear stunned, but even the onlookers, including Luo Li and the other 2, were left in astonishment. If such a formidable creature as the great black horse was without rank, then the other mighty beasts nurtured by the ancestor must be extraordinarily powerful, beyond comprehension. The trio exchanged bewildered glances. "Master Horse, surely you jest. While the Lord is indeed powerful, there cannot possibly be beasts stronger than you," the large black cat insisted, shaking its head in disbelief. The great black horse, revealing its gleaming white teeth in a grin, turned to Yiyun and chuckled, "Lord, this little kitty does not believe me. Perhaps we should let it see for itself?" Yiyun, maintaining a composed smile, concealed the amusement that danced in his eyes. Although the large black cat was lacking in strength, its humorous disposition promised to alleviate the journey's solitude. While Yiyun possessed a plethora of formidable beasts in his repository, none matched this entertaining spirit. With this thought, he nodded in agreement. With the Lord's approval, the great black horse beamed with delight. "We humbly request that you take us back into the repository," it said respectfully. With a mere gesture, Yiyun summoned both the great black horse and the large black cat into his warehouse. Luo Li watched in astonishment as the two formidable beasts vanished from sight. She cast a fearful glance at Yi Yun and trembled as she spoke. Ancestor, have you raised many magical beasts? Yi Yun nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth of her words. Luo Li, frightened, quickly covered her mouth, rendered speechless. If the great black horse raised by the ancestor was already this formidable, it implied that his repository contained numerous such powerful magical beasts. Jun Mo Shao widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at the ancestor with disbelief, contemplating. The ancestor is extraordinarily powerful. Not only is he immensely strong on his own, but he also possesses a vast array of magical beasts. How is one to survive in such a world? Yi Yun remained composed, standing silently in place while subtly extending a thread of spiritual awareness to observe the movements within the repository. The great black horse and the great black cat suddenly felt a disorienting shift, as if time and space had warped, transporting them to a peculiar realm. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, obscuring all visibility. The great black cat surveyed the emptiness and pouted, saying, "Master Horse, this place is desolate. There are no magical beasts here." The great black horse grinned, revealing its teeth. "Take a few steps forward and see for yourself." Skeptical yet intrigued, the great black cat cautiously advanced. In its mind, it believed that few magical beasts could surpass it, and Master Horse was among those rare exceptions. Thus, it firmly held that there could not possibly be an abundance of such powerful magical beasts in existence. Its notion of strength was deeply rooted in lineage. As a nine-tailed spirit cat, it believed that should it ever grow 9 tails, its power would ascend to unfathomable heights, rivaling the deities of legend. As the sleek black cat took a few steps forward, the grand black horse suddenly clasped its hooves before its chest, bowing respectfully and with a beaming smile, proclaimed, "Dear brothers and sisters, the little horse has returned to see you." The unexpected reverence emanating from the esteemed master horse, coupled with such a servile gesture, left the black cat utterly astonished. Before it could comprehend the situation, a myriad of immense crimson eyes abruptly opened in the boundless darkness. Terrifying figures, exuding an overwhelming aura, began to unveil an array of dazzling lights amidst the shadows. "Little horse, you have finally returned. I feared I would never see you again." A colossal silhouette, reminiscent of a mountain, loomed in the distance, enveloped in blazing flames, standing like a demonic deity at the pinnacle of the cosmos. The flames radiated infinite brilliance. And even with all its might concentrated in its gaze, the black cat could not discern the true form of this otherworldly being, only catching a vague glimpse of a colossal humanoid figure. My heavens, what manner of beastly aura is this? How utterly terrifying! The black cat shrieked, curling up in fright, trembling uncontrollably. The humanoid figure in the distance appeared to be 100 times more fearsome than Master Horse. "Monkey brother, it has been quite some time since we last met," the black horse grinned, displaying a sheepish expression. "Little horse, you have returned. It has been too long." In that moment, a host of colossal and fearsome figures began to greet the grand black horse with open mouths. The large black cat curled into a ball, gazing at the terrifying figures before it, their grotesque forms obscured in the light, sending it into a state of sheer panic. Good heavens! How could there be so many formidable beings? Each one appeared to surpass even the great black horse in strength. This was utterly terrifying. Where did this timid little cat come from? Its courage was remarkably lacking, to the point of being frightened to the point of wetting itself. In the black void, a beam of golden light surged forth, revealing a magnificent golden figure suspended in midair. It radiated an infinite golden glow, exuding a fearsome aura that made it appear almost divine. "Brother Golden, it has been quite some time," the great black horse remarked respectfully, addressing the golden figure above. "This is a little cat encountered by the master along the way, boasting quite a lot. Claiming to be one of the 10 divine beasts of Songnan continent, the 9-tailed spirit cat. The master instructed me to bring it here to broaden its horizons. So, the master permitted its entrance." The golden figure chuckled, its gaze meticulously surveying the curled-up black cat below. "Shall I take it to see the world first? There are many elder brothers and sisters ahead who are dreadfully lonely. It would be perfect to send this little black cat to them for a glimpse." The great black horse grinned broadly. "Brother Golden, I would be grateful for your assistance, but please ensure it remains alive. The master seems to have no intention of letting it perish from fright. Haha. Rest assured, even if it were to be scared to death, there are ways to revive it." In a blinding flash of golden light, the curled-up black cat suddenly vanished. On the ground, only a damp patch of cat urine remained. Chapter 48. Master Ma, I finally meet you to my utter dismay. The little black cat has left a puddle of foul urine here. When it returns, I shall insist it cleans it up. Observing the stain on the ground, The large black horse recoiled in disgust, taking a couple of steps away from the offensive feline mess. However, cat urine is cat urine, and its pungent odor was unbearable for the black horse. Reluctantly, it conjured a spell, enveloping the unsightly pool in a protective light barrier. Little horse, how fares the world outside? Have you encountered a lovely mare to wed? Suddenly, a terrifying figure loomed before the black horse, pressing down upon it. The horse felt a sudden heaviness, nearly collapsing under the weight. Sister Foam, do take care. My frail frame cannot withstand your might, the black horse lamented. My apologies, I had forgotten. I thought you were thriving outside, growing robust under the indulgence of your master. The imposing figure, a seductive female voice, replied. She exerted her mystical powers, easing the pressure slightly, allowing the black horse to breathe a bit easier. Shaking its head with a bitter smile, the black horse said, Sister Foam, there are no suitable mares outside. I am resigned to a life of solitude. The formidable figure chuckled heartily. Is the outside world entertaining? She inquired further. The black horse shook its head, then quickly nodded. What do you mean by that? Are you saying it is both amusing and dull? The terrifying figure was displeased. Sister Foam, the strength of those outside is far too weak. They are simply incapable of engaging with them. What I find intriguing is that the esteemed master has 3 disciples, and those 3 little ones are quite entertaining. Oh, I see. The menacing figure pondered for a moment before turning to the imposing black steed, encouragingly suggesting, why not return and inquire with the master whether his 3 juniors require divine pets? If so, we would be willing to serve as their divine companions. Very well. Sister Foam. The black steed lowered its head, somewhat troubled. If those formidable beings were to roam free, wouldn't chaos ensue? The master's original intention was to temper the disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect. If they were to acquire pets, how would they be trained? Yet, the black steed refrained from voicing these concerns, fearing that should Sister Foam take offense, she might inflict grievous wounds upon it. Suddenly, a beam of golden light descended. Bang! The golden, terrifying figure cast the black cat to the ground, exclaiming irritably, this little creature truly lacks fortitude. The moment it arrived there, it fainted away. Golden One, you surely harbored ill intentions, taking it to the most dreadful place, did you not? Sister Foam chuckled, ha. I simply wished to broaden its horizons. But to my astonishment, it fainted at the mere approach. I feared it might genuinely perish from fright, so I hastily brought it back to avoid the master's wrath. With that, the golden, fearsome figure vanished in an instant. Little pony, this kitten possesses an exceedingly timid disposition. When you awaken it shortly, do offer some gentle comfort. Upon perceiving the unfavorable situation, Sister Foam promptly made her exit. In the darkness, those terrifying figures once again closed their eyes, succumbing to slumber. The entire warehouse was engulfed in darkness, restoring a profound silence. The great black horse shook its head, seemingly unaccustomed to such tranquility. It recalled the days when they frequently clashed with one another. Why has there been such a penchant for sleep of late? Could it be that they have grown weary from years of battles? After pondering for a moment, the great black horse approached the great black cat. With a gentle nudge of its hoof upon the cat's head, it infused a spark of magic. Only then did the great black cat gradually awaken. Oh, Master Horse. I have finally seen you. I thought I would never behold you in this lifetime. Upon seeing the handsome equine visage in the shadows, the great black cat felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, leaping up to embrace the great black horse's sturdy leg, weeping uncontrollably. It had just witnessed the most horrifying beast of its life. The mere sight of that creature, which had lazily opened but one eye to glance at it, had rendered the cat utterly unconscious. The terror was simply unfathomable. Cease your tears, little kitten. Now you comprehend the dread that resides here with your master. The great black horse admonished with a hint of impatience. I understand, Master Horse, replied the great black cat. Its face a mask of sorrow. Thus, you must learn to remain humble in your feline existence. Do not presume that your status as a 9-tailed spirit cat grants you any significance. In the eyes of your master horse, you are nothing. The great black horse imparted this wisdom with a tone befitting a mentor. The large black cat wiped away its tears and nodded solemnly. From now on, it vowed to remain discreet in its feline endeavors. That is more like it. The large black horse pointed in a direction with its hoof, speaking with irritation. Look at your pathetic demeanor. You even left a puddle of cat urine in the master's warehouse. Hurry and clean it up, or I shall leave you here for them to devour. Upon hearing this intimidating remark, the large black cat's fur bristled in alarm. It dashed towards the spot where the cat urine lay, opening its mouth wide to inhale deeply, consuming every last drop. Oh dear, horse, keep your distance. You are truly filthy. The large black horse, witnessing the cat swallow the urine, raised its head in disgust, for it was a horse that cherished cleanliness. Fear not. Master Horse, I have used my magical powers to neutralize the odor, the large black cat declared, lifting its front paw with a mischievous grin. You are indeed clever. The large black horse, somewhat begrudgingly, turned and walked outward. Having observed the entire spectacle, Yi could not help but chuckle inwardly. This encounter had thoroughly frightened the large black cat. Surely, this creature would think twice before adopting such a boastful demeanor again. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Yi summoned both the large black horse and the large black cat into the air. As they emerged into the light, the large black cat greedily inhaled the fresh air, its face reflecting a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. Suddenly, a loud thud resounded as the large black horse delivered a swift kick to its head. The great black cat suddenly comprehended that it was not the time for indulgence. It hurriedly trotted over to Yi Yun's feet, repeatedly bowing in reverence. Master, the little cat acknowledges its mistake. I implore you to grant me another chance. A faint smile graced Yi Yun's countenance as he stood with his hands clasped behind him and gently replied, If you wish to accompany us. It is not entirely out of the question. However, the current leader of the Divine Dragon Sect is Luo Li. You should seek her opinion. Seeing that the master had not opposed its request, the great black cat felt a surge of hope, believing the matter to be promising. It swiftly dashed to Luo Li's feet, kneeling upon the ground and bowing, Sect leader Luo, I beseech you to take me in. Surely, the sect will eventually require a guardian beast, and I am confident I can fulfill that role. Luo Li was taken aback when the great black cat suddenly prostrated itself before her. However, the sight of the cat bowing also struck her as amusing. She did not harbor any aversion towards the creature. Nevertheless, she felt that accepting the great black cat might be somewhat hasty. Suwan-yi gazed at the great black cat, a glimmer of gratitude illuminating her eyes. Senior sister, this cat saved me in the past and has shown me kindness. Why not take it in? Suwan-yi suggested softly. Chapter 49. The Realm of the Divine Monarch? It is approaching. Indeed, it once saved my senior sister? Luo Li expressed mild surprise, pausing for a few seconds before smiling and nodding. Very well, senior sister, I will accept it. Thank you, sect leader. Suwan-yi clasped her hands in salute, her delicate face breaking into a knowing smile as she performed a formal gesture of respect towards the leader. Haha. Master sister, there is truly no need for such formalities. As the sect leader, I hold this position by the dying wish of our master. And in terms of qualifications, I am certainly inferior to you, Luo Li said, hastily waving her hands, her face flushed with embarrassment. Suwan-yi, with a serious expression, replied, Junior sister, our esteemed master entrusted the sect leadership to you for a profound reason. You must not underestimate yourself. Indeed. Second sister. Jun Mo Shao also nodded in agreement from the side. Luo Li could only offer a bitter smile. Perhaps within the entire sect, her survival skills were unparalleled. That must be why the master valued this trait. Oh yay. The big black cat, seeing Luo Li's consent, couldn't help but joyfully perform several flips in the air. Thank you, sect leader. The big black cat landed gracefully and bowed 3 times. Then, like a gust of wind, it dashed to the feet of the great black horse, eagerly rubbing against its sturdy legs. Oh, great horse, look at me now. I have become the guardian beast of the Shenlong sect. You have a companion now. The big black cat said with a fawning smile. The great black horse abruptly lifted its hoof and gave it a swift kick, growling. What are you so proud of? Just focus on doing your own job properly. The big black cat was knocked into the dirt by the kick, its mouth full of soil. However, it remained undeterred, excitedly crawling out and spitting out the dirt, returning to its playful demeanor. Yi Yun observed this and said with a faint smile, Little horse, it's up to you to keep it in line. The great black horse grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and said, Thank you, my lord. This little cat certainly lacks discipline and needs to be properly managed. The large black cat, upon hearing the master's command, was instantly rendered speechless, gripped by fear at the thought of incurring the master's wrath and being cast into the dark warehouse, a fate too dreadful to contemplate. Yi Yun surveyed the surroundings and spoke softly, It is time for us to depart from this place. Ancestor, where shall we head next? Luo Li inquired with curiosity. There is little left to cherish in the ancient Yu kingdom. Our next destination will be the Divine Wind Dynasty. There, you shall undergo rigorous training, striving to soon advance against the Divine Balance Sect and uncover the true architects behind the persecution of the Divine Dragon Sect. Yi Yun replied with a serene smile. Understood. Ancestor, Luo Li responded with gravity. Yi Yun glanced at Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, remarking, You two have endured a fierce battle at the Sword God Sect, and you are both quite battered. Return to your carriages to recuperate. With a swift motion of his sleeve, the two vanished instantaneously. Suwan-yi exchanged perplexed glances. uncertain of the whereabouts of her junior disciples. Suwani, come with me, Yi-Yun beckoned gently. A soft luminescence enveloped Suwani, and together with Yi-Yun, they disappeared from sight, entering the carriage. The large black cat nimbly leapt onto the carriage, curling its body into a snug position. The great black horse took hold of the reins and steered the carriage out of the valley. Little cat, I am not familiar with the route to the Divine Wind Dynasty. Surely you know the way? The great black horse inquired, glancing around after exiting the misty valley before turning its gaze toward the black cat. Master Horse, you have indeed posed your question to the right individual. I am a veritable encyclopedia of the Tsangnan continent. The black cat retorted confidently. The large black cat chuckled softly, raising its dark paw to point towards the southeast, saying, Master Ma, you should proceed in that direction. The grand black horse also chuckled, advancing towards the realm of the Divine Wind Dynasty. Within the carriage, Yi-Yun began imparting the 3 supreme techniques of the Divine Dragon Sect to Suwani. After more than half a month, the ebony carriage gradually entered the territory of the Divine Wind Dynasty. Yi-Yun had previously advised caution, so the grand black horse did not hasten its journey, instead traversing the ground at a steady pace. Master, we have arrived at the Divine Wind Dynasty. Ahead lies the largest border city, Silver Moon City. The black cat turned its head, softly addressing the carriage. Very well, Yi-Yun responded with a single word, as he sat alone in the carriage, having placed Suwani in a separate space for her cultivation. During this time, he had merely provided her with periodic guidance. Yi-Yun lightly tapped his fingers, seemingly in tune with something, when a subtle smile graced his lips. At that moment, within a certain space of the black carriage, a remarkable energy suddenly surged forth. Luo Li's body trembled as if chains within her were being unlocked, and in an instant, her aura became immensely powerful. At that moment, Luo Li successfully broke through to the divine bridge realm. Ancestor, I have broken through, Luo Li exclaimed, her fist raised in exuberance. Excellent. After your breakthrough, consume a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood and continue to cultivate for a while. A gentle voice resonated within Luo Li's space, as a drop of ancestral dragon's blood materialized before her, shimmering softly. Thank you, esteemed ancestor, Luo Li respectfully uttered, consuming the essence of the ancestral dragon with a single motion. She settled into a meditative posture, beginning her refinement. Yi-Yun then turned his gaze in another direction. Jun Mo Xiao had also achieved a breakthrough to the divine bridge realm a week prior, and was now engaged in the same process of refining the ancestral dragon's essence. With both of these young individuals having reached the divine bridge realm, Yi-Yun felt an immense sense of relief. Presently, however, the one lagging in cultivation was Suwani. Yi-Yun resolved to subject her to a similar form of specialized training. Thus, he summoned the diligently training Suwani. With a gentle flick of his finger, her cultivation abruptly plummeted from the first layer of the divine shaping realm to the first layer of the primordial sea realm, a significant drop of an entire realm. Ancestor, Suwani exclaimed, startled by the sudden decline in her cultivation. She gazed at Yi-Yun with a perplexed expression. Yi-Yun replied nonchalantly, as disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect, all must be invincible within their realm and excel in battling those above their level. Hence, I have forcibly suppressed your cultivation by 1 level to enable you to achieve a breakthrough under pressure. Oh, Suwani blinked in realization. Yi-Yun continued with a smile. Luo Li, like you, was once restrained to the first layer of the primordial sea realm, and only after gradually ascending to the 10th layer did she have her seal lifted, allowing her to break through to the divine bridge realm. Now I understand. Thank you, esteemed ancestor, for your painstaking guidance. Suwani immediately comprehended the ancestor's intentions, feeling a wave of shame wash over her as she hurriedly knelt and bowed her head. Yi-Yun extended his hand, a surge of spiritual energy enveloping her and lifting her up. He smiled, saying, Luo Li now possesses the strength to contend with dozens of practitioners of the same level. Junior sister, has she truly become that formidable? Suwani exclaimed in surprise, her eyes revealing a profound envy. Yi-Yun cast a subtle glance towards Silver Moon City, as if perceiving something significant, and remarked with deep meaning, the Divine Wind Dynasty surpasses the Ancient Moon Dynasty in overall strength by no less than 10-fold. Your journey of cultivation shall commence from Silver Moon City. Very well, esteemed ancestor, Suwani responded obediently. Yi-Yun then closed his eyes once more, indulging in a moment of tranquility. His cultivation had reached a new peak, now at the 9th layer of the true god realm. Once he ascended to the 10th layer, the enhancement derived from the ancestral dragon's blood would soon be fully consumed. At that juncture, Yi-Yun would be able to partake in the various elixirs and treasures acquired through his sign-in rewards. The Divine Lord realm? Yi-Yun was confident that it would not be long before he breached this level. Chapter 50. The Triad Martial Assembly, Silver Moon City. At this moment, the city lord's mansion, newly adorned, was festooned with lanterns and ribbons, exuding an atmosphere of festivity. The streets bustled with activity, teeming with people and vehicles, all in high spirits. Most of the visitors to the city lord's mansion gathered towards the central plaza. In the heart of the plaza, a grand platform for martial combat had been erected, encircled by spectator pavilions of varying sizes. The largest pavilion was filled to capacity with guests. Seated at the center of this pavilion were three formidable beings of the god-sculpting realm. In the prominent position sat a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard and a fierce countenance. Despite his intimidating appearance, his face was adorned with a broad smile. He was none other than Xiong Yinghao, the lord of Silvermoon City. The lively atmosphere of the city lord's mansion was a result of the impending Triad Martial Assembly. The Triad Martial Assembly is held every 3 years. In previous events, Xiong Yinghao remained indifferent, but this time he is filled with excitement. His son, Xiong Chimo, has been designated as an inner disciple of the Qitian Sword Sect. Thus, this iteration of the Triad Martial Assembly elevates his son to the role of the true protagonist. Despite the designation, the formalities of the assembly must still be observed. Flanking him on either side are the two clan leaders, Ouyang Xiao from the Ouyang family. At the 6th level of the Yuanhai realm, who has also been selected for the Hunyuan Sword Sect, and Dongfang Yu from the Dongfang family. At the 5th level of the Yuanhai realm, who is set to join the Qingyan sect. In recent years, Silvermoon City has witnessed a remarkable emergence of talents. With an unusual occurrence of 3 designated slots, the Triad Martial Assembly comprises the celestial, terrestrial, and mortal realms. Xiong Chumo occupies the celestial position. Ouyang Xiao claims the terrestrial position, and Dongfang Yu holds the mortal position. Previous assemblies often involved fierce competition to determine the top 3. However, this time, the 3 major sects have already predetermined their selections, thus establishing the rightful claim to the celestial, terrestrial, and mortal realms. This understanding is tacit among the families, Xiong, Ouyang, and Dongfang, all fully aware yet unwilling to break the silence. Today's Triad Martial Assembly remains vibrant, as the other families in Silvermoon City and nearby factions remain oblivious to this information. As the assembly is about to commence, a black carriage glides slowly into Silvermoon City. It has been years since this place was last visited, yet it appears unchanged. A large black cat lazily reclines atop the carriage, letting out a sigh. The large black horse turns its head and shoots an annoyed glare at it. Master Ma, forgive my indiscretion. I am but a cat and ought not to be so loquacious. The black cat, feeling flustered, hastily raised its paw to its feline visage, delivering a swift slap to itself. Before entering the city, the elder black horse had already cautioned it about the throngs of people and the need for reticence. However, upon entering the city, the black cat promptly forgot this admonition. At that moment, Su Wani sat in the carriage, observing the black cat's self-imposed punishment with a gentle smile. Oh, esteemed feline elder, there is truly no need for such self-reproach. The black cat, hesitant to speak, fervently shook its head and transmitted a thought. Miss, please refrain from calling me feline elder from now on. Simply refer to me as little cat, in a state of distress. The black cat implored, esteemed elder, you are my senior and have saved my life. We must uphold the proper decorum. Su Wani chuckled softly, but dear black cat, you are indeed older than I and have rendered me a great service. Such customs must not be disregarded. The black cat shook its head repeatedly, refusing to relent. Miss, if you insist on calling me elder, how shall I face the sect leader? Perhaps it would suffice if you called me little black. Worry not. My feline demeanor is quite resilient. Su Wani, finding herself at a loss, could only shake her head and smile wryly. Upon entering the city, the black horse seemed to have an innate sense of direction, navigating through winding paths until it arrived before a grand edifice. Su Wani looked up to see an imposing vermilion door, resplendent and festooned with lanterns. Bustling with a multitude of passers-by, a magnificent golden plaque loomed above the entrance, inscribed with the characters City Lord's Mansion. The grand event of the Triuan Martial Gathering was underway. Su Wani, you should participate. As Su Wani pondered in confusion, suddenly the voice of her ancestor resonated in her ears. What could the 3 Yuan Martial Assembly be? A myriad of questions swirled within her mind. Yet, with the command of her ancestor, she dared not disobey. Swiftly, Su Wani dismounted the carriage and approached the grand entrance of the city lord's residence. Yi Yan opened his eyes, observing the silhouette of Su Wani as she walked away, and softly murmured, Little cat, you should follow her. Yes, my lord, replied the large black cat, its heart brimming with joy. Instantly, it transformed into a streak of black light, landing on Su Wani's shoulder. Now shrunk to the size of a palm, its eyes, resembling black jewels, twinkled playfully as it perched on her shoulder, exuding an endearing charm. Recalling the teachings of the magnificent black horse, the little black cat immediately suppressed its own cultivation level, appearing much like an ordinary kitten. Master Horse, do you think this is acceptable? The little black cat telepathically inquired. Indeed. Remember, your sole purpose is to ensure the safety of the young lady. Maintain a low profile and never overshadow her, responded the grand black horse, baring its teeth in approval of the feline's discreet demeanor, feeling a peculiar weight on her shoulder. Suwani glanced down to discover the large black cat. Before she could utter a word, the cat grinned and conveyed telepathically, "Young lady, you need not speak. It was my lord who sent me to accompany you." Suwani gently nodded, her heart warmed and deeply moved. It was clear that her ancestor, concerned for her well-being, had entrusted the black cat to safeguard her. As Suwani appeared outside the city lord's mansion, her resplendent golden robe captured the attention of all who beheld her. With a graceful figure and a red sword slung at her back, she exuded an aura of elegance and charm that was simply beyond description. "Excuse me, elder sister. Are you also here to participate in the Triad Martial Arts Conference?" inquired a petite girl clad in green, who swiftly caught up with Suwani and smiled brightly at her. "Indeed," Suwani replied with a nod. The girl, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age, bore a resemblance to Luo Li, yet her cultivation was notably impressive. Having already reached the second level of the Yuan Hai realm, she possessed a cherubic face adorned with rosy cheeks and sparkling, doe-like eyes, framed by long lashes, making her irresistibly endearing. "That's wonderful, sister. I, too, am here for the Triad Martial Arts Conference," exclaimed the girl with a radiant smile. "What a coincidence that we can go together." Suwani returned her smile, and the two of them walked side by side toward the city lord's mansion. Upon entering, Suwani surveyed her surroundings, contemplating her next steps. At that moment, the green-clad girl cheerfully remarked, "Sister, judging by your expression, this must be your first time attending the Triad Martial Arts Conference." Suwani nodded, still in a state of confusion brought on by her ancestor's decision to bring her here, as she knew little about this Triad Martial Arts Conference. The girl, her eyes sparkling with joy, explained, "The Triad Martial Arts Conference is held once every 3 years by all the factions surrounding Silvermoon City, and anyone under the age of 20 with cultivation in the Yuan Hai realm is eligible to participate." The top 3 contenders of the Martial Arts Conference symbolized the celestial origin, the terrestrial origin, and the human origin. These individuals not only receive rewards from the city lord, but are also sought after by powerful sects, being accepted as inner disciples. After listening to the introduction from the girl in green, Suwani nodded, having gained some understanding of this Triad Martial Arts Conference. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from a distance, followed by enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. The girl in green turned her gaze towards the commotion, her face lighting up with excitement. She tugged at Suwani's sleeve, exclaiming, "Sister, there is a strength testing stone over there. Let us go and test our strength." Chapter 51, Strength Testing. A remarkable beginning being pulled along by the enthusiastic girl, Suwani found it difficult to refuse and followed her. "What is your name, little sister?" Suwani inquired with a smile. "I am called Chong El Dai. You may call me El Dai, sister," the girl replied with a grin. Suwani introduced herself in return. "I am Suwani. Sister Su, your name sounds truly beautiful," Chong El Dai exclaimed joyfully. The two chatted and laughed as they approached the bustling crowd surrounding the strength testing stone. "What are they doing?" A hint of confusion crossed Suwani's face. Ahead stood a massive stone, towering 3 zhong, its surface gleaming black. At that moment, a young boy raised his sword and struck down upon the strength testing stone. Boom! The clash between the stone and the sword resonated with a thunderous roar. Suddenly, a beam of red light erupted from the top of the stone, eliciting cheers from the onlookers. "Ha ha! Another contender has emerged through the strength testing stone," chuckled Chong LV Dai, clapping her hands. Noticing Suwani's confusion, she softly elaborated, "Sister Su, although it is said that anyone under the age of 20 with cultivation in the Yuan Hai realm can participate, not everyone is eligible. Thus, this strength testing stone has the ability to eliminate those lacking in strength." Suwani gazed at the strength testing stone and inquired with a smile, "Does the emergence of red light signify success?" Indeed, if red light appears, one can participate in the San Yuan Martial Assembly. However, this only allows entry into competitions for the 10th to 4th places, Chong LV Dai explained. "Are there other colors of light?" Suwani pressed further. "If one strikes the stone and it emits golden light, then one qualifies to compete for the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity." At this point, Chong LV Dai glanced at the red list beside the strength testing stone, her expression slightly astonished. "Oh my, there are already 9 contenders this year qualified for the 3 realms, which far surpasses the previous session." Suwani nodded. Through the young girl's explanation, she finally gained a rudimentary understanding of the San Yuan martial assembly. Since her ancestor had encouraged her to participate, it was clear that she was not meant to vie for ranks outside the three realms. Her objective was steadfastly aimed at the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Reflecting on her junior brothers and sisters who had achieved remarkable, invincible feats under the watchful eye of their ancestor, Suwani clenched her fists, resolute that she too must strive for excellence in this San Yuan martial assembly. Even if she currently stood at the first layer of the Yuan High realm, she was determined to exert her utmost effort to seize the top position. Sister Su. Beneath the crimson light lies the white glow. Should one attain the white glow, they may participate in the competition ranging from the 20th to the 11th place. It is this quota that I am fervently pursuing, remarked Chang LV Dai with a beaming smile. Very well, let us also test our strength. Suwani replied with a gentle smile, and the two walked side by side, navigating through the crowd. At this moment, the young man from earlier unleashed a second sword strike, producing a resounding crimson light once more. Shaking his head, he accepted a token and proceeded towards the central square's arena. Chang LV Dai led Su-Wan-E to the registration area, where they signed in before joining the queue. There were numerous individuals ahead of them, many of whom failed to meet the standards, only managing to emit white light. Soon, it was their turn. Chang LV Dai stepped forward, swinging her sword decisively against the power testing stone. Boom. The stone erupted with a thunderous noise, and white light ascended from its peak. Haha. This is simply marvelous. Chang LV Dai exclaimed, dancing with excitement. Turning to Su-Wan-E, she encouraged loudly, Sister Su. You must strive to achieve a position within the top 20 as well. Su-Wan-E smiled softly. The spirited Chang LV Dai was at the second level of the Yuan High realm, thus encouraging her, who was at the first level. As she stepped forward, Su-Wan-E drew the blood-red 7-star Dragon Abyss sword from behind her. Wow, Sister Su, your sword is of heavenly quality. Chang LV Dai gasped in astonishment upon seeing Su-Wan-Ye's treasured blade. Those capable of wielding a heavenly grade sword were undoubtedly of extraordinary lineage. The sword wielded by her, belonging to a second-tier noble family in Silver Moon City, was merely an earthly grade treasure. Only the patriarch of her family, her father, possessed a heavenly grade sword. As for Sister Su, Chang Yudi found her increasingly enigmatic. A throng of onlookers surrounded them, predominantly practitioners of the martial arts. They gazed in astonishment at the youthful and beautiful maiden, Su-Wan-E, as she drew forth a blood-red sword, momentarily taken aback. Although this sword lacked any bloodthirsty intent, it exuded an extraordinarily striking aura. Particularly, the 7 stars adorning the blade added an air of mystery to its presence. Su-Wan-E raised the sword, her gaze fixed upon its blade. The sword, sealed by their ancestor, had lost the ethereal silhouette of the divine dragon, leaving only the 7 somewhat. A sense of tranquility enveloped Su-Wan-E. Wielding this heavenly grade sword brought her a profound sense of reassurance. Had it truly been a divine grade sword, she would have hesitated to stand in that very spot. The force testing stone presented 2 opportunities for assessment. Taking a deep breath, Su-Wan-E lifted the 7-star Long Yuan sword and struck down fiercely upon the force testing stone. Boom. The resounding explosion reverberated, shaking the ground thrice. The crowd was taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld this exquisite beauty. Was that strike truly delivered by her? Buzz. A golden light erupted from the apex of the force, dazzling in its brilliance, illuminating the surrounding void at that moment. A practitioner overseeing the force testing stone was left utterly astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. Even though no purple light had emerged, yet this golden radiance is so resplendent and vast, having reached the pinnacle of its golden brilliance. Who would have imagined that a girl at the first level of the Yuan High realm could possess such formidable power? Could it be that she harbors a certain bloodline strength within her? Changqing Dai stood behind, her large eyes wide with astonishment, exclaiming, Sister Su, you are truly powerful. You actually unleashed golden light. Upon witnessing such an extraordinary display, Su-Wan-E felt a tremor in her heart. She hastily sheathed the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. Like Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, Su-Wan-E was inherently cautious and discreet. Previously, she had only exerted half of her strength, yet did not anticipate the astonishing commotion it would create in the force-measuring stone. This outcome took her by surprise. She speculated that the drop of ancestral dragon blood had replaced the exceedingly thin divine dragon blood within her. The ancestral dragon blood had transformed her entire being, endowing her with immense power. In legend, dragons are revered as mighty divine beasts. Humans possessing dragon lineage, once their bloodline is activated, experience a remarkable enhancement of their physical prowess, their strength far exceeding that of their contemporaries in cultivation. Which sect do you belong to? for your strength is truly remarkable," inquired the recording cultivator, his expression one of astonishment. "I hail from the Divine Dragon Sect," Su Wani replied calmly. At that moment, under the bright sunlight and gentle breeze, she slightly lifted her pristine chin. Beneath her tranquil voice lay a hint of subtle pride. "Divine Dragon Sect? I have not heard of it," the cultivator remarked, shaking his head, indicating his unfamiliarity with this sect. "It is likely just an obscure sect with little renown. However, this particular disciple possesses extraordinary talent and an exceptionally powerful physique, which has led to the remarkable disturbance of the force measuring stone. Such occurrences have been noted in previous triad martial gatherings. Here is your competition token. Hold it tightly. If you secure a commendable rank, you may be admitted as an inner disciple of a prestigious sect, thus transforming from an ordinary fish into a dragon leaping through the gate, completely leaving behind the insignificance of a minor sect." The cultivator handed a golden competition token to Su Wani, placing it gently in her palm before flashing a faint smile and turning to depart. Upon receiving the token, Su Wani's face suddenly flushed with indignation. How dare he label her sect as a mere minor establishment? She was seized with the urge to slay him with a single sword strike. The Divine Dragon Sect, tracing its lineage back 100,000 years, boasted an illustrious legacy. As an eternal-level sect, a colossal entity, the emergence of even a single disciple would send tremors across the entirety of Tsangnan continent. Meanwhile, the large black cat perched on her shoulder was incensed. "How dare this little cultivator speak ill of our Divine Dragon Sect? I cannot let this transgression go unpunished. I shall ensure his bloodline is extinguished." The black cat emitted a furious transmission. Its two jet-black eyes gleamed with dark light, flickering momentarily. The walking cultivator suddenly stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, another cultivator nearby reacted swiftly and caught him. "What happened, Senior Brotherly?" the concerned cultivator asked. "My lower back is in excruciating pain," Senior Brotherly grimaced, clutching his waist, feeling as though he might collapse at any moment. "Allow me to assist you to the back for some rest. I shall arrange matters here." The expression of the cultivator changed abruptly as he hurriedly supported Brother Lee towards the rear chamber. Su Wani cast a glance at the black kitten perched upon her shoulder and transmitted a thought. "What have you done to him?" The large black cat raised its head with a sense of pride, chuckling. "Young lady, I merely stated that I would ensure his lineage is extinguished. And so it has come to pass." Su Wani laughed softly, though her cheeks bore a faint blush. "It seems no one can perceive you, dear feline elder," she remarked, blinking her eyes. Logically, this diminutive black kitten should attract considerable attention as it sat atop her conspicuous golden robe. Yet curiously, the steadfast Chongqing Dai, who had been by her side, failed to notice it. "Young lady, I am cloaked in invisibility. Only you can behold me, while they remain oblivious," the large black cat declared with delight. "Ah, I see," Su Wani responded with realization. The large black cat, wearing a sorrowful expression, pleaded, "Please, young lady, do not refer to me as Elder Cat. It will shorten my lifespan. Just call me Little Black from now on. In our realm of cultivation, we place great importance on hierarchy, do we not?" "Very well." Given the Elder Cat's insistence on this title, Su Wani could only acquiesce with a nod. At that moment, Chongqing Dai, returning to her senses, rushed over and grasped Su Wani's hand, exclaiming in astonishment, "Sister Su, I had no idea you were so formidable." "It is nothing extraordinary," Su Wani replied with a gentle smile, maintaining her composure. "Sister Su, let us proceed to the arena," urged Chong Lv Dai, grasping Su Wani's hand as they briskly made their way towards the central square's grand platform. At this moment, there remained but a brief incense stick's worth of time before the official commencement of the Triad Martial Assembly, and the anticipation among the spectators was palpable. At this juncture, a disciple from the City Lord's mansion approached to inspect the competition tokens held by the two. One of them escorted Su Wani to the area designated for golden tokens, while Chong Lv Dai was directed towards the section reserved for white tokens. The essence of the Triad Martial Assembly lies in the competition between the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, with the first day dedicated to the contest for the top 3 positions, while the subsequent rankings would be determined on the following day. Adjacent to the competition platform stood an opulent viewing pavilion, where 9 young individuals were positioned, each exuding a formidable presence and an air of arrogance. Among them, the most formidable was Xiong Chu Mo from the City Lord's mansion, boasting a cultivation level of the 7th tier of the Yuan High realm. Following him were Ouyang Xiu from the Ouyang family and Dongfang Yu from the Dongfang family, occupying the 2nd and 3rd ranks respectively. The remaining 6 individuals, while varying in prowess, all possessed a minimum cultivation level of the 4th tier of Yuan High, with most hovering around the 5th tier. The sound of footsteps echoed as a middle-aged cultivator entered, leading a stunning young woman adorned in a golden robe, her beauty accentuated by a red sword slung across her back. The sight of this enchanting maiden elicited a collective gasp from the onlookers, who were utterly captivated by her ethereal beauty. Even Xiong Chumo's eyes glinted with a hint of avarice, however. He quickly crossed his arms and coldly regarded the middle-aged cultivator, inquiring, "Have you perhaps wandered into the wrong place? This is the waiting area for golden tokens." The middle-aged cultivator clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully, saying, "I have the honor of meeting young Master Xiong. I assure you, I am not mistaken. This young lady has just obtained a golden competition token. Is that possible?" Ouyang Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Su Wani's exquisite visage, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "She is merely at the first level of the Yuanhai realm, yet she can produce golden light on the strength-testing stone." The middle-aged cultivator offered a wry smile and nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned to Su Wani and whispered, "Miss Su, please present your golden Su Wani raised the golden token high. The 9 young men nearby collectively inhaled sharply, realizing the remarkable talent of this girl who could emit golden light at the first level of the Yuanhai realm. Xiong Chumo, with his hands clasped behind his back, regarded the beautiful Su Wani with a faint smile, saying, "Young lady, you possess considerable talent. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I will gladly recommend you to a prominent sect." "Not necessary." Su Wani's expression turned icy, and she swiftly retreated to a corner, gazing at the arena in silence. Witnessing this stunning beauty's cold demeanor, a subtle smirk crept onto the faces of those present. How intriguing! From where has this individual emerged? Dongfang Yu observed the graceful silhouette with a fervent gleam in his eyes. This young lady had captured his interest at first glance. After the competition concludes, he would certainly investigate to discern which sect she belonged to. Simultaneously, a cultivator from the city lord's office hurried towards the largest spectator pavilion in the arena, delivering a confidential report to Xiong Yinghao. Xiong Yinghao wore a puzzled expression as he opened the document, his countenance subtly shifting. "Xiong City Lord, what has transpired?" inquired Ouyang Jintian, the patriarch of the Ouyang family, casting a glance his way. "It's nothing." A young girl suddenly appeared, emitting a radiant light from the strength-testing stone. Xiong Yinghao replied with a faint smile. "What? The competition is about to commence, and yet another golden contestant has emerged?" Ouyang Jintian exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. "What is the cultivation level of this young girl?" "Merely at the first level of the Yuanhai realm. It's hardly worth concerning ourselves with." Xiong Yinghao shrugged dismissively. "A distinguished guest has arrived." He gazed into the distance, his expression abruptly changing as he stood and moved toward the exit. The patriarchs of the other 2 prominent families also noticed the 3 figures swiftly approaching from the sky, their faces alight with excitement as they hurried to follow. The representatives of the 3 major sects had arrived. Chapter 53. The Fierce Black Cat. Greetings to the 3 esteemed elders. Xiong Yinghao, the Lord of Silver Moon City, led the patriarchs of various families, along with several sect leaders, as they ascended into the air to welcome the powerful trio approaching from afar. The assembly bowed respectfully. The visitors consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. A tall, slender elder occupied the central position, his cultivation having reached the Divine Bridge realm. He was the deacon elder of the Qitian Sword Sect, responsible for the recruitment matters of the upcoming Triad Martial Assembly in Silver Moon. As one of the 3 major forces of the Divine Wind Dynasty, the Qitian Sword Sect had but one objective this time: the preordained selection of Xiong Chumo. As for the others, the Qitian Sword Sect had little regard for them. The other middle-aged man hailed from the Hunyuan Sword Gate, also serving as a deacon elder. Unlike the Qitian Sword Sect, the Hunyuan Sword Gate is classified as a quasi-first-rate sect. In addition to the designated candidate Ouyang Xiao, they are also keen to assess other disciples, welcoming any who prove suitable into their ranks. The final participant, a woman, is a presiding elder from the Qingyun sect, a first-rate sect renowned as the strongest among its peers. Her visit aims to recruit several exceptionally talented disciples. The elder from the Qitian Sword Sect surveyed the surroundings, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Master Xiong, it seems the time for the San Yuan Martial Assembly has arrived, is it not? There remains half a stick of incense." Xiong Yinghao smiled in response and gestured for the elders to take their seats. "Please, esteemed elders, make yourselves comfortable." The elder from the Qitian Sword Sect nodded, his expression one of pride, as he descended gracefully and swiftly entered the viewing pavilion. He is currently the only master at the Divine Bridge realm in Silver Moon City, representing the Qitian Sword Sect, and thus commands the respect of all present. The crowd settled in their seats, with Xiong Yinghao taking his place beside the elder. The elder glanced at the arena, casually inquiring. How many contestants have managed to strike the measuring stone with golden light this time? There are 10 in total, Xiong Yinghao replied with a smile. That is indeed commendable, surpassing the previous assembly by 2 or 3. The elder from the Qitian sword sect acknowledged with a nod and a smile. After a brief interval, Xiong Yinghao, as the city lord of Silver Moon City, stepped out from the viewing pavilion and proclaimed loudly, "The San Yuan Martial Assembly is now commenced." Cheers erupted from the gathered crowd, their excitement palpable. On the inaugural day of the Triad Martial Arts Tournament, the top 3 contenders for the titles of Celestial, Terrestrial, and Human were to be determined. This day promised the highest level of competition. A referee, a cultivator, stood upon the arena and proclaimed loudly, in the first match, contestant number 10, Su Wani, will face contestant number 7, Bai Yuanshan. Within the spectator pavilion, upon hearing her name called, Su Wani was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated being the first to compete. "Miss, it is your turn to take the stage." The large black cat beside her reminded with a chuckle. Su Wani nodded lightly, preparing to approach the arena. Suddenly, a figure abruptly dashed past her. The individual halted, turned back, and coldly smirked at Su Wani, saying, "You are so beautiful that I can't bear to strike you hard. Once on the stage, you should simply concede." With that, the youth laughed heartily, unfurled his wings, and gracefully ascended to land firmly on the arena. Concede? Such a notion was preposterous. A hint of a cold smile appeared on Su Wani's face. After all, her opponent was merely at the 4th layer of the Yuan-Si realm, the second weakest among the 10 competitors. His strength was hardly superior to hers. With a single stride, Su Wani transformed into a magnificent dragon-like apparition, soaring through the air and landing atop the elevated arena. "Wow, a dragon!" The spectators erupted in applause, captivated by Su Wani's astonishing agility, which overshadowed by Yuanshan's presence. In the black carriage, Yi Yun observed this scene with a serene smile on her face. Su Wani's mastery of the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon surpassed even the prowess of the Divine Dragon sword technique. The individual known as Bai Yuanshan, despite his lackluster talent, harbored an overwhelming arrogance, and soon he would find himself incapable of withstanding even a single strike from Su Wani. As Bai Yuanshan listened to the cheers from the audience, his countenance darkened. Previously, his grand display of prowess had garnered applause, yet unexpectedly, that young girl executed a stunning maneuver, landing gracefully on the stage and eliciting a more fervent ovation than his own, effectively overshadowing the atmosphere he had painstakingly cultivated. This ignited a deep-seated ire within him, his eyes bulging like those of a famished wolf, fixated on Su Wani, as if he wished to devour her whole. In his mind, Su Wani was merely at the 1st level of the Yuan Hai realm, 3 minor realms beneath him, and he could not fathom her as a worthy opponent. Not only Bai Yuanshan, but nearly everyone around shared this sentiment, seemingly valuing the girl's exquisite beauty over her actual capabilities. An elder from the Qitian sword sect squinted slightly, his gaze resting upon Su Wani as he inquired with indifference. Did this young lady also produce golden light when testing her strength? Indeed, Elder Luo, Xiong Yinghao promptly replied. This girl does possess some potential. The elder's eyes flickered, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Observing Elder Luo's newfound interest, Xiong Yinghao quickly added, "Elder Luo, should this girl perform admirably, you might consider taking her back with you." Elder Luo responded with a smile. "We shall see how she fares. If she can triumph over Bai Yuanshan, I shall certainly contemplate it." Atop the arena, the referee announced, "Let the match begin." Su Wani drew forth the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. Its tip pointed towards Bai Yuan Mountain. With a subtle movement of her body, a dragon-shaped apparition emerged behind her, soaring to an impressive height of over 10 meters, coiling around her and exuding an aura of immense power. What sword technique is this? A sense of alarm surged within Bai Yuan Mountain as he dared not underestimate her. Hastily unsheathing his own sword, observing the divine dragon phantom adorning Su Wani's back, Elder Luo of the Qitian sword sect raised an eyebrow, murmuring in admiration. This sword technique possesses considerable merit. He then cast a glance at Xiong Yinghao, inquiring nonchalantly, "What faction does this young lady hail from?" Xiong Yinghao strained his memory before promptly replying. "It is said she belongs to a sect known as the Divine Dragon Sect, a rather insignificant establishment." Elder Luo of the Qitian sword sect curled his lip, his expression one of disdain. The vast territory of the Xinfeng dynasty encompassed numerous esteemed sects, and he was well acquainted with all of them. Yet, he had never heard of this Divine Dragon Sect, suggesting it was indeed obscure and inconsequential. The elder's arrogance was palpable, and he recklessly contemplated his own peril. Damn it, the mood of the great black cat soured once more. "Miss, Just wait. I shall go and deal with him. Perched upon Su Wani's shoulder, the great black cat's keen ears twitched in response to Elder Luo's remarks, its temper flaring with indignation. Its innate ferocity was ignited, and it prepared to pounce. Suddenly, a voice resonated in its ear, the great black horse's transmission calming its fervor. Little cat, no need to rush. The master has decreed that we shall settle the score later. Upon hearing the command from its master, the great black cat suppressed its murderous intent, obediently settling down. Recalling the terrifying methods of the master, the great black cat licked its paw and chuckled with pride. In truth, there was no need for the master to intervene. A creature of its caliber, a formidable demon at the stage of nirvana, could simply strike with a single paw, and all present would meet their demise. Chapter 54. Unbroken Victory. The wrath of Dongfang Ming. The transmission from the great black horse reached Su Wani simultaneously. Noticing that the great black cat had quieted, she could not help but exhale in relief. Had it struck down that elder from the Qi Tian sword sect with a single blow, the San Yuan martial assembly would surely be thrown into chaos. Bai Yuan Shan, sword in hand, gazed at Su Wani, who bore the ethereal image of a divine dragon on her back, and an overwhelming sense of inadequacy welled within him. Die. He finally could not contain his fury, unleashing a ferocious slash. This strike was akin to a mighty river, the sword light surging relentlessly, sweeping forward with an unstoppable force. Reminiscent of the ancestral great river sword technique of his family, the sword intent surged, formidable and powerful, ranking among the top 10 sword techniques of Silver Moon City. Su Wani narrowed her eyes slightly, raising the 7-star dragon abyss sword and countering with a strike of her own. Within the brilliance of her sword light lay the essence of the divine dragon. In that instant, the dragon's sword light soared into existence, unyielding and fierce, cleaving through the relentless flow of the river. Bai Yuan Shan was taken aback, hastily drawing his sword to parry. When their blades met, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. A tremendous force surged forth, and Bai Yuan Shan felt his body suddenly lighten as he was sent flying. He resembled a kite severed from its string, completely out of control, hurtling beyond the arena. Below, a fellow cultivator swiftly reached out to catch him. A trickle of fresh blood seeped from the corner of Bai Yuan Shan's mouth as he struggled to rise, preparing to ascend the arena once more. You have already lost. There is no need to return, Su Wani stated calmly from the edge of the stage, resheathing her 7-star dragon abyss sword and gazing downwards. I lost. How can this be? Bai Yuan Shan murmured to himself, unable to fathom that he had been forced off the platform by a single strike from Su Wani, thereby conceding the match. The humiliation was unbearable. I admit defeat. Aware of the competition's rules, he spat out blood, furrowing his brow as he strode away. Su Wani is victorious. The referee's voice rang out, marking the conclusion of the bout. Wow, Sister Su is so powerful. She forced that person from the 4th level of the Yuan High Realm off the stage with a single strike. In the crowd, Chong Green Butterfly clapped her hands in exhilaration. She had vaguely speculated about Su Wani's prowess, yet she had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. This girl possesses remarkable physical power. In the viewing pavilion, Ouyang Xiu gazed at Su Wani, his expression one of profound astonishment. He was well acquainted with Bai Yuan Shan, having known him since childhood and frequently sparred with him. Bai's family's great river sword technique was renowned for its explosive force. Yet, he had never imagined that the delicate beauty could bring him down with a single blow, highlighting her extraordinary physical strength, which surpassed that expected of someone at the 1st level of the Yuan High Realm. Su Wani retracted the ethereal dragon apparition and gracefully returned to the viewing pavilion. Congratulations! Xiang Chimo waved at Su Wani, his smile radiant. Su Wani frowned and chose to ignore him, retreating to a corner. Xiang Chimo scoffed softly. The affable Dongfang Yu approached, grinning widely. Su Wani, I didn't expect your combat prowess to be quite formidable. What, do you wish to challenge me? Upon witnessing Dongfang Yu's playful demeanor, Su Wani felt a surge of disdain. She believed an opportunity would arise. Dongfang Yu took a step back, promptly turning away. At that moment, the referee called his name. He was the second to take the stage. His opponent was the 4th-ranked Cui Xiaoran. The two engaged in only a few exchanges on the arena before Cui Xiaoran succumbed to defeat. Dongfang Yu returned with a triumphant smile. Xiong Chimo cast a fleeting glance in his direction, revealing no additional emotion. The three of them had been preordained for their slots, merely going through the motion. Among the 10 contestants, a point system was employed. When Ouyang Xiu and Dongfang Yu faced Xiong Chimo, they would readily concede after a few exchanges. As for the others, none posed a challenge to Xiong Chimo. Presently, Bai Yuan Shan, fueled by embarrassment and anger, had withdrawn from the competition, leaving only 9 contenders. This would expedite the proceedings. With the first round concluded, the second round commenced. This time, Su Wani was the first to step onto the stage, and her opponent was none other than Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu, at the 5th level of the Yuan High realm, held a significant advantage over her, being 4 minor realms higher. As they stood on the arena, swords drawn, they faced each other, with a fierce battle on the brink of eruption. The spectators watched intently. The Eastern Patriarch, do you appear to be somewhat anxious? Ouyang Jintian cast a sidelong glance at Dongfang Ming, offering a gentle smile. Am I anxious at all? The notion that a mere first-tier Yuan High realm cultivator could contend with my son is truly laughable. Dongfang Ming scoffed dismissively. Elder Luo of the Qitian Sword Sect glanced at Xiong Yinghao and inquired with a smile. Who do you believe will emerge victorious among these 2 youngsters? Dongfang Yu has already mastered the essence of the Dongfang family's sword technique. I believe he should be able to triumph over Su Wani, Xiong Yinghao replied with a smile, naturally aligning himself with the Dongfang family at this moment. Haha, Elder Luo chuckled lightly. If this young lady manages to defeat Dongfang Yu, I shall make an exception and accept her as an inner disciple. Such an ability to conquer beyond one's realm, defeating a 5th-tier Yuan High cultivator at the 1st-tier level, is indeed a rarity even within the Qitian Sword Sect. While the group engaged in conversation, on the stage, Su Wani had already begun a fierce battle with Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu's soul-seizing sword technique was characterized by its swiftness. Once the first strike was unleashed, each subsequent blow came with greater speed, leaving no respite until the opponent was vanquished. The cascading sword lights pursued relentlessly, flooding every inch of space. In the face of Dongfang Yu's relentless assault, Su Wani activated the Divine Dragon 9 transformations, transforming into ethereal dragons that weaved around the arena, evading each of Dongfang Yu's strikes. Dongfang Ming's gaze was fixed intently on the 2 figures on the stage, his expression darkening, and a flicker of murderous intent surfaced in the depths of his eyes. Su Wani, do not evade. Dongfang Yu roared with fury, the brilliance of his sword intensifying. Internally, he lamented his plight, for despite unleashing a multitude of strikes, not a single one had grazed his opponent's attire. The soul-chasing sword comprised a total of 81 techniques, and in this brief span, he had executed 49. Should he fail to vanquish Su Wani after exhausting his repertoire, the potency of his subsequent attempts would undoubtedly diminish, as this swordsmanship demanded immense reserves of spiritual energy. However, Dongfang Yu's assumptions were gravely misguided. Before he could complete his initial series of attacks, Su Wani, having discerned the vulnerabilities in his technique, launched a fierce counteroffensive. Her 7 stars long Yuan sword emanated a cascade of brilliant sword light, conjuring ethereal dragons that surged forth with each stroke. In an instant, the arena was filled with the spectral forms of these dragons, their essence merging with the sword light, creating an unstoppable force that exploited a fleeting weakness to shatter the dense curtain of Dongfang Yu's soul-chasing sword. The 7 stars long Yuan sword descended with formidable grace. Dongfang Yu's face drained of color in shock, and with a series of piercing strikes, he was sent hurtling backward, crying out in agony. From the spectator's stand, a figure suddenly soared forward, enveloping Dongfang Yu in an embrace. Dongfang Ming, witnessing his bloodied son, was consumed by rage. You wicked girl. Your heart is as ruthless as it is cruel. I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. Dongfang Ming's expression was one of icy terror as he advanced towards Su Wani, emanating an overwhelming aura of divine mastery. Chapter 55. The White Tiger Golden Gung Sword Technique. In the arena, injuries are an inevitable consequence of combat. If one wishes to avoid harm, one should refrain from allowing their offspring to participate. Su Wani furrowed her brow. Her slender figure standing tall on the arena, the tip of her sword pointed towards Dongfang Ming in the distance. The large black cat beside her spoke fiercely, "Young miss, should that old fool dare to make a move, I shall obliterate the entire Dongfang clan." Su Wani's pupils constricted. This feline elder truly had a spirited temperament. Dongfang Ming approached, exuding a menacing aura, when suddenly the voice of Xiong Yinghao reached his ears, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he turned and departed, cradling Dongfang Yu in his arms. After all, this was the Triad Martial Assembly, with Elder Luo of the Qitian Sword Sect presiding over the event. Should he truly act against Su Wani, he would undoubtedly incur the wrath of Elder Luo, a force to be reckoned with. Xiong Yinghao had quietly informed him that Elder Luo held a favorable view of this young lady. If she were to become an inner disciple of the Qitian Sword Sect in the future, the Dongfang clan would dare not provoke her under any circumstances. Watching Dongfang Ming retreat abruptly, Su Wani let out a sigh of relief. She leaped down from the competition platform and returned to the observation pavilion. The expressions of the others gazing at Su Wani were exceedingly complex. Some, whose strength paled in comparison to Dongfang Yu, exhibited fear in their eyes. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shou and Xiang Chimo, both of whom were more powerful than Dongfang Yu, regarded Su Wani with a burning sense of battle fervor. Ouyang Xiao, do you believe you can defeat her with your strength? Xiong Chumo inquired softly. Ouyang Xiao, recalling Su Wani's astonishing swordplay, responded solemnly, it's hard to say, but I must certainly do better than in the previous match. Xiong Chumo nodded slightly. In his view, while Su Wani might possess strength comparable to Ouyang Xiao's, she still fell significantly short of his own prowess. Regardless of the opinions of others, he was resolute in securing his position at the pinnacle. After all, he possessed the highest cultivation among those present. Furthermore, his father was the Lord of Silvermoon City, a position of great prestige. Therefore, failure was not an option for him. A black carriage remained stationed outside the Lord's mansion, yet the bustling crowd seemed oblivious to its presence. The majestic black horse turned its head and grinned, saying, "My lord, the contenders for the Triad Martial Assembly are rather feeble. It appears only Xiong Inghao's son might pose some challenge to the young lady." "Patience," Yiyun replied with a gentle smile. The Triad Martial Assembly was merely a prelude. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao were engaged in refining the blood of the ancestral dragon, altering the density of its lineage, thus requiring Su Wani to train alone during this period. Yiyun held profound expectations for this young girl. He intended to systematically arrange formidable opponents for Su Wani, ensuring she laid a solid foundation from her very first level in the Yuan-Si realm. The Divine Dragon Sect had only 3 disciples. For Yiyun, the venerable ancestor, his ambition was to cultivate these 3 into unparalleled masters of the sword, akin to the 3 versions of himself from the past. In this way, should he one day depart from the Songnan continent, the Divine Dragon Sect would have a future. As evening approached, the night gradually enveloped the surroundings. The Lord's mansion was ablaze with light, and the Triad Martial Assembly was in full swing. Su Wani had triumphed in 5 consecutive matches, emerging as the most promising dark horse for the championship. However, she had yet to confront Ouyang Xiao or Xiong Chumo. Notably, aside from his defeat at the hands of Xiong Chumo, Ouyang Xiao had not suffered any further losses in his duels with others. Currently, he ranks 3rd in points. If he aspires to secure 2nd place, he must triumph over Su Wani. The next match will see the 2nd-ranked Ouyang Xiao face off against the 10th-ranked Su Wani. The voice of the referee resonated through the arena. A resounding applause and cheers erupted from the audience. The spectators were captivated by the enchanting beauty clad in a golden robe, wielding a vibrant red sword. Su Wani, with her stunning features and ethereal demeanor, is a master of swordsmanship, having achieved 7 consecutive victories. Presently, her standing is no less than that of a formidable contender. Should she conquer Ouyang Xiao, she will ascend into the top 2, ultimately facing the strongest son of the city lord in a climactic showdown. Standing on the arena, Su Wani unsheathed the 7 stars long yuan sword, and the ethereal silhouette of a divine dragon materialized behind her. She held no disdain for Ouyang Xiao. Her years of tumultuous flight had taught her to never underestimate any opponent. Despite her 7 victories, Su Wani remained composed, her mind tranquil and undisturbed. Her participation in the Triuan Martial Assembly was in accordance with her ancestors' wishes, who had sent her to undergo trials. These trials were meant not only to strengthen her resolve as a swordswoman but also to empower her to confront formidable adversaries. Thus far, Ouyang Xiao was indeed her most formidable foe. Su Wani harbored hopes of achieving a breakthrough in her cultivation amidst the intense pressure of battle, akin to her junior brothers. After all, she had consumed a dragon tiger pill, a divine elixir bestowed by her ancestor. Most of its potency still lay dormant within her, patiently awaiting the arrival of pressure to catalyze her ascension. Within the confines of the black carriage, Yiyun maintained a tranquil countenance as she perceived the intensifying aura emanating from Su Wani, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. As the senior disciple, Su Wani was several years older than both Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao, possessing a maturity of spirit that Yiyun greatly esteemed. It was commendable that during the perilous times faced by their sect, Su Wani was the first to step forward, diverting the pursuers. Such self-sacrifice and commitment to the welfare of others was indeed rare. As the 13th generation leader of the Shenlong sect, Yiyun had once taken on several disciples. But that had been during the sect's most prosperous era, a time when no one dared to provoke them. While Yiyun reminisced about the past, Su Wani had already engaged in combat with Ouyang Xiao. Although Ouyang Xiao surpassed Su Wani by 5 minor realms in cultivation, he lacked the innate bloodline talent that would have granted him a definitive advantage. Nevertheless, his combat prowess was undeniably formidable. The Ouyang family's Baihu Jinj sword technique, primarily focused on gold elemental slaughter, unleashed sword lights of astonishing might, imbued with a razor-sharp cutting force. Had it not been for the robust formation protecting the arena, it would have surely been reduced to ruins. Much like Su Wani, who bore the illusory form of a divine dragon, a spectral white tiger loomed behind Ouyang Xiao. Vividly animated and imposing, seated regally in the void with an air of majesty. Streams of sword light radiated a brilliant golden hue as they collided against the divine dragon's luminescence, producing a series of resounding booms. After several intense exchanges, Su Wani found herself at a disadvantage, her movements constrained by Ouyang Xiao's swordsmanship. Fortunately, the Shenlong 9 transformations allowed her to narrowly evade each assault of sword light. The ethereal silhouettes of dragons filled the sky, each seemingly a reflection of Su Wani. Thus, even though Ouyang Xiao wielded his sword with ferocity, shattering the dragon phantoms one after another, he could not discern the true form of Su Wani. This young girl is quite remarkable. Elder Luo of the Qitian sword sect, with narrowed eyes, revealed a glimmer of admiration in his gaze. The battle on the stage was intense, having lasted the better part of an hour. Ouyang Xiao, renowned as the second most formidable young master of Silvermoon City, maintained a relentless offensive. Yet, to his astonishment, he observed that Su Wani showed no signs of fatigue. Despite being firmly suppressed, she had not entirely lost her capacity to counterattack. As night fell, a faint azure veil draped over the sky, with a few stars timidly emerging. A full moon gradually ascended from the eastern horizon, resembling a golden disk. Inside a black carriage, Yi Yun's gaze suddenly flickered as he cast a glance toward the depths beneath Silvermoon City. Chapter 56, Secrets Beneath Silvermoon City Master. Have you uncovered something? The great black horse also peered into the depths but discerned nothing. Yi Yun then lifted his gaze to the moonlit sky and chuckled softly, "You will soon find out. I did not expect such an intriguing spectacle awaited us." "Very well, master." The great black horse felt a keen urgency to uncover the secrets below, yet, as the master remained silent, it dared not inquire further, suppressing its curiosity within. On the arena, the clash between Ouyang Xiao and Su Wani grew ever more enthralling. Throughout the encounter, Su Wani remained under Ouyang Xiao's dominance, with few opportunities for retaliation, given the disparity of 5 minor realms between them. To outsiders, it seems nothing short of a miracle that Su Wani has managed to remain undefeated until now. It is truly astonishing. This young woman exhibits such tenacity, showing no signs of surrender. Elder Luo stroked his beard and remarked with a comforting smile. His admiration for Su Wani grew, with her unwavering spirit and exceptional talent. If properly nurtured, she would undoubtedly blossom into an extraordinary genius. Xiong Yinghao nodded in agreement, though he held no particularly strong opinion regarding Su Wani. After all, he could easily perceive that she struggled significantly against Ouyang Xiao and would certainly be no match for his son, Xiong Chemo. Thus, he felt no cause for concern. The position of Tianyuan remained firmly his son's domain. The battle raged on for nearly half an hour. Su Wani continued to exhibit no signs of fatigue, while Ouyang Xiao, in contrast, began to perspire slightly on his forehead. He inwardly lamented. This delicate young beauty possessed an extraordinary resilience, a rarity in his experience. If the fight continued, both his magical energy and stamina would dwindle, greatly diminishing the power of his sword techniques. Ouyang Zhentian also noticed the shift, casually sipping his tea. He remarked coolly, "Little girl, you are no match for my son. Why persist in the struggle? It would be wiser to concede." Concede? How could that be possible? Su Wani, with no time to speak, inwardly scoffed. Within her flowed the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, granting her an incredibly robust physique. After such an extended bout, she felt not a hint of weariness. Even if the fight were to extend for another 5 hours, it would pose no challenge for her. Being relentlessly pressured by Ouyang Xiao has its advantages. Su Wani senses a potential breakthrough in her cultivation. Ouyang Zhentian realizes that his words have failed to make an impact. The young girl stubbornly pursues her battle against his son, Ouyang Xiao, her lips pressed tightly together, prompting him to emit a frustrated grunt. However, in the presence of Elder Luo from the Qitian sword sect, he refrains from uttering any more extreme remarks. In the blink of an eye, a fragrant incense stick's time has passed. Ouyang Xiao begins to show signs of fatigue, his magical energy waning. His sword aura reveals vulnerabilities. A glimmer of cold light suddenly flashes in Su Wani's eyes as she thrusts her sword, exploiting the opening in Ouyang Xiao's technique. Ouyang Xiao is taken aback, hastily attempting to evade, but Su Wani's sword light follows him like a shadow. He can only hastily defend himself. With a sharp thrust, her sword strikes true to his shoulder. Blood gushes forth from the wound, and he cries out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Overwhelmed by fatigue and the injury, his spirit shatters, and he can no longer endure. "I concede," Ouyang Xiao declares, lifting his head with remarkable decisiveness. "Excellent." Su Wani sheaths her Qixing Longyuan sword and gracefully descends from the platform. "Brilliant." The audience erupts into enthusiastic applause. Wow, Sister Su has triumphed once again, defeating Ouyang Xiao, who stands 5 minor realms above her. The position of Di Yuan is solidified. Chan Luodai cheers, clapping her hands in jubilation. Ouyang Zhentian, witnessing his son's defeat at the hands of Su Wani, trembles with rage. It was evident that his own son had continuously pressed Su Wani, yet unexpectedly, the girl had emerged victorious. He truly doubted whether Su Wani had resorted to any form of deceit. How could such a delicate lady possess such enduring combat prowess? He had initially intended to rise and question her, but a glance at Elder Luo from the Chitian Sword Sect, who wore an expression of admiration, compelled him to restrain himself. Clearly, this young woman was destined to join the ranks of inner disciples of the Chitian Sword Sect, much like Xiong Chumo. He could not afford to offend her. When Su Wani returned to the viewing pavilion, only Xiong Chumo remained. I must admit, you are indeed formidable, Xiong Chumo remarked earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Su Wani. If we were both at the 7th layer of the Yuan Hai realm, I would not stand a chance against you. What do you wish to convey? Su Wani inquired with an indifferent expression. You have fought for an extended period. Should we engage in battle, you would undoubtedly face defeat. It would be prudent for us to communicate beforehand. When we ascend the platform, you might as well concede, Xiong Chumo suggested with a smile, exuding an air of confidence. That is not a certainty. We shall see on the arena, Su Wani retorted coldly before turning away. Xiong Chumo was momentarily taken aback. This young lady was indeed quite stubborn. It seemed that when the time came on the arena, he would have to unleash his full strength and conclude the match swiftly, compelling her to surrender. After a brief interlude, the referee announced the commencement of the final match. Su Wani and Xiong Chumo once again ascended the arena, and the surrounding spectators erupted in enthusiastic applause. The magnificent battle between the dragon and phoenix is about to commence. Many harbor high hopes for Su Wani, the dark horse of this year's Sanyuan Martial Arts Conference. After all, she has triumphed over various formidable adversaries in the first layer of the Yuan Hai realm, making her way to the final showdown. The crowd's confidence in her is palpable. As the two combatants prepared to engage, the large black cat perched on Su Wani's shoulder suddenly furrowed its brow. It detected an indescribable and eerie aura in the surrounding air. Raising its gaze to the full moon hanging in the night sky, it noticed a faint crimson hue encircling it, a phenomenon that had seemingly appeared unnoticed. The black cat, having lived for many years and possessing a wealth of experience, felt a stirring of foreboding. It recalled the tale of Silver Moon City, a former royal capital of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, which was surrendered to humanity after their defeat a millennium ago. Muttering to itself, the black cat felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, thoughts of its master outside and its close companion, Old Master Ma, swiftly alleviated its worries. On the arena, Xiong Chumo unleashed his most formidable 9 turns dominance sword technique, launching a relentless assault on Su Wani. Aiming to defeat, the sword lights surged like a tempestuous tide, each wave more ferocious than the last. Su Wani found herself akin to a small boat struggling against the tumultuous waves. Bang! It felt as if some shackles within her had shattered. Su Wani's body trembled slightly, and in that moment, she astonishingly broke through to the 2nd layer of the Yuan Hai realm. Feeling a surge of power coursing through her, Su Wani's spirit soared, and with a roar reminiscent of a divine dragon, she unleashed a torrent of sword light, launching a counterattack against Xiong Chumo. Chapter 57. Refusal of the Chitian Sword Sect. What? She actually broke through? Xiong Chumo was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that Su Wani had advanced to the 2nd layer of the Yuan Hai realm amidst battle. Transformed by her breakthrough, Su Wani resembled a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, her might unparalleled, her combat prowess enhanced by at least tenfold. How could this be possible? Xiong Chumo's mind erupted in a frenzy of rage. The advantage he once held had vanished in an instant. The onlookers around him were equally stupefied. They had not anticipated Su Wani's breakthrough during the fight, which allowed her to seize the initiative and match Xiong Chumo blow for blow. Sister Su, go for it. The first to react was Chang'Di, who clapped her little hands in excitement, cheering fervently. Meanwhile, within the viewing pavilion, aside from the smiling Elder Luo of the Chitian Sword Sect, the expressions of the others were grim, particularly that of Xiong Yinghao. The Lord of Silver Moon City had originally intended to secure the position of Tianyuan for his son, but the emergence of Su Wani had disrupted all his plans. His greatest hope now lay in Su Wani exhausting her strength from the relentless battle, ultimately succumbing to his son. TSK, this girl is truly remarkable, managing to break through in combat. Elder Luo's face radiated joy, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He was unconcerned about the Tianyuan position. His sole desire was to scout for even more formidable talents for the Chitian Sword Sect. On the arena, Su Wani's heart was also shaken. The divine-level Longhu Dam bestowed by her ancestors possessed overwhelming potency. After sealing a significant realm, she unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough. Her combat prowess increased at least tenfold. Now, she was capable of matching Xiong Chumo blow for blow. Even though Xiong Chumo's swordsmanship was formidable, her Divine Dragon sword technique could firmly suppress him. Xiong Chumo grew anxious. The momentum of his sword suddenly shifted. Shadows of swords multiplied, as a multitude of luminous blades coalesced in the air. Countless beams of light converged into a single point, enveloping the entirety of heaven and earth in a radiant glow. An infinite surge of intent gathered here, plunging the world into darkness. Save for the resplendent sword light that shone brilliantly in this realm. A golden light flashed, akin to a meteor slicing through the night sky, leaving behind a trail of dazzling brilliance. This golden radiance bore an air of boundless majesty and dominance, hurtling towards Su Wani. Xiong Chumo unleashed the most powerful move from the 9 turns overbearing sword. 10,000 swords returned to 1. Faced with this ferocious attack, Su Wani dared not be careless. In that moment, she channeled all her magical energy and executed a stunning strike. This blow was one of the 9 ultimate techniques of the Divine Dragon Sword technique, imparted to her by her ancestors, yet not recorded in the teachings of her master. This technique was known as the Dragon's Fury. A divine dragon roared forth, clutching a blood-red long sword in its jaws. The sword, entirely crimson, emanated a dense aura of lethality, instantly saturating the void with a metallic scent of blood. A roar echoed through the heavens and earth as the divine dragon unleashed a furious cry, driving the blood-red longsword toward the golden light of Xiong Chumo. What kind of sword technique is this? Truly formidable. Elder Luo of the Qitian sword sect, upon witnessing the scene, abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. This maneuver was indeed formidable, a rarity in his lifetime. Meanwhile, Xiong Yinghao stood up nervously, trembling slightly, uncertain whether his son could withstand the impending strike. With a thunderous roar, the blood-red sword held within the dragon's maw collided with the indomitable sword light, producing a deafening sound that reverberated through the air. The void shattered, and destruction ensued. The immense explosion echoed throughout Silvermoon City, causing fissures to appear on the surrounding arenas, while numerous spectators fled in terror. With a fearsome roar, the divine dragon reared its head skyward, and, in an instant, lunged toward the terrified Xiong Chumo. The blood sword and radiant golden light had vanished. The dragon's ethereal form descended upon Xiong Chumo, unleashing an unimaginable force that propelled him through the air, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. A figure swiftly soared into the sky, catching Xiong Chumo with unwavering precision. Subsequently, Xiong Yinghao hastily placed a healing pill into his son's mouth. With a countenance filled with fury, he glared at the beautiful maiden on the arena, his anger stifled by restraint. Su Wani had decisively defeated his son with a remarkable lethal move, catapulting her to the forefront of Elder Luo's esteem. Her future within the Qitian sword sect appeared boundless, and it was likely she would soon ascend from an inner disciple to a prodigious talent. In that eventuality, Xiong Chumo might find himself pleading for her protection. As Xiong Yinghao descended, his heart brimmed with unexpressed indignation, and he wore a stoic expression, remaining silent. With a pallid complexion, Xiong Chumo gradually improved after consuming the elixir. Although the ethereal dragon's shadow struck him, it was a mere remnant of its former strength, inflicting only minor injuries. After all, the most formidable blow from the dragon's illusion resided within the blood-red sword light emanating from its maw. Su Wani exhaled a sigh of relief, sheathed the 7-star dragon abyss sword, and without a doubt, emerged as the ultimate victor of this triad martial gathering. The position of Tianyuan was rightfully hers. However, her execution of the stunning dragon kill left much to be desired, falling short of her ancestors' expectations. She relied heavily on the 7-star dragon abyss sword to unleash this technique. Without it, she would be unable to perform such a cataclysmic strike with an ordinary sword. Inside the black carriage, Yiyan smiled softly. Su Wani had finally made a breakthrough, though her application of the stunning dragon kill was still lacking. This technique required a minimum of 9 divine dragons to simultaneously manifest and unleash 9 blood-red sword lights to be truly impressive. Currently, Su Wani could barely summon a single dragon's shadow, still far from Yi Yun's expectations. Yet, he remained unperturbed, for these 3 disciples of admirable character. He possessed methods to address their shortcomings, even if their innate talents were somewhat lacking. After all, the sword techniques of the Divine Dragon Sect stemmed from the density of the bloodline within them. With the passage of time, as the concentration of ancestral dragon blood within these 3 youngsters increased, the potency of their divine dragon sword techniques would inevitably amplify. Until one day, They would transform into true divine dragons, wielding sacred swords capable of delivering cataclysmic blows. Suwani triumphed. The judge outside the arena remained in a daze for quite some time before finally announcing the outcome of the match. The crowd around her raised their hands and cheered loudly, especially those who had always believed in Suwani as a dark horse, their palms turning red from applause. Suwani stood calmly on the stage, not overwhelmed with joy despite her ultimate victory. Suddenly, Elder Luo of the Chitian Sword Sect rose and smiled, asking, "Suwani, would you be willing to join my Chitian Sword Sect?" At that moment, all the cultivators present displayed expressions of envy and jealousy. The Divine Wind Dynasty is home to three major powers: the Chitian Sword Sect, the Divine Balance Sect, and the Demon Conquering Sect. These sects are all considered major factions, where formidable beings of the Divine Bridge realm abound, and even supreme powerhouses of the Nirvana realm hold sway, their might unfathomable. I am a disciple of the Divine Dragon Sect, and have no desire to join any sect. Suwani replied softly, her head bowed. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one expected that this stunning young woman would refuse the invitation from Elder Luo of the Chitian Sword Sect. What is this Divine Dragon Sect? I've never heard of it before. It must be some obscure little sect, they murmured. This girl is far too stubborn. The Chitian Sword Sect is one of the three major powers of our Divine Wind Dynasty, with Nirvana realm experts in command. If she were to join the Chitian Sword Sect, it would truly be a stroke of fortune, paving her path to success. Such a foolish girl. To abandon such a golden opportunity. I truly feel sorry for her in an instant. The crowd buzzed with chatter, a myriad of complex emotions blossoming within them. Is this little girl truly foolish? Xiong Yinghao gazed in astonishment at Suwani, his eyes wide with disbelief. Today, Suwani's performance was nothing short of. She had caught the discerning eye of Elder Luo early on. Should she choose to join the Chitian Sword Sect, a coveted slot for a prodigious disciple would undoubtedly be hers. Such an immense opportunity, and yet she seemed unwilling to seize it. As murmurs swept through the crowd, Elder Luo's expression darkened, his glare directed at Suwani, imbued with a murderous intent as if he longed to devour her whole. He had not anticipated that this young woman would so readily decline his invitation, an act he deemed utterly presumptuous and audacious. The Chitian Sword Sect had reigned supreme throughout the Shinfeng dynasty, commanding respect and fear. Who would dare utter a word of dissent in their presence? Suppressing the fury boiling within, Elder Luo coldly inquired, "Suwani, why do you refuse to join my Chitian Sword Sect?" Suwani lifted her chin, her countenance serene and unflinching in the face of Elder Luo's wrath. She replied calmly, "The Shinlong sect is excellent. I have never considered changing my allegiance." Good, good, good. Elder Luo repeated the word thrice, his face taut with anger, thoroughly vexed by Suwani's obstinacy. What a deluded fool she was, clinging to a mere third-rate sect. What benefits could that possibly yield? Suwani. Elder Luo glared fiercely, his voice icy. Then why do you choose to participate in the Sanyuan Martial Assembly? Is it not to join a more formidable sect? Suwani paid no heed to Elder Luo's inquiry. Instead, she surveyed her surroundings and remarked indifferently, "Now that I have secured a spot in the Tianyuan, should I not be entitled to a reward?" Silence enveloped the area. No one anticipated that after refusing the kind intentions of Elder Luo, Suwani would still dare to demand the rewards from the San Yuan Martial Conference. At this juncture, should she not be hastily departing from Silver Moon City? After all, offending an elder of the Chitian Sword Sect, particularly one of the Divine Bridge realm, is no trivial matter. Witnessing Suwani's blatant ingratitude, Elder Luo trembled with rage. Were it not for his esteemed status and formidable cultivation, he would have long since struck her down with a single blow. Xiong Yinghao discerned the underlying tension. He recognized that it was time for him to intervene. Exiting the observation pavilion, he gazed down imperiously and coldly proclaimed, "Suwani, your ignorance is astonishing. To provoke the Chitian Sword Sect, do you still dare to seek rewards? It is utterly laughable. Seize her at once and confine her to the dungeons." Xiong Yinghao's words immediately instilled fear in all the spectators present. Nobody expected the Lord of Silver Moon City to suddenly reveal such a formidable approach against a newly recognized cultivator. However, upon reflection, they found solace in the thought that even the Lord of Silver Moon City could not afford to offend Elder Luo of the Chitian Sword Sect. What qualifications did a mere Suwani possess to dare to provoke Elder Luo? In the Divine Wind Dynasty, a mere thought from the Chitian Sword Sect could lead to the annihilation of any sect. The onlookers' faces turned pale with terror, and they began to retreat. At that moment, a dozen figures rushed forward, landing on the arena. These cultivators unsheathed their swords and slowly encircled her. "Suwani, if you wish to live, swiftly discard your weapon, a middle-aged cultivator commanded coldly. Su Wani gazed at these cultivators, her pupils constricting slightly. There are a total of 12 cultivators, all at the Yuan Hai realm. The lowest among them has reached the 3rd level of Yuan Hai, while the highest has attained the 6th level. Despite being surrounded by formidable foes, Su Wani remains unperturbed. Is this truly the San Yuan Martial Assembly? What a disappointment. And you, Xiong Hao, the Lord of Silver Moon City, how shameless you are. It is truly disheartening. Su Wani raised her delicate face, casting a frosty gaze towards the distant Xiong Hao, and scoffed. Such audacity. Xiong Hao trembled with fury. He waved his hand, issuing the command to attack. The 12 cultivators simultaneously drew their swords and charged towards Su Wani. Elder Luo, observing the scene, felt his flushed face gradually calm as he acknowledged Xiong Hao's competence. If Su Wani cannot be recruited by the Qitian Sword Sect, it would be better to eliminate her to avoid future troubles. Witnessing the shameless demeanor of Elder Luo from the Qitian Sword Sect and the disgraceful actions of Xiong Hao, the large black cat perched on Su Wani's shoulder suddenly felt enraged. Ah, you vile little wretches, your hearts are thoroughly corrupted. This cat shall devour you all. The black cat, seething with anger and ready to leap from Su Wani's shoulder to unleash its true form and wreak havoc, was suddenly interrupted by the voice of Yi Yun. Do not be hasty. Leave that wolf cub to you later. Upon hearing its master's words, the black cat shivered. What does my master mean? Could it be referring to that peculiar aura it sensed earlier? The great black cat composed itself and suddenly looked up, noticing that the moon in the sky appeared even redder than before. It seemed to grasp the identity of the wolf cub that the master had mentioned. Oh, how exhilarating it was. The master had entrusted such an important task to it, signifying a newfound trust. If it were to languish idly atop the carriage day after day, the black cat felt a twinge of guilt, fearing that it might one day be heartlessly abandoned by the master. Contentedly, the black cat perched on Su Wani's shoulder, eagerly anticipating the imminent appearance of the wolf cub. On the arena, Su Wani had already engaged in combat with the 12 cultivators at the Yuan Hai realm. The enemy's attacks were exceedingly fierce, with sword lights raining down like a torrential downpour. Unable to confront them head-on, she relied on the Divine Dragon 9 transformations to swiftly evade their strikes. As she deftly maneuvered through the relentless onslaught, she seized every opportunity to counterattack. Splendid! Once again, Su Wani felt the immense pressure of battle, and a sense of delight welled up within her. She had previously discussed with Luo Li, knowing that both Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao had faced numerous formidable foes during their conflict with the Blood-Clothed sect. In that battle, the two had ascended 2 minor realms consecutively. The current situation bore a striking resemblance to that past encounter with the Blood-Clothed sect. Now, she comprehended the intentions of her ancestors. It appeared that everything was orchestrated under their meticulous planning. This little girl truly possessed remarkable agility. Perhaps it would be prudent to dispatch a few more cultivators to assist her. Elder Luo turned to glance at Xiong Hao and said with a calm demeanor. Xiong Hao promptly nodded, waving his hand to summon 4 or 5 high-ranking practitioners from the Yuan Hai realm to join the fray. At this moment, Elder Luo suddenly felt a peculiar sensation and glanced up at the round moon in the night sky. With his eyelids slightly narrowed, he pondered with uncertainty. How strange. Why does the moon appear somewhat red tonight? Chapter 59, Blood Moon in the Sky. Anomaly in heaven and earth observing the faintly red moon. Elder Luo stroked his chin in contemplation. Coming from the prestigious Qitian Sword Sect, with its profound heritage, he possessed considerable knowledge about the history of the Shinfeng dynasty. He was also familiar with Silver Moon City, which, a millennium ago, served as the royal city of the Silver Moon Wolf clan. However, after suffering defeat in their war against humanity, the Silver Moon Wolf clan had lost their dominion, and the city transformed into a human stronghold. Given that this event transpired thousands of years ago, it seemed unlikely that any remnants of the Silver Moon Wolf clan would still exist. Elder Luo speculated quietly within his mind. According to historical records, the Silver Moon Wolf clan had been eradicated, and for nearly 10 millennia, not a single werewolf from their lineage had appeared. He lifted his gaze to the night sky once more, observing the moon's subtle redness. He recalled that the Silver Moon Wolf clan possessed an ancient and enigmatic sacrificial ritual during which the moon would turn blood red. Yet, the moon hanging above was merely tinged with a hint of red, far from the deep crimson associated with that ritual. Elder Luo shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that his earlier concerns might have been unfounded. Xiong Hao furrowed his brow, intently watching the battle on the platform. At this moment, a total of 17 masters of the Yuan Hai realm have joined the fray, launching frenzied assaults against Su Wani. Initially, he had intended to capture Su Wani and imprison her in a dungeon, subjecting her to various tortures to alleviate the grievances of Elder Luo. However, he soon realized her formidable prowess. Thus, he resolved to eliminate her. Leaving such a woman alive was unthinkable, and it was wiser to eradicate her early to prevent future troubles. Consequently, as the second wave of advanced Yuan High realm cultivators entered the battle, they began to strike with lethal intent. Su Wani found herself in a series of perilous situations. Aware of the imminent defeat, Elder Luo, who had been observing the fierce conflict, let out a soft breath, finally feeling a sense of relief. No matter how resilient Su Wani might be, she had endured several fierce battles, and now faced the relentless onslaught of 17 Yuan High realm experts. It was clear she could not withstand for much longer. Humph. This foolish girl shall vanish from this world forever, Elder Luo mused darkly. Amidst the torrent of sword lights, Su Wani pressed her lips tightly together, her forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat as she endured the terrifying attacks from the 17 masters. The weight of pressure she faced was unimaginable. In this moment, she could empathize with her junior brother and sister, who had contended against dozens of foes, feeling the immense strain of such a confrontation. Every moment was a narrow escape from death. If she let her guard down even slightly, she would be struck by countless rays of sword light. The adversaries, a dozen Yuan High realm cultivators, wielded lethal moves aimed directly at her vital points. Su Wani concentrated all her mental faculties. At this instant, the Divine Dragon transformation reached its pinnacle. Dozens of illusory dragon forms danced above the arena, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the real from the false. Even though the sword energy annihilated half of the ethereal dragon shadows, it immediately conjured forth a dozen more, ever-changing and elusive. Observing this scene from within the carriage, Yi Yun maintained a tranquil expression, a subtle smile gracing the corners of his lips. In the art of the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, Master Sister Su Wani indeed surpassed both Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao. After all, they were currently within the territory of the Divine Wind Dynasty, where the strength of the Yuan Sea cultivators far exceeded that of their counterparts in the ancient Moon Dynasty. Consequently, the pressure faced was considerably greater. Only by enduring a little longer could Su Wani achieve her breakthrough. Yi Yun gazed at the celestial phenomena, noting that the full moon had grown increasingly crimson. He then turned his attention to the depths beneath Silver Moon City, discovering that the underground formation was nearly complete and had already commenced operations. Raising an eyebrow, he lifted his hand and gently tapped with his index finger. Instantly, a wondrous transformation unfolded throughout the spatial realms of Silver Moon City. Deep underground, the formation being operated by the Silver Moon Wolf clan was forcibly suppressed by Yi Yun, causing its speed to gradually diminish. It could be said that both the Tri-Origin Martial Assembly above ground and the plans of the Silver Moon Wolf clan below were all under Yi Yun's meticulous control. The moment Su Wani achieved her breakthrough would coincide with the blood moon illuminating the sky and the resurrection of the howling silver wolf. This magnificent creature had already been arranged for Yi Yun to test the skills of the great black cat. As time flowed slowly for Yi Yun, it passed swiftly for Su Wani. With her mind intensely focused, she diligently countered a myriad of sword light assaults every moment. A slight misstep could lead to a bloodbath. Xiao Jinghao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing solemnly towards the arena. Were it not for his noble standing, he would have eagerly joined the fray. Despite the presence of numerous experts from the Yuan High realm, they had yet to subdue even a single practitioner of the second tier. A band of ineptitude. Xiao Jinghao fumed, stamping his feet in frustration. Su Wani should be nearing her breaking point. Elder Luo remarked indifferently, his eyes narrowed, revealing glimmers of cold light between the slits. After a brief interval, Xiao Jinghao and Elder Luo exchanged glances, their expressions grim. They had persistently anticipated Su Wani's imminent collapse, yet she consistently managed to escape peril at the most critical moments, leaving them utterly astonished. How could Su Wani possess such resilience? Elder Luo had never encountered a practitioner as tenacious in his lifetime. Little did he know, Su Wani had spent her formative years fleeing alongside her master, enduring countless life and death trials. Alongside her master and fellow disciples, they had repeatedly evaded danger, relying on the Divine Dragon transformation technique of their sect. The once mighty Shenlong sect had fallen into obscurity, hardly recognized. Its presence nearly non-existent on the Songnan continent for nearly 10 millennia. Were it 90,000 years ago? Any practitioner who witnessed the dragon transformation technique would instinctively retreat 3,000 miles in fear. Who would dare challenge the disciples of an eternal level sect? In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense had burned down. Bang! The invisible shackles within Su Wani finally shattered. She trembled slightly, and the magical energy within her surged forth like the mighty Yangtze River, coursing through her meridians. In that moment, Su Wani's power and combat prowess soared once more. She had broken through again. The onlookers around her revealed expressions of astonishment. Among the crowd, Chong Green Dai stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what she was witnessing. This Sister Su was truly an unparalleled prodigy. It was only during her competition with Xiong Chumo that she had just achieved a breakthrough. In less than an hour, she had succeeded in breaking through twice, leaving countless individuals in shock. How could she have broken through again? Elder Luo abruptly rose to his feet, clenching his fists, his neck veins bulging. Go. Elder Luo, with a grim expression, directed his gaze towards Xiong Yinghao. Yes. The astonished Xiong Yinghao, upon hearing Elder Luo's command, immediately stood up. Suddenly, he heard exclamations of surprise from those around him. Look, why has the moon turned red? Countless people instinctively looked up at the night sky. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The originally golden full moon transformed into a crimson hue. A blood moon hung ominously in the sky. The eerie light of the blood moon cast a scarlet tint over Silver Moon City. Chapter 60. The emergence of the Silver Moon Wolf Clan. The onset of chaos, the sudden celestial anomaly in the skies above Silver Moon City stunned everyone. This. Elder Luo gazed at the blood moon, his heart growing heavy with foreboding. Could it be that the ancient legends were true? On the night of the blood moon, the guardian of the Silver Moon Wolf Clan would once again descend upon the world. Once, on this land, the Silver Moon Wolf Clan thrived, possessing the bloodline of the Silver Wolf, embodying a fusion of human and wolf. Tracing their lineage back, their ancestors were the Howling Silver Wolves, one of the ancient divine beasts of the Tsangnan continent, as per legend. After a few seconds, it was recalled that during a battle millennia ago, the Howling Silver Wolves had been vanquished by the powerful beings of humanity, rendering them irreplaceable. Furthermore, for over 9,000 years, no Silver Moon werewolves had ever graced this realm. Elder Luo shook his head, softly murmuring to himself, striving to dispel the flicker of panic within. Meanwhile, the formidable Xiong Yinghao, upon witnessing the terrifying celestial phenomenon, felt a tinge of fear himself. What are you hesitating for, Lord Xiong? Suddenly, Elder Luo's voice resonated in his ears. Rest assured, Su Wani is doomed today. Clearing his mind, Xiong Yinghao took a deep breath, and with a sudden leap from the spectators' platform, he traversed the void and descended onto the arena. At this moment, Su Wani, having ascended to the third tier of the Yuanhai realm, appeared less disheveled. The large black cat perched upon her shoulder emitted a fierce glint from its pupils, fixating on Xiong Yinghao as he charged forward, preparing to strike. Abruptly, a familiar sound reached its ears. Thud. It was the distinct sound of its beloved Master Ma. The sound of hooves striking the ground. This seemingly gentle sound echoed in the air, while Xiong Yinghao, suspended in midair, was engulfed by a tremendous roar in his mind, akin to being struck by lightning, causing him to lose consciousness and plummet to the ground with a resounding thud. Fortunately, as a formidable being of the Shaping God realm, his robust physique spared him from severe injury. Haha. The large black cat chuckled triumphantly within. Master Ma has made his move. With a gentle kick, the formidable figure of the god of sculpture fell into unconsciousness. It must be said that Master Ma's prowess is truly remarkable. The great black cat admired him internally, were it in his place. He would have been incapable of such a feat. Its preferred tactic was to pounce and, like catching a mouse, pin down the valiant Xiong Yinghao beneath its claws, only to devour him in one swift bite. City Lord. Several cultivators rushed over, cradling Xiong Yinghao in their arms. At that moment, Xiong Yinghao, with blood trickling from his nostrils and eyes tightly shut, lay in a state of unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, Elder Luo gasped in shock. At this moment, Silver Moon City was shrouded in a crimson hue, exuding an eerie, hellish ambience. Recalling the legends of the Silver Moon Wolf Clan, an inexplicable dread gripped Elder Luo, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Oh whoa. In the distance, a pedestrian suddenly threw back his head and let out a howl reminiscent of a wolf. This sound ignited like a spark in oil, instantly transforming the entire Silver Moon City. Almost all ordinary citizens, along with the lesser cultivators, raised their heads to the ominous blood moon in the sky and howled in unison. Silver Moon City, with a population of several million, was united in this eerie chorus. The haunting howls echoed back and forth, shaking the very foundations of the city. The ground of Silver Moon City rumbled as if a ferocious beast lurked beneath. What could be transpiring below? Within the Master-S estate, the leaders of various sects and the heads of prominent clans were taken aback, their faces paling at the astonishing transformation unfolding in Silver Moon City. They felt an uncontrollable restlessness within their bodies. A howl erupted from the lips of a clan leader, who had reached the first level of the Yuanhai realm. His eyes bulged, and his skin flushed red as he gazed skyward. Soon, an increasing number of cultivators, unable to suppress the turbulence within, joined in the anguished howls. In Silvermoon City, many ordinary citizens, upon hearing the wolf-like cries, found their skin splitting open, blood gushing forth in torrents. This blood, upon reaching the ground, was mysteriously absorbed by an unseen force. It was not safe to linger here. Sensing the escalating terror, Elder Luo's expression shifted dramatically. He prepared to depart the area. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a massive fissure split open in the plaza ahead, unleashing hundreds of formidable figures. These beings stood towering at nearly 3 meters tall, their bodies covered in silvery wolf fur. They possessed human forms but bore the heads of wolves, each wielding a large wolf-tooth club. They soared above the city lord's mansion. These were the remnants of the Silvermoon Wolf clan. At this moment, Elder Luo of the Chi-Tian Sword Sect finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The remnants of the Wolf clan, unseen for over 10,000 years, had been concealed beneath Silvermoon City. On this very night, they were orchestrating a grand sacrificial ceremony. If the night passed, all human inhabitants of Silvermoon City would perish. Moreover, the legendary divine beast of the Silvermoon Wolf clan, the Howling Silver Wolf, would once again descend upon the mortal realm. Elder Luo's face turned pale, his heart encased in an icy dread. He needed to return to the Chi-Tian Sword Saint post-haste to report this dire matter to the sect leader. With a swift motion, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the void. A silvery orb suddenly hurtled through the air like a meteor, colliding with another in a fierce confrontation. Elder Luo let out a muffled groan before descending once more. Blocking his path was a robust middle-aged werewolf, brandishing a gleaming silver wolf-tooth club. With a sardonic smile, he addressed Elder Luo. Millennia ago, the Chi-Tian Sword Sect was the mastermind behind the siege of Silvermoon City. How could I possibly allow you to escape? Elder Luo pointed the tip of his sword at the werewolf, fiercely rebuking him, descendant of the Silvermoon Wolf clan. I never imagined you would have been lurking underground for nearly 10,000 years. Indeed, the werewolf retorted, 99% of our kin were slaughtered by your human race. Fortunately, beneath Silvermoon City lies an underground castle where we managed to survive. After nearly 10 millennia of recuperation, we have begun to regain some vitality. Today, our ancestral deity, the Howling Silver Wolf, shall descend upon the world, and henceforth, the Divine Wind dynasty will be ruled by the Silvermoon Wolf clan. With that, he erupted into maniacal laughter, his demeanor utterly frenzied. Enraged, Elder Luo soared into the air, wielding his sword against him. The two formidable warriors of the Divine Bridge realm immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, other powerful members of the Silvermoon Wolf clan clashed with the untainted sect leaders and patriarchs. Chaos ensued within the Lord's manor, while on the arena, the cultivators of the Yuan Sea realm, who had been besieging Su Wani, silently lamented their plight. They felt an uncontainable agitation within, as they witnessed fellow cultivators howl like wolves, their bodies tearing apart and spilling blood, realizing they had succumbed to a peculiar toxin. These cultivators struggled to suppress the effects of this strange poison while simultaneously battling Su Wani, rendering their efforts exceedingly arduous. Seizing the opportunity, Su Wani unleashed a flurry of strikes, swiftly dispatching several low-tier, Yuan-Hai realm cultivators. With each encounter, her courage grew. Unfazed by the celestial phenomena surrounding her, she pressed on. Inside the black carriage, Yi Yun maintained an expression of tranquility, undisturbed by the chaos outside. Suddenly, he felt a stirring within and lifted his gaze. The blood of millions from Silvermoon City flowed into the earth, where it was refined through an underground formation. All the sanguine energy coalesced upon the blood moon above. Within this lunar orb, a menacing phantom of a silver wolf flickered into view. Chapter 61. The Howling Silver Wolf at long last, the little wolf cub, long awaited, was about to emerge. Yi Yun smiled faintly. A piercing howl erupted from the silver wolf's phantom within the blood moon. In that instant, Elder Luo, engaged in battle, felt a tremor of fear grip his heart, causing his hand to tremble, nearly dropping his sword. Suddenly, a flash of silver streaked by as a middle-aged wolfman swung a spiked club, crashing down onto Elder Luo's shoulder. Elder Luo spat blood and plummeted from the air. The leaders of the various sects and clan heads, witnessing the defeat of Chi-Tian Sword Sect's Elder Luo, were left in shock. At that moment, the tumult of emotions overwhelmed them, unleashing a strange toxicity that surged within their bodies, prompting them to howl at the heavens. Their skin splitting as torrents of blood flowed into the earth. This fate befell even the Yuan-Hai realm cultivators engaged in combat on the arena. With no one left standing before her, Su Wani gasped for breath and surveyed her surroundings, only to realize that she stood alone among towering werewolves. The human cultivator appears to be an outsider, untainted by our poison, chief. A young wolfman exclaimed loudly. You may proceed. The middle-aged wolfman, who was in the divine sculpting realm, spoke with an air of indifference. In an instant, Dozens of wolfmen at the oceanic sea realm surged towards Suwani. Suddenly, a soft sound of hooves echoed through the air. All those wolfmen were rendered unconscious mid-flight. Who dares to play tricks there? The middle-aged wolfman in the divine sculpting realm was taken aback. Amidst the spatial fluctuations, a black carriage abruptly materialized upon the arena. The large black horse at the front raised its head, grinned at the middle-aged wolfman, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Witnessing such a bizarre black carriage appear so suddenly, the middle-aged wolfman's expression turned grave. Ancestor, Suwani hastily bowed in respect. Let us take a moment's rest and enjoy the spectacle. Your series of fierce battles, resulting in a breakthrough of 2 minor realms, is already commendable. Continuing to fight would be detrimental to you. Yiyan spoke softly. Gratitude shone in Suwani's eyes as she sheathed the 7-star dragon abyss sword behind her and stood beside the carriage. Is there someone within the carriage? The middle-aged wolfman was startled. He sensed no presence, indicating that the opponent was indeed a formidable expert. He refrained from making any rash movements. This black carriage, with its enigmatic origins, did not belong to the Silver Moon City's faction. At this crucial moment of the Grand Formation, the ancestor of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, the Howling Sky Silver Wolf, was on the verge of resurrection. He looked up at the blood moon in the sky. In the midst of the blood moon, the silhouette of a silver wolf grew increasingly distinct. The bloodline of the middle-aged wolf surged within him, boiling with fervor. With a howl, he could not restrain himself from throwing his head back in a furious roar. The grand formation that enveloped the entirety of Silver Moon City once more channeled a substantial amount of vitality toward the blood moon above. Suddenly, a brilliant silver light cascaded down from the blood moon, materializing in midair into a colossal silver wolf. This immense creature, glimmering with a resplendent silver sheen, was as large as a small mountain and bore a pair of silver wings exuding an icy brilliance. Its blood-red eyes radiated a chilling aura of impending doom. An unimaginable, formidable pressure descended from the heavens. Salutations, Ancestor. Upon witnessing the familiar howling silver wolf, the members of the Silver Moon Wolf clan all knelt to the ground, fervently bowing, a fervor evident upon their faces. You have endured long, allowing my return to fruition. The howling moon silver wolf surveyed its surroundings, exuding an air of dominance as it spoke slowly. From this moment forth, the Silver Moon Wolf clan shall rise, reigning supreme above and below. These words ignited a fervent passion within the hearts of the Silver Moon Wolves. Above and below, we reign supreme. The crowd roared in unison, shaking the very foundations of Silver Moon City with their thunderous cries. Unfazed by the tumult, the large black cat suddenly leapt from Suwani's shoulder, transforming into a streak of black light as it soared into the air. In mid-flight, it morphed into a massive black cat, resembling a gigantic panther from a distance. At this moment, the large black cat, with its lustrous ebony fur, radiated an aura of menace. Its pair of onyx eyes gleamed with a chilling light. It extended its claws, revealing a blood-red tongue that delicately licked its sharp talons. How amusing, the silver wolf of the howling sky. I shall entertain you. The black cat scoffed. Just as the silver wolf was reveling in its triumph, it was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a black cat of similar stature. Upon noticing the 3 tails swaying behind it, astonishment flooded through the wolf. It was a 9-tailed spirit cat, a formidable beast of lineage rivaling its own. The creature's cultivation level matched its own, both being at the nirvana stage, instilling a sense of impending danger within the wolf. 9-tailed spirit cat. We bear no grudge from the past, nor any grievance of late. Why must you provoke me? The silver wolf bellowed. The black cat chuckled wickedly. I simply find you too arrogant and wish to teach you a lesson. With that, it lunged towards the silver wolf. The wolf, not one to back down, retaliated. The 2 colossal beasts clashed in the skies, their fierce battle resonating with thunderous roars that shook the very earth beneath them. After all, this was a duel between 2 Nirvana stage titans. All the Silver Moon werewolves gazed upward, their faces etched with dread. They had just summoned their ancestor, only to be confronted by a black 9-tailed spirit cat of equal prowess. The middle-aged werewolf turned his gaze towards the ominous black carriage, his eyes betraying a palpable terror. What, pray tell, is the origin of the individual within the carriage? How is it possible for them to command the 9-tailed spirit cat of the Nirvana realm as an enforcer? The thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as the fierce battle between the howling moon silver wolf and the 9-tailed spirit cat raged on. After the passage of a fragrant incense, both combatants bore injuries, though the spirit cat's wounds were decidedly more severe. Its defensive capabilities paled in comparison to those of the howling moon silver wolf, resulting in greater damage from equivalent assaults. How dare you, little wolf cub, resort to such ferocity? Let us see how this esteemed cat shall deal with you. The imposing black cat, driven by its fierce nature, launched a reckless assault on the howling sky silver wolf, fully embracing a strategy of mutual destruction. You madman, do you truly wish for us to perish together? The howling sky silver wolf retorted, incensed. Despite being equals in strength, such a desperate struggle was utterly unnecessary. My lord, the little cat fights valiantly. The great black horse turned its head toward the carriage, offering a knowing smile. This was, in essence, a declaration of loyalty. Yi Yun merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. Observing the blood cascading from above, Su Wani felt a pang of anxiety, for this venerable feline had once saved her life. Chapter 62. Lord Horse's Ruthlessness. Bang. Bang. The clash between the howling sky silver wolf and the great black cat intensified. Do not push me, nine-tailed spirit cat. With the mounting injuries, the howling sky silver wolf could no longer contain its furious roar. You little wolf cub, unleash your full might upon this esteemed feline. Should I even furrow a brow? You may as well adopt my surname. The great black cat frequently sneered, continuing to bombard the howling silver wolf with relentless ferocity. The howling silver wolf trembled with fury. And with a sudden fierce motion, he opened his mouth and swallowed the blood moon hanging in the sky. In an instant, the world was shrouded in darkness. At the cost of sacrificing 30% of his essence blood, the howling silver wolf unleashed his bloodline divine power. Bang! Swift as lightning, he lunged forward, striking the nine-tailed spirit cat from the air with tremendous force. This blow exceeded 3 times his usual strength. The howling silver wolf was convinced that the nine-tailed spirit cat would undoubtedly be gravely injured and incapable of further combat. With a whoosh, a massive figure resembling a small black mountain plummeted from the sky. Should it land, it would likely create a colossal pit in the Lord's manor. Su Wani widened her eyes, staring blankly as the elder cat descended from above. She felt utterly helpless. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun lightly gestured in the air. Instantly, the great black cat's massive form shrank and flew back onto the carriage. The great black cat sprawled across the carriage, exclaiming in indignation, Master, pay me no heed. I wish to battle this little wolf cub for 300 rounds. Enough of that. You are gravely injured, unable to even lift a claw. Yet you wish to engage in 300 rounds? The great black horse teased from the side. Yi Yun smiled. Oh, Uncle Ma, do not mock me. I am well aware of my own strength, but that little wolf cub is far too arrogant. I cannot allow him to have his way. The great black cat lamented, its face a picture of despair. It had indeed sustained severe injuries from the howling silver wolf's innate divine power and was currently devoid of the capacity to continue fighting. It was merely a matter of exchanging idle banter. At this moment, amidst the vastness of the void, the howling silver wolf radiated a resplendent silver light. Its enormous wings unfurled majestically, resembling a deity that had descended from the realms of mythology. Having vanquished its most formidable adversary, the nine-tailed spirit cat, the howling silver wolf felt a profound sense of satisfaction, unable to restrain itself from releasing a triumphant howl towards the heavens. Master, this little wolf cub has become unbearably arrogant, the great black horse remarked, stamping its hooves restlessly. Very well, then, go ahead. Yi Yun responded with a gentle smile, waving his hand dismissively. The great black horse instantly became exhilarated. With a shake of its body, it broke free from the reins and soared into the air. The howling silver wolf, basking in its glory, was suddenly confronted by a streak of black light that appeared before it with astonishing speed, leaving it momentarily stunned. The howling silver wolf widened its eyes in disbelief as it beheld the great black horse that had materialized out of nowhere. What kind of misfortune have I encountered today? First, a large black cat, and now, yet another black horse, all cloaked in darkness. Shaking its sleek and shining silver fur, the howling silver wolf muttered irritably. The great black horse's eyes nearly bulged from its sockets. What audacity! This little wolf dares to insult me? Truly insufferable. Without a moment's hesitation to unleash its formidable aura, the horse raised its hooves and charged forward, delivering a powerful blow aimed squarely at the howling silver wolf. Bang! The force of the hoof was unimaginable. The howling silver wolf was immediately struck, its head pounding, vision blurring, and stars dancing before its eyes as it let out a pained cry and plummeted downwards. Fool! The great black horse proclaimed triumphantly from its lofty position in the void, casting a condescending glance at the descending howling silver wolf, accompanied by a smug chuckle. Below, the members of the Silver Moon Wolf clan were astounded to witness their ancestor, the howling sky silver wolf, being ambushed by a large black horse, plummeting from the sky. Inside the carriage, as they observed that the mighty black steed had not instantly vanquished the howling sky silver wolf, Yi Yun couldn't help but chuckle. The black horse, it seemed, was a playful beast, intent on thoroughly tormenting the arrogant howling sky silver wolf. Yi Yun made no effort to intervene. Just as the wolf was about to crash to the ground, it suddenly regained its composure, flapping its wings vigorously and soaring once more into the air. How dare you, impudent black horse, launch a surprise attack on your grandfather, the wolf. Upon uttering this, the howling sky silver wolf charged furiously towards the black horse. It appeared that the blow had left it somewhat dazed, as its manner of speaking was markedly different from its usual self. The onlookers from the Silver Moon Wolf clan were left utterly dumbfounded. Their ancestor's speech resembled that of a spoiled heir. As they hovered in midair, the howling sky silver wolf scrutinized the large black horse, which appeared as diminutive as a black ant in comparison. For a moment, it struggled to discern the horse's cultivation level. Just as uncertainty loomed, the black horse shook its robust frame, releasing a hint of its formidable aura. This mere trace of energy fell upon the howling sky silver wolf, causing its expression to shift dramatically. Could this be the eternal realm? The howling sky silver wolf, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly knelt in the void. Great Master Horse, I beseech you to spare the little wolf's life. I was blind to your grandeur and failed to recognize you earlier. With that, the howling sky silver wolf transitioned to a tone of earnest supplication. The great black horse grinned and said, Little wolf cub, I offer you a chance. Flee swiftly. Did it intend to escape? The howling sky silver wolf discerned the underlying meaning in the great black horse's words. It hastily rose, its immense wings fluttering, and soared into the void. As the howling sky silver wolf, speed was indeed one of its innate gifts. With a pair of resplendent, silver wings, once they took flight, it could traverse thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, an unimaginable velocity. In the square, the members of the Silver Moon Wolf clan knelt in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They had not anticipated their ancestor would suddenly flee in the presence of the great black horse. What were they to do now? The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for action. After silently counting for several seconds, the great black horse languidly lifted its head, gazing towards the direction in which the howling sky silver wolf had vanished, and opened its mouth, releasing a beam of azure light. This blue radiance, akin to a bolt of lightning, streaked across the night sky before vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, the blue light returned at an astonishing speed, enveloping the fleeing howling sky silver wolf within its luminous embrace. With a sudden shift, the great black horse transformed, growing as colossal as a mountain, casting a shadow over the entire Silver Moon City. It opened its fearsome maw, the azure light surged inside, and simultaneously, the howling sky silver wolf was drawn into its jaws. The great black horse began to chew with a crunching sound, blood streaming from its mouth. The howling sky silver wolf emitted a wail of agony, yet it found itself unable to move. The nature of that blue light remained a mystery. It had escaped tens of thousands of miles away, only to be instantly reeled back. The great black horse feasted with delight, its mouth stained with blood. The large black cat, sprawled across the cart, was taken aback by the scene before it. Terrified, it rolled its eyes back and fainted. Master Ma was truly ferocious. Chapter 63. In a single breath, Silver Moon City turned to ashes upon witnessing the black cat fainting in such an undignified posture. Leaf Yin gently tapped, channeling a divine energy into the cat's body. Suddenly, the black cat awoke as if invigorated by a potent elixir, its eyes gleaming with an emerald light. Master, what is this? The black cat inquired, kneeling in the cart, hands clasped in reverence, its expression brimming with excitement. You need not question it. Simply refine it gradually. Leaf Yin replied nonchalantly. Given the current realm of the black cat, even if he explained the intricacies of divine power, it would remain beyond its comprehension. The fragment of divine energy Leaf Yin had imparted was insignificant to him, akin to extracting a single drop of water from the vast ocean. Yet, for the black cat, that solitary drop represented an entire ocean. If it were to engage in deep contemplation during the refinement process, this divine energy could facilitate the emergence of nine tails, yielding unimaginable benefits. At that moment, the large black horse, having finished its meal of the howling silver wolf, shook itself and returned to its normal size before descending. The Silver Moon Wolf clan members on the ground had long succumbed to unconsciousness from sheer fright. With a rustle, the black horse secured the reins around itself and licked the blood from its lips. Observing Master Ma's brutality, the black cat cowered in the back, trembling with fear, too intimidated to speak. Little cat, I have no intention of eating you. What is there to fear? The imposing black horse revealed a grin, while the black cat hastily raised its paws to shield its head, unable to bear the sight of the cruel smile upon the horse's face. Even Su Wani, in this moment, felt an inexplicable chill at the sight of the once docile black steed now transformed into something terrifying. The massive howling silver wolf devoured its meal with an audible crunch, a scene that was truly beyond imagination. Suddenly, the carriage curtain was drawn aside, and Yi Yun emerged. Standing atop the carriage, he surveyed his surroundings with an expression of profound indifference. Su Wani marveled at the elegant profile of her ancestor. Her heart filled with astonishment. Why had he suddenly appeared? During the intense battle, he had remained composed within the carriage. Now, the ancestor exhaled a gentle breath, which spread outward like a wave of pure energy. What transpired next was nothing short of astonishing. Everything touched by this breath, whether corpses, the unconscious members of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, flora, or structures, transformed into wisps of green smoke and vanished into thin air. The speed at which this energy expanded was remarkable. In mere moments, as Su Wani watched in awe, the entirety of the surroundings began to dissolve rapidly. Within just 2 or 3 breaths, she widened her eyes in disbelief. The entire colossal Silver Moon city had vanished. What lay beneath her feet was now a barren expanse, devoid of any trace of its former existence. Her ancestor, was he not terrifying beyond measure? Was this truly the might of a divine being? Su Wani's eyes widened in disbelief as she struggled to swallow. Words failed to encapsulate the profound shock that enveloped her heart. With a single breath, the entirety of Silver Moon City vanished without a trace. It was utterly terrifying. The large black cat stretched its neck, staring blankly at the already dissipated Silver Moon City, nearly scaring itself into submission. Master, he is truly formidable. With that one breath, the entire Silver Moon City ceased to exist. Surely, even the most powerful beings in the eternal realm could not achieve such a feat. Her master must be a deity, the mightiest among the divine. The black cat mused secretly. It lifted its head, gazing at the imposing figure that resembled a divine palace, and felt an overwhelming sense of reverence. Promptly prostrating itself on the carriage, too intimidated to rise. The large black horse blinked its eyes. The master is indeed exceptional. Such immense power has long surpassed the realm of true gods. Little girl, it is time for you to emerge. Yi Yun suddenly gestured gently ahead. The ground convulsed, and a girl in a green dress crawled out from the soil. Su Wani's eyes widened in astonishment. Wasn't this the evergreen butterfly? To her surprise, the ancestor had indeed spared her life. The evergreen butterfly emerged from the earth, dirty and bewildered, surveying her surroundings in shock. Where am I? Where has Silver Moon City gone? She muttered to herself in confusion. Then, the evergreen butterfly spotted the black carriage and the dazzling figure of Su Wani in her golden robe standing beside it. Sister Su, you are alive. This is truly wonderful. The evergreen butterfly dashed forward, embracing Su Wani and bursting into tears. At that moment, Su Wani found herself at a loss between laughter and tears. She sensed that the young girl appeared utterly terrified. Gently, she patted the back of the evergreen butterfly, offering soft words of comfort. Yi Yun remained standing on the carriage, hands behind his back, gazing at the girl in green with a faint smile gracing his lips. This young girl was someone he had taken special care to protect. For within her, he recognized a familiar emblem. Sister Su, I apologize for the embarrassment. Once the evergreen butterfly had released her pent-up emotions, she pulled away from Su Wani's embrace, her apple-like face flushed. It's nothing. Su Wani replied with a gentle shake of her head. Sister Su, what exactly happened just now? Where did Silver Moon City go? The evergreen butterfly inquired curiously. Su Wani's expression faltered slightly as she turned her gaze towards the ancestor. The disappearance of Silver Moon City at the breath of the ancestor was a matter of grave significance, and she dared not speak of it lightly. Yi Yun chuckled. Little girl, let this remain a secret. Do not inquire further. All right. The evergreen butterfly nodded, partially understanding. Yi Yun continued. Does your family have an ancestor named Chang Yechen? The evergreen butterfly's eyes widened in shock. The Chang family had an ancestral shrine, and since childhood, she had paid her respects there annually, with the foremost tablet bearing the name of her ancestor, Chang Yechen. Big brother, how do you know my ancestor's name? She stammered. Nearby, the large black cat, upon hearing the evergreen butterfly's words, rolled over with annoyance, exclaiming, You little girl, how impolite. How dare you call the Lord Big Brother? Are you trying to take advantage of your sister Su? Chang Evergreen was taken aback by the sight of the talking black cat. What should I call you? Sister Su? Chang Evergreen cast a pleading glance towards Su Wani. Before Su Wani could respond, Yi Yun casually remarked, You may simply refer to me as Master, for you are not a member of my sect. Chang Evergreen immediately grasped the implication and gracefully bowed. Greetings, Master. Let us proceed. Take the lead to your home as we ride in the carriage, Yi Yun stated before entering the carriage. To my house. Chang Evergreen felt momentarily bewildered. However, she quickly regained her composure, recognizing that this gentleman in white attire was certainly no ordinary person. She promptly hopped onto the carriage and took a seat. Su Wani sat across from her, Chang Evergreen pointed in a certain direction, her face suddenly flushing with embarrassment as she shyly admitted, Sister Su. My home is in that direction, though it is quite far. How far? Su Wani inquired with a gentle smile. Approximately over 20,000 miles. Chang Evergreen replied, lowering her head with a hint of shyness. Little Sister Green Butterfly. You traveled such a great distance to attend the Triad Martial Assembly in Silvermoon City? Su Wani exclaimed, astonished. A journey of over 20,000 miles was no trivial feat. For this young girl of the second tier of Yuanhai realm to embark on such a solitary and arduous journey to Silvermoon City was indeed a remarkable endeavor. Chapter 64. The Power of a Fart. Sister Su. I am at a loss. Our Chang family resides in a remote area with limited resources, allowing us only to nurture my elder brother. The Triad Martial Assembly is my sole opportunity to make a name for myself, which is why I set out months ago. Chang Lvd's eyes glistened with tears as she sighed softly. You have truly endured much. Su Wani sighed in sympathy, fully understanding her plight. Having faced countless hardships alongside her master since childhood, wandering and struggling with scarce resources for cultivation, she empathized deeply with Chang Lvd. Despite her young age, Chang Lvd possesses remarkable maturity. In an effort to avoid consuming her family's cultivation resources, she traveled a great distance to Silvermoon City, aspiring to secure a chance to join a prestigious sect through the Triad Martial Assembly. However, unforeseen calamities struck Silvermoon City, shattering the dreams of this young girl. Nevertheless, it seems that our ancestor had ties with the forefathers of the Chang family, and now, as fate would have it, they are on their way to address the impending crisis. A flicker of thoughts crossed Su Wani's mind. Wow, this carriage is moving at an astonishing speed. The large black horse galloped with incredible swiftness, blurring the scenery around them. Chang Lvd could not help but exclaim in awe. This seemingly unremarkable black steed was extraordinary, racing faster than the renowned steeds of the Divine Wind dynasty. Despite the horse's remarkable speed, the carriage remained steady and undisturbed. Su Wani gently closed her eyes, clearing her mind, as she channeled the unique techniques of the Divine Dragon Sect to solidify her recent breakthrough into the third layer of the Yuanhai realm. In consideration of the young girl's sensibilities, Yi Yun intentionally instructed the black horse to moderate its pace. Yet, the journey of 20,000 miles was traversed by the black steed in merely 3 days. How astonishing, arriving in just 3 days. Gazing at the familiar Xianyang County, an expression of profound astonishment appeared on Chang Lvd's apple-like round face. Initially, it had taken her several months. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He cast a fleeting glance at Xianyang County, deep in thought. Xianyang County is a small locale on the fringes of the Divine Wind dynasty. The Chang family holds no significant power in Xianyang County, barely qualifying as a second-rate clan. At this moment, a black horse-drawn carriage approached slowly, coming to a halt before the Chang residence. Haha, home at last. Chang Lvd leaped from the carriage and hurried to the Crimson Gate, gently tapping the iron door knocker twice. How strange, why is the door closed? Chang Lvd remarked, her eyes darting about. Typically, their front gate remains open, with guards stationed outside. After a while, footsteps echoed, and the gate creaked open. An elderly man clad in a black robe, wearing a melon-shaped cap, emerged. It turned out that the young lady had returned. Upon recognizing the visitor through the crack of the door, the old man forced a smile and fully opened the gate. Uncle Zhao, what has transpired at home? Noticing the old man's sorrowful expression in the desolate courtyard, an ominous premonition surged within Chang Lvd. Miss, let us wait until you see the master. Uncle Zhao sighed. As he raised his head, he spotted a black carriage parked outside, with a golden-robed beauty seated atop it. Miss, is this your friend? The elderly man surnamed Zhao could not help but inquire. Chang Lvd promptly smiled and nodded. Uncle Zhao, this is my sister, Su. As the curtain of the carriage was drawn aside, Yi Yun stepped out, his foot gracefully touching the ground. Upon seeing the ancestor's presence, Su Wanyi's heart raced with trepidation. She hastily leaped down from the carriage, standing dutifully behind the ancestor. Yi Yun, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed thoughtfully at the plaque above the estate's entrance. My lord, please allow me to escort you inside. Chang Lvd respectfully proposed. Yi Yun nodded in acknowledgement. With Chang Lvd leading the way, he followed suit, while Su Wanyi trailed closely behind the ancestor. The large black cat remained sprawled atop the carriage. Master Horse. The atmosphere at the Chang residence feels rather grim, as if someone has passed away, the large black cat remarked quietly, casting a glance at the Chang estate. Nonsense. The large black horse retorted, turning its head with irritation. Suddenly, with a jolt, It released a powerful gust of air that struck the large black cat, overwhelming it as though a mountain had descended upon it, compressing its very essence. "Master Horse, spare me," the large black cat pleaded, clutching its nose in desperation. It had not anticipated that its casual comment would provoke such a fierce response. This retaliation was not only pungent but also laden with immense pressure. "Little cat, refrain from such folly in the future. Given that the master has personally entered this place, do you truly believe it to be an ordinary one?" The large black horse admonished, its tail swishing twice before the forceful air dissipated. "You are quite right, Master Horse." The large black cat was taken aback, nodding repeatedly as if a great weight had been lifted. It never anticipated that Master Ma's flatulence would be too much for its petite frame to endure. How terrifying. Chang Lv Dai traversed the space, bringing Yi Yun to the main hall. Upon entering, she immediately noticed her father, leaning awkwardly against a chair, his complexion pale and his vitality waning. "Father, what has happened to you?" Chang Lv Dai rushed forward, supporting her father's frail body. "Little Dai, you returned so quickly? Did the results of the San Yuan Martial Arts Conference come in?" Chang Feng coughed a couple of times, responding with concern. "Father, I did not place," Chang Lv Dai said, her head bowed in shame. Chang Feng, wearing a sorrowful expression, chuckled gently. "It is all right, you are still young." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the side, where he noticed Yi Yun and Su Wanyi standing. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The young man in white, immaculate and possessing an ethereal charm, seemed to have stepped out of a painting. The other young woman, around 18 or 19, was breathtakingly beautiful, clad in a resplendent golden robe, exuding confidence as she bore a striking red long sword on her back. Observing their remarkable presence, Chang Feng understood that these two were anything but ordinary. "Father, where is my elder brother?" Chang Lv Dai inquired. "He is resting in the back." Chang Feng coughed again, refraining from revealing the truth to his daughter. Being young and innocent, Chang Lv Dai did not ponder further. She leaned close to Chang Feng's ear and whispered, "Father, I shall take this esteemed gentleman to the ancestral hall. He is acquainted with one of our forebears." "Oh, very well," Chang Feng replied, startled, without a moment's hesitation. Though his cultivation was modest, merely at the 10th layer of the Yuanhai realm, his keen eyes discerned that this ethereal figure clad in white was no ordinary individual, perhaps even an unparalleled master. It was precisely for this reason that he agreed without a second thought. Chang L Dai, brimming with joy, approached Yi Yun and respectfully said, "Esteemed sir, allow me to escort you." "I shall proceed alone." Yi Yun gently shook his head, his gaze fleetingly glancing at Su Wanyi. "You remain here." "Understood, ancestor." Su Wanyi responded with renewed spirit and utmost respect. "Ancestor." The revelation that this youthful figure in white was, in fact, the ancestor of such a stunning beauty left Chang Feng utterly astonished. This man must be of considerable age, which explained his acquaintance with their forebear. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yi Yun strolled gracefully towards the ancestral hall in the rear courtyard. Chang L Dai smiled softly, preparing to pour a cup of hot tea for Su Wanyi. Suddenly, powerful presences descended from the sky. "Chang Feng, the 3-day deadline has arrived. If you do not surrender your family's ancestral martial arts, today I shall annihilate your entire clan." A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the Chang residence. Chapter 65. The beautiful woman and the precious sword. In the rear courtyard of the Chang family, a figure in white passed through the tightly shut gates, mysteriously appearing within the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was shrouded in dim light, where rows of dark red spirit tablets stood. Some bore the marks of ancient time, while others appeared as pristine as ever. Yi Yun's gaze moved slowly, eventually resting upon a spirit tablet nestled in a shadowy corner. Exuding an air of antiquity, the spirit of his ancestor, Chang Yuchen, Yi Yun approached silently and lit a stick of incense. "Good brother, I never imagined I could come to visit the Chang family after 100,000 years," he murmured, his eyes filled with nostalgia. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yun, at the tender age of 18, had ascended to the position of the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect. It was during that time that he had met Chang Yuchen, his friend from when he was merely 15. Having emerged from the Divine Dragon Sect, endowed with extraordinary talent and unparalleled combat prowess, he was known for his reckless spirit. Yi Yun not only gained fame across the Tsangnan continent, but was also notorious as a formidable bully of his time. Chang Yuchen was one of his loyal subordinates. Back then, this young man practiced the Yuan-Yang body dominance technique, having honed his physical form to remarkable strength, making him one of Yi Yun's most capable followers. When Chang Yuchen first met Yi Yun, he was already considered a prodigy, having attained the formidable Destiny realm. Later, with Yi Yun's guidance in the Yuan-Yang body dominance technique, he successfully advanced to the life and death realm. However, whether he ultimately broke through to the eternal realm remained a mystery to Yi Yun. 100,000 years had passed, and the world had transformed beyond recognition. Yi Yun had never anticipated that he would encounter a descendant of the Chang family in the remote Xianyang County of the Xinfeng dynasty. After all, the Chang family had once thrived in the heart of Cangnan continent's most prosperous region. Nevertheless, for a family to endure for a millennium and remain unextinguished is indeed a remarkable feat. Yi Yun gazed at the dark red spirit tablet, gently sweeping his sleeve to remove the dust that had settled upon it. At that moment, his eyes brimmed with profound emotion as he murmured, "Brother, today I shall look after your descendants." With that, Yi Yun regained his composure, standing quietly within the dim shadows, clad in robes as white as snow. The roar that reverberated above the Chang family estate struck him like thunder, reaching his ears simultaneously. A faint smile graced Yi Yun's lips. As he approached the outskirts of Xianyang County, he had already discerned the impending crisis facing the Chang family. The ancestral cultivation technique, the Yuan-Yang dominance technique, was indeed an unparalleled art, capable of transcending life and death. However, to master this technique, one must possess an abundance of Yuan-Yang stones. Yet, it was evident that the current Chang family could scarcely produce even a single stone, indicating that for many generations, no one had successfully cultivated the Yuan-Yang dominance technique. Nevertheless, with Yi Yun's arrival, he was determined to assist in alleviating the Chang family's predicament, while also addressing the scarcity of cultivation resources. For him, none of this posed a significant challenge. Yi Yun gently lifted his gaze toward a certain direction. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the Chang family, Chang Feng's countenance paled further upon hearing the furious roar. The Shin family had indeed arrived. "Father, what is happening?" Chang El Dai's heart quivered. The several powerful auras descending from the sky were unmistakably those of divine form realm experts. When had the Chang family offended such formidable beings? In Xianyang County, the Chang family was merely a second-rate clan, with the highest cultivation level being that of her father, Chang Feng, at the pinnacle of the Yuan-Si realm. They were utterly incapable of contending against practitioners of the divine form realm. Moreover, the Chang family has always maintained a low profile, never seeking trouble. Chang Feng rose, regaining his composure, and gazed at Chang El Dai with a grim smile, stating, "These are members of the Shin family. They seem to have discovered our possession of the Yuan-Yang dominance technique and are demanding this sacred art." Chang El Dai, filled with intense anger, glared and exclaimed, "This is our ancestral technique, passed down for 100,000 years. It must never be divulged. My daughter, you speak the truth, even if it means death. We shall never betray the legacy upheld by our ancestors," Chang Feng resolutely declared. Although descendants of the Chang family who mastered the Yuan-Yang dominance technique are rare in later generations, they have never allowed this art to leak out over the past 100 millennia. Thus, Chang Feng had long since embraced the resolve to face death. He strode into the courtyard and beheld 6 formidable figures of the spirit sculpting realm hovering in the air. "Shenwei, does a mere Chang family member warrant the mobilization of all 6 of your esteemed spirit sculpting warriors?" Chang Feng proclaimed, unflinching before the 6 powerful figures. At this moment, Chang El Dai stood beside her father, while several other clan members from the Chang family hastened to the courtyard, their expressions filled with grief and indignation. Su Wani also emerged alongside Chang El Dai, lifting her gaze to survey the sky. There were 6 formidable spirit sculpting warriors, 2 at the first level, 1 at the second, and 2 at the third level. At the center stood a robust middle-aged man who had reached the 4th level of spirit sculpting. Suddenly, Su Wani appeared pensive, finally comprehending the profound intent behind her ancestor's instruction for her to remain here. The Chang family was in peril, and her ancestor required her intervention to resolve this crisis. Anticipating the exhilarating encounter with a formidable practitioner of the shaping god realm, Su Wani's delicate frame quivered slightly, her heart brimming with excitement. Suspended in midair, Shen Wei, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the feeble members of the Chang family below and remarked with a chilling smile, "Originally, I intended to grant you a 3-day grace period, out of consideration for your weak and vulnerable clan. However, the 3 days have elapsed. Should the Chang family fail to surrender the sacred techniques, do not blame me, Shun, for turning ruthless. Shenwei, you are merely indulging in fantasies," retorted Chang Feng, his countenance taut, embodying a spirit of defiance. "Even if it means death or the annihilation of our clan, we shall never relinquish our ancestral techniques." Chang El Dai, brandishing her own sword, pointed its tip defiantly at Shen Wei, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Her words resonated with conviction, yet her youth betrayed her as she trembled under the immense pressure exerted by the shaping god practitioner. The Shen family, a behemoth within Xinjiang Prefecture, had never been dared to be provoked. With formidable backing, their lineage had previously seen disciples admitted into the esteemed Yuma sect. The Divine Wind dynasty is home to 3 major powers, all of which are at the level of grand sects, with Yuma sect being one of them. The Shun family's might and formidable connections rendered them untouchable. Collectively, no clan within Xinjiang Prefecture would dare to challenge them. The arrival of a shaping god practitioner could easily spell the end for the entire Chong family. Ah, you must be the precious daughter of Chong Feng. How fortuitous that you have returned. It seems your family can now reunite in the underworld. Shen Wei sneered coldly. Beside him, a middle-aged cultivator at the first level of the shaping god realm suddenly extended his hand, reaching downwards with a predatory intent. In midair, a magical hand suddenly materialized, whistling as it approached. A flash of crimson brilliance streaked by, shattering the magical hand with a resounding crack. This unexpected turn left the 6 formidable warriors of the Shun clan momentarily stunned. On the Chong family square, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a golden robe, wielding a blood-red longsword, gazed coldly at the sky above. You seem rather unfamiliar. Where did you emerge from? The swordplay you employ does not belong to the Chong family. Shen Wei's fervent gaze fixed upon Su Wani, appraising her with a glint of avarice in his eyes. This young lady, with her enchanting beauty and extraordinary abilities, wielded a sword of heavenly quality. He coveted both the exquisite blade and the captivating maiden. Chapter 66. The Unsealing and the Great Battle of the Shaping God Realm. Shen Wei, known for his insatiable greed and lechery, maintained a harem that echoed throughout the entire Xinjiang Prefecture. Rumor has it that his collection of beauties numbered over 3,000. Despite his numerous consorts, Shen Wei had managed to master the art of yin-yang cultivation, retaining his position as the most powerful individual within the Shin clan. Thus, upon laying eyes on Su Wani, he was instantly captivated, his heart racing with desire. He resolved to capture her alive. Both the girl and her sword were his to claim. Shin Ting, descend and seize that little girl. Shen Wei commanded with authority, gesturing grandly. Understood. Shin Ting, at the first level of the Yuanhai realm, nodded and descended. Just then, an internal restraint within Su Wani was shattered. Her aura surged dramatically, catapulting her from the 3rd level of the Yuanhai realm to the 3rd level of the Shaping God realm in an instant. Hee. My ancestor has lifted the seal upon me. Su Wani's heart was filled with joy. Indeed, after entering the Chong residence, all the myriad changes unfolded under the astute strategies of their ancestors, much like in Silvermoon City. Shinting gazed in astonishment as Su Wani suddenly ascended from the Yuanhai realm to the 3rd tier of the Shaping God realm. His eyes widening in disbelief as he took several steps back. How is it that your cultivation level is at the Shaping God realm? He exclaimed in shock. Within the courtyard, all the members of the Chong family were equally astonished, rendered speechless as if turned to clay statues. Chong Feng clenched his fists, staring blankly at Su Wani. This remarkably beautiful young lady was, astonishingly, a formidable practitioner of the 3rd tier of the Shaping God realm. Chong Feng was overwhelmed, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. At around 20 years of age, possessing such cultivation was virtually unheard of in the entire Xinjiang County. Only the most prestigious forces could possibly nurture such prodigious disciples. Recalling the ethereal young man in white, radiating an aura akin to that of a deity, Chong Feng realized that his own cultivation level must be even more extraordinary. It seemed that salvation was at hand. As this thought crossed his mind, tears of excitement welled in his eyes. Truly, their ancestors were watching over them, safeguarding the Chong family from this impending catastrophe of annihilation. Among all the members of the Chong family, none were more astonished than Chong El Dai. She had entered the Silvermoon City Lord's mansion alongside Su Wani. Initially, she had assumed that Su's sister's realm was slightly inferior to hers. Never did she expect Su's sister to unleash golden light upon the measurement stone. After participating in the Sanyuan martial gathering, Sister Su engaged in numerous battles against formidable experts of the Yuanhai realm, during which she astonishingly advanced to the 3rd layer of the Yuanhai realm, leaving her opponents far behind. However, what was even more unexpected was the revelation that Sister Su's true cultivation had been suppressed. Her actual prowess was that of a grand cultivator at the 3rd layer of the Shushan realm. Sister Su, are you truly a grand cultivator of the Shushan realm? Exclaimed Chong Qingdai, her disbelief palpable. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and her mouth agape, her charming apple-shaped face was now filled with vivid intrigue. Indeed, my dear sister. Su Wani glanced back at her, a hint of a smile gracing her exquisite countenance. How is this possible? At that moment, the expressions of Shen Wei and the 5 other formidable individuals in midair shifted dramatically. This young girl was, astonishingly, a powerful figure at the third layer of the Shushan realm. It was beyond their expectations. However, the thought of incorporating this young woman into his harem ignited Shun Wei's ambition. It would be the greatest achievement of his life. His heart raced with excitement. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded his companions to descend. Shun Wei felt an overwhelming confidence. The Shun family boasted 2 individuals at the third layer of the Shushan realm, and with his own 4th layer prowess, 6 against 1, a mere girl at the third layer of the Shushan realm would be more than sufficient. Haha. What of your Shushan realm status? Upon arriving in Xinjiang County, within my territory, you shall create no waves. I suggest you surrender obediently, Shun Wei declared, his laughter echoing with arrogance. Deluded fool, unrepentant scoundrel. Su Wanyi's brow furrowed in anger as she bellowed, initiating the Divine Dragon Sword technique. In an instant, a colossal golden dragon illusion, spanning several dozen feet, coiled majestically behind her. The ethereal image of the golden dragon loomed high above, its pair of golden eyes emanating a chilling gaze that instilled immense pressure upon those who beheld it. What kind of sword technique is this? In an instant, 6 formidable members of the Shun family retreated a half-step, their faces betraying a look of shock. The sword technique had yet to fully unfold. Merely its initial stance was enough to exert tremendous weight upon them. Let us take her down together. Shun Wei's expression turned icy as he swiftly unsheathed his sword and charged forward. Observing the 6 men besieging Sister Su alone, Chang Di raised an eyebrow and coldly mocked. How shameless for 6 grown men of the Shun family to bully my Sister Su. Seeking death, enraged by her words, Shen Ting pivoted and lunged towards Chang Di. Suddenly, a flash of the golden dragon specter appeared before Shen Ting as Su Wani unleashed a swift strike. Shen Ting was taken aback, astonished by Su Wani's speed. The disparity in their realms rendered him utterly helpless against her. With a resounding clash, Su Wani's sword, swift as thunder, sent Shen Ting's weapon flying and severed half of his arm. Ah! Shen Ting screamed in agony, hurtling backward, seeking death, witnessing this unforeseen turn of events. Shen Wei's eyes blazed with fury, and he unleashed a flurry of strikes towards Su Wani with the swiftness of lightning. The other formidable figures of the Spirit Forge realm, in perfect harmony, launched a relentless assault from various angles. Meanwhile, the wounded Shen Ting, blood gushing from his severed arm, gritted his teeth and swiftly sealed several acupoints on his body to staunch the bleeding. He swallowed a medicinal pill, retrieved his severed arm from the ground, and hastily fled in panic. He is now devoid of the strength to fight, rendering him unable to assist in any capacity. Should he return with a severed arm, there remains a possibility of reattachment. Within the treasure vault of the Shen family lies a rare ointment, renowned for its miraculous efficacy in rejoining severed limbs. Suddenly, the radiant swords of the 5 formidable warriors of the Shun family descended like a tidal wave. Yet, Su Wani maintained her composure, unleashing the Divine Dragon swordsmanship to counterattack. Engaging in an intense battle with the 5 adversaries, the clash was exceedingly fierce, with neither side yielding ground. Observing Su Wani holding her own against the 5 demigod-level opponents, her prowess was nothing short of exhilarating. Chang Dai could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming how formidable this Sister Su truly was. My daughter, this time, our Chang family is saved. Chang Feng approached, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with emotion. Witnessing her father in such sorrow, Chang Dai, too, succumbed to tears. At that moment, she was suddenly reminded of her elder brother. Wiping her tears, she sorrowfully inquired, Father, my brother has yet to appear. Could it be that he has also fallen victim to the Shen family? 3 days prior, the Shen family sent individuals who grievously injured your brother. Chang Feng, with tears in his eyes, finally revealed the unfortunate events that had transpired at the Chang residence that fateful day. Within the ancestral hall, Yi Yin stood serenely before the spirit tablet of Chang Yechen. After a span of 100,000 years, today, he kept company with this once dear brother. The door creaked open, revealing a pallid, elderly man clad in gray, who stepped inside. Chapter 67. A drop of divine power opens the meridians. Yi Yin glanced back momentarily. The elderly man, appearing to be in his 80s, bore a pallid complexion and a withered form, devoid of any cultivation, merely an ordinary old man. His eyes widened in astonishment as he unexpectedly beheld a young man in white standing amidst the dim shadows of the ancestral hall. A shiver coursed through him. Am I losing my eyesight? The elderly man in gray suddenly rubbed his eyes, a self-deprecating smile gracing his face. Once he had cleared his vision, he discerned that the young man in white still stood at a short distance. At that moment, his sight sharpened. The young man in white exuded an extraordinary aura, resembling an immortal amidst the glow that seemed to illuminate the entire ancestral hall. In that fleeting instant, the old man felt as though he beheld a deity. May I inquire who you are, esteemed sir? Although the gray-clad elder possessed no cultivation, his extensive experience allowed him to swiftly regain his composure. He clasped his hands together and inquired tremulously. I am an acquaintance of Chang Yetchen, Yiyan gently replied. What? The old man gasped, his heart tumultuous with disbelief. You have ties to our ancestor, the very first progenitor of the Chang family? At that moment, the gray-clad elder struggled to conceal the inner turmoil that surged within him as he scrutinized the young man in white once more, yet found it difficult to ascertain any connection to the ancient records of his family. Time had eroded many memories, obscuring them in the mist of the past. You need not exert yourself to uncover my origins, Yiyan remarked with a faint smile. He turned his gaze toward the gray-clad elder and softly inquired, What is your relation to Chang Feng, the head of the Chang family? I am Chang Feng's second uncle, the elder sighed. In my pursuit of cultivation, I fell into a state of madness, resulting in blocked meridians and rendering me a wastrel. Yiyan remained silent, merely observing him with quiet intensity. The gray-clad elder shrugged and, with a self-deprecating smile, lamented, Now that the Chang family faces imminent ruin, my frail existence serves little purpose. It is better for me to come to the ancestral shrine, to spend my final moments in the company of my forebears, and then to journey to the netherworld to reunite with them. Upon hearing these sorrowful words from the elder, Yiyan sighed softly. 100,000 years ago, under the leadership of Chang Yetchen, the Chang family basked in glory. Little did one anticipate that, 100,000 years later, the family would descend into such utter devastation. With this thought, Yiyan gently flicked his finger, and a brilliant light darted forth from his fingertip, descending upon the elder's head. The gray-clad elder suddenly felt a radiant illumination before him, and before he could comprehend the situation, a surge of formidable energy enveloped him from above. His eyes widened in astonishment as this unique energy, entering through the crown point at the top of his head, surged like an unstoppable army, fiercely cleansing the meridians that had been obstructed for decades. One by one, his meridians began to clear, and gradually, he could sense the spiritual essence of the world around him. In mere moments, this violent energy had unblocked all the channels throughout his body, eventually settling into his dantian, transforming into abundant magical power. Instantly, his aura surged dramatically, ascending from the chi-refining realm to the profound pill realm, and then to the primordial sea realm, finally reaching the third layer of the divine shaping realm. What on earth is happening? The gray-clad elder stood in stunned disbelief, as immobile as a stone statue. The white-clad youth opposite him had merely pointed his finger, and a beam of light had entered the elder's body, effortlessly unblocking the meridians that had been obstructed for years due to his previous missteps. At last, that surge of energy had not dissipated. It descended into the dantian, transforming into a vast reservoir of magical power, not only restoring him to the realm of divine shaping, but also elevating him from the first to the third tier of that realm. The elder in gray knelt down with a thud, repeatedly bowing to Yiyan. I beg your forgiveness, esteemed elder, for my ignorance, Chang Qingsong exclaimed, striking his forehead against the ground with resounding thuds. Although this young man in white had once informed him that he was a friend of his ancestors, he had not taken it to heart. After all, Chang Yetchen's ancestor had lived 100,000 years ago. How could someone possibly survive for so long? Yet, unexpectedly, this young man, resembling a deity, merely touched him, and his obstructed meridians were immediately unblocked, restoring him to the realm of divine shaping. Reflecting on this, Chang Qingsong was overwhelmed with shame, persistently bowing to express his heartfelt repentance. Please rise, Yiyan said with a serene smile. Chang Qingsong's reaction was entirely human, after all. It was exceedingly rare for someone to live 100,000 years in the Cangnan continent. Thus, it was only natural for him to doubt any connection with Chang Yetchen, and Yiyan held no resentment towards him. For Yiyan, healing Chang Qingsong's obstructed meridians was merely a trivial effort. A single drop of divine power entered Chang Qingsong's body, resolving all his issues. Esteemed elder, your status is far too elevated. I truly do not know how to address you. Chang Qingsong remained kneeling, reluctant to rise. Simply call me elder. That suffices, Yiyan replied with a gentle smile. Surely, it would be inappropriate for Chang Qingsong to refer to him as an ancestor. That sounds exceedingly strange and does not conform to conventional forms of address. A surge of mystical energy erupted from Yiyan's flowing sleeves, lifting Chang Qingsong into the air. Yiyan despised such formalities. He always felt uncomfortable when someone knelt at his feet. Chang Qingsong stood before Yiyan, his demeanor awkward, hands intertwined and clenched tightly, at a loss for words. There are disciples of my Shenlong sect outside assisting in the extermination of the Shun family's members, so you need not venture out. Stay here and share with me the matters concerning your Chang family, Yiyan said nonchalantly. Upon hearing Yiyan suddenly mention the Shenlong sect, A flash of enlightenment pierced through Chong Qing-song's mind, and in an instant, he recalled numerous events. With a stammer, he exclaimed, "Senior, you are the one from the Shenlong sect." "Indeed," Yiyan nodded. Receiving this affirmation, Chong Qing-song was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, his aged face flushing with color. He could scarcely believe that the venerable figure before him was none other than the youngest sect master of the Shenlong sect. A prestigious eternal-level sect from 100,000 years ago, renowned as the strongest on Songnan continent, with aspirations to attain the realm of true divinity. His ancestor, Chong Yechin, had left behind some family records recounting his encounters with this sect master. "Senior, I am truly overwhelmed." Chong Qing-song fumbled, his blood surging with exhilaration, his emotions spiraling out of control. This elder had, 100 millennia ago, vanquished all challengers across the Songnan continent. To think, he still lives today. Chong Qing-song could hardly fathom the astounding extent of this elder-esque cultivation. Yiyan remained silent, without uttering a word. After a considerable period, Chong Qing-song's emotions finally settled, and he began to recount tales of their ancestor, Chong Yechin. However, the events concerning Chong Yechin were so distant that Chong Qing-song possessed little knowledge. Thus, he finished his narrative in less than the time it took to smoke half a cigarette. Yiyan sighed, his gaze once again falling upon the dark crimson spirit tablet. His dear brother ultimately failed to transcend to the eternal realm, remaining trapped in the realm of life and death. With a sudden thought, Yiyan lifted his gaze towards the distance, specifically towards the sky above the Shun family in Xianyang County. A black-robed elder descended abruptly. The back of the elder's robe was embroidered with a large, red character representing imperial, and beneath it, a smaller character signifying demon. This elder's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Divine Bridge realm. Upon his arrival, the members of the Shin family felt the overwhelming pressure of his Divine Bridge presence, their faces transforming dramatically as they struggled to breathe. Chapter 68. The arrival of the elder from the demon imperial sect. Sensing the formidable aura, the entire Shin family surged into the courtyard, kneeling on the ground in reverence, their foreheads touching the earth. "We respectfully welcome Elder Zhu." Countless voices thundered, shaking the heavens. The visitor was none other than Elder Zhu from the demon imperial sect, one of the 3 major sections. In the entire Divine Wind dynasty, it was a colossal force to be reckoned with. For the members of the Shin family, this Elder Zhu was an almost divine being, a supreme powerhouse at the 4th level of the Divine Bridge realm. In midair, Elder Zhu observed the profound respect exhibited by the Shin family, and a faint smile appeared on his otherwise stern visage. "Please rise," he commanded. Elder Zhu descended from the sky, and with a sweeping gesture of his hand, a surge of mystical energy enveloped all those present, lifting them into the air. He surveyed his surroundings and remarked nonchalantly, "Where has Shinwei gone? How are the matters I entrusted to him progressing?" An elderly man clad in black hurriedly bent forward and approached, explaining, "Elder Zhu, our clan leader has gone to the Chong family to retrieve that martial art manual and has yet to return." "Very well, I shall await his arrival," Elder Zhu replied, elegantly waving his sleeve as he prepared to enter the main hall. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly descended from the heavens. Second uncle quickly opened the treasure vault and retrieved the Black Lotus healing ointment. Shin Ting exclaimed as he landed, grimacing in agony. He had not yet noticed Elder Zhu standing nearby. Elder Zhu's gaze flickered as he observed Shin Ting clutching a severed arm. Frowning, he inquired, "How is it that a distinguished cultivator of the divine sculpting realm finds himself with an arm severed in his own territory within Xianyang County?" Upon recognizing Elder Zhu of the UMO sect, Shin Ting's eyes widened in shock, and he hastily knelt, trembling as he said, "I was unaware of Elder Zhu's esteemed presence. Please forgive my transgressions. I do not hold you accountable. Now, speak. Who inflicted this injury upon you?" Elder Zhu inquired with a faint smile. It was a cultivator at the 3rd level of the divine sculpting realm from the Chong family. Shin Ting hesitated briefly before recounting the events, half-truthfully. Elder Zhu's brow furrowed. "Since when did the Chong family possess a cultivator of the divine sculpting realm?" Shin Ting shook his head in response. "Elder Zhu, I am uncertain. It seems he is an outsider. At present, the patriarch and his companions are engaged in a fierce battle with her, and it should not be long before they manage to vanquish the woman." Elder Zhu gazes toward a certain direction in the sky, his heart filled with unease. He does not fully trust the Shin family. His ambition is to acquire the formidable Yuan Yang body cultivation technique from the Chong family, said to be a powerful method capable of leading one directly to the destiny realm. 5 years ago, he fortuitously discovered a small Yuan Yang stone mine, prompting him to seek out methods for cultivating the Yuan Yang technique. To his astonishment, by a stroke of fortune, he came across astonishing news. The Chong family of Xianyang County possesses an ancestral technique that, when aided by Yuan Yang stones, is rumored to allow one to cultivate to the highest level of the destiny realm. This revelation stirred Elder Zhu's interest. Considering his established rapport with the Shin family of Xianyang County, he penned a letter and sent it via flying sword, requesting the Shun family to acquire this technique in advance. He then set off from the demon suppression sect, heading straight for the Shin family. Elder Zhu, having heard bits and pieces about the Yuan Yang body cultivation technique, is not entirely aware of its true potential. In fact, this technique not only paves the way to the destiny realm, but can also lead to the life and death realm. After all, this technique was once elucidated by the strongest individual of the Tsangnan continent. With his resolve firm, Elder Zhu swiftly ascended through the air, making his way directly to the Chang family. Meanwhile, at the Chang family residence, Su Wani and Shen Wei, among others, continue to engage in a fierce confrontation. Despite Shen Wei's numerical advantage, he finds himself at a disadvantage, being relentlessly suppressed by Su Wani, with injuries mounting among his ranks. Shen Wei silently laments, taken aback by the extraordinary swordsmanship of this stunning beauty, whose power is truly remarkable. The 5 formidable warriors collectively launched an assault, yet they found themselves utterly outmatched. Should the confrontation persist, it would inevitably culminate in their total annihilation. However, retreating was an impossibility. Doing so would render them vulnerable to being picked off by Su Wani, leading to a similar fate of destruction. At this precarious juncture, a voice that resonated familiar to Shen Wei suddenly echoed through the skies above the Chang family. Shen Wei, you truly are not of ordinary caliber, to be so bested by a mere girl at the 3rd tier of the godly creation realm. No wonder your Xianyang County fails to produce any talents. As the words reverberated, an overwhelming pressure emanating from a powerful figure in the godly bridge realm descended from the heavens. In an instant, the members of the Chang family found their knees buckling, some collapsing to the ground, while others fell prostrate. Chang Feng looked up, his countenance shifting dramatically as he beheld a black-robed elder standing in midair. Upon closer inspection, Chang Feng was horrified to discover that the newcomer was indeed a member of the demon sovereign sect. The oppressive aura from the godly bridge realm intensified, causing Su Wani's movements to become somewhat sluggish. Elder Zhu, standing in the void with his hands clasped behind his back, resembled a celestial being radiating a soft luminescence. He refrained from direct engagement. As a powerful figure of the godly bridge realm, he upheld his dignity, merely by exuding his formidable presence. He effectively subdued the diminutive female cultivator of the godly creation realm below, thereby granting Shen Wei and his companions a favorable opportunity to mount their offensive. Within the ancestral hall, Yi Yun wore a serene smile. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from the black carriage stationed outside the Chang residence, swiftly descending into the courtyard. As the brilliance faded, a youth of approximately 14 or 15 materialized. Little junior brother. Upon the sudden appearance of Jun Mo Shao, Su Wani was taken aback yet filled with joy. Her junior brother was indeed a formidable presence at the Divine Bridge realm, exhibiting immense strength and effortlessly battling beyond his level. Su Wani was confident that the elder at the 4th level of the Divine Bridge realm would pose no challenge to her junior. Jun Mo Shao swiftly surveyed the surroundings, his mind clear and composed. He drew forth the Hunyuan Wujian and declared with a resonant laugh, "Senior sister, I am here to lend you my strength." With that, he soared into the air, standing amidst the void, confronting Elder Zhu from a distance. A youth of the Divine Bridge realm? Elder Zhu gazed at the suddenly materialized Jun Mo Shao, astonished upon sensing his aura. At the tender age of 14 or 15, he had already cultivated to the Divine Bridge realm, a pinnacle of talent even within the ranks of the Yuma sect. "You old scoundrel, daring to bully my senior sister. Today I shall teach you a lesson." Jun Mo Shao quivered the tip of his sword, releasing a melodious and piercing sound, as a colossal dragon phantom emerged behind him. This dragon phantom was larger and more substantial than that of Su Wani. The golden dragon coiled in the void, its piercing golden eyes radiating a chilling glare that sent shivers down Elder Zhu's spine. His expression turned grave as he swiftly drew his sword. Despite Jun Mo Shao possessing only the 1st level of the Divine Bridge realm, he instilled a profound sense of crisis within Elder Zhu. In Chapter 69, A Complete Defeat, the momentum has shifted. Within the ancestral hall, Chang Qing Song was also probing the situation in the courtyard with his divine sense. When the 4th level Divine Bridge realm expert from the Yuma sect appeared, he felt a jolt of alarm within his heart. To his astonishment, a young man from the Divine Bridge realm descended from the heavens. This youth turned out to be the disciple of the young lady, indicating that both were disciples of the esteemed Shenlong sect. Observing the boy, who at merely 14 or 15 years of age had already attained the Divine Bridge realm, Chang Qing Song felt an overwhelming sense of envy. The might of the Shenlong sect was beyond imagination, especially considering that this venerable elder had lived for 100,000 years, possessing unfathomable prowess, perhaps having ascended to a godlike existence long ago. Yi Yun gazed calmly at the scene outside, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In midair, the sword aura surged and intertwined. At this moment, Jun Mo Shao was engaged in a fierce battle with an elder from the Mo sect. From the very first strike, Jun Mo Shao established absolute dominance, effortlessly overpowering his opponent. Yi Yun nodded inwardly. The training he had provided to Jun Mo Shao had borne fruit, and now, as he made his move, the advantage of fighting beyond his level was evident. Facing an opponent of the fourth layer of the Divine Bridge realm, he not only held his ground, but also gained the upper hand, demonstrating that Jun Mo Xiao's potential was gradually being unleashed. However, in Yi Yun's heart, he knew this was far from sufficient. After all, they were merely in the Shenfeng dynasty, where cultivators of the same realm were not particularly formidable. If Jun Mo Xiao could maintain such an advantage against the Divine Bridge realm experts of the celestial level sects, then he would have barely passed the test. Bang! Bang! In the air, the two Divine Bridge realm powerhouses were locked in a fierce clash. Elder Zhu felt a mix of horror and frustration. He never anticipated that as a fourth-layer Divine Bridge realm expert, he would be so thoroughly outmatched by a mere 14 or 15-year-old boy who overwhelmed him in swordsmanship, speed, and strength. Beneath the courtyard, without the assistance of Elder Zhu, Shun Wei and his companions found themselves once again at a disadvantage. Su Wani displayed her formidable prowess, unleashing a barrage of concentrated sword light that soon drew blood from Shun Wei. The lives of the 5 Divine Realm cultivators from the Shun family hung precariously in the balance. With the oppressive presence of a Divine Bridge realm expert no longer looming over them, the members of the Chong family rose to their feet, exclaiming, "May our ancestors bless us. May heaven protect the Chong family from annihilation." Observing the fierce battles unfolding above and below, Chong Feng wept tears of joy, laughing in exhilaration. "Father, I never imagined that Su's junior disciple would turn out to be a formidable expert of the Divine Bridge realm." Beside him, Chong El Dai wiped her tears, laughing and crying simultaneously. When the elder from the demon control sect had first descended upon them, she had felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. Yet, unexpectedly, the tide had turned. Su's junior disciple descended from the skies, effortlessly resolving the crisis facing the Chong manor. Neither the 5 powerful figures from the Shen family, nor the elder from the demon control sect in midair stood a chance against Su Wani and Jun Ma Xiao. The disciples of the Lord were astonishingly powerful. How formidable must the Lord himself be? Chong El Dai stood transfixed in place, lost in thought. Suddenly, she recalled the events that transpired in Silver Moon City, from the dramatic upheaval caused by the Silver Moon werewolves to the city's subsequent disappearance, as if it had evaporated from existence. Now, as she reflected on it, she began to comprehend that this must have been the grand design of the Lord. The sheer magnitude of Silver Moon City vanishing without a trace spoke volumes of an unimaginable, transcendent power. A formidable individual may find it relatively effortless to lay waste to a city. However, to obliterate it without leaving the slightest trace, such a feat is beyond even those of the Destiny realm, is it not? With her understanding, Chang Qingdai could only surmise that the matter would reach the Destiny realm. Suddenly, Jun Mo Xiao, invigorated by the battle, thrust his sword with lightning speed, piercing Elder Zhu's shoulder and creating a gaping wound. Elder Zhu let out a harrowing cry and turned to flee. Jun Mo Xiao relentlessly pursued him, closing the distance in mere breaths, and struck again with his sword. In a hasty maneuver, Elder Zhu raised his sword to counter, yet still received a cut to his arm. "Just wait. Our UMO sect shall not let you off easily." Elder Zhu, having suffered 2 wounds, lost all composure. His face flushed with anger. He swiftly produced 2 high-grade talismans and affixed them to his legs, activating a technique that rendered him invisible in an instant. These were 2 exceptional swift movement talismans, capable of doubling his speed. "Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall pursue you," Jun Mo Xiao scoffed, immediately activating the Divine Dragon transformation technique and fervently chasing after Elder Zhu's fleeing form. At this moment within the Chong family estate, a scream pierced the air as a third-layer shaping god realm cultivator from the Shin family was slain by Su Wan-yi with a single stroke of her sword. The retreat of Elder Zhu from the UMO sect had dealt a severe blow to the 5 shaping god realm cultivators of the Shin family, leaving them in disarray, their sword techniques faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Su Wan-yi executed a series of strikes, dispatching 4 formidable shaping god realm warriors in quick succession, leaving only Shun Wei to face the inevitable. Realizing the tide had turned against him, Shen Wei sought to withdraw and escape from the scene. Yet how could his agility possibly compare to Su Wani's divine dragon transformation? A shadow of a dragon appeared in midair, and a sharp beam of sword light struck down towards Shenwei. With a chilling scream, Shenwei met his demise, severed from his head. Witnessing the 5 formidable warriors of the Shun family fall at Su Wani's hands, Chong Levdi rushed forward, her excitement overwhelming her as she embraced Su Wani. Sister Su, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, our Chong family would have faced annihilation today. Suddenly, she broke into heartfelt tears, her sorrow cascading down her cheeks. Everything is in the past. All will be well. Su Wani gently reassured, patting the young girl's back with a smile. Within the ancestral hall, Yiyin regarded Chang Qingsong and spoke with an air of calm authority. You should pay a visit to the Shin family. Yes, esteemed elder. Chang Qingsong, perceptive and astute, immediately understood the gravity of his task. With renewed vigor, he exited the ancestral hall, transforming into a streak of light that pierced the sky. There was still one remaining Shin warrior of the divine sculpting realm, Shin Ting, who had eluded capture. He must be eradicated to eliminate any future threats. Furthermore, there was no longer any need to spare the entire Shin family, given the enmity that had been cultivated between them. Allowing them to persist would only invite peril upon the Chong family. Now, as a third-tier cultivator of the divine sculpting realm, he could single-handedly dismantle the entire Shin clan. Yi Yun's gaze shifted to a certain direction, where a pallid young man lay upon a bed. This was Chong Levdi's brother. Grievously injured by the Shun family 3 days prior, Yi Yun retrieved a small vial, pouring out a single drop of liquid, which he gently flicked with his finger, allowing it to drift through the air and land upon Chong Yizhou's lips. In a state of unconsciousness, Chong Yizhou unexpectedly absorbed a drop of mysterious green liquid. Instantly, his entire body became enveloped in layers of green light. This luminescence radiated with a vibrant vitality, rapidly healing his damaged organs, meridians, and bones. Within mere moments, all of Chong Yizhou's injuries had remarkably healed. As he opened his eyes, he abruptly sat up. What transpired? Why have my injuries completely vanished? Chong Yizhou leaped from the bed to the floor, astonished as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he heard commotion outside and hurriedly stepped out, discovering several bodies lying on the ground, with members of the Chong family huddled together. Father, what? What has happened? Chong Yizhou quickly approached Chong Feng and whispered. Chong Feng turned to see his son standing beside him, brimming with vitality, showing no signs of the severe injuries he had sustained. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, Zhou, your injuries, have they truly healed? Chapter 70. A parting gift. Farewell to brother's father. All my injuries have healed, Chong Yizhou replied, his expression one of bewilderment as he looked around. Until now, he remained utterly unaware of what had transpired. Chong Feng gazed at his son in shock, feeling that everything occurring today was utterly beyond comprehension. How could his son, once gravely wounded, recover instantaneously? What was the cause of this miraculous event? Could it be the work of that mysterious young man in white? Good heavens, this is nothing short of a miracle. Chong Feng's heart raced with astonishment. He could scarcely fathom the existence of such miraculous elixirs in this world, capable of reviving a gravely injured soul, bringing them back to life in an instant before his very eyes. Father, do speak, urged Chong Yizhou, noticing his father's stupor. It is as follows. Chong Feng hurriedly recounted the events that transpired after the arrival of the Shin family. At that moment, Chong Eldai also noticed her elder brother's presence and rushed over, supplementing the incomplete narrative provided by their father. Upon grasping the situation, Chong Yizhou surveyed his surroundings, his face a canvas of astonishment. One of the 6 formidable deities of the Shin family had escaped, while 5 met their demise at the hands of the Chang clan. The patriarch of the Shin family, Shin Wei, was also among the fallen. Moreover, a powerful figure from the UMO sect had been injured and forced to flee by a mere youth. All of this felt as though it were a vivid dream. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, landing gracefully in the courtyard. It was none other than the return of Chang Qingsong. After effortlessly dealing with the Shin family, he had swiftly made his way back. Second uncle, your cultivation. How has it been restored? Chong Feng gazed in shock at his uncle, his eyes wide with disbelief. The entire Chong family, upon witnessing Chang Qingsong, shared a collective sense of astonishment. For decades, he had struggled with demonic deviation, living as an ordinary man. How could he have suddenly regained his strength? Now standing at the 3rd level of the divine sculpture realm? Noticing the bewildered expressions of his kin, Chang Qingsong offered a faint smile as he approached. It was the elder who saved our Chong family, he stated with a grin. At that moment, Chong Feng comprehended the truth, overwhelmed with joy and moved to tears. Meanwhile, Chong Yizhou remained in a state of utter confusion. He hastily tugged at Chang Qingsong's sleeve, pressing for answers. Second uncle, What on earth is happening? Chang Qingsong smiled and shook his head. The identity of the elder was too sensitive. It was best to leave the conversation here. At this moment, Yiyun slowly emerged. Ancestor. Suwani promptly sheathed the 7 stars dragon abyss sword and approached respectfully, bowing. Yiyun nodded in acknowledgement. Elder. You have arrived. Chang Qingsong also hurriedly bowed in respect. Yiyun chuckled softly, gently tapping the ground with his hand. A stream of mysterious yellow light surged upward, enveloping the entire residence of the Chang family. In an instant, a grand formation was established. Yiyun produced a formation plate and handed it to Chang Qingsong, smiling as he said, "Take care of this. No one below the heavenly fate realm can breach this formation." "Thank you, Elder," Chang Qingsong exclaimed, filled with overwhelming excitement, and he knelt down with a thud. "I am grateful for your kindness in rejuvenating the Chang family." Chang Feng, as the clan leader, also knelt down in fervent emotion. Behind him, all members of the Chang family knelt as well, realizing that the resolution of today's crisis was entirely due to the intervention of this ethereal, otherworldly youth. The Yuan-Yang body cultivation technique of your Chang family has little chance of success without the Yuan-Yang stone. Suddenly, Yiyun surveyed the surroundings. Lightly pointing his finger towards the sky, and a blue vortex materialized. This vortex emanated powerful spatial fluctuations. What is this? Chang Qingsong gazed intently at the swirling vortex. His heart suddenly stirred with excitement. Could this possibly be a hidden realm? The elder had effortlessly conjured such a secret place. How astonishing. Yiyun touched his wrist, and, with a flick of his finger, infused a crimson light into the azure whirlpool. He spoke slowly. This is a small secret realm, accessible only to those of noble bloodlines. Within it lies enough Yuan-Yang stones for your cultivation. Thank you, esteemed elder. In that moment, Chang Qingsong could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. It was due to a brotherhood spanning 100,000 years that the elder had shown such profound care for the descendants of the Chang family. He had set up a formidable array and created a hidden realm, concealing a wealth of Yuan-Yang stones, thus resolving their long-standing difficulties in cultivating the Yuan-Yang dominance technique. Such kindness, even unto death, it could never be repaid. Chang Qingsong wept openly, and the other members of the Chang family, including Chang El Dai and Chang Yizhou, also shed tears of gratitude and exhilaration. At that moment, outside the Chang residence, a black carriage stood still. The large black cat sighed, its eyes glistening with tears. How touching. The master truly possesses a benevolent heart. The great black horse also shed tears, chuckling as it remarked, "The master's friend from 100,000 years ago must surely rest in peace, smiling in the afterlife." Yiyun remained calm, as if he were oblivious to it all. He spoke plainly. "This secret realm opens once every 5 years, and each opening lasts for a month. You must seize the opportunity to mine the Yuan-Yang stones." "Understood, senior. We shall remember," Chang Qingsong replied gratefully. "Now, we must take our leave." Yiyun glanced at Su Wani before turning towards the door. He did not teleport, but walked with deliberate slowness. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. It seemed he was bidding a final farewell to his dear brother, Chang Yuchen, in this manner. Su Wani closely followed behind the venerable ancestor. Upon reaching the entrance, she waved at Chang Wudi, her lips moving as she uttered a soft goodbye. The black carriage slowly departed from the Chang family gate, appearing to move languidly. Yet, after traversing 100 meters, it abruptly vanished from sight. The senior has left. Chang Qingsong wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and then stood up. Sister Su. Chang Di remained lost in sorrow over Su Wani's departure, tears streaming down her face. "Uncle, what is the true identity of that senior?" Chang Feng inquired curiously as he approached. "Do not ask. The senior's identity is beyond our comprehension," Chang Qingsong replied, squinting as he gazed at the entrance to the secret realm above. "Now that the entrance is opened, we must hasten to mine the Yuan-Yang stones. All members of the Chang family, enter at once." With a sweeping motion of his hand, Chang Qingsong issued the command for mobilization. The entire Chang clan soared into the air, entering the verdant vortex. Before them, a dazzling light flickered. As their vision gradually returned and they found their footing, they were suddenly awestruck by the scene before them. It was a small mystical realm, rich in spiritual energy, adorned with lush green grass and gently flowing waters. In the distance loomed a magnificent mountain, stretching for miles and emanating an astonishing fiery aura. In a flash, Chang Qingsong was the first to reach the vicinity of the Crimson Mountain. He touched its surface, absorbing its unique energy, and suddenly fell to his knees, overwhelmed with emotion as he wept uncontrollably. The entire Chang family, upon hearing his cries, rushed to his side. They gazed intently at the mountain, each face reflecting sheer astonishment. The entire mountain was composed of primordial yang stones. "Elder," He has bestowed upon us a mountain. Chong Chingsong laughed through his tears, appearing almost delirious. In that moment, all members of the Chong family knelt in reverence before the Crimson Mountain, bowing thrice in earnest gratitude. With this primordial Yangstone mine, the Chong family could once again reclaim the glory of their ancestors from 100,000 years ago. Chapter 71. The Imperial Sect and the Demon Sect. Teeming Mountain is located in the western region of the Divine Wind Dynasty, over 10,000 miles from Xianyang Prefecture. This mountain range is endless, dotted with thousands of naturally formed lakes, appearing from above like emeralds embedded among the towering peaks. Hurry, said the formation. Do not let it escape. A commanding shout echoed as a brilliant light suddenly erupted above a natural lake atop a mountain, enveloping the entire body of water in a transparent dome. The lake surged, and a magnificent figure adorned in vibrant colors suddenly erupted from its depths, colliding with a translucent golden barrier before being rebounded. With the formation in place, this resplendent dragon carp shall not escape. Brothers, let us ensnare it like catching a turtle in a jar. Surrounding the lake stood 8 young men clad in black robes. Each of these youths possessed striking features and formidable auras, all of them at the Divine Bridge realm, with the strongest among them having reached the 5th layer, while the weakest had attained at least the 1st layer. The black robes they wore appeared exceedingly unique, embroidered on the back with 2 blood-red characters. Yuma. The character for a was smaller, while Mo was larger. Any cultivator from the Divine Wind Dynasty present would recognize that these youths were from the Demon Sect of the Yuma Sect. The Yuma Sect is divided into 2 major factions, the Y faction and the Mo faction. The Y faction is relatively small in number and regarded as the weaker sect. In contrast, the Mo faction boasts a multitude of members, extraordinary combat prowess, and a notorious reputation for bloodlust, instilling fear throughout the Divine Wind Dynasty. Thus, ordinary cultivators typically avoid the Mo faction to evade unwarranted calamities. Fellow disciples, a shadow rushed through the air, calling out loudly. The group, poised to take action, abruptly halted and looked up. Descending from the sky was a bloodied elder. "Haha, isn't this Elder Zhu of the Y faction?" remarked the leader. A youth around 24 or 25 years of age, his eyelids narrowing as he observed Elder Zhu's descent. The Mo faction had always looked down upon the Y faction, believing them to possess insufficient combat strength. "Elder Zhu, what has happened to you to be so badly injured? Could it be that we have encountered a formidable beast?" The youth at the forefront inquired with a frigid expression. "I am being pursued by a cultivator of the Divine Bridge realm. I implore you all, for the sake of our shared sect, to lend me your assistance." Elder Zhu's face flushed momentarily, and then he clasped his hands together, adopting an exceedingly sincere demeanor. He was merely a senior elder of the Yu sect, holding little weight in the eyes of these arrogant disciples of the Demon Sect. These elite disciples have always acted with impunity, displaying a brazen arrogance that knows no bounds. Should any disciple of the Yu sect dare to offend them, they would be ruthlessly slain on the spot. Yet at this moment, Elder Zhu had no other recourse. The power of the teleportation talisman had been exhausted, and the dreadful youth behind him continued to pursue relentlessly. If these Demon Sect disciples before him did not intervene, he would truly be unable to escape the youth's relentless chase. How strange. Is there still someone in the Divine Wind Dynasty who dares to lay hands on those of our UMO sect? The leading youth stroked his chin, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What realm is your pursuer in? Is he several levels above you? The leading youth pressed for an answer. Elder Zhu began to stammer. "Elder Zhu, you indecisive fellow. If you truly wish for us brothers to assist, do you not dare disclose even a shred of the truth?" The leading youth's eyes widened, and he abruptly pointed his sword at Elder Zhu's chest, his expression fierce, exuding an overwhelming aura of malice. It was as if Elder Zhu of the Yu sect were not regarded as a fellow disciple at all. Elder Zhu shivered, and in an instant, cold sweat broke out all over him. Throughout the history of the UMO sect, the Demon Sect had not been shy about slaughtering members of the Yu sect. Indeed, he is a young cultivator at the 1st level of the Divine Bridge realm. Elder Zhu stammered. "Ha. The 1st level of the Divine Bridge realm? Oh, Elder Zhu, your Yu sect is truly a source of embarrassment." The young man laughed heartily, raising his sword to strike Elder Zhu's face with a resounding smack. The other young disciples of the Demon Sect joined in the laughter, mocking the Yu sect for being so weak that they were bested by a mere youth at the 1st level of the Divine Bridge realm, rendering them akin to frightened strays. As the laughter echoed, a spectral dragon shadow suddenly surged from afar, landing before them. The dragon dissipated, revealing a striking youth of around 14 or 15 years. So he really is at the 1st level of the Divine Bridge realm? The leader among them scrutinized Jun Mo Shao with disdain, a proud and arrogant expression gracing his features. Elder Zhu gazed at Jun Mo Shao, his eyes wide with sheer terror. This youth was undeniably formidable, his aura was profound, and his physique astonishing. Having pursued Elder Zhu at high speed without so much as a hint of breathlessness upon landing. Noticing Elder Zhu's fearful demeanor, the leading youth's fury ignited. A glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he raised his sword high and struck Elder Zhu's face. Crack! The blow was immensely powerful, sending Elder Zhu flying. When he managed to rise, a crimson mark marred the left side of his face. Incompetent waste, truly a disgrace to our demon sect, the young man coldly remarked. Elder Zhu dared not retort, lowering his head and awkwardly pleading, I implore you all for assistance. Rest assured, a mere first layer of the Divine Bridge realm can be dispatched with a flick of the wrist. He turned around, fixing his gaze upon Jun Mo Shao. His eyes shimmering with a crimson hue, an insatiable bloodlust surging forth from within. Jun Mo Shao scrutinized the group of young men clad in black robes, noting their arrogant demeanor and ferocious expressions, furrowing his brow in response. The robes they donned bore a striking resemblance to those of Elder Zhu, indicating that they were likely disciples of the demon-subduing sect. You are all from the demon-subduing sect, are you not? Your arrival is quite timely. Although you are all at the Divine Bridge realm, why not come at me together? Jun Mo Shao casually flicked the Hunyuan Wajijian in his hand, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips as he addressed the black-robed youths. In recent times, he had been refining the blood essence of the ancestral dragon within the confines of his carriage. Upon completion of this refinement, while his cultivation level remained unchanged, the concentration of the ancestral dragon blood within him had notably increased. Though the enhancement was slight, it had significantly bolstered his combat prowess. Thus, today, Jun Mo Shao intended to use these disciples of the demon-subduing sect as practice. Together, you say? Haha. The leader of the youths paused momentarily before bursting into unrestrained laughter. It is said that those from the demon sect are madly arrogant. Yet they did not anticipate that this little fellow, scarcely in his prime, would surpass even their own arrogance. Kid, we do not slay nameless individuals. Which sect do you belong to? Inquired one of the black-robed youths with a grin. Dragon God Sect, Jun Mo Shao declared with pride, brandishing his sword, from which a colossal phantom of a divine dragon emerged behind him. Dragon God Sect? Never heard of it. What sort of third-rate sect is that? The insignificant factions produce disciples of equally low caliber. Eliminate him. Several young men clad in black robes from the demon cult abruptly drew their swords, their murderous intent surging, wielding beams of sword light toward him. Exhaling deeply, Elder Zhu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Finally, these exceptional disciples of the demon cult had been provoked. Once they made their move, his life would be secure. Chapter 72. The creation of the demon god technique, high above Yunming Mountain. A black carriage floated silently in the void. Yi Yun gazed at a distant scene, his eyes flickering momentarily, a faint smile gracing his lips. After 100,000 years, he beheld the colorful dragon carp once more. Yet, this colorful dragon carp was not the same as the one he had known. Nevertheless, witnessing it stirred echoes of memories long past. As Yi Yun reminisced, Jun Mo Shao had already engaged in battle with the elite disciples of the demon cult. The clash was intense. After several exchanges, Jun Mo Shao found himself firmly suppressed by the 8 prodigies from the demon cult. This left him utterly astonished. It appeared that the elite disciples of major sects possessed formidable individual combat prowess, far surpassing that of the ancient Moon Dynasty. However, even more shocked than Jun Mo Shao were the disciples of the demon cult. They never dreamed that despite their ranks as 8 masters of the Divine Bridge realm, most of their cultivation levels exceeded that of the young man before them, yet they could not deliver a single lethal blow. Such a precedent had never occurred before. Among the 3 major sects, it is inconceivable for any prodigious disciple to possess such formidable combat prowess. In a one-on-one duel, it might be manageable. But the fact that 8 individuals are contending against a single opponent, 6 of whom are of a significantly higher cultivation level than the youth, and yet they merely manage to suppress him without delivering a fatal blow, raises questions. How could this young man be so powerful? Elder Zhu, observing from a distance, gazed intently at the fierce battle unfolding before him, his heart racing. It is indeed a rarity for one to withstand the onslaught of 8 adversaries, particularly when at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation for such an extended duration, injured and unable to participate in the fray. Elder Zhu contemplated the extraordinary figure of Jun Mo Shao, stroking his chin in deep thought. What kind of sect is this Divine Dragon Sect? Why has it never been mentioned in the Xinfeng dynasty? Even in the presence of more formidable neighboring dynasties, this sect remains unknown to him. The more he pondered, the greater his confusion became. Suddenly, a splash echoed from the lake behind him as a magnificent, multicolored dragon carp leapt from the water, repeatedly striking against a golden protective barrier. Elder Zhu turned to behold the resplendent creature, his eyes igniting with fervor. This dragon carp had attained the 6th level of the Divine Bridge realm, surpassing the cultivation of all present. However, due to the constraints of the formation, it was firmly ensnared and unable to escape at that moment. Elder Zhu was well aware of the esteemed reputation of the multicolored dragon carp. It possesses immense benefits for cultivators. The flesh of the dragon carp is renowned for its miraculous effects on the fortification of both spirit and body. The blood of the dragon carp serves as a principal ingredient in the concoction of a revered healing elixir. The demon core of the 5-colored dragon carp, a creature of the Divine Bridge realm, once refined into a breakthrough pill, can provide immense assistance for practitioners aiming to ascend to the nirvana realm during critical moments. It can be said that this 5-colored dragon carp, imbued with the ancient bloodline of divine dragons, is a treasure in its entirety. Alas! Elder Zhu sighed once more, his gaze dimmed with despair. The 5-colored dragon carp was a fortuitous opportunity for the prodigious disciples of the demon sect, one that he could no longer covet. He possessed a source of Yuan Yang stone, and if he could acquire the Chong family's Yuan Yang body cultivation technique, he could directly advance to the destiny realm. Compared to the 5-colored dragon carp, this opportunity was vastly superior. Yet, it was cruelly interrupted by the young man before him. A glimmer of hatred flickered in Elder Zhu's eyes. After a brief respite, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, he gritted his teeth and brandished his sword, rejoining the fray. In an instant, Jun Mo Shao found himself facing 9 adversaries, the pressure mounting significantly. In the distant void, Su Wani narrowed her eyes, gazing intently at the fierce battle unfolding. She harbored considerable concern for her junior disciple, Jun Mo Shao. The demon sect was a major sect, and these young practitioners of the Divine Bridge realm were all exceptionally gifted, their combat prowess extraordinary. The combined assault of 9 individuals, akin to a cataclysmic tide, forced her junior disciple into a series of retreats. Were it not for the dragon transformation technique, he would be in grave danger. Inside the carriage, Yiyun maintained a placid expression, quietly observing the conflict ahead. Luoli, you must join. At that moment, a voice resonated through a certain space. Following this, a beam of light surged skyward, directed towards the battlefield atop the mountain. Luoli emerged, a force of nature. From the midst of the air, she unsheathed her sword and unleashed a torrent of fierce sword strikes. The disciples of the demon-controlling sect, taken by surprise, hastily raised their swords to defend themselves, creating a scene of utter chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Mo Shao launched a powerful counterattack, slightly reversing the tide of battle. Junior brother, our ancestor has sent me to lend you a hand. Luoli descended from the sky and stood beside Jun Mo Shao. Sister, these disciples from the major sects are exceptionally formidable. You must exercise caution. Jun Mo Shao remarked gravely as he observed the 9 figures before them. Understood. Luoli nodded solemnly. The leader of the demon-controlling sect, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of a beautiful girl clad in a bright yellow robe descending from the heavens, displayed a flicker of astonishment on his face. The girl's speed was so remarkable that they had not even registered her arrival before she stood close by. Listening to the exchange between the girl and the young man, it seemed they were fellow disciples. This made the situation all the more intriguing. Leave no one alive. Eliminate them all, the leader shouted in fury. His eyes turned blood red, and a fierce aura ignited around him, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Kill. The nearby disciples of the demon-controlling sect bellowed in response. Their bodies ignited with a similar bloodlust, their eyes glowing crimson, muscles bulging. Have they been demonized? Elder Zhu, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of terror. The disciples of the demon sect are formidable due to their mastery of the creation demon god technique. This formidable skill, once unleashed, engulfs their entire being in a blazing aura of sanguine energy, significantly amplifying their combat prowess and instilling a bloodthirsty nature that compels them to pursue the annihilation of their foes relentlessly. However, even the disciples of the demon sect are wary of employing this technique lightly, as it exacts a tremendous toll on their vitality. Unexpectedly, a young maiden of the first layer of the Divine Bridge realm has emerged, intensifying the pressure and prompting several of the sect's prodigious disciples to resort to the creation demon god technique. Clearly, their previous encounters have made them acutely aware of the formidable nature of that young man. This maiden, being a disciple of the same master and also at the first layer of the Divine Bridge realm, is expected to possess comparable strength. Should the battle continue under normal circumstances, it is uncertain how long it would endure. Nearby, within the confines of a formation, a vibrant dragon carp is ensnared. Should the battle prolong excessively, the potential for the carp's escape could render all their previous efforts futile. Observing the prodigious disciples of the demon sect invoke the creation demon god technique, Yi Yun remains remarkably composed within his carriage. He has long anticipated such developments, thus facilitating the collaboration between Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao in battle. Should the two manage to endure, it would yield significant benefits for their future cultivation. The large black cat stifled a yawn, contemplating these little demons spawn. Once they succumb to their demonic transformation, they might not even be recognizable to their own progenitors. The large black horse grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and chuckled, "Little cat, why don't you go and assume the role of a father? Teach these little brats the ways of humanity." The large black cat, covering its head, lamented, "Oh, Master Ma, please spare this little cat. I've been a solitary cat for thousands of years, and I have no experience in fatherhood." "Ha." The large black horse burst into hearty laughter. Yi Yun, seated in the carriage, couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. In Chapter 73, titled Reversal of the Dragon's Secret Art, Quintuple Combat Power. Amidst the jovial banter, the black-clad youths of the Demon Manipulation Sect had already engaged in a fierce battle with Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li. From the onset, the clash was earth-shattering, eclipsing the sun and moon. The transformed disciples, indeed, exhibited formidable combat prowess, forcing Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li to retreat steadily. Fortunately, their seamless cooperation and mutual support prevented them from sustaining injuries. Meanwhile, Elder Zhu stood at the back, refraining from intervening. The transformed disciples had become merciless, and should he rashly join the fray, he might suffer from friendly fire, perhaps even be struck down by a single sword. That would be an unjust demise. Yi Yun observed quietly for a while, then sighed softly. The disciples of the Demon Manipulation Sect, having undergone transformation, had significantly amplified their strength, fighting with reckless abandon. If the battle continued, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao would face not only defeat but also mortal peril. It seemed the time had come to impart some new knowledge to them. With that thought, Yi Yun lightly gestured, and 2 points of light pierced through the fabric of space, descending upon the heads of Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. In an instant, the transmission of an unparalleled technique manifested in their minds. They unleashed the divine technique of the creation demon god, and after being engulfed in demonic power, their combat prowess surged exponentially. Yet, our sacred dragon sect is an eternal level sect. How could we lack suppressive techniques? Suddenly, the voice of the ancestral elder resonated softly in the hearts of Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li. This is the first layer of the reverse dragon art. Once you invoke it, your vitality will ignite, and your combat strength can achieve a 5-fold enhancement. Yi Yun continued, "A 5-fold enhancement? How terrifying." Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li were struck with both astonishment and joy at that moment. They swiftly assimilated the fragment of the technique that had entered The reverse dragon art was imparted directly by the ancestral elder, utilizing a unique divine method, allowing the two to comprehend it in an instant. Boom. 2 thunderous sounds erupted from within their bodies, as if, at that moment, a divine dragon had awakened within them. Roar. Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li howled towards the heavens, their voices echoing like dragon roars. In that instant, they executed the reverse dragon art, igniting the vigorous vitality within. Being of the ancestral dragon bloodline, their vitality was already unparalleled. The intense combustion of their essence resulted in an extraordinary increase in combat power. Although their cultivation levels did not rise, the aura they emitted became increasingly formidable. Elder Zhu, who had been observing from a distance, widened his eyes in disbelief upon witnessing the scene. At that moment, the young man and woman were enveloped in swirling vitality akin to billowing smoke, flowing fiercely with an imposing presence, and within that vitality, ethereal shadows of divine dragons seemed to dance. Their auras intensified so much that even from afar, Elder Zhu felt an immense pressure. He realized that the situation was dire. He abruptly turned around and fled, disregarding any sense of camaraderie with his fellow disciples. After all, with the madman from the demon sect aiding him against the young couple, he needed to seize the opportunity to escape. Just as Elder Zhu made his move, he suddenly spotted a large black cat appearing before him, startling him. The cat's appearance was so unexpected. From where had it come? He quickly attempted to gauge the cat's cultivation level. The next moment, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He sensed nothing. This indicated that the black cat's power far surpassed his own. "Do not flee," the black cat commanded, raising its dark paw and gently swatting downwards. Elder Zhu felt a sudden darkness envelop him before collapsing onto the ground. The black cat pounced, delivering another strike to ensure Elder Zhu was irrevocably dead before returning. "Little cat, your method of killing is rather inefficient," the great black horse remarked with annoyance, casting a glare at the feline. It then opened its mouth, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the corpse, instantly reducing Elder Zhu to a wisp of blue smoke. The large black cat stuck out its tongue. "Master Horse, I do not possess your prowess," it sheepishly admitted. The great black horse pouted, choosing to ignore the cat and instead focus on the fierce battle unfolding ahead. After employing the reverse dragon technique, Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao managed to turn the tide of despair, launching a frenzied counterattack. Meanwhile, the demonized disciples of the demon sect had descended into madness, roaring like wild beasts as they relentlessly assaulted the two. Even when Luo Li's sword pierced the chest of a disciple from the demon sect, the disciple still recklessly lunged at her with his own blade, fully embracing a life-for-a-life combat style. With no other option, Luo Li resorted to the Divine Dragon 9 transformations, transforming into an illusory dragon and vanishing from sight. The prodigious disciples of the demon sect could only maintain a fragile advantage through such desperate tactics, yet this advantage was steadily eroding. After all, under the formidable assaults of Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao, injuries were mounting, and the overall combat effectiveness of their adversaries was rapidly dwindling. Approximately 2 incense sticks worth of time passed. With a resounding clash, 2 brilliant sword lights descended, leaving the elite disciples of the demon sect sprawled. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Jun Mo Xiao flicked the blood from his sword and remarked to Luo Li, "Sister, I never anticipated that our dragon sect's reverse dragon technique would be so powerful." "Indeed. It's astonishing that the combat power gained from burning our vital essence has increased 5-fold, Luo Li replied, her laughter resonating with delight. Jun Mo Xiao approached each fallen disciple, delivering a final strike to ensure their defeat, and collected their storage rings, sharing half of the spoils with Luo Li. "Sister, our ancestor mentioned that this is merely the first layer of the reverse dragon technique. Perhaps, in the future, we may have the opportunity to master the second and third layers, continually enhancing our combat prowess," Jun Mo Xiao proclaimed with pride. Luo Li shot him a disapproving glare. She then gestured towards Jun Mo Xiao's form and cautioned, "The method of burning vital essence should not be used lightly. Although we possess great physical strength, we cannot withstand such consumption indefinitely." Jun Mo Xiao lowered his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Luo Li was correct. The technique had not been imparted to them earlier to avoid compromising their foundational training. Suddenly, a black carriage materialized, and Yi Yun's voice resonated softly. "Ancestor, I understand." Jun Mo Xiao, head bowed, sincerely acknowledged his mistake. Observing his contrite demeanor, Yi Yun nodded approvingly. Su Wan-yi leaped gracefully, retrieving a handkerchief to gently wipe the blood from Luo Li's face. "Junior sister, are you all right? After expending so much vital energy, you must take care to rest well." Su Wan-yi expressed her concern. "Yes, senior sister, I truly need to recuperate," Luo Li admitted, feeling the weakness in her body. Recalling the ancestor's earlier admonition, she felt a profound sense of gravity. It seemed this technique should only be employed at critical junctures, for frequent use would undoubtedly hinder her cultivation. "Little horse, shatter the formation in the lake," Yi Yun suddenly commanded. The great black horse opened its mouth wide, unleashing a bolt of blue lightning that struck the golden barrier. With a resounding crash, the golden shield was obliterated. With a splashing sound, a massive, multicolored figure surged from the water, charging toward the group. "Be careful." Jun Mo Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his sword to shield Su Wan-yi. Chapter 74. The Multicolored Dragon Carp, Seizing the Ancestor? Plop. The immense, multicolored figure suddenly landed before the great black horse, prostrating itself on the ground and speaking human words. "Thank you, benefactor, for your rescue. Do not thank me. This was the master's command." The great black horse hastily shook its head, revealing its dazzling white teeth as it exclaimed, "Is this a carp?" Upon closer inspection, the onlookers discovered that sprawled on the ground was an astonishingly large, multicolored carp, measuring a staggering 7 or 8 zhang in length. This magnificent creature was adorned in resplendent golden hues, enveloped in a shimmering array of colors, with 2 golden dragon whiskers extending 1 or 2 zhang and radiating a captivating brilliance. Could it truly be a 6-layer divine carp from the realm of divine bridges? Jun Mo Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, his youthful face reflecting sheer incredulity. Which esteemed individual is present? The colossal, vibrant dragon carp writhed on the ground, its large eyes darting between Luo Li, Jun Mo Xiao, and Su Wan-yi. These 3 humans must possess the bloodline of the divine dragon, evoking within it a peculiar sense of intimacy. Yet, it hesitated to draw too close, for the trio's divine dragon lineage was far more noble, instilling in it a feeling of subservience. "Do not look at me. The ancestor is in the carriage." Noticing the fish's unwavering gaze, Jun Mo Xiao quickly waved his hand, his expression tinged with embarrassment. A fish of such size writhing on land presented a rather peculiar sight. It would have seemed far less out of place in the water. Carriage? The vibrant dragon carp turned its body towards the carriage upon hearing Jun Imo Xiao's words. It had previously scanned the black carriage with its divine sense and found no one inside. After pondering for a few moments, it remained skeptical but ultimately began to crawl towards the carriage. The flamboyant black cat could no longer contain itself. Ah, great fish, it's time for you to transform. Hurry and take on a human form, will you? The land is nearly worn bare from your incessant rubbing. Haha, great fish, do transform quickly. Otherwise, the lord of the land might just lose all his hair. The black horse smirked in agreement, embodying a delightful synchronicity with the black cat. Truly, they were a pair of lively treasures. Upon witnessing this scene, Yiyun couldn't help but smile. He lifted the carriage curtain and stepped out. Just then, the vibrant dragon carp caught sight of Yiyun, clad in white, resembling a celestial being. It was instantly struck with awe, its spirit erupting like a volcano, spiraling into chaos. In that fleeting moment, it felt an unparalleled pressure stemming from its very bloodline. It seemed as though it was not standing before a mere human, but rather a true divine dragon. Not just any dragon, but one of the most formidable ancient super dragons. The vibrant dragon carp lineage belonged to the divine dragon's extended family, possessing an exceedingly slender trace of dragon blood and scant ancestral memories. Therefore, it could not truly connect Yiyun to the ancestral dragon, only surmising that he was beneath the ancestral dragon among the top 10 super dragons. With a sudden twist, it transformed into a youthful figure, adorned in a resplendent dragon robe, with striking features and an extraordinary presence. With a thud, the young man knelt upon the ground, his expression filled with exhilaration as he repeatedly bowed his head, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the ancestor." Ancestor? Jun Imo Xiao and Luo Li exchanged bewildered glances. Was this great fish truly out of its mind? How dare it claim to be an ancestor of their Divine Dragon Sect? This was utterly outrageous. The three individuals, filled with indignation, cast unfriendly glances towards the colorful dragon carp. Such a large fish, it cannot simply claim a lineage. The large black cat exclaimed, rising abruptly and glaring at the youth with irritation. That is a deity. Yet this boy is merely a colorful dragon carp, possessing only a faint trace of the ancient five-colored dragon's bloodline. With such meager qualifications, how could he possibly presume to recognize the deity as his ancestor? Surely, such good fortune does not exist in this world. The black cat, often unashamed, felt that its own audacity paled in comparison to that of the colorful dragon carp. Otherwise, it would have clung to the leg of the esteemed lord from the beginning, rather than to the leg of Master Ma. But who would dare? The thigh of a deity is not something one can simply embrace. It is beyond its qualification. One cannot haphazardly claim an ancestor. I am a human cultivator, while you belong to the demon race. Yiyun smiled faintly, waving his sleeve, and a surge of magical energy gently lifted the boy from the ground. He bore the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, with a concentration exceeding 99, nearly embodying the form of the ancestral dragon itself. Any dragon or creature with draconic bloodline encountering him would experience an overwhelming bloodline suppression, leaving no room for rebellion. In ancient times, when the ancestral dragon emerged, it commanded the world, and all scaled beings dared not defy. You are indeed the ancestor. I am certain of it. The boy stood, his face marked by sorrow as he wiped away tears with his sleeve, feeling a profound sense of grievance in his heart. Within him flowed a trace of the bloodline of the five-colored dragon. The bond between dragons and their lineage is infallible. It was this very essence that instilled in him a sense of reverence, an inclination towards submission, which he could only attribute to the legendary 10 great dragons. In his mind, the elderly figure clad in white before him might indeed be one of those revered dragons. Yet, following the ancient conflict, all 10 of the supreme dragons had perished. Thus, he remained oblivious to the true identity of the venerable man before him. Yiyun gazed at the youth, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "In this present era of the Tsangnan continent, the five-colored dragon carps must be scarce, am I right?" Upon hearing this, the boy's heart sank further, tears cascading down his cheeks. "Sir," he echoed the title used by the great black cat, weeping as he responded, "our lineage of the five-colored dragon carps has dwindled from thousands to merely 20 or 30. Do you still have kin?" Yiyun asked, his brow furrowing slightly, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Indeed, sir." The boy continued to lament, "We now dwell at the bottom of the Kanglan River. There lies an incomplete array left by an ancient sect, which provides us with refuge." At this, Yiyun nodded thoughtfully. He had initially presumed this to be a solitary five-colored dragon carp, unaware that there existed a whole clan residing beneath the waters of the Kanglan River, not far from their current location, approximately 20 to 30,000 miles away. As he peered into the distance at the tranquil lake, he spoke calmly. At the bottom of this lake lies a seven-colored lotus. Could it be that one of your kin has suffered an injury? The youth paused, momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure. The old man in white, resembling a deity, possessed an extraordinary gaze that discerned immediately that this seven-colored lotus was not something he had obtained. Realizing this, the young man hastily exclaimed, "My lord, our clan leader has been gravely injured for many years and has long lacked the sacred medicine for healing. I have searched for a century and finally discovered a seven-colored lotus at the bottom of the lake in Yunming Mountain. To my dismay, it has not yet matured, and I have encountered these fiends from the UMO sect." As he spoke, the young man's eyes were filled with intense hatred as he glanced at the corpses sprawled on the ground. Chapter 75, Infiltrating the Kanglan River. The strange unfolds. Yiyun smiled gently. He descended gracefully from the carriage, approaching the edge of the lake, standing with his hands clasped behind him, quietly observing the depths below. At the very bottom of the lake, a seven-colored lotus, towering about 3 feet, emitted an astonishing aura of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, this particular lotus required several more years to reach maturity. "My lord," the young man followed, standing timidly behind Yiyun, hesitant to speak. With a subtle gesture, Yiyun directed his hand, causing the lake water to swirl and suspend in midair. In that instant, it felt as though time itself had reversed, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Yiyun retrieved a small vial, pouring out a droplet of pale green liquid. With a gentle flick, the droplet fell upon the seven-colored lotus. In an instant, the lotus began to grow rapidly, blossoming into a magnificent seven-colored flower, releasing an enchanting fragrance. Everyone felt as though their souls had been purified, a sensation of profound refreshment washing over them. Yiyun then extended his hand, and the seven-colored lotus soared into his palm. "Behold, this seven-colored lotus has ripened," Yiyun remarked with a gentle smile, presenting the exquisite flower to the young lad beside him. The boy stood transfixed, utterly astonished. The elder in white was indeed formidable, using that enigmatic green droplet to hasten the maturation of the seven-colored lotus. It was utterly astonishing. With hands clasped behind his back, Yiyun gazed into the distance. As if perceiving something profound, he turned to the boy and softly chuckled. "Lead the way ahead. Let us visit your clan's patriarch at the Kanglan River." "Certainly, sir." The boy eagerly nodded, a hint of urgency in his demeanor. The 3 disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect retreated into the confines of the carriage, while the vibrant dragon carp youth remained at the helm, guiding their journey. Inside the carriage, Yiyun contemplated the distant scenery, his heart brimming with reflections. The lineage of the colorful dragon carps residing at the riverbed of the Kanglan River intriguingly traced back to the Dragon Lake of the Divine Dragon Sect. They were indeed descendants of certain colorful dragon carps from that very lake. What a remarkable coincidence! Upon Yiyun's command, the great black steed surged forth with astonishing speed. The journey of 20 to 30,000 miles was traversed in the mere span of a tea brewing. The Kanglan River, the largest river within the realm of the Divine Wind Dynasty, spanned a width of 100 miles and plunged into unfathomable depths. The ancient ruins of the sect, where the colorful dragon carps dwelled, lay hidden in the deepest waters of a particular stretch of the Kanglan River. "Sir, we have arrived," the boy announced with a smile, gesturing towards the surging river waters. Yiyun returned the smile, casting a keen glance into the depths below. Upon casting a glance at the ancient sect's ruins, Yiyun raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Let us descend. Your family head's current condition is rather dire. He should take the seven-colored lotus as soon as possible." The great black horse plunged into the depths of the Kanglan River, drawing the carriage along. A protective barrier enveloped the carriage, ensuring not a single drop of water could penetrate. The youth held a deep admiration for the great black horse. Within a mere breath, the carriage reached the riverbed, revealing the ancient ruins of a bygone sect. The great black horse glanced at the sight, merely flicking its lips without uttering a word. In contrast, the vigilant black cat perked up its nose, seemingly catching a whiff of something unusual. "Master Horse, this place seems rather peculiar," it remarked, swaying its head left and right. "Do not speak nonsense. Just mind your own business," the great black horse retorted curtly. The exchange between the horse and the cat reached the youth's ears, causing a shiver to run down his spine. They had resided in these ancient ruins for decades, often encountering supernatural occurrences. For instance, during the night, they would frequently witness ancient cultivators engaged in fierce battles or catch glimpses of figures moving about the sect. At times, while cultivating in secluded chambers, a ghostly apparition would suddenly pass by, However, the clan leader had once informed them that these were merely residual consciousnesses of the ancient cultivators, lingering upon the ruins. At night, they would manifest as ethereal images, not warranting alarm. The colorful Dragon Carp clan's folk had attempted to utilize their powers to strike at these apparitions, yet their efforts proved futile, as if they were merely striking at air. As time wore on, everyone had grown accustomed to the unusual sight. What kind of person? Suddenly, a black carriage descended from the sky, and from it emerged a magnificent, multicolored dragon carp that blocked their path. "Brother, it's me." The young man quickly stood up from the carriage and waved at the dragon carp. "Oh, it's you, sixth brother. How did you manage to bring back a carriage?" The dragon carp transformed into a young man. When they were on guard at the bottom of the water, they typically assumed their true form, allowing them to move freely in their element and embody their most formidable attack state. "Chief, how are things now? I have found the seven-colored lotus," the young man declared, raising the seven-colored lotus in his hand. The young man sighed, opening a corner of the array on the ruins, urging, "The chief's condition is worsening. You must come in quickly." Alarmed, the young man hurriedly dismounted from the carriage and swiftly flew inside. The large black horse closely followed behind, galloping while scanning the surroundings, its nostrils flaring as it detected scents, while its eyes, akin to bronze bells, crackled with tiny blue sparks. "What have you seen, old horse?" "Alas, my cultivation is too weak to perceive it." The large black cat sighed inwardly. Suddenly, it recalled the extraordinary divine beasts in the Master's warehouse. Feeling an intense envy, as if spurred into action, the large black cat closed its eyes and began to comprehend the mysterious energy infused within it by the Master. Beyond the outermost layer of ruins, there remained some relatively intact grand halls. Yi Yun emerged from the carriage, eager to behold the leader of the resplendent dragon carp. A youth led the way ahead, while Yi Yun followed closely behind, occasionally glancing around, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. This ancient sect's relic indeed possessed a certain allure. Upon entering a secret chamber, Yi Yun soon beheld the ailing leader of the dragon carp sprawled upon the ground. In that moment, the majestic dragon carp revealed its true form, measuring a remarkable 10 or more zhang in length, yet its scales had dulled, taking on a pallid gray hue. "Leader, I have procured the seven-colored lotus," the youth exclaimed, witnessing the leader's condition deteriorating. He rushed forth, kneeling on the ground, lifting the seven-colored lotus to the leader's lips. The lotus exuded a peculiar fragrance, rousing the leader from his near-faint state as he opened his eyes. Upon inhaling the enchanting aroma, a glimmer of vitality returned to him. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the white-clad youth standing several meters away. Recognizing the familiar visage, the leader of the dragon carp blinked rapidly and called out to the youth, "Shao Liuzi, swiftly fetch the rectangular red wooden box from next door." Though the youth was perplexed, he hastened to the adjacent room and returned with the red box in his arms. "Hurry, open it," the elder leader urged, his voice trembling. In that instant, he summoned a surge of strength, rolling over to transform into a venerable old man. The youth opened the wooden box to reveal an ancient painting within. Upon a mere glance, his eyes widened in astonishment. The figure depicted in this ancient painting bears an uncanny resemblance to the elderly gentleman clad in white beside him. Chapter 76, Rending the Void, a Delightful Reprisal. This painting is exceedingly old, imbued with a sense of antiquity, as though it has been steeped in the river of time for countless millennia. In the artwork, a solitary figure stands amidst a myriad of mountains. A young man in white with hands clasped behind his back, his features strikingly chiseled, eyes like stars, exuding an extraordinary aura. He possesses an ethereal elegance akin to that of a celestial being, radiating softly from the time-worn parchment. Clad in flowing garments, this young man stands atop a lofty peak, resembling a supreme deity commanding the heavens and the earth, leaving an indelible impression of his unparalleled grace upon any who gaze upon him. The resemblance between the young man in the ancient painting and the elderly gentleman in white before him is startling. Their appearances and expressions are identical. The youth is momentarily stunned, his hands cradling the ancient artwork, his body trembling uncontrollably. The old clan leader gazes at the painting, and tears begin to cascade down his cheeks. He could never have imagined that after 100,000 years, the most formidable figure of the Tsangnan continent, the eternal leader of the Dragon God Sect, is still alive. He collapses to his knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head, tears streaming down his face as he cries out. Long Hu, the 54th descendant of the Dragon Clan, pays his respects to the sect master. The young man, witnessing the elder kneeling, is similarly bewildered and instinctively follows suit. Observing the old man at his feet, Yi Yun smiles faintly. He had long desired to meet this lineage of the colorful dragon carp. Thus along the way, he had suppressed the aura of his bloodline. Upon entering the Kanglan River, No one could detect the presence of his ancestral dragon bloodline. Rise. Yi Yun's expression remained calm as he waved his sleeve. A surge of magical energy enveloping the elderly man and the youth, lifting them gently. The lineage of the colorful dragon carp from Long Hu had persisted for 54 generations. A remarkable feat, indeed. Yi Yun spoke softly. Indeed, sect master. The old patriarch, tears streaming down his face, found it difficult to articulate the overwhelming emotions within him. The young man in white before him was none other than Yi Yun, the sect master of the Divine Dragon Sect, a figure who had reigned 100,000 years ago. He was the youngest transcendent being on the Cangnan continent, having dominated an entire era, rendering even the elder transcendent cultivators unable to hold their heads high in his presence. The origin of their lineage traced back to the Dragon Lake of the Divine Dragon Sect. In those days, this sect master had released 100 tails of colorful dragon carp into the lake. Yi Yun gazed at the elder, raising an eyebrow and smiling lightly. I am no longer the sect master of the Divine Dragon Sect. The title belongs to another now. The elder was momentarily taken aback. Over the years, he had wandered the Cangnan continent with his kin, yet he had not heard any news of the Divine Dragon Sect. So much time had passed. 100,000 years had swept away the sect into the annals of history. From now on, you may simply call me master, Yi Yun said, turning his gaze to Long Qing. Understood, master. Long Qing quickly nodded, wiping away the tears from his eyes. Yi Yun glanced at Long Qing, his brow furrowing slightly as he inquired softly, your body has long been severed into several pieces. Who could be so cruel as to force you to sustain it? Upon hearing these words from master, the youth holding the ancient painting was left utterly astonished. The former patriarch's injuries were far more severe than anticipated. His body had long been cleaved apart by others. It was difficult for him to fathom the excruciating struggle of maintaining such a fragmented form with sheer magical force for so many years. Dragon Qing's eyes reddened, and he spoke with bitter resentment. In the past, we traversed from the Lutian Empire to seek refuge in the Shinfeng dynasty, where we encountered formidable warriors from the Chitian Sword Sect. Their power surpassed mine by a whole realm, and their swordsmanship was unparalleled. I was no match for them. So it was the Chitian Sword Sect. Yi Yun nodded silently in acknowledgement. This Dragon Qing, prior to his decline in cultivation, had also been a formidable figure at the first level of Nirvana. Now, he had regressed to the pinnacle of the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm. In the Chitian Sword Sect, a second-level Nirvana cultivator would at least hold the rank of Vice Sect Master or a Senior Elder. Within the ancient Moon Dynasty, an elder from the Chitian Sword Sect was slain by Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao for meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Silver Moon City had also encountered an elder from the Chitian Sword Sect. The descendants of the colorful dragon carp he had once nurtured in the Kanglan River bore the marks of oppression inflicted by the sect, igniting a flicker of anger within Yi Yun. When a true deity's wrath is kindled, blood will surely be spilled. Yi Yun cast a glance at Dragon Qing, his pupils narrowing slightly. In that fleeting moment, Dragon Qing felt as though his mind had been violently upended by an unimaginable force, only to return to normalcy in an instant. He was taken aback. The next moment, Dragon Qing was astonished to witness a mysterious white light emanating from the elder's arm, radiating an indescribable divine brilliance. The forepart of Yi Yun's arm had penetrated into the void. Dragon Qing stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene, utterly astonished, as if he had been transformed into a statue. Could it be that the master had ascended to divinity? A startling possibility surged within his heart. 100,000 years ago, the master was already the most formidable being of the eternal realm. Now, 100 millennia later, the master still roamed this world, neither born nor extinguished, neither aged nor deceased, undoubtedly having entered the realm of the divine. The mere thought sent tremors coursing through Dragon Qing's body. Since the decline of the Divine Dragon Sect, during a cataclysmic sect battle, Dragon Lake had been obliterated, with only a few dragon carps managing to escape, evolving into various branches over the millennia. Across the vast expanse of Cangnan continent, they endured a wretched existence, hunted relentlessly by countless cultivators eager to capture the colorful dragon carps. Yet, despite this, their lineage had once basked in a fleeting glory thousands of years ago, their numbers swelling into the tens of thousands. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yun retracted his arm, seizing a man and casting him to the ground. The individual, a middle-aged man with a square face, graying temples, and striking features, rose from the earth, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. He had been cultivating in the back mountains of the Chitian Sword Sect when suddenly, an overwhelming force had grasped him, transporting him to this very place. Gong Sunli. You old rascal, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament, Dragon Qing remarked, a triumphant smile breaking across his face as he beheld the astonished Gong Sunli. The master was indeed extraordinary. The distance from here to the Chitian sword sect must be at least 100,000 miles, yet with a mere flick of his hand, he had torn through the fabric of space to bring Gong Sunli here. Is it you, Longqing? Gong Sunli's expression changed drastically upon seeing Longqing, and he immediately attempted to strike. The audacity of the Chitian sword sect was indeed astonishing. They dared to act here? A voice, cold and indifferent, resonated through the air. Yet, in the next moment, Gong Sunli was horrified to discover that his entire cultivation had been restrained, and the sword in his hand had fallen to the ground. As he turned his head, he caught sight of the young man in white, his pupils widening in shock. In that fleeting instant, he beheld an unparalleled deity, radiating a brilliance that illuminated the vast world, rendering him devoid of any desire to resist. Longqing, proceed. Yi Yun commanded calmly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Confronted with the nemesis who had once cleaved him into pieces, Longqing was filled with a seething hatred. Had it not been for his extraordinary physique, the remarkable recovery powers of the colorful dragon carp, he might not have survived to this day. The accumulated torment over the years surged within him, igniting a blaze of fury in his eyes. Drawing forth a sword, he strode forward and unleashed a tempest of attacks upon Gong Sunli. The latter was utterly defenseless. Amidst the echoes of anguished cries, Gong Sunli was mercilessly dismembered, meeting a gruesome demise. Thank you, my lord. With tears streaming down his face after vanquishing Gong Sunli, Longqing discarded his sword and knelt once more at Yi Yun's feet. Rise. Quickly consume the seven-colored lotus to mend your shattered form. Yi Yun responded with a serene smile, a wave of spiritual energy enveloping Longqing, aiding him to his feet. The young boy beside them stood in stunned silence, pondering. What level of cultivation does my lord possess? With a mere gesture, he tore through the void and summoned a powerful being from 100,000 miles away. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, the youth would scarcely have believed such formidable individuals existed in this world. Chapter 77. The astonishing transformation of the ancient relic after consuming the seven-colored lotus. Longqing felt the old wounds within him begin to heal rapidly, and a rosy hue gradually returned to his complexion. Yi Yun observed silently for a moment, noting that the lotus had only alleviated half of Longqing's injuries, as they had lingered for far too long. Contemplating this, Yi Yun produced a small vial, from which a drop of mysterious emerald liquid soared towards Longqing. In an instant, the entire secret chamber was suffused with vibrant vitality. What could this be? The youth beside him inhaled greedily, feeling as though his very soul had been uplifted. Consume it. Yi Yun's voice echoed softly in Longqing's ears. Longqing opened his eyes, gazing at the drop of enigmatic green liquid, his heart shaken, and without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Boom! An unimaginable surge of vitality erupted within him like thunder, coursing through every meridian and permeating every fiber of his being. A radiant green light enveloped Longqing entirely, rendering him increasingly divine. In the span of a few breaths, the injuries and ailments that had plagued him for decades vanished completely. He transitioned from a seated position to kneeling at Yi Yun's feet. Thank you, my lord. Longqing, overcome with emotion, wept profusely once more. Surprisingly, after 100,000 years, he, as the patriarch of the five-colored dragon carp, was once again graced by the favor of the venerable elder. Beside him, a young boy gazed in a daze at the unfolding spectacle. A drop of mysterious emerald liquid restored the old patriarch, reviving his cultivation to the first layer of the nirvana realm, with faint signs of a potential breakthrough to the second layer. The boy licked his lips, his eyes reflecting an overwhelming fervor as he regarded the elder in white. Patriarch, there is trouble. A multitude of ancient cultivator phantoms has gathered in the square, seemingly performing some ritual. Suddenly, a youth burst in, panic etched upon his face. Yi Yun smiled serenely. This ancient relic site harbored some enigmatic entities, and now it was finally time to reveal them. Longqing rose respectfully, casting a glance at Yi Yun, and softly said, Elder, I shall go take a look. Let us go together. Yi Yun replied with a gentle smile. Those slumbering malevolent spirits were beyond the capabilities of these five-colored dragon carps to contend with. A few individuals ventured forth. Within the confines of the secret chamber, the shattered flesh of Gong Sunli was suddenly enveloped by a surge of gray mist rising from the ground, vanishing without a trace. As Yi Yun walked along, he merely turned slightly, casting a meaningful glance back. At that moment, the great black horse seemed to perceive the strange occurrences of this place, grinning and chuckling eerily. Old Master Horse, what have you discovered to make you smile so frightfully? The great black cat trembled, continuously surveying its surroundings, its black fur standing on end. The ancient underwater ruins evoke an inexplicable sense of eeriness. Unlike you, dear little cat, who chatters incessantly, When it is my turn to take action, I, old horse, will not shirk my responsibilities. I shall not speak carelessly about trivial matters. The great black horse turned its head and smiled, its tail flicking like a duster, playfully striking the great black cat. The cat yelped, nearly flattened against the cart, almost transformed into a large black pancake. Have mercy, old horse. My delicate frame cannot withstand such a mighty tail. The great black cat pleaded, feeling quite aggrieved. Just you wait. I suspect the master will have you deal with a certain individual. The great black horse grinned, revealing its teeth. Another chance for me to take action? The great black cat perked up, its eyes sparkling with excitement. The last time it engaged in action, it was rewarded handsomely by the master. If granted another opportunity, the great black cat would exert itself to the utmost. The greater the injuries received, the more substantial the rewards. Observing the great black cat's spirited demeanor, which bore no trace of the earlier fear, the great black horse snorted disdainfully and chose to ignore it. Yin followed Long Qing to the square. At this moment, a multitude of colorful dragon carp clan members stood around, all having transformed into human forms, gazing in astonishment at the ethereal figures of the cultivators ahead. Long Qing cast his gaze upon the square and was immediately taken aback. There, gathered in the square, were thousands of ancient cultivators' phantoms, a phenomenon never witnessed before. Even in past battles among cultivators, the numbers had scarcely reached a few hundred. The monks gathered in the center of the square like phantoms, continuously raising their arms as if in reverence to something in the sky. Long Qing furrowed his brow. This ancient relic had protected the colorful dragon carp clan for decades, and never had it appeared so eerie as it did today. He had once told his kin that these were mere illusions created by willpower. However, today, he felt a sudden realization that those words might have been mistaken. What lay before him could no longer be explained as mere phantasms of intention. Long Qing, what sect was this originally? Yi Yun inquired with a light chuckle. It seems to have been called the Taishan sect. There was once a fragment of a plaque, but it has since been destroyed, Long Qing reverently replied. Yi Yun's gaze flickered as he recalled the origins of the Taishan sect. Approximately 120,000 years ago, there indeed existed a super sect by that name on the Cangnan continent. This sect, having expanded too rapidly, had absorbed many other sects, only to be obliterated later by a coalition of its enemies. Such events are documented in the annals of Cangnan's history. Yet, it was only individuals as ancient as he who could remember events from 120,000 years ago. Yi Yun glanced intentionally, yet casually towards a certain direction beneath the ground, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, revealing a hint of mysterious amusement. Suddenly, an upheaval occurred in the square. The ethereal shadows of the ancient monks abruptly soared upward, converging together. Ultimately, they fused into a figure, a middle-aged man clad in azure battle armor. His form existed in a state that was both ethereal and tangible. However, his aura was extraordinarily formidable, having reached the 7th level of nirvana. The oppressive might of a nirvana-level expert surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping relentlessly in every direction. The less powerful members of the colorful dragon carp clan staggered, retreating one after another. Observing this, Long Qing rushed forward, arms outstretched, to shield against the incoming pressure. A middle-aged man clad in azure battle armor opened his eyes slightly, his voice emerging in a deep, hoarse tone. Why do you not come forward? What are you waiting for? Behind Long Qing, the colorful dragon carp clan members, young and old alike, were filled with a frenzied fervor in their eyes at that moment. As if summoned, they transformed into beams of light, rushing towards the center of the plaza. What on earth was happening? Long Qing was taken aback. He turned to look, and beside him, only Xiao Yozi remained. The clan members who had lived in the ancient ruins seemed to have lost their sanity. Chapter 78. The Cat Lord confronts the Heart Demon. The colorful dragon carp clan members knelt in the plaza's center, surrounding the middle-aged man in azure armor. Their expressions filled with fervent zeal, akin to devoted worshippers. Return. Long Qing bellowed in fury upon witnessing the state of his kin. Unfortunately, none of them paid him any heed, remaining entrapped in their ecstatic frenzy. The youth stared blankly at the scene before him, unable to comprehend how his kin had come to such a state. Could it be that the mysteries of the ancient ruins had influenced these clan members over the years? For many years, he roamed the outside world in search of the 7-colored lotus, thus remaining unaffected. The reason the old patriarch regained his senses may be attributed to a drop of mysterious green liquid bestowed by the Lord, which drove away the uncanny. The youth was shrouded in doubts. Yi Yun observed everything with tranquil composure, as if the winds and clouds were merely passing. At that moment, a man clad in azure armor in the square suddenly opened his eyes wide, and 2 beams of light shot forth, striking the figure of Long Qing like lightning. Dare you engage in battle? As he spoke, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and a broad, long sword materialized in his grasp. The blade's width exceeded that of a conventional sword by threefold, while its length was more than twice that of an ordinary sword. The bright blade shimmered with strands of chilling energy. In an instant, a thin layer of ice formed upon the bodies of the colorful dragon carp clansmen kneeling on the ground. Witnessing the audacity of the man in azure armor, Long Qing felt his heart wrench, blood surging within him, ready to charge forward. Yi Yun's brow twitched slightly, and Long Qing was instantly immobilized in place. As a mere second-tier Nirvana realm cultivator, he stood no chance against that inhuman being, who had already reached the 7th tier of Nirvana realm. Rushing forward now would be tantamount to courting death. Yi Yun turned his gaze subtly in a particular direction. The great black horse sensed something. Little cat, it is your turn to shine. Don't return unless you're on the brink of death. The great black horse grinned. Rest assured, my lord, I have 9 lives, and today I intend to expend them all, determined to confront that abominable creature to the bitter end. The great black cat stood upright, thumping its chest with its paw, fiercely vowing. It spoke with fierce intensity, yet its eyes glowed with an emerald light, as if a rare treasure lay before it. Go on. Do not keep the master waiting. The great black horse, witnessing the black cat's spirited demeanor, could not help but chuckle heartily. With a gentle flick of its tail, it cast the great black cat into the air as one might toss a sandbag. Whoosh! A shadow surged through the water, swiftly approaching, and collided heavily with a middle-aged man clad in azure battle armor. What is this? The man gasped in surprise. The shadow approached with astonishing speed, compelling him to merely deflect it with his sword. Boom! The black cat's forepaw struck the blade, an unfathomable force surging along the sword's length. The middle-aged man staggered, forced to retreat repeatedly. The black cat, too, was propelled backward by an immense force, tumbling through the water several times before regaining its balance. What a thrill! Thank you for your tail's might, Master Horse. The black cat hovered in the air, raising its 2 paws in a gesture of reverence towards a certain direction. In an instant, it transformed, growing to an unimaginable size, resembling a small mountain, revealing the true form of the 9-tailed spirit cat. It was, in fact, a 9-tailed spirit cat at the 7th level of Nirvana. Long Qing stood rooted to the spot, his eyes wide in astonishment as he gazed at the great black cat. Where did this cat come from? Why is it aiding our colorful dragon carp clan? Meanwhile, the youth beside him was even more astonished, his eyes also wide. Like a statue, completely immobile. Wasn't this the very black cat that had been lounging on the cart? To his astonishment, it turned out to be a formidable demon at the Nirvana stage. Revealing its true form, it was indeed terrifying. The young man couldn't help but recall the mighty black horse that had assisted him in breaking the formation on Yumeng Mountain. If a large black cat possessed such strength, then the black horse, which had commanded the cat's obedience throughout their journey, must be even more powerful. The youth found it hard to fathom. At this moment, he stood behind Yi Yun, gazing at the divine silhouette before him, his eyes brimming with fervor. The man clad in azure battle armor swayed slightly, seeming to become somewhat ethereal. He scrutinized the large black cat with a cold glint in his eyes. What a magnificent demon! However, you are no match for me. With that, the middle-aged man wielded his sword and charged towards the large black cat. A myriad of sword lights instantly enveloped the entire square, converging from all directions upon the black cat. The brilliance of the sword was astonishing, infused with the immense power of a Nirvana stage expert. The black cat, invigorated, raised its massive paw to strike at the middle-aged man. Boom! The colossal paw shattered countless beams of light. Yet, the sword lights were sharp and imbued with an icy chill, inflicting wounds upon the cat's paw. Nevertheless, being a great demon, its physical form was inherently robust. Even a minor injury was of little consequence. The two engaged in fierce combat high above. Perhaps because the middle-aged man in azure armor harbored no intention of harming the kin of the colorful dragon in the square. He directed all his attacks to remain suspended above. Still, the shockwaves from their battle affected those below. Yi Yun's expression shifted. In the midst of the air, an invisible protective barrier enveloped the colorful dragon koi tribe, safeguarding them all. The battle intensified with a resounding roar. The middle-aged man appeared almost otherworldly, seemingly impervious to injury or bloodshed. Even when clawed by the great black cat, his form merely flickered with a hint of ethereality. After exchanging blows for a while, the man, perceiving the ferocity of the black cat, let out a piercing howl and swiftly retreated 100 meters. Then, with a sweeping motion of his hand, dark gray beams of light erupted from above the heads of the Dragon Koi tribe members. These beams were eerie, emitting wails akin to ghostly howls, transforming into enormous demonic visages that merged into the man's being. In that instant, his cultivation surged dramatically, reaching the 8th level of nirvana. Was this the manifestation of the inner demon? When Longqing beheld those dark, gray demonic heads, his expression shifted drastically, and he exclaimed in shock. It turned out that within the tribe members, unbeknownst to them, inner demons had already taken root, which explained their recent madness. These inner demons appeared weak, mere wisps of fragmented thoughts. Longqing then cast his gaze upon the middle-aged man. This individual could absorb the inner demons. Could it be that he himself was the true inner demon? Longqing's breath quickened. On the Cangnan continent, tales of inner demons had long circulated. These entities were shrouded in mystery, formless and shadowless, arriving and departing without a trace, with no one knowing their origin. Once an inner demon seized control of a cultivator, the vital essence within the cultivator would be incessantly eroded, thereby strengthening the demon's hold. The heart demon is elusive, detectable only by an extraordinary being capable of perceiving its existence. There are myriad forms of heart demons, yet each excels in the art of duplication, manifesting thousands of avatars in an instant, stealthily infiltrating the bodies of cultivators to devour their vitality and blood essence, thereby augmenting their own manifestations. Once it returns to its true form, it can significantly strengthen itself. No wonder, over the years, the progress of our kin in cultivation has been exceedingly sluggish. It appears they have been possessed by this heart demon. Longqing murmured to himself. Chapter 79, The Will of the Strong. Ancient heroic spirits, this is not a heart demon, Yi Yun remarked, his gaze flickering momentarily. Master, then what is it? Longqing turned, his face a mask of reverence as he inquired. Yi Yun regarded the man clad in azure armor and gently replied, These are ancient heroic spirits. Heroic spirits? Longqing was momentarily taken aback. He had never before encountered the concept of heroic spirits. Yi Yun smiled and elucidated. This ancient relic belongs to the Taishan sect from 120,000 years ago, a time when they were expanding their dominion with great vigor, only to be utterly annihilated. Many of the fallen were formidable beings of the fate realm and the life and death realm. The will of these deceased strong ones coalesced and lingered within the sect's remnants. Moreover, this underwater realm is exceedingly frigid, harboring a mysterious and spiritual vein. The wills of these strong beings continuously absorb the chilling energy of the Yin vein, gradually growing in power, capable not only of manifesting various phantoms, but also of influencing your kin. Oh, Longqing nodded, his understanding still somewhat nebulous. Yi Yun continued. This man is likely the most formidable within the Tai sect, hence his willpower is exceptionally strong. In order to exist in this realm as a spirit, he employed a certain secret technique to implant the Xian Yin demon seed within the bodies of your kin, drawing upon the abundant vitality of the colorful dragon carp. However, that alone proved insufficient. Ultimately, he absorbed the will of all the strong individuals within the Tai sect, transforming into this semi-corporeal form we witness now. Master, then is this spirit a ghost or a demon? Longqing inquired, scratching his head. Neither ghost nor demon. It is a unique state, formed by the will of powerful beings. Such occurrences were seldom seen, even in ancient times. Yi Yun responded with a smile. Longqing then understood. He cast his gaze towards the sky, where the resounding clash of battle echoed. A massive black figure collided with countless beams of light. The confrontation between the two formidable beings was extraordinarily fierce. After absorbing the Xian Yin demon seed, the middle-aged man's strength surged to the 8th layer of the Nirvana realm, firmly overpowering the great demon. This caused a flicker of concern in Longqing's heart, for this descending great demon had come to assist them. Master, should I lend a hand to that great demon? Longqing clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, seeking Yi Yun's approval for battle. That will not be necessary. Yi Yun replied with a composed smile, outright rejecting Longqing's offer. Though this great black cat is wounded, it has become increasingly fierce and shows no signs of defeat. Furthermore, in battles of this magnitude, the strand of divine power stored within the great black cat was rapidly dissolving, continuously enhancing its strength. In the distance, the great black horse fixed its gaze upon the unfolding battle, and suddenly, with a grin revealing its gleaming white teeth, it exclaimed, The little cat is on the brink of a breakthrough. Not long after its words faded, the bloodied great black cat abruptly trembled, its aura surging with newfound potency. In that fleeting moment, it had remarkably ascended to the 8th layer of the Nirvana realm. Have I truly broken through? The great black cat exclaimed in exhilaration. Retreating several hundred meters in mid-air, raising its enormous paws in jubilation. It had never anticipated that after being stalled at the 7th layer of the Nirvana realm for so many years, it would achieve a breakthrough amidst battle. This was undoubtedly akin to a feline version of Suwani. Overwhelmed with excitement, the great black cat suddenly turned around, only to discover that a new tail had sprouted behind it. This astonishing revelation left it utterly astonished. It recalled the words of its master and hurriedly sought to sense the mysterious force within, only to find that a significant portion of it had vanished. The great black cat instantly comprehended the situation. This battle had bestowed upon it immense benefits. As the mysterious power had been largely consumed, it had broken through its realm. And most importantly, it had sprouted an additional tail. It was now a 9-tailed spirit cat. Each newly grown tail signified a rapid surge in its prowess. "Ha! I have gained yet another tail." The great black cat was so elated that it momentarily lost itself in pride, playfully swaying its round, plump rear, letting its 4 tails flutter about. The 9-tailed spirit cat. Who would have thought that you two had achieved a breakthrough? The middle-aged man gazed at the formidable demon before him, his expression betraying a sense of gravity. After all, he had once been an unparalleled powerhouse in life, now merely coalescing into this heroic spirit through the remnants of his consciousness. His current awareness was scant, yet he recognized this great demon as the 9-tailed spirit cat. Was it not injured enough? The great black cat licked the wounds on its paw, its mouth smeared with blood. It lifted its gaze to the man clad in azure battle armor across from it, its large feline eyes gleaming with an emerald light. The injuries it had sustained were nowhere near the severity of those inflicted by the howling silver wolf. Thus, the great black cat was apprehensive that the anticipated rewards might slip away. With this thought, it charged fiercely towards the man, launching a reckless assault. In the depths of its mind, it believed that it could either eliminate the man entirely, sparing Master Ma from intervening, or sustain even graver injuries, thereby securing the Lord's favor. For the sake of the reward, the great black cat was truly determined to fight with all its might. Yi Yun observed the black cat's performance, nodding slightly in approval. After all, it was a pet he had taken in along the way. If it was unwilling to risk its life, what use would such a companion be to him? Fortunately, the great black cat did not disappoint. In battle, it was not only tenacious but also possessed a delightful sense of humor, making it a splendid partner alongside the great black horse. Yi Yun then shifted his gaze to another direction. Deep beneath the earth, at a depth of several thousand meters, a silver coffin floated silently within the Xian'in's spiritual vein, gradually absorbing its ethereal essence. Upon this coffin, faint traces of blood energy could be discerned, lingering like a whisper of the past. The blood and vitality emanated from Gong Sun Li's very flesh. The disappearance of her corporeal form within the hidden chamber was stealthily absorbed by the entity ensconced within this coffin. Yi Yun smiled faintly. The being within the coffin was nearing the moment of emergence. However, it remained uncertain whether it possessed the audacity to materialize. Meanwhile, the ancient spirit lying on the ground, a mere pawn in the hands of this being, had spiraled out of control, no longer heeding its commands. How intriguing. With hands clasped behind his back, Yi Yun watched the battle above with keen interest. One was an ancient spirit, and the other a millennia-old corpse demon. Both were steeped in profound power, making it exceedingly difficult for either to dominate the other. Particularly, this ancient spirit, a formidable force from 120,000 years ago, was at least a full realm stronger than the corpse demon's prior incarnation. Thus, Yi Yun awaited, eyes wide open, to witness the unfolding drama and its eventual trajectory. Boom! The fierce battle approached its climax. The great black cat, fighting with reckless abandon, was battered and bruised, rendering the man's form nearly ethereal. It seemed he had lost the capacity to continue the fight. At that moment, a tremor coursed through the ancient ruins, as if some colossal entity beneath the earth had suddenly shifted. Chapter 8. The Spirit's Defeat. The Emergence of the Millennia Corpse Demon. What transpired? Long Qing steadied himself and directed a strand of divine consciousness towards the ground, yet it returned without revealing any clues. Master, what is happening? Long Qing finally inquired of Yi Yun, a note of helplessness in his voice. Do not rush, simply observe, Yi Yun replied. Yi Yun smiled gently, his expression serene as he spoke. Long Qing's cultivation was insufficient to perceive the depths of the mysterious Yin spiritual vein where the silver coffin lay. Not receiving any information from the master, Long Qing could only manage a wry smile, suppressing his impatience as he gazed at the ancient spirit ahead. In midair, the ethereal figure clad in azure armor suddenly spiraled, transforming into a beam of azure light that plunged into the earth, vanishing in an instant. Has it truly escaped? The great black cat was taken aback by the sudden disappearance of its adversary. It promptly extended its divine sense to search the ground, only to be astonished to discover that the figure had completely vanished. This left it filled with a sense of defeat. Originally intent on swiftly vanquishing the azure-armored man, it had unexpectedly allowed him to flee. The great black cat swiftly diminished in size, transforming into a streak of black light, that landed at Yi Yun's feet. Kneeling and lamenting, "Master, I did not intend to let him escape." "I understand. You may return now," Yi Yun replied with a faint smile, waving his sleeve, causing the great black cat to disappear without a trace. It turned out that this supreme demon cat was also raised by the master. A look of realization swept across Long Qing's face as he suddenly felt inadequate, recognizing that even a cat raised by the master was far more formidable. With hands clasped behind his back, Yi Yun remained unperturbed, his gaze penetrating the ages as he observed the changes unfolding within the depths of the mysterious Yin spiritual vein. At that moment, the ancient spirit had already entered the mysterious Yin spiritual vein, swiftly approaching the silver coffin, which began to emit billowing gray smoke, launching an assault towards the ancient spirit. In ancient times, a primordial spirit unexpectedly unleashed a form of arcane magic, piercing through the shroud of gray mist and plunging headlong into a silver coffin. Subsequently, the coffin began to tremble. Surprisingly, it was not a fool. A roar emanated from within the coffin. The millennia-old corpse demon, which had lain dormant inside, quivered violently, as if a formidable force had intruded upon its essence. Upon witnessing this, Yi Yun nodded silently. It turned out that the ancient spirit had been concealing its true self, having acquired a wealth of ancestral memories. It had been masquerading all along. Initially, it willingly served the millennia-old corpse demon, orchestrating illusions within the ancient ruins and successfully planting seeds of inner turmoil among the kin of the vibrant dragon. All of this was part of the grand scheme devised by the corpse demon. Ultimately, it sought to consume the primordial spirit, thereby achieving mastery over its own powers and breaking through to the realm of destiny. A corpse demon at that level would command unparalleled strength, dominating the world and nearing the threshold of immortality. However, the millennia-old corpse demon had miscalculated. The ancient spirit was a master of strategy, having maintained its guise so effectively that even Yi Yun failed to discern the truth. According to Yi Yun's calculations, the time for the corpse demon's emergence was imminent. Upon its awakening, it would devour the ancient spirit, thus allowing it to ascend to the realm of destiny. Yi Yun sighed softly. This ancient spirit was indeed a figure of great wisdom, capable of enduring the machinations of the corpse demon for so long. Yet, overcoming the millennia-old corpse demon would prove exceedingly difficult. After all, that entity had long been plotting, having predetermined its resting place in life and entombing itself within the depths of the mysterious Yin spiritual vein, even if it meant the obliteration of its own soul. However, should this corporeal form transform into a formidable corpse demon, it might also reclaim fragments of memories from a previous existence. In such a scenario, it could be regarded as a form of existence within this realm. It can be asserted that the millennia-old corpse demon and the ancient heroic spirit are both entities that once walked the earth. For years, these two beings, neither fully human nor entirely ghostly, have engaged in a battle of wits and strength, and the moment of revelation is imminent. Buzzing, the silver sarcophagus quivered violently. Within the body of the ancient corpse demon, two powers clashed fiercely, each vying for dominion over this vessel. A layer of azure energy manifested upon the surface of the corpse demon's body, suggesting that the ancient heroic spirit momentarily held the advantage. In the next instant, the azure energy vanished, replaced by a shroud of ashen white. This cyclical struggle persisted for what felt like the duration of a fragrant stick of incense. Ultimately, the ashen energy decisively overcame the azure, reclaiming control of the body. With a sudden exhalation, the millennia-old corpse demon opened its eyes wide, unleashing a tempest that sent the silver sarcophagus lid flying. It then sat upright, completely engulfing the essence of the ancient heroic spirit, its power surging rapidly. The spiritual energy from the Xian Yin spiritual vein surged forth, drawn into its being. Destiny realm activated. The aura surrounding it intensified, and with a mighty roar, the silver sarcophagus erupted violently, propelling it from the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm into the Destiny realm. The entirety of the Xian Yin spiritual vein's energy was consumed in its wake. Standing beneath the earth, the corpse demon surveyed its surroundings, a wild grin spreading across its face. Clad in a flowing robe of gray and white, he towered with an imposing stature, his skin bearing a ghastly bluish hue. His eyes glowed with a sinister crimson, exuding an unsettling aura. His 10 fingers were adorned with long, white nails that shimmered with a silvery luster, while his unkempt hair framed a visage twisted in a grotesque expression. Li Guding, you nearly succeeded in seizing my essence. Your patience is indeed remarkable, the corpse demon remarked, casting his gaze upward, where a fervent glint ignited within his eyes. He murmured, these vibrant dragon carps, nurtured for so long, if consumed in their entirety now, would surely elevate my cultivation to new heights. With that, he abruptly shook his form, transforming into a swirling gray mist that surged rapidly toward the ground. The square fissured like a spider's web, a dense, gray fog erupting forth. This mist coalesced in the air, reforming into the towering figure of the corpse demon. Long Qing stood in stunned silence, recognizing that the gaunt, blood-eyed elder before him was indeed a corpse demon, and a formidable one at that. Having reached the realm of destiny, having dwelled in these submerged ruins for decades, Long Qing had never fathomed the existence of such a powerful entity lurking beneath. A chill ran down his spine. He had previously believed this ancient relic to be utterly secure, only to discover the malevolence of ancient spirits, and now, a millennia-old corpse demon hidden deep within. This place was undeniably enigmatic. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the elder, the entire clan of vibrant dragon carps would have surely met their demise here. The corpse demon cast a glance at Long Qing, exhibiting no concern, before redirecting his attention to the dozens of colorful dragon carp clansmen gathered in the square. These individuals were the closest to him. The vibrant dragon carp, brimming with vitality, emitted a sweet and enticing scent of blood that made him yearn to consume them. As for the distant second layer, Nirvana realm dragon carp, it was naturally destined to be his as well. He intended to feast upon these divine bridge realm dragon carp first, before indulging in the one from the second layer of Nirvana. The presence of Yi Yun beside him was dismissed entirely. Chapter 81. Annihilating the corpse demon and capturing the descendants of Dragon Lake. Perhaps having lain dormant within the coffin for an eternity, the newly birthed consciousness of this millennia-old corpse demon bore little resemblance to its former self. Thus, when he glanced at Yi Yun, he merely assessed the opponent's cultivation based on his aura. In the eyes of the corpse demon, Yi Yun possessed no discernible cultivation whatsoever, leading him to overlook him entirely. Yi Yun smiled faintly. The awareness of this entity had been reborn from a corpse, rendering it vastly different from that of a normal human. Most often, it was driven by an innate ferocity that guided its movements. The corpse demon then shifted his gaze downward. A group of colorful dragon carp clansmen knelt in the square, their bodies covered in a thin layer of ice, appearing fresh and delectable. He licked his lips in anticipation. These vibrant dragon carp had been nurtured for so long, not only providing the ancient heroic spirit with the means to cultivate the mysterious demonic seed, but also retaining their vitality. Now, they were poised to become his substantial nourishment, sufficient to elevate him to the second layer of the fateful realm. He extended a hand, ready to grasp a colorful dragon carp and consume it. Suddenly, his hand halted midair. The corpse demon stared wide-eyed as he discovered a mysterious, massive black horse floating before him, seemingly appearing from nowhere. "You are quite audacious, aren't you?" the black horse remarked, revealing a gleaming set of white teeth in a radiant smile. It sniffed the air and then scolded with irritation. "For heaven's sake, your stench is unbearable." From a distance, a large black cat sprawled atop a cart. Upon hearing this oddly familiar remark, stretched its neck and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Exactly. Lord Horse has spoken. You better clean yourself up." The black horse roared with laughter, reminiscent of the time in the Misty Valley when it had sent the large black cat flying into a pond with a single kick. Yi Yun couldn't help but smile. This black horse was indeed fastidious, and the foul odor emanating from the millennia-old corpse demon was simply intolerable. "You seek death." Though the ancient corpse demon was somewhat dim-witted, he grasped the mocking tone of the black horse. He suddenly lunged forward, attempting to seize the horse with his long, sharp claws, which gleamed with a deadly sheen, resembling divine weapons in that moment. "You are far too weak." The black horse sneered, and with a swift motion, unleashed a bolt of blue lightning from its mouth. In an instant, the lightning struck the ancient corpse demon's hand with blinding speed. Boom! Half of the corpse demon's arm erupted in a violent explosion. He was left utterly aghast, retreating in haste, his body trembling uncontrollably. The blue lightning had imparted upon him an unimaginable sense of destructive intent. At this moment, it appeared as though he was confronting the wrath of the heavens. With a snort, the great black steed unleashed another bolt of azure lightning. The ancient corpse demon turned to flee, but it could not escape the onslaught of this blue radiance. This bolt of azure lightning was even more ferocious than the last, striking the ancient corpse demon with a thunderous explosion, leaving not a trace behind. What level of cultivation does this great black steed possess? It is astonishingly powerful. Long Qing was utterly taken aback. The earlier appearance of the great black cat had already left him in disbelief, but this great black steed rendered him completely speechless. A corpse demon of the destiny realm, with a physique of unimaginable toughness, was easily obliterated by the two bolts of lightning emitted by the steed. This clearly indicated the high level of cultivation the great black steed had attained. The steed flicked its tail and transformed into a streak of black light, returning to the vicinity of the carriage, where it reattached the reins. Truly, the great steed could annihilate an ancient corpse demon with merely a yawn. The great black cat clasped its hands in a gesture of homage, showering praise with a sycophantic smile. "Cease your flattery." The great black steed retorted nonchalantly, its demeanor indifferent. "It is merely a corpse demon of the destiny realm. Before me, it is akin to an ant, easily crushed. In this vast continent, apart from beings of the eternal realm, there was nothing it could not easily vanquish." Yian waved his hand, dispelling the thin layer of ice that had encased the colorful dragon koi clan members in the square. They awoke completely, bewildered by the events that had just transpired. "What has happened?" The crowd exchanged glances, seemingly unaware of the peculiar occurrences that had just unfolded around them. The youth, Xiao Yozi, who stood behind Long Qing, rushed forward and eagerly recounted the harrowing details of the two battles that had just unfolded. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Unbeknownst to them, they had danced perilously close to the gates of death. The young man, accompanied by his kin, approached Yi Yun and collectively knelt before him, exclaiming their heartfelt gratitude for his life-saving intervention. Overcome with emotion, they wept profusely. Yi Yun gently waved his hand, channeling his magical energy to elevate the colorful dragon carp clansmen into the air. "You need not linger here any longer. Gather your belongings and reconvene at this location." He spoke to Long Qing in a calm tone. "Yes, my lord." Long Qing replied respectfully, gesturing to his fellow clansmen, who promptly vanished from sight. After a brief interlude, the entire assembly reconvened at the designated spot. Yi Yun gazed upon them and began to speak slowly. "You are the descendants of the colorful dragon carp from the Dragon Lake of the Divine Dragon Sect. The sect shall be rebuilt and the Dragon Lake restored. Therefore," at this juncture he paused, retrieving a small white vial. With a gentle smile, he added, "This vial contains a realm of its own, a vast expanse of waters. You may rest and recuperate within it for the time being." "Thank you, my lord." Upon hearing that their lord would allow them to reclaim their heritage and return to the Dragon Lake, Long Qing was unable to contain his tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Witnessing their elder's sorrow, the other colorful dragon carp clansmen also covered their faces, weeping in unison. With a gentle exhale, Yi Yun lifted a small vial, summoning a force that swiftly drew in all the vibrant dragon carps. After securing the vial, he gazed at the remnants submerged in the water and softly blew a breath. In an instant, the grand ruins of the Tai Xian Gate disintegrated into fine particles, vanishing completely. In his rebirth, Yi Yun had acquired an innumerable array of divine powers and techniques. After a century of signing in, the rewards in terms of martial arts filled an entire warehouse. Yet he had only mastered a mere fraction. Emerging from the ruins of the Divine Dragon Sect of the Divine Wind Dynasty, he spent his journey in the carriage, diligently cultivating and contemplating. He now stood just a step away from the 10th layer of the true God realm. As Yi Yun appeared in the carriage, his gaze fell upon the injured yet pitiable figure of the big black cat, sprawled on the carriage. His brow unfurled in relief. The big black cat offered an awkward smile. Although it yearned for its master's reward, it dared not voice its desires. "You performed admirably this time, little cat," Yi Yun declared, raising his hand as a black cloth bag descended before the big black cat. He pulled back the carriage curtain and stepped into the interior. The big black cat's expression shifted to one of excitement as it gingerly lifted the black bag with trembling paws. Cautiously, it opened the bag. Upon seeing the contents, its eyes rolled back in sheer exhilaration, causing it to faint from the overwhelming joy. Chapter 82. Sword Kingstone, 2 sword marks in the Divine Wind Dynasty. Within the ancient Xiang Kingdom, a black carriage glided slowly along an ancient road beside a rushing river. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao occupied the front of the carriage. In the confines of the carriage, the esteemed senior sister Su Wani was absorbing the essence of the ancestral dragon's blood. "Ancestor, it is estimated that within 3 days, we shall emerge from the ancient land of the Elephant Kingdom." Jun Ma Xiao held a map in his hands, scrutinizing the surrounding geography. This map, procured from the initial storage rings of the disciples of the Demon Sovereign Sect, was remarkably comprehensive, encompassing the entire landscape and cultural features of the Divine Wind Dynasty. Indeed, Yi Yun nodded gently, his eyes still closed. Ever since departing from the Kanglan River, he had been contemplating an unparalleled divine skill, now nearing the threshold of mastery. His cultivation had also ascended dramatically to the 10th layer of the true God realm. The next step would see him breaking into the divine monarch realm. Though he had not engaged in deliberate training, he was nonetheless progressing at an astonishing rate. The carriage moved forward at a leisurely pace. Whoosh! People were continuously soaring through the skies on their swords, leaving trails of light in their wake. Initially, Jun Maxiao and Luo Li paid little mind to it. But they soon noticed an increasing number of individuals hastening toward a particular direction. Senior sister, could it be that a treasure has emerged ahead? Jun Maxiao turned to Luo Li and inquired. That is quite possible. Otherwise, why would so many be rushing over? Luo Li replied with a smile. You two should go and take a look. Suddenly, the voice of the ancestor resonated from within the carriage. Yi Yun had already witnessed the unfolding events ahead, and a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed his eyes. Thank you, ancestor. Jun Maxiao and Luo Li promptly rose, bidding farewell to the ancestor, and took to the skies. Flying eastward on their swords, the ebony carriage glided slowly along the riverbank. Yi Yun exhaled softly, his heart heavy with the weight of memories from 100 millennia past. Suddenly resurfacing before him, he stepped out of the carriage and settled beside the large black cat, gazing silently at the flowing waters, lost in contemplation. As the river surged, his vision grew increasingly hazy, and Yi Yun seemed to be transported back 100,000 years. Little junior brother, do you see the throng gathered in the distance? Two figures soared through the air. Luo Li squinted into the horizon and spotted a colossal cliff, beneath which a multitude of people had congregated. It seemed there truly was a treasure to be found. Jun and Mo Xiao felt a surge of excitement. Their ancestor had sent them for training, likely with the intent of acquiring treasures. Though the quality of the treasures remained uncertain, more would always be better. As they sought to rebuild the Divine Dragon Sect, amassing resources for future endeavors was essential. Are you two also headed to the Sword King Stone? A voice suddenly interjected from nearby. Luo Li turned to see a youth clad in a red robe. I suppose so, she replied, feeling a twinge of unease. What exactly is this Sword King Stone? Jun and Mo Xiao, perceiving his senior sister's discomfort, turned to the young man and inquired, my friend. We hail from afar and are unfamiliar with this place. Could you kindly enlighten us about the Sword King Stone? It turns out they hail from afar. The youth's face displayed a look of realization as he chuckled. The Sword King Stone is a relic from ancient times, marked by the sword scars of two formidable masters of the realm of life and death. It is said that those who comprehend its mysteries will experience significant enhancement in their swordsmanship, and with a stroke of fortune, may even acquire an unparalleled sword technique. So, these are the sword scars left by the masters of the realm of life and death. Jun and Mo Xiao nodded, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes. He had anticipated the emergence of some magnificent treasure, yet it was not to be. Nevertheless, these two sword scars were indeed remarkable, should one grasp their essence. One could unexpectedly gain a legendary sword technique. Contemplating this, Jun and Mo Xiao felt a surge of interest. This Sword King Stone manifests once every decade, and fortuitously. The two have arrived just in time. The youth rubbed his forehead and laughed once more. Indeed, we are truly fortunate. Jun and Mo Xiao scratched his head, gazing at the youth, and clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, Thank you for clarifying. There's no need for formalities. We are all fellow travelers on this path. My name is Li Xiaobai. May I inquire about your names? Li Xiaobai addressed the two youths before him with a courteous demeanor. His politeness stemmed from the fact that these two were of a higher cultivation level than his own. He was at the 10th level of the Yuanhai realm, while the pair before him had already attained the Xinting realm. Since departing from the Kanglan River, Yi Yun had suppressed Luo Li and Jun and Mo Xiao's cultivation back to the Xinting realm, for their journey of trials must continue. Especially during the era of the Kamikaze dynasty, the two individuals will confront even more formidable adversaries. Therefore, it is presently unsuitable to traverse the world at the level of the Divine Bridge. I am Jun and Mo Xiao, and this is Luo Li. Both Jun and Mo Xiao and Luo Li introduced themselves, for in the Kamikaze dynasty, no one was acquainted with them. Moreover, with their ancestors standing behind them, self-introduction seemed inconsequential. After the three became acquainted, they journeyed together and soon arrived at the vicinity of a cliff. At the center of the cliff, two sword scars were etched, crossing each other, spanning from top to bottom and remarkably traversing the entire face of the cliff. What an overwhelming sword intent! Jun and Mo Xiao gazed at these immense sword scars, his pupils narrowing instantly. Even at a distance of several hundred, he could already sense the astonishing sword intent emanating from them, striking towards him and instilling an irresistible pressure. We must descend quickly. It is perilous to fly ahead, lest we be crushed by the formidable sword intent. Li Xiaobai promptly tugged at Jun and Mo Xiao, guiding him downwards towards the earth, while Luo Li followed closely behind. Landing on the ground as well. Opposite the Sword King Stone lay a vast expanse of flat land, now bustling with thousands of individuals. These people stood or sat in various postures, intently gazing at the two sword scars ahead. The trio had arrived a bit late, and the prime positions were already occupied, leaving them to stand at the rear. This flat land is known as the Enlightenment Square, where, over countless millennia, innumerable individuals have successfully comprehended the supreme sword path, rising to prominence as renowned cultivators. Li Xiaobai remarked with a smile, pointing at the ground beneath their feet. Haha. Let us hope that we too shall reap some rewards. Jun Mo Xiao laughed heartily. Luo Li surveyed her surroundings and noticed that the majority of the cultivators in the Enlightenment Square were concentrated in the Shaping God and Yuan-Si realms, with not a single formidable figure from the Divine Bridge realm in sight. A look of confusion crossed her face. Li Xiaobai glanced at Luo Li and explained with a smile. The Sword King Stone has been passed down since ancient times. The passage of time has diminished the power of those two sword marks. It holds little reference value for a strong cultivator of the Divine Bridge realm, which is why, for hundreds of years, no such experts have participated. So that is how it is. Thank you, Senior Brotherly, for your enlightening words. Luo Li replied with a gentle smile. Suddenly, the sound of breaking air filled the atmosphere. From afar, dozens of sword lights soared down, landing gracefully on the ground. As the radiance dissipated, a multitude of young figures clad in black robes appeared. Upon their arrival, all those nearby instinctively parted to create a pathway. The leader of the group snorted disdainfully, casting a condescending glance over the crowd as he boldly strode to the forefront of the Enlightenment Square. Chapter 83. Challenge of the Shaoyang Sword Sect. This fellow is rather arrogant. Jun Mo Xiao observed the back of the young man, his eyelids narrowing as he let out a displeased huff. While everyone else stood in line behind him, that young man shamelessly exercised his privilege. With a multitude of supporters and his own cultivation having reached the 10th level of the Shaping God realm, he was among the elite in a crowd of thousands. Especially since no one here was of the Divine Bridge realm. Upon hearing Jun Mo Xiao's words, Li Xiaobai gazed ahead with a wry smile and remarked, "This is an unwritten rule of the Enlightenment Square. The stronger one's prowess, the closer one may stand to the path of enlightenment. That individual is Lin Yi, a prodigious disciple of the Shaoyang Sword Sect, whose strength is formidable. Ordinary individuals dare not provoke them." Jun Mo Xiao furrowed his brow, retorting with a cold smile. Is it not true that the Divine Wind Dynasty is home to 3 major sects? Do the disciples of these esteemed sects not dare to challenge them? The 3 great sects will not intervene, Li Xiaobai replied, shaking his head with a smile. Their own legacies are immensely powerful. They visited millennia ago, but since the sword marks on the Sword King Stone have waned, they have refrained from returning. Why is that? Do the 3 great sects lack disciples of the Yuan High or Shaping God realms? Jun Mo Xiao inquired, raising an eyebrow. Li Xiaobai chuckled as he elucidated. After all, the disciples of the 3 great sects are mindful of their sect's reputation and will not send their members to compete for enlightenment opportunities against those of lesser sects and forces. I see. Jun Mo Xiao nodded in quiet understanding. The 3 great sections. He had already clashed with the prodigious disciple of the Umo sect, who indeed exhibited great strength, yet not to an absurd extent. At the very least, he and his senior sister, Luo Li, could employ the reverse dragon technique to vanquish him. Jun Mo Xiao glanced at Luo Li, who bore a glint of madness in her eyes as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Junior brother, let us charge forward." "Very well, senior sister. I share your sentiment," Jun Mo Xiao replied, his eyes gleaming with a hint of dominance. This pair of senior and junior disciples, from the era of the Ancient Moon Dynasty to the Divine Wind Dynasty, have always exhibited a remarkable synergy. At this moment, their minds are in perfect harmony. What are you planning to do? Do you intend to rush forward and seize a position? Li Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. These 2 individuals were merely at the 1st level of the divine transformation realm. Charging ahead would surely be tantamount to courting death. Jun Ma Xiao patted Li Xiaobai's shoulder and, with a mysterious smile, strode confidently ahead. "Make way." Jun Ma Xiao unsheathed the primordial infinite sword strapped to his back, leading the charge, and when confronted, he lightly tapped his sword against the obstruction. Those standing behind him possessed cultivation at the Yuan-Si realm, and thus, his gentle nudge with the blade was sufficient to send them staggering backward. Jun Ma Xiao wielded his sword like the wind, advancing relentlessly, unaware of how many had been sent flying by his divine blade. Luo Li followed closely, sword in hand, her demeanor vigilant as she surveyed her surroundings. Should anyone dare to strike at Jun Ma Xiao, she would not hesitate to retaliate with lethal force. The duo, exuding an aura of invincibility, swiftly cleaved through the throng, propelling themselves forward. Li Xiaobai, wide-eyed in astonishment, could hardly believe the spectacle before him. Suddenly inspired, he seized the opportunity while the crowd had yet to close in, hastily following in their wake. These 2 outsiders possess formidable strength. Since he was acquainted with them, It would be prudent to take advantage of this chance to navigate through the chaos and advance. The closer one drew to the Sword King's stone, the more formidable the sword intent emanating from the sword scars became, enhancing the comprehension of one's understanding. Thus, within the Tao comprehension square, those seated at the front are often the most powerful factions or the highest cultivators. The entire crowd began to stir with palpable excitement. Initially, Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li were able to advance swiftly, for they possessed the cultivation of the divine sculpting realm. And the cultivators of the Yuan Si realm dared not provoke them. However, halfway through their journey, they encountered a series of cultivators from the divine sculpting realm. These individuals, perceiving the relatively modest cultivation levels of the two and their unfamiliarity, cast aside any reservations and engaged in fierce combat. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao, however, paid little heed to these practitioners of the early stages of the divine sculpting realm. With a swift flick of their wrists, they unleashed their sword techniques, sending forth a dazzling cascade of sword light that overwhelmed their opponents, causing chaos and disarray. Witnessing the audacity and formidable prowess of the two young figures, many in the vicinity hesitated to challenge them. Before long, Jun Mo Xiao had carved a path to the forefront. The front of the Enlightenment Square had been divided into hundreds of zones, each representing various factions, numbering in the hundreds. Of course, some cultivators had arrived alone, yet their remarkable prowess often deterred others from confrontation. Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li made their way directly toward the territory of the Shaoyang Sword Sect, drawing the gaze of all present. None anticipated that this duo would dare to confront the Shaoyang Sword Sect. The onlookers exhibited a range of expressions, remaining passive spectators, for the young pair had not encroached upon their domains. Moreover, considering that there were only two of them and the area they required was not extensive, they maintained their distance. "Step aside. This place is ours," Jun Mo Xiao declared, brandishing his sword toward the talented youth of the Shaoyang Sword Sect. His eyebrows arched, his gaze domineering, and his demeanor exceedingly arrogant, as though he had been meticulously crafted in response to the prior conduct of the outstanding disciples of the Lesser Yang Sword Sect. At that moment, Li Xiaobai hurriedly approached from behind and whispered to Jun Ma Xiao, "Brother, they are numerous and powerful. Perhaps we should reconsider and seek out someone weaker." Jun Ma Xiao coldly shook his head. He found the bullying behavior of the Lesser Yang Sword Sect intolerable and saw this as a timely opportunity to teach them a lesson while simultaneously securing a favorable position for himself. In an instant, a group from the Lesser Yang Sword Sect surged forward, brandishing their swords at Jun Ma Xiao. The young man looked at Jun Ma Xiao and coldly remarked, "You two appear rather unfamiliar. You must have come from elsewhere. Have you not heard of the illustrious name of our Lesser Yang Sword Sect?" "Never heard of it," Jun Ma Xiao replied indifferently, pointing his sword at the young man and disdainfully declaring, "This place is ours now. If you are dissatisfied, let us settle it with our strength." Lin Yi, both exasperated and amused, could hardly believe that there were those in the Divine Wind dynasty who dared to be so disrespectful to the Lesser Yang Sword Sect, especially two mere individuals at the first level of the God-forming realm. "Very well, I shall indulge you," Lin Yi said as he slowly advanced, emanating the powerful aura of the 10th level of the God-forming realm. The onlookers, sensing that a fierce battle was imminent, craned their necks to witness the unfolding spectacle. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. The unfamiliar pair of young men and women dared to challenge the most exceptional disciples of the renowned Shaoyang Sword Sect, a true testament to their audacity akin to a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Although the Shaoyang Sword Sect may not be comparable to the three great sects, it remains a prestigious and elite faction. Lin Yi, ranked among the top 20 on the Divine Sculptor's list, has already established himself as a formidable talent. Furthermore, he holds a significant advantage over the foreign youth, being 9 minor realms ahead, thus possessing an abundance of favorable circumstances. In the surrounding crowd, whispers filled the air as few placed their faith in Jun Mo Xiao. Chapter 84. Lin Ye's Defeat, the First Sword Lotus. These two outsiders are truly foolish, attempting to challenge a first-layer divine sculptor with their own mere first-layer status. They must be out of their minds. Lin Yi of the Shaoyang Sword Sect is among the top 20 talents on the Divine Sculptor list, with few rivals at his level, let alone facing someone 9 realms beneath him. The foreign youth is bound to lose. The crowd continued to murmur, with no one supporting Jun Mo Xiao. Even Li Xiaobai, standing behind him, remained tight-lipped, unsure of what to say. The Shaoyang Sword Sect's strength was overwhelming, and he did not consider Jun Mo Xiao's actions to be wise. Should he fail, he would likely become the subject of ridicule. Jun Mo Xiao took a few slow steps forward, pointing his sword at Lin Yi with a calm smile, saying, "Come, let me see the extent of your skills." Lin Yi also advanced, a mockery glinting in his eyes, as if he were gazing upon a fool. Without uttering a word, he swung his sword towards Jun Mo Shao. The sword struck with a swiftness akin to lightning, evading the gaze of those whose cultivation was feeble. Jun Mo Shao reacted with remarkable speed, vanishing from his original position in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared several paces away, unleashing the dragon sword technique. A magnificent golden dragon phantom materialized behind him, bestowing upon Jun Mo Shao an imposing presence. However, this did not escape the scorn of those around him. While the sword technique appeared impressive, it was deemed ineffectual against Lin Yi of the Shaoyang sword sect. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Lin Yi, taken aback that his strike had failed to hit Jun Mo Shao, registered a moment of surprise. It seemed this individual was no ordinary first-layer shaping spirit practitioner. He possessed some hidden depth. Suddenly, flames ignited around Lin Yi, enveloping him in a fierce blaze as he invoked the Shaoyang sword sect's Shaoyang Burning Heaven Sword. This fire-based sword technique, once unleashed, surrounded the area within 100 meters with searing flames, demonstrating immense power. A torrent of sword light swept through the air, igniting the surroundings in a conflagration. With a decisive strike, Jun Mo Shao cleaved through the flames, advancing with purposeful strides. In that moment, he resembled an unparalleled deity of death, with several divine dragons emerging from his sword, howling as they charged toward Lin Yi. This fellow is formidable. Lin Yi gasped in astonishment. With a single stroke, he had shattered the Shaoyang Burning Heaven Sword. It appeared that his true combat prowess was not inferior to Lin Yi's. 3,000 burning heavens. Lin Yi roared, executing the most potent move of the Shaoyang Burning Heaven Sword. In an instant, 3,000 flaming sword lights surged forth, colliding with the divine dragons. The collision between the two produced a thunderous roar. The aftermath of the battle, mingled with sparks, surged outward, startling the nearby cultivators into action as they hurriedly defended themselves. The brilliance of the sword light and the divine dragon simultaneously vanished. Observing this, Jun Mo Shao revealed a chilling smirk. Lin Yi of the Shaoyang sword sect possessed some skill, yet regrettably, he remained no match for him. With this thought, Jun Mo Shao ascended upon the flames, resembling a deity reborn from fire. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike, sending forth hundreds of illusory divine dragons. The dragons, fierce and menacing, roared as they charged toward Lin Yi. Upon witnessing the overwhelming power of the strike, Lin Yi felt a surge of panic. In that moment of desperation, he had no choice but to hastily employ his most formidable sword technique once more. However, this time, fortune did not favor him. His swordplay was instantly shattered by the oncoming dragons. The divine dragons roared in fury, relentlessly advancing towards Lin Yi. At this critical juncture, his fellow disciples, standing behind him, simultaneously raised their swords to fend off the divine dragons. What? Do you truly wish to join forces? Jun Mo Shao remarked derisively. Observing the disciples of the Shaoyang sword sect, Lin Yi, unscathed yet visibly conflicted, his complexion shifting between shades of green and red, hesitated for a few moments before decisively gesturing, "Let us depart." With that, he led his fellow disciples in a different direction, a less formidable sect. Witnessing Lin Yi and his entourage approach, quickly cleared a space for them. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement as they settled in that area, each disciple sitting down with expressions that betrayed their discontent. Unimaginable. This young man possesses such formidable prowess, his swordsmanship profound, and his combat strength astonishing. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as Jun Mo Shao emerged victorious, their faces betraying their shock. "Well done, little junior brother," Luo Li remarked with a smile, sheathing her sword. "Jun, I never anticipated you to be this powerful," Li Xiaobai exclaimed, regaining his composure after a moment of awe. Jun Mo Shao gave him a light pat on the shoulder, grinning as he replied, "It wasn't too shabby." Within the depths of the Sword Kingstone Cliff, there exists a mysterious space. This domain, shrouded by an array that obscures it from the outside world, allows those within to observe what transpires outside. A man adorned with a silver mask stood at the entrance of this space, hands clasped behind his back, observing the recent battle with a detached demeanor. Beside him stood several men wearing bronze masks. At the Enlightenment Square, the earlier commotion swiftly subsided. Although some remained to watch, many others were quietly contemplating the two sword marks etched upon the Sword King's stone. After all, these marks appeared only for a limited time, 3 days. Should one fail to glean any insights within this period, they would have to wait another decade for the next opportunity. A youth clad in a blue robe sat at the forefront of the Enlightenment Square. Suddenly, a golden lotus flower materialized above his head, composed entirely of delicate sword chi, swirling mystically in the air. Many nearby gazed upon him with envious eyes. This was the Sword Lotus. From ancient times to the present, there have been unparalleled prodigies who have comprehended the 9 blossoms of the Sword Lotus at the Sword King Stone. Subsequently, that individual ascended to become a formidable force in the realm of destiny. What, then, is this lotus? Jun Mo Shao was poised to delve into its mysteries when he noticed the golden sword lotus above the youth's head and turned to Li Xiaobai for clarification. That is the Sword Lotus, from which one can comprehend up to 9 blossoms. Li Xiaobai elucidated with a smile. Then he settled into a cross-legged position, his gaze fixed upon the 2 sword scars ahead, gradually closing his eyes. Jun Mo Shao nodded in understanding, also assuming a cross-legged posture. His eyes locked onto the Sword King Stone as he commenced his meditation. Luo Li followed suit. Despite her eyes being shut, the 2 sword scars seemed to embed themselves in her heart, radiating boundless brilliance and perpetually emanating a torrent of sword intent. If one's sword heart were not resolute, it would be arduous to endure. This sword intent felt vaguely familiar. In that moment, both Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao experienced a simultaneous stirring in their hearts. Though there was a sense of familiarity, there remained an element of the unknown, particularly with the sword intent emanating from the other scar, which was indeed strikingly foreign. No sooner had they closed their eyes and meditated for less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a golden sword lotus appeared above their heads. Chapter 85. 8 Sword Lotuses, astonishing the entire assembly. These 2 external youths are truly remarkable. In such a brief span, they have already comprehended a sword lotus. At the Enlightenment Square, the cultivators of the Yuan Sea mirror gazed in awe as the golden sword lotus materialized above Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li, their eyes brimming with envy. The time for comprehension at the Sword King Stone is limited to merely 3 days. Even if one can only comprehend a single sword lotus, it would immensely benefit their future endeavors in the path of swordsmanship. Accompanied by the astonished gasps of the cultivators from the primordial sea realm, the foremost area of the comprehension square began to witness the emergence of golden sword lotuses above the heads of numerous individuals. The first 3 sword lotuses proved to be relatively attainable, as those with a modicum of talent could grasp their essence. However, from the 4th sword lotus onward, the challenge intensified significantly. Generally, the exceptional prodigies occupying the front rows of the square, those of the Divine Bridge realm, could typically comprehend 2 or 3 sword lotuses. If one could perceive 4 or more, their future breakthroughs in swordsmanship would be nothing short of remarkable. After 10 hours, 3 golden sword lotuses materialized above the heads of Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li. At this moment, among the 200 to 300 individuals in the front row, there were scarcely 5 who could boast of 3 golden sword lotuses. Lin Yi of the Shaoyang Sword Sect opened one eye and cast a cold glance toward Jun Mo Shao. Upon noticing that 2 others, like him, also possessed 3 sword lotuses, he couldn't help but let out a derisive chuckle. Come on, Senior Lin. You are the most outstanding prodigy of our Shaoyang Sword Sect. You will surely comprehend 6 golden lotuses. A nearby youth encouraged him with a smile. Indeed, Lin Yi closed his eyes once more, delving back into his meditation. In recent centuries, those who could manifest 6 golden sword lotuses upon the Sword King Stone have ranked first. After all, the 2 sword marks on the Sword King Stone, which have been passed down since ancient times, have significantly diminished in power. Thus, Lin Ye's objective this time was to strive for the comprehension of 6 golden sword lotuses. 5 more hours passed, enveloping the surroundings in a profound silence. The dawn had yet to arrive, and the world remained enveloped in darkness. However, some cultivators produced luminous pearls, placing them before themselves, illuminating the surroundings. Suddenly, above Lin Ye's head, the 4th sword lotus materialized. He opened his eyes once more and gazed in the direction of Jun Mo Shao. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? That fellow had already comprehended the 5th sword lotus? Lin Yi found it hard to believe. Initially, they had been progressing at the same pace, yet after 5 hours, Jun Mo Shao had grasped the 5th sword lotus while he was still at the 4th. Lin Yi glanced around at the others and noted that nearly 10 individuals had comprehended 5 golden lotuses. This realization weighed heavily on his heart. He closed his eyes again, immersing himself entirely in the understanding of sword intent. Several hours passed, and Lin Yi finally comprehended the 5th golden sword lotus. He opened his eyes and turned once more to Jun Mo Shao, only to be met with a rapid heartbeat and renewed astonishment. Jun Mo Shao had already grasped 7 golden sword lotuses. Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to curse in frustration. How could this newcomer possess such extraordinary talent? The speed of comprehension was astonishing. In centuries, no one had ever appeared who could comprehend 7 golden sword lotuses. When his gaze shifted to the enchanting young woman beside Jun Mo Xiao, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The beautiful maiden, too, had 7 golden sword lotuses floating above her head. The two of them were strikingly similar, advancing in their understanding at an equal pace, their progress indistinguishable. Lin Yi glanced at the others once more, realizing that none of them had comprehended even a single golden sword lotus. This revelation ignited a profound anger within him. He had not anticipated that all the limelight would be seized by these two outsiders. At this moment, the 7th golden sword lotus above Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li had only just manifested. Yet, many cultivators bore witness to this remarkable occurrence. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, their astonishment beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. It had been 500 years since anyone in the Divine Wind dynasty had comprehended 7 golden sword lotuses. And now, merely a day and a half had elapsed. It was entirely possible that these two youthful figures might continue to break through. Many cultivators of the Yuanhai realm from weaker factions gazed at the duo with a flicker of anticipation in their eyes. However, some cultivators at the front, belonging to the God Bridge realm, looked at Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li with seething jealousy and rage. Their envy stemmed from the fact that these two youngsters, hailing from afar, had eclipsed the prestige of all the sects within the Divine Wind dynasty. At that moment, Jun Mo Xiao opened his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered that, apart from his senior sister Luo Li, the others had only managed to reach a maximum of 5 golden sword lotuses. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to his heart. Initially, during the comprehension of the first 3 lotuses, his speed had matched that of the others, instilling a sense of tension within him, fearing he would be left behind. Yet now, he and his senior sister had far outpaced the rest. Seated beside him, Li Xiaobai also opened his eyes, gazing at Jun Ma Xiao with a look of astonishment. He stammered, "You are all truly formidable. The sword marks on the Sword King stone have diminished, yet you have managed to comprehend 7 golden sword lotuses. Remarkable. Li brother, you are not so bad yourself." Jun Ma Xiao replied with a smile. Above Li Xiaobai's head floated 4 golden sword lotuses, placing him among the foremost cultivators within the Yuanhai realm. "Junior brother, do not lose focus. Let us continue our contemplation." At that moment, Luo Li, with her eyes closed, transmitted a message to Jun Ma Xiao. "Understood, senior sister." Jun Ma Xiao's expression turned resolute as he promptly closed his eyes to resume his meditation on sword intent. After several hours had passed, dawn broke and the sun ascended in the east, casting a radiant glow that illuminated every cultivator present in the Enlightenment Square. "Look, that pair of foreign youths has actually comprehended the 8th golden sword lotus," exclaimed a keen-eyed cultivator. Noticing the 8th golden lotus emerging above the heads of Luo Li and Jun Ma Xiao, this revelation sent a wave of excitement through the crowd. Whispers erupted as everyone turned their gaze towards Jun Ma Xiao and Luo Li, their expressions revealing a mixture of envy and resentment. Some cultivators had altogether abandoned their efforts at the Sword King stone, realizing they had reached the limits of their comprehension. With the 3rd day approaching, they understood that no matter how diligently they tried, they could not manifest another sword lotus. How infuriating. Are these two even human? Lin Yi opened his eye, glaring at Jun Ma Xiao, his teeth clenched in frustration. He currently possesses the 5th golden lotus, with a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the 6th. Whether he can surpass this threshold remains an enigma, even to himself. Lin Yi cast a glance at those beside him and realized that, apart from Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao, no one else had attained the comprehension of the 6th golden sword lotus. Truly astonishing. At this moment, Lin Yi could not help but admire the remarkable talent of the two outsiders, whose prowess in the sword path far surpassed his own. It has been less than 3 days, yet it seems these two may very well challenge the historical record of 9 sword lotuses. Within the mysterious space of the Sword King stone cliff, a young man adorned with a bronze mask gazed outward, exclaiming in awe, "These two youths are formidable." Their unparalleled talent in the sword path suggests they might indeed aspire to reach the 9th sword lotus. The man donning a silver mask revealed a faint smile in his eyes. At that moment, he resolved to recruit these 2 exceptional youths into his ranks, no matter the cost. Chapter 86. Illuminating 3,000 miles beside the surging river, a black carriage stood still, with Yi Yun seated atop, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the tranquil waters. Suddenly, he felt a stirring within, directing his gaze towards a certain direction. 8 sword lotuses are insufficient. At the very least, 9 are required, and if 10 could be achieved, that would be even better. Yi Yun smiled gently. Among the 2 sword marks, one bore his imprint. With Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao being disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect, They naturally possessed an inherent advantage in grasping Yi Yun's sword path. Among the two sword scars, the other one mirrors Yi Yun's scar, akin to an emperor and a consort. For 100,000 years, the world has transformed profoundly, from ancient times to the present. Some individuals have long departed, yet traces remain. Yi Yun sighed softly, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of desolation. The path of enlightenment is solitary. At this moment, no one can comprehend the loneliness that resides within Yi Yun's heart. Perhaps only through relentless cultivation and the pursuit of strength can he alleviate this solitude. He gently closed his eyes. On the third day at noon, under the gaze of the multitude, two golden sword lotuses once again manifested above Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li. Could it be? What extraordinary talents these two possess. Capable of simultaneously comprehending the ninth golden sword lotus? It is utterly astonishing. For 5 centuries, the potency of the two sword scars has waned significantly. Yet, these two youths from afar have managed to grasp 9 golden sword lotuses, a feat beyond imagination. How fortunate it would be if there were practitioners from our divine Wind dynasty among them. In an instant, the entire Tao Enlightenment Square erupted like boiling water. The crowd ablaze with excitement. For 100,000 years, from ancient times to the present, the number of individuals capable of comprehending 9 sword lotuses could be counted on one hand. Yet now, these two unknown youths have achieved this simultaneously. Their swordsmanship talent is truly terrifying, nothing short of monstrous. Lin Yi of the Shaoyang Sword Sect, upon witnessing the 9 golden sword lotuses above Jun Mo Shao, turned as pale as death. He murmured to himself, "Is this even human?" At that moment, he finally conceded defeat. He was so close to comprehending the 6th golden sword lotus. Yet Jun Mo Shao had already grasped the essence of 9 sword lotuses. This was the chasm of disparity. The prodigies seated in the front row of the Enlightenment Square shook their heads and sighed in dismay. In the presence of Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li, they felt utterly insignificant, for among them, not a single individual had managed to comprehend even 6 sword lotuses. They were completely overshadowed by the prowess of Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. It seemed that Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao had entered a wondrous state of enlightenment. Both remained with their eyes closed, delving into the 2 sword marks of the Sword King Stone. Above their heads, the 9 golden sword lotuses gently rotated, radiating a divine golden light that evoked an extraordinary sense of sanctity. They continued their contemplation. My goodness, what are they attempting to achieve? 9 sword lotuses are already the pinnacle. Countless eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the 2 figures ahead. Li Xiaobai had also ceased his contemplation, sensing that he had reached his limit. However, upon witnessing the silhouettes of Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li, his breath quickened, engulfed by profound shock. It was evident that their state of comprehension had not yet culminated. Could they possibly break through further? Yet, in the span of 100,000 years, no one had ever ascended to the 10th golden sword lotus. Li Xiaobai's heart raced with excitement as he held his breath, quietly anticipating the miracle that might unfold. And at that moment, within the enigmatic chamber of the Sword King's stone cliff, a man adorned with a silver mask trembled with palpable excitement. It had been a millennium, 10,000 years, perhaps, since the emergence of 2 prodigies bearing the 9 lotus swords. As the guardian of the Sword King's stone, he had devoted himself for over 1,000 years, yearning for the reappearance of such extraordinary talent. These guardians, a lineage passed down since ancient times, had endured for a staggering 100,000 years. However, with the gradual diminishment of the sword marks upon the Sword King's stone over the past few millennia, they sensed an impending crisis. In a mere century, it was conceivable that the sword marks might vanish altogether, leaving the guardians with nothing to protect. Thus, this guardian resolved to seek out a successor among the seekers of enlightenment at the Sword King's stone, destined to inherit the Sword King Palace established by the guardians. This palace, however, did not belong to the forces of the Divine Wind dynasty. It was the domain of a clandestine underground faction, modest in numbers, merely a few dozen. Yet, as the inaugural master of the Sword King Palace, he had attained the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the Destiny realm. Such prowess would render him a figure of great significance even within the Lutian dynasty. As time flowed steadily on, all eyes at the Enlightenment Square were fixated on Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, eager for the forthcoming display of their abilities. As night descended, the 2 sword marks on the Sword King's stone suddenly radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the surroundings for thousands of miles. This astonishing phenomenon left all spectators in awe. As the Sword King's stone blazed forth, casting illumination across 3,000 miles, everyone squinted their eyes, gazing at the Sword King's stone, when an astonishing scene unfolded. Amidst the dazzling radiance, 2 figures emerged. One was a man clad in a white robe, his back turned to the onlookers. He possessed an extraordinary aura, akin to a supreme deity standing atop the heavens, gazing down upon the mortal realm. Beside him stood a woman of unparalleled beauty. Even from a mere glimpse of her silhouette, it was evident that her countenance was unrivaled in the world. Ancestor, that is the ancestor. The man adorned with a silver mask in the chasm suddenly exhibited a fervent expression, kneeling upon the ground, tears streaming down his face. The resplendent woman was indeed the revered ancestor of their lineage. It was this ancestor who bestowed upon them the eternal duty of guarding the Sword King's stone, a task only deemed complete when the sword marks faded away. Generations of guardians have faithfully adhered to the ancestors' ancient teachings, silently safeguarding the Sword King's stone, never straying from their post. The disciples, donning bronze masks, were taken aback upon witnessing their master suddenly kneel and weep uncontrollably. One by one, they too knelt in reverence. What could this possibly mean? Could these be the formidable beings responsible for the 2 sword marks etched upon the Sword King's stone? The ancient powers were indeed astonishing, having left behind 2 sword marks that have endured for 100,000 years. At the Enlightenment Square, all the practitioners stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the 2 exalted figures, momentarily transformed into lifelike statues. Just then, suddenly, a radiant flash illuminated the heads of Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li, revealing the emergence of the 10th golden sword lotus above them. 10 sword lotuses. This shattered the records held by all the cultivators of the Sword King Stone for the past 100,000 years. Chapter 87. The mysterious guardian appears. Did I not see correctly? The 10th sword lotus has indeed appeared. In the Tao Enlightenment Square, all the cultivators widened their eyes in sheer astonishment, gazing intently at the 2 figures ahead. Above each of their heads floated 10 golden sword lotuses, each exuding an astonishing aura of sword intent. It must be an illusion. From ancient times until now, a span of 100,000 years has passed, and never has anyone comprehended the 10th golden sword lotus. Some cultivators shook their heads repeatedly, desperately rubbing their eyes, unable to believe the reality before them. 9 lotuses were already the pinnacle. How could there now be 10? My goodness, Brother Jun is not merely a prodigy. He is nothing short of a divine being among prodigies, Li Xiaobai exclaimed, his expression changing drastically upon seeing the 10th golden sword lotus, causing him to plop down onto the ground in shock. He was closest to Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li, within mere 10 feet, allowing him to distinctly perceive the overwhelming sword intent emanating from the 10th golden sword lotus, far surpassing the previous 9. This was simply inconceivable, utterly breathtaking. The Tao Enlightenment Square, initially filled with clamor, gradually fell into a profound silence, as if everyone shared an unspoken understanding. They stared blankly at the 10 golden sword lotuses swirling above Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, momentarily struggling to accept that this astonishing spectacle was indeed real. As Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao emerged from their state of enlightenment, they were momentarily blinded by the radiant Sword King stone. In that fleeting instant, they beheld 2 supreme figures, reminiscent of celestial sovereigns, standing upon the stone. Luo Li widened her eyes, her heart inexplicably racing. The imposing figure before her bore an uncanny resemblance to their ancestor, so strikingly similar that it left her in a daze. She nearly exclaimed in astonishment, "Senior sister, do you see? Is that person not our ancestor?" Jun Mo Shao stuttered in response, I feel the same." Luo Li's words faltered as she nodded emphatically. No sooner had their voices faded than the 2 silhouettes on the Sword King stone transformed into resplendent beams of light, which swiftly entered the bodies of Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. In an instant, the brilliance that illuminated the expanse of 3,000 miles dissipated, and the sword marks upon the stone lost all their formidable power, no longer exuding even a trace of sword intent. The beams of light surged within them, morphing into an incredibly ferocious sword intent that coursed through their beings like mighty rivers, resonating with the sword heart within. With a sudden jolt, both individuals felt their bodies tremble simultaneously, propelling them into the second layer of the divine sculpting realm. "Senior sister, we have broken through again," Jun Mo Shao exclaimed with delight. Indeed, Luo Li could hardly contain her exhilaration, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she nodded fervently. With a whoosh, the 10 golden sword lotuses that had floated above their heads descended, ultimately vanishing from sight. 2 individuals suddenly found themselves engulfed by an extraordinarily profound sword technique that manifested within their minds. "This is the 9 Heavens Lotus Blossom Sword Technique," Jun Mo Shao exclaimed in astonishment, softly uttering the name of this formidable art. When wielded independently, its power is immense. However, when the dual swords are combined, an unimaginable force is unleashed. Both Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li rose simultaneously, having reached a complete understanding of the technique. Alas, they gazed towards the Sword King stone, only to discover that the two sword marks had lost all traces of sword intent, their expressions turning somber as they sighed softly. The remaining sword intent of the Sword King stone had been entirely divided between them. Brother Jun, congratulations. Li Xiaobai approached with a beaming smile, clasping his hands in salute. You are too kind. Jun Mo Xiao responded with a smile. At this juncture, he noticed the surrounding silence. As all the cultivators fixed their gaze upon him with peculiar expressions, akin to having taken away their most cherished possession, Jun Mo Xiao smiled nonchalantly, undisturbed by their scrutiny. After all, the sword intent of the Sword King stone had been wholly absorbed by him and his senior sister. They were the primary beneficiaries, which made the sentiments of the crowd somewhat understandable. You two have absorbed all the sword intent from the Sword King stone. What are we, the other cultivators of the Divine Wind Dynasty, to do now? One cultivator glared at Jun Mo Xiao with indignation. Indeed, another cultivator chimed in, filled with righteous fury. With the emergence of such accusations, a ripple effect ensued, igniting the collective ire of the crowd, who passionately denounced Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li. After all, these two had come from outside and seized opportunities that rightfully belonged to the Divine Wind Dynasty. Suddenly, a formidable pressure descended from the heavens, rendering all the cultivators in the Enlightenment Square breathless, unable to part their lips. On the precipice of the Sword King stone, a flash of light illuminated the air, revealing an ancient bronze gate that slowly creaked open. A middle-aged man, donning a white mask, gracefully traversed the void, with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes resembled the ever-shifting stars of the cosmos, emanating an indescribable aura of terror. He was a formidable practitioner of the Destiny realm. In an instant, a youthful prodigy from a prestigious sect paled at the sight, emerging from the Sword King stone. The figure adorned with a silver mask. Could this be the guardian of the Sword King stone? An elder cultivator stammered. The existence of a guardian for the Sword King stone was no secret. However, such figures had seldom appeared since ancient times. Only those foolish sects attempting to seize the Sword King stone would provoke the guardian to manifest and repel all covetous onlookers. According to legend, the prowess of the Sword King stone's guardian rivaled that of the esteemed elders from the three great sects of the Divine Wind Dynasty. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the guardian now stood at the 10th tier of the Destiny realm, far surpassing the elders of the three sects, who, it was said, had yet to truly transcend the Destiny realm. The guardian, adorned with a silver mask, lowered his head and gazed in the direction of the Enlightenment Square, softly proclaiming, "You possess extraordinary talents, manifesting a rare spectacle of 10 golden sword lotuses, thus attaining the legacy of the Sword King stone. Now do you wish to join my Sword King palace, ensuring the continuation of this swordsmanship?" His voice, though calm, resonated like thunder in the ears of all present, causing everyone to startle in astonishment. A formidable practitioner of the Destiny realm, indeed invincible. My apologies, esteemed guardian. My senior sister and I will not join any sect. Jun Mo Xiao shook his head, revealing an expression of regret. Rejected? The guardian clearly did not anticipate this. He had exuded the aura of the 10th level of the Destiny realm. Could these two youths truly be oblivious to it? In the entirety of the Divine Wind Dynasty, the three great sects appeared to him as myriads. However, he had long adhered to the teachings of his ancestors, guarding the Sword King stone, which rendered him a stranger to most in this world. Witnessing Jun Mo Xiao's unyielding refusal, the onlookers in the Enlightenment Square displayed expressions of schadenfreude. How audacious for these two foreign youths to offend a practitioner of the Destiny realm. Chapter 88. The Menace of the Destiny Realm. Expert. You two young men, still in the bloom of youth with boundless potential, do you not wish to contemplate this decision further? The silver-masked guardian stood poised in the void, his gaze profound, as if galaxies were collapsing within his eyes. Suddenly, an overwhelming sword intent emanated from him, radiant and brilliant, akin to a beam of light piercing the heavens. At that moment, he fully unleashed the formidable sword intent of a peak practitioner at the 10th level of the Destiny realm. A brilliant white sword intent surged into the heavens, shattering the dark clouds within a radius of 10,000 miles, its overwhelming force astonishing all. The onlookers at the Enlightenment Square were drenched in cold sweat, as if they could feel their throats being severed by that very sword intent at any moment. These two outsiders were utterly oblivious to the peril they brought upon us, truly inconsiderate beings. The cultivators of the Divine Wind Dynasty at the Enlightenment Square seethed with indignation, cursing them in their hearts. This powerful guardian had established the Sword King Palace, and as a practitioner at the 10th level of the Destiny realm, how splendid it would be to join. Such a rare opportunity is akin to searching for a lantern in the dark. Many wish to condemn these two young outsiders as fools. But under the pressure of the sword intent in the sky, none could move, not even to speak. They could only silently express their grievances. Guardian Senior, we have made our decision. We shall not join any sect, Jun Mo Shao proclaimed, his hands clasped in a respectful gesture. Suddenly, the Guardian erupted into laughter, his voice booming and causing the very earth to tremble. That little girl, are you willing? His tone was exceedingly gentle, attempting to present himself as a kind and approachable elder. Given the obstinacy of the boy, he hoped that the girl would be intimidated by his formidable presence and choose to join the Sword King Palace. In his understanding, girls generally tend to be more timid. Guardian Elder, it seems I have disappointed you. I shall not join any sect, Luo Li replied with a faint smile. As the current leader of the Divine Dragon Sect, how could she possibly align herself with another sect? Even death would not compel her to do so. Luo Li had grown accustomed to a life on the edge, where threats held no terror for her. You. The Guardian's face turned ashen, his body trembling slightly, rendered speechless by her defiance. He had not anticipated that his earnest efforts would come to naught. These two outsiders were utterly impervious to his attempts at persuasion, completely unfazed by his blend of coercion and kindness. Did he, a formidable practitioner at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of destiny, not possess the qualifications to be their mentor? With a soft sigh, he retracted the sword intent that had surged forth from him in an instant. On the Enlightenment Square, a sudden wave of relief washed over everyone as the oppressive pressure dissipated, prompting them to breathe freely once more. Guardian Elder, these two individuals are utterly ungrateful. We implore you to reclaim the Sword King Stone inheritance from them. This is a rare opportunity for our Divine Wind dynasty. How can it be allowed to fall into the hands of outsiders? We beseech you to withdraw the inheritance. In that moment, all present in the Enlightenment Square knelt upon the ground. Li Xiaobai also found himself on his knees, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. Although he knew both Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, he could not bring himself to voice such pleas. He was perplexed, wondering why such a magnificent opportunity was being squandered by these two. Li Xiaobai felt a deep-seated frustration, akin to the disappointment of unfulfilled potential. Sister. Jun Mo Shao cast a pained smile as she gazed at Luo Li. She never anticipated that events would culminate in such a manner. The 10 sword lotuses had already taken root within them, and the unparalleled sword technique had embedded itself in their minds. How could it ever be reclaimed? Unless they were to eliminate the two of them. Fear not, for we shall confront every challenge that arises. Luo Li's gaze was resolute, her eyes piercing as she stared at the Guardian above, eager to discern his intentions. Allow me to inquire once more. Are you truly unwilling to join my Sword King Palace? The Guardian, filled with reluctance, posed the question again. Senior, we appreciate your kind offer, but we shall not affiliate ourselves with any sect. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao replied almost in unison. Very well. Despair flickered across the Guardian's face as he tremulously extended a hand, which gradually descended. In midair, one of his hands transformed into a colossal magical hand, descending from the heavens, casting a shadow over the land, exuding a formidable presence, as if the apocalypse were upon them. The others in the Enlightenment Square, witnessing this scene, were utterly astounded, collapsing to the ground in shock. A 10th-level celestial destiny realm expert was indeed a terrifying force. The dreadful hand continued its slow descent, not hastening, still granting the youthful pair an opportunity to reconsider. Yet, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao remained upright, their eyes bright and unwavering as they gazed skyward, devoid of any trace of fear. Observing the young couple, it was evident that even in the face of death, they had no intention of joining the Sword King Palace. Humph! The Guardian suddenly revealed a flicker of fury in his eyes. He pressed down with his palm, poised to utterly annihilate the pair of youthful souls below. Yet, in an instant, his expression changed dramatically. The magical hand he had conjured hung, suspended in midair, rendered motionless. A white figure had appeared on the Dao Enlightenment Square, seemingly out of nowhere. Greetings, ancestor, exclaimed Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, their faces lighting up with joy as they hastily knelt before Yi Yun. Rise, he said with a serene smile, a wave of magical energy enveloping them and lifting them to their feet. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao had comprehended 10 golden sword lotuses. This had been meticulously orchestrated by Yi Yun 100,000 years prior on this very precipice. 9 was not the limit, 10 was. By comprehending 10 golden sword lotuses, they could activate the sword technique contained within the 2 sword scars. This technique was not solely the creation of Yi Yun, but rather a collaborative innovation sparked by inspiration shared with his former beloved confidant. Who are you, esteemed sir? The Guardian, gazing at the young man in white upon the Dao Enlightenment Square, felt his pupils constrict in shock, unable to conceal his astonishment. Although the power behind his strike contained a fraction of his strength, it was certainly not something an ordinary individual could withstand. Yet, this white-clad youth, whose cultivation he could not fathom, had effortlessly absorbed the blow. Could it be that this young man's prowess surpassed his own? How could that be possible? Even within the Divine Wind dynasty, there were few with superior cultivation than him, let alone in the Li Tian dynasty. Yi Tian raised his gaze to the guardian, his expression indifferent. He stepped forward, crossing into the void, standing face to face with the guardian. Which generation of guardian are you? Yi Yun inquired, gazing at the two deep sword scars on the Sword King's stone, devoid of any sword intent. His expression was tranquil, his tone melancholic. What is your identity? The guardian did not respond to Yi Yun's question. Instead, his eyelids narrowed slightly, and an astonishing radiance of sword intent erupted from the depths of his eyes. He was poised for an attack. The young man in white before him instilled a profound sense of dread and unease within him. Only by striking could he find solace. Yi Yun regarded the masked figure before him and calmly remarked, "You are not worthy to know my name." Such arrogance. The guardian's inner fury erupted like a volcano. Perhaps unable to endure this unknown threat any longer, he unleashed a single strike. The sword light descended as if born from the vast cosmos, shaking the heavens. What a formidable strike. Truly a formidable practitioner at the destiny realm. On the verge of entering the life and death realm. At that moment, countless cultivators in the Enlightenment Square gazed upward, their faces reflecting disbelief. This astonishing sword light was suddenly suspended in midair. You possess quite the audacity to dare strike at me. A chilling voice resonated throughout the void. Yi Yun looked at the sword light frozen in the air, a faint smirk appearing on his face. Were it not for the ties of the past, this guardian would not have lived to see this moment. How could this be possible? The guardian, upon realizing that his sword light was suspended in midair and could not descend, was nearly overwhelmed with terror. At that moment, a thought abruptly crossed his mind. This formidable individual before him must be at least a master of the life and death realm. With a gentle exhale, Yi Yun released a breath that gracefully descended upon the brilliant, yet piercing sword light, which instantly transformed into wisps of azure smoke, dissipating into the air. How amusing. Louis, your descendant dares to challenge me surely. You did not foresee this. With hands clasped behind his back, Yi Yun approached the guardian step by step. How do you know the name of our ancestor? The guardian's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Louis's name. The name of their revered ancestor was known solely to generations of guardians. No one else in the world was privy to it. Yet, this young man in white was aware of their ancestor's name. How could this be? A tempest of turmoil surged within the guardian as he gazed at the advancing figure. He realized that he was utterly immobilized, unable to move even a single finger. Had a guardian at the 10th level of the Destiny realm truly succumbed so easily? The multitude of cultivators gathered at the Enlightenment Square witnessed this scene, their spirits shaken. Some turned to flee in terror. Yi Yun cast a calm glance downward, and suddenly, all were ensnared by an enigmatic force, as if bound by an unseen spell. They stared in astonishment at the young man in white soaring above, unable to fathom the extraordinary heights of his cultivation. Yi Yun approached the guardian, raised his hand, and with a sharp crack, struck the guardian's face. The silver mask shattered abruptly, revealing an aged visage. This weathered countenance, however, was marred by an expression of terror, the depths of his eyes betraying an indescribable despair. Who are you? The guardian uttered with great difficulty. Yi Yun, came the gentle response, the name spoken softly. Yi Yun? The guardian furrowed his brow, softly murmuring the name. Suddenly, a flash of insight surged through his mind. His expression contorted in disbelief as he stammered, This cannot be. How can you still be alive? The tone of his voice shifted dramatically, for this name had been passed down through generations of guardians. Yi Yun and Lu Yi, the creators of the two sword scars on the Sword King's stone. To this day, only the guardians, through the ages, knew of these two names. It seems you have recalled, Yi Yun remarked with a serene smile. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Our ancestor has been dead for nearly 100,000 years. How could you still be alive? The guardian's mind unraveled, consumed by frantic mutterings. He found it unfathomable that this young man in white before him was, in fact, the leader of the eternal-level sect, the Divine Dragon Sect, renowned as the foremost expert in the eternal realm of Tsangnan continent, a figure from 100,000 years past. But how could he have survived? Nothing is impossible, Yi Yun replied with a calm smile, suddenly pointing his finger into the air. Before him appeared a stunning woman clad in red. She was an ancestral figure. Upon witnessing her beauty, the guardian was struck with astonishment, his knees buckling as if he were about to kneel. Yet, he found himself immobilized, unable to lift even a finger. Suddenly, Yi retracted his magical power, and the image of the woman vanished. When he had drawn this portrait, all had been severed from the outside world, leaving only him and the guardian to witness the spectacle. Perhaps it was the pain of nostalgia that suddenly deepened Yi-Yun's sorrowful demeanor. He inhaled deeply. After a few moments, his expression transformed once more into an unyielding calm, the fleeting sadness having dissipated entirely. Yi-Yun had spent 100,000 years in this realm. His resolve as a Dao heart had become incomparably steadfast. He regarded the guardian and spoke softly, "You may escape the death sentence, but the living punishment cannot be evaded. You shall be suppressed for 500 years. With that, Yi-Yun gently gestured, and the guardian instantly transformed into a stone statue. He directed this statue into the mysterious space, and at that moment, all disciples of the Sword King Palace also turned into stone figures. With a light touch, the entire mountain trembled and descended into the earth. He inscribed a single character, Seal. This grand character radiated with a divine brilliance, vanishing completely upon reaching the ground. Witnessing this white-clad youth, who resembled a deity, every cultivator present at the Enlightenment Square was gripped by an icy terror, as if plunged into a frozen abyss. A cultivator of the 10th layer of the Destiny realm was effortlessly subdued, imprisoned for 5 centuries. The method of such suppression was extraordinarily mysterious, something they had never encountered before. You wretched beings deserve to perish. Yi-Yun coldly gazed upon the thousands of cultivators below him. In his eyes, they were no more significant than mere ants. With a single breath, these cultivators, their expressions filled with terror, transformed into wisps of ethereal smoke and dissipated into nothingness, including the likes of Li Xiaobai. To Yi-Yun, such cultivators were indistinguishable from insects. Beneath the true god, all are but ants. Yi-Yun harbored no intentions of sparing Li Xiaobai simply because he had a fleeting acquaintance with Jun Maxiu. After all, Li Xiaobai had taken undue advantage of Jun Maxiu and was hardly a virtuous individual. However, regarding the guardian, Yi-Yun, out of respect for a past romantic connection, chose to be lenient, merely imprisoning him for 5 centuries. As he observed the mountain, it suddenly sank into the earth. Luo Li and Jun Maxiu could not help but recall the emergence of the 18 layers of hell beneath the Sword God Sect of the ancient Moon Dynasty. A chilling moment that gripped their hearts. The ancestors' actions were always decisive, leaving no room for future threats. Ancestor, was that figure on the Sword King stone truly you? Jun Maxiu stammered. Yi-Yun nodded and abruptly vanished into the void. Exchanging glances, Jun Maxiu and Luo Li were overwhelmed with an indescribable shock. Yet a question lingered in their minds. Who was that extraordinary woman to the ancestor? Chapter 90, The Charcoal Black Cat. A month later, a dark carriage slowly approached from a distance. Inside the carriage, Yi-Yun opened his eyes. In that moment, his gaze shimmered with the essence of countless celestial stars, each flickering in an eternal cycle of annihilation and rebirth, as worlds spun in unfathomable transformations. After parting ways with the Sword King, Yi-Yun did not hasten the journey of the Dark Steed. Instead, he afforded Luo Li and Jun Maxiu an opportunity for profound contemplation and growth. Over the course of this month, his cultivation steadily ascended, reaching the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the true God realm, mere parchment away from the divine sovereign realm. With a mere thought, Yi-Yun could transcend into that level. However, such a breakthrough would unleash cataclysmic phenomena across the heavens and earth, wreaking devastation beyond imagination, likely rendering the entirety of Tsangnan continent incapable of withstanding the upheaval. Thus, he restrained his advancement, choosing not to break through. Curiously, this carriage appeared to have no driver, and perched at the front was a large black cat. Could it be that this feline was capable of guiding the carriage? Truly peculiar, this seemed to be an unclaimed object. A few cultivators passing nearby gathered around the ebony carriage, whispering among themselves. Scram! The black cat lifted its head, issuing a fierce reprimand. The cultivators, startled by the sudden human-like speech of the cat, nearly fell to the ground in shock. Their cultivation was not particularly high, merely at the Yuanhai realm. The cat's ferocity nearly sent their souls fleeing. Hastily, they scrambled away from the ominous carriage, and the surroundings swiftly returned to tranquility. Oh, little cat, in the past month, you have indeed reaped considerable rewards. Having consumed the elixirs bestowed upon you by the Master, you must be nearing the Fate realm. Are you not? Master, I am not progressing that swiftly. I am merely at the 10th level of the Nirvana realm. The large black cat replied with a bashful smile, extending its paw to groom itself delicately. To its astonishment, the Master had granted it a pouch containing 1,000 imperial spirit pills. For the past month, it had consumed one each day, resulting in a remarkable and rapid enhancement of its cultivation, leaving the large black cat utterly elated. having practiced for several millennia. It had never experienced such a delightful ascent through the use of medicinal pills. The imperial spirit pills were as delectable as candy in its previous life. Such a notion would have been unimaginable. Not to mention imperial-grade pills, it had scarcely consumed 2 or 3 royal-grade pills throughout its life. The large black cat felt increasingly astute, believing that the greater the injury it sustained, the more bountiful the rewards it would receive. This conviction only solidified its resolve. Should the master require its services in battle again, the large black cat vowed to sustain even greater injuries. Perhaps then, the number of spirit pills the master would bestow upon it would double. Just the thought of consuming these pills and witnessing its cultivation soar, ultimately becoming an unparalleled demon in the fate realm, surpassing its previous master, filled the large black cat with immense joy. Now at the 10th level of the nirvana realm. It was not far from the fate realm. One cannot help but acknowledge the terrifying potency of these imperial-grade pills. In the Lixiang Empire, the mere appearance of a single imperial-grade pill would likely incite fierce competition among people. Yet, here it was, treating them as if they were mere candy. The large black cat felt that ever since it had followed the master, its days had become increasingly prosperous. The nirvana realm has reached its 10th layer. Isn't it nearly time to ascend to the destiny realm? The great black horse cast a disdainful glance at it. Suddenly, a robust tail swished violently, delivering a stinging slap to the great black cat. Though the tail appeared light and airy, its impact upon the cat's head felt as heavy as a mountain, causing stars to dance before its eyes. "Oh, Master Horse, spare my life. My fragile little body cannot bear such might," lamented the great black cat, cradling its paws atop its head in despair. The great black horse chuckled softly, choosing to ignore it thereafter. Abruptly, it lifted its head. A vivid blue lightning bolt streaked rapidly across the sky. Squinting slightly, the great black horse discerned that within this azure flash was an enormous blue bird. It turned out to be a thunder crane. The great black horse curled its lips in indifference, shaking its head dismissively. The bloodline of that thunder crane was impure, and its cultivation was lamentably low, merely at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the divine bridge realm. Moreover, it bore injuries and was hastily fleeing. After the thunder crane vanished, some time passed before figures began to dart through the air, evidently in pursuit of the beast. At that moment, the great black cat also raised its head to gaze at the sky. Upon spotting familiar figures among the pursuers, disciples from the Chitian Sword Sect and the Yuma Sect, it could not help but exclaim, "Master! It seems the disciples of the 3 great sects are pursuing that thunder crane. Little cat, you truly have a penchant for prattling. Does the master not comprehend all that is unfolding?" The great black horse turned back, glaring fiercely at the great black cat, its gaze sparking like a bolt of lightning, landing squarely upon the cat. The large black cat narrowly escaped being charred by a bolt of lightning, its sleek black fur singed. Yiyan could not help but chuckle at the sight. What a pair of lively characters they were. The large black horse was relentless in its teasing of the cat, showing no mercy. Fortunately, the horse spared some dignity for the cat, or it would indeed have been cooked to perfection. "Goodness, Master Horse, that was rather cruel. My fur is nearly burnt away," lamented the large black cat, on the verge of tears. Its once lustrous black coat, reminiscent of fine satin, now bore patches of singed fur, revealing unsightly brown skin beneath. Suddenly, Yiyan stepped forward, surveying the surroundings before his gaze settled on the black cat, eliciting a faint smile. With a flick of his fingers, a drop of green liquid descended upon the cat. A woo meow. The large black cat emitted a sound of pure relief. "Little cat, have you gone into heat? Can you not contain yourself?" the large black horse remarked with irritation. The cat promptly closed its mouth, fearing another lightning strike from the horse. Upon absorbing the mysterious drop of green liquid, the cat was invigorated, swiftly regrowing its luxurious black fur. "Thank you, my lord." The large black cat knelt, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down its face. The restoration of its fur filled it with joy and surprise. At that moment, 2 beams of light shot from the carriage, landing gracefully on the ground. It was Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. "Greetings, ancestral master." The 2 immediately bowed in respect upon seeing Yiyan standing atop the carriage. Yiyan regarded them with a gentle smile. After a month of diligent training, Luo Li and Jun Ma Xiao have diligently nurtured the 10 golden sword lotuses, complemented by the consumption of the dragon tiger pill, enhancing their cultivation to the 3rd level of the divine bridge realm. Observing these 2 former chi refinement stage disciples, now elevated to the status of formidable practitioners, Yiyan felt a profound sense of relief as he noted the remarkable transformation in their demeanor. At present, the 3 major sects of the Divine Wind Dynasty, along with several first-tier sects, had dispatched disciples to the Jile mountain range in pursuit of the elusive Thunder Zay. You two should also embark on your own journey of experience, Ian remarked casually. Yes, ancestor. Luoli and Jun Mashu promptly responded. By the way, I will be leaving the Songnan continent for a while, Ian suddenly announced, leaving them in shock. Chapter 91. The ancestor is leaving the Songnan continent? What? The ancestor is leaving the Songnan continent? Upon hearing this news, Luoli and Jun Mashiao's faces turned pale with fear. In that instant, they felt as though they were becoming orphans, sensing that their ancestor might be departing from them, never to return, or perhaps no longer caring for them. Luoli, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep, her eyes brimming with tears as she implored, Ancestor, do you truly wish to abandon us? Jun Maxiao, who had always been sensitive, wiped away his tears and lamented, Ancestor, is it because I am too lacking? Witnessing the sorrow of these two young souls, Yi Yun could not help but chuckle. His intention to leave the Songnan continent was solely to seek a suitable place to advance to the Divine Monarch realm. He would never forsake these three little ones. He must cultivate the last three little members of the Divine Dragon Sect to the level of eternity before he can depart with peace of mind. Master, you absolutely cannot leave us. We cannot survive without you. The great black cat began to weep inconsolably. If the master were to leave, it would lose its future cultivation resources. The usually composed great black horse also appeared anxious. Its eyes filled with a misty haze as it turned to Yi Yun and softly inquired, Master, may I accompany you? Upon witnessing the misinterpretation by his companions, Yi Yun could not help but chuckle, gently shaking his head. I am on the verge of breaking through to the next realm, which is likely to attract terrifying phenomena from heaven and earth, hence I need to find a suitable place. Yi Yun expressed his thoughts with a smile. Congratulations, Master. The great black horse, being a formidable being of the eternal realm, was well aware and immediately broke into a grin. The great black cat blinked in astonishment. The master has already attained divinity. Could it be that he can continue to ascend? It suddenly realized how laughably ignorant it was, having no knowledge of the next realm beyond the true divinity. Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li exchanged glances, hastily wiping away their tears. Their ancestor was incredibly powerful, poised to break through from the true divinity realm to the next level. Although they were unaware of what that next level entailed, they felt a surge of joy for their ancestor's impending breakthrough. Yi Yun's expression remained serene, and without further elaboration, he suddenly vanished from the spot. No one knew whither he had gone, not even the great black horse, the most powerful among them, although fully aware that the ancestor would eventually return. The sudden absence of their revered figure left Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li momentarily grappling with their emotions, their spirits dampened. The senior sister is still in seclusion. She likely remains unaware of this news, Jun Mo Xiao murmured. Luo Li nodded in agreement, then brightened with a smile. Perhaps the ancestor will return shortly, and by then, senior sister will still be in her retreat. Indeed, Jun Mo Xiao replied. Oh dear, I forgot to inquire about the ancestor. What exactly is the Luais? I have never heard of it. A fleeting look of chagrin crossed the exquisite visage of Luo Li, for she had no prior knowledge of the Luais. The ancestor had sent them to the Jile mountain range not only to compete with the prodigious disciples of various sects, but perhaps with the intention of having them capture the Luais as well. And thus, the Luais manifested gently before them, conjured from a breath of air by the great black horse. It took the form of a large azure bird, somewhat reminiscent of the Qingwan, yet radiating an astonishing electric aura that evoked a sense of impending explosion. Particularly striking were its eyes, filled with a lethal intent that left a lasting impression. So this is the Luais. Jun Mo Xiao nodded thoughtfully, and together with her sister Luo Li, they soared into the sky, heading towards the Jile mountain range. The great black cat raised its paw, gazing towards the mountain, and volunteered, Master Ma, shall I protect the two young masters? Just keep a watchful eye on the carriage, for the master is conveniently absent this time, allowing me to stretch my limbs a bit. The magnificent black stallion grinned, and the reins that bound him suddenly fell away. Then, taking a couple of strides forward, he transformed into a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. He chuckled, Well, how do you find this visage of mine? Am I not strikingly dashing? The stallion flashed a brilliant set of pearly whites, bursting into laughter. Oh, esteemed steed, you are truly the cream of the crop among men. Your charisma is unparalleled. Aside from the master, none can rival your magnificence. Upon witnessing the stallion's transformation into human form, the black cat felt a surge of inspiration and similarly morphed into a youthful figure clad in black. He perched upon the carriage, giving the stallion a thumbs up. Huh. Such praise from you, little kitten, is music to my ears. The stallion bellowed with laughter. Ever since he had emerged from the master's storeroom, he had tirelessly towed the carriage. Although he never voiced his discontent, a sense of monotony lingered in his heart. With the master absent, he was determined to venture out. Firstly, to safeguard the two young masters. Secondly, to seek rare treasures of nature to satiate his hunger. And thirdly, should he encounter a suitable mare, he would not mind leaving a trace of his lineage in this world, to spare himself the taunts of Sister Feng upon his return. Little cat, keep a vigilant watch over the carriage. Master steed is off. The stallion laughed heartily and strode away. Meanwhile, the black cat, now a youth in a black robe, sat idly on the carriage, staring vacantly at the sky. The esteemed master has truly attained divine status. Yet he is still capable of breaking through once more. What lies ahead in the next realm? The large black cat murmured to itself. After a moment of contemplation, it suddenly felt a wave of boredom and decided to leap from the carriage, attempting to drag it away. However, despite exerting all its strength, it could not budge the carriage even slightly. Goodness gracious, this carriage is extraordinary. I, the esteemed feline, cannot move it at all. The large black cat wore a look of dejection, reflecting on how Master Ma effortlessly maneuvered the carriage at lightning speed through the void. It finally recognized the terror of Master Ma. Reluctantly, it had no choice but to wait here. Ultimately, the large black cat, feeling helpless, leapt back onto the carriage, sat cross-legged, and closed its eyes to cultivate. Suddenly, several figures pierced through the air. Is that the black carriage you mentioned? Indeed, Senior. There is a formidable demon here that can speak, and it appears to possess substantial cultivation. If we were to slay it, its demon core would undoubtedly be valuable. A few junior cultivators from the Yuan High realm led an elder of the 10th layer of the Divine Bridge realm as they flew from the distance and arrived beside the carriage. Where is the demon cat you spoke of? There is clearly only a young man in black. The elder of the 10th layer of the Divine Bridge realm glared at the nearby cultivators in anger. These fellows insisted there was a driverless carriage with a demon cat resting upon it, claiming it had considerable power. Yet upon arriving here, they found the carriage, which was utterly unremarkable. However, the demon cat was nowhere to be found. I recall there was also a large black horse in front of this carriage. Why has the horse vanished now? Could it have been stolen? Exclaimed a shocked monk. Perhaps we have arrived too late, and someone has beaten us to it. Lamented another young man of the Yuan High realm, his face drawn with despair. Before the elder of the Divine Bridge realm could express his anger, the young man clad in black robes, seated in the ebony carriage, suddenly opened his eyes and cast a glance at the onlookers. The seemingly ordinary black-robed youth, in that instant, transformed into a colossal black cat, resembling a small mountain. Your grandfather cat is here. Chapter 92. Tearing through the void, crossing millions of miles. A Nirvana realm great demon. As the elder of the Divine Bridge realm beheld the imposing black cat, his vision blurred, and he promptly fainted from sheer terror. The other young monks of the Yuan High realm, already paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground like limp dolls. None could have imagined that the unassuming black cat on the carriage was, in fact, a powerful demon of the Nirvana realm. You greedy humans must pay the price for your avarice. Today, your grandfather cat shall act as the embodiment of the heavenly cycle, delivering you an ultimate judgment. The great black cat feigned a stern expression, its demeanor grave. It gently exhaled a breath that enveloped the prostrate Yuan High realm monks, instantly rendering them unconscious. To emulate the old master's breath is beyond my capabilities. The great black cat chuckled helplessly, seized the fallen figures, and indiscriminately devoured them. After consuming these unfortunate souls, the great black cat reverted to its human form, seated in the carriage, and closed its eyes to meditate. He bore no objection to being disturbed further. The great black cat had resolved that anyone daring to meddle with the Lord's carriage would face his wrath, without mercy. He would consume them whole. Above the Ji-Lei mountain range, a middle-aged man clad in black robes suddenly cast his gaze towards a certain direction and scolded with irritation. You little kitten, lacking in skills yet fond of posturing as if you were grand. Do you think you can ever acquire the power of the Lord? Even I, Master Ma, cannot achieve such feats. His voice seemed to possess an unusual potency, penetrating distant realms and reaching the ears of the great black cat, miles away. Master Ma, I shall never mimic the Lord again. The great black cat quickly pleaded for mercy. Little kitten, guard the carriage well. This is your utmost duty. The middle-aged man in black chuckled and swaggered off into the depths of the Ji-Lei mountain range. On a vast expanse of azure sea, a ripple in space heralded the sudden appearance of a figure clad in white. I have finally departed from that island on the Tsangnan continent. Yi Yun surveyed his surroundings, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Moments ago, he had torn through the fabric of space, traversing billions of miles, directly crossing from the Xinfeng dynasty and emerging from the Tsangnan continent to this outer sea. This maritime expanse lay approximately tens of millions of miles from the Tsangnan continent. Indeed, a place seldom frequented by humanity. Furthermore, to reach the forbidden land of death from the Tsangnan continent, one would need to traverse millions of miles in any direction. To most cultivators, the ocean surrounding the Tsangnan continent appeared boundless, with very few ever managing to venture such vast distances. This situation involves not merely the aspect of distance. Primarily, the depths of this maritime region are teeming with various terrifying beasts. Should one attempt to traverse directly from above, it would be all too easy to fall prey to these monstrous creatures. It is only after traveling tens of millions of miles that one truly encounters the beginning of a nightmare. Without the cultivation of eternal realm, one cannot hope to advance even a single step into that realm of death. The winds there rage furiously, and thunder and fire surge relentlessly. Even cultivators of the eternal realm cannot endure for more than 7 days. In his time, Yi Yun, the foremost expert of Tsangnan continent, relying on his divine dragon physique, flew for a full 3 months without reaching an end. However, through his formidable powers, he faintly glimpsed another continent across the expanse. With a tremendous roar, the azure waters erupted, and a colossal figure leapt from the sea, opening its gaping maw to bite at Yi Yun. Yi Yun merely smiled calmly, flicking his finger, and the enormous sea demon dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke. This creature was a 10th-tier demon of the Fate realm, yet for Yi Yun, it was merely a matter of a fleeting moment. He sauntered leisurely, soaring gracefully through the air. The earlier act of tearing through the void, traversing billions of miles, had indeed exerted a considerable toll on him. Hence, he now needed to recuperate his spiritual energy. Yi Yun retrieved several medicinal pills, consuming them as he rode the winds. He currently stood at the pinnacle of the 10th tier of the true God realm, having reached the apex of combat power within Tsangnan continent. Nevertheless, the continuous strain of tearing through space over vast distances placed a heavy burden on his body. Fortunately, as a descendant of the ancestral dragon, he could withstand the oppressive force resulting from such relentless spatial rifts. The true deity remains slightly inferior. Should the day come when he ascends to the realm of the divine sovereign, traversing the void across countless miles would become as effortless as the act of drinking water or eating. Yi Yun smiled serenely. Above the true deity lies the realm of the divine monarch, followed by the divine lord, and ultimately the divine sovereign. For Yi Yun, the journey to the divine sovereign realm is still a long one. However, he harbors no concerns. 100,000 years of diligent practice has bestowed upon him an unimaginable wealth of resources, ensuring that his cultivation progresses seamlessly without the slightest delay. After consuming a few elixirs, Yi Yun swiftly restored his magical energy. He once again tore through the void, appearing several million miles away in a series of swift movements. Here he was again, gazing at the familiar sights ahead. Yi Yun was filled with nostalgia. It had been 100,000 years since he last departed. During this time, the Tsangnan continent had changed beyond recognition. The seas had transformed into fields. Yet, the celestial barrier in this region remained utterly unchanged. Before Yi Yun lay a yellow barrier connecting the sea and the sky. Within this barrier, fierce winds howled, and lightning intermittently illuminated the tumultuous scene. Strangely, outside the barrier, the weather was fair and undisturbed. Inside, however, it felt as though the world was facing its end. Just as Yi Yun prepared to venture into this tempestuous zone, he suddenly observed 2 figures hastily emerging from the barrier, appearing quite disheveled. Yi Yun's pupils narrowed slightly as he recognized them to be 2 cultivators of the eternal realm, prompting a faint smile of familiarity to grace his lips. It had been quite some time since he had encountered practitioners of the eternal realm, and their presence felt oddly comforting. The 2 monks emerged from the tempestuous region, their faces smeared with dust and a lingering look of trepidation. "This path to the heavens is not easily traversed. Our cultivation is still insufficient," remarked an elder clad in blue robes, his expression somber as he shook his head. Indeed, from ancient times until now, few cultivators of the eternal realm have managed to pass through successfully, the elder in red robes added with a sense of nostalgia. "Is it true that someone has breached the barrier?" Yi Yun exclaimed in disbelief, taking a step forward and instantly appearing before the 2. "Greetings, esteemed friends." Yi Yun clasped his hands in salute, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Who are you?" The 2 elder cultivators, startled by the sudden appearance of the young man in white, were taken aback. This white-clad youth had appeared beside them like a specter. Had he harbored ill intent, they would surely have met their demise, for even as cultivators of the eternal realm, they had failed to detect his presence, revealing the depth of his prowess. "I am but a wandering cultivator from overseas," Yi Yun replied with a smile. His gaze was penetrating as he inquired, "What is this path to the heavens that you just mentioned?" Chapter 93, The Path to the Heavens. You do not know of the path to the heavens? The 2 elders gazed at the young man in white with incredulity, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. This youth, with his striking features and extraordinary aura, resembled a celestial being, exuding an indescribable presence that rendered his cultivation level inscrutable. Within the hearts of the two formidable beings of the eternal realm, it is conceivable that this young man possesses some arcane technique that conceals his true aura, rendering them unable to discern his cultivation level. They did not perceive Yi Yun as an ordinary practitioner, but regarded him as an equal among the eternal realm masters. Thus, they dared not display even the slightest hint of negligence in their demeanor. "Pray tell, esteemed sir, have you been in seclusion and arduous cultivation all this while?" inquired the elder in the blue robe with a smile. "One could say so," Yi Yun replied with a gentle smile. "Lying within a coffin for 100,000 years could indeed be considered a form of seclusion. 100,000 years have passed like the shifting of tides, and the world outside has transformed beyond recognition." Even Yi Yun was taken aback by the new changes that had unfolded in the Tsangnan continent. Within this seemingly immutable barrier, there existed a so-called ancient path to heaven. What astonished him even more was that someone had truly emerged from this path, breaking through the barrier into the new continent beyond. It is no wonder, then, the two elders of the eternal realm simultaneously wore expressions of sudden realization. Approximately 90,000 years ago, the master of the Ice Phoenix sect ascended to the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the eternal realm and ventured into this turbulent region, seeking an ancient pathway that, it was discovered, could lead one away from the Tsangnan continent. The elder in the blue robe elaborated. "This path has since been named the ancient path to heaven. The perils along this route are considerably fewer, and should one possess sufficient cultivation, akin to that of the Ice Phoenix sect's master, one may traverse this path to enter a broader world beyond," the elder in the red robe added. As Yi Yun nodded gravely in acknowledgement, he had not anticipated that within the confines of this barrier, there existed an ancient path, steeped in time, which had been unknown to Yi Yun until now, despite its existence for over 100 millennia. This ancient route appeared to have remained undiscovered for eons. However, due to the vastness of the barrier's fierce winds, it was impossible for anyone to stumble upon this path immediately. Yi Yun had only explored it once, focusing solely on vertical exploration without venturing laterally, thus failing to uncover what was termed the Celestial Ancient Road. According to his companions, it was the leader of the Ice Phoenix sect who first traversed this path. Yi Yun inquired with a smile, curious about the identity of this sect leader. The Ice Phoenix sect, alongside the once revered Divine Dragon Sect, was of eternal caliber, and the rivalry between the two sects was ceaseless. This enmity was sparked by Yi Yun's earlier mischief involving the Ice Phoenix sect's saintess, which led to several fierce confrontations between the two sections. In those times, Yi Yun was the most notorious tyrant of the Tsangnan continent, surrounded by numerous admirers. Otherwise, as per the intentions of the former leader of the Ice Phoenix sect, she had hoped to unite Yi Yun with their saintess. However, that matter ultimately fell through. As for the current leader of the Ice Phoenix sect, her name remains a mystery to all, perhaps known only to the present-day sect leader, as the elder in blue robes remarked with a shake of his head. So that is how it is. Yi Yun felt a twinge of disappointment within. He was eager to ascertain whether the person he recognized had successfully navigated the Celestial Ancient Road and entered another realm. It seemed that, should the opportunity arise, he would seek verification from the Ice Phoenix sect. For countless millennia, how many individuals have traversed this ancient road to the heavens? Yi Yun inquired further. This road is fraught with peril. Only 3 souls have successfully navigated its treacherous path. The elder in the blue robe sighed softly. Indeed, it is said that throughout these tens of thousands of years, countless formidable beings of the eternal realm have attempted to force their way along this celestial road, only to meet their demise, never to return. The elder in the red robe lamented. The blue-robed elder gazed at Yi Yun, a wry smile adorning his face. "My friend, we too underestimated our capabilities and made an attempt, yet after merely a few days of travel, we were compelled to turn back." Upon hearing this, Yi Yun nodded silently. Although there exists a road to the heavens, it is not a path that just anyone can tread. Over the span of 100,000 years, only 3 have succeeded, a probability that is astonishingly low. However, he currently possesses the cultivation of the true God realm and is on the verge of entering the divine monarch realm. For Yi Yun, traversing this ancient road poses no challenge whatsoever. I am grateful to both of you for your candid revelations. Yi Yun clasped his fists in gratitude, revealing a hint of a smile before turning and stepping into the realm of the fierce winds. This individual possesses unfathomable prowess. It remains uncertain whether he can succeed. The blue-robed elder remarked, his brow furrowing as he watched the white figure vanish into the tempest. Let us not dwell on the affairs of others. The elder in the red robe waved his sleeve dismissively, adding with a wry smile, we have sustained significant injuries, it would be prudent to find a place to recuperate. The blue-robed elder nodded in agreement. In an instant, the two disappeared from sight. Yiyun traversed through the tumultuous gale, his form emanating a soft, ethereal glow. Resembling a deity descended from the heavens. The raging winds that lashed against him felt as inconsequential as a gentle breeze, hardly even registering as a mere tickle. Occasionally, bolts of lightning struck, detonating a mere 3 zhang above his head, yet posed no threat to him whatsoever. Yiyun extended his consciousness in search of the ancient road to the heavens. Although the fierce winds exerted immense pressure on his awareness, his spirit was remarkably potent, capable of reaching out for 100,000 miles. It was too long before he located the celestial pathway. With a motion of his hands, he attempted to rend the fabric of space, only to be astonished by the formidable stability of the void in this realm, proving difficult to tear apart. How intriguing! Yiyun chuckled softly, dismissing the challenge and opting instead to navigate swiftly towards the ancient road. Within mere breaths, he arrived before this celestial pathway, which radiated a pale yellow luminescence, floating amidst the void and exuding an ineffable air of ancient solemnity. Countless gales assailed this path, yet none could mar its integrity. What a grand design! Upon witnessing the celestial road, Yiyun could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment, nodding in acknowledgement. This pathway was, in fact, a formation of divine caliber, capable of withstanding the relentless onslaught of the winds. After pausing contemplatively before the celestial road for a while, Yiyun turned away. He felt no urgency to venture into that world just yet. For Yiyun, he lacked neither resources for cultivation nor methods of practice. Thus, no matter which realm he found himself in, it made little difference to him. Furthermore, the Divine Dragon Sect had 3 young ones that required his continued guidance. Extending a hand towards the void, a layer of crimson dragon aura ignited around his body, resembling flames. In that moment, Yiyun summoned the power of the ancestral dragon body, preparing to forcefully tear through the fabric of this barrier. With a resounding rip, despite the formidable strength of the void, he managed to create a breach. A faint smile played on Yiyun's lips as he stepped into the void passage, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 94. The Accumulating Thunder Mountain Range. First encounter with the disciples of the Divine Balance Sect Senior Sister. The thunderous energy in the Accumulating Thunder Mountain Range is remarkably dense. 2 figures swiftly approached from a distance, landing in the skies above the periphery of the mountain range. It was Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. Indeed, our ancestor summoned us here for training, but I wonder where the Thunder Marsh is hidden. Even the disciples of the 3 major sects seemed to be unaware of its location. Luo Li gazed towards the accumulating Thunder Mountain range, observing the endless peak shrouded in layers of dark clouds, with bolts of lightning cascading down relentlessly. The frequency of the lightning strikes was alarmingly dense, showing no signs of abating. The deeper one ventured into the mountain range, the more concentrated the lightning became. Senior Sister, let us venture in and take a look. Jun Mo Shao took the lead, charging towards the accumulating Thunder Mountain range, with Luo Li closely following. Upon entering the interior of the mountain range, they discovered that the air was permeated with tiny flashes of lightning that struck their bodies, surprisingly providing a body-tempering effect. This filled the two with immense surprise. The effects observed merely on the outskirts of the Jile mountain range were remarkable. One could only imagine the enhancements to their physique should they venture deeper within. Shortly after their arrival, they encountered numerous cultivators. Luo Li glanced around and noted the absence of disciples from the 3 major sects. These individuals were likely disciples from other factions within the Shifeng dynasty, here to hone their skills in the Jile mountain range. Among them were those at the Yuanhai realm, as well as those at the Shushan and Xinxiao realms. The appearance of Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao inevitably drew the attention of several practitioners. As they soared through the air, a striking pair of youthful figures, many gazes turned in astonishment. The cultivation of these 2 youths had already reached the 3rd tier of the Xinxiao realm. Such prowess at such a tender age undoubtedly marked them as the elite prodigies of the Shifeng dynasty. In that moment, whispers of speculation regarding their origins filled the air. Had any cultivators from Sword King Shi's faction survived, they would surely recognize Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li. However, all practitioners from that place had been transformed into smoke by their ancestor. Not a single one escaped. Thus, to this day, none who had ever laid eyes on Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao remained in this world. Without lingering, they pressed onward into the depths of the Jile mountain range. Their objectives were clear. One was to seek out the Lei Zhe, and the other was to engage the outstanding disciples of the 3 major sects in combat. Particularly, the disciples of the Xinheng sect could not be spared. Upon sighting them, they were to be eliminated. For their ancestor had already informed them that the Xinheng sect was the nefarious force manipulating the ancient Moon Dynasty's old sword saint from the shadows. Reflecting on the harrowing experiences endured by generations of disciples from the Divine Dragon Sect, a profound resentment filled the hearts of the two individuals. During this expedition, they were resolute in their intention not to spare any disciple of the Sacred Harmony sect. "Junior brother, look over there." Suddenly, as they soared through the air, Luoli noticed a small azure tree perched on the edge of a cliff, adorned with 7 or 8 azure fruits. Each fruit was the size of a fist, emanating faint sparks of lightning. "Senior sister, I am at a loss." Jun Emoshao scratched his head. Although his cultivation had reached impressive heights, his knowledge had not kept pace. "I'm equally uncertain. It seems we must dedicate ourselves to studying more in the future," Luoli admitted, her expression tinged with embarrassment. The trio of siblings had spent years evading capture, and their understanding of various rare herbs and treasures was rather limited. Thus, Luoli resolved to not only focus on cultivation, but also to broaden her knowledge through reading. Otherwise, she might fail to recognize even the most exquisite spiritual herbs or fruits presented before her. The two swiftly descended, landing beside the small tree. Jun Emoshao reached out and plucked one of the azure fruits, bringing it to his nose to inhale its enchanting aroma, which suggested it was no ordinary specimen. "Senior sister, this should be edible, right?" he inquired, cradling the azure fruit in his hand. "It should be, perhaps," Luoli stammered. However, as she saw Jun Emoshao preparing to consume the fruit, she quickly grasped his arm. "Junior brother, hold on. We must not eat these just yet. What if they are poisonous? Perhaps we should put it away for now," Luoli said with a solemn expression. "Very well, senior sister." Jun Emoshao replied with a resigned nod, preparing to stow the fruit when suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed from the distant sky. "You two, get out of the way. This thunderberry tree has long been claimed by us." Two figures descended from the heavens, youthful men in their early 20s. Their formidable auras were unmistakable. One was at the 5th level of the Divine Bridge realm, while the other had reached the 6th level, clad in azure robes adorned with a distinctive emblem of a blue sun on their chests. The sight of this insignia made Luo Li and Jun Mo Zhao's eyes blaze with fury. The newcomers were disciples of the Divine Balance Sect. As the saying goes, enemies meet with heightened animosity. Without a word, Luo Li and Jun Mo Zhao instinctively drew their swords and charged at the two men, launching a fierce assault. The air was filled with a torrent of sword light, each beam infused with the phantasm of a divine dragon, exuding immense power. In an instant, countless sword rays cascaded like a torrential downpour, enveloping the disciples of the Divine Balance Sect. "Why do you two lunatics start fighting the moment you meet?" The disciples, caught off guard, could hardly believe the ferocity of the young duo before them. Without uttering a single word, they had unsheathed their swords and engaged in battle. The pair wielded their blades with extraordinary sharpness, each strike bearing the weight of a divine dragon's illusion, making their attacks terrifyingly potent. Even though the disciples were of higher cultivation, they found themselves pressed under the relentless assault. They were almost defenseless. The two individuals retreated repeatedly in midair, and after a few exchanges, they were marked with wounds. "Do you two know who we are?" One young man shouted angrily as he exerted himself to block the attack. "We are disciples of the Divine Balance Sect." The other young man swung his sword, proclaiming his own identity. In the entire Divine Wind dynasty, the Divine Balance Sect, as a prominent sect, was indeed a formidable power. Apart from the disciples of the other two major sects, few dared to provoke them. Seeing that Luo Li and Jun Mo Zhao did not bear the robes of the Celestial Sword Sect or the Demon Control Sect, nor any other distinguishing marks, the two young men attempted to intimidate them with their own identities. However, their calculations proved flawed. Luo Li and Jun Mo Zhao were precisely the ones who had slain disciples of the Divine Balance Sect. "Huh. It is precisely you of the Divine Balance Sect that I have killed." Jun Mo Zhao laughed maniacally, his demeanor becoming increasingly frenzied. With a swift motion, he unleashed a colossal sword beam, as thick as a water barrel, and one young man, unable to evade in time, had his arm severed. "Ah!" The young man cried out in agony. Jun Mo Zhao did not grant him a moment's respite, seeing that the young man was now unarmed. He charged forward with a flurry of relentless attacks, swiftly dispatching him beneath his blade. The other young man, witnessing Jun Mo Zhao's ferocity, which was far from that of an ordinary third-tier practitioner of the Divine Bridge realm, was filled with terror and immediately turned to flee. With a flash, Jun Mo Zhao executed the Divine Dragon 9 transformations, swiftly blocking the young man's escape route. Meanwhile, Luo Li followed closely behind, delivering a swift strike. The blade struck precisely at the young man's shoulder, causing him to scream as he was sent flying to the side. Chapter 95, Thunderpool, Thundermarsh. A breathtaking sword light, imbued with the ethereal shadow of a golden dragon, descended from the heavens and cleaved the young man in twain. Blood cascaded from the air, Yet the youth uttered not a cry, thus succumbing to the blade of Jun Mo Shao. Following the demise of these two disciples from the Divine Balance Sect, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao exchanged a glance, their expressions alight with exhilaration, their bodies trembling slightly. This marked their first significant triumph in avenging the Divine Balance Sect upon entering the Jilei mountain range. With tears welling in the corners of his eyes, Jun Mo Shao fervently remarked, "Sister, with each disciple of the Divine Balance Sect that I vanquish, I feel as though I am avenging our departed master a little more." Indeed, Luo Li nodded vigorously, tears glistening in her eyes as well. Their master had been systematically betrayed and murdered by the Divine Balance Sect. Furthermore, decades prior, a number of their master's fellow disciples had also fallen victim to the machinations of the Divine Balance Sect. It could be said that the enmity between the Divine Dragon Sect and the Divine Balance Sect had become irreparably profound. The two returned to the verdant little tree, where Jun Mo Shao plucked the fruits and stowed them within his storage ring. They resumed their journey, simultaneously seeking out disciples of the Divine Balance Sect and various heavenly materials and treasures. However, after flying for half an hour, they had yet to encounter any disciples from the Divine Balance Sect, nor even those from the Qitian Sword Sect or the Umo Sect. Just then, Jun Mo Shao spotted several cultivators ahead, seemingly searching for something on the ground. He swiftly approached and descended before them, inquiring, "Fellow cultivators, have you seen any disciples from the three major sects?" Jun Mo smiled, clasping his hands in inquiry. Upon glancing at him, the group of cultivators erupted in laughter upon realizing that he was merely at the third tier of the Divine Bridge realm. "What business do you, a mere rogue without a sect, have with the disciples of the three major sects? Are you not aware that they have ventured deep into the Jilei mountain range, in pursuit of that thunder beast?" remarked a middle-aged cultivator at the fifth tier of the Divine Bridge realm with a mocking smile. "Huh." Another red-faced cultivator chimed in. "You truly overestimate yourself. You are but a child, your cultivation far too low. The depths of the Jilei mountain range are rife with thunder and perilous thunder-type beasts. You ought to return whence you came." Their banter incited a chorus of laughter from the onlookers, causing Junmo's face to flush with indignation. He had not anticipated such a lack of decorum from these individuals. From a distance, Luo Li soared towards him and landed beside him. "Oh, this young lady is quite lovely. Why not consider becoming my companion?" exclaimed the red-faced cultivator with a lecherous grin. Luo Li's countenance darkened in fury. She could hardly believe the moral depravity exhibited by these cultivators. "Dare to insult my senior sister, and you shall all face death." Junmo's eyes blazed crimson, resembling a wild beast. Without hesitation, he brandished his sword and attacked. "How audacious!" the red-faced cultivator exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. And he too drew his sword with a roar, ready to engage. The others swiftly followed suit, joining the fray. "You worthless scum!" Luo Li shouted fiercely, launching an attack on the group of cultivators. The sword light surged, and the dragon roared. With their formidable combat prowess and unparalleled swordsmanship, they swiftly wounded several opponents. In just 2 or 3 exchanges, nearly all of them lay on the ground, incapacitated. "Is this all? Still so arrogant?" A look of disdain flickered in Jun Mo Zhao's eyes. Although these individuals appeared to possess high cultivation levels, they were no match for the 2 disciples of the Divine Balance Sect encountered earlier. He and his senior sister easily brought them down with overwhelming force. "Spare us, young heroes." The fallen cultivators lay in a pool of blood, their faces filled with terror as Jun Mo Shao approached, sword in hand, emanating a murderous intent. How could Jun Mo Shao show them mercy? Each received a final thrust from his sword, and he collected their storage rings. "Senior sister, let us depart." After dividing the storage rings with Luo Li, he smiled and spoke. Luo Li nodded in agreement. The two continued on their journey, soaring deeper into the depths of the Jilei mountain range. Meanwhile, high above the Jilei mountain range, Dehema observed the scene with a smile. These young masters exhibited remarkable combat strength. If the disciples from the 3 major sects did not unite against them, they would stand no chance. It sent out 2 strands of divine consciousness, which alighted upon Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li, before swaggering deeper into the mountain range. The area was rich and lightning, precisely to its liking. Moreover, it noticed 3 little ones hiding there, engrossed in their training, and Dehema was eager to engage them in conversation. After all, it is indeed a formidable entity of the Thunder lineage, and encountering a few juniors is an occasion it cannot afford to miss, given its penchant for lively company. For this dark horse of the Eternal Realm, its speed is nothing short of astonishing. With a single step, it traverses to the very depths of the stormy mountain range. Above, the sky is shrouded in ominous clouds, with bolts of lightning as thick as barrels incessantly striking down, only to be absorbed by the mountains. Yet, a greater concentration of lightning descends upon a particular valley. This valley, having absorbed a copious amount of lightning, has transformed into a vast pool of thunder. The aura emanating from this pool is unimaginably terrifying. Even the most formidable cultivators of the Fate realm dare not tread lightly here. What a delightful place this is. I could indulge in a refreshing soak. At this moment, the dark horse appears as a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, suspended mid-air, arms crossed. Gazing intently at the flickering lightning pool below, his eyes aglow with excitement. He sheds his garments and plunges down into the pool with a splash. The water erupts in a cascade of thunderous droplets. How refreshing. The dark horse revels within, twisting and turning, frolicking with unrestrained joy. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles away, a cerulean bird struggles to maintain its flight. The closer it draws to the lightning pool, the more oppressive the force becomes. Despite being a thunder beast itself, approaching this pool proves exceedingly arduous. I wonder if I can even get near that lightning pool, especially with 3 seniors guarding it. The bird muses within. Though it is indeed a creature of the Thunder clan, the Thunder pool has long been dominated by 3 esteemed elders. For diminutive beasts like itself, the opportunity to approach the Thunder pool arises but once every century. This is a decree established by the 3 saints of the accumulated Thunder Mountain. Thunder's, I see it. It lies just ahead. A voice resounded with excitement from hundreds of miles away. Instantly, dozens of figures raced toward the direction of Thunder's. These damned humans. Thunder's cursed angrily, veering away and plunging into the dense forest, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 96. The 3 saints of the accumulated Thunder Mountain with a splash. The black stallion, taking on the form of a middle-aged man, hesitated wantonly in the thunder pool, sending forth a cascade of water droplets. At that moment, 3 colossal figures, meditating within a palace at the bottom of the thunder pool, suddenly opened their eyes. Elder brother. Someone has actually entered the thunder pool. One shadow rose furiously. Which human dares to intrude upon the sacred thunder pool of the 3 saints of the accumulated Thunder Mountain in the Divine Wind Dynasty? Another figure stood, seething with rage. Second brother, let us confront this audacious human. The 3 dark figures swiftly vanished from the palace. In the next moment, they appeared above the thunder pool, gazing down at the bare-skinned middle-aged man swimming in the waters. Fury ignited in the eyes of the 3 saints of the accumulated Thunder Mountain. Who is this wildling daring to disrupt our sacred thunder pool? With a thunderous roar, the 3 saints' voices reverberated throughout the surroundings. In an instant, the heavens unleashed a tempest of lightning, crashing down with a deafening roar. Are you addressing me, Master Ma? The great black horse extended a hand, donning its garments with a swift motion. With a grin revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, it turned its gaze towards the 3 towering figures opposite. The 3 formidable demons, while revealing their true forms, did not significantly increase in size. The one in the center was an azure dragon, enveloped in arcs of lightning, emanating an aura characteristic of the first layer of the Destiny realm. To the left stood a cerulean bull, devoid of any coarse hairs, its sinewy physique glistening with sheen, occasionally discharging sparks of electricity. This azure bull possessed formidable cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the Nirvana realm. On the right was a blue tiger, adorned with wings, from which bolts of lightning sporadically emerged. Its cultivation was also at the 10th layer of Nirvana. The great black horse felt a surge of joy upon encountering its demon kin, chuckling heartily. Gradually, it approached through the void, each step augmenting its might. After merely a few strides, its presence had transcended the Destiny realm. Is this an elder of the life and death realm? The 3 saints of Gile Mountain trembled in fear at the sight of this middle-aged man, overwhelmed by the sheer strength of his cultivation. Before this elder, they felt as insignificant as mere ants. Do not move, stand in line, and allow me to observe you. With hands clasped behind its back, the great black horse advanced, its aura pressing down upon the 3 saints of Gile Mountain like the weight of countless mountains, rendering them motionless. Ah, this little dragon of yours is a thunder dragon, and its cultivation is commendable, albeit its bloodline is rather muddled. The great black horse pointed at the azure dragon, and then turned his gaze towards the azure bull to his left. He boldly approached and patted the bull's robust muscles, chuckling. It has been quite a while since I savored the flesh of a Kuei bull. How about you contribute a few pounds for my delight? Upon hearing this, the azure Kuei bull was so startled that it nearly fainted. Senior, please do not jest in such a manner, the Kuei bull replied, caught between laughter and tears. And you? The great black horse instantaneously appeared before the azure tiger, grinning mischievously. The meat of this nether thunder tiger seems quite delectable. It has been ages since I feasted on tiger meat. Why not? Spare a few pounds for me to enjoy with my drink. Senior, if you desire tiger meat, I can certainly procure some for you. Please, Do not consider me as your next meal. The Nether Thunder Tiger stammered in fear. Before this formidable being of life and death, the three holy beasts of Gile Mountain dared not utter a word of dissent. Seeing the three monstrous beasts so frightened, the great black horse erupted into hearty laughter, unleashing an aura of demonic energy. He had concealed his true nature well, so the three creatures had not recognized him as a great demon. Once he released his demonic presence, the three holy beasts of Gile Mountain widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the middle-aged man in the black robe before them. This was indeed a formidable demon of the life and death realm. Heh, do you now comprehend? We are all part of the same family. How could I possibly bully you youngsters? The great black horse proudly lifted its head and chuckled. The reason it emitted the aura of the life and death realm was to avoid inadvertently revealing the presence of the eternal realm, which might frighten the three individuals to death. After all, powerful beings of the eternal realm were a rarity across the Tsangnan continent, each a figure of considerable renown. Once the laughter subsided, it retracted its aura, causing the three saints of Gile Mountain to visibly relax. Ah, so you are a venerable elder of the demon race, they exclaimed, transforming into three humans, approaching with beaming smiles to pay their respects to the great black horse. Great dragon, second bull, third tiger. I happened to pass through this place and found the waters of the thunder pool quite appealing. So I thought I'd take a bath and see how you younger generations are faring, the great black horse nonchalantly stated. Instantly dubbed with a nickname by this elder, the three saints felt a mix of emotions, but they had no choice. In the demon race, strength commanded respect. The elder before them, a formidable being of the life and death realm, was far beyond their capabilities to contend with. A nickname was trivial, after all, as it wouldn't lead to their demise. Elder, since you've traveled such a distance, please do not hurry away. We must properly entertain you. Great Dragon said, stepping forward with hands clasped in greeting, a broad smile on his face. This elder, a being of the life and death realm, was a treasure trove of wisdom, and they had numerous questions regarding their cultivation to seek guidance on. Such opportunities were as rare as finding a lantern in the dark. The fact that this elder of the life and death realm had come to Gile Mountain was indeed a blessing they had accumulated over a lifetime. The great black horse nodded in acknowledgement. He chuckled as he patted Long's shoulder, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "The youth is indeed teachable." Just as he finished speaking, the dark horse raised an eyebrow, as if he had perceived something. Long immediately leaned in and inquired, "Elder, has something occurred within our Gile Mountain?" "A laissez has come running," the dark horse replied nonchalantly. "So it is that little laissez," Long mused. "It is somewhat acquainted with us, but it seems to be pursued by those cultivators from the three major sections. Since you have spoken, Elder, shall we permit it to enter this place?" Long scratched his nose, pondering. When did I say to let it in? The dark horse's eyes widened, emanating a formidable aura. In that moment, the three great demons felt a weight descend upon their shoulders, as if a mountain had been placed there. Long, with a woeful expression, asked, "Elder, what do you mean then?" "Just ensure it doesn't enter the thunder pool," the dark horse replied. "If that little laissez sustains some injuries, so be it. Let it continue to scurry around Gile Mountain." The dark horse contemplated for a moment, then smiled. If that laissez were to reach the thunder pool and recover from its injuries, how would its two young masters continue their training? It is essential for the laissez to keep those prodigious disciples from the three major sects occupied, allowing the two young masters to refine their skills more effectively. Noticing the laissez's unstable aura, the dark horse seized a handful of thunder pool water and hurled it with force. Instantly, the water vanished from sight, as if it had teleported. Chapter 97. Breakthrough to the Divine Sovereign Realm. The thunder pool is nearly upon us. As Laissez gazed at the colossal bolts of lightning striking the distant mountain peak, his eyes shimmered with fervent intensity. All he needed was to reach the thunder pool. He firmly believed that the three revered sages of the Thunder Mountain would not abandon him in his time of need, for they belonged to the same demon clan and had crossed paths in the past. He cast a glance back at the practitioners of the three major sects trailing closely behind him. He was still several hundred miles away from the thunder pool, and the sky above was shrouded in thick clouds, with an overwhelming density of lightning strikes. Flying in such conditions posed a high risk of being struck by the raging bolts. Although Laissez, as a lightning-type demon beast, was not afraid of lightning, he could not withstand relentless assaults from it. Such an onslaught would surely overwhelm him. Suddenly, before Laissez could react, a massive orb of water came crashing down upon him, leaving him chilled to the bone. "Who the hell is plotting against me?" Laissez exclaimed in fury. However, in the next moment, he was astonished to find his mouth uncontrollably agape, as torrents of azure thunder water cascaded into him, flowing like a small stream. Almost immediately, his mouth snapped shut, and thereafter, Laze found himself utterly unable to open it again. It was over. The venerable sages had sent me thunderwater, and I had shown such disrespect. This must be their punishment for me. Laze lamented, tears welling in his eyes. In that moment, he frantically flapped his wings in an attempt to pry his mouth open. The large volume of thunderpool water that he had swallowed surged through his body, radiating an invigorating vitality that swiftly mended his injuries. A wave of joy washed over Laze. The venerable three saints still remembered their junior. With the acquisition of this thunderpool water, even without entering the pool itself, it could engage in a contest with the disciples of the three major sects for a time. Contemplating this, the tightly closed-lipped blue eyes turned and, evading the lightning above, soared into a dense forest. Meanwhile, the great black horse had already arrived at the Gile Palace. To honor this elder of the life and death realm from the demon race, the three saints of Gile spared no effort in presenting all the treasures they had gathered over the years. A splendid array of rare heavenly materials, exquisite delicacies, and fine wines adorned the table. The great black horse feasted with great delight, although it had little regard for such items. After a period of pulling the cart for the venerable one, it had scarcely eaten anything. Thus, even indulging in what it once deemed unworthy brought immense joy to its heart. At that moment, an indescribable aura of terror suddenly emanated from an extremely distant place. The great black horse was taken aback, immediately rising to its feet. It positioned itself in the center of the grand hall, gazing intently in a particular direction, its eyes radiating beams of divine light. My cultivation is still too weak to sense further distances. The great black horse sighed. Earlier, it had employed its supreme divine ability to probe the source of the terrifying aura, yet it found its cultivation insufficient for a greater range. In that instant, while manifesting this divine ability, the great black horse inadvertently revealed the presence of an eternal realm great demon. The three great demons within the palace were instantly awestruck. "Elder, could it be that you are?" they exclaimed, dropping to their knees in fervent reverence, their heads bowing repeatedly in excitement. At this moment, they were able to discern that the venerable figure before them, a member of the demon clan, was indeed a formidable being of the eternal realm. This was utterly unimaginable to them. They had never entertained the thought of one day sharing a drink and jovial conversation with an ancient demon of such stature. "Hush! Let it remain known." The great black horse turned to gaze at the three little demons kneeling on the ground, flashing a grin. Then he turned away, resuming his contemplation of a distant point. Simultaneously, nearly all the powerful beings of the eternal realm across the Tsangnan continent felt an indescribable and overwhelming terror emanating from somewhere. Even those who were in secluded cultivation suddenly opened their eyes and sprang to their feet. They all directed their attention towards a specific direction. The aura emanating from that spot grew increasingly terrifying, causing these formidable beings of the eternal realm to tremble involuntarily. It was a natural suppression, a force that compelled them to revere it from the depths of their souls. Good heavens, what on earth is happening? One of the eternal realm experts trembled and muttered to himself. What transpired within the barrier? Another expert of the eternal realm, eyes fixed on a certain location, spoke with palpable trepidation. Meanwhile, in a certain space stood two elders, one clad in blue and the other in red, both possessing eternal realm cultivation. They were the same two elders whom Yi Yun had encountered outside the wind barrier. It seems this emanation originates from within the barrier. Could it be that the outside world intends to invade ours? The elder in blue said with great concern. Absolutely not. The elder in the red robe shook his head, speaking softly. If the outside world intended to invade us, they would have acted long ago. Why wait until now? Could it be? A vision of a figure clad in white suddenly appeared in the mind of the elder in the blue robe. Is it that enigmatic young man in white? His presence is shrouded in mystery, rendering it impossible for even us to discern his cultivation. We once believed that his true power was concealed by some arcane method. I suspect that he is on the verge of breaking through from the eternal realm to the true God realm. The blue-robed elder voiced his innermost thoughts. What? Are you suggesting that he is a formidable being of the true God realm? The elder in the red robe was taken aback. For hundreds of thousands of years, the southern Song continent had never witnessed a being of such caliber. It seemed that this realm existed only in legend. Perhaps, only by transcending the barrier to the outside world could one ascend from the eternal realm to the true God realm. As the two pondered this, reflecting on the young man's every move, they felt that this conjecture held substantial merit. Who would have thought that they would miss the opportunity to encounter a predecessor of the true God realm? They exchanged glances and could not help but sigh in regret. In the distance, an ominous aura intensified, compelling these two powerful beings of the eternal realm to summon their formidable cultivation to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Strangely, this terrifying and potent presence seemed to affect only those at the eternal realm, while practitioners beneath that level remained utterly oblivious. experiencing no disturbances whatsoever. Boom. At that moment, all the powerful beings of the eternal realm suddenly sensed a tremor throughout the Tsangnan continent, as a more potent and terrifying aura swept forth. The formidable practitioners of the eternal realm could no longer maintain their footing and were compelled to sit upon the ground. Someone had ascended to the Divine Lord realm. An esteemed ancestor from a deeply rooted sect abruptly contemplated a possibility and exclaimed in astonishment. More and more cultivators of the eternal realm began to grasp this realization. A true Divine Lord had emerged upon the Tsangnan continent. This was nothing short of a disruption of the conventions that had governed the cultivation world for hundreds of thousands of years. Meanwhile, in the distant Shinfeng dynasty, deep within the subterranean depths of the Jile mountain range, inside the Jile palace, a black stallion, filled with excitement, knelt down and murmured, "Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the Divine Monarch realm." Chapter 98. Yi returns, Thunderpool body quenching. Master? This elder is already a formidable entity of the eternal realm. Yet there exists a master above him? And this master, what is the Divine Monarch realm? What level of power does that entail? The three saints of Jile Mountain exchanged glances, their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to conceal the tumultuous waves of astonishment within. They had never heard of the Divine Monarch realm before, however, considering that this elder was already of the eternal realm. His master must surely be at least a true Divine Lord. The more they pondered, the more apprehensive they became. Hastily rising to their feet and rushing to kneel behind the black stallion, these three great beings dared not even breathe. At that moment, the entire palace was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, the space rippled, and a young man clad in white emerged. The great black horse, lost in murmured thoughts, suddenly lifted its head, astonished. The master had ascended to the realm of the divine sovereign. It had only been a short while, yet the speed of his return was astonishing. This divine sovereign realm was truly terrifying. "Little horse, you seem to be enjoying yourself here," Yi Yun remarked nonchalantly, hands behind his back, a faint smile adorning his face. "Master, I was wrong." The great black horse rolled on the ground, immediately transforming into a magnificent steed. The sight left the three saints behind utterly dumbfounded. Could this ethereal youth in white, resembling a celestial being, truly be the master of the venerable horse from the eternal realm? Could he possibly be a genuine divine powerhouse? The three discreetly released their consciousness to probe, only to discover they could not discern any of the man's cultivation level. Yi Yun raised an eyelid, and an intangible force instantly surged into the minds of the three. Their gazes became dazed, as if something had been removed from their consciousness. In that moment, Yi Yun erased certain memories from them. He wished to keep his breakthrough to the divine sovereign realm a secret from these three youngsters. Yi Yun patted the smooth back of the great black horse, smiling as he said, "Since you are here, take a moment to relax. You must be weary from pulling the cart, and it is the perfect time for us to rest." "Master, I..." The great black horse knelt, nearly moved to tears. Yi Yun merely smiled faintly, extending a hand as a ripple coursed through the air. The black carriage, situated 1,000 miles away, was drawn into the grand hall. "Who dares to steal my master's carriage?" The black cat, transformed into a young lad clad in a dark robe, stood atop the carriage with an expression of vigilance, his fierce gaze surveying the surroundings. Upon spotting the gentleman in white standing majestically in the grand hall, accompanied by the imposing figure of Master Ma, the black cat swiftly morphed into a diminutive version of itself. With agility, it leaped forward, exclaiming, "My lord, I did not expect your swift return. I feared someone had absconded with the carriage." The black cat refrained from clinging to Yi Yun's leg, instead kneeling upon the ground, repeatedly bowing in reverence. Its voice was tinged with sorrow, as if on the verge of tears from excitement. Yi Yun smiled gently, recognizing the black cat's theatricality. Instead of speaking, he summoned a surge of magical energy, lifting the black cat into the air. "Little horse, little cat, in this realm, you may assume human forms, allowing for a delightful exchange with your fellow practitioners of the demon clan." With a grin, Yi Yun suddenly vanished from sight. Upon hearing the gentleman's words, both the black horse and the black cat were filled with elation, their joy evident. They transformed into a middle-aged man in a dark robe and a youthful figure clad in similar garb. The black cat scampered to the side of the black horse, pointing at the trio nearby, and inquired with a mischievous grin, "Master Ma, are these the three demons of Jile Mountain?" "Indeed," the black horse replied, giving the black cat a hearty pat on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Your cultivation levels are quite comparable, making it a perfect opportunity for dialogue." With that, the black horse gestured, and the three saints of Jile Mountain hurried over, clasping their hands in greeting, and remarked, "Might you be the illustrious nine-tailed spirit cat? We have long heard of your esteemed reputation." Too kind, too kind." The great black cat chuckled softly, surveying the three individuals before him, swiftly discerning their backgrounds. With hands clasped in a gesture of respect, he acknowledged them. In terms of bloodline, they were slightly inferior to him, yet their cultivation was comparable. Notably, the thunder dragon among them had already reached the first layer of the destiny realm, igniting a fervent desire within the great black cat. He yearned, at that very moment, to transcend from the pinnacle of the nirvana realm to the destiny realm. Above the thunder pool, Yiyun materialized. His gaze briefly swept over the pool, a faint smile gracing his lips. The quality of the water within the thunder pool was not exceptionally high, yet it was perfectly adequate. It would serve excellently for tempering the bodies of the three disciples from the Divine Dragon Sect, especially after absorbing the blood essence of the ancestral dragon. Utilizing the thunder pool's water for body refinement would significantly enhance the absorption speed. With a mere thought, a beam of light descended before him. As the radiance dissipated, Suwani, who had been in meditation, appeared. Sensing the shift in space-time, she promptly opened her eyes, finding herself seated cross-legged above a verdant thunder pool. "I have encountered the ancestors," Suwani exclaimed, hastily rising to pay her respects to Yiyun. Thunder rumbled. No sooner had she spoken than bolts of lightning, as thick as water barrels, cascaded from the dense clouds above. Yiyun observed the descending lightning. Remarkably, these colossal bolts veered gracefully away from Suwani and himself, striking elsewhere. "This," Suwani gasped in astonishment, her gaze fixed on the densely packed, barrel-thick lightning plummeting from the heavens. "The waters of the thunder pool here are suitable for refining the body and can also assist you in swiftly assimilating the blood of the ancestral dragon. For the coming days, you shall refine yourselves here." Yiyun spoke softly. He extended his hand, and immediately a white halo, 7 or 8 zhang in diameter, appeared above the thunder pool. This halo emanated an indescribable sacred aura, effectively isolating a portion of the thunder pool. The lightning in the sky, upon encountering the halo, obediently veered away. "Very well, ancestor," Suwani responded. However, as she prepared to leap into the waters of the thunder pool for cultivation, she still felt the heart-stopping aura radiating from it. After all, she was merely at the third level of the God-shaping realm. "Do not worry, for I have laid down a formation within this area. The potency of the thunder pool's waters has diminished significantly, perfectly suited to match your current cultivation level," Yiyun remarked with a smile. "That is splendid," Suwani exclaimed joyfully. With a swift motion, she plunged into the waters of the thunder pool. The innumerable forces of lightning surged into her body, inducing a sensation that was both delightful and tingling, yet devoid of harm. Suwani relaxed her mind, closed her eyes, and began to further refine the ancestral dragon's essence blood that remained within her. "Take this drop as well." Yiyun flicked his fingers, and a drop of ancestral dragon essence blood fell beside Suwani's lips. She quickly opened her mouth and swallowed the drop. The ancestral dragon essence blood transformed into an unimaginable surge of vitality, immediately flowing through her body like a roaring river. The surging energy of thunder and lightning converged with the essence of the ancestral dragon, collectively washing over Suwani's physical form, exponentially accelerating her refinement process. Astonishingly, her speed of refinement surged to over 3 times its usual rate. Startled, Suwani marveled at this newfound velocity. Observing her methodical progress, Yiyun nodded in approval. In truth, he possessed several thunder pools, numbering in the thousands. However, even the most rudimentary of these pools remained inaccessible to those whose cultivation had not reached the eternal realm. Chapter 99. The Thundercloud Spirit Fruit. A bold heist after 100,000 years of sign-in. The rewards Yiyun obtained were extraordinary, transcending not only this world, but also surpassing the myriad realms of existence. His acquisitions included not just imperial, divine, and superdivine levels, but also supreme, ancestral, immortal, and epical grades. Some items were beyond his current capability to wield. Should he attempt to do so, the very fabric of this world might falter under their weight. Thus, Yiyun found himself lacking nothing. His gaze shifted, penetrating the layers of the earth's veins until it alighted upon the hall of accumulated thunder. At this moment, the great black cat and great black horse had transformed into human forms, becoming esteemed guests of the 3 saints of Thunder Mountain. Indulging in a lavish feast and reveling in merriment, Yiyun smiled faintly, choosing to disregard these 2 creatures, as they were merely beasts, albeit diligent ones. For now, he deemed it appropriate to allow them a respite. Turning his attention to the distance, he spotted Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The 2 little beings continued their journey through the Jilei mountain range, diligently seeking disciples of the 3 major sections. Occasionally, they would stumble upon a rare treasure of heaven and earth, swiftly excavating and securing it. Observing the orderly progress of their endeavors, Yi Yun felt a sense of satisfaction and resolved to focus on his cultivation. Having recently ascended to the divine sovereign realm, he needed to solidify his newfound power. With a flicker of his form, Yi Yun concealed himself in the void above the thunder pool. Thunder rumbled ominously as torrents of dark clouds swirled, and thick bolts of lightning descended, striking only the periphery of the thunder pool. Not a single bolt dared to touch its surface. Since his breakthrough to the divine sovereign realm, Yi Yun's prowess had become formidable. He traversed the barriers from billions of miles away, tearing through the void to return to the divine wind dynasty in mere breaths, a feat far superior to his previous capabilities. With his ascension, his comprehension of the world had deepened significantly. Deep within the Ji-Lei mountain, two figures glided through the dense forest at an extraordinarily low altitude. The sky crackled with lightning and thunder roared. The two figures moved with a rhythm, evading the fierce bolts of lightning. "Senior sister, there are too many lightning strikes here," Jun Mo Shao exclaimed loudly. "Indeed, we must exercise utmost caution," Luo Li replied solemnly. They had ventured deep into the heart of Ji-Lei Mountain, where the lightning intensified. High-altitude flight was no longer an option. Such an act would only invite more lightning. Thus, they continued their flight close to the ground. After an incense stick's worth of time, they found themselves with naught to show for their efforts. Not only did he fail to encounter any monks, but he also found no remarkable treasures. This left Jun Mo Shao somewhat disheartened. "Sister, I wonder where the disciples of the three major sects have disappeared to." In frustration, Jun Mo Shao struck a nearby massive black tree with his palm. Strangely, despite his formidable physical strength, he did not manage to break the tree. "This tree is incredibly resilient." A look of astonishment crossed Jun Mo Shao's face. Having endured countless thunderstorms, the trees here were undoubtedly different from the ordinary ones outside. Luo Li covered her mouth and chuckled. "Sister, could it be that these trees are treasures? Perhaps we should chop down a few and store them in our storage rings?" A spark of inspiration ignited in Jun Mo Zhao's mind. "Excellent." Luo Li's eyes immediately lit up. Both of them shared a fervent passion for collecting rare materials and treasures. And upon realizing that these trees might be precious, they were eager to devise a plan. With a swift motion, Jun Mo Shao drew the Hunyuan Wajijian and swung it at one of the colossal trees. This tree was so thick that it would require the embrace of 3 or 4 individuals to encircle it. Although Jun Mo Zhao's strike was immensely powerful, it merely left a slender gash on the tree's trunk. Suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning erupted from the tiny opening, coursing through the Hunyuan Wajijian and into Jun Mo Zhao's body. He trembled violently, nearly collapsing. "Sister, there's lightning within this tree," Jun Mo Shao said awkwardly, raising his arm to discover that the electric shock had rendered him weak and numb. Luo Li approached, scrutinizing the slender gash on the tree trunk. Drawing forth the supreme golden dragon sword, she gestured towards the incision, her thoughts wandering. Perhaps the first time is accompanied by lightning. Now that this wound has been opened, the second encounter should be devoid of such phenomena. Allow me to test it. With that, Luo Li struck fiercely at the cut with her sword. A crackle echoed as a more formidable bolt of lightning surged through the supreme golden dragon sword. The force was immense, leaving Luo Li's body tingling, her grip on the sword faltering. "Sister, are you all right?" Jun Mo Shao hurried over to check on Luo Li. At that moment, her complexion was pale, and her lips trembled, revealing the toll the shock had taken. Fortunately, it seemed not too grave. Regaining her composure, Luo Li sheathed the supreme golden dragon sword. "It appears that the trees of Ji-Lei Mountain are not destined for us." A pained expression crossed her exquisitely delicate face, as if she beheld treasures scattered across the mountains, yet found herself unable to claim them, feeling a profound ache within. Alas, Jun Mo Shao sighed in response. The two, somewhat dejected, took a moment to steady their spirits before resuming their journey. After traversing a mountain peak, they finally caught sight of several cultivators amidst a nearby thicket. "Junior brother, those are members of the Chitian Sword Sect." Luo Li squinted, gazing into the distance as she spoke solemnly. "The Chitian Sword Sect are not virtuous individuals. Sister, we must not let them escape." Jun Mo Shao unsheathed his sword, an expression of murderous intent etched upon his face. Luo Li nodded in agreement. The Chitian Sword Sect had crossed paths with them on several occasions, all of which had ultimately been resolved by their forebear. This time, the ancestors are absent. Thus, it falls upon these two disciples of the Shenlong sect to address the few cultivators from the Chitian Sword Sect. The duo swiftly soared through the air, and upon approaching, they discovered 3 or 4 disciples from the Chitian Sword Sect gathered around a verdant sapling, engaged in a discussion regarding the distribution of spiritual fruits. This sapling resembled the thundercloud fruit tree they had encountered earlier, albeit it was over half a meter taller, its branches laden with an abundance of fruits. Each jade-green fruit was crystalline and translucent, emanating a faint radiance of lightning, and was larger than the thundercloud spiritual fruits they had previously acquired. Brothers, there are 4 of us in total. As the elder brother, I shall take 3 fruits, so there is no need for you to argue, proposed a young man with a mole on his forehead as he bargained with his 3 junior brothers. Cease your discussions. All the fruits from the thundercloud fruit tree belong to us. A soft voice interjected. Jun Ma Xiao and Luo Li emerged from the dense forest with purposeful strides. The young man with the mole lifted his gaze, and upon discerning the cultivation levels of the pair, a sneer crept upon his lips. He scoffed, "What audacity! In the Shifeng dynasty, not even the disciples of the Yuma sect or the Shinheng sect would dare to speak to disciples of the Chitian sword sect in such a manner. Haha. Brother, where did these 2 fools come from? They possess merely the 3rd layer of the Xinqiao realm, and yet dare to covet the thundercloud spiritual fruits that we have set our sights on." The 3 youths beside him erupted into raucous laughter. However, in the next moment, their laughter was abruptly halted as a torrent of sword light surged toward them from 2 directions. The 4 disciples of the Chitian sword sect, having barely withstood a few strikes, were swiftly slain amidst their anguished cries by Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao. In Chapter 100, Battle at Leze, the sword was sheathed, and the ethereal figure of the golden dragon vanished in an instant. Jun Mo Xiao stood still, gazing at the 4 lifeless bodies, a faint smirk playing on his lips. The highest cultivation among these 4 disciples barely reached the 6th level of the divine bridge realm, while the lowest was merely at the 2nd level. How could they possibly contend with him and his senior sister? Jun Mo Xiao retrieved the storage rings from the 4, bestowing 2 upon his senior sister, and together they resumed their journey. Unbeknownst to them, the whereabouts of Leze remained a mystery, as did the locations of the prodigious disciples from the 3 major sections. The vast expanse of the Jile mountain range compelled them to delve deeper. Hoping for a stroke of luck, thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning, thick as a man's arm, cascaded from the low-hanging clouds, their descent becoming increasingly dense. As they soared just above the ground, the 2 had to continuously evade these unpredictable strikes. The lightning fell without discernible pattern. At times, certain areas appeared sparse, while at others, they were densely packed. The intensity could reach a staggering count of over 100 bolts within a Tinjong radius, each bolt a foot in thickness, exuding a formidable presence that instilled a sense of insignificance before the might of nature. Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li were compelled to employ the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon technique, maneuvering through the relentless assaults of lightning with considerable difficulty. Sister, I fear that the disciples of the 3 major sects are facing their own hardships. After traversing a densely packed area, the 2 individuals finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jun Mo Xiao stood atop a colossal stone, surveying the surroundings, and spoke softly. I wonder where those fellows have run off to, and what has become of Leze. Luo Li lamented. With a graceful leap, she ascended to the stone beside him, gazing into the distance in search of clues. The location they currently occupied was already deep within the Jile mountain range, a place seldom visited by ordinary cultivators. Thus, after searching for some time, they had yet to spot a single figure. Suddenly, a streak of lightning burst forth from the dense forest, halting midair. Leze regarded the 2 youthful figures before him, a glimmer of malice gleaming in his eyes. It turned out to be 2 isolated young cultivators, both possessing the meager cultivation of the 3rd layer of the divine bridge realm, even in its injured state. Dispatching these 2 fledgling practitioners posed no challenge whatsoever. From several hundred zhang away, Leze caught a whiff of a peculiar essence emanating from the 2 young cultivators. To its astonishment, they possessed the bloodline of a divine dragon. A wave of greed washed over Leze's eyes. Should it devour these 2 young practitioners, the benefits to its recovery and cultivation would be immeasurable. In that moment, a covetous thought took root in its heart. With a powerful flap of its massive wings, it transformed into a bolt of lightning, deftly avoiding the descending strikes and swiftly soared towards the 2 young cultivators. Senior sister, could it be that the cultivators from the 3 major sects have captured that thunderbird and taken it away from here? Jun Mo Xiao gazed into the distance, contemplating a possibility with a wry smile. It shouldn't be the case. Junior brother, this is a trial granted to us by our ancestor. If the 3 major sects had indeed caught the thunderbird and left, our ancestor would have informed us immediately, Luo Li replied, shaking her head. But with the ancestor gone, can he still oversee matters here? Jun Mo Xiao responded with a bitter smile. Do not forget about the dark horse, junior brother. It is exceptionally powerful, and if there were any issues, it would certainly alert us. We cannot be left here floundering like headless flies, Luo Li said, her eyes glinting mischievously as she smiled. The dark horse's cultivation is unfathomable. With the ancestor absent, it will undoubtedly lend us assistance in secret. After all, It was the dark horse that safeguarded us both back at the Bloodrobe sect, she continued. As they conversed, a chilling laughter suddenly echoed from behind them. Haha. You needn't search any longer. I, the Thunderbird, have arrived. Hearing this voice, Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li turned around. There, perched upon a branch, stood a massive azure bird, its imposing figure radiating a powerful aura, having reached the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm. Thunderbird, you truly are a challenge to locate, Jun Mo Shao exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he drew his sword upon sighting the magnificent azure creature. The ancestors set forth the challenge for them to undergo trials, though no specifics were provided. However, he and his senior sister had long conspired to capture the formidable Reis. At that moment, Luo Li unsheathed her sword. The duo, sharing a profound connection, simultaneously launched their assault against Reis. With a sharp whoosh, a torrent of sword energy soared into the heavens, intertwined with the ethereal silhouette of a dragon, emanating an overwhelming force. You two mere cultivators at the 3rd level of the Divine Bridge realm dare to engage with me? How utterly amusing. Reis roared in indignation, astonished that these obscure little practitioners would audaciously call for battle upon sighting him. The situation was indeed unexpected. Was it not he who had come to hunt these young human beings? How had the roles reversed? These youths did not appear to be from any of the 3 major sects. How could they be so brazen? As Reis' frustration mounted, he opened his mouth to unleash a barrage of lightning, which transformed into broad thunderous swords that crackled ominously. Surging towards the resplendent sword light emitted by Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, with a thunderous roar. The clash of the dragon's sword light and the thunder swords erupted into a cataclysmic sound, only to vanish simultaneously. Reis was taken aback. How could these 2 youngsters possess such formidable swordsmanship? Even the most gifted disciples of the 3 major sects could scarcely achieve such formidable combat prowess at this level. In a swift motion, Reis ascended, circling in the air while unleashing a flurry of thunder swords in a frenzied onslaught below. Although he had previously sustained severe injuries, the consumption of the thunder pool water had significantly healed him, allowing him to endure the battle for a while longer. This pair of youthful individuals must be consumed. Once their innate dragon blood is absorbed, it will facilitate a rapid recovery from injuries and perhaps even enable a breakthrough into the Nirvana realm. In the face of Luo's assault, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao effortlessly evaded. The 2 executed the Divine Dragon 9 transformations, their forms shifting unpredictably amidst the myriad of illusory figures, launching a fierce offensive against Luo's in midair. This direct confrontation left Luo's lamenting. He had not anticipated that such young adversaries could be so formidable, even surpassing the disciples of the 3 major sections. After several exchanges, Luo's resolved to flee. He recognized that should he remain any longer, his old wounds might resurface, leaving him vulnerable to these 2 youngsters. With a swift motion of his eyes, Luo's opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of lightning that surged violently towards them. Sister, this is bad. Luo's is likely to escape. Jun Mo Shao, with keen insight, realized Luo's intent and unleashed the Divine Dragon 9 transformations, sending forth a series of dragon apparitions that surged past the lightning towards Luo's. Chapter 101, Ancestor's Guidance. Capturing Luo's escape? Not a chance. If you manage to flee, how shall we report to the ancestor? Luo Li scoffed coldly, her form suddenly becoming ethereal. In an instant, a golden dragon apparition flickered by, and she appeared in another direction. The aura surrounding Luo Li transformed as the colossal golden dragon she bore vanished. With a swift motion of the supreme golden dragon sword, golden lotus blossoms began to bloom at the tip of the blade. The golden lotuses, varying in size, filled the void, swiftly sealing off every potential escape route for Luo's. Upon seeing the golden lotuses, Luo's expression shifted. It soon realized that these golden blossoms were entirely composed of sword chi. Daring not to confront them head-on, it pivoted and directed its assault towards Jun Mo Shao. If it could repel this youth before it, escape would be assured. However, unexpectedly, Jun Mo Shao flicked the tip of his sword, and golden sword chi lotuses began to materialize. These golden sword lotuses expanded from small to large, swirling throughout the void, effectively sealing off this area as well. At that moment, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao unleashed the supreme sword technique gleaned from the Sword King Stone, the 9 Heavens Lotus technique. This set of swordsmanship, crafted by Yi Yun and his beloved Lu Yi, balanced both offense and defense, designed to ensnare and eliminate foes, proving far more practical than the grandiose dragon sword technique. Now, with Luo seeking escape, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao employed the 9 Heavens Lotus technique to ensnare it. Otherwise, this lightning-type avian beast could flee at astonishing speed, making it nearly impossible for the two to pursue. The golden sword lotuses continued to whirl, forming a three-dimensional net that constricted and advanced inward. With no avenue for retreat, Luai's unleashed torrents of lightning, frantically attacking the golden sword lotuses. Sizzles echoed as much of the lightning assault was countered by the relentless rotation of the golden sword lotuses. Some of these golden lotuses, controlled by the duo, suddenly accelerated, crashing forcefully into Luai's. Boom. The sword lotuses shattered. The Reese emitted a series of anguished cries as its tough feathers were shattered, leaving it bloodied and mangled, with wounds gushing crimson. This marked the first instance where Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao seamlessly combined their swordsmanship, executing their technique with unparalleled perfection. The void around them was suffused with golden sword lotuses, sealing every inch of space. Boom. The two launched their assault, relentlessly inflicting damage upon the Reese. Junior brother. At this rate, it seems we might end up killing the Reese, Luo Li remarked, gazing at its pitiful state. Indeed, senior sister. Should we consider sparing its life? Jun Mo Shao raised an eyebrow. After all, their ancestor had merely instructed them to undergo training without specifying any concrete requirements. If they were to slay the Reese, it would likely be difficult to justify their actions to their ancestor. Let us first inflict severe injury, ensuring it remains alive, Luo Li proposed after some contemplation. Jun Mo Shao nodded in assent. What? Spare a breath? The Reese, overhearing their conversation, suddenly felt a flicker of hope. It appeared that these two were not intent on its demise. Realizing this, the Reese hastily cried out, Esteemed ones, I implore you to show mercy. With that, it relinquished all resistance, floating motionless in midair. A few golden sword lotuses approached leisurely, blasting away its greenish feathers, creating several wounds that bled anew. The Reese gritted its teeth, determined to remain still. It understood that without showing a glimmer of goodwill, its chances of survival were bleak. And it might meet its end today. Luo Li halted her movements, the tip of her sword quivering gently as the golden sword lotuses began to spin endlessly in the void, ceasing their assault. Jun Mo Shao similarly restrained the golden sword lotuses, bringing their offensive to a standstill. Upon witnessing this, Lei Zhe's heart surged with a mix of astonishment and relief. This life of his had finally been spared. He exhaled deeply, a flicker of regret evident in his eyes. If he had not harbored covetous thoughts towards these two young cultivators, he would never have ventured into such peril. Who could have anticipated that these youths, imbued with the bloodline of divine dragons, despite merely being at the third level of the divine bridge realm, possessed such formidable prowess? We may choose not to slay you, but should you attempt to flee, we will find ourselves unable to account to our ancestors, Luo Li remarked, her brow furrowed as she regarded Lei Zhe. I shall not flee. After all, my life was granted by you both. I will comply with whatever you command, without any defiance, Lei Zhe hastily replied. At this moment, many of his feathers had been torn asunder, revealing gaping wounds that bled profusely, a sight both harrowing and painful beyond imagination. Lei Zhe endured the excruciating agony, for survival left him with no alternative. As long as the golden sword lotuses persisted, he remained ensnared. He discerned that this pair of young cultivators could not match his speed and were solely relying on their unexpected sword techniques to confine him. Senior sister, we have no effective means to control such a formidable demon, Jun Mo Shao conveyed through a telepathic message, his brow knitted in concern. Hearing her junior brother's words, Luo Li felt a sense of helplessness wash over her. The three disciples, while possessing a certain level of proficiency in the three major techniques of the Divine Dragon Sect, were utterly ignorant when it came to subduing demonic beasts. In Luo Li's mind, the simplest solution was to beat the beast into submission, ensuring it would not seize the opportunity to flee. Suddenly, a mantra of a technique emerged in her consciousness. At the same moment, a mysterious green bracelet materialized on her wrist. By utilizing this bracelet to capture it, the life of the Thunder Beast would henceforth lie within her control. A faint voice echoed in Luo Li's heart, that of her ancestor. The ancestor is still present. Luo Li was so elated that she nearly cried out. Hastily clasping her hands in reverence and bowing to the void, silently expressing her gratitude. Thank you, ancestor. Senior sister, has the ancestor returned after breaking through her realm? Jun Mo Shao inquired anxiously. I am uncertain. Luo Li shook her head, smiling as she spoke. But the ancestor constantly cares for us, the younger generation. At this juncture, Luo Li's eyes glistened with tears, and emotion welled within her. Jun Mo Shao was equally overwhelmed. Wiping her tears, Luo Li raised the bracelet on her wrist and began to channel the mantra. The green bracelet suddenly radiated a shimmering light, its brilliance intensifying until it formed a green line that shot towards the Thunder Beast. Upon seeing this line, the thunder beast instinctively felt a surge of profound terror. As it prepared to flee, the green line accelerated with astonishing speed, landing upon the thunder beast and drawing it into the bracelet. Senior sister, what is this object? Jun Mo Shao curiously examined the green bracelet. This is a gift from our esteemed ancestor. He imparted to me a technique, and I have contained the creature Lei within this bracelet. Luo Li joyfully exclaimed. At that moment, in her mind, Lei was completely under her control. It could be said that with a mere thought, she could determine Lei's fate. Wow, this bracelet is marvelous. From now on, we can collect numerous magical beasts. And in the future, we can have them guard the gates of our Divine Dragon Sect or serve as mounts for our disciples. Jun Mo Shao murmured to himself. As he spoke, he suddenly slapped his thigh, his face contorting in mock despair as he said, Sister, I want to ask the ancestor for a bracelet too. Whoosh. A green light pierced through the air, encircling Jun Mo Zhao's wrist. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to find that he too possessed a bracelet identical to his sister's. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. Jun Mo Zhao's previously mournful expression transformed into one of sheer delight. He gleefully raised his wrist and, with a sense of pride, said to Luo Li, Sister, look, I have one too, you little rascal. Luo Li laughed heartily. Although her younger disciple was quite tall and robust, he was, in essence, nearly 13 or 14 years old and still possessed a youthful innocence. Thus, he occasionally displayed a somewhat childish demeanor. Luo Li surmised that the ancestor recognized this quality in him, which was why he bestowed a bracelet upon Jun Mo Shao as well. One could not help but admire the ancestor's thoughtful consideration for the three of them, his younger disciples. Junior brother, how wonderful it is. From now on, not only can we gather various treasures of heaven and earth, but if we encounter suitable demon beasts, we can also capture them within the wristband. Luo Li said with a beaming smile. Indeed, Jun Mo Shao nodded in agreement, recalling the incantation that lingered in his mind. He manipulated the wristband, and to his delight, it emitted a radiant glow. He quickly ceased the incantation, for there were no demon beasts available for him to capture at that moment. Luo Li, contemplating something, spoke earnestly. We must strive diligently in our cultivation. Although this wristband theoretically has the capacity to capture various demon beasts, its effectiveness is inherently tied to the cultivation level of its master. Jun Mo Shao, reflecting on the cultivation mantra, concurred, Yes, senior sister, to capture a demon beast, one must first possess the ability to defeat it. At this point, he scratched his head and chuckled bashfully. When I first saw the wristband in your hand, I naively thought it could capture any demon beast at will. Don't be ridiculous, Luo Li retorted with a hint of exasperation. Do you truly believe that simply wearing a wristband would allow you to capture a formidable demon like the Black Horse? Ha ha, senior sister. I was indeed being overly fanciful, Jun Mo Shao admitted sheepishly. With a flick of her mind, Luo Li commanded the wristband, which projected a beam of green light, enveloping Lei. As the green light dissipated, Lei returned to his original size. At that moment, he gazed at the two young individuals before him, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. Particularly, he was struck by the mysterious green wristband worn by the young girl, a divine artifact capable of effortlessly capturing him. Upon entering the wondrous realm of the bracelet, Luizer was astounded to discover that his very life was now under the dominion of this artifact. At the mere thought of its master, he could be rendered lifeless without a trace. Luizer had indeed encountered the master. He respectfully prostrated himself on the ground, offering a deep bow to Luo Li. Rise, Luo Li said with an air of indifference. Luizer stood up, feeling extremely apprehensive, too afraid to even breathe. He finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. These two young individuals were undoubtedly of significant lineage, far beyond the talents of the Divine Wind dynasty. They might very well hail from the Li Tian dynasty, a force he could not dare to contend with. Luizer, our purpose in entering the Jile mountain range is primarily to seek out disciples from the three major sects for combat training. They have been pursuing you relentlessly. Do you know their current whereabouts? Luo Li inquired with a serious expression. Master, I have temporarily evaded them. I am aware of their approximate location. Luizer replied hastily. Then lead us there at once, Luo Li responded, her face lighting up with excitement. The disciples of the three major sects had been sought after for quite some time, but they had only managed to find a few scattered ordinary disciples here in the Jile Mountains, without encountering the main forces. Luizer lowered himself again, respectfully stating, Please, master, allow me to carry you on my back. I will take you to that place. Both Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao were taken aback for a moment before pure joy illuminated their faces. Luizer was a flying beast, and not one lacking in speed. Having tamed him meant they now possessed a mode of transportation. This was indeed an unexpected delight. With a swift motion, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao ascended onto Luizer's back. The Thunderwing trembled and immediately ascended into low flight. During its aerial journey, it deftly dodged the relentless bolts of lightning cascading from the ominous clouds. However, being a creature of the thunder element, it possessed a heightened sensitivity to lightning. Thus, despite the increasing density of the strikes, it was able to anticipate and evade them with remarkable precision. This left Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao in awe. The Thunderwing flew with intense focus, wary of allowing the lightning to strike its back and potentially harm its two young masters. After all, its very existence was tied to the young girl, and the boy, her junior disciple, shared a profound bond with her. Hence, the Thunderwing was determined to avoid any missteps. After flying for what felt like the duration of a stick of incense, they encountered a group of young men clad in distinctive black robes ahead. These were the disciples of the UMO sect. Upon recognizing the familiar style of their robes, a flicker of gravity appeared in Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao's eyes. The UMO sect practitioners were known for their fervent combat style. Last time, had they not employed the dragon reversal technique, they would have struggled to overcome those ruthless adversaries. Now, before them stood at least 20 prodigious disciples of the UMO sect, a number that was more than double those they faced on Yunming Mountain, where they had only encountered 8. Finally, we have formidable opponents for our trials, Jun Mo Shao remarked, licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with an ardent desire for victory. Indeed, Luo Li nodded in agreement. The number of UMO sect disciples was substantial, with the highest among them having reached the 9th tier of the Divine Bridge realm, and the lowest already at the 4th tier. This far surpassed the individuals they encountered on Yunming Mountain. However, after a period of diligent cultivation, both she and her junior disciple had elevated their realms to the 3rd level of the Divine Bridge, rendering their former strength at the 1st level of the Divine Bridge incomparable. A sound of breaking air resonated, approaching from a distance. The distinguished disciples of the Demon Sovereign sect, while evading the incessant lightning, swiftly emerged from the depths of the dense forest. This wretched place is overwhelmed with lightning, one disciple remarked sternly, cursing under his breath. Indeed, the prospect of eliminating this thunder beast personally is no simple task. In this decisive battle among the 3 great sects, it all boils down to whose fortune prevails, who will encounter the injured thunder beast first. At the forefront of the group, a dark-faced youth with the cultivation of the 9th level of the Divine Bridge furrowed his brows and sighed. This thunder beast is the ultimate prize in the battle among the leaders of the 3 sections. Whichever sect successfully subdues the thunder beast will ascend to prominence in this contest, earning unimaginable rewards. Upon entering the accumulating Thunder Mountain range, the disciples of the 3 sects pursued relentlessly, maintaining only a slight distance. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the thunder beast seemed to have consumed some potion, regaining much of its strength and accelerating its speed, vanishing deep into the accumulating Thunder Mountain range. The disciples of the 3 sects found themselves at a loss. Thus, they divided into 3 separate paths, scouring the area for the elusive thunder beast. The dark-faced youth suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. He looked up and spotted a large azure bird swiftly soaring towards him from a distance. It is the thunder beast. He was instantly filled with joy. Swiftly drawing his sword and laughing heartily, Reiser has appeared. My friends, let us unite to vanquish this fiend. Chapter 103, The Talented of the Demon War Sect indeed, brother. The disciples of the Demon Control Sect fervently exclaimed, each one drawing their swords with fervor, following the black-faced elder as they charged forth. This Reiser, the 3 major sects had pursued it for several days. Recently, due to mutual hindrances among the 3 sects, none had succeeded in slaying Reiser, resulting in the position of leader remaining vacant. After Reiser's escape, the disciples from the 3 sects could not catch up with it again. Venturing deep into the Thunderstorm Mountains, Reiser thrived amidst the natural advantage of lightning, leaving the 3 sects far behind. Particularly in the last half-day, Reiser had vanished without a trace. Thus, the 3 sects began to disperse, each searching independently, for whoever could find Reiser first would claim the leadership position. Each major sect had dispatched exceptionally powerful disciples, capable of annihilating this Reiser. The talented disciples of the Demon Control Sect had only sprinted 100 paces when they suddenly discovered that upon Reiser's back stood a pair of youthful figures, a boy and a girl. Both appeared quite young, the girl around 15 or 16, and the boy about 13 or 14. Remarkably, their cultivation was not low, having reached the 3rd level of the Divine Bridge realm. Brother, this Reiser is unruly. How could these 2 youths possibly subdue it? A tall, slender youth beside him remarked with a furrowed brow. Perhaps these 2 youths have long been the keepers of their pets? The dark-faced youth, with a gaze devoid of emotion and a hint of murderous intent, coldly remarked, their robes bear no distinctive features. They are likely 2 solitary cultivators. Let them depart at once. Should they refuse, we shall take their lives." Upon hearing the mention of bloodshed, the young disciples of the demon control sect behind him felt their eyes redden with fervor. As elite disciples of the demon control sect, they were known for their violent temperaments, relishing in slaughter and exhibiting extreme tendencies. Within the confines of the sect, they were indeed reckless individuals. In a flash, Luo's darted forward, swiftly closing the distance of merely 20 to 30 paces. Luo expertly maneuvered Luo's to hover in midair, drawing the supreme golden dragon sword. She pointed its tip at the disciples of the demon control sect, her expression cold as frost, her gaze turning icily resolute. "You two brats, surrender Luo's and depart immediately, or today shall be your last." The tall, slender youth bellowed, a haughty expression plastered across his face. Indeed, the disciples of the demon control sect were audacious. Junimo Shao maintained a stern countenance, unsheathing his sword as he initiated the dragon sword technique, summoning an ethereal dragon silhouette behind him. The emergence of the colossal dragon shadow instantaneously augmented his presence. Meanwhile, Luo gently flicked her wrist, enveloping Luo's in a green light, retracting it. This battle did not necessitate Luo's. She and her junior brother sought to fully capitalize on this opportunity for refinement, aspiring to elevate their cultivation from the 3rd to the 4th level within the trials of the Jile mountain range. "Dare to challenge us?" Lori coldly shouted, her body suddenly transforming into the ethereal semblance of a divine dragon, launching a preemptive strike. Junimo Shao mirrored her actions. Having fought side by side countless times, they had forged an extraordinary synergy. How audacious! They dare to rival us? Eliminate them. The black-faced youth was incensed, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He immediately raised his sword, conjuring a torrent of sword light to counter their assault. The youths behind him also harnessed the chilling brilliance of their swords, encircling Lori and Junimo Shao with fierce determination. In an instant, the entire forest was enveloped in a haze of sword energy. Bang! Bang! Waves of sword light surged forth like a tempest, colliding with one another, producing thunderous echoes. Sizzle! Sizzle! Countless beams of intense sword light struck the trees, carving deep gashes into their trunks, from which bursts of lightning reflected ominously. Both Lori and Junimo Shao, along with the disciples of the demon subjugation sect, had to swiftly evade these bolts of lightning. Rumble! Rumble! The clouds above continuously unleashed torrents of lightning, each bolt as thick as a barrel, wielding tremendous power. This added unpredictable variables to the clash. Without sufficient agility, one would inevitably be struck by these electrifying bolts. However, Lori and Junimo Shao, possessing profound mastery of the dragon transformation technique, managed to evade the onslaught of lightning every time. The disciples of the demon subjugation sect, unfortunately, were not as fortunate. Many found themselves unable to dodge in time, suffering hits from the lightning. Yet, their robust physiques meant that although their combat effectiveness was somewhat diminished, they sustained no significant harm. The exceptional disciples of the Umo sect demonstrated remarkable teamwork, even when some were struck by lightning and temporarily incapacitated. Others swiftly took their places, creating moments of respite for their comrades. In this chaotic environment, fierce confrontations ensued, with surging sword lights colliding incessantly, producing thunderous roars that echoed in all directions. Within the span of a tea break, the disciples of Umo sect were astonished to discover that, despite the relatively low cultivation levels of the youthful pair, their individual combat prowess was astonishingly formidable. Despite their numerical advantage, they could merely suppress the duo without achieving a decisive victory. Kill! Suddenly, a young man with a dark visage bellowed, his eyes shimmering with a crimson hue. As his muscles swelled and blood energy surged within him, his aura intensified dramatically, amplifying his combat strength by at least twofold. Observing their senior brother unleash the transformative demon god technique, the others responded with fervent roars, their own eyes glowing red as their blood energy ignited, activating the same formidable technique. In an instant, all 20 outstanding disciples of the Umo sect entered a demonic state, their combat abilities more than doubling. The transformed individuals encircled Luoli and Junimo Shao, launching a relentless wave of frenzied assaults. The two immediately sensed the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. However, in pursuit of honing their skills and seeking breakthroughs amid such intensity, Luoli and Junimo Shao refrained from employing the defensive and offensive combined technique of the Nine Heavens Lotus. With fervent determination, they maximized the dragon transformation technique, conjuring ethereal dragon apparitions that shifted unpredictably, deftly evading a multitude of perilous attacks amidst the howling chaos. At this moment, the two were under immense pressure, leaving them with scarcely any strength to retaliate. The sword lights were fierce and sharp, each strike capable of claiming their lives. The intensity of the pressure they faced was evident. They understood that the greater the pressure, the more efficiently the Longhu Dan within them would transform, thereby increasing their chances of breaking through. The effects of the Longhu Dan they had previously consumed were being rapidly digested. Suddenly, the sound of rushing air echoed as another group approached from the distance. There were 20 individuals, all clad in identical robes, revealing them to be disciples of the Chitian Sword Sect. Brother, how did these madmen end up battling a pair of youths? A robust young man, after observing the skirmish for a few moments, inquired of a strikingly handsome senior beside him. Have you encountered this pair of young man and woman before? The handsome senior turned to his fellow disciples, his voice grave. Never seen them. They appear unfamiliar, likely not prodigies from any major sect. The junior disciples responded with a shake of their heads. That is indeed puzzling. Our contest for supremacy has yet to conclude. How did these madmen engage in combat with unfamiliar rogue cultivators? The handsome youth's expression was one of confusion. His fingers stroking his chin as glimmers of insight danced in his star-like eyes. Chapter 104, Prodigies Under Siege, a Dual Breakthrough. The 20 prodigious disciples of the Chitian Sword Sect, due to the considerable distance, remained oblivious to both the demonized disciples of the Yuma sect and the duo of Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. The battle has undeniably reached a fever pitch. The participants are confronted with lightning cascading from the heavens and striking the trees. It can be said that this clash is utterly chaotic. The transformed cultivators exhibit an astonishing surge in power, their physiques remarkable. Even when struck by lightning, they merely stagger momentarily before resuming their relentless assault. In the void above the thunder pool, Yiyun slowly opened his eyes. He had been attentively observing this conflict from beginning to end, hoping that this trial would enable the two young ones to achieve another breakthrough. The tumultuous battlefield has placed immense pressure on Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, far exceeding any previous encounters. A fleeting glance allowed Yiyun to discern the consumption of their dragon tiger pills. Suddenly, he gently flicked his finger, and 2 divine dragon tiger pills transformed into wisps of medicinal vapor, vanishing before his eyes. In the next instant, these vapors descended upon the heads of Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. At that moment, they were employing the Divine Dragon 9 transformations, striving to evade the relentless bombardment from the elite disciples of the demon-controlling sect. Little did they anticipate that a powerful medicinal vapor would fall directly upon them from above. The vapor flowed into their bodies through the Baihui acupoint, instantly invigorating their spirits. The enveloping vapor, synchronizing with their movements, did not hinder their agility. Yiyun continuously supplied the vapor from above, ensuring the flow was neither excessive nor insufficient. This unceasing infusion kept their bodies in a state of heightened absorption and transformation. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao shared a tacit understanding, fully aware that this was the grand design of their ancestor. Their spirits were buoyed, enabling them to evade wave after wave of assaults from the disciples of the demon-subduing sect. A full half-hour had passed, yet these proud disciples had failed to inflict any harm upon Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, even managing to avoid injury altogether. The young prodigies of the Chitian Sword Sect, observing from a distance, could not help but change countenance at this sight. This pair of youths was remarkably formidable. To withstand the onslaught of 20 demonically enhanced disciples from the demon-subduing sect at the 3rd level of the Divine Bridge Realm for such an extended period, without sustaining a single scratch, was truly astonishing. Senior brother, should we lend our assistance? Inquired a burly young man, squinting his eyes. Though our 3 sects may have their differences, we should generally unite against a common foe, replied the handsome young man, hands clasped behind his back, deep in thought. As far as I know, their demonized state lasts no longer than an hour. Once it dissipates, their combat prowess will significantly decline. At that point, the youths may very well counterattack. Senior brother, then let us move to assist them. The burly youth, sword in hand, prepared to charge forward, but was restrained by the handsome young man. Those demonized lunatics are merciless. It would be prudent for us to maintain our distance and engage with ranged attacks instead, the handsome youth admonished. With that, he took the lead and dashed forward, halting a full 50 zhang away from the battleground. He raised his hand, unleashing a flurry of sword lights directed at Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. The disciples of the Chitian Sword Sect were similarly engaged. In an instant, a torrent of sword light surged forth. To avoid injuring the disciples of the demon-controlling sect, they refrained from unleashing their full might, each merely wielding 7 or 8 beams of sword light. Even so, some of the sword light inevitably struck the disciples of the demon-controlling sect. Likewise, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao found themselves in dire peril. They had not anticipated that, at this moment, the members of the Chitian Sword Sect would also take action. Reluctantly, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao resorted to the 9 Heavens Lotus technique. Hiss! Golden sword lotuses suddenly ascended, densely arrayed in the void. blocking the onslaught of attacks. This sword technique, originally a combination of dual swords, unleashed tremendous power when executed simultaneously by both practitioners. Thus, once this technique was invoked, the situation for Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao became considerably less precarious. However, confronted with the assault of 40 elite disciples from the two major sects, they could only maintain a temporary defense. Above them, two streams of medicinal essence continuously flowed into their bodies, transforming into surging magical energy, which was then squandered anew. This cyclical process repeated itself. Gradually, Jun Mo Xiao sensed that the barrier within him seemed on the verge of yielding. He understood that under such immense pressure, their ancestor had timely replenished their strength with the power of the Longhu pill. A breakthrough opportunity was imminent. What? How could they possibly endure this? What kind of sword technique was this? The strikingly handsome youth from the periphery of the Qitian sword sect suddenly halted his assault, his expression dark as he scrutinized the sword technique. The Qitian sword sect has achieved profound mastery in the art of swordsmanship, yet they have never encountered such formidable techniques. The duo of young men and women wielded their swords in perfect harmony, producing blossoms of golden sword lotuses with each thrust. These golden sword lotuses served both offensive and defensive purposes, filling the void and rendering their attacks futile, intensifying their onslaught. They resolved that this pair of youths must not escape alive. A handsome young man displayed a mixture of envy and jealousy upon his face, fully aware that these two were undoubtedly prodigies of the cultivation world. Should they be allowed to survive today, it would spell doom for the future of the disciples from their three great sections. Thus, they pressed forward, amplifying their output. In an instant, sword lights crisscrossed the air, descending like raindrops. The battle raged on. After a brief interval, a sudden shock coursed through Jun Mo Xiao, accompanied by a thunderous roar from within. At that moment, he ascended to the 4th level of the Divine Bridge realm. Haha, I have finally broken through. Jun Mo Xiao rejoiced internally, his inner power now multiplied beyond measure. With a flick of his sword, colossal golden sword lotuses surged forth, amplifying the might of their swordsmanship. What? This fellow actually broke through? The disciples of the Qitian sword sect widened their eyes in disbelief, their expressions reflecting incredulity. To achieve a breakthrough amidst such fierce combat was nothing short of astonishing. The extent of this youth's prowess was unfathomable. In that moment, their resolve to ensure that neither of these two individuals would leave alive grew even stronger. The disciples of the demonized UMO sect, though in a state of confusion, soon became aware of Jun Mo Xiao's breakthrough. They descended into a frenzy, recklessly charging forward to attack him. The pressure on Jun Mo Xiao intensified significantly. Fortunately, the dual sword technique he employed was complemented by his senior sister, Luo Li, who helped him withstand the mounting pressure, allowing him to barely hold his ground. After a considerable time, a sudden explosion resonated within Luo Li's body, signifying her ascension to the 4th level of the Divine Bridge realm. Feeling her power surge once more, Luo Li's spirit soared, and she could not contain a long, resonant cry that echoed like a dragon's roar deep within the Jilei mountain. In an instant, with a flick of her sword, she unleashed hundreds of golden sword lotuses, sealing off the surrounding void. How can these two have broken through? Exclaimed the handsome youth from the Qitian sword sect. His fury, he immediately brandished his sword and charged forward, determined to eliminate these two youths without leaving any future troubles. No matter the cost, he would see them both slain today. Seeing their senior brother take the lead, the other disciples of the Qitian sword sect swiftly followed suit. In a heartbeat, the 20 of them surrounded Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao, unleashing a frenzied assault with their sword techniques. Boom. At that moment, bolts of lightning cascaded from the clouds above. The intense sword light reflected off the trees, each slice sending forth arcs of lightning. Moreover, the sky was adorned with a plethora of golden sword lilies. While the various waves of sword light assaults from the UMO sect and the Qitian sword sect plunged the battlefield into a scene of extreme chaos and grandeur. Although Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao had just recently achieved breakthroughs, significantly enhancing their combat prowess, the direct involvement of the Qitian sword sect still imposed considerable pressure upon them. Nevertheless, the confrontation remained evenly matched. With 40 individuals facing only Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao, they were unable to gain the upper hand. After a prolonged skirmish lasting the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, not a single hair on either of them had been harmed. At this moment, an eerie sensation began to rise within the hearts of all members of the Qitian sword sect. Were these two young individuals truly human? How could their agility be so formidable? Amidst the relentless barrage from 40 assailants and a myriad of erratic lightning strikes, they remained completely unscathed. What manner of ethereal, dragon-like agility was this? How had it never been heard of within the borders of the Divine Wind dynasty? Suddenly, with a soft sound, The two clouds of medicinal aura that had enveloped the heads of the two individuals dissipated entirely. Observing this, Yi Yun pondered for a few seconds before producing a small vial and extracting 2 drops of a mysterious blue liquid. With a flick of his finger, they pierced through the void and, in the blink of an eye, descended upon the heads of Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao. Although these 2 drops of blue liquid were diminutive, they instantly expanded into spheres of azure, light the size of basins upon appearing above the two. They radiated an indescribable brilliance, hovering overhead and continuously showering down streams of blue light. What could this possibly be? Lo Li and Jun Mo Xiao were taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. A radiant blue light cascaded from above, enveloping their entire beings. Gradually, it seeped through their pores, bestowing upon their bodies an unimaginable vitality. Senior sister, I feel as though I can break through. Jun Mo Xiao stammered. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. What treasure has our ancestor bestowed upon us? Lo Li exclaimed, tears of excitement streaming down her cheeks. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of these 2 youngsters, Yi Yun merely smiled serenely and resumed his meditative state. To Yi Yun, this enigmatic blue liquid was but a trifling treasure from his private stash. He possessed even more potent artifacts for enhancing cultivation. However, their elevated grade rendered them unsuitable for these 2 fledglings at present. Cultivation should not solely rely on extraordinary treasures. Such dependence could hinder one's overall combat prowess. It is evident that Yi Yun held great expectations for these 3 young souls, refraining from utilizing the celestial materials and elixirs in his repository to expedite their growth. Damn it, why have those 2 manifested blue orbs above their heads? Their combat capabilities appear to have intensified beyond previous limits. The handsome youth from the Chitian sword sect twisted his face in anguish, his eyes ablaze with fury. These 2 were simply monstrous, their methods seemingly limitless. If they were not vanquished today, it was likely that all 40 elite disciples from their 2 sects would perish here. The enchanted disciples of the demon manipulation sect sensed an unsettling shift, a palpable threat of death encroaching upon them with each passing moment. Even if it meant risking their very lives, they were determined to annihilate these 2 adversaries. The handsome youth let out a fierce roar, leaping high into the air, launching a full-scale assault against Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao. Senior sister, they are truly desperate now. Jun Mo Xiao remarked, his brows furrowed. At that moment, he was tempted to unleash the reverse dragon technique, amplifying his power 5-fold to eliminate them all. However, recalling the sage counsel of his ancestor, he forcefully suppressed such urges. Engaging in the reckless act of blood burning was best avoided. If he and his senior sister could endure just a little longer, the mysterious blue radiance would enable them to transcend to a higher realm. Sure enough, after a brief moment, a sudden force reverberated through their bodies, echoing like thunder. Their inner energy surged forth like a mighty river, rushing through their meridians. In that instant, both ascended to a new minor realm, achieving the 5th layer of the divine bridge stage. The thrill of their simultaneous advancement sent waves of exhilaration through Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao. They understood that the mysterious blue orb bestowed upon them by their ancestor was undoubtedly the most potent elixir in existence. As Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao experienced their breakthrough, the blue orb enveloping them gradually dissipated, its energy completely expended. How could they have broken through again? The handsome youth of the Chitian sword sect bellowed in fury, his expression twisting into that of a malevolent spirit. At that very moment, suddenly, from the distant jungle, a series of piercing sounds split the air. The strikingly handsome young man turned his head, and immediately a look of joy illuminated his face as he shouted loudly, "Brothers and sisters of the Shinheng sect, come to our aid. We can hardly hold on any longer." As 20 remarkable disciples of the Shinheng sect raced toward the tumultuous battlefield, they were momentarily taken aback by the grand spectacle before them. 40 individuals besieging just 2. The sky was ablaze with lightning, trees erupted with bolts, and the chaos of battle was palpable. Yet, against all odds, the young couple, Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao, pressed the assault upon their 40 adversaries. In this critical moment of unison, they launched a fierce offensive. Should the disciples of the Shinheng sect join the fray, the tide might well turn against them. Their strategy was clear: strike decisively and eliminate the disciples of the Chitian sword sect. As for the demonized disciples of the Yuma sect, they posed little threat. They had endured far too long, and the culmination of the creation demon god technique was imminent. At this pivotal juncture, Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao forsook the Jiotian Lianhuaju, opting instead for the fierce and domineering Shenlongsword technique. Thunderous roars filled the air as ethereal dragon apparitions intertwined with an endless cascade of sword light surged toward the disciples of the Chitian sword sect. Now at the 5th level of the Divine Bridge realm, their execution of this sword technique overwhelmed their foes, leading to the swift downfall of several weaker disciples among the enemy ranks. By the time the disciples of the Shinheng sect reacted and rushed forward, the Qitian sword sect had already suffered significant casualties, losing over a dozen of their elite disciples. Only a few prodigious disciples above the 8th level of the Divine Bridge realm remain alive. Chapter 106. The Enemies of the Great Black Cat. How could these unfamiliar youths possess such formidable strength? Upon the arrival of the 20 prodigious disciples from the Divine Measurement sect, they were met with the sight of over 10 fallen prodigious disciples from the Qitian sword sect, their expressions shifting dramatically. In the blink of an eye, the Qitian sword sect had crumbled, vanquished by the 2 youths of the 5th level of the Divine Bridge realm, leaving chaos in their wake. The 3 major sects, united by a common cause, stood against their adversaries. A furious young cultivator from the Divine Measurement sect, at the pinnacle of the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm, roared with rage, his blood surging with fervor as he raised his sword high. Leading his fellow disciples, he charged towards Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. Sword light surged forth like a tempest, a torrential downpour of strikes. Upon witnessing the assault from the Divine Measurement sect, the remaining prodigious disciples of the Qitian sword sect rallied, their spirits ignited as if they had been invigorated by a potent elixir, counterattacking with fervor. In that moment, over 40 prodigious disciples from the 3 major sects launched a relentless onslaught against Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. The sword light surged like a tide, akin to mountains, and the explosion of countless stars. Thunder rumbled as bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens. The surrounding black trees mirrored the flashes of lightning, creating an atmosphere of utter chaos. In the midst of this tumult, phantoms of divine dragons darted through the fray. At this moment, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao found themselves under immense pressure once more. The disciples of the Divine Measurement sect possessed terrifyingly high battle prowess. Surprisingly, in comparison to the Umo sect and the Qitian sword sect, they are even more formidable. Within the Divine Wind dynasty, the Qitian sword sect ranks 3rd. The Umo sect ranks 2nd, while the Shunheng sect holds the prestigious 1st position. The exceptional disciples of the Shunheng sect collectively surpassed the combat prowess of the other 2 major sections, renowned for their mastery of the 7-star sword technique. This particular form of swordsmanship requires a minimum of 7 practitioners to form a formidable sword formation. With 20 individuals present, they are perfectly poised to create 2 distinct 7-star sword formations. Meanwhile, the outstanding disciples of the Umo sect have also regained their senses. Upon witnessing the vitality of the youthful pair, anger surged within these disciples of the Umo sect. They each retrieved a crimson vial and consumed the red liquid contained within. This elixir serves as a life-saving remedy for every disciple of the Umo sect. Should they succumb to demonic transformation without vanquishing their foes, the consumption of this potion can swiftly replenish their vitality, restoring their physical condition to normal for a brief period. However, they can no longer undergo demonic transformation, as their bodies can no longer endure it. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your assistance, a young man from the Umo sect exclaimed, clasping his fist in gratitude, before adopting a stern demeanor and resuming the battle. Though they had not succumbed to demonic transformation, their combat effectiveness diminished. Yet, in their awakened state, they managed to coordinate effectively with the elite disciples of the other 2 sects, thereby enhancing the overall combat strength of the 3 major sects significantly. In the distance, Yi Yun silently observed Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li. Although they were firmly suppressed, having previously eliminated over a dozen disciples from the Qitian sword sect, the duo was still managing to hold their ground for the time being. Yi Yun breathed a sigh of relief. The contest now hinged upon endurance. The cultivators of the Divine Dragon Sect possessed the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, endowing them with enduring vitality that grows stronger with the path. On the periphery of the Jile mountain range, 2 figures soared through the skies. Their formidable aura caused the lightning that descended from above to veer away from them, landing a distance of 10 feet away. These were 2 elderly men, one clad in a golden robe, the other in silver. One bore golden eyes, while the others were silver. They emanated a terrifying presence, their strength transcending the earthly realm, having already attained the destiny realm. Is this truly the Jile mountain range? The silver-eyed elder queried, narrowing his gaze toward the distance. Indeed, it is a renowned location within the Divine Wind dynasty, the golden-eyed elder replied with a smile. Deep within this mountain range lies a thunder pool, whose waters harbor immense destructive power, as well as considerable regenerative force. Brother, I have heard whispers that this thunder pool is not unclaimed. Beneath it lies the Jile Palace, home to 3 demon kings, known as the 3 Saints of Jile Mountain. Perhaps we should pay them a visit, suggested the silver-eyed elder, hands clasped behind his back. Very well, nodded the golden-eyed elder. In an instant, they accelerated their pace, transforming into a streak of light that vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in another part of the Gile mountain range, a black-haired elder strolled leisurely through the air, accompanied by two young boys. Unperturbed by the torrents of thick lightning cascading from above, he remained unfazed. Above him hovered a large black umbrella, rotating continuously, redirecting the lightning away from their path. Beside him stood two youths, a boy and a girl, both around the age of 16 or 17. Despite their youth, they had already reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the Divine Bridge realm. The three of them ventured deeper into the Gile mountain range. In just a few breaths, the elder with golden eyes and the elder with silver eyes arrived at the periphery of the thunder pool. There, they encountered a massive entrance, where a bronze door bore the three golden characters of Gile Palace. This is it. The silver-eyed elder chuckled and called out loudly. Is this the territory of the three saints of Gile Mountain? Inside the grand hall, the three saints of Gile Mountain, who were indulging alongside the great black horse and the great black cat, suddenly heard the voice from outside. Their brows furrowed in unison. In that instant, they sensed the presence of two formidable practitioners of the Destiny realm approaching. Gulp, gulp. The great black horse, holding a wine jar, had just taken a hearty swig when it caught sight of the two figures outside. With a dismissive snort, it regarded them with indifference. Two trivial little demons of the Destiny realm hardly warranted its attention. Predecessors, there are visitors outside. Shall we go take a look? The three saints of Gile Mountain rose to their feet, clasping their fist respectfully towards the great black horse. Go ahead, the great black horse replied nonchalantly, not bothering to lift its head as it continued to drink. Master, there's another jar of wine here. The youth transformed from the great black cat promptly offered another jar of fresh wine. The great black horse accepted it and tilted its head back to drink deeply. The great black cat glanced into the distance, and upon spotting the two elders, a glimmer of hatred flashed in its eyes. A little kitten, what troubles you? Although the great black horse indulged in drink, how could the actions of the great black cat escape his notice? Master horse, those two creatures outside, one is a golden-ringed snake and the other a silver-ringed snake, are deeply skilled in their craft. I have had past grievances with them, and to my astonishment, their prowess has now surpassed mine. The great black cat sighed, clenching his fists tightly, producing a series of cracking sounds. So they are your adversaries. This should be simple. Just wait and see how I deal with them. The great black horse set down his wine jar, grinning broadly to reveal his gleaming white teeth. With a slight sway of his body, his aura plummeted from the realm of life and death to the pinnacle of the 10th layer of nirvana, mirroring the great black cat's cultivation perfectly. Master horse, what is this? The great black cat's heart skipped a beat, filled with astonishment. Chapter 107, Teasing the Golden and Silver Holy Beings. Heh. Just wait for the show, and observe how Master Horse toys with these two little snakes. The great black horse chuckled. The great black cat joined in with a mischievous laugh. Master Horse was clearly preparing to feign weakness to devour the tiger. Despite being an overwhelmingly powerful eternal demon, capable of crushing the two little snakes with a mere finger, he chose to indulge in this whimsical charade. The great black cat was filled with anticipation, eager to witness how Master Horse would handle those two rascals. At that moment, the three saints of Gile Mountain appeared at the entrance, and upon seeing the two unfamiliar elders, clasped their fists together in greeting. May I inquire as to the origins of these two esteemed friends? We hail from the Celestial Star Dynasty. I am the golden-eyed sage of the Wanlong Ridge, and he is the silver-eyed sage. The elder with golden eyes proclaimed with an air of pride. What? Could it be that the esteemed golden and silver sages of the Celestial Star Dynasty have graced us with their presence? The three sages of the Gile Mountain exchanged astonished glances, their hearts filled with disbelief. The Celestial Star Dynasty shares a border with the Divine Wind Dynasty. If Gile Mountain is regarded as the sacred land of the demon race within the Divine Wind Dynasty, then Wanlong Ridge serves as the sacred land of the demon race in the Celestial Star Dynasty. The trio had indeed heard of the illustrious names of these two formidable beings. Both are practitioners of the Destiny realm, and in terms of strength, they surpass the three sages of Gile Mountain. Unaware of the arrival of the two sages, we extend our apologies for not welcoming you properly. Please, do come inside and take a seat. The Thunder Dragon promptly clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. Very well, then we shall intrude. The two sages, Golden and Silver, strode with great confidence toward the palace, closely followed by the three sages of Gile Mountain. Kuei Nyo and the underworld lightning tiger trailed behind the Thunder Dragon, exchanging glances that revealed their shared apprehension. Within the palace resides a senior demon of the eternal realm. And now, With the arrival of the two sages from the Celestial Star Dynasty, how shall we navigate this encounter? Upon entering the Grand Hall, the golden-eyed and silver-eyed sages beheld two formidable demons of the Nirvana realm seated at the main position, engrossed in their drinking from a wine jar, which incited their furious indignation. Are you three sages of Gile Mountain not the rightful masters of this palace? How is it that you permit these two Nirvana realm beings to occupy the seat of honor? The golden-eyed sage inquired with a stern countenance. The Thunder Dragon stammered, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Naturally, he dared not divulge the secrets of the formidable elder from the Eternal Realm, for his own life was at stake. Yet, how could he possibly explain this situation? Suddenly, the large black cat hurled a wine jar aside, its intoxicated gaze fixating on the golden-eyed sage and the silver-eyed sage. With a tipsy grin, it remarked, "You two look remarkably familiar. Have we crossed paths before? Are you the nine-tailed spirit cat?" The golden-eyed sage squinted, scrutinizing the large black cat. Upon realizing it was merely at the 10th level of the Nirvana realm, he couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. "You old cat, nearing a millennium and still have not ascended to the Fate realm. Truly a disgrace to your nine-tailed spirit cat lineage. Curse you. Do you think that merely reaching the Fate realm renders you invincible?" The large black cat retorted lazily, seemingly unfazed by the golden-eyed sage's words. It casually picked up a spirit fruit from the table, savoring it with deliberate slowness. Meanwhile, the large black horse set the wine jar down on the table and flashed a toothy grin at the two elders clad in golden and silver robes. Upon witnessing this expression from the large black horse, the Thunder Dragon felt a surge of panic. Just as he was about to speak, the large black horse interrupted him. "If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute." It huffed disdainfully. The Thunder Dragon immediately complied, falling silent, while Kueino and the Dark Lightning Tiger dared not even breathe. After all, they were in the presence of a great demon from the Eternal Realm. Throughout the vast expanse of Songnan continent, few could rival him. "You two fledgling demons of the Nirvana realm, swiftly descend from your perch. This is not a place befitting your presence," thundered the golden-eyed saint. "Is that so?" The great black horse abruptly rose, hands clasped behind his back as he descended slowly. With a playful flick of his finger towards the golden-eyed saint, he chuckled, "I am merely being audacious. Shall we engage in a contest?" The great black cat, witnessing Master Horse's bold display, could not suppress a hearty laugh. Years ago, during the time of the Divine Bridge, it had forged enmity with these two serpent demons. Outnumbered 2-1, it had been no match for them, sustaining grave injuries before fleeing. After all these years, the opportunity for vengeance had eluded it. Who would have thought? Today, in the Gile Mountains, it would encounter these two adversaries once more. Though not a match for them, Master Horse was poised to assist in avenging its grievances. Above the thunder pool, in the void, Yiyun observed the great black horse's masquerade, shaking his head with a smile. Master Horse had a penchant for mischief, yet he was diligent and reserved. Today, he would take the lead. Meanwhile, Yiyun turned his gaze to another direction. Beneath a large black umbrella stood an elderly man with dark hair, accompanied by two young boys, gradually approaching the battleground where Jun Mo Xiao and Luoli clashed. "This is becoming intriguing," Yiyun mused with a gentle smile. The elderly man was of considerable cultivation, a practitioner of the Destiny realm, while the pair of youths by his side exhibited remarkable talent, being half-step Nirvana realm cultivators at merely 16 or 17 years of age. In the Gile Palace, the audacity of the Dark Horse incited the wrath of both the golden-eyed saint and the silver-eyed saint. "Die!" roared the silver-eyed saint, his temper flaring as he lunged at the Dark Horse. Unfazed, the Dark Horse retaliated with a straightforward punch. Bang! The collision of their fists produced a resounding thud, revealing that they were evenly matched. Oh, what immense strength! The Dark Horse feigned pain, shaking his hand and grinning widely. "What manner of creature are you? Your physical form is surprisingly robust." The silver-eyed saint took a couple of steps closer, scrutinizing the Dark Horse with keen eyes that glimmered with silver. Yet he could not discern the latter's origins. Drawing a deep breath, he transformed into a blur and attacked once more. The Dark Horse lifted his fist again, delivering another unembellished blow. Bang! Another thundering sound echoed, and this time the silver-eyed saint was forced to retreat 2 steps, while the Dark Horse remained steadfast. This spectacle astonished the watching golden-eyed saint, who pondered the true nature of this dark, middle-aged man. What lay beneath that exterior to grant such formidable strength? "Come at me together. Today, I shall entertain you both." The Dark Horse cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds, all the while wearing a nonchalant smile. The brazen demeanor of this figure in a black robe compelled both the golden-eyed saint and the silver-eyed saint to roar in unison, charging towards him. Meanwhile, the 3 saints of Gile Mountain wore expressions of bemusement. This elder was already at the Eternal Realm. Yet he still found the time to jest with two mere Destiny Realm creatures. Truly, he relished the commotion. Bang, bang, bang. Within the palace, three figures intertwined in a fierce battle, each engaged in a formidable clash of power. The intensity of their confrontation reverberated around them, generating shockwaves that rippled outward. "Halt!" exclaimed the Thunder Dragon, spreading his arms wide to intercept the oncoming waves of force, determined to prevent the destruction of the palace. Chapter 108. Contest of Innate Artifacts. Brother, we are confronted by formidable beings from both sides. What shall we do? A voice, laced with urgency, emanated from Kuei-Nyo, who stood anxiously behind the Thunder Dragon. This transmission split into two, simultaneously reaching both the Thunder Dragon and the Thunder Tiger of the underworld. For millennia, the three saints of Jile Mountain had refrained from entangling themselves in the affairs of any power, dedicating their existence to secluded cultivation in pursuit of the supreme path, rarely treading upon the worldly stage. However, they had not anticipated that this time Jile Mountain had provoked such potent forces. One was a senior demon of the Eternal Realm, while the other two hailed from the Wanlong Ridge of the Celestial Star Dynasty, known as the Golden and Silver Saints. Though their strength was somewhat lesser, they were nonetheless figures of significant consequence. It was rumored that within Wanlong Ridge, there existed a dragon sovereign whose prowess was terrifying, having already ascended to the Destiny Realm a millennium ago. The current circumstances were beyond their capacity to influence. The Thunder Dragon sighed, sending forth two more messages. "My dear brothers, our humble Jile Mountain cannot afford to offend anyone." Kuei-Nyo lamented, "Brother, if this venerable demon of the Eternal Realm departs from Jile Mountain, how shall we contend with the Dragon Sovereign from Wanlong Ridge when he comes to seek us out? There is no alternative. I must speak candidly, especially since we have not been involved in this matter," Lei Long said with a bitter smile. After a brief pause, he continued, "This Dragon Sovereign shares my lineage and belongs to the Dragon Clan, so he should grant me a modicum of respect." Upon hearing their elder brother Lei Long's words, Kuei-Nyo and Ming Dian Lei, whose expressions softened slightly. "Huh, you two are truly formidable, leaving me utterly uncomfortable. Do exert yourselves further. Perhaps I shall be defeated by you." The great black horse exclaimed in a state of panic, shouting as he fought, utterly devoid of the demeanor befitting a senior expert. At this moment, he seemed to be at a disadvantage, and though he had not struck much, he was still wincing in pain. In contrast, the two sacred sovereigns, Jean and Dean, were baffled. "Brother, what on earth is this creature? Its body is exceedingly resilient." The silver-eyed sacred sovereign's face contorted slightly as he transmitted a message, spitting as he fought. Even when he managed to land a surprise punch on the black-robed man, it felt as though he had struck the hardest treasure in existence, causing his fist to rebound painfully. Could this be a Blackstone demon? The golden-eyed sacred sovereign gritted his teeth, speculating. He too had endured considerable hardship. Every attack he unleashed upon that individual yielded little effect, leaving his hands and feet aching terribly. On the surface, it appeared as though the two were gaining the upper hand. Yet only they were aware of the extent of their struggles. The black-robed man was akin to a body of adamantine. No matter how they struck, he remained impervious. Fortunately, this fellow's offensive capabilities were not particularly strong. Otherwise, they would not be able to stand here, exchanging messages. Hehe. In the distance, the large black cat observed the unfolding battle, a hint of a wicked smile gracing its features. Master Ma is indeed Master Ma, forever the esteemed figure, exuding an aura of prowess that is unmistakable. Although his initial move appeared disadvantageous, it was, in fact, a strategic advantage. The black cat recalled Master Ma's robust physique, estimating that even the mightiest imperial weapons of the world could scarcely penetrate his defenses. And as for the feeble punches of these two little snake demons in the Destiny Realm, could they not muster a bit more strength? With such a lackluster effort, do they dare to claim the title of formidable beings? They truly bring shame upon the demon race. The black horse bared its gleaming white teeth and threw a punch, colliding directly with the fist of the golden-eyed saint. A thunderous impact ensued. The golden-eyed saint was sent reeling backward, shaking his hands in pain, grimacing as if suffering greatly. Just then, the silver-eyed saint launched a stealthy attack from behind, akin to a specter. Rather than retreating, the black horse charged forward, crashing into the silver-eyed saint's fist, sending him hurtling away. The silver-eyed saint felt his knuckles nearly shatter, grimacing in agony, almost rolling on the ground in distress. "You freak! What is your true form?" The silver-eyed saint refrained from attacking further, shaking his hands while standing there, irate. These two formidable demons of the Destiny Realm had initially believed they could effortlessly subdue this Nirvana Realm little demon. However, after a prolonged skirmish, they found themselves unsuccessful. The Kuei-Nyo, with a hearty spirit, could not contain a laugh. Yet, With just a single chuckle, he abruptly halted, swiftly covering his mouth. However, that solitary sound still reached the ears of the two esteemed sages. Instantly, both sages felt a profound sense of embarrassment, given their illustrious status and formidable prowess. Failing to subdue a mere Nirvana realm cultivator before the three saints of Gile Mountain was indeed a source of great humiliation. The golden-eyed sage cast a fierce glare at Kuei-Nyo, and with a flick of his wrist, 2 golden rings materialized in his hand. Similarly, the silver-eyed sage conjured 2 silver rings. Oh dear, have you 2 little serpents resorted to employing your fated treasures? It seems you are rather concerned about this little demon of Nirvana, quipped the dark horse with a sardonic tone. He reached into his robe, rummaging around while muttering to himself, I too must procure a fated item to engage you properly. Fighting barehanded is simply too disadvantageous. Does Master Horse possess a fated item? Inquired the dark cat, extending its neck and fixating its gaze on Master Horse's hand. Above the thunder pool, Yi-Yun observed the dark horse's antics and couldn't help but chuckle. What fated item could the dark horse possibly have? His hand merely delved into his robe to extract a single scale. As an eternal realm great demon, the scales adorning his body were akin to divine weapons. This little horse, capable of effortlessly crushing those 2 little demons with a mere finger, was making such a fuss. It seemed he was truly at a loss for how to occupy his time. Yi-Yun raised an eyebrow and smiled helplessly. His storage brimming with formidable beasts was beyond count, yet this solitary dark horse appeared so lonely. It is easy to imagine the profound loneliness that those formidable demons within the warehouse must endure. However, Yi-Yun cannot possibly release them all. These terrifying beasts, unrestrained by any laws, would likely bring forth an apocalyptic calamity upon the entirety of Tsungnan continent if unleashed into the world. At last, he has found it. The hand of the great black horse withdrew from his robe, swirling with a cascade of dark light, revealing a black shield. This shield radiated a deep, obsidian luster, adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns that imparted an ancient aura. Such a shield is astonishingly powerful. The great black cat swallowed audibly, yearning to prostrate before Master Ma, pleading for this magnificent shield to be granted to it. A shield? The 2 revered figures, Jean and Een, were momentarily taken aback, not expecting this dark-faced man to desire a means of defense. Thus, they produced a shield. However, what they perceived was vastly different from what the great black cat beheld. To their eyes, the black shield appeared utterly mundane, devoid of any brilliance or texture, remarkably ordinary. Gulp. The 3 saints of Gile Mountain, standing nearby, gazed with fervent intensity, also swallowing in anticipation. This shield, shimmering with a black sheen, exuded an air of mystery and formidable power, emanating a terrifying presence that rivaled imperial treasures. Chapter 109. The Eye Techniques of the 2 Revered Figures. Naturally, the great black horse employed an illusionary technique regarding this shield. This ruse was effective only against outsiders. To those whom he considered allies, it held no power. The 3 saints of Gile Mountain, having been well-fed and treated with great hospitality, were regarded as allies in the eyes of the great black horse. Come forth. Let me witness the prowess of your celestial beings. The black steed chuckled, revealing his gleaming white teeth as he brandished the shield in his hand. His body was adorned with countless scales, too numerous to count, yet only one scale held true value, rendering the others inconsequential. After all, should one be torn away, it would simply regenerate. The shield he wielded was fashioned from an ordinary scale. Against these lesser beings of the celestial realm, this shield would suffice to engage them in a prolonged contest. As the Thunder Dragon observed the impending clash, sensing the imminent engagement of magical artifacts, his expression darkened ominously. With no other recourse, he emanated his magical essence, erecting a protective barrier around the Grand Hall. Without such a precaution, the collision of magical artifacts would undoubtedly obliterate the entire structure. The Kuei-Nyo and the Underworld Thunder Tiger also intervened, adding 2 additional layers of protection beyond the initial barrier. Only then did the 3 feel a semblance of relief. Whether this would suffice against the impending onslaught was now left to fate. The black steed scoffed, regarding the actions of the 3 minor beings from Gile Mountain with disdain. The master had resolved to linger in this place for a while, indulging in the palace's offerings without concern for its preservation. Thus, he had long since reinforced the palace with his powers. Even those of the life and death realm would find it unyielding. Noticing that the 2 revered figures, Jean and Een, had yet to take action, the black steed urged, "What are you hesitating for? Why not strike with decisive force? Regardless of your status as formidable beings of the Destiny realm, the fact that you cannot vanquish this mere Nirvana realm creature would be a source of embarrassment for the WNL Ridge if word were to spread." Upon uttering these words, the black horse brandished his obsidian shield, a mischievous grin revealing his pearly white teeth, which shone with a luster akin to that of precious jade. Seeking death, the golden-eyed saint and the silver-eyed saint were incensed by this black-robed figure's taunt. They simultaneously raised their golden and silver rings, advancing with deliberate steps, their bodies radiating an overwhelming murderous intent and the terrifying aura of seasoned Destiny Realm cultivators. In a mere instant, they closed the distance, raising their rings high and summoning all their strength for a crushing blow. With a whoosh, the black horse spun like a top, enveloped by the protective embrace of his dark shield. The golden and silver rings struck the shield with a resounding impact. Boom! A tremendous force reverberated, sending the golden and silver rings ricocheting back. In an instant, both saints felt a jolt of pain in their hands, nearly losing their grip on the rings. The golden-eyed saint and the silver-eyed saint were taken aback. These rings were the most powerful treasures they had forged over millennia. They were astonished that their full-bodied strike had failed to breach the defenses of this black-robed man. Humph! The expression on the golden-eyed saint's face turned grave. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and unleashed a thick cloud of black smoke. This was the lethal poison mist he had meticulously concocted over the years. Even a single inhalation would spell instant death for a cultivator of the Destiny Realm. Simultaneously, in the eyes of the silver-eyed saint, a captivating silver radiance flickered, as if countless stars had suddenly manifested around the great black horse, spinning incessantly. This was the silver-eyed saint's ocular technique, the starry eye. Once this mystical art was unleashed, it ensnared adversaries within an illusory realm of celestial wonders. At this moment, augmented by the lethal poison mist emitted by his elder brother, the golden-eyed saint, even those of the fate-destined realm would find no escape. The unparalleled ocular technique, combined with the deadly toxin, rendered defense futile. The silver-eyed saint could not fathom how that individual could possibly withstand it with a mere shield. Those shameless serpent demons had resorted to this tactic once again. From a distance, the great black cat observed the scene, its teeth clenched in fury. It had fallen victim to the very same powers wielded by these two in the past. The silver-eyed saint had invoked his peculiar ocular technique, plunging it into an illusion, while the golden-eyed saint had unleashed the lethal poison mist. When it inhaled even a breath of that noxious cloud, it had nearly met its demise. Fortunately, as a nine-tailed spirit cat, it possessed 9 lives. By employing an ancient secret technique, it sacrificed 1 life to expel the poison before making its escape. That battle had severely weakened the great black cat, dissuading it from seeking revenge against those two ever again. Eventually, it encountered its current master. "Ah, this is splendid," the great black horse exclaimed with exuberance, raising its shield. A mysterious glow emanated from the shield, imbued with ancient patterns, while the surrounding stars seemed to respond to a call, being drawn into the shield's embrace. "What? He has actually broken my ocular technique." The silver-eyed saint gasped in astonishment. For many years, few had managed to overcome his ocular art. Beside him, the golden-eyed saint was equally taken aback. In the next moment, his gaze ignited with resplendent golden light. In that instant, the entire realm seemed to transform. Surrounding them was an endless ocean of gold, leading one to suspect they had entered a peculiar and otherworldly space. The 3 sacred ones of the accumulated Thunder Mountain, caught unawares, fell into this illusion. The magical barrier they had previously erected abruptly vanished. The trio stood in a daze, utterly bereft of their senses. Meow. The large black cat's fur bristled, its 4 tails emanating 4 distinct hues of light, enveloping its entire form. From a distance, it resembled a vibrant orb of color. This golden-ringed serpent's ocular technique was astonishingly potent, far surpassing that of the silver-ringed serpent. The black cat was taken aback, observing the reactions of those around it, while the golden-eyed saint reveled in his triumph. His golden-eye technique was rarely seen in the world, even in the Celestial Star Dynasty. No more than 3 individuals were aware of it. The power of this ocular technique was immense. He had once wielded it to contend with a formidable cultivator of the 10th layer of Destiny Realm for several hours, ultimately retreating unscathed. A mere parlor trick. What could such a simple ocular technique do against the great master? The large black horse chuckled heartily, the mysterious light upon his shield igniting once more. This time, he absorbed the entire illusion of the golden ocean. How could this be possible? The golden-eyed saint's eyes widened, a tempest of astonishment brewing within him. How could the shield of this middle-aged man with a dark visage be so formidable, shattering not 1, but 2 ocular techniques? The great black horse retrieved his shield, gazing at the swirling black toxic mist around him. With his mouth agape, he inhaled deeply, consuming every last trace of the deadly miasma. The taste was rather ordinary. The great black horse extended his blood-red tongue, licking his lips, and then disdainfully curled his lip. What? This creature had actually devoured all the lethal poison and yet still remained alive? The golden-eyed sage and the silver-eyed sage were utterly astonished. In that moment, they finally realized that the being before them was undoubtedly an unparalleled demon, to consume the deadly miasma and survive. He was certainly a formidable entity of life and death. With this thought, the golden-eyed sage and the silver-eyed sage were seized by a sudden terror, cold sweat breaking out upon their brows. They exchanged a fearful glance, and in an instant, transformed into two beams of light, one gold and one silver, and turned to flee. Chapter 110, Master Ma bestows treasures want to escape? The great black horse grinned, casting the black shield from his hand. Whoosh! The shield transformed into a dark beam of light, swiftly intercepting the golden and silver rays. The shield emanated an ancient and peculiar radiance, promptly enveloping the two beams of light. In a flash, the shield reappeared in the great black horse's grasp. He raised the shield triumphantly and laughed, saying, "You two are also formidable beings of destiny. Master Ma is not yet finished playing, so how can you simply flee?" At that moment, the golden-eyed sage and the silver-eyed sage found themselves bound by a strange force, utterly immobilized. With woeful expressions, they regretted ever venturing into the Gile mountain range, fearing that their lives might now be forfeit. "Little cat, are you not seeking vengeance? Just strike them down." The dark stallion chuckled as he tossed the shield to the large black cat. "Thank you, Master Horse, for your support." The large black cat joyfully received the shield and noticed that two small snakes, one gold and one silver, seemed to be firmly adhered to its surface, utterly immobilized. Recalling past grievances, the large black cat's teeth ground together in anger. He suddenly extended his claws and struck down upon the shield. At that moment, the golden-eyed and silver-eyed saints appeared remarkably diminutive, helplessly witnessing a black claw descending upon them. They promptly shut their eyes. A tremendous force surged through them, causing the two esteemed figures to spout blood immediately. "With such feeble strength, you truly cannot vanquish them," the dark stallion scoffed, gesturing as the golden-eyed and silver-eyed saints transformed into two beams of light that landed in his hands. They were compelled to reveal their true forms, yet were suppressed by the stallion's magic, now reduced to merely a yard in length. With a crunch, the dark stallion raised the golden-eyed saint to his mouth and severed half of its body in one bite, chewing a few times before swallowing. Blood streamed from his mouth as the golden-eyed saint met its demise. "The taste is rather ordinary, with a hint of poison," the dark stallion critiqued while continuing to consume. Crunch, crunch. The remaining half of the golden-eyed saint was devoured by the stallion, as if it were a sausage. The silver-eyed saint nearby fainted in terror. After finishing the golden-eyed saint, the dark stallion turned his attention to the silver-eyed saint. The sounds of crunching echoed continuously throughout the grand hall. The three saints of Gile Mountain gazed in astonishment, their hearts racing and bodies trembling in fear. Two formidable demon beings of the Destiny realm had been devoured by this senior demon. Truly, this elder was ferocious. The trio felt an increasing sense of dread, grateful that they had treated this elder kindly. Otherwise, they might have met the same grim fate. "Grandpa Ma, leave me a piece." The great black cat descended like a gust of dark wind, seizing the remaining third of the silver-eyed saint's body. "Oh my, the little cat has quite the audacity to consume such a venomous snake," the great black horse remarked with a sly grin. "Grandpa Ma, these two are my sworn enemies. If I do not take a bite, my heart will remain unsatisfied." With that, the great black cat bit down fiercely, consuming a quarter of the silver-eyed saint's remaining body. Crunch, crunch. The great black cat deliberately exaggerated the sound of its chewing, gnashing its teeth before swallowing. "If I get poisoned, that's my own concern." The great black horse laughed heartily, tossing the remaining small segment of the silver-eyed saint to the thunder dragon. "Great dragon, this piece is for you. Consuming it will surely benefit your cultivation," the great black horse nonchalantly declared, then returned to the stone table, resuming its drinking. Meanwhile, the great black cat continuously utilized its magical power to suppress the toxicity of the silver-eyed saint's flesh. Fortunately, being at the half-step destiny realm and endowed with remarkable talents, it was capable of containing the venom within the silver-eyed saint's body. This toxicity, if refined gradually, would pose no significant threat to it. Moreover, should he absorb the essence of the silver-eyed saint's corporeal form, his cultivation could experience a swift elevation. "Senior, I cannot possibly consume this." The thunder dragon was taken aback, gazing at the gruesome half of the body, utterly hesitant to partake, and promptly retreated a couple of steps. Setting aside the possibility of poisoning, should the dragon sovereign from the 10,000 Dragon Ridge come seeking him, he would find himself at a loss for words. Whether one relished it or not, let this serve as recompense for my stay among you these past few days. The black horse chuckled, disregarding the matter, and continued to drink. The three saints of Gile Mountain were left in tears, staring helplessly at the silver-ringed serpent's corpse, unsure of how to proceed. The black cat approached, its gaze fixated on the gleaming black shield atop the table, nearly drooling in anticipation. With a beaming smile, it inquired, "Master Horse, may I have a look at your treasure?" "Look at what?" "Today, Master Horse is in high spirits. This shield is yours." The black horse laughed heartily. Having devoured the golden-eyed and silver-eyed saints, he had long since digested their essence. The vitality gained had even led to the growth of new scales upon his chest. Thus, the black horse suffered no loss. Furthermore, he found the black cat exceedingly agreeable and, lacking a worthy weapon himself, resolved to gift the shield to the black cat. "Given to me? Master Horse, you must be jesting," the black cat exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. This artifact was evidently extraordinary, with its unpredictable capabilities. Capable of both offense and defense, even countering formidable ocular techniques. It had long been a dream of the black cat to possess such a treasure. Unexpectedly, the generous Master Ma bestowed upon it a gift, leaving the great black cat to ponder whether it was ensnared in a dream. With a sudden slap to its own face, the cat exclaimed, "Ha! I am not dreaming after all." Following this, it knelt upon the ground, offering 3 profound bows to Master Ma, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Ma, for this treasure. I shall forever cherish your kindness." The great black cat spoke with earnestness, its demeanor solemn. "Curse you. If you dare kneel before me again, I shall break your neck," retorted Master Ma, sending the cat flying with a vigorous kick. Irritated, he declared, "From now on, you shall only kneel before your master. Do you hear me, little cat?" "I hear you. I hear you," responded the great black cat, on the brink of tears, realizing that its flattery had landed on deaf ears. Yi Yun, witnessing this scene, could not suppress a chuckle. What a delightful pair they were. Nevertheless, Master Ma had done well this time, not only avenging the little cat but also gifting it a shield for protection. This illustrated how, despite their constant bickerings, the bond between these two beings grew ever stronger. "Should I bestow another treasure upon the little cat?" Yi Yun mused softly to himself. His storeroom was filled with countless treasures, yet upon reflection, he deemed it prudent to observe the great black cat's behavior a while longer. After all, the shield gifted by Master Ma was already a remarkable treasure. Greed can lead one to overlook the value of gifts received too easily. With this thought, Yi Yun's gaze shifted slightly, turning to another direction. The enigmatic elder with raven-black hair, accompanied by a pair of youthful companions, has now approached the battleground. Chapter 111. The Mysterious Elder and 2 Youths. "Master, who are these people? Why are they fiercely battling in such a dire place?" The elder and the 2 youths hovered in midair, a large black umbrella swirling above them, deflecting all the lightning away. The young man gazed towards the distant clash, a grave expression etched upon his face. He found it difficult to comprehend why such a multitude was assailing the pair of youths. What deep-seated enmity could provoke such hostility? To his astonishment, the duo, despite their modest cultivation, managed to withstand the onslaught of so many. The intensity of the conflict was palpable, yet the pair held their ground, dragging the confrontation into a stalemate. The elder in the black robe observed intently and remarked, "The side with the numbers must belong to the 3 major sects of the Divine Wind Dynasty: the Demon Control Sect, the Divine Balance Sect, and the Celestial Sword Sect. Judging by the age of these youths, they are likely the prodigious disciples of these 3 sections. How cowardly to bully the few with sheer numbers." "There is no semblance of heroism," exclaimed the strikingly beautiful young woman beside him, her voice laced with indignation. "That may not be the case. Perhaps the pair of prodigies provoked them," the elder mused with a hint of amusement. "That is hardly plausible, master. Who in the Divine Wind Dynasty would dare to provoke the prodigious disciples of these 3 sects? Surely, this pair would not act so recklessly," the young woman retorted, pouting. The elderly man with dark hair stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying his surroundings. His consciousness radiated outward, yet within a 1,000-mile radius. He found no trace of any remarkable individuals. This was indeed perplexing. This pair of young men and women were, by all accounts, extraordinary prodigies. Could it be that their elders were so untroubled as to allow them to engage in combat here? The old man muttered to himself, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. As a practitioner of the 10th layer of the Destiny realm, his perception was formidable. He scanned the area but found no protectors for the youthful duo. This deviation from the norm was unsettling. Yet, how could such exceptional talents emerge from this modest Divine Wind Dynasty? They were comparable to the 2 gifted disciples he had trained himself. Take a careful look at their battle. If you 2 were to face them, do you believe you would stand a chance? The dark-haired elder suddenly inquired with a smile. The young man and woman fell silent, intently observing the fierce conflict unfolding in the distance. as prodigies of the 10th layer of the Divine Bridge realm. They had certainly experienced numerous battles, yet they had never witnessed such an intense and chaotic scene. Lightning rained down from the sky in dense clusters, while the surrounding trees unleashed bolts of electricity and waves of sword light surged like a tide. The movements of the young couple were remarkably adept, transforming them into ethereal dragon-like phantoms, rendering their true forms indistinguishable and evading all attacks. How astonishing their agility is! The young woman exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement. They have encountered numerous prodigies, yet when it comes to agility, only this pair of young individuals before them can attain such an extraordinary level at the 5th layer of the Divine Bridge realm. Master, this pair of youths must be inferior to us. After a moment of observation, the young man reached this conclusion, a hint of pride inadvertently shining in his eyes as he spoke. Hee. The elderly man with black hair chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. For these two exceptional disciples were the result of his countless efforts. In terms of cultivation and individual strength, they far surpassed the young couple on the battlefield. Gazing at the distant conflict, he remarked, that pair of youths possesses the bloodline of divine beasts, likely that of a divine dragon, akin to our own Xian bird lineage. However, despite their commendable talents, they lack a protector. Should they fall, it would indeed be a pity. Master, this indicates that those two are excessively arrogant, mere foolish beings. The young man scoffed, his gaze sharp as if wielding two swords. An overwhelming sword intent naturally emanated from him. The three continued to observe the battle in silence. Meanwhile, at the center of the fray, Luo Li and Junimo Xiao fought with increasing vigor. Their bodies, transformed by the essence of the ancestral dragon's blood, endowed them with remarkable stamina and seemingly boundless energy. In contrast, the members of the three major sects were beginning to falter. Their magical and physical energies were severely depleted. Although they could consume elixirs to supplement their powers, the rate of replenishment was far outstripped by the speed of energy loss. The disciples of the three major sects were filled with intense frustration as they relentlessly attacked, yet could not lay a finger on the two individuals. An hour passed, and signs of fatigue began to surface among the members of the three sections. Meanwhile, the three observers in the distance finally showed expressions of astonishment. Master, could it be that the bloodline of the Divine Dragon possesses such formidable strength? It enables them to endure this prolonged battle without exhibiting any signs of weariness? The young man inquired with a furrowed brow. He pondered that if he and his junior sister were to engage in combat against the disciples of the three major sects, despite possessing the bloodline of the mystic bird, they would surely not be able to sustain such a lengthy struggle without revealing even a hint of fatigue. Logically, it seemed impossible, as cultivators with the bloodline of the Divine Dragon were exceedingly rare on the continent, and none could endure for so long. The elderly man with black hair contemplated before responding. Then why are they able to do so? The young girl beside him pressed on. I am uncertain. Perhaps they possess some form of treasure, the black-haired elder replied with a smile. Treasure? The young man's eyes sparkled with newfound intensity as he reconsidered the unfolding battle. Any treasure that could continuously replenish magical energy and stamina during combat would be coveted by cultivators across the realm. Especially as he and his junior sister were on the brink of participating in a grand battle. Such treasures would be invaluable for enhancing their combat prowess. Master, how about I eliminate those two? The young man exclaimed, drawing his sword with a glimmer of determination. Patience, let us observe the situation further. The black-haired elder replied with a subtle smile. The young girl beside him erupted into laughter. Brother, Master means for you to sit back and watch the tigers fight, reaping the benefits like a fisherman. You do not understand even this? I understand. I understand. The young man shook his head helplessly, sheathing his sword behind him. The three of them continued to observe the unfolding battle, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Half an hour passed, and the tide of battle underwent a fundamental reversal. The elite disciples of the three major sects were drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted and on the brink of collapse, as they were systematically defeated by Luo Li and Junimo Xiao. In the blink of an eye, their forces crumbled like a house of cards. Striking flashes of sword light pierced through the air, leaving countless elite disciples of the three sects reeling. Run! The disciples who had reached the 9th and 10th levels of the Divine Bridge realm were paralyzed with fear, their courage shattered, turning to flee. Think you can escape? Junimo Xiao sneered, a wave of sword light sweeping forth. With a sudden flash, a long, rainbow-like beam of sword light descended, shattering Junimo Xiao's attack. A young boy stood defiantly on the ground, gazing at Junimo Xiao with a cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Chapter 112, The Sacred Sect of the Mystic Bird. You are quite audacious. How about I join you in your little game? The boy's face radiated a proud aura, his gaze seemingly gentle yet fiercely aggressive, with an undercurrent of tumult in his eyes. Thunder rumbled as a bolt of lightning erupted beside him, yet he remained unperturbed, as if oblivious to it all. Meanwhile, Luo Li was poised to pursue the fleeing disciples of the three major sections. Suddenly, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens, transforming into a young girl. The young girl, comparable in age to Luo Li, possessed extraordinary beauty. Standing with her hands clasped behind her back and her chest proudly thrust forward. Her delicate face bore an expression of haughty disdain as she mockingly addressed Luo Li. "Stop chasing. Why not reveal your treasures?" "Treasure?" Luo Li halted in her tracks. Gazing in confusion at the suddenly appearing, arrogant girl, her expression one of bewilderment. The girl narrowed her eyes, surveying Luo Li and Jun Maxiao with a chilling tone. "You two have been battling against the disciples of the three major sects for such an extended period. What treasures are sustaining your boundless reserves of mana and stamina?" "You two, haha." Luo Li and Jun Maxiao exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. What treasures did they possess? With two of the ancestral dragon's blood coursing through their veins, their stamina and mana were remarkably abundant, far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators. The absurdity lay in the fact that this pair of suddenly materialized youths believed they possessed some form of treasure. "What are you laughing at?" A flush of crimson unexpectedly crept onto the boy's alabaster face. Drawing his sword with a swift motion, he pointed the blade at Luo Li and Jun Maxiao, his aura intensifying. "Brother, these two brats are far too arrogant. Today, we shall teach them a lesson on behalf of the three major sects of the Divine Wind Dynasty." The exquisite girl also unsheathed her sword, her demeanor a blend of pride and coldness. Observing the two with their weapons, Jun Maxiao furrowed his brow. Where did this unfamiliar pair of youths emerge from? They were certainly not from the three major sections. Could they be prodigious disciples from another dynasty? Although these two individuals descended from the heavens, it appeared they had been observing the battle from nearby, thus becoming aware of the remarkable stamina exhibited by him and his senior sister. This pair of young men and women possessed formidable cultivation. Standing at the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm, their audacity to confront him and his sister indicated an extraordinary level of combat prowess. Jun Maxiao narrowed his eyes, his expression gradually becoming more serious. They had just endured several hours of fierce combat, depleting their physical and magical energies significantly. Should another battle ensue, the outcome would be uncertain, unless they resorted to the reversal dragon technique, igniting their vital essence once more. With this thought, Jun Maxiao exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Li. In that fleeting moment, they silently resolved to act in unison. "I never strike against nameless specters under my blade. May I inquire, esteemed guests, whence do you hail?" Jun Maxiao asked with indifference, his sword crossing his chest. Before engaging in combat, he sought to ascertain the origins of his opponents, for in the future, once he and his sister had grown stronger, he would march upon their sect and plunder their treasure vaults to avenge this day's affront. The young pair, accustomed to a life of luxury and privilege, bore haughty dispositions, oblivious to Jun Maxiao's cunning intentions. After all, they had been nurtured as prodigies under the protection of their sect, shielded from the harshness of the world, and were entirely outmatched by Jun Maxiao in emotional intelligence. "In any case, you shall soon be corpses. So remember well, we hail from the Tianyue dynasty, the Xianbird sacred sect," the young man declared with a cold smirk. "Tianyue dynasty? Xianbird sacred sect?" Jun Maxiao's face reflected bewilderment. He had yet to grasp the intricacies of the Divine Wind Dynasty, and now another Tianyue dynasty had emerged. Jun Maxiao gazed at Luo Li, who shrugged in response, indicating her own ignorance. The three of them had accompanied their ancestor from the ancient Moon Dynasty to the Divine Wind Dynasty, without the opportunity to comprehend the rich cultural history of the entire Songnan continent. Thus, in this regard, they remained as uninformed novices. The delicate girl's eyes glimmered with a hint of derision. She could clearly discern that the pair before her, a young man and woman, appeared akin to rustic bumpkins, utterly unaware of the existence of the Tianyue dynasty. With a flicker of her brow, the girl mocked. "The diminutive Divine Wind Dynasty you inhabit is merely mediocre under the Li Tian dynasty, with the illustrious sun, moon, and star dynasties towering above. They are the Tianqing dynasty, the Tianwei dynasty, and the Tianderide dynasty respectively. Our Xianbird holy sect is one of the four prominent sects within the Tianwei dynasty. Do you grasp the magnitude of this?" "Understood." Jun Maxiao nodded, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Thank you both for enlightening us. Henceforth, we shall not hold back. Perhaps, this very day next year will mark your demise." At this juncture, Jun Maxiao transformed into a shadow of a divine dragon, brandishing his sword as he charged towards the young man. The surging sword light cascaded forth like a mighty river. Meanwhile, Luo Li also morphed into a divine dragon silhouette, launching her assault on the young woman. Although this pair of young talents exhibited an air of arrogance, they were indeed top-tier geniuses. Upon witnessing the oncoming sword light, Both swiftly retreated several dozen paces in an instant. Consequently, the attacks of Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao fell entirely short. A wave of astonishment washed over them. It was their first encounter with practitioners possessing such extraordinary agility. The Nine Heavens Xian Bird technique of our Xian Bird sacred sect is heralded as the foremost martial art of the Tianyue dynasty. How could you possibly comprehend its profundity? The youth let out a cold laugh, his voice resonating clearly as it soared into the heavens. Following his laughter, he and the maiden subtly swayed, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Suddenly, a cascade of sword light surged forth from the distance, resembling an ocean in its tumultuous splendor, overwhelming and relentless. Swiftly encircling Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. Such astonishing speed and impeccable swordsmanship. Staring at the oncoming torrent of sword light, both Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao were taken aback. The prowess of this youthful pair surpassed their own by a remarkable margin. Instantly, the two transformed into dozens of ethereal dragon phantoms, evading while unleashing their dragon sword technique in retaliation. In a heartbeat, the four engaged in a fierce and ferocious battle. This clash was even more intense than the previous encounter. The swordplay of the youthful duo was astonishingly swift, capable of unleashing countless beams of sword light in the blink of an eye, completely overpowering Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. In the distant void, an elderly man with flowing black hair observed the fray, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. These were his most cherished disciples. Ranked among the top 3 in the Tianyue dynasty's Divine Bridge realm, their combat abilities indeed extraordinary. Had it not been for their pursuit of the Nirvana realm, they would not have journeyed thousands of miles to the Jile Mountains of the Divine Wind dynasty. Deep within the Jile Mountains lies a thunder pool, rich in electric energy. Should his 2 disciples cultivate there for a time, they would surely break through to the Nirvana realm. In the impending secret realm battle of the Tianyue dynasty, his 2 disciples are poised to enter the mystical domain as beings of Nirvana. At this moment, Yi Yun observes the clash unfolding before him. When his gaze falls upon the agile movements and swordplay of the youthful duo, a glimmer of recognition flickers in his eyes. It is astonishing that a once modest sect, the Xian sect, which had been a vassal of the Divine Dragon Sect for millennia, has managed to endure through the ages. Emerging with a resounding name, the Xian Holy Sect, Yi Yun's expression remains tranquil, yet deep within his eyes, a trace of indifferent mockery emerges. Chapter 113. Quintuple Combat Power. A stunning strike 10 millennia ago, the eternal-level Divine Dragon Sect loomed over the Tsongnan continent like a colossal behemoth. Countless sects were subservient to the Divine Dragon Sect, encompassing celestial-level sects, super sects, major sects, and ordinary sections. The sheer number of these subordinate sects was so vast that it spanned the entire continent, defying enumeration. These sects were hierarchically organized. Among them, the so-called Xian Niao sect lingered in Yi Yun's memory, as it was once considered a major sect. His recollection stemmed from the fact that the sect's ancestral master had once presented Yi Yun with 10 exquisite beauties. However, after a mere glance, Yi Yun found none to his liking and promptly returned them. This incident, though seemingly trivial, etched the name of the Xian Niao sect into Yi Yun's memory. Over the years, very few sects had offered him such charming maidens. It was the Xian Niao sect that adeptly understood his reputation as the foremost tyrant of the Tsongnan continent, catering to his fondness for lovely young women. Upon contemplating this, Yi Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. In his youth, he indeed had an appreciation for beautiful maidens, yet his interest often remained superficial, as he preferred the thrill of combat. Thus, this foremost adept of the eternal realm had unknowingly severed countless heads and dealt numerous slaps, becoming a nightmare haunting the dreams of many. Reflecting on those bygone days, Yi Yun felt a twinge of nostalgia. He had not anticipated encountering a descendant of the Xian Niao sect in the domain of the Divine Wind dynasty. However, the Xian Niao sect had undergone a transformation, evolving into the Xian Niao Holy Sect, significantly elevating its stature. It appeared that they had fared quite well in the Tianyue dynasty. Yet, the Xian Niao Holy Sect had entirely forgotten the events from 100,000 years ago regarding their vassalage to the Shunlong sect, to the extent that they failed to recognize the Shunlong sword technique and the Shunlong body technique. With this thought, a glimmer of faint murderous intent flickered in Yi Yun's eyes. In the past, any disciple of the Shunlong sect, even if from a mere heavenly great sect, would be received with utmost courtesy. How much more so for a petty sect like the Xian Niao sect? The audacity of these 2 inept individuals from the Xian Niao sect to bully his disciples rendered them akin to the dead in Yi Yun's eyes. Nonetheless, this battle served as a valuable trial for Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, for they had never faced such prodigious talents before. This experience would undoubtedly broaden their horizons and prove beneficial in many ways. As for the two of them subsequently igniting their vital essence to unleash the reverse dragon technique, Yi was content to let them proceed. His ancestor possesses an abundance of methods to restore their fortunes. For Yi, who has signed for 100,000 years and acquired unimaginable resources, nothing in this world presents any difficulty. Within the palace of accumulated thunder, the great black horse, while indulging in wine, observed the distant battle with keen eyes. He chuckled softly, revealing his white teeth, and sneered twice. How audacious to bully the disciples under the Lord's command and to attempt murder for treasure. The divine mysterious bird sect is truly unnecessary. Once the Lord gives the command, he will traverse the void in an instant, heading straight for the Tianyu dynasty, ready to obliterate this sacred sect of mysterious birds with a single blow. What troubles you, Master Horse? The great black cat, having spent much time with the great black horse, noticed his emotional fluctuations and promptly inquired telepathically. Nothing of concern. The two young masters are merely undergoing trials. Everything is well within the Lord's control. The great black horse replied with a calm smile, resuming his drinking. The great black cat, with a serious expression, patted its chest in assurance, declaring, "Indeed, should the Lord require my assistance, I shall bravely venture into fire and water without hesitation." Humph. The great black horse shot a disapproving glance at it, chuckling. "Your cultivation is lacking. They have already reached the 10th layer of Destiny Realm." Oh. The great black cat's face flushed crimson. It had intended to impress, but ended up misfiring completely. Dejected, it muttered, "I shall focus on diligent practice and not linger here with you." Suddenly, the great black horse seized the great black cat and tossed it away. The void ahead split open, and the great black cat vanished in an instant. In the next moment, it reappeared above the thunder pool. "Continue your cultivation there, little cat." Yi gestured with his hand, and a circle materialized suddenly within a section of the thunder pool. "Thank you, my lord." The large black cat promptly prostrated itself, overwhelmed with gratitude and tears. Although the cat could not discern the exact location of its master, it could distinctly hear his voice. The black cat understood that this was an immensely powerful spatial technique, one that it could not possibly comprehend at its current level. Transforming into a streak of black light, it dove into the thunder pool and began to temper its body with the water therein. In the Gile mountain range, for young men and women were locked in a fierce battle, approaching a life-and-death climax. Now, Jun Mo Shao suddenly roared, his blood surging, and his aura became terrifying in an instant. At that moment, Jun Mo Shao unleashed the reverse dragon technique, amplifying his combat power fivefold. Simultaneously, Luo Li felt her blood burning with fervor, letting out a primal roar as she activated the reverse dragon technique. Witnessing the sudden surge in strength from this pair of youths, the two prodigies from the Xianbird sacred sect were taken aback. How can this be possible? The young swordsman faltered, his expression one of astonishment. They had been dominating the fight and were on the verge of victory. Yet this pair of youngsters had inexplicably multiplied their power. What kind of secret technique is this? The delicate girl said with a grim expression, "Senior brother, we must utilize the Yin-Yang Xianbird technique." Agreed. The young man nodded. The two immediately intertwined their sword energies, forming a massive black Xianbird composed of sword light in midair. A colossal black Xianbird surged forth, filling the skies, howling as it lunged towards Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. Beneath the vast shadow of a dark umbrella stood an elderly man with obsidian hair, his gaze flickering as he fixated on the unfolding battle. He had not anticipated that this pair of youthful warriors could compel his disciples to invoke the Yin-Yang Xianbird technique. One of the three supreme secrets of the Xianbird sacred sect. The two prodigious disciples under his tutelage had only mastered a mere 2 forms of this technique. As the enormous black Xianbird descended upon them, a fierce determination ignited within them. Blood surged through Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li like a mighty dragon, their beings brimming with immense divine power. In an instant, they soared into the heavens, unleashing 1,000 radiant sword lights shaped like divine dragons. Each dragon roared, wreaking havoc across the expanse of the sky, their eyes glimmering with an icy ruthlessness. The reverse dragon technique, amplifying their power fivefold. In this moment, Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li held nothing back, pouring all their strength into a breathtaking strike. The ferocity of their assault was unparalleled. At that instant, the lightning within the clouds was disrupted by their overwhelming force, failing to descend. Boom! Thousands of surging divine dragon sword lights collided with the black Xianbird, erupting in a cataclysmic roar. A tremendous shockwave, accompanied by countless shattering sword lights, radiated outward. The surrounding sturdy trees were cleaved into countless fragments. For figures hurtled in different directions, Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li landed gracefully on the ground, swords in hand, their expressions calm and unyielding, exuding an aura of icy indifference. In stark contrast, the youthful couple stood, their garments stained with blood, their breaths shallow and labored, clearly bearing grave injuries. Chapter 114. A plummet in realms, a colossal terror. How could this be possible? The elder with dark hair, hovering in the distant void, let out a thunderous roar. His two direct disciples were, by a considerable margin, 5 realms above those two youngsters, tantalizingly close to the Nirvana realm. These two unparalleled prodigies, on the verge of Nirvana, had even unleashed one of the 3 sacred texts of the Xianbird holy sect, the Yin-Yang Xianbird technique. Yet they found themselves defeated by the young couple. At the most critical moment, the pair had seemingly employed some arcane method, their combat prowess soaring several-fold. How can you be so strong? The proud young man coughed up blood, his expression contorted into a grimace, revealing a bitter smile. He gazed at Jun Ma Xiao and Luo Li across from him, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Just moments ago, in their fierce confrontation, he and his junior sister had combined their efforts to execute the Yin-Yang Xianbird technique, and yet, the two adversaries appeared utterly unharmed. Had their physical prowess truly reached such an extraordinary level? It was utterly incomprehensible. Cough. The delicate young woman also coughed, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Nevertheless, crimson blood seeped through her fingers. She was injured, and quite severely, with her internal organs compromised. Brother, we have lost, she said despondently, her gaze filled with profound disappointment. It was unimaginable that they, the illustrious prodigies of the Tianyue dynasty, could be vanquished by 2 obscure individuals. This truly undermines their confidence. Jun Mo Zhao's chest heaved, his breath slightly erratic at this moment. After a brief pause to regain his composure, he raised his sword and coldly gazed at his adversaries. The once proud young man and woman before him now exuded no trace of arrogance, as if they had been thoroughly intimidated. Yet, mere intimidation was insufficient to deter them. These two had declared their intention to kill, to seize the treasures belonging to him and his senior sister. The act of murder and theft would not be tolerated. They must be dealt with swiftly. At that moment, a murderous intent surged within Jun Mo Shao. He would not allow these two to survive. Junior brother, let us advance. Luo Li inhaled deeply, her voice icy as she spoke. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. However, should one offend me, I shall surely strike back. Thus, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, sharing a profound understanding, charged towards the young pair in unison. How dare you? A thunderous roar echoed from afar, resembling the sound of rolling thunder. The black-haired elder trembled slightly as he descended from the heavens, an overwhelming pressure cascading towards them like a mountain, pinning Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao in place. Before such a formidable practitioner of destiny, the two found themselves unable to advance an inch. Gazing up at this powerful figure, their expressions remained calm and composed, though a slight furrow creased their brows. It became clear that the young prodigies were accompanied by a guardian, which explained their audacity. You two young scamps have rather dark hearts, do you not? Having won this contest, do you still wish to resort to murder? The elder with raven hair stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority, and coldly inquired. He felt a twinge of hesitation within, uncertain whether to personally extinguish the lives of the two young individuals before him. After all, his esteemed position within the Celestial Moon dynasty and his formidable cultivation rendered such an act potentially damaging to his reputation. Dear senior, surely you jest? Your disciples intend to eliminate us, and do you expect us to passively await our demise? Given the current circumstances, having secured victory in this battle, is it not entirely justifiable for us to retaliate? Luo Li stated with icy resolve, standing before the imposing aura of a formidable destiny realm cultivator. She and Jun Mo Shao stood upright like arrows, unwavering. The elder's eyelids narrowed slightly. Who were these composed youths that bestowed upon them such audacity? Could it be that guardians were present nearby? In the diminutive Xinfeng dynasty, who could possibly rival his prowess? Master, we must eradicate them, that way. The treasure they possess will rightfully belong to us, the arrogant youth declared from behind, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a cruel smirk flickering in his eyes. The facade of arrogance faded, for the lines had been irrevocably drawn. Now, it was a matter of life or death. Master, you need only to make your move. I am confident that with but a single finger, you could crush them. The refined young lady echoed with disdain. Her gaze was piercing, akin to twin blades, fiercely directed at their adversaries. The elder pondered deeply, for at his age, his thoughts were far more intricate than those of his youthful disciples. Two vanquished opponents. If you possess the courage, come forth and engage in direct combat. Summoning your elders to intervene. What sort of heroism is this? Truly, you are a pair of cowards. Jun Mo Shao scolded with a frigid countenance. The youthful duo, a boy and a girl, were rendered crimson by his words, left utterly speechless. After all, both were exceptionally proud geniuses. And Jun Mo Xiao's sharp retort left them at a loss for words. They had, after all, lost fairly and squarely, without any hint of dishonor. You two little brats are so arrogant, you must have some backing. Hurry and summon your guardians, sneered the elderly man with black hair. Guardians? Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li exchanged glances, a peculiar smile gracing their faces. This old man was merely a practitioner of Destiny Realm. He had no standing to meet their ancestor. Their ancestor had attained the divine level of God Monarch, far beyond the reach of these insignificant Destiny Realm practitioners. To put it bluntly, a single one of their ancestors could obliterate the entire Tsangnan continent. After all, the God Monarch level far eclipsed the true God Realm. Old sir, your words are truly laughable. I scarcely know how to respond. Jun Mo Xiao chuckled, disdain evident in his gaze. He would never reveal the existence of their ancestor, for the ancestor's status was far too exalted. 100,000 years prior, they were the foremost expert of the eternal realm on Tsangnan continent. At that time, this old man's ancestors might not have even been born yet. You. The black-haired elder was incensed by Jun Mo Xiao's remark and that scornful expression in his eyes. He took a deep breath, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an immense aura as he slowly advanced. Instead of striking outright, he approached Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao step by step, revealing his nature as a remarkably cautious individual. The moment he set forth his first step, the old man with black hair suddenly underwent a dramatic change in expression. His cultivation abruptly plummeted from the Tianshi realm's 10th level to the Nirvana realm's 10th level. A staggering drop of an entire realm. In the midst of his shock, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he unwittingly took a second step forward. In the next instant, his eyes bulged, his mouth agape, terror etched across his face as though he had witnessed the most horrifying sight imaginable. Ah! He let out a piercing scream. The black-haired elder, gripped by an overwhelming fear, realized that his cultivation had inexplicably fallen from the 10th level of the Nirvana realm to the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm. This was identical to the realm of his two direct disciples. Master, what has happened to you? Upon hearing their master's sudden, frantic cry, the young man and woman behind him instantly grew anxious. Subsequently, they beheld their master whirl around, his eyes bulging, irises blood red, his face contorted, clawing at the air as if driven mad. Chapter 115. The Ancestor Strikes, Reduced to Mortality. Ah, where has my cultivation gone? Who is it that has stolen my power? The black-haired elder lowered his gaze, furiously raking his fingers through his hair, his visage twisted in anguish. And suddenly he threw his head back, unleashing a series of enraged howls. After countless years of arduous effort, he had finally attained the 10th level of the Tianshi realm. For many years, he held a noble position within the Tianyue dynasty, basking in untold glory. Yet now, his cultivation had inexplicably plummeted to the realm of the Divine Bridge, mirroring that of his two disciples. In that fleeting moment, the elder with black hair found himself utterly disoriented, his mind spiraling into madness. How could Master's cultivation have? The delicate young woman widened her eyes in disbelief, only then realizing that her Master's level was identical to hers, both at the 10th layer of the Divine Bridge. How could this be? Master was clearly a grand cultivator at the 10th layer of the Destiny realm. How had he suddenly fallen to the 10th layer of the Divine Bridge? Master, what has happened to your body? Why has your cultivation suddenly declined? The young man gazed at his frenzied master, a deep fear gnawing at his heart as he stammered his question. The black-haired elder momentarily froze, as if awakening to a grim reality. He suddenly comprehended that he must have been the victim of some sinister plot, resulting in this drastic suppression of his cultivation. However, as he swiftly inspected his body for any abnormalities, he found none. He was still very much alive, yet his level had inexplicably diminished. Why was this happening? Could it be the punishment of the heavenly Tao? In the elder's recollection, only the heavenly Tao could enact such a fate. Even cultivators of the eternal realm could not cause him to fall two entire realms without warning. Contemplating this possibility, the black-haired elder's expression grew even more deranged. It was utterly absurd. Was it truly because he wished to eliminate this pair of young disciples that the heavenly Tao sought to punish him? He refused to accept it. How could these youths possibly be the children of destiny? Haha. The elderly man with raven hair suddenly wore a grimace of despair. He gazed at the dark gray clouds swirling overhead, defiantly raised his middle finger, and cursed, "Heavenly thief, if you have the power, then lower my cultivation another realm." Boom. A bolt of lightning struck nearby, producing a resounding crash. Illuminated by the flash, the expression on the man's face froze once more. In that moment, his cultivation dramatically plummeted from the 10th layer of the Divine Bridge realm to the 10th layer of the God-forging realm. Ha ha ha. The elderly man erupted into a frenzied laughter, spinning wildly in place, clawing at the air, and shouting, "Heavenly deity, your judgment is so unjust. Your bias is evident. You weaken my realm because of them. I refuse to accept this." Refusal? A voice, calm and indifferent, suddenly echoed around him. "You may refuse, but acceptance is inevitable." Upon hearing this voice, the frenzied elderly man's face contorted further. He realized he had utterly succumbed, defeated by the will of the heavens. Yet, he remained unyielding. "Heavenly thief, if you dare, strip away my entire realm," he bellowed fiercely. Suddenly, his body trembled twice. In an instant, he fell from the God-forging realm all the way down to the 10th layer of the body refinement realm. But the descent did not cease. 10th layer, 9th layer, 8th layer. Eventually, he was stripped down to nothingness. He became an ordinary mortal, a being utterly powerless. The elderly man in black let out a wretched scream, unable to bear the gruesome reality, and promptly lost consciousness. The pair of young men and women standing motionless nearby now wore expressions of terror, staring blankly at their unconscious master. Their bodies felt as though they were ensnared in a frozen abyss, chilled to the bone, rendering them utterly immobile. Their master, in a bid to eliminate the pair, had provoked the wrath of the heavenly path, resulting in the devastating reduction of his cultivation from the 10th layer of the fate realm to that of an ordinary mortal. How terrifying! Truly, it was beyond comprehension. Witnessing such an event firsthand was almost inconceivable. The lofty heavenly path had committed such an act. What an unfathomable reality. Standing opposite, the unyielding Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li inhaled deeply, their faces illuminated with joyous smiles. The ancestor had struck. This time, the blow was severe, reducing a practitioner of the 10th layer of the fate realm to mere mortality. They too had once experienced the ancestor's suppression of their realms, but it had only been a single major tier. Yet this aged man with black hair had plummeted directly from the fate realm to that of an ordinary human. A staggering descent of 8 major realms. The fall of such a formidable cultivator to the status of a mortal was more agonizing than death itself. It constituted a profound psychological torment. Suddenly, a rumble echoed as a bolt of lightning flashed through the clouds, striking the black-haired elder directly, obliterating him into mere fragments. With a swift motion, Jun Mo Shao dashed into the nearby thicket to retrieve a storage ring, which remained unscathed by the tempestuous lightning. The cultivator of the destiny realm must possess numerous treasures within this ring. Jun Mo Shao chuckled softly, releasing a wisp of divine consciousness into the storage ring. However, he soon discovered a seal upon it, one that his consciousness could not penetrate. Indeed, a cultivator of the destiny realm would have their own protective seals on their storage rings, making it impossible for Jun Mo Shao, with his current abilities, to unlock it. In the distance, Yi Yun observed this scene and smiled faintly. "When your cultivation reaches the destiny realm, you may open it yourselves," he remarked gently. The sound echoed in Jun Mo Zhao's ears, prompting him to bow respectfully. "Understood, ancestor." He then returned and handed the ring to his senior sister, Luo Li. This was their first acquisition of a storage ring from a cultivator of the destiny realm, and it was wiser to entrust it to his senior sister, the sect leader. After all, the future development of the Shenlong sect and the allocation of cultivation resources for the disciples would ultimately be determined by her. Jun Mo Shao preferred to remain uninvolved in the complexities of sect management, content to focus on his own cultivation. Master, witnessing their mentor reduced to nothingness, the proud young couple could no longer contain their emotions, collapsing to the ground in a torrent of anguished tears. "Senior sister, should we eliminate them now?" Jun Mo Shao inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, and then we shall pursue the fleeing disciples of the 3 major sects." Luo Li replied with a steely expression. Jun Mo Shao nodded in agreement. The two of them approached the despondent young couple with swords drawn. "We will fight you to the end." The pair of youthful figures suddenly rose, their swords intertwining as they unleashed the Yin-Yang Xian bird technique once more. However, this time, the power was diminished. The black Xian bird formed by the intertwining sword light was only 1/3 of its usual size. With a swift hiss, a torrent of Divine Dragon sword light surged forth, overwhelming in its grandeur. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao simultaneously executed the Divine Dragon sword technique. Boom! The black Xian bird was obliterated. The young couple found themselves struck by several swords, letting out a cry of anguish as they plummeted to the ground, meeting their demise in this desolate place. The trio, hailing from the Xianbird sacred sect of the Tianyue dynasty, could hardly have dreamed that they would perish deep within the Jilei mountain range. Two figures darted past. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao seized the weapons and storage rings of the fallen, summoning Lei Zhe, preparing to pursue the fleeing disciples of the three major sections. How formidable! Before taking flight, Lei Zhe gazed upon the chaotic battlefield, his heart filled with astonishment. Chapter 116. A single word to repel the heavenly calamity amidst the vast expanse of the Jilei mountain range. A disciple of the Xinheng sect was fleeing at a frantic pace. He was drenched in sweat, terror evident in his eyes, his strength nearly depleted. Yet he gritted his teeth and continued to escape. That pair of youth was terrifying, with just the two of them. They had nearly captured all the prodigious disciples from their three sections. He must relay this news to his sect, urging the powerful Nirvana realm experts to rush to the Jilei mountain range and encircle these two youths. They absolutely must not be allowed to escape from the Xinfeng dynasty. The young man fled desperately, constantly wary of the lightning that might descend from above, making his escape exceedingly arduous. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of sword light shot towards him from afar, striking him squarely in the back with a resounding thud. As he turned to look, he discovered the pair of young men and women standing atop a creature named Luis. "You have come after me," he exclaimed, his eyes dimming and a bitter smile gracing his face. After fleeing for half an hour, he had still not evaded the relentless pursuit of these youths. Humph! Not a single disciple of the Divine Harmony sect shall be spared. Jun Mo Xiao glared at him menacingly, his voice icy. "Why? When have I ever offended your Divine Harmony sect?" The young man gasped, clutching his chest as blood seeped between his fingers. Upon uttering this question, he could no longer withstand the pain and collapsed, lifeless. Jun Mo Xiao swiftly approached, retrieving the long sword and storage ring, his eyes reddening as he spoke coldly. "For countless years, your Divine Harmony sect has harmed my Divine Dragon Sect. Generations of our ancestors have fallen victim to your cruelty. The enmity between our two factions has grown too deep to reconcile. It is either your demise or mine." Standing upon Lui's back, Luo Li scanned the distance with a worried expression. "Junior brother, perhaps we should split up. Those rascals are fleeing too swiftly." "Agreed." Jun Mo Xiao nodded, immediately selecting a direction and soaring away at great speed. "We shall also depart," Luo Li commanded Luis, who flapped his wings and hastily pursued. Now, with their forces divided, the likelihood of catching those fleeing soldiers had greatly increased. Along their journey, Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao had slain several disciples from the three major sections. Yet, this was far from sufficient. A rough estimate suggested that at least 17 or 18 had escaped, and they had only managed to eliminate 7 or 8, leaving around 10 still unaccounted for. The two pursued their quarry to the outskirts of the Jilei mountain range, but still failed to locate the remaining disciples. "Come back, both of you." The voice of their ancestor suddenly resonated in their ears, despite them being in different regions of the mountain's periphery. "Ancestor, those few have slipped away," Luo Li replied, a hint of frustration evident in her tone, her eyes reddening with disappointment. She vaguely remembered that at least 3 or 4 disciples from the Xinheng sect had managed to escape. The thought of not annihilating all the Xinheng disciples weighed heavily on her heart. There will be more opportunities in the future. Above the thunder pool, in the void, Yiyun smiled slightly, extending his arm into the emptiness. In an instant, he drew Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao back. They appeared above the thunder pool, their expressions a mix of confusion and bewilderment. Suddenly, the stars had shifted, and time had transformed, bringing them to an unfamiliar place. Below them lay a lake, its waters a deep azure hue, radiating a potent aura of lightning. "Could this be the thunder pool?" Jun Mo Xiao exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at the pool beneath. In the void, a figure clad in white materialized. "We have seen the ancestor." Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao quickly bowed in respect, understanding that their recent traversal through such extensive void must have been the result of their ancestor's supreme power. Yiyun nodded lightly and spoke softly. "Your senior sister is currently refining her physique here, and in the days to come, you too shall undergo your own trials in this place." As she spoke, Yiyun gently tapped her hand, and suddenly 2 circles appeared on the surface of the lake. The figures of Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao abruptly vanished from their original spots, only to reappear within the 2 circles moments later. "Utilize the waters of this thunder pool to refine your bodies. It will accelerate the integration of your ancestral dragon bloodline," Yiyun remarked with a serene smile. She then produced a small vial and lightly flicked it, causing 2 droplets of ancestral dragon essence to soar towards the 2 individuals. "Consume them," Yiyun instructed. A A shiver ran through Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li as they immediately opened their mouths and ingested the droplets of ancestral dragon essence. Their bodies submerged into the thunder pool, commencing the refinement of the essence in accordance with the unique techniques of the Divine Dragon Sect. Observing the last 3 disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect diligently practicing within the thunder pool, Yi Yun's figure flickered as she re-entered the void. After her breakthrough to the Divine Sovereign Realm, she required some time to solidify her newfound power. 3 days later, a tremendous aura suddenly emanated from the thunder pool. A colossal 9-tailed spirit cat erupted from the waters, soaring into the air. At that moment, the spirit cat had grown a 5th tail, and its aura was immensely powerful. Having transcended to the Nirvana realm and reached the Destiny realm, the great black cat, eyes closed, had completely transformed from its usual playful demeanor. Now facing the imminent tribulation of lightning following its recent breakthrough. Upon transcending from the Nirvana realm to the Destiny realm, practitioners begin to acquire a profoundly deeper understanding of the celestial principles. The more profound this understanding becomes, the more formidable their mastery over the forces of heaven and earth. Consequently, even a practitioner at the first level of the Destiny realm surpasses those in the Nirvana realm by a considerable margin. The clouds in the sky thickened ominously, resembling a colossal black fortress suspended in midair, with dazzling bolts of lightning gestating within, seemingly concealing the immense wrath of the celestial order. Yi Yun remained seated in the void, observing everything with a tranquil demeanor. The great black cat, as a 9-tailed spirit cat, gained not only enhanced abilities with each additional tail, but also an extra life. The celestial will, however, would not permit such an unimpeded acquisition of this extra life. Thunder rumbled ominously. Enormous bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, crashing down heavily upon the great black cat. The cat extended its paw, striking fiercely at the lightning strikes, producing a resounding clash. It withstood the initial wave of lightning, yet not without consequence, as it coughed up a mouthful of blood. Why was this tribulation so potent? The great black cat pondered, bewildered. Just as this thought crossed its mind, a second wave of lightning, even more ferocious, plummeted downward, leaving it no time to hesitate. It immediately raised its paw to confront the onslaught. Thunderous explosions echoed, shaking the entire Thunder Peak mountain range. All the thunderous beasts within the mountain range, terrified, scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, within the Thunder Palace, the great black horse, sipping wine, witnessed the spectacle outside, grinned, and said nothing. Senior, congratulations to that fellow practitioner on the brink of breaking into the Destiny realm. With both hands clasped in a gesture of camaraderie, Lei Long smiled at the imposing black horse and remarked, "Let it be. We shall enjoy our own libations." The black horse, unfazed, waved dismissively. The second wave of lightning struck, causing the black cat to spew forth a copious amount of blood once more. Following swiftly were the 3rd, 4th, and 5th waves of lightning. The black cat managed to endure the 5th wave of tribulation, but was left utterly depleted. Its body a grotesque spectacle of mangled flesh and blood. Thunder rumbled ominously as the 6th wave approached, its ferocity surpassing the cumulative force of the previous 5. Should the black cat be struck, it would undoubtedly be reduced to mere ashes. Retreat. Yi Yun uttered a single word. In an instant, the menacing torrents of lightning were drawn back, retreating into the shroud of dark clouds above. Chapter 117. A fragment of lightning from the rebirth thunder pool beneath the thunder pool, within the hall of accumulated thunder, the 3 saints of accumulated thunder mountain, while partaking in libations with the venerable eternal realm demon, remained vigilant through their divine senses, attuned to the plight of the 9-tailed spirit cat as it faced its tribulation. The 6th wave of lightning surged forward with a might that was 5-fold that of its predecessors, and it seemed the 9-tailed spirit cat was on the brink of annihilation. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the void, uttering a simple command to retreat, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Astonishingly, the tumultuous 6th wave of lightning reversed its course entirely, retreating back into the clouds. How powerful! What level of cultivation is this? The 3 saints of accumulated Thunder Mountain, witnessing this spectacle, turned pale, their expressions frozen in disbelief, unable to articulate the profound astonishment that surged within them. Stripped of their memories, they remained oblivious to Yi Yun's current cultivation level. The 3 saints are indeed unparalleled great demons, and it is evident that this esteemed figure's cultivation is likely at the pinnacle of the 10th level of the eternal realm, merely a step away from true divinity. The large black cat, suspended in midair, is on the brink of death. It had resigned itself to its fate, yet unexpectedly, the esteemed figure uttered a single word, causing the menacing lightning to retract. The black cat was astounded and elated. Once again, the esteemed figure had saved its life. The ominous clouds above remained unyielding, layered upon one another like a colossal black fortress. Within this dark citadel, serpentine bolts of lightning writhed restlessly, seemingly concocting some unseen calamity. Yi Yun gazed upward into the void, his expression darkening. With his presence, could the heavenly tribulation dare to persist? Away with it, Yi Yun roared, and his voice conjured an unimaginable tempest that surged skyward. Boom! The black fortress formed by the tumultuous clouds was swiftly dispersed. The scattered clouds fled in all directions, vanishing in an instant. The skies above the Thunder Mountain were left devoid of even a trace of clouds. The long-awaited sunlight poured down brilliantly, illuminating the large black cat and casting its glow over the Thunder Pool. In this moment, under the sun's embrace, the Thunder Pool shimmered with a sapphire hue, resembling a precious gemstone. Thank you, esteemed figure, for saving my life. The black cat, too weak to appreciate the beauty surrounding it, struggled to rise and bowed deeply towards the direction of the esteemed figure. Yi Yun surveyed the severely injured black cat, his brow furrowing slightly. Under normal circumstances, as long as one endures several waves of thunder tribulation, cultivators at the heavenly fate realm can absorb the thunder, refining their bodies and allowing their entire being to undergo further sublimation. However, Yi Yun forcibly dispelled the thunderclouds of the tribulation, depriving the great black cat of this vital step. Contemplating this, Yi Yun began to fumble at his wrist, swiftly extracting a golden bolt of lightning. This golden lightning exuded a terrifying aura reminiscent of the thunder tribulation. As Yi Yun gently kneaded the bolt of golden lightning in his hand, the fearsome energy began to diminish rapidly. With a delicate motion, he directed the golden lightning into the void, where it settled between the eyebrows of the great black cat. Instantly, the great black cat was jolted awake, its body quivering with energy. Strands of golden light emanated through its dark form, enveloping it in a celestial radiance. The injuries it had sustained began to heal at an unimaginable speed, while its physical body was being refined by this enigmatic golden lightning, growing increasingly formidable. More astonishingly, at that very moment, the great black cat's cultivation level began to surge rapidly. It was utterly incredible. What kind of thunderous essence had that white-clad elder imparted to the nine-tailed spirit cat? The three saints of Gile Mountain stood agape, unable to believe their eyes. As thunder-type demon beasts themselves, they were exceptionally sensitive to lightning. They sensed that the golden lightning harbored an unfathomable divine might, seemingly of a quality surpassing that of the heavenly tribulation itself. They were unaware that this bolt of lightning had been significantly diminished in quality after being handled by Yi Yun. Otherwise, the great black cat would undoubtedly have perished in a catastrophic explosion. After the passage of a mere incense stick duration, the golden radiance enveloping the great black cat gradually faded, yet its aura grew ever more formidable. In that moment, it ascended to the second tier of the destiny realm. The great black cat opened its eyes, filled with renewed vigor and vitality, each strand of its ebony fur shimmering with brilliance. Remarkably, a faint shadow of golden lightning flickered within its eyes. Tears suddenly welled up in the great black cat's eyes. Not only had the master saved its life, but he had also bestowed upon it a mysterious bolt of lightning, aiding in the refinement of its physical form and the elevation of its realm. Master, I am profoundly grateful to you. The great black cat knelt in the void, weeping inconsolably. Enough, enough. Do not weep. Hasten to stabilize your realm. Yi Yun chuckled wryly, touching his forehead as he flicked his finger. Instantly, the great black cat plummeted back into the thunder pool. Its body diminished, sinking into the depths of the thunder pool. It closed its eyes and began to consolidate its realm. Observing this, Yi Yun nodded silently. This golden lightning was a fragment he had extracted from the rebirth thunder pool. This pool was of an extraordinarily high grade, surpassing even divine levels, so even this sliver of rebirth lightning contained a powerful and mysterious energy, more than sufficient to exceed the tribulations of heaven. Within the hall of accumulated thunder, the great black horse bared its teeth, extending its crimson tongue to lick its lips, its eyes betraying a fervent excitement. That golden lightning, to it, represented an irresistible temptation. He set down the wine jar and, mustering his courage, cautiously sent a voice transmission to Yi Yun. My lord, could you grant me a bolt of that lightning as well? Once he uttered those words, the big black horse instantly regretted his audacity. Was it too shameless to directly request something from his lord? However, Yi Yun merely smiled faintly. He extended his hand and summoned a strand of rebirth lightning from the warehouse, which pierced through the void and descended upon the big black horse's head. Thank you, my lord. The big black horse shivered with delight, its face alight with joy. It promptly closed its eyes, beginning to refine the golden lightning. Despite being a formidable demon at the eternal realm, standing at the pinnacle of the eternal South Continent, it felt a deep yearning for this lightning. As the big black horse refined it, it suddenly realized that this mysterious lightning was, in fact, 1,000 times more powerful than the one absorbed by the big black cat. A chill ran down its spine. It understood then that the golden lightning the little cat had absorbed had been processed by its lord. Sitting upright, it devoted itself fully to the refinement. The three sages of Gile Mountain exchanged glances, feeling restless as they observed the esteemed demon at the eternal realm close its eyes to cultivate. In that moment, they wished fervently to become the beast companions of the white-clad lord. Brother, why don't we discuss with this esteemed demon and follow our lord from now on? Leaving behind our cultivation here at Gile Mountain? Kuei Nyo said with a naive grin. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? We three are not worthy, the Thunder Dragon lamented. His face contorted in dismay. Just look at the current nine-tailed spirit cat. Its cultivation is a whole realm above mine. He was at the first level of the destiny realm, while the nine-tailed spirit cat was at the second level. Chapter 118, The Token of Allegiance. Upon hearing his elder brother, Thunder Dragon, Kuei Nyo and Ming Dianlei, who felt a tinge of disappointment. They were merely at the Nirvana realm, not even at the destiny realm. With such humble cultivation, how could they possibly qualify to follow this esteemed elder of the eternal realm? The three of them hung their heads in despair, enveloped in silence, as the grand hall descended into an eerie stillness. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed. The great black horse closed its eyes, and its body began to emanate tiny golden lightning bolts, resembling countless golden serpents, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. The three saints of Gile Mountain trembled in fear. The golden lightning was terrifying. Fortunately, their elder was a formidable being of the eternal realm. Otherwise, they would have been obliterated by the very lightning itself. Thunder Dragon said, his voice laced with trepidation. Elder brother, we cannot withstand this any longer. Kuei Nyo and Ming Dianlei, who could no longer endure the pressure and hastily fled outside the hall, sitting cross-legged at the entrance to channel their energy against the onslaught of the golden lightning. Thunder Dragon, however, remained within. As a powerful being, he could endure for a while longer. After the passage of a short incense stick's worth of time, Thunder Dragon was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had inadvertently absorbed a trace of the golden lightning's essence, which had fortuitously augmented the strength of his lightning techniques. Brothers, come back quickly. Such an auspicious opportunity must not be missed. Thunder Dragon hastily conveyed a message, summoning Kuei Nyo and Ming Dianlei back. The three great demons settled into a meditative posture, electric currents coursing through them as they began to absorb the faint golden lightning essence emanating from the great black horse. As for everything outside, the great black horse was acutely aware of the situation but chose not to intervene. The faint aura it emanated held little significance for it. The golden, mysterious bolt of lightning bestowed upon it by the master was indeed a treasure of immense value. The black horse estimated that once it refined this lightning, not only would its realm of power greatly increase, but its mastery over thunderous abilities would also be magnified manifold. Observing the disciples and divine beasts around him, each entering a state of cultivation, Yiyun offered a subtle smile. A period of tranquility was on the horizon. Upon returning to their sects, the disciples who had fled from the three major sects would undoubtedly report the events that transpired. At that juncture, the three sects would likely dispatch at least a few powerful practitioners from the Nirvana realm to the Thunderstorm Mountain range. Yiyun had no intention of involving himself. Such trivial matters were best left to the three saints of the Thunderstorm Mountain. After all, this locale was also a sacred ground for the demon race. Even the mightiest of the three sects would think twice before acting recklessly here. Currently, Yiyun instructed his three disciples to cultivate in the Thunder Pool for a while. Once the ancestral dragon bloodline reached a certain level of enhancement, they would depart from the Thunderstorm Mountain range to continue their training. At the Chi Tian Sword sect, three battered disciples returned in disarray, recounting the events at the Thunderstorm Mountain range to the sect leader in detail. The leader of the Chi Tian Sword sect was instantly incensed and promptly dispatched several practitioners from the Nirvana realm to the Thunderstorm Mountain range in search of the young couple. Meanwhile, the sole disciple of the UMO sect also returned to the sect. Upon learning of the demise of all 19 exceptional disciples under his command, the master of the UMO sect erupted in fury. He promptly dispatched a dozen or so Nirvana realm cultivators to the Jilei mountain range to hunt down the pair of young individuals. The Shunhung sect similarly took action. At that moment, all three major sects sent forth their formidable Nirvana realm experts, numbering no less than 20 or 30 in total. Such a lavish and powerful assembly, when directed against two cultivators of the Divine Bridge realm, was considered a trivial endeavor by the three sections. Once located, execution was deemed inevitable. The Nirvana realm experts from the three sects converged simultaneously at the periphery of the Ji-Lei mountain range, united by a common enmity. They charged into the mountains with fervor. Utilizing various divination artifacts, they delved deeper into the mountain range, seeking the whereabouts of the young couple. After traversing thousands of miles over several days, they still had not located the pair. Could it be that they had ventured into the Thunder Pool? Inquired an elder from the Qitian Sword Sect, his brow furrowed in concern. It is unlikely, replied an elder from the Shenhang Sect, shaking his head. The Thunder Pool is the domain of the three saints of Ji-Lei Mountain. Even ordinary demon clans would not dare to trespass, let alone two human cultivators. Let us continue the search, roared an elder from the UMO sect, leading his followers deeper into the mountains. We must turn the entire Ji-Lei mountain range upside down to find the perpetrators who slayed our esteemed disciples. The powerful beings of the three great sects searched tirelessly for several days, and as they approached the Thunder Pool, merely 100 miles away, they still had not caught a glimpse of the young couple. Meanwhile, they had already contacted their sects, mobilizing all available forces throughout the Divine Wind dynasty to launch an extensive search for the pair. However, no news emerged from the outside, as if the young couple had simply evaporated from existence. Perhaps we should pay a visit to the Thunder Pool? Suggested an elder from the Qitian Sword Sect. Agreed. The other two sects' formidable practitioners nodded in unison. At this juncture, they had no alternative. They must thoroughly scour the Ji-Lei mountain range to find peace of mind. They were confident that with the combined might of their three sects, the three saints of Ji-Lei mountain would be compelled to take notice, especially since this tragic incident had occurred within their domain. As the masters of Ji-Lei mountain, the three demon saints bore the responsibility to assist in the investigation. Over 20 powerful practitioners of the Nirvana realm swiftly arrived outside the Ji-Lei palace. The three great sects of the Divine Wind dynasty seek an audience with the three saints of Ji-Lei mountain, bellowed an elder from the Shenheng sect at the palace entrance. Fist clasped before him. The three saints of Ji-Lei mountain, who had been in the midst of their cultivation, were abruptly disturbed by this voice, feeling a surge of irritation. I trust you know what needs to be done, rumbled the imposing voice of the great black horse, eyes closed, radiating a divine aura of intricate lightning, presenting an image of sanctity and inviolability. The three saints of Ji-Lei mountain exchanged startled glances. A sudden flash of insight sparked in their minds, and they instantly grasped the course of action that lay ahead. The two youthful prodigies, both disciples under the esteemed Lord, had slain the remarkable disciples of the three great sections. Now, the practitioners of the Nirvana realm from these sects had come knocking, presenting an opportune moment for the three saints of Ji-Lei mountain to showcase their prowess. Uncertain of how to present their allegiance, fortune had now graced them with an ideal opportunity. Would it not serve as the finest declaration of loyalty to eliminate the Nirvana realm practitioners directly? Excitement illuminated the countenance of Lei Long as he waved his hand, promptly leading Kuei Niu and Ming Dian Lei Hu out with an imposing demeanor. Outside, the awaiting practitioners of the three great sects hastened to clasp their fists in salute upon witnessing the emergence of the three saints of Ji-Lei mountain. We pay our respects to the three saints. Lei Long, at the forefront, regarded the Nirvana realm practitioners with a frosty expression. Beside him, Kuei Niu bellowed. You three great sects have brought forth such numbers, causing chaos in Ji-Lei mountain. Do you not regard us, the three saints, with any respect? It seems you have taken on the audacity of a bear and a leopard, daring to stir trouble on sacred ground. Have you grown weary of life? Ming Dian Lei Hu also roared in fury. Chapter 119, Nirvana Realm, Annihilated Without Remorse. The expressions of the Nirvana Realm practitioners from the three sects darkened instantly. They had never anticipated that the mere appearance of the three saints of Ji-Lei mountain would deliver such a stark warning. Three esteemed demons. Over 40 of our remarkable disciples from the three great sects have perished at your hands. This grievance cannot go unavenged, and the culprits remain hidden within Ji-Lei mountain. We must uncover them, or our three sects shall not relent. An elder of the Shenheng sect spoke with a glint in his eyes, exhibiting no trace of politeness. As the foremost among the three major sects, their Shenheng sect boasted unparalleled strength, with practitioners of the Destiny realm stationed within. When it came to true might, the overall power of the Shenheng sect undoubtedly surpassed that of the Ji-Lei mountain. Refusal is not an option. The Thunder Dragon, with its hands clasped behind its back, stepped forward, casting a cold gaze upon the assembly. Its vertically aligned pupils radiated an astonishing aura of lethal intent. You three major sects possess quite the audacity to threaten me. It seems you are courting death. As it spoke, the Thunder Dragon abruptly extended a hand, reaching for the elder of the Shenheng sect. An immense pressure from the Destiny realm descended instantly, rendering the elder of the Nirvana realm, who was at the fourth level, utterly immobile. Helplessly, he found himself seized by the throat, and with a brutal twist, the sound of a snap echoed. In that moment, his head was wrenched from his body, blood gushing forth in torrents, painting the air red. Though the elder had perished, being a formidable Nirvana realm warrior, his robust physique remained firmly planted on the ground, blood continuing to spurt forth in a gruesome display. The other Nirvana realm practitioners from the three major sects were left in a state of shock. They could hardly fathom that the Thunder Dragon of the Destiny realm would dare to commit murder. After all, they represented the three major sects, which combined could easily overpower Gile Mountain. You audacious Thunder Dragon, how dare you slay a member of the three major sects? It appears you are indeed seeking your own demise. An elder from the Chitian sword sect suddenly drew his sword, his face contorted with rage as he uttered a vehement curse. Upon hearing the elder's threatening words, the Thunder Dragon's expression darkened even further. Gile Mountain may have been inconsequential in the past, but the situation had irrevocably changed. I have long harbored a disdain for the three major sects, and today, I shall settle both new and old scores. The spectral Thunder Tiger, known for its fiery temperament, roared fiercely and lunged at the elder. In midair, it transformed into its true form, a colossal figure that swept through with the ferocity of a tempest, obliterating the elder at the third level of Nirvana with a single strike. It was only at this moment that the other Nirvana-level cultivators grasped the gravity of the situation. Realizing that the three saints of Gile Mountain had no regard for the three major sects and had commenced a massacre, they immediately scattered in a panic. The Kuei Nyo also revealed its true form and pursued the fleeing individuals. The Thunder Dragon, hands clasped behind its back, wore a cold smirk, its eyes emitting bolts of thunderous light, powerful and astonishingly swift. Many Nirvana cultivators were struck by these bolts, disintegrating instantaneously. The battle concluded swiftly. Not a single one of the over 20 Nirvana cultivators from the three major sects escaped. All perished in that moment. The Kuei Nyo and the spectral Thunder Tiger returned, transforming back into human form. Thank you for your efforts, my esteemed brothers. The Thunder Dragon nodded with a smile and turned to return to the main hall. Elder, are you satisfied? The Thunder Dragon inquired respectfully, hands clasped in greeting. It was passable, the black horse replied, opening its eyes to glance at the trio, revealing a toothy grin. These three fellows are quite astute, understanding its intentions, and they swiftly eradicated the members of the three major sections. Well done, the Thunder Dragon remarked, its expression shifting to one of awkwardness. Taking a deep breath, it mustered the courage to ask, Elder, might you be in need of a little imp to serve tea and run errands? Serving tea and running errands? The great black steed flashed a wide grin, bursting into laughter. I am merely an old horse pulling a cart. What right do I have to request such services from you? The three elders, Thunder Dragon, Kuei Nyo, and Underworld Thunder Tiger, were taken aback and hastily knelt down. They feared they had offended this esteemed elder with their previous remarks. Do not be alarmed. The black steed reassured them. What I say is true. I am indeed here to pull the cart for my master, and that is beyond dispute. Surely, you have seen the black carriage earlier. Unfazed, the black steed chuckled. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of Thunder Dragon and the others turned ashen, and their thoughts of seeking refuge vanished in an instant. If even this elder, a formidable being of eternal realm, could only serve as a mere cart horse, what worth did they, as lesser demons, possess? Observing their despondent demeanor, the great black steed laughed heartily. Do not forget, there are still 3 young masters. They have just received their master's wristbands and are preparing to absorb some beast spirits. I shall mention you to them, and perhaps they will also take you 3 under their wing. Instant joy surged through Thunder Dragon and his companions. We thank you, esteemed elder, they exclaimed, bowing repeatedly, their faces alight with overwhelming delight. They were acutely aware of the trials faced by Lei Zhe, and to be accepted under the young masters would be an unparalleled honor. They believed that as long as they bravely fought and diligently protected their young masters, they would eventually earn their master's favor. The trio felt increasingly elated as they pondered the possibilities. Having consumed so much from you, do not blame the old horse for not giving you a heads up. The great black horse chuckled. Please enlighten us, esteemed senior. Lei Long and the other 2 quickly clasped their fists and bowed. The great black horse, with a mocking grin, retorted, do not let your pride cloud your judgment. Have you noticed that large black cat? It is a result of countless battles fought and survived, which has led to our current achievements. We understand, senior. The 3 formidable demons inhaled deeply, their expressions grave. In this world, one must not expect fortune to fall from the heavens without effort. Though they may temporarily acquire a powerful ally, securing superior resources requires relentless endeavor. Seeing their realization, the great black horse glared, the wine is all gone. Hurry and fetch more. Please wait a moment. Lei Long quickly wiped the sweat from his brow and vanished in a flash. After a few breaths, he returned with a multitude of wine jars. These jars, sealed deep underground, had been preserved for centuries, containing exquisite wine. The great black horse opened one, took a sip, and a look of ecstasy spread across his face. Everything occurring within the hall of accumulated thunder had long been observed by Yi Yun. He was quite pleased with the great black horse's actions. Initially, he had bestowed the beast tamer's ring upon Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, hoping they would gather more demon beasts in the future. After all, 100,000 years ago, the Divine Dragon Sect was a gathering place for myriad demons, a scene so grand that no words could ever capture its magnificence. Although the powerful beings of the Nirvana realm from the three major sects had perished in the accumulated Thunder Mountains, some practitioners of the Nirvana realm managed to convey this information to their sects before their demise. The leaders of the three major sects were filled with righteous fury. In an instant, chaos ensued. The entire Kamikaze dynasty is in turmoil, with winds swirling and thunder crashing. The three major sects are mobilizing their forces, summoning the reclusive elders from their secluded meditations. This time, the Divine Balance Sect has dispatched 2 esteemed elders of the Destiny realm, while the Celestial Sword Sect and the Demon Control Sect each send forth 1 elder of the same caliber. These venerable figures have devoted nearly a millennium to their arduous cultivation. In the 120th chapter, the 4 elders of destiny gather at the accumulation of Thunder Mountain. The 4 eminent elders converge, fueled by an overwhelming fury. As Grand Masters of the Destiny realm, their presence radiates an aura of terror, causing even the descending lightning to hesitate and divert its path. The trifling accumulation of Thunder Mountain, emboldened by audacity, faces the united might of our 3 sects, and we shall surely eradicate these 3 monstrous beasts. The elder of the Celestial Sword Sect scoffed. Indeed, replied the elder of the Demon Control Sect, a mocking smile gracing his lips. I shall take on the Kuei Nyo and the Hellfire Thunder Tiger, while the 3 of you can combine your strength against that Thunder Dragon. Very well, acknowledged an elder from the Divine Balance Sect. After all, that Thunder Dragon has cultivated at the accumulation of Thunder Mountain for an extensive period, mastering astonishing lightning techniques. Together, we shall swiftly vanquish them. Having reached the Destiny realm, they recognize the arduous journey that has brought them to this point. However, their adversary is a formidable Thunder Dragon of the 1st level in the Destiny realm, an ancient beast that has honed its powers within the mountain's embrace for far too long. With both sides being masters of the Destiny realm, should a life-and-death battle commence, the ensuing conflict will undoubtedly be fierce and brutal. Though the 3 of them possessed profound swordsmanship and unparalleled supernatural abilities, it must not be overlooked that the physical might of the demon race was formidable. When it came to actual combat, it would undoubtedly require a significant toll to vanquish the Thunder Dragon. Should they sustain grievous injuries, the repercussions on their future cultivation could be unimaginably severe. Therefore, the 3 cultivators in the 1st layer of the Destiny realm decided to jointly confront the Thunder Dragon, striving to suppress it and buy time. Meanwhile, the esteemed elder of the Demon Suppression Sect would engage the Spectral Lightning Tiger and the Kuei Nyo alone, which should not take long. Once he eliminated those 2 ferocious beasts, he could come to their aid. In such a scenario, they would face the Thunder Dragon with a 4-to-1 advantage. The cost incurred by 4 great cultivators of the Destiny realm confronting a single formidable demon would undoubtedly be lesser. Whoosh! For streaks of light pierced through the air. In the span of half a tea's time, the 4 arrived at the entrance of the accumulated Thunder Palace. The 3 saints of accumulated Thunder Mountain hurriedly emerged, ready to meet their demise. The elder of the Demon Suppression Sect bellowed. Upon hearing this, the 3 saints immediately rose, their expressions alight with excitement as they stepped forward. This was to be their second battle. The elder had stated that as long as they fought earnestly, they would assuredly receive rewards from the Lord. Thus, they were resolute in showcasing their prowess before him this time. It could be said that they had awaited these esteemed elders from the 3 major sects for quite some time. As the 3 great demons stepped outside and beheld the 4 cultivators of the Destiny realm, each wielding a precious sword and brimming with murderous intent, the Thunder Dragon couldn't help but sneer. Are you all here to court death? Do not be arrogant. Today marks your demise. The Supreme Elder of the Divine Balance Sect exclaimed with a grave expression, his voice echoing with fury. Come, let me entertain you. Rising from the ground, the Thunder Dragon hovered in the air, beckoning to the 4 Supreme Elders of the Destiny realm below. Although the palace was shielded by a protective formation, it could hardly withstand the shockwaves generated by the fierce battle nearby. Engaging in combat aloft not only spared the Thunder Palace from impact, but also allowed it to harness the power of lightning to strike its foes. 3 figures ascended into the sky, 2 Supreme Elders from the Divine Balance Sect, and 1 from the Celestial Sword Sect, surrounding the Thunder Dragon. Despite its brash words, the Thunder Dragon did not underestimate its adversaries, for they were formidable Destiny Realm cultivators of 3 major sects, their prowess awe-inspiring. With a swift transformation, it revealed its massive true form. As its colossal body emerged in the sky, the turbulent lightning from the clouds surged toward it. Die! The Thunder Dragon roared, unleashing a torrent of thick lightning bolts towards the 3 elders. Following this, it swept its tail, targeting one of the Divine Balance Sect's elders. The 3 elders, aware of the gravity of the situation, immediately invoked their formidable sword techniques to engage the Thunder Dragon in battle. Thunderous booms resonated through the sky. The shockwaves from the clash of these 4 Destiny Realm powerhouses were incredibly potent. Suddenly, the entire Thunder Palace radiated with brilliance as the formation activated, completely shielding the palace from the oncoming wave of energy. Kuei-Long gazed at the remaining Supreme Elder of the Demon Control Sect and, with a cold smirk, remarked, "It seems you are prepared to engage in a little game with us, brothers? Indeed, you 2 insignificant beings in the Nirvana realm are no match for me. With a single stroke of my sword, I can vanquish you," retorted the Elder of the Demon Control Sect, his tone dripping with arrogance. Such audacity, Kuei-Long bellowed, transforming alongside the Thunder Tiger into their true forms, soaring into the air on the opposite side. With a resounding crash, the 2 unleashed a torrent of lightning from their formidable jaws, cascading like the mighty Yangtze River. The Supreme Elder of the Demon Control Sect chuckled derisively, releasing a breathtaking beam of sword light that severed the deluge of lightning. He strode forth, stepping upon the rolling light of thunder. "Do you truly believe that 2 mere Nirvana beings can contend with a Grand Master of Destiny?" He mocked loudly. With a swift motion, he brought down his sword, unleashing a myriad of sword lights that enveloped the Thunder Tiger and Kuei-Long completely, forming an intricate web of blades. Roar! Kuei-Long let out a fierce cry, conjuring a powerful bolt of lightning from his mouth that materialized into a colossal axe mid-air, cleaving through the sword lights with a formidable strike. The Thunder Tiger, radiating with brilliant arcs of lightning, roared in defiance, as the luminous bolts transformed into myriad small swords, converging into a flood that charged toward the overwhelming sword light. Thunderous booms echoed as the massive lightning axe and countless lightning swords shattered against the Elder's swordsmanship. Kuei-Long lowered his head, his horns shimmering with electric brilliance, and charged fiercely at the Supreme Elder of the Demon Control Sect. The infernal Thunder Tiger flapped its immense wings and soared forward, swinging its colossal paw with a piercing howl, striking fiercely. These 2 monstrous beasts possess considerable prowess. The Grand Elder of the Demon Control Sect wore a grim expression as he altered his sword technique, unleashing a torrent of radiant sword light reminiscent of vast rivers. Boom! The tsunami-like sword light crashed against the horn of the Kuei-Nyo, yet was forcefully shattered by the unyielding horn. Simultaneously, the gigantic paw of the infernal Thunder Tiger shattered numerous strands of sword light. This revelation startled the Grand Elder. These formidable beasts were perilously close to the Destiny realm. Their physical strength was indeed extraordinary. A tumultuous battle ensued between the solitary Elder and the 2 beasts, escalating to unprecedented intensity. Nonetheless, due to a significant disparity in cultivation realms, the Elder of the Demon Control Sect maintained a substantial advantage. His sword light penetrated all defenses, quickly inflicting injuries upon both the infernal Thunder Tiger and the Kuei-Nyo. Exhilarating. The Kuei-Nyo felt the sharp pangs of pain coursing through its, which only heightened its excitement. The more it was injured, the more it signified its dedication to the battle. Meanwhile, the infernal Thunder Tiger, being weaker than the Kuei-Nyo and bearing more severe wounds, fought with unrelenting ferocity. Observing the reckless combat style of these 2 monstrous beasts, the Grand Elder was taken aback. Although he could effortlessly annihilate both beasts using the Divine Transformation technique, he refrained, for the moment did not warrant such a life or death crisis. Should he succumb to the state of demonic transformation, he would be devoid of compassion. At that moment, there may inadvertently arise negative repercussions from the battle between the 3 esteemed elders of the Divine Balance Sect and the Qitian Sword Sect. Chapter 121. The ferocity of the Dark Horse unleashed in midair. The Thunder Dragon, facing 3 adversaries, though initially at a disadvantage and bearing wounds, remained exceedingly fierce, employing a myriad of techniques amidst a tumult of assaults. Even the 3 formidable practitioners of the Destiny realm sustained minor injuries under the relentless onslaught. As the battle progressed, their trepidation only deepened. The Thunder Dragon, a truly formidable beast, possessed astonishing innate abilities and an extraordinarily resilient physique. Conventional attacks proved largely ineffective. A moment's inattention could result in being struck by the dragon's formidable lightning. The 3 venerable elders of the Destiny realm, having sustained some light injuries, became increasingly cautious in their combat approach, persistently suppressing the Thunder Dragon. Above the Thunder Pool, in the void, Yi Yun remained with closed eyes, diligently cultivating, yet distinctly aware of the unfolding situation outside. He discerned the intentions of the three demonic beasts, recognizing this as their second pledge of allegiance. Yi Yun harbored a certain admiration for such beasts willing to risk their lives. Thus, following this battle, he would undoubtedly reward them. Within the accumulated Thunder Palace, the Dark Horse, sipping wine while observing the fierce confrontation outside, nodded in approval. These three little beings exhibited remarkable spirit, akin to that of the little cat. The Dark Horse grinned, casting the wine jar onto the table, and with hands clasped behind its back, sauntered toward the entrance. As a senior, it could not stand idly by while its juniors were bullied. The formidable black stallion stepped outside, lifting his gaze toward the esteemed elder of the UMO sect, and grinned broadly, exclaiming, "Old man, exploiting your superior rank to bully others is quite unbecoming." In the midst of battle, the elder was suddenly startled by a thunderous voice that echoed beside him, nearly causing him to lose his balance and tumble down. Shocked, he glanced downward and beheld a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, who stood on the ground, baring his teeth in a grin. The man emanated a potent aura of demonic energy. However, upon discerning the man's cultivation level, the elder could not suppress a derisive chuckle. Merely a Nirvana realm demon beast, nothing extraordinary. He pondered silently. From whence does this Nirvana realm beast arise? Could it be the fourth demon saint newly joined from the Jile mountain? With a swift motion, the black stallion ascended into the air. Meanwhile, Kuei Nyo and the underworld lightning tiger, battered and bleeding from their wounds, appeared pitiful. Yet, upon witnessing the emergence of the venerable demon, their hearts were filled with joy. As they noted the elder's display of Nirvana realm prowess, the two great demons exchanged glances, both amused and exasperated. It seemed this eternal being delighted in teasing others. A formidable entity of the eternal realm could effortlessly crush the UMO sect's elder of destiny with but a finger. How fortuitous. You three shall accompany each other to the depths of hell. The grand elder of the demon-suppressing sect fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged man clad in black robes, a sinister smile suddenly gracing his face. With a single stroke of his sword, a torrent of sword light cascaded down like a mighty river, aimed directly at the great black horse. What an extraordinary sword technique, so formidable. The great black horse feigned surprise, swiftly evading the attack with a deft movement. Its body resonated with an enigmatic rhythm in the void, rendering the countless beams of sword light incapable of so much as grazing its garments. The grand elder of the demon-suppressing sect was taken aback. What arcane agility was this? A mere practitioner of the Nirvana realm could effortlessly evade his lethal strike. This agility was indeed astonishing. The great black horse floated gracefully, suddenly closing the distance between them with remarkable speed. The grand elder's pupils contracted as he beheld the black-robed figure flashing a broad grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, as one hand reached towards him. Hastily, he swung his sword towards the man's arm. Bang! The blade met the arm, but rebounded violently. A tremendous force caused the sword to slip from his grasp. In that moment, the Grand Elder's heart raced with terror, nearly paralyzed by fear. The full might of a formidable practitioner at the Destiny realm could not penetrate the arm of this Nirvana cultivator. Who exactly was this formidable being? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a powerful hand seized his neck. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as his neck was twisted. The great black horse opened its mouth, and a beam of blue light enveloped the Grand Elder, drawing him directly into its maw. Esteemed Elder, I am grateful for your assistance. The Kuei Nyo and the Ming Dian Lei who approached, expressing their profound gratitude. You two performed admirably, albeit your strength is somewhat lacking. Had I, Master Ma, chosen to remain idle, you would surely have met your demise. The dark horse chuckled, taking a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in another void. He gazed upon the three human cultivators, his eyes glinting with a chilling intent to kill. Among the three major sects of the Divine Wind Dynasty, the Divine Balance Sect and the Divine Dragon Sect harbored a generational blood feud. Thus, the two esteemed elders could not be allowed to live. As for the Chitian Sword Sect and the Yuma Sect, they too had entangled grievances with the Divine Dragon Sect. Hence, the Dark Horse was resolute in ensuring these individuals did not survive. It was fortuitous for him to strike, dismantling the high-end combatants of the three sects, thereby easing the path for the three young masters in their future endeavors. What? Elder Chi is dead? Who is this man? How is he so powerful? The three esteemed elders engaged in battle felt an overwhelming terror surge within them as a middle-aged man in black robes emerged from the Jile Palace, instantly slaying the elder of the Chitian Sword Sect. At that moment, the realization of their precarious situation dawned upon them. The middle-aged man suddenly appeared before them. 3 against 1. Is this the best your 3 sects can muster? The dark horse sneered coldly, his gaze fixated on the 2 esteemed elders of the Divine Balance Sect, his eyes turning crimson with rage. Countless generations of disciples from the Divine Dragon Sect had perished under the clandestine machinations of the Divine Balance Sect. As a cherished pet of the Master, he had long considered himself a part of the Divine Dragon Sect. Thus, regarding this deeply rooted enmity that has been passed down through generations, the great dark horse empathizes profoundly. Who exactly are you? And what temerity drives you to meddle in the affairs of our 3 major sects? The venerable elder of the Divine Balance Sect furrowed his brow and spoke with a countenance darkened by foreboding. Meanwhile, the elder of the Celestial Sword Sect, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, took a cautious step back. This enigmatic figure in the black robe, though merely at the Nirvana stage, had the capacity to eliminate an elder of the Demon Sovereign Sect. Coupled with the presence of the Thunder Dragon, should these 2 formidable beasts join forces, the odds of victory for the 3 of them would diminish considerably. If these 2 fierce creatures were to fight with desperation, it was likely that among the 3 Destiny Realm cultivators, at least one would meet their demise. Being the sole Destiny Realm cultivator of the Celestial Sword Sect, his path had been relatively smooth, hence he was loath to perish in this place. Planning to flee? The great dark horse discerned the intentions, and, baring his gleaming white teeth, scoffed, "Master Horse holds no regard for cowards." With that, he opened his mouth wide, and a dazzling blue light surged forth, engulfing the elder of the Celestial Sword Sect. Crunch, crunch. After a few bites, the great dark horse swallowed. Subsequently, he expelled several storage rings. Oh dear, I nearly forgot. My young masters are in the process of establishing a sect and are currently in dire need of resources. How could I have thought to consume these storage rings? The great dark horse smacked his forehead, a look of chagrin etched upon his face. Having witnessed the elder of the Celestial Sword Sect being devoured effortlessly by this terrifying beast, the 2 esteemed elders of the Shinheng sect were struck with terror, their hearts pounding and their spirits faltering. Instinctual survival instincts compelled them to turn and flee in opposite directions. Chapter 122. Rewards for all come back. The great black horse grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. 2 beams of blue light shot forth, instantly drawing the fleeing elders back into its grasp. Bound by the ethereal glow, they struggled in vain, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads in their desperate plight. With his hands clasped behind his back, the great black horse approached the pair, a cold smile playing upon his lips. Do you 2 ancient relics still wish to escape? Who on earth are you? Your cultivation is certainly beyond the Nirvana realm. One elder gazed at the middle-aged man in black robes before him, his eyes wide with fear. In his understanding, this enigmatic figure possessed extraordinary powers, likely a master of the life and death realm. You insignificant insects, today, Master Ma shall unveil the true extent of his prowess. The great black horse chuckled darkly, his body trembling slightly. In an instant, he reverted to his original cultivation level, a formidable aura of the eternal realm radiating outward, sweeping through the air. However, he intentionally restrained this potent energy to a mere Tinjong radius. Could this be the eternal realm? Upon sensing this overwhelming presence, the 2 elders' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in sheer horror. Trembling, they uttered this realization before being overwhelmed by the oppressive energy, plunging into unconsciousness. The great black horse retracted his aura, casting a glance at the 2 now unconscious figures, a hint of a cold smirk gracing his features. Beside him, the Thunder Dragon was rendered speechless. The aura exuded by the elder from the eternal realm just moments ago was so overwhelming that it left him breathless. Even if it was not directed at him, one cannot help but acknowledge the formidable strength of the eternal realm. This realm stands at the pinnacle of the cultivation world across the entire Tsangnan continent, reigning supreme over all. The Dark Horse, with a grip on the 2 esteemed elders of the Sacred Balance Sect, suddenly vanished from midair. In the next instant, he reappeared above the thunderpool. My lord, I have brought these 2 individuals for your inspection. Please discern if they are indeed the culprits who once harmed our Divine Dragon Sect. The Dark Horse spoke with utmost reverence, tossing the 2 figures into the air before bowing in deference. A ripple of energy coursed through the void. Yi Yun emerged from within, lifting his finger subtly. 2 beams of light descended upon the heads of the 2 elders. After a few breaths, the lights retracted. The 2 esteemed elders of the Sacred Balance Sect were merely aware of the persecution of the Divine Dragon Sect. The true mastermind was each generation's leader of the Sacred Balance Sect. Yi Yun remarked, his expression remaining notably serene and his demeanor remarkably composed. The Dark Horse's expression momentarily faltered. Within the elder's calm voice, he sensed a formidable will akin to the Tao of Heaven. This will instill the sense of dread within him. My lord, perhaps I should pay a visit to the Sacred Balance Sect, the Dark Horse suggested respectfully. There is no need for haste. This matter is far more complex than it appears. Yi Yun shook his head and calmly remarked, the force daring to strike against my Divine Dragon Sect must be an exceptionally powerful entity. For thousands of years, they have meticulously plotted, employing layers of agents and exercising utmost caution, indicating that they harbor secrets unbeknownst to others. Upon hearing his master's words, the great Dark Horse fell into deep contemplation, perplexed as to why such a formidable power would approach the Divine Dragon Sect with such trepidation. Could it be that this force intuitively foresees the day of his master's resurrection? At this thought, the great Dark Horse felt a flicker of insight, as if a spark of understanding illuminated his mind. It was indeed remarkable that this force could predict events 100,000 years into the future. Such foresight is a testament to an unimaginable level of divination in the great Dark Horse's understanding. For a vast sect to project its influence 100 millennia ahead would require an exorbitant cost. It is not as you think, Yi Yun observed, his gaze momentarily flickering as if he were privy to the thoughts racing through the divine beast's mind. Take these two away, handle them as you see fit. With a swift gesture, Yi Yun signaled. The great Dark Horse promptly seized the two supreme elders of the Xinheng sect and vanished in an instant. Yi Yun gazed into a particular void, a look of keen interest gracing his features. His patience stemmed from the fact that he had become invincible in this world. Once a person achieves invincibility, the swift execution of any task may lead to the loss of much joy found within the journey itself. For instance, with but a mere thought, he could annihilate all the eternal powers upon the continent. Yet, what purpose would that serve? What remains after their obliteration? Would he not be left with an overwhelming sense of emptiness? In the bleakness of an eternal void, he endured a staggering 10,000 years, grappling with unimaginable tedium and solitude. What he currently yearns for is the essence of enjoyment. Now, accompanied by 3 youthful prodigies, he embarks on a journey of trials, fostering their growth while systematically unearthing and eliminating the enemies lurking behind the Divine Dragon Sect. This endeavor promises to be exceedingly engaging. Simultaneously, he aims to cultivate these 3 young talents, guiding them to become formidable forces within the realm of eternity, thereby restoring the Divine Dragon Sect to its former glory as a prestigious sect, once again standing tall upon the Songnan continent. The reason the great Black Horse fails to comprehend this is due to its nature as merely a beast, lacking the perspective that comes with higher aspirations. Within Yi Yun's repository, it does not even rank among the notable entities. Its level is so low that its vision remains limited. Yi Yun retrieves a small vial, dispensing 3 drops of a mysterious green liquid. With a gentle flick of his finger, the droplets pierce the void, dispersing in 3 distinct directions. The great Black Horse returns, landing at the entrance of the Thunder Palace, where the 3 saints of Jile Mountain have gathered. Before the 3 great demons can utter a word, a drop of the green liquid descends from the heavens, directly entering their Baihui acupoint and cascading through their bodies. Their injuries begin to heal at an unfathomable pace, leaving the 3 great demons in a state of astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding events. The great Black Horse, upon witnessing the scene, chuckled and remarked, "You 3 little ones are indeed fortunate. The Master has bestowed upon you this reward." "Thank you, Master." The 3 formidable demons promptly knelt upon the ground, bowing their heads in the direction of the thunder pool, repeatedly prostrating themselves. When they rose to their feet, all their wounds had miraculously healed, particularly the underworld Thunder Tiger, who possessed the weakest cultivation and had sustained the gravest injuries, was now restored to perfect condition. Suddenly, 3 strands of golden lightning descended from the heavens, enveloping the trio. This was no ordinary lightning. The Thunder Dragon, quick to react, nearly bulged its eyes in excitement, almost roaring in delight. It had coveted this enigmatic lightning for an extended period, and after a valiant display of courage in battle, it finally earned the Master's favor. Without hesitation, the Thunder Dragon promptly seated itself and began to refine this bolt of lightning. The Kuei Nyo and Underworld Thunder Tiger followed suit. Observing this, the great Black Horse nodded, its eyes gleaming with envy. It was unsure of the name of this mysterious lightning, yet it yearned to acquire a fragment of this golden, enigmatic energy. Suddenly, a robust bolt of golden lightning tore through the void, resembling a golden dragon, soaring before the great Black Horse. "Little horse, this reincarnation lightning is bestowed upon you." Yi Yun's voice resonated in the great Black Horse's ears. "Thank you, Master." The great Black Horse gazed at the formidable bolt of golden lightning, overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. Yet, in the next moment, it truly did cry out, "Master, Last time you only granted me a single strand, and I refined it for several days. At this moment, confronted with such a formidable bolt of reincarnation lightning, I fear I may not withstand it," lamented the black horse with a sorrowful expression. Chapter 123. The Three Major Sects, Anxiety Among the People in the Void Above the Thunder Pool. Yi Yun observed the black horse's woeful visage and offered a calm smile. "Lightning is inherently your innate divine ability. Can you truly not refine it with your current cultivation?" he inquired. "I cannot, my lord. This reincarnation lightning is a first for me. The energy it harbors is overwhelmingly potent. I can only refine a single strand at a time. A bolt of this magnitude is beyond my capacity, and if I were to force its refinement, I fear my body would not endure," the black horse lamented. He realized that his standing in the eyes of his master had diminished. However, he felt powerless, fully aware of his own limitations. Although he was a formidable beast of eternal rank, appearing imposing before the three saints of the Thunder Mountain, he was well aware of his own capabilities. This mysterious reincarnation lightning was indeed beyond his reach. Only the more powerful beasts within his master's repository could hope to refine it. "Very well," Yi Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a glimmer sparked in his eyes as several faint golden runes emerged, suffused with an unimaginable aura of the Tao. They pierced through the void and descended upon the golden lightning. Instantly, the golden lightning diminished, ultimately transforming into a small golden sword. "Keep it safely. You may refine it gradually in the future," Yi Yun said with a smile. "Thank you, my lord." The great black horse gleefully grasped the golden little sword, his face brimming with excitement. Yi Yun swiftly vanished into the void, resuming his cultivation. The great black horse, enamored with the sword, spent an entire day toying with it, before cautiously extracting a strand of lightning to begin its refinement. The entire Jile Mountain fell into a profound silence. At that moment, the three major sects were thrown into disarray. The esteemed elders of the Destiny realm had left their life tokens within their respective sects, and now, the shattering of these tokens signified the demise of all four elders within Jile Mountain. The sudden loss of the highest combat power within the sects left the sect leaders in a state of trepidation, fearing an unexpected descent of the three saints of Jile Mountain, ready to declare war upon them. However, after several days of waiting, they observed an eerie stillness from Jile Mountain, with no signs of change, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps the injuries sustained by the three saints in this battle were indeed grave, rendering them incapable of emerging for the foreseeable future. A month passed, and tranquility persisted, allowing the leaders of the three sects to finally find solace. Convening in unity, the sect leaders deliberated for an entire day, weighing their options, and ultimately decided to report the matter to the powers behind them. The three sects of the Shinfeng dynasty had certain affiliations with some sects of the Tianqing dynasty. Upon receiving the news, those sects were equally astonished. Nevertheless, they refrained from sending personnel, clearly wary of provoking the three saints of Jile Mountain. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not dare to engage with these formidable entities lightly. After all, the power of the demon clan is formidable within each dynasty, and it is quite possible that the three great demons of Mount Jile have influential backing in the three dynasties of the sun, moon, and stars. Should they intervene, it would disrupt the established order and could potentially ignite a catastrophic war between the human and demon races, a conflict that has transpired numerous times over the millennia, often resulting in mutual destruction, with neither side gaining any advantage. After a period of time, the absence of the three great demons from Mount Jile brought a sense of relief to several sects within the Tianqing dynasty. However, there was considerable internal dissent regarding the actions of the three major sects, with many voicing their discontent. This time, the three major sects of the Shinfeng dynasty acted rather recklessly. In their pursuit of the two human youths, they provoked the three great demons of Mount Jile, a decision that proved unwise. Consequently, the three sects suffered the loss of 20 to 30 powerful beings at the Nirvana stage, in addition to 4 formidable practitioners at the Destiny stage, resulting in significant casualties. Nonetheless, the foundational strength of the three major sects remains intact, for now. Other first-rate factions within the Shinfeng dynasty are unable to usurp their position. 3 months have elapsed, and tranquility has been restored in the Shinfeng dynasty, with the three major sects returning to their regular activities. Deep within the Mount Jile range, above the Thunder Pool, 3 beams of light suddenly soared into the sky, and 3 figures materialized in the void. "Your physical refinement has reached its limit. It is time for us to embark on our journey once more," Yi Yun proclaimed. Standing in the void with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the 3 younger individuals with a hint of a satisfied smile upon his face. Apart from Su Wani's 8%, The concentration of the ancestral dragon blood within Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao has now reached 10%. The three have reached their limits. Over the past 3 months of refining their physical forms, their cultivation has not faltered. Su Wani has now attained the 8th layer of the God-shaping realm, while Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao have reached the 7th layer of the Divine Bridge realm. Ancestor, where shall we head next? Observing the ancestor clad in white, resembling a celestial being, Luo Li's eyes shimmered with admiration as she smiled and inquired. Let us proceed to the Divine Balance Sect, Yi Yun replied calmly. First, we must deal with the Divine Balance Sect, and then we cannot allow the other 2 sects to escape our grasp. Once we have addressed these 3 major sects, we can depart from the Divine Wind dynasty. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the thunder pool, and a dark figure emerged, none other than the great black cat, who had been engrossed in seclusion and arduous training. Wow, little cat, you have reached the 3rd layer of the Destiny realm? Luo Li exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the great black cat's advancement. Haha, indeed. I have finally reached the Destiny realm, the great black cat replied sheepishly. In a flash of brilliance, a black horse appeared, pulling a black carriage that materialized in the void above. Thunder Dragon, Kuenyo, and the underworld lightning tiger also soared over. Little master, are you not going to collect some magical beasts for the sect? What do you think of these 3? The black horse grinned widely, revealing its teeth as it looked at Luo Li and the others. Upon realizing their cultivation levels, Luo Li shook her head with difficulty, saying, but they are all magical beasts of the Destiny realm. Little master, please accept us. Thunder Dragon and the others immediately knelt before her, their faces earnest. The expression on Luo Li's face was one of difficulty. It would be manageable if she were to capture a demon beast of the Divine Bridge realm. But the 3 before her were all of the Destiny realm, and she felt rather unqualified. Take them, but unless absolutely necessary, do not utilize them. Let them cultivate within the bracelet, Yi Yun suggested. Very well then. Ancestor. Luo Li nodded and raised the bracelet, drawing the dark lightning thunder tiger into it. Senior sister, junior brother, let each of us take one, she said, turning to Su Wani and Jun Mo Xiao with a smile. Seeing this, Yi Yun nodded in approval. Luo Li had done well, maintaining fairness. He extended his hand, and a beam of light appeared on Su Wani's wrist. What is this? Su Wani was somewhat bewildered. Luo Li hurried over and whispered in her ear, and Su Wani suddenly understood. This was the special bracelet bestowed by the ancestor for capturing demon beasts. Senior sister, allow me to demonstrate. Jun Mo Xiao chimed in, raising his own bracelet. And a green light surged forth, capturing the Kuan Yo within it. Chapter 124. Sword pointing at the Divine Balance Sect. The revenge begins. Su Wani lifted her bracelet, her gaze fixed on the formidable Thunder Dragon demon kneeling before her heart racing with anxiety. After all, she was merely a humble sculpting god realm cultivator, and now she was to capture a second-tier demon of the Destiny realm under the watchful eyes of many. She felt a flutter of trepidation. Senior sister, you can do it. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao encouraged her from the side. The great black horse broke into a smile, saying, Young master, feel free to accept them. These 3 little creatures can now be considered as part of our Shenlong sect. In the presence of so many onlookers, the Thunder Dragon knelt in the void, refraining from speaking and instead casting a hopeful gaze towards Su Wani's bracelet. Summoning her courage, Su Wani activated the bracelet with her magical energy. In an instant, a surge of green light erupted, enveloping the Thunder Dragon before retracting and returning to the bracelet. At that moment, even with her eyes wide open, Su Wani could distinctly sense the transformations occurring within the bracelet, where the formidable beast of destiny had just manifested. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. They are gone. Yi Yun, with an air of nonchalance, smiled lightly and stepped into the carriage. Luo Li, Jun Mo Xiao, and Su Wani quickly ascended the carriage, sitting at the front. Luo Li and Su Wani occupied one side, while Jun Mo Xiao settled on the opposite side. In between them lay the great black cat, curled up with its head nestled against its belly, yet its dark eyes shimmered with a hint of pride. Indeed, I, the esteemed cat, am quite exceptional. My cultivation surpasses that of the 3 from Jile Mountain, and I remain free, not confined within the bracelet, the great black cat mused with a smug grin. With a gentle exhale, the great black horse began to move, its hooves swiftly propelling the carriage as it vanished above the lay pond in an instant. After a brief but vigorous journey, they soon arrived at the foot of the Shenheng Sect's mountains. The great black horse trotted along leisurely. Ah, we've arrived at Shenheng Sect. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao exchanged smiles, their hearts brimming with excitement as they prepared to engage in a brand new battle. Yet, uncertainty lingered about how their ancestor would orchestrate this encounter. Although they were confident in their ability to conquer the prodigious disciples of the Divine Bridge realm from the Divine Balance Sect, and even to challenge those in the first and second layers of the Nirvana realm, they understood that facing a multitude of Nirvana realm practitioners could prove overwhelming. Sighing, Suwani lowered her head, burdened with thoughts. She gazed intently at the imposing mountain gate of the Divine Balance Sect, contemplating her strategy for the impending conflict. After all, among the trio, she alone had attained the 8th layer of the God's sculpting realm, while her junior brother and sister were both at the 7th layer of the Divine Bridge realm, a significant disparity. Are you all concerned about your ability to prevail? The voice of their ancestor suddenly resonated in the ears of the three, prompting them to nod in unison. The Divine Balance Sect of the Divine Wind Dynasty was not to be underestimated, unlike the ancient Moon Dynasty. Here, exceptional talents flourished. And despite the loss of 2 eminent elders of the Destiny realm and around 10 formidable practitioners of the Nirvana realm, it was undeniable that the Divine Balance Sect still boasted a substantial number of Nirvana realm cultivators. Thus, this battle for the trio felt akin to contending against a vast sect of thousands. The pressure on the three was palpable. Rest assured and fight with all your might. Should anyone of a higher realm seek to attack you, their cultivation will be reduced to the Divine Bridge realm or God sculpting realm, the ancestor assured them. Within the carriage, Yiyun smiled serenely. With his formidable cultivation at the level of the Divine Monarch, he could effortlessly manipulate the course of this battle. Very well, ancestor. The three individuals nodded in unison, their hearts now devoid of fear, their emotions stirred, and their blood surging with excitement. The carriage approached the mountain gate, where 2 disciples of the Divine Balance Sect were stationed. Upon noticing the black carriage slowly advancing, they swiftly positioned themselves to obstruct its path. Where do you come from? Do you possess an invitation? One of the disciples inquired loudly, his face adorned with an air of arrogance. The occupants of the carriage, with the highest cultivation merely at the 7th layer of the Divine Bridge realm, were considered insignificant within the Divine Balance Sect. Thus, despite their own prowess in the shaping deity realm, the 2 disciples did not regard the trio with any seriousness. Suddenly, Jun Mo Shao sprang to his feet. Casting a frigid gaze upon the 2 disciples of the shaping deity realm, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. We hail from the Divine Dragon Sect, and we have come to exact our vengeance, he bellowed. In that instant, a piercing sword light erupted, akin to a divine dragon emerging from the water, swiftly severing the necks of the 2 disciples. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Jun Mo Shao, and within mere seconds, their bodies collapsed to the ground. With the demise of these 2, it was as if the fuse of vengeance had been ignited. Jun Mo Shao Luoli and Suwani felt their eyes turn blood red in an instant. The Divine Balance Sect had persecuted the Divine Dragon Sect for over 100 generations, slaughtering countless disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect. This enmity was irreconcilable, with their ancestors watching over them today. The trio was poised to unleash a bloodbath and annihilate the entire Divine Balance Sect. The great black horse seemed to sense their resolve and surged forward with a thunderous roar. The colossal mountain gate was suddenly toppled by the great black horse, crashing to the ground with a resounding noise that stirred a cloud of dust. Someone has breached the mountain gate. A disciple from a watchtower of the Divine Balance Sect shouted at once, hastily ringing the alarm bell. The resonant clang echoed throughout the entire sect. In an instant, throngs of disciples poured forth from various halls. A flash of black light appeared as the great black horse, pulling a carriage, arrived at the square before the grand hall. Countless disciples of the Divine Balance Sect surged out, surrounding the black carriage in a tight formation, leaving no room for escape. What a multitude! The great black cat, with its head held high, surveyed the crowd, extending its crimson tongue to lick its claws. It yearned to take action. However, without its master's command, it dared not move. For this quest for vengeance was also a trial of fortitude. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun's gaze flickered as he calmly stated, given your current physical prowess, you can each safely consume at least 3 dragon tiger pills before the battle commences. The 3 individuals' breath quickened. Having grown accustomed to taking 1 dragon tiger pill per month for an extended period, the prospect of ingesting 3 before a major confrontation was daunting. In the past, such a dosage would have likely overwhelmed their bodies. Each of them possessed a considerable supply of divine-grade dragon tiger pills in their storage rings. They retrieved 3 pills each and swallowed them. The potent energy of the pills began to dissolve within their bodies, producing a thunderous roar, akin to a fierce battle between countless dragons and tigers raging inside them. Such a formidable force of medicinal power was nonetheless suppressed by the formidable physiques of the 3 individuals. Expressions of astonishment simultaneously adorned their faces. as they had not anticipated that the enhancement of the ancestral dragon bloodline would render their physical forms so robust. This battle would undoubtedly be exceedingly arduous, as they would face the onslaught of tens of thousands. Yi Yun smiled serenely and continued, I hope each of you can elevate yourselves by another small realm. Chapter 125. One strength shatters 10,000 laws. We shall not disappoint the profound expectations of our ancestors. Su Wan Yi, Luo Li, and Jun Mo Xiao, their expressions filled with reverence, bowed respectfully towards the carriage before turning to face the imminent challenge. At that moment, the trio, clad in flowing garments, exuded an aura of brilliance and vigor, wielding supreme divine swords, their beings radiating an awe-inspiring sword intent. I wondered which divine being dared to trespass upon the gates of our divine, only to find 3 mere children. An elder of the Nirvana realm from the divine stood with a disdainful smile, arms crossed, before the crowd, gazing at the black carriage. Seize them. Eliminate these 3. With a sweeping gesture, the elder commanded, and immediately, a throng of disciples from the divine bridge realm surged forward. Return. Suddenly, a figure soared into view, bellowing a command that compelled the disciples to halt in their tracks. This young man, from a distance, cast a furious glance at Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Elder Lu, those 2 young individuals are indeed the very ones who slaughtered the elite disciples of the 3 major sects on Mount Jilei. The youth spoke through gritted teeth. So it is them? How audacious to dare intrude upon our sacred balance sect. A figure descended from the heavens, transforming into an elderly man clad in green. This elder exuded an aura of inherent authority, his presence formidable and terrifying, having reached the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. The 10th layer. He was the sect leader of the Sacred Balance Sect, Ren Tianqing, a formidable practitioner of the half-step destiny realm. With the demise of 2 esteemed elders, he stood as the foremost expert of the Sacred Balance Sect. Master, these 2 are the culprits who have slain so many of our brethren, leading to a great conflict between our 3 sects and Mount Jilei. They are the architects of this chaos. The youth pointed at Jun Ma Xiao, vociferously denouncing their crimes. Execute them. The disciples of the Sacred Balance Sect, numbering in the thousands, erupted in a furious roar. Among them were several hundred at the Sacred Bridge realm, thousands at the God Sculpting realm, and 2,000 to 3,000 at the Primordial Sea realm. The atmosphere was charged with intensity, their collective fury sending tremors through the air. Jun Ma Xiao leaped from his carriage to the center of the square, his sword intent surging, a colossal dragon apparition materializing behind him. He was prepared for battle. Luo Li and Su Wani also descended, positioning themselves on either side of Jun Ma Xiao. With an icy gaze, Jun Ma Xiao coldly remarked, We have come here to challenge the Sacred Balance Sect. If you are unconvinced, feel free to come at us together. As the laughter of the disciples of the Divine Balance Sect echoed around, Ren Tianqing found himself amused by the trio of strikingly handsome youths before him. Although they were undeniably beautiful, akin to phoenixes among mortals, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Were these 3 individuals perhaps struck senseless by a donkey? Even if they had once triumphed over the distinguished disciples of the 3 great sects within the Thunderstorm Mountain range, did they truly believe they could challenge the entirety of the Divine Balance Sect? Such audacity was indeed laughable. The black carriage that had drawn their attention was devoid of occupants, a fact Ren Tianqing had confirmed through his spiritual sense. The Divine Balance Sect was protected by a formidable mountain guard array. Should a practitioner of the Destiny realm intrude, the protective mechanism would activate automatically. The absence of any disturbance in the array assured him that these 3 youths were alone, without any hidden reinforcements. Casting a glance at Jun Ma Xiao, he scrutinized the ethereal dragon shadow that accompanied him, yet he discerned nothing particularly remarkable. In this world, many practitioners possessed sword techniques that manifested extraordinary apparitions, dragons, phoenixes, and tortoises, among other mythical beasts. Ren Tianqing did not associate Jun Ma Xiao and his companions with the obscure dragon sect, for the Divine Balance Sect had endured for millennia, passing down countless generations of sect leaders. He himself was but a puppet, merely relaying commands. Thus, he was not well acquainted with the relatively unknown dragon sect. As the sect master, he was only aware of an ancient task that had been handed down through the ages, requiring him to periodically track its progress. However, the execution of this task fell to the Sword King sect, and he had yet to encounter a single practitioner from the dragon sect, let alone familiarize himself with their specialized techniques. Ren Tianqing, with his hands clasped behind his back, directed a scornful gaze at the trio before him, sneering, "How amusing. 2 at the bridge of God's realm, and 1 at the God Sculpture realm. Who instilled such audacity in you to cause trouble in our Divine Balance Sect?" With a flick of his wrist, Jun Ma Xiao brandished the Hunyuan Wajijian, coldly retorting, "Enough with the idle chatter. Let our skills speak for themselves." At that moment, Ren Tianqing summoned a thought, sending forth a mental command. Instantly, 2 elders of the 5th layer of the Nirvana realm leaped from the crowd, landing in the square. Ren Tianqing was acutely aware of the formidable combat prowess exhibited by these youths at the bridge of God's realm, having previously confronted 3 major sects with 60 elite disciples. Thus, he refrained from underestimating them. Instead, he opted to deploy 2 5th-layer elders from the Nirvana realm to swiftly conclude the conflict, before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Eliminating this pair of youths would serve to avenge the fallen disciples and bolster the prestige of the Divine Balance Sect. The 5th layer of Nirvana? Jun Ma Xiao's eyelids narrowed slightly, his grip on the sword trembling with excitement. "Kill," he declared with a fierce countenance, launching into the Divine Dragon Sword technique to assault the 2 opponents. Luo Li, in perfect synchrony with Jun Ma Xiao, also initiated her attack. A smirk played on Ren Tianqing's lips, for he perceived their efforts as futile, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly lacking in self-awareness. In his estimation, the sword techniques they wielded were woefully inadequate. With 2 elders from the Nirvana realm engaged, he anticipated that a single exchange would suffice to vanquish the pair of youths. As for the remaining girl at the Divine Transformation stage, she shall be entrusted to the disciples at the Divine Bridge stage for her demise. The 2 elders at the Nirvana stage gazed at the surging brilliance of the Divine Dragon Sword light, their faces betraying a strong sense of mockery. They nonchalantly drew their swords and struck casually. A single force can shatter myriad techniques, regardless of how exquisite the opponent's swordsmanship may be. The disparity in their realms was insurmountable. They possessed a significant advantage in power, capable of dismantling the opponent's techniques with a mere strike. However, as the 2 elders raised their arms, their expressions suddenly changed dramatically, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. At that moment, they were astonished to discover that their cultivation had plummeted from the 5th layer of Nirvana stage to the 1st layer. What could possibly be the reason for such a sudden decline? Why had their realms inexplicably fallen? The 2 Nirvana elders exchanged glances, a tempest of bewilderment stirring within them. The torrent of sword light surged toward them, prompting them to hastily swing their swords in defense. Boom, boom. 2 thunderous sounds reverberated through the air. The 2 Nirvana elders felt an unimaginable, overwhelming force coursing through their swords, impacting their very core and causing them to violently spit blood. Such formidable power. After expelling blood, these 2 elders found themselves retreating in quick succession, their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. What had transpired? Ren Tianqing was stunned. How could a dignified elder at the 5th layer of Nirvana stage be unable to withstand even a single strike from the opponent, resulting in bloodshed? Around them, the onlooking disciples of the Shenheng sect fell into an eerie silence, all rendered utterly speechless, profoundly shaken by the scene before them. Chapter 126. The Onset of Carnage. The Search for Memories. How is this possible? A cultivator at the 7th level of the Divine Bridge realm was able to strike 2 elders of the Nirvana realm to the point of spitting blood with a single sword strike. Am I seeing things? The disparity spans an entire realm and several minor levels. How could these 2 individuals have achieved such a feat? As consciousness returned, the disciples of the Divine Balance Sect murmured among themselves, their astonishment palpable. The 2 elders of the Nirvana realm quickly retreated several paces, wiping the blood from their lips. Their faces etched with disbelief as they gazed at the youthful pair before them. What had just transpired? Why had their cultivation seemingly diminished to the 1st level of the Nirvana realm? Even in such a decline, they were still formidable practitioners of the Nirvana realm. The fact that they could not withstand that overwhelming strike was utterly astonishing. The 2 elders exchanged uneasy glances, their minds racing. What had just occurred? Ren Tianqing, with his hands clasped behind his back, inquired with an air of indifference. To have 2 elders of the Nirvana realm publicly humiliated by 2 youths of the Divine Bridge realm was a disgrace to the Divine Balance Sect. Casting a shadow over his own dignity as the sect leader, the elders, still shaken, looked at one another. One elder took a deep breath, his voice trembling as he conveyed through thought, "Sect leader, at the moment we engaged, our cultivation unexpectedly plummeted to the 1st level of the Nirvana realm. Is that so?" Ren Tianqing exclaimed in surprise, quickly assessing their cultivation levels. They still appeared to be at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. But you were at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. When did you fall? Ren Tianqing furrowed his brow, perplexed. The practitioner of the half-step destiny realm had been intently observing the battle, oblivious to any fluctuations in the realms of the 2 elders from his sect. Nirvana realm. 5th layer? Suddenly, the 2 elders' expressions shifted dramatically. In that instant, they realized that their previously diminished cultivation had inexplicably returned. How curious, they pondered. How could their cultivation have been restored? One elder of the Nirvana realm stroked his chin, a look of skepticism flickering in his eyes. Ren Tianqing scoffed softly, turning his gaze towards the three youths, his eyelids narrowing slightly. Logically, he knew these two elders of the fifth layer of the Nirvana realm well enough to trust their honesty. Yet, the three youths before him displayed a realm that clearly lacked the capacity to suppress those of the Nirvana realm. Could it be that others were involved? Ren Tianqing extended his divine sense once more. The magnificent black horse appeared utterly majestic, though in reality, it was merely an ordinary steed. The carriage within was completely empty. As the leader of the ancient sect, Ren Tianqing possessed considerable knowledge and experience. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. The ability to freely suppress the realm of Nirvana realm practitioners was beyond even the mightiest of life and death realm experts. Perhaps only those of the eternal realm could achieve such a feat, yet the vast expanse of Tsangnan continent was sparsely populated with eternal realm beings. How could such an individual possibly manifest in the small domain of the Divine Wind Dynasty? While Ren Tianqing was deep in thought, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao stood still, reflecting on the recent battle. At the moment of their strike, the two elders of the Nirvana realm had seen their own realms plummet to the first layer of Nirvana. Yet they managed to unleash a single strike that caused the two elders to spew blood. This left the two in a state of astonishment and delight. They never anticipated that upon reaching a concentration of 10 of the ancestral dragon's essence, their physical forms would attain such formidable strength. The power was simply unfathomable. Had they not engaged in combat, they would have remained oblivious to the terrifying extent of their physical prowess. Senior sister, Jun Ma Xiao cast a glance at Luo Li, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Kill. Luo Li uttered a single word. The two of them sprang into action, transforming into ethereal dragon phantoms as they charged towards the disciples of the Shenheng sect. Kill. Su Wani felt her blood surge with excitement. Despite having the lowest cultivation level, she resolutely directed her assault towards another group of Shenheng disciples. Her bloodline concentration was merely 2 lower than that of her junior brothers and sisters, and Su Wani was confident that her physical strength would not trail far behind. With the ancestral figure overseeing them, she felt no fear. At that moment, a singular conviction filled her heart: to annihilate the Shenheng sect and avenge the countless ancestors of the Shenlong sect who had perished over the millennia. Observing the three youths on the opposite side take the initiative to attack, Ren Tianqing's expression darkened. How audacious! Did they perceive the Shenheng sect as mere trifles? With a sweeping motion of his hand, he commanded coldly, "Kill." In an instant, thousands of Shenheng disciples sprang into action. Among them were disciples of the Yuanhai realm, those of the Xinxiao realm, and numerous elders of the Nirvana realm. The most formidable Nirvana elders positioned themselves at the front lines of the battle, while the outstanding disciples of the Xinxiao realm formed the second line of defense. The disciples of the Yuanhai realm roamed the outskirts, unleashing a barrage of distant sword lights. In an instant, the square erupted into an unprecedented melee. Countless sword lights flooded the entire expanse, rendering even shadows invisible. Only ethereal dragon phantoms could be seen gliding through the torrent of shimmering blades. Many elders of the Nirvana realm, who had lunged towards Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, were taken aback before they could even strike, discovering that their cultivation levels plummeted drastically. Some fell to the first layer of the Nirvana realm, others to the second, and still others to the third. Their declines staggeringly varied. What was happening? The elders of the Nirvana realm were astonished, momentarily forgetting their intent to attack. Within the carriage, Yi Yun observed this scene, and a profound light suddenly flickered in his deep-set eyes. This light resembled an unfathomable black hole, permeated with unimaginable and mystical runes. At that moment, all the elders whose realms had been diminished forgot their plummeting levels. Their eyes reddened as they crazily charged towards Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. What had transpired? Ren Tianqing clenched his fists, his expression one of shock as he beheld the unfolding chaos. All the elders of the Nirvana realm had momentarily paused, only to succumb to a frenzied state, for their levels had indeed fallen. A gentle voice suddenly resonated within Ren Tianqing's mind. Who? Ren Tianqing was taken aback. Immediately, Ren Tianqing's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized that his cultivation had plummeted from the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm's 10th level to the 1st level. In the next moment, he discovered that he was utterly immobilized, unable even to part his lips. Within the carriage, Yi Yin gently tapped with his finger, and a beam of light descended into Ren Tianqing's mind, initiating a search for memories associated with him. In the blink of an eye, the light refracted back and returned to the tip of Yi Yun's finger. Intriguing. Yi Yun's expression remained calm as he chuckled softly, and then his form abruptly vanished from the carriage. The next instant, a ripple appeared in the void, and Yi Yun stepped forth, standing before an ancient tower. This was a 9-story edifice, located in the rear courtyard of the Divine Dragon Sect's main hall, exuding an aura of antiquity as if it had endured for millennia. This was the sect's Tower of Inheritance, where the complete legacies of all past sect masters were preserved. Outside the tower, an old blind man, his head wrapped in black cloth, sat cross-legged on the ground, seemingly guarding this ancient structure in silence. Chapter 127. The Mysterious Wooden Box, Concealing Secrets Kill. Upon the plaza of the Divine Dragon Sect, the air was filled with the sounds of battle. Luo Li Jun Mo Xiao and Su Wan Yi had plunged into a tumultuous sea of sword lights. However, the trio's prowess had grown exponentially, and with the suppression of the Elders' realms from the Nirvana realm, they were still able to hold their ground. The most remarkable sensation belonged to Su Wan Yi. Should a Nirvana realm expert attempt to eliminate her, their cultivation would instantaneously drop to the first level of the Divine Bridge realm. If a formidable being at the advanced level of the Divine Bridge encounters a drastic decline in their realm, so too do the disciples and elders of the Divine Bridge and Nirvana realms find themselves firmly under the control of Yiyun, who has employed a certain mental secret technique. Thus, even though their realms have plummeted with ferocity, none are aware of this reality. Their singular focus remains on eliminating the 3 youths before them. However, the cultivators of the Divine Bridge, when faced with Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao, do not experience such a decline. At this moment, the thousands of disciples of the Divine Hung Sect are entirely ensnared by Yi Yun's mental technique, their expressions wild as they unleash wave after wave of reckless and fearless assaults. The tumultuous onslaught imposes immense pressure upon the trio. Although the plaza is awash with shimmering sword light, once within 3 zhang of the carriage, all glimmers of sword light vanish. After ascending to the Divine Monarch realm, the master has indeed become increasingly terrifying. The great black horse, wide-eyed, surveys the chaotic battlefield, its lips twitching in astonishment. What on earth has transpired here, master? I cannot seem to grasp it, inquired the great black cat, blinking in confusion. It truly has been unable to comprehend the current state of battle. Being merely at the Destiny realm, the great black cat cannot perceive the aura of the declining realms of the Nirvana elders in the plaza. The great black horse, having attained the eternal realm, is able to catch glimpses of the underlying truth and vaguely deduce the astonishing methods employed by the master. Suddenly, a massive tail came crashing down upon the great black cat, nearly flattening it into a pancake. What do you know, you insignificant Destiny realm creature? Daring to speculate on the master's powers? It appears that since your upgrade, you have become rather arrogant, haven't you? The great black horse turned around and shot a disapproving glare at the great black cat. Oh dear, Master Horse, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. Although I have ascended to the Destiny realm in your esteemed eyes, I am still feeble. The great black cat struggled, covering its head with its paws, lamenting. Haha, do not dawdle, little cat. Quickly gather the storage rings to present to the young masters shortly. Understood. The great black cat speared its sword, and with a burst of energy, it leaped from the wagon, transforming into a streak of black light, weaving through the sword radiance. One by one, disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect fell, particularly those at the Yuan-Si realm, who were easily dispatched by a single misstep amidst the onslaught of sword light. Here lay one, and there lay another. The great black cat reveled in the collection, tossing all the storage rings above its head, securing them firmly with its magical power. Beyond the grand hall of the sect, outside the towering 9-story ancient tower, Yiyun casually walked forward with his hands clasped behind his back. In that moment, he suppressed all his aura. Blending in like an ordinary person, the sound of deliberate footsteps suddenly echoed. The blind elder, seated on the ground, sprang to his feet, drawing his sword toward a certain direction, coldly inquiring, "Who goes there?" Yiyun responded with a serene smile. Under the gaze of his otherworldly eyes, the blind elder was reduced to nothingness, turning to ash. Such was the fate of a mere half-step into the Destiny realm. In Yiyun's heart, even the humble ant is deemed inconsequential. Now, even an eternal realm cultivator, when faced with Yiyun, is no more than a mere insect. With a mere thought, an eternal realm practitioner could be reduced to ashes. As he surpassed his previous boundaries, Yiyun's prowess grew increasingly terrifying. After a 3-month period of secluded meditation in the Jile mountain range, he not only solidified his cultivation but also ascended to the 2nd tier of the Divine Monarch realm. During these 3 months, Yiyun comprehended several unfathomably powerful divine abilities. For instance, his extraordinary pair of eyes embodies a divine-grade ocular technique known as the Celestial Vanishing Eye. With illusions aplenty, existence and annihilation are but a thought away. A single glance could render countless formidable beings to dust, forever beyond the cycle of reincarnation. This ocular technique is immensely powerful, its might beyond belief. Although Yi Yun possesses remarkable talent, he has only cultivated this ability to a consummate level, still a distance away from its pinnacle. He surmises that once he ascends to the Divine King realm, this technique will reach its ultimate zenith. At that moment, with a mere gaze, the entire world would morph and dissolve before him. Yi Yun stepped forward, and the ancient tower's entrance opened automatically, granting him passage into its first level. Who goes there? An elderly guardian of the tower, startled by the sight of a stranger clad in white robes, swiftly drew his sword and struck. With a cultivation level at the 10th tier of the Nirvana realm, the force of his strike was formidable. Yi Yun raised his gaze to meet his, and within his enchanting eyes shimmered an extraordinary light. In an instant, the blade of light vanished, and the elderly man was astonished to discover that his arm had disappeared. Subsequently, he found himself unable to utter a sound, and soon his entire body faded from view, leaving his whereabouts unknown. With a serene smile, Yi Yun reflected that the tower guardian had not yet met his demise. Rather, he had been banished into the tumultuous currents of space, his survival now dependent on his own capabilities. A mere Nirvana realm cultivator would find it exceedingly difficult to escape the grasp of such spatial turbulence. Yi Yun cast a glance around the first level, yet he found nothing of interest. Ascending the staircase to the second level, he encountered no guardians, but instead, a formidable formation. Upon sensing an unfamiliar aura, the formation activated, erupting in a blinding radiance, attempting to obstruct Yi Yun's passage. With a discerning gaze, Yi Yun observed the formation, and in an instant, the myriad of minute runes in his eyes shifted like stars, dismantling the formation into countless particles that ultimately vanished into the air. On the second level, he still did not locate what he sought. Continuing his journey, he traversed from the 3rd to the 9th level, effortlessly dismantling 7 formations along the way. At last, on the 9th level, he discovered the object of his quest. This 9th level was the most clandestine area of the entire Divine Balance Sect, even surpassing the importance of the sect's treasury. It housed the highest secrets of the Divine Balance Sect. Unlike the other levels, the 9th was starkly different, containing only an offering table upon which rested an ancient box exuding an air of antiquity. The box was remarkably archaic, adorned with numerous seals. Upon seeing these seals, a look of indifference surfaced on Yi Yun's face. They were exceedingly cautious, as if every step was taken with the utmost discretion, unwilling to allow others a glimpse. Yi Yun approached the box, lowering his gaze to peer inside. In an instant, the seals melted away like spring snow under the sun. He opened the box, revealing a letter and a jade token within. Without unsealing the letter, Yi Yun's eyes brightened slightly as he discerned the contents within. The jade token served as a token of authenticity. This letter was penned by the founding master of the Divine Balance Sect a millennium ago. The sect was named as such to counterbalance the Divine Dragon Sect, which had flourished for 300 generations before its abrupt cessation, marking the completion of the task. Following the completion of this mission, the future leaders of the Divine Balance Sect would use this jade token to enter the Celestial Moon's secret realm, seeking the Celestial Moon Osmanthus tree to hang the token upon it. At that moment, they would receive astonishing rewards. Chapter 128, Speculating the Architect. Wan Yi's breakthrough. How increasingly intriguing this becomes. Yi Yun, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the letter and jade token within the wooden box, a barely perceptible smile flitting across his face. The caution exhibited by the other party was remarkable. They had even directed all clues towards the Celestial Moon Osmanthus tree deep within the secret realm. The force orchestrating this was undoubtedly immense, something beyond the capabilities of even the highest tier sections. Only an eternal level sect could wield such influence. The architect's meticulous thought process was evident in the interconnected arrangements. Each step allowed for the possibility of severing the trail of clues, rendering future seekers oblivious. Having signed off for 100,000 years, now invincible in the world, it was time to engage in a bit of playful amusement. Yi Yun smiled gently, and the wooden box suddenly vanished, tucked away securely. Although he did not obtain any direct clues, Yi Yun was nonetheless quite satisfied with the letter and a jade token he had acquired. He relished the sensation of unraveling mysteries, a means to alleviate the profound solitude he had experienced as an invincible being for eons. Now, he intended to follow this thread of clues, leading the 3 junior members of the Shenlong sect on a journey of continuous trials towards the Tianwei dynasty. In due course, he would uncover the secrets concealed within that mysterious realm. As the space tore open, Yi Yun stepped forth, and in the next moment, he found himself hovering above the plaza of the Shenheng sect. The battle raged on with fervor. The air was filled with the cacophony of war cries and the clash of swords, resonating with thunderous roars. Luoli, Junemo Shao, and Su Wan Yi were under immense pressure, besieged by over 10,000 adversaries. The disciples of the Xinheng sect, having fallen under Yi Yun's mental dominion, fearlessly launched relentless assaults, a testament to the staggering intensity of their predicament. Amidst the chaos, one figure remained detached from the fray, the sect master, Ren Tianxing, who had been ensnared by Yi Yun's control and remained motionless. You may join as well. Yi Yun's expression shifted slightly, a mysterious glimmer flashing in his eyes, prompting Ren Tianxing to unwittingly engage in the battle below. Observing the tumultuous conflict, Yi Yun's gaze flickered as he began to ponder. The Xinheng sect had maintained a balance of power over the Shenlong sect for at least 10 millennia. Prior to this, it was likely that other sects had been scheming in the shadows, subtly undermining the Shenlong sect. The true decline of the Shenlong sect must have commenced thousands of years ago. The individuals who orchestrated such a monumental scheme and executed it have likely long departed from this world after the passage of millennia. That generation succeeded in casting the Divine Dragon Sect from its lofty heights, causing its power to wane, ultimately leading to the likes of the insignificant Divine Balance Sect stepping in to clean up the remnants. On the Tsangnan continent, for a sect to attain the status of an eternal sect, it must inherently possess profound fortune. An eternal sect, with its deep-rooted heritage, is not easily toppled. During that era, Yi Yun, enticed by the system, ventured into a mysterious realm to sign in. However, what transpired within the Divine Dragon Sect over the course of 100,000 years remains an enigma to all. After enduring countless years of turmoil, the sect has lost the records of its past. It can be said that its primary lineage has been severed. Fortunately, the resilience of the Divine Dragon Sect's bloodline, along with the residual fortune of an eternal sect, has allowed it to endure until the 298th generation of Luoli, a feat most remarkable. 100,000 years have transformed the landscape, altering all that once was. In Yi Yun's time, the Divine Dragon Sect was replete with eternal realm masters. Yet, in Luo Li's generation, her master barely reached the Yuan High realm. Reflecting on these matters stirs profound emotions within Yi Yun. Thus, he is resolute in his mission to cultivate these three unfortunate children into unparalleled masters of the eternal realm. He aims to elevate the concentration of their ancestral dragon bloodline to over 90. By achieving true mastery of the eternal realm, they would possess the power to vanquish dozens of their peers. In the future, these three eternal realm powerhouses will anchor the Divine Dragon Sect, asserting dominion over the entire Tsangnan continent, ensuring its supremacy for at least several millennia. As he departed, he felt a sense of relief. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 hours had elapsed. The battle in the square had escalated to a harrowing degree, with countless individuals falling. In the vast expanse of the square, only 5 or 6,000 remained engaged in combat. Luo Li, Jun Mo Xiao, and Su Wani exhibited an unwavering vitality, showing no signs of fatigue. At that moment, they were profoundly astonished, unable to fathom that the blood of the ancestral dragon could enhance their bodies to such an extraordinary degree, so formidable that, after 5 or 6 hours of battle, they felt no weariness whatsoever. Now, as the battle in the square raged on, the pressure on the trio had lessened due to the dwindling numbers of the Xinheng sect, rendering their strengths relatively even. Sister, who would have thought we have yet to break through? Jun Mo Xiao lamented after executing a strike. Indeed, perhaps our talents are insufficient. Under such pressure, we remain unbroken. Luo Li shared in the sentiment of disappointment. Their ancestor had hoped they would achieve a breakthrough in this fierce confrontation. Yet, after such an extended engagement, they had merely managed to equalize the struggle without ascending in rank. The 3 dragon and tiger pills previously consumed continued to invigorate their mana, flowing through their limbs like a mighty river, perpetually transforming into cultivation. However, even with this, they still found themselves a small distance away from a breakthrough. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Xinheng sect, particularly those at the Yuan Hai and Xinqiao realms, were utterly exhausted, leaving only a few elders at the Nirvana stage to hold on. Yi Yun sat within the carriage, observing the battle, silently calculating the unfolding events. Among the 3 younger generations, Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao, both at the Divine Bridge stage, still have some time before their breakthrough. However, Su Wani, who has reached the Divine Sculpting stage, is on the verge of a breakthrough after this arduous battle. As Yi Yun calculates the situation, a myriad of tiny runes resembling stars flicker in his enchanting, profound eyes, accompanied by a fleeting, indescribable glimmer. On the square, all the suppressed disciples of the Divine Balance Sect experienced an elevation in their cultivation level at that moment. Consequently, the pressure on Luo Li, Jun Mo Xiao, and Su Wani intensified abruptly. Senior sister, our esteemed ancestor has granted us a boon. Jun Mo Xiao exclaimed with great delight, his laughter ringing out joyously. invigorated in spirit as the sword light in his hand surged forth like a mighty river. Luo Li joined in the laughter. Suddenly, Su Wanyi, her form transforming into an ethereal dragon, trembled and revealed her true self. In that instant, her aura surged dramatically, achieving a breakthrough to the 9th level of the divine sculpting stage. Finally, I have broken through, Su Wanyi exclaimed, her fair visage lighting up with joy. Upon reaching the 9th level, her magical power had multiplied exponentially, now many times more potent than before, and her combat prowess had experienced a remarkable enhancement. A disciple of the divine bridge stage, witnessing Su Wanyi's transformation, momentarily fell into a daze. Abruptly, he launched a fierce sneak attack. A dazzling sword light sliced through the air, aimed directly at Su Wanyi. Senior sister, danger! Jun Mo Xiao shouted loudly. Realizing that he was too far away to assist in time, Su Wanyi regained her composure. She was preparing to employ the Divine Dragon technique to evade the attack from behind when, out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly spotted a dark shadow hurtling toward her. Boom! The prodigious disciple of the Xinheng sect was obliterated into a mist of crimson. With Lord Cat present, none shall harm my little master. The grand black cat materialized in midair, extending its blood-red tongue to groom its paw. Its eyes gleaming with an intense darkness as it proclaimed with an air of triumph. Chapter 129, The Shock of the Fate Realm Cultivator Zing. A slender bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, striking the grand black cat, leaving it charred yet tender. Its ebony fur stood on end, revealing patches of flesh in some areas. Lord Horse, spare me. The grand black cat instinctively recognized the handiwork of its Lord Horse. Thus, it immediately crouched to the ground, cradling its head, donning a pitiful expression. Do you think Lord Horse is idly consuming his meals here? I am safeguarding the 3 little masters. Your task is to collect the storage rings, do you understand? Lord Horse glared with wide eyes. I understand, Lord Horse, the grand black cat lamented, with a resigned expression. It promptly gathered its spirits, commencing a search for the deceased disciples of the Xinheng sect, extracting their storage rings and continuing to stow them away. Seeing the grand black cat tormented so miserably by Lord Horse, Su Wanyi could only offer a wry smile before rejoining the fray. Lord Horse smirked, saying, It is my duty to protect the 3 little masters. None shall dare to steal them away. Within the carriage, Yi Yun bore a faint smile. They truly are a pair of lively characters, engaging in playful banter daily. Particularly, the Dark Horse has a penchant for playfully tormenting the Dark Cat. It seems that the Dark Horse, having spent considerable time in the warehouse, became accustomed to the relentless bullying by those fearsome divine beasts, thus developing a habit of asserting dominance over other magical creatures. Yi Yun, however, remains unfazed. During their time at Jile Mountain, the Dark Horse aided the Dark Cat in avenging itself, even gifting a precious scale from its body. This illustrates the profound bond shared between the cat and the horse, despite their outward appearance as playful adversaries. Shaking his head, Yi Yun turned his gaze back towards the battlefield. The disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect, from both the Divine Bridge and Nirvana realms, experienced a significant enhancement in their combat prowess after being adjusted by him, regaining the upper hand in battle. Yi Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. If this momentum continued, both Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao would achieve breakthroughs swiftly. His method of training disciples, albeit effective, was undeniably harsh. No other sect, even those of eternal caliber, could replicate such precision in controlling the realms of each practitioner. Suddenly, Yi Yun's expression shifted to one of bemusement as he noticed something in the distance. 1,000 miles away from the Divine Dragon Sect, atop a colossal azure phoenix stood 2 middle-aged cultivators. These individuals exuded an ethereal presence, clad in matching dark blue robes, each having reached the Destiny realm. Their every movement radiated an aura of formidable power. At that moment, a red-faced middle-aged cultivator gazed into the distance and remarked with a smile, Senior brother, the Divine Dragon Sect is approaching. Another middle-aged cultivator with a pale countenance nodded slowly. His deep-set eyes gazed into the distant void, and he spoke. The recent unrest among the demon clans is troubling. Certain factions are stirring. I suspect that the 3 demons from Jile Mountain are seeking to instigate some turmoil. Now that we, as brothers, have arrived in the Divine Wind Dynasty to oversee the Xinheng sect, it is our duty to prevent any chaos from the demon races. Understood, Master Brother. On this expedition, I shall follow your lead without question, replied the red-faced cultivator with a cheerful demeanor. Naturally, he possessed a tranquil disposition and preferred to remain uninvolved in unnecessary matters. With his brother present, he was content to adhere to his arrangements. His brother, having attained a higher realm, was already a formidable cultivator at the 5th level of the Destiny realm, while he had only just broken through to the 4th level. With a powerful flap of the giant Qinghuan's wings, they soared through the skies with remarkable speed, covering a distance of 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. As the red-faced cultivator casually glanced toward the Xinheng sect, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Quickly focusing his gaze, he discovered that the sect was engulfed in chaos. The air was filled with the sounds of battle, and the plaza was awash with the gleam of swords, littered with countless bloodied corpses. "Not good, master brother. The Xinheng sect is under attack," he exclaimed urgently. Could it be that the demon clans had acted so swiftly? The pale-faced cultivator immediately concentrated his vision, and his pupils shone with divine light as he peered into the distance. Indeed, a cataclysmic battle was raging at the Xinheng sect. He swiftly urged the Qinghuan forward, and with a firm nudge to its crest, they accelerated, covering the remaining distance of several hundred miles in mere moments. The Azure Phoenix soared above the sacred balance sect, while two cultivators wore solemn expressions, refraining from any hasty actions. Instead, they keenly observed the tumultuous scene below. Should it be a rebellion by the demonic tribes? They would need to assess the situation to determine their course of action. If the attacking demons were formidable, surpassing their own strengths, there would be no necessity for them to intervene. They would promptly retreat to the Celestial Star Dynasty to report the matter to their sect leader. However, upon discerning the nature of the conflict below, they were taken aback. There were no formidable demonic forces. The entire assault on the Sacred Balance sect was conducted by merely 3 youths, 2 young women, and 1 young man. Among them, 2 were at the 7th level of the Divine Bridge realm, while the other reached the 9th level of the Divine Forging realm. To the 2 observers, the assailants' cultivations appeared lamentably low. Yet, paradoxically, these seemingly insignificant levels were engaged in a fierce battle against thousands of the sect's members, including the sect leader, Ren Tianxing. "Brother, am I dreaming? Those 3 youths possess insufficient strength," stammered the blushing cultivator, his countenance reflecting sheer bewilderment as he rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he had fallen into an illusion. The Sacred Balance sect was the foremost sect of the Divine Wind dynasty, boasting thousands of cultivators at the Divine Bridge realm and hundreds at the Nirvana realm. Such a powerful force was inexplicably embroiled in a fierce confrontation with 3 seemingly feeble youths. Moreover, the ground was strewn with numerous corpses, evidently slain by the very hands of those 3. This was utterly astonishing, were it not for witnessing it with their own eyes. It would be nearly impossible to believe that such events unfolded before them were indeed real. The pallid-faced cultivator furrowed his brow, secretly digging his nails into his flesh, the sharp pain affirming that he was not ensnared in a dream. Yet, he found himself utterly perplexed. What could possibly account for such a bizarre scene before him? At that moment, his gaze fell upon a solitary black carriage stationed in the square. Channeling his formidable spiritual awareness, he scanned the carriage only to discover it was devoid of occupants. How peculiar. In all his years, he had never encountered such an oddity. With a sigh, the pallid-faced cultivator reflected on the strange battle unfolding below, uncertain how to interpret it. "Brother, what should we do? Shall we intervene and lend them a hand?" inquired the crimson-faced cultivator beside him. "There is no need for haste. At present, it appears that the Divine Balance sect holds the advantage. Let us observe for a while longer," the pallid-faced cultivator replied after a moment as contemplation. After all, as a veteran of the Destiny realm, he opted for a cautious approach in the face of such enigmatic circumstances. The higher one's cultivation, the more one values life. Attaining the Destiny realm and grasping the essence of fate is no small feat in our past. And the 2 esteemed cultivators of the Destiny realm were astounded to witness the 3 youths still valiantly engaged in battle, showing no signs of fatigue. In stark contrast, many from the Divine Balance sect were drenched in sweat, their strength waning, yet inexplicably, they continued to fight with fervor. "Junior brother, let us take action," the pallid-faced cultivator, his brow knitted in determination, resolved at last. With a sharp sound, the 2 unleashed an astonishing sword intent, scattering the clouds overhead. Shortly thereafter, 2 astonishing sword intents materialized into slender beams of light, descending silently from the heavens, poised to strike fiercely at the 2 young cultivators of the Divine Bridge realm. Chapter 130, Breakthrough, Annihilation of the Divine Balance sect. As the 2 delicate beams of sword light silently fell, the great black horse, which had been vigilantly awaiting the 3 young masters, suddenly lifted its head and bared its teeth in a grin, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. Achoo! The great black horse sneezed. An invisible wave instantly emanated from the carriage, reverberating into the void. This sound wave was so profound that even the 2 formidable cultivators of the Destiny realm, suspended in midair, could not perceive it with their divine senses. Upon encountering this sound wave, the 2 slender beams of sword light dissolved like spring snow under the warm sun. What is this? In the void, the 2 Destiny realm cultivators were taken aback by this spectacle. Although it was merely a casual attack, those slender beams of sword light could not be thwarted even by a 10th level Nirvana realm cultivator. Yet, why did the sword light dissolve? Could it be that a more powerful entity was safeguarding the surroundings? The mere thought of such a possibility sent an unimaginable wave of terror surging through their bodies, causing cold sweat to trickle down. The two Destiny Realm cultivators sensed the absence of one another's presence. This implied that the opponent's cultivation far surpassed their own. A Death Realm cultivator? Suddenly considering this possibility, the pale-faced cultivator sprang into action, urging the azure wand to flap its wings furiously and flee. In the path of cultivation, transcending from destiny to death represents a vast chasm. Countless cultivators, perhaps by fortunate chance, have stepped into the realm of destiny, yet remain forever halted at the threshold of life and death. However, once one transcends from destiny to the life and death realm, an extended lifespan is granted, along with the potential to strive for the eternal realm. For the two cultivators of destiny, the formidable beings of the life and death realm loom like divine forces. In the face of life and death, they appear as insignificant as ants. Do they still contemplate escape? The dark horse chuckled, suddenly vanishing from the plaza. In the next moment, he transformed into a middle-aged man clad in black robes, obstructing the path of the colossal Qingwan. You too. Where do you hail from? Speak honestly, or you shall face dire consequences. The dark horse, with a casual demeanor, scrutinized the two cultivators. A powerful entity of the life and death realm? The red-faced cultivator felt the terrifying aura emanating from the black-robed man, causing his complexion to shift dramatically, from pale to crimson, then to ashen, ultimately resulting in him collapsing onto the head of the Qingwan in fright. Compared to the Divine Wind Dynasty, although the Celestial Star Dynasty possesses formidable strength, it lacks even a single cultivator of the life and death realm, having only a solitary half-step life and death human powerhouse. Yet, the great demon before them has already attained the life and death realm. Collectively, all human forces within the Celestial Star Dynasty would not stand a chance against this singular entity of the life and death realm. The white-faced cultivator, though apprehensive, maintained a relatively composed demeanor. With hands clasped in respect, he addressed the elder of the demon clan. Esteemed elder, a century ago, our human race and the demon race forged a peace treaty, vowing to refrain from conflict. I wonder why you seek to trouble a mere sect like the Divine Balance Sect? What utter nonsense regarding the covenant. Master Ma pays no heed to such trivialities. The insignificant Divine Balance Sect deserves its fate. Furthermore, how dare you show disrespect to the three young masters? Such insolence warrants dire consequences. The formidable black stallion rolled its eyes, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from its gaze. This palpable menace descended upon the enormous azure phoenix, which could not withstand the weight of such lethal energy. Its heart shattered, and with a mournful cry, it plummeted from the sky. Two Destiny Realm cultivators stood frozen in the void, their faces ashen, trembling uncontrollably. They comprehended that, in the presence of such a brazen and unreasonable life and death realm beast, their fate was sealed. Young masters? The pale-faced cultivator clung to a fragment of his sanity, utterly shocked to discover that the three youths whom the Divine Balance Sect had ruthlessly targeted were referred to as young masters by this fearsome creature. The revelation sent tumultuous waves of dread through his heart. What formidable power had the Divine Balance Sect provoked? To have a life and death realm beast serve as their protector. They must have drawn the attention of a superlative sect. Indeed, those three youths are the esteemed young masters of Master Ma. You dared to launch a surprise attack on them. You should now reckon with the consequences. A proud expression flickered across the black stallion's face. Suddenly, two bolts of lightning shot from its pupils, descending instantly upon the heads of the two Destiny Realm cultivators. Boom! With a piercing shriek, they were obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Two storage rings lingered in the air. The magnificent black horse grasped two rings in its hand, its eyes gleaming with excitement. With a mischievous smile, it exclaimed, "Another 2 rings added to my collection." It tossed the rings far away, and they landed upon the square. In the next instant, they reappeared in the square, transforming back into the figure of the black horse, which then draped the reins over its body and continued to pull the carriage. "Master, I have dispatched those 2 despicable fellows." The black horse conveyed telepathically to the carriage. Indeed, Yi Yan nodded gently. Those 2 practitioners of the Destiny realm had long been seen through in their memories, and their demise was inconsequential. In Yi Yan's eyes, they were hardly more than mere ants. The Tianqing dynasty's Tianheng sect, though only a character apart from the Shenheng sect, bore no inherited connection to it. The name of the Shenheng sect was originally crafted by those who plotted in the shadows. This sect's name, in an intangible way, served to diminish the fortune of the Shenlong sect. Such a concept of fortune could only be vaguely perceived by those who had attained the eternal realm, Ordinary practitioners could not fathom how a mere name could exert influence over another sect that dominated the continent's fortune. Yi Yun smiled indifferently, temporarily setting this matter aside. After all, he intended to visit the Tianqing dynasty on his journey to the Tianyue dynasty, which would also serve as an opportunity to train the three younger generations. At that moment, Yi Yun glanced at the battle scene in the square, quietly assessing the situation, and realized that Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao would require some time to achieve their breakthroughs. He chose to close his eyes and began to comprehend a new divine ability. Within Yi Yun's repository, there existed an overwhelming multitude of divine techniques and practices. Some of them possess extraordinarily high ranks, transcending the divine level and reaching the utmost limits of this realm, far beyond his current grasp. However, there are numerous techniques available for him to comprehend at this moment. Yi Yun harbors an immense interest in any divine arts. In his previous life, he was a fervent practitioner of cultivation. Although his time for cultivation was brief, he managed to master several esteemed skills of the Divine Dragon Sect to perfection. Now, after 100,000 years, he reemerges in this world, already invincible. In moments of ennui, he naturally seeks solace in the understanding of divine arts. Each time he comprehends a new technique, a sense of accomplishment blossoms within him. As time flows gently by, after 3 hours, the practitioners of the Divine Balance Sect, despite being under the influence of spiritual secret arts, have reached the limits of their physical and magical stamina. With a soft thud, the figures of Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao suddenly materialize in midair. In that moment, the aura surrounding them surges dramatically, as they finally transition from the 7th to the 8th layer of the Divine Bridge realm. Senior sister, we have finally made a breakthrough. Jun Mo Xiao exclaims with a hearty laugh. They had battled for nearly 10 hours to attain this minor advancement. Even with their robust physiques, they could not help but feel a tinge of fatigue. Luo Li joins in the laughter. Together, their spirits surge like a tempest, swiftly commencing a slaughter of the disciples of the Divine Balance Sect. Within the span of a single incense stick's burn, all the disciples of the Divine Balance Sect lie fallen in pools of blood. Meow. The large black cat suddenly halts and lands beside Luo Li. Observing the now colossal black cat adorned with an array of storage rings atop its head, Luo Li could not help but feel astonished. Little cat, are you planning to open a pawn shop? She covered her mouth, unable to suppress a chuckle. Chapter 131. The Ancestor bestows skills, the celestial illusion shatters. The black cat smiled bashfully. Dear master, I merely wish to spare you the trouble. During battles, I will take care of these rings. Thank you. Luo Li stepped forward to gently stroke the soft fur on the black cat's forehead. The black cat was momentarily taken aback. This young girl before him was destined to become the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect, while he was merely a divine pet of the sect. The black cat quickly lay down, displaying utmost obedience, resembling a domesticated cat. In the carriage, Yi Yun observed this scene and could not help but smile faintly. Before crossing into this world, he had also raised a pet cat. How swiftly time has passed, it has been 100,000 years. And he wondered what the earth must be like now. Yi Yun sighed softly to himself. The black cat possessed over 10,000 storage rings, which were ultimately divided into 3 portions upon Luo Li's suggestion. The 3 of them placed these storage rings into the divine-grade storage ring gifted by their ancestor. The task was accomplished. The Divine Balance Sect had finally been eradicated. Luo Li raised her fist, her delicate face flushed with excitement. Indeed, senior sister, we have finally eliminated the culprit, Jun Mo Xiao remarked, his teeth gritted as he gazed at the scattered corpses. At present, after enduring a fierce battle, they have finally avenged the blood feud of the illustrious predecessors of the Dragon Sect. The 3 stood still, their hearts awash with a tumult of emotions. And after a brief silence, they turned around. Sisters, let us depart, Jun Mo Xiao said softly. Luo Li and Su Wani nodded in agreement. Although they had successfully avenged their grievances, a sense of emptiness lingered within them. Have you forgotten something? Yi Yun suddenly appeared atop the carriage, observing the trio on the square with a look of amused curiosity. Ancestor. The 3 hastily bowed in respect. Luo Li scratched her head, pondering the meaning behind the ancestor's words. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated her mind. Lowering her head, she expressed her chagrin. Sisters, junior brother, we forgot about the treasure trove of the Xinheng sect, along with their martial arts manuals. Jun Mo Xiao clapped her hands in realization, also coming to understand. In the wake of their recent victory, they had become so overwhelmed with emotion that they overlooked such a crucial matter. The Xinheng sect, as the foremost sect of the Divine Wind dynasty, possessed an immense accumulation of resources over the years. Their cultivation assets were undoubtedly beyond imagination. They could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Pillaging the Xinheng sect's treasure trove and all their martial arts would lay a solid foundation for the future revival of the Dragon Sect. Observing the little girl's crestfallen expression, Yin smiled nonchalantly, saying, "You need not worry so much. Those places are protected by prohibitions, and you would not be able to unlock them," he concluded. In Yun's enchanting eyes, countless tiny runes sparkled like myriad stars, undergoing a mysterious transformation. At that moment, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. The layers of seals and formations surrounding the treasury of the Divine Balance Sect were all undone. The treasures, as if animated by a life of their own, surged forth from the vault, forming a serpentine procession that soared from the distance. Simultaneously, the prohibitions of the Hall of Techniques were dismantled, and volumes of techniques floated towards them like graceful swallows. A plethora of rare celestial materials and invaluable treasures cascaded from the heavens, descending towards the square. As they neared the ground, Yi Yun's gaze shifted once more. An unimaginable force radiated outward in an instant. All the corpses in the square disintegrated into wisps of azure smoke. In the distance, the edifices of the Divine Balance Sect also transformed into smoke, vanishing entirely. Lowly, Jun Mo Xiao and Su Wani stood in astonishment, their eyes wide, rendered speechless by the scene before them. Previously, their ancestor would merely blow a gentle breath. But now, with a mere glance, he had obliterated all beings and structures. He had even breached all the prohibitions within the treasury and the Hall of Techniques, effortlessly transporting the celestial materials and secret techniques outside. What kind of divine power is this? Could this truly be the manifestation of the formidable strength inherent in the realm of the Divine Monarch? The trio remained as statues, frozen in disbelief for what felt like an eternity before regaining their senses. Beside them, the large black cat was equally rendered speechless. The Masters. This divine power is astonishingly potent. With a single gaze, one could be brought to their demise. Who would dare to oppose the Master henceforth? The great black cat, increasingly engulfed in fear, soon found itself exhilarated. It resolved to serve the Master and the three young owners diligently, aspiring to learn the supreme arts from the Master in due course. In the distance, the great black horse stood astonished, unable to fathom the intricacies of the Master's profound abilities, despite its own eternal cultivation. A chilling realization dawned upon it. The Master's powers were extraordinarily formidable. Just moments ago, it had experienced a fleeting illusion, as if the entire world was encapsulated in a single glance from the Master. In that instant, the world appeared to rise and fall within his gaze, truly terrifying. The expressions and emotions of everyone were laid bare before Yi Yun, who merely smiled serenely. The celestial vanishing eye was but one of the formidable arts he had comprehended. Though it might not be the most exceptional, it possessed a certain mesmerizing quality. Ancestor. What exactly is this art? Luo Li inquired, her face flushed with excitement. This is the celestial vanishing eye, not originally from my dragon sect. However, if you wish to learn, I can teach you, Yi Yun replied with a smile. Thank you so much, Ancestor, Luo Li exclaimed, leaping with joy. Upon landing, she seized Su Wani's hand, shaking it vigorously. Observing her lively junior sister, Su Wani bit her lip, her flawless face breaking into a radiant smile. The great black cat, mustering its courage, asked, "Master, may I learn even a fragment of this skill?" Yi Yun nodded in affirmation. Upon receiving the Master's consent, the large black cat was overwhelmed with joy, yet fearful of losing composure, promptly curling its head into its body while its frame trembled slightly. The large black horse revealed a gleaming smile, instantly filled with delight. In truth, the large black cat had long yearned to express this sentiment, but lacked the courage to do so. After all, it was not as audacious as the large black cat, who, emboldened by its own shamelessness, voiced the matter of utmost concern, resulting in the Master's nod of approval, which in turn brought immense joy to the large black horse. It too wished to learn the celestial obliteration eye. The large black horse even contemplated that, once mastered, this formidable technique would render trivial attacks like lightning unnecessary. Merely casting a glance would suffice to bring about demise. How exhilarating that would be! The more the large black horse pondered, the more exhilarated it became, unable to resist a series of sneezes. The celestial obliteration eye is classified into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. The upper section is suited for those below the true God realm to cultivate. Yi Yun smiled faintly, and from his enchanting pupils, several runes shimmering with iridescent light emerged, fleetingly appearing in the air before embedding themselves in the minds of the onlookers. The upper section comprises 9 levels. Diligent contemplation in your daily practice will suffice. Yi Yun remarked with a smile. Ancestor, if this technique is divided into 3 tiers, Does that mean you have already mastered the highest level? Jun Mo Shao inquired with an envious expression. Yi Yun shook his head. I have only completed the middle tier technique. I now stand at the major completion stage. Esteemed ancestor, you have already attained the realm of the divine sovereign, yet you have merely completed the middle level techniques. When shall you finish mastering the upper level techniques? Asked Luo Li, her thoughts spilling forth candidly. Upon reaching the divine monarch realm, one can achieve the zenith of the celestial oblivion. Yi Yun replied with a smile. Chapter 132. The arrival of the mortal immortal land, the divine monarch realm. The three young disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect were utterly astonished upon hearing their ancestors' words. Such a realm sounds incredibly formidable. A peerless divine monarch must be overwhelmingly invincible in this world. Surely, the heavenly Tao of the Tsangnan continent would struggle to contain such power. The divine monarch realm. The great black cat was so astounded that its jaw nearly dropped. It never anticipated that mastering the celestial oblivion required reaching the divine monarch realm to attain its pinnacle. It pondered, still only at the fate-determining realm. How long would it take to achieve the divine monarch realm? A wave of despondency washed over the great black cat. However, in the next moment, excitement surged within it. Despite the staggering difficulty of cultivation, this only attested to the terrifying strength of the celestial oblivion. As long as it persevered in its practice, there would always be a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the distant great black horse was equally astounded. The divine monarch realm. Even as a formidable being of the eternal realm, it could scarcely fathom such a level. That realm is simply too fearsome. Above the eternal realm lies the true God realm, followed by the divine sovereign realm. And then the divine monarch realm. It felt incredibly distant from the divine monarch realm, and it questioned whether its own aptitude could ever allow it to reach such heights. Ancestor, you are truly extraordinary. Luo Li stammered as she regained her composure. She gazed upon the striking visage of her ancestor, her eyes gleaming with an idolizing reverence, infused with a fervent enthusiasm. At that moment, Jun Mo Shao was equally captivated, his heart ablaze with a fervor that coursed through his veins. The only one maintaining a semblance of composure was Su Wani, though even she found her breath quickening and her heart in turmoil. With such a formidable ancestor, the Shenlong sect was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Now, there is no need for alarm. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, with determination. Each of you shall have the opportunity to traverse further along the great Tao. I shall also lend you my support for a time. Yi Yun remarked with a gentle smile. At this moment, the expansive square was already laden with an assortment of rare treasures and sacred texts. With a deft motion of his right hand, Yi Yun vanished back into the carriage. The three exchanged knowing glances and began to divide the treasures and texts among themselves. After all, their ancestor had entrusted them with a task, to fill 3 divine storage rings to capacity. Thus, the spoils of this battle were shared equally among them. Miles away from the Shenheng sect, nestled within a vast mountain range stretching thousands of miles, lay a prestigious sect known as the Qian Sword Sect. Renowned for its mastery of fire-based sword techniques, it held a respectable reputation within the Xinfeng dynasty. Suddenly, from 100 miles south of the Qian Sword Sect, an incredibly powerful and enigmatic disturbance rippled through the void. All members of the Qian Sword Sect, from the lowliest disciple to the esteemed sect leader and elder, were left in astonishment by the emanating waves. What could possibly be occurring there? What could be the cause of such bizarre fluctuations? In an instant, dozens of formidable cultivators soared into the sky, gazing towards the distant southern void. The disturbances emanating from that void grew increasingly intense, and before the watchful eyes of the crowd, a massive chasm slowly opened. This gaping maw was crimson as blood, resembling the heavens themselves weeping. Suddenly, a beam of scarlet light descended from above, striking the ground with an undeniable force. An indescribable scent of blood surged forth from this crimson beam, rapidly enveloping the surroundings and reaching the Red Flame Sword Sect in the blink of an eye. In that moment, the powerful figures of the Red Flame Sword Sect in midair all let out muffled groans, their vital energy roiling within them, as they experienced an overwhelming discomfort. Yet, just as swiftly, that sensation dissipated. Observing this uncanny celestial phenomenon, an elder clad in azure robes widened his eyes. Moments later, a look of ecstatic realization blossomed on his face. Master, what on earth is happening? The sect leader of the Red Flame Sword Sect inquired hastily. This is the Red Dust Immortal Realm. The elder in azure exclaimed, his expression animated, his face flushed with excitement as he gesticulated wildly. I never imagined that such a renowned immortal secret realm in the Tsangnan continent would unexpectedly appear on the outskirts of our Red Flame Sword Sect's mountain range. It is truly fate that the Red Flame Sword Sect shall rise. The Red Dust Immortal Realm? The sect leader of the Red Flame Sword Sect paused, his brow furrowing as he contemplated. Suddenly, vague recollection surged in his mind, and he gasped in astonishment. The Red Dust Immortal Realm is indeed a highly esteemed secret realm throughout the Songnan continent, specifically catering to cultivators at the divine sculpting stage. In this realm of mortal illusions, a myriad of blood demons abound. Slaying these demons and consuming their inner cores can significantly enhance one's cultivation. The origins of this realm remain shrouded in mystery, perpetually concealed within the chaotic void, with no one aware of its next manifestation or its fixed timing. Yet, each appearance gives rise to a multitude of formidable beings. Numerous prodigious cultivators at the Shaping God realm have entered this domain, and upon emerging a month later, have attained the prowess of the Divine Bridge realm. The inner cores of the blood demons contain an extraordinary energy, remarkably pure, serving as a catalyst for the unimaginable elevation of cultivators' abilities. This realm is esteemed by countless powerful beings of the Songnan continent as one of the 10 great secret lands. It is a place of unfathomable wonder. Quickly, the realm of mortal illusions has rarely manifested near our Qian sect. All disciples at the Shaping God realm enter this domain at once. The elder in the azure robe commanded with urgency, eager to seize this rare opportunity, for the initial entrants face the least competition. Each emergence of this realm attracts various formidable factions dispatching their disciples to partake. Despite the seemingly endless blood demons within, the competition is exceedingly fierce. With a single command, over 1,000 disciples of the Qian Sword sect at the Shaping God realm followed the elder and the sect leader towards the radiant crimson pillar. As they approached this colossal beam of light, which descended from the heavens like a vast bloodied maw, they were struck with profound awe. The diameter of this pillar was an astounding several hundred zhang. From a distance, it may not seem remarkable, but as one approaches, the astonishing crimson pillar of light reveals itself, as if sculpted by divine hands. It is utterly breathtaking. This is the realm of the Red Dust, a place that appears only once every few millennia on the Songnan continent. The elder in the azure robe, filled with excitement, could not resist gently touching the crimson beam. Suddenly, a tremendous force rebounded from his fingertips. The elder, who had attained the 9th level of nirvana, was swiftly propelled backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha, how formidable. Indeed, it is beyond the reach of those in the god sculpting realm. Though injured, the elder was elated. He waved his hand and bellowed. All disciples in the god sculpting realm, swiftly enter the Red Dust realm and vanquish the blood demon. Yes, the disciples of the Qian Sword sect, all in the god sculpting realm, erupted in fervor, soaring into the air like beams of sword light, entering the crimson pillar of light. As these disciples immersed themselves in the crimson light, they encountered no resistance and vanished without a trace. Chapter 133, The Secret Realm of the Immortal Land. The ancient coffin, the Red Dust realm, suddenly emerged from the chaotic void, descending with a crimson beam of teleportation light. This beam exuded a peculiar and gruesome aura, akin to an unstoppable tide of annihilation, quickly spreading throughout the Divine Wind dynasty. In this moment, countless powerful beings recognized the Red Dust realm. This strange and bloody aura emanated from the Divine Wind dynasty, reaching outwards, as if it were destined to sweep across the entire continent. Countless sects responded to the news, hastening with utmost speed to the Red Dust Immortal Realm, a fleeting glimpse of paradise. They were determined to seize this opportunity, enabling their disciples in the Divine Sculpting Realm to ascend directly to the Divine Bridge Realm. Certain ancient sects, privy to clandestine secrets, understood that once cultivators in the Divine Sculpting Realm hunted sufficient blood demons within the Red Dust Immortal Realm, they would be automatically transported to a palace known as the Bloodling Long. Upon entering this domain, one would encounter astonishing fortunes. 2 millennia ago, a cultivator of the Divine Sculpting Realm obtained a remarkably ancient inheritance within the Bloodling Long Palace, ultimately rising to become a formidable figure in the realm of life and death, renowned across the world. Meanwhile, far away in the Shinheng sect, when an unusual fluctuation rippled through the void, Yi Yun discerned the signs of that distant place. Unfamiliar with the concept of the Red Dust Immortal Realm, he utilized his divine abilities to delve into the memories of the elder from the Scarlet Flame Sword sect, uncovering valuable information. Intrigued by this Red Dust Immortal Realm, Yi Yun recalled that 100 millennia ago, the Songnan continent boasted no such thing as the 10 great immortal realms. These had emerged only later. The fame of the Red Dust Immortal Realm stemmed from its capacity to rapidly cultivate practitioners into the Divine Bridge Realm. Yi Yun turned his gaze towards Su Wani, who, now at the 9th level of the Divine Sculpting Realm, was on the verge of breaking through to the Divine Bridge Realm. He considered this an opportune moment for her to undergo trials within. As for Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li, he also planned to suppress their cultivation to the divine sculpting realm, hoping they too might gain some benefits from this experience. As for the Qitian Sword Sect and the Yuma Sect, it is inevitable that I shall venture there eventually, yet there is no need for haste. Presently, the mightiest among the three great sects, the Xinheng Sect, has been vanquished by 3 young individuals, which suggests that the other 2 sects shall sooner or later face a similar fate. After several seconds, a crimson beam of light descended from the red dust immortal realm, bringing with it a scent of blood that enveloped the Xinheng Sect. What is this? Jun Ma Xiao found his breath somewhat constricted as he gazed in a certain direction, wearing a perplexed expression. A faint yet unsettling aura of blood seemed to permeate the air, though it was rather mild. What a strange feeling, muttered Luo Li to herself. In the meantime, the trio had already divided all the heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and martial arts manuals scattered across the square. The red dust immortal realm has been activated. Follow me. Yi Yun's voice suddenly resonated in the ears of the 3. Immediately thereafter, the trio vanished from their location, appearing within the confines of the carriage. Observing this, the large black cat promptly flew onto the carriage, settling atop it. The large black horse, pulling the carriage, sped towards the red dust immortal realm. A distance of 10,000 miles was traversed in mere moments for the large black horse. However, Yi Yun did not permit the steed to gallop at such a pace. He took the opportunity to relay some information regarding the red dust immortal realm along the journey. Nevertheless, after the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the large black horse still arrived, pulling the carriage to the periphery of the crimson beam. Someone is approaching, exclaimed an elder from the Qitian Sword Sect, his pupils narrowing as he caught sight of a carriage soaring through the void. He was unable to discern the cultivation level of the large black horse, which indicated that the individuals within the carriage possessed an extraordinarily formidable cultivation. The majestic black horse lowered the carriage to the ground, its eyes curiously fixed upon the towering crimson light beam. As the curtain was drawn, Luo Li, Jun Mo Xiao, and Su Wanyi stepped out in succession, halting in their tracks. Not far away, the elder of the Scarlet Flame Sword Sect beheld the trio, each remarkably handsome and exuding an unparalleled elegance, prompting a heartfelt exclamation. From which faction do these disciples hail? Go forth and endure more trials. It shall benefit you greatly, echoed the voice of their ancestor in their ears. The 3 promptly bowed in reverence toward the carriage before advancing toward the adjacent crimson light beam. Su Wanyi was the first to step inside, vanishing in an instant within the luminous column. Luo Li followed suit, however. Upon her body making contact with the crimson light, she was unexpectedly repelled by a powerful force, startling Jun Mo Xiao nearby. In midair, Luo Li executed the Divine Dragon technique, her form swaying gracefully before landing safely on the ground. Her robust physique rendered her unharmed. Why can't I enter? Luo Li furrowed her brows, gazing at the crimson light beam, her exquisite countenance revealing a puzzled expression. How intriguing, Yi Yun observed this spectacle, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this earthly immortal realm possessed its own peculiarities, as it had discerned the true realms of the 2 individuals. The 2 young individuals must have suppressed their cultivation, for to enter the realm of the mortal world, one must not restrain their powers, otherwise they would be forcefully expelled. The elder of the Qitian Sword Sect chuckled. I see. Luo Li, feeling a twinge of frustration, stamped her foot, her expression tinged with disappointment. Jun Mo Xiao approached with a smile, saying, Sister, if we cannot enter, so be it. After all, our senior sister has already gone in, and upon her return, she will be a cultivator of the divine bridge realm. Very well. Luo Li laughed, her spirits lifted. With this opportunity, their senior sister would undergo trials in the mortal realm, enabling her to break through to the divine bridge realm, filling them with joy. Yi Yun gazed at the realm of the mortal world, and in an instant, his enchanting eyes shimmered with star-like runes. He scrutinized the crimson light pillar. After a few moments, a subtle smile graced his lips, sending both Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao into that secretive domain of the mortal realm would not pose a challenge. However, should he take such action, the 2 would inadvertently cause the collapse of the domain. Yi Yun would not allow such a scenario to unfold. After all, the primary focus of this trial was Su Wanyi. Her swift ascension to the divine bridge realm was paramount. Within Su Wanyi's consciousness lay a fragment of Yi Yun's divine sense. This essence would assist her in overcoming any insurmountable dangers she might encounter. Now, you 2 should return and practice in the carriage, Yi Yun softly urged. Understood, ancestor. Luo Li was filled with excitement once more, for their revered ancestor had just imparted a wondrous ocular technique to them, providing the perfect opportunity to delve into its mysteries. The 2 returned to their carriage. where Yiyun had arranged for them to occupy separate chambers. Observing their eagerness to comprehend the celestial illusionary eye, Yiyun merely smiled. Everyone experiences the fervor of youth. In his own time, he was no different. In a certain enigmatic realm within the mortal world, a thick haze of blood pervaded the air, emanating from an ancient crimson coffin. Suddenly, a soft feminine voice echoed through the silence. Was it an illusion? Why did I sense Yiyun's presence? Chapter 134. The seven-star dragon abyss sword slays the blood demon upon entering the crimson beam of light in the mortal realm. Suwani felt a fleeting blur before she was transported to a desolate little world. This barren expanse was enveloped in a deep crimson hue, with the air tinged by a faint metallic scent of blood. The ground was marred by numerous jagged fissures, and the distant mountains were bathed in the same ominous red. There were no plants or animals to be found, rendering the land utterly desolate, devoid of any trace of life. Turning to gaze behind her, Suwani beheld an expansive void, with not a single human cultivator in sight. It seemed this place was randomly designated, as each individual was transported to a different location. Suwani mused inwardly. At this moment, she was at the 9th level of the divine shaping realm, yet still 2 realms away from the 1st level of the divine bridge realm. Her current strength places her among the most formidable practitioners within the realm of the red dust immortal land, achieving the divine transformation stage. Suwani drew the 7 stars dragon abyss sword and cautiously advanced forward. The red dust immortal land is rife with blood demons, yet she remains oblivious to their true nature. After traversing merely a few steps, a sudden rift in the ground erupted, and a mass of crimson light swiftly surged forth, hurtling towards Suwani. Startled, her cautious disposition transformed her into an ethereal dragon shadow, narrowly evading the oncoming crimson light. Suspended in midair, she gazed at the vibrant blood light, only to discover that upon landing, it merely coalesced into a clump of red soil, reminiscent of coagulated blood. The pungent scent of blood wafted towards her from a distance. Could it be that the blood demons lurk within the depths of the rift? Suwani soared above, peering down into the abyss where darkness prevailed, devoid of any visible movement. Suddenly, from behind her, 2 more masses of blood light erupted from a fissure, hurtling towards her back with a piercing rush. Once again, Suwani morphed into a dragon shadow, deftly dodging to the side. One of the blood lights abruptly veered midair, charging towards her with ferocity. A flash of red sword light cut through the air, and the blood light emitted a wretched scream before being cleaved in 2 by Suwani's sword. It plummeted to the ground, transforming into 2 heaps of flesh, writhing in a grotesque manner while exuding a strong, ghastly odor of blood. Surely, this must be the blood demon. The vitality of life is indeed remarkably resilient. Suwani descended from the sky, her expression one of vigilance as she regarded the 2 masses of crimson flesh. Each mass measured approximately 1 meter in diameter, continually oozing streams of sanguine fluid. It was difficult for Suwani to fathom how such repugnant blood demons could possess inner cores capable of swiftly enhancing the cultivation of a practitioner like herself, who was at the divine transformation stage. After struggling for a few moments, the 2 masses ceased their movements, seemingly lifeless. Aware of the cunning nature of the blood demons, Suwani waited a little longer until she confirmed they were truly motionless before cautiously approaching them. She treaded softly, wary of proximity inciting a sudden attack from the blood demons. Upon reaching their side, she discovered they were indeed dead. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Then, with her sword, she pried open one half of the blood demon's corpse in search of its inner core. To her dismay, none was found there. She then moved to the other side, methodically probing with her sword, and after a series of careful maneuvers, she finally unearthed an inner core. This scarlet core was no larger than an almond, resplendently translucent, pure, and flawless, exuding a rich aura of life that starkly contrasted with the grotesque visage of the blood demon. Bringing the inner core to her nose, she took a gentle inhalation, noting the absence of any peculiar scent. Instead, a refreshing sensation enveloped her internal organs. She placed the core into her mouth and swallowed it whole. As the inner core entered her body, it instantly transformed into a pure energy that surged, elevating her cultivation by a degree. A look of astonishment blossomed on Suwani's face as she sensed her advancement. Consuming a single blood demon's inner core equated to 10 days of her rigorous training. In this realm of mortal splendor, it is said that countless blood demons roam. Should one vanquish a few of these fiends and consume their inner cores, their cultivation would undoubtedly ascend as if propelled by a rocket. The remarkable aspect of the blood demon's inner core lies in its limitless potential and the absence of any adverse effects. No earthly elixir can rival its potency. Thus, Whenever this ethereal realm manifests somewhere in the Songnan continent, it incites immense upheaval. Numerous sects and esteemed clans hasten to dispatch their disciples of the shaping spirit realm into its depths. After vanquishing a blood demon, Suwani felt a surge of confidence as she ventured towards the desolate mountains ahead. This place bore no markings, and the sky was devoid of sun, moon, or stars. As she proceeded in a singular direction, she sought to ascertain whether any blood demons lurked nearby. Upon reaching a small hill, she turned and beheld a young man besieged by 2 orbs of bloodlight. The youth's cultivation was but at the 5th level of shaping spirit, and he was struggling to withstand the onslaught of the 2 bloodlights. Suwani observed silently for a few moments, sensing the aura of cultivation emanating from the 2 orbs. Previously, when she had slain a blood demon in haste, she had not grasped its essence. Yet now, from a distance, she discerned that these 2 blood demons possessed a cultivation level of the 4th stage of shaping spirit. The fact that 2 4th-level blood demons could reduce a human cultivator to such a plight underscored their formidable strength. "Fair maiden, I implore you to save my life." The young man, in a state of utter distress, caught a glimpse of a beautiful woman garbed in a golden robe from the corner of his eye and hurriedly made his way towards her. As he ran, he attuned himself to the cultivation level of the enchanting woman clad in a golden robe. Upon discovering that her prowess was at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, a look of astonishment graced his face. Such a formidable level of cultivation rendered the elimination of the 2 blood demons utterly trivial. The 2 blood demons transformed into streams of crimson light, relentlessly pursuing him. Without hesitation, Suwani lunged forward, wielding her sword with precision. A blood-red arc sliced through the air, and in an instant, anguished cries echoed. One of the blood demons was swiftly cleaved in 2. The other, displaying remarkable agility, executed a swift 180-degree turn midair and burrowed into the crevice of the earth, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Thank you, fairy sister, for your timely rescue," the young man exclaimed, still shaken, clasping his hands in gratitude. Although he appeared slightly older than the young woman before him, his words were laced with sweetness. Suwani merely nodded indifferently, choosing not to elaborate. Her primary objective was to vanquish the blood demons. Saving this young man was merely a fortuitous act. The severed body of the blood demon writhed a few times before succumbing to death. The young man gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. He had previously encountered a single blood demon, and at that time, his strength had surpassed it, allowing him to cleave it in 2 with a single strike. However, that blood demon had miraculously reformed. To his astonishment, the beautiful figure before him had effortlessly dispatched the blood demon, which had struggled for a moment before perishing. His bewildered gaze shifted to the blood-red long sword in her hand. What manner of sword was this? In the eyes of the young man, a profound astonishment radiated. Chapter 135, The Ferocious Black Cat Strikes. The sword, drenched in a vivid crimson hue, bore several specks resembling stars, imparting an extraordinarily peculiar aura. This sword was undeniably extraordinary, the young man pondered silently. The blood demon lacked a fixed form and possessed formidable regenerative abilities. If it could not be dismembered, it would inevitably reassemble. Yet, the blade clasped by the woman before him was, astonishingly, the blood demon's nemesis. A flicker of fervor ignited in the young man's gaze, but he quickly averted his eyes, concealing his emotions. Suwani retrieved an inner core from the carcass of the blood demon and promptly consumed it. Her aura surged with renewed might. Casting a glance around, Suwani observed that the fleeing blood demon had not dared to launch another assault. This blood demon was exceptionally cunning, if it did not take the initiative to attack. She would have no reason to delve into the crevice in search of it. After all, the chasm was narrow, pitch black, and its depths unknown. A realm not meant for human exploration. With a serene expression, Suwani disregarded the young man. Their encounter was merely a fleeting one, and she had no inclination to engage with him. In a swift motion, she soared forward. The young man remained rooted in place, alertly scanning his surroundings, aware that another blood demon lurked beneath, potentially poised to strike at any moment. After a brief wait, when the blood demon failed to materialize, he produced a new storage ring and collected the 2 severed remnants of the deceased blood demon. Though the red dust immortal land was vast, many from the Cheyenne Sword sect had entered, he would inevitably encounter fellow disciples in due time. At that moment, the 2 blood-soaked corpses of the demon would serve as a testament to the extraordinary nature of that crimson sword. The youth was seized by a covetous desire. A pillar of scarlet light soared towards the heavens, leaving one in awe. The Grand Elder of the Scarlet Flame Sword sect sat cross-legged upon a massive rock, awaiting the triumphant return of his disciples. As for the ominous black carriage not far off, he dared not cast even a glance in that direction. fully aware that its occupant was someone he could never provoke. The great black steed rested with its eyes closed, digesting the intricate rune within its mind. This seven-colored rune encompassed the cultivation method of the celestial obliteration eye. As an eternal being of formidable power, the great black horse harbored its own aspirations towards this divine skill, seizing the opportunity to secretly comprehend and practice it in the moment of tranquility. The great black cat lounged atop the carriage, its head nestled against its belly, similarly engaged in clandestine contemplation and training. You can observe the dedication of both the cat and the horse, as well as the two younger beings within the carriage, all engrossed in their study of the celestial obliteration eye. A faint smile crossed his lips. Though this divine skill appeared dazzling, it was, in essence, merely a fleeting spectacle. His repository housed countless formidable techniques, and Yi Yun surmised he would never exhaust their study in his lifetime. Fortunately, he was already invincible, with ample time at his disposal. In moments of ennui, he found delight in the pursuit of these arts. At that moment, only half a stick of incense had passed since Su Wani entered the earthly realm of immortals. Suddenly, a colossal golden surged through the air from the distance, its imposing presence palpable. As it approached the scarlet pillar of light, it came to an abrupt halt. The Chi-Tian Sword Sect had arrived. The esteemed elder of the Scarlet Flame Sword Sect gazed intently at the uniquely marked golden vessel, his pupils narrowing slightly. The Chi-Tian Sword Sect, a prominent sect of considerable renown, ranks among the three great sects of the Divine Wind dynasty, its strength vastly surpassing that of the Scarlet Flame Sword Sect. Upon that golden vessel, there were thousands of disciples at the divine sculpting stage. On board, Du Yu, the sect master of Chi-Tian Sword Sect, looked upon the crimson beam of light with an expression of unrestrained elation. The red dust immortal realm had unexpectedly manifested within the Divine Wind dynasty, presenting an extraordinary opportunity. It afforded the Chi-Tian Sword Sect a splendid chance to rapidly elevate the cultivation of its disciples. He was determined to seize this advantage ahead of others. All disciples, enter the red dust immortal realm at once. Du Yu commanded with fervor, gesturing grandly. Swiftly, beams of sword light soared into the sky, darting toward the crimson beam, vanishing from sight. At that moment, aboard the vessel, only Du Yu and one elder remained. The elder maneuvered the golden vessel to descend from the air. The Demon Control Sect had yet to arrive, nor had the Divine Balance Sect. It seemed the Scarlet Flame Sword Sect had fortuitously stumbled upon an opportunity. With hands clasped behind his back, Du Yu chuckled nonchalantly. Logically speaking, the Divine Balance Sect should have been the first to arrive. However, to his astonishment, the Chi-Tian Sword Sect had managed to claim the advantage. As for the Scarlet Flame Sword Sect, he hardly regarded it as a threat. Du Yu was acutely aware that if this opportunity were grasped effectively, the overall strength of their sect could ascend to an entirely new echelon. After all, the major powers were still en route to the Divine Wind dynasty. His disciples were currently in a state of potential waiting to be unleashed. In the Crimson Flame Sword Sect, the atmosphere grew tense as an elder commanded a golden vessel, hovering several dozen feet above the ground. He cast a furious glance at the elders of the Crimson Flame Sword Sect, bellowing, "Surely, there must be an order of precedence. This territory undeniably belongs to us." The expression of the supreme elder of the Crimson Flame Sword Sect turned crimson with ire as he shouted skyward. Beside him, the sect master wore a face marred by frustration. The Chi-Tian Sword Sect was indeed too overbearing. With only two individuals, did they intend to land their golden vessel in this location and claim dominion over this vast expanse? How could the modest Crimson Flame Sword Sect dare to compare itself with the mighty Chi-Tian Sword Sect? If you do not depart soon, do not force my hand. Du Yu stood at the bow of the vessel, his gaze icy and unyielding. The supreme elder and sect master of the Crimson Flame Sword Sect were visibly agitated, their faces resembling the hue of congealed blood, their shoulders heaving with suppressed emotion. Nevertheless, the two ultimately chose to retreat to the side. The Chi-Tian Sword Sect. They were indeed an adversary not to be trifled with. At long last, the opportunity to enter the red dust immortal realm had arrived, and all their disciples had entered for training. Under such favorable circumstances, they could not afford to provoke a formidable foe like the Chi-Tian Sword Sect. Otherwise, their training would be in vain. As he observed the two members of the Crimson Flame Sword Sect retreating in defeat, a smirk of triumph graced Du Yu's countenance. The Chi-Tian Sword Sect, as a prominent faction, faced no opposition save for the Divine Balance Sect and the Demon Conquering Sect. Should anyone dare to offend them, the consequence would be swift and lethal. Whose carriage is this? Hurry and drive it away, or do not blame me for being uncivilized. An elder from the Chi-Tian Sword Sect bellowed furiously upon noticing a black carriage unceremoniously halted on the ground. The great black horse suddenly opened its eyes, blinking several times as if savoring the words of that diminutive human. The great black cat rose, its previously languid demeanor vanishing. "Master Horse, allow me to handle this." The great black cat eagerly offered, exuding an air of confidence. Now a formidable beast of the third tier in the Destiny realm. Dealing with 2 practitioners of the Nirvana realm would be a trivial task. The great black horse surveyed its surroundings, noting several forces swiftly approaching. It grinned, declaring, "Let us settle this quickly." Very well. With the approval of Master Horse, the great black cat transformed into a streak of black light, soaring into the sky. A colossal shadow, reminiscent of a small mountain, instantly cast itself over the Golden Law boat. This was the 9-tailed spirit cat, a great demon of the third tier in the Destiny realm. On the Golden Law boat, Diyu and the sect elder were struck with terror at the sight of the immense figure, their faces paling and trembling uncontrollably. With a swift motion, the great black cat extended its paw and descended from the sky. In that moment, the very void trembled, as the cat's paw rendered Diyu and the elder immobile. A muffled thud echoed, and the two were transformed into vaporous clouds of blood. With a deep breath, the great black cat opened its cavernous mouth and effortlessly inhaled the 2 blood mists. Smacking its lips, it chuckled, saying, "Truly, it tastes dreadful." Gazing into the void, the formidable demon of the Destiny realm, resembling a small mountain, appeared astonishingly ferocious. The leader and the esteemed elder of the Red Flame Sword sect were engulfed in sheer terror, collapsing onto the ground in a state of... Chapter 136. "Oh, Master Ma, I beseech you, spare my life." The great black cat, reveling in delight, observed the 2 human cultivators who had succumbed to fear and fainted. Its dark, glimmering eyes sparkled with pride, and even its 5 fluffy tails stood erect. Indeed, the demon of the Destiny realm was awe-inspiring. Even a 10th-level Nirvana realm cultivator had been frightened into unconsciousness. Such a feat would have been utterly impossible in the past. "Get down here, you rascal." The great black horse scolded, irritation lacing its voice. Ever since the cat had ascended to the third tier of the Destiny realm, its confidence had soared, leading it to incessantly seek the limelight, believing itself superior to others. Master Ma could not abide this arrogance. Despite being a great demon of the Eternal realm, he remained humble, while this mere cat, being of the Destiny realm, acted as though it were divine. It was time to teach it a lesson. Thus, after uttering a reprimand, a bolt of lightning descended. Crack! The great black cat was singed by the strike, its fur singeing away in patches. Ouch! The great black cat was instantly terrified, its spirit shaken, and it swiftly transformed into a streak of black light. Returning to the cart, where it knelt and repeatedly bowed, pleading for mercy. "Master Ma, I implore you, spare my life. Do you understand what error you have committed?" The great black horse turned its head, baring its teeth. "Your esteemed self instructed me to expedite matters, yet my pace was somewhat sluggish," the great black cat murmured softly, its eyes darting. With a sudden release of gas, the black stallion's tail descended like a mountain, flattening the large black cat that lay atop the cart into a pancake-like form. The cat struggled fiercely, enduring another reprimand from the stallion, nearly brought to tears. The dark horse, baring its teeth, coldly remarked, "Do not flaunt yourself so ostentatiously. You are merely at the 3rd level of the celestial Destiny realm. What is that in the grand scheme of things? Have you forgotten the fate that awaits in the Master's warehouse?" At this point, the stallion let out a few deliberate, mocking laughs. The mere thought of the grim fate within the warehouse sent shivers down the cat's spine, tightening it in fear, nearly causing an accident. Hastily, it bowed its head in supplication. "Master Ma, I acknowledge my error and shall not dare repeat it. I beseech your understanding and kindly ask for your mercy this time. Little cat, I hope you learn from your mistakes. Should such a situation arise again, Master Ma will not show you any leniency." The dark horse issued a stern warning before turning away. Its gaze shifted toward the golden magical vessel, suspended in midair, a vessel of considerable worth that it intended to reserve for its young master. With a swift motion, the stallion unleashed a radiant beam that enveloped the golden craft, causing it to shrink and be swallowed whole. Closing its eyes, it resumed its cultivation of the celestial void illusionary eye. Seeing that Master Ma had finally calmed down, the black cat mustered its courage to rise, extending its consciousness to survey its surroundings. In the distance, several magical vessels pierced through the air, prompting the cat to fall silent and close its eyes, entering its own meditative state. At that moment, the elder and leader of the Crimson Flame Sword sect, who had previously succumbed to unconsciousness, began to awaken. The venerable elder gazed at the large black cat sprawled atop the carriage, swallowing hard with great difficulty. He had previously overlooked this seemingly unremarkable feline, never anticipating that it was, in fact, a formidable demon of the third tier in the destiny realm. The realization was utterly terrifying. His attention then shifted to the ordinary-looking black steed, and as he scrutinized it, his astonishment only intensified. If the cat was so powerful, then the great black horse must be even more fearsome. He swiftly exchanged a glance with the sect master, and the two of them leapt away, distancing themselves from the ominous black carriage. At that moment, a dark vessel soared into view, manned entirely by members of the demon control sect. "Proceed," commanded the sect master as they approached. With a sweeping motion of his hand, all disciples at the shaping divinity level surged forth like a swarm of locusts, racing toward the crimson beam of light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Soon after, several other vessels of various hues arrived, carrying numerous additional shaping divinity cultivators. Most of these vessels were led by their respective sect masters. Upon seeing the demon control sect's master, they promptly clasped their fists in greeting. The sect master of the demon control sect, with hands clasped behind his back, nodded indifferently. He surveyed the surroundings, searching for the presence of the other two major sections. However, he was met with disappointment. Neither the Divine Balance Sect nor the Skyward Sword Sect, both of which were closer than they, had made an appearance. This left him perplexed. Had these sects sent their disciples inside and then returned? After pondering this, he maneuvered the vessel toward a distant peak. He intended to wait here for a while, observing when the other two formidable sects would arrive. As for the valley, it hardly crossed his mind, for that area was far too low-lying. He preferred the mountaintop, relishing the sensation of surveying the vastness below. Merely half a stick of incense later, another golden dragon-shaped vessel soared swiftly towards him. Upon sighting this craft, the leader of the Yuma sect was momentarily taken aback. The Tianheng sect of the Tianxing dynasty had arrived. The Tianheng sect was also led by a vice sect master, accompanied by nearly 10,000 disciples of the god-forming realm. Witnessing the profound foundation of the Tianheng sect and the multitude they brought, the leader of the Yuma sect let out a sigh. Although they belonged to the same rank of major sects, the major sects of the Xinfeng dynasty were only classified as inferior. Major sects were categorized into different grades: supreme, superior, intermediate, and inferior. The Tianheng sect of the Tianxing dynasty had attained the intermediate grade, placing them a full rank above. After ensuring all disciples had entered the red dust immortal realm, the leader of the Tianheng sect maneuvered the vessel to land on a distant peak. "Master, why do we not linger near the red dust immortal realm?" an elder inquired softly. The leader of the Tianheng sect smiled nonchalantly. "The emergence of the red dust immortal realm this time is not merely for our Tianxing dynasty's disciples. Greater forces will also send their disciples. Thus, our humble major sect is hardly noteworthy. Could it be that super sects and heavenly grade sects will also send disciples?" the elder asked, astonished. "Indeed, it is certain that the super sect will dispatch individuals to this location, and the celestial sect is likely to follow suit. Perhaps we may even witness the emergence of an eternal sect," the elder remarked with a smile. The elder was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The presence of both the super and celestial sects is already formidable. Should an eternal sect arrive, the diminutive Tianheng sect would indeed be rendered insignificant. The two of them stowed away their spiritual vessels and sought refuge on two stones atop the mountain, entering a meditative state as they awaited the unfolding events. As anticipated, powerful forces surged forth from all directions, ushering their disciples into the realm of red dust immortals with great fervor. "This is terrifying. We should return to our sect. This place is not where we belong." The grand elder of the Qian sword sect, witnessing the advent of these formidable sects, felt a growing sense. He urged the sect leader to swiftly take flight back to their mountain stronghold, which was not far from the entrance to the red dust immortal realm. In the future, should the disciples emerge, they could simply return to the sect on their own. Staying here was undeniably stifling. One might inadvertently provoke a powerful figure and find themselves in dire straits. On the valley floor, a solitary black carriage remained. Many had already departed from the surrounding peaks. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light pierced the sky, descending like a sword. Violent waves rippled through the void. In that moment, all present were filled with astonishment. Could it be? The super sect is arriving? A leader of a prominent sect gazed in astonishment at the terrifying celestial phenomenon brought forth by the radiant pillar of light. Chapter 137, Void Transmission, Super Sect. On the Tsangnan continent, the sects are categorized into ordinary sects, major sects, super sects, heavenly sects, and eternal sections. Currently, the red dust immortal realm has attracted numerous forces, most of which are concentrated in major sects, with super sects yet to make an appearance. However, the emergence of super sects is merely a matter of time. for no one wishes to miss such a splendid opportunity. Regarding supersections, even some of the weaker major sects possess limited understanding of them, with only the top-tier major sects perhaps having some insight into the supersections. Super sects are fortified by formidable experts at the life and death realm, possessing unparalleled strength, incomparable even to several supreme major sections. Is this the void transmission? Inquired a cultivator from a major sect. Gazing at the dazzling radiance and sensing the terrifying fluctuations of the void, his heart racing. Indeed, this is the void transmission, a potent means reserved solely for super sects. The leader's eyes widened as he fervently stared at the pillar of light. Even as the leader of a major sect, witnessing this void transmission was a first for him. After all, employing such a method of void transmission as a super sect entails an unimaginably vast consumption of resources. Under the collective gaze of the multitude, the resplendent light finally dissipated, revealing tens of thousands of figures that appeared out of thin air. So many people. The surrounding leaders gasped in awe. Truly a super sect. Beneath the void portal, the number of disciples at the shaping god realm astonishingly reached tens of thousands, a truly fearsome sight. With a whoosh, beams of sword light soared, as these countless disciples were all drawn into the crimson pillar of light. In the expanse of the void, only a lone elder clad in white remained. This elder, with piercing eyes, stood in the void, arms crossed behind him, surveying his surroundings. With a subtle tremor, he released the aura of his cultivation. In an instant, a colossal pressure descended like divine wrath, rendering everyone breathless. A master of the life and death realm. Upon witnessing the elder unveil his prowess, all present bowed deeply, expressing their profound reverence. The white-robed elder nodded indifferently, retracting his aura, and with a flicker, descended upon a mountaintop, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in meditation. Isn't he just a practitioner of the life and death realm? He pales in comparison to my esteemed Master Ma, the black cat remarked, licking its lips and speaking in a low, somewhat disdainful tone. The black horse grinned broadly, finding the remark perfectly timed, elevating its spirits. To the black cat, a life and death realm cultivator was indeed insignificant, and that individual was merely at the first layer of that realm, resembling nothing more than an ant in its eyes. Such a trivial figure would scarcely even register as an ant in the eyes of the master. Little cat, your eloquence is truly growing. Master Ma holds you in high regard, the black horse said, turning with a chuckle. The black cat smiled sheepishly, having intentionally flattered Master Ma, though it was somewhat pretentious. It spoke a kernel of truth. Master Ma is indeed an eternal great demon, far beyond the comparison of mere life and death realm practitioners. The great black horse turned its head and closed its eyes again. It cared not for any super sects that might come, as long as they did not provoke it. It was determined to seize the moment to comprehend the celestial illusionary eye, striving for early success. The great black cat also restrained its aura and lay on the carriage, deep in contemplation. The entire carriage was enveloped in an extraordinary silence. This carriage was quite peculiar, remaining motionless beneath the beams of light from the earthly immortal realm. Its origins unknown. In the distance, a practitioner from a major sect muttered to himself. They had arrived aboard a magical vessel after the great black cat had annihilated the master of the Chi Tian sword sect, having missed the earlier scene entirely. Thus, these latecomers knew nothing of the great black cat. Another sect leader casually remarked, that carriage appears utterly unremarkable. With an ordinary black horse and a large black cat resting atop it, one wonders what kind of individual resides within the carriage. Indeed, it is rather strange. The practitioner nodded in agreement, fixating on the black carriage. He sent forth a strand of spiritual consciousness to probe it, then exclaimed in astonishment. There is no one inside the carriage. Surely not. The sect leader immediately conducted his own examination, revealing a similarly shocked expression. An empty carriage. Where could its owner have gone? Could it be that they too had ventured into the earthly, immortal realm for training? This thought, oddly enough, felt rather commonplace. A cultivator at the divine sculpting realm, aboard an ordinary carriage, fortuitously arrived at the realm of worldly immortals, which was hardly a matter of great astonishment. At that very moment, many individuals came to this realization, and thus, their attention shifted away from the black carriage. The surrounding mountains once again succumbed to silence. Suddenly, a powerful tremor resonated through the void. This time, 7 or 8 beams of light descended from the heavens. The once tranquil surroundings erupted into a cacophony once more. The allure of the realm of worldly immortals was indeed formidable, attracting such a multitude of prestigious sects. The cultivators gazed in awe at the resplendent beams of light, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. The unparalleled technique of summoning from the void, along with the resulting celestial phenomena, was truly breathtaking. Tens of thousands were transported from distances ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions of miles away, arriving at the Divine Wind Dynasty. Such a method was undeniably extraordinary. This unilateral transportation, capable of conveying tens of thousands in one instance, could only be accomplished by the most powerful sections. The dazzling beams of light extinguished one after another, revealing hundreds of thousands of figures in midair. Each leader of a faction was a formidable being of the life and death realm. They exchanged glances, nodding slightly. And with a grand gesture, the disciples of the divine sculpting realm from their sects surged towards the crimson beam of light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The 7 or 8 formidable beings of the life and death realm surveyed their surroundings before soaring towards various mountain peaks. However, one middle-aged cultivator of the life and death realm, hands clasped behind his back, cast a calm gaze upon the black carriage. The place was serene, with a carriage available for rest. Regardless, the carriage was unoccupied, and he intended to enter and take a respite. He descended leisurely from the ether, his demeanor relaxed. The leaders of the prominent sects surrounding them chuckled upon noticing that a formidable being from the realm of life and death was descending from the void towards the black carriage. Such a powerhouse, indeed, was capricious, disregarding all conventions. The large black horse turned its head and grinned at the big black cat. "Little feline, rise and greet our guest. Someone intends to seize our master's carriage." Startled, the big black cat sprang to its feet, gazing in astonishment at the middle-aged cultivator from the realm of life and death, who was slowly descending from the sky, its body trembling uncontrollably. Was Master Horse truly so ruthless as to send a mere third-tier celestial creature like itself to confront a first-tier cultivator of life and death? Could it possibly prevail? Chapter 138. Do not fear. My Master Horse does not consume humans. The big black cat shivered, feeling a twinge of fear. Yet, it understood that in the presence of Master Horse, it must not display any signs of cowardice, especially with the master watching from within the carriage. Even if it could not triumph, it had to project an aura of confidence. Its feline courage surged as it leaped from the carriage, positioning itself in front of the middle-aged cultivator from the realm of life and death. "How dare a mere third-tier celestial creature obstruct my path?" the cultivator remarked, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent yet laced with a mocking disdain. It appeared that the owner of this black carriage was not to be underestimated. Even at his peak, he is merely a prodigious disciple of a grand sect. Thus he possesses a companion beast of the fate realm. Stand your ground, or else the esteemed Lord Cat shall show you no mercy. The great black cat bellowed. With a flicker, it transformed, revealing its true form. As massive as a small mountain, hovering in the void. Before it, a black shield materialized, radiating an ancient and mysterious aura. To bolster its courage, the great black cat brandished the black shield gifted to it by Lord Ma. "Ah, what a splendid treasure this is." A middle-aged cultivator of the life and death realm raised an eyebrow, and upon seeing the black shield, astonishment flickered in his eyes. He scrutinized it intently, and soon, a fervent gleam emerged. Whoosh! Suddenly, several figures appeared in the backdrop of the void. They were other formidable cultivators from supersections. They materialized unexpectedly, their gazes fixated upon the black shield, each pair of eyes betraying a covetous glint. The middle-aged cultivator turned, coldly stating, "What, do you intend to contest me for this shield? Treasure belongs to those fated to possess it," remarked an elderly cultivator of the life and death realm with an indifferent expression. Another cultivator of the same realm clenched his fist and laughed heartily. "Let us see whose prowess prevails. Whoever possesses the ability shall claim this black shield." "Very well," the middle-aged cultivator replied, nodding impassively. "The quality of this black shield is exceptionally high, at the very least of imperial grade. How could the strong of the life and death realm not be tempted? Come on, you lot, engage in a brawl, and then confront Lord Cat," chuckled the big black cat, reveling in its mischief. It relished the prospect of these individuals clashing, allowing it to reap the benefits. Although it harbored grand ambitions, the outcome was uncertain. Nonetheless, the big black cat took pleasure in witnessing the impending conflict, especially with the formidable Lord Horse backing it up. With a powerful eternal realm demon safeguarding its rear, it felt emboldened in dealing with these life and death realm cultivators. Within the carriage, Yi Yun's gaze, as calm as flowing water, swept over the life and death realm human cultivators. His eyes bore a contemplative glint. These formidable beings from the supreme sects would serve as targets for the future training of the 3 junior disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect. They must not fall here prematurely. Without hesitation, he projected a thought to Lord Blackhorse. "Rest assured, I will handle it," replied Lord Blackhorse, his expression grave. Transforming into a streak of black light, he soared into the air, entering the imminent battleground of the life and death realm cultivators. The formidable beings taken aback by the unremarkable black horse suddenly ascending, felt a flicker of surprise. Yet, in the next moment, they were astounded to discover that the horse emanated an overwhelming pressure, one that rendered them utterly defenseless. An eternal realm demon? Stammered an elder among the life and death realm, his lips quivering. The others, too, turned pale, as if the specter of death loomed ominously over them. Before the formidable demon of the eternal realm, the few practitioners at the first and second levels of the life and death realm were utterly powerless, akin to insignificant ants. Fear not, dear little ones. The great black horse chuckled, revealing a broad smile that showcased its gleaming white teeth. I, Master Ma, am not one to devour you. Moreover, our two races, the humans and the demons, have always coexisted peacefully, each minding their own affairs. I would never harm you. The great black horse, adhering to its master's instructions, intended to spare the lives of these young practitioners, awaiting the return of the young master for further training. To avoid frightening the fledgling cultivators, it donned a visage of sincere kindness. Thank you, esteemed one. The life and death realm practitioners exhaled in relief, clasping their fists in a gesture of respect. Now, you may return, the great black horse said, flicking its lips. Simultaneously, it retracted the barrier it had conjured around them, enveloping the atmosphere in an aura of the eternal realm, effectively severing any communication between the two parties. The surrounding onlookers remained oblivious to the true nature of the encounter. The life and death realm practitioners, fully aware of the underlying dynamics, turned and retreated to their respective mountain abodes. Thus, the false alarm came to a quiet conclusion. Meanwhile, numerous cultivators from the major sects watching the spectacle were left in a state of bewilderment. Why, after the black horse soared into the air, did those life and death realm practitioners return? Could it be that the owner of this carriage possesses an extraordinarily formidable power? The ability to compel even the strongest of the life and death realm to retreat undoubtedly indicates the existence of a super sect. The crowd was filled with curiosity, yet none dared to inquire of the formidable figures from the life and death realm. However, they could discern that the large black cat was of the third layer of the fate realm. Possessing such a mystical companion implied that the owner's strength was decidedly impressive. Upon realizing that the crisis had been averted, the large black cat exhaled a sigh of relief, retracting the black shield and transforming into a small black cat, which then returned to the carriage. After completing the task assigned by its master, the large black horse scanned the surroundings and, with a mischievous grin, descended with a sense of pride. Moments later, a thunderous rumble echoed through the void, accompanied by intense vibrations. Brilliant beams of light cascaded from the heavens, delivering a breathtaking visual spectacle. This time, more than a dozen radiant columns of light emerged, signifying the arrival of at least several super sects to the realm of the Divine Wind dynasty. The leaders of these great sects held their breath, cautious not to make a sound. As the number of powerful beings swelled, their own presence felt increasingly diminished. With the disappearance of the luminous spectacle, a throng of dark-clad cultivators materialized in midair, disciples from various supersections. Each sect had brought tens of thousands of god-sculpting realm disciples to partake in the trials of the mortal dust immortal land. After the disciples entered the crimson beam of light and vanished, the formidable figure leading the group surveyed the surroundings. He noticed that all present had taken their positions atop the surrounding peaks, their expressions serene. With a slight nod, he too descended onto a vacant spot on one of the mountains. Beneath the crimson light, however, no one dared to approach that area. Many powerful beings had already established themselves around it, seemingly adhering to an unspoken rule. A tacit understanding that the subsequent formidable figures from the super sects also chose to respect. In the following 2 days, numerous forces from super sects arrived. Brilliant beams of light cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the entire Divine Wind dynasty, creating a spectacle of grandeur. The esteemed elder and the sect leader of the Scarlet Flame Sword sect watched the descending beams with palpable unease, their astonishment beyond words. Chapter 139. The arrival of the Celestial Sect Master. I never expected so many super sects and their formidable beings to arrive. It is truly terrifying, remarked the sect leader, his gaze fixed on the distance, his complexion pale and his heart still trembling. At this moment, the two stood atop the highest peak of the Scarlet Flame Sword sect. Gazing at the radiant beams cascading from above, their hearts a mixture of awe and fear. In the presence of such powerful super sects, they felt as insignificant as mere ants. To have the fortune of witnessing such formidable beings from super sects was a rare blessing, one that rendered their lives devoid of regret. The esteemed elder, with a somber expression, sighed deeply, reflecting on the gravity of the moment. Although the Crimson Flame Sword sect enjoys a modest reputation within the Divine Wind dynasty, it is relatively inconsequential in the vast expanse of the Songnan continent. According to the natural order of things, encountering a formidable being at the life and death realm would have been inconceivable. However, the sudden emergence of the red dust immortal realm has afforded him the rare opportunity to witness a multitude of life and death realm experts from superlative sects, which is indeed a privilege. Master, it seems that the heavenly grade sects have yet to arrive, the leader of the Crimson Flame Sword sect remarked, blinking thoughtfully. Logically, they should make an appearance. Let us await their arrival in silence, for the distance to our location is considerable, even with spatial transport. The resources consumed are daunting and require ample preparation. The Grand Elder chuckled softly. As soon as his words faded, a resounding rumble echoed through the void, as if a colossal entity were about to emerge. Suddenly, the fabric of space tore open, and a brilliant beam of light cascaded from the heavens. In that instant, even the myriad celestial bodies lost their luster. The two men exchanged fervent glances, their breaths quickening. The magnitude of this radiant beam surpassed that of any superlative sect, leading them to ponder if the heavenly grade sect had indeed arrived. Not only they, but all cultivators on the surrounding peaks, including those from superlative sects at the life and death realm, opened their eyes wide, gravely fixated on the dazzling, immense light. The heavenly grade sect has come, exclaimed a life and death realm cultivator, rising abruptly and murmuring to himself. Those superlative sects may dominate their locales, they are but minor players in comparison to the heavenly grade sections. It pales in comparison. The radiance has vanished. The silhouettes of nearly 100,000 individuals loom majestically in the air. All eyes are cast towards the void, faces adorned with expressions of astonishment. Truly, this is a celestial grade sect. This time, they have brought along nearly 10,000 disciples at the divine sculpture stage. Such overwhelming power. To transport so many souls through the void is a testament to the formidable foundation of a celestial grade sect. How awe-inspiring, indeed. To witness a peak practitioner at the 10th level of the life and death realm, a half step into the eternal realm. A practitioner of the life and death realm, upon sensing the terrifying aura of that figure in the void, underwent a dramatic change in countenance. The strength of a celestial grade sect is undeniable. It is said that an eternal realm powerhouse oversees them. A life and death realm practitioner gazed fervently, murmuring to himself. On the Songnan continent, the great sects and super sects are categorized into 4 tiers: pinnacle, upper grade, middle grade, and lower grade. However, celestial grade and above, including the eternal grade, do not adhere to such divisions. Celestial grade is simply celestial grade, and eternal grade is solely eternal grade. Both stand as unique classifications. It is precisely for this reason that celestial grade and eternal grade sects are exceedingly rare. Each faction is immensely powerful. A celestial grade sect can nominally command thousands of supersections. Thus, one can only imagine the terror of an eternal grade sect. That would be even more formidable. In the void, the middle-aged practitioner, a half step into the eternal realm, stood with hands clasped behind his back, watching as the disciples of the sect entered the crimson beam of light, a smile gracing his face. He turned around, surveying his surroundings, and noticed the arrival of many forces from supersections. As for the celestial grade sects, not a single one was present. He nodded with a faint smile, his eyes glimmering with a subtle hint of arrogance. The celestial grade sects resided high above the clouds, far beyond the reach of any sect below. This formidable being, on the cusp of eternal existence, sought a place to rest. After surveying the surroundings, he noticed that the mountain peaks were teeming with people, although he could simply approach, and none would dare to deny him a space. He felt it would be unjust to impose upon the smaller sections. As a representative of the celestial grade sects, he naturally held a certain dignity. He scorned the notion of exploiting the weak. Ultimately, his gaze settled in the heart of the valley. Beneath a brilliant crimson beam descending from the realm of mortals, the valley floor lay barren, save for a solitary black carriage. At that moment, the carriage was devoid of occupants. Its master had likely ventured into the realm of mortals for training. His gaze casually drifted to the large black cat perched atop the carriage, merely at the 3rd level of Destiny realm. A trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. To this esteemed cultivator on the brink of eternity, the Destiny realm practitioners appeared as insignificant as mere ants, utterly inconsequential. He cast another glance at the unremarkable large black horse, its form radiating a piercing light as he surveyed it briefly before gently shaking his head. The horse's cultivation was not high, comparable to that of the black cat, yet its true prowess was concealed, rendering it seemingly an ordinary steed. The master of the carriage possesses a hint of intrigue. A powerful being at the threshold of eternity, a faint smile of indifference flickered in his eyes. Cough. The great black cat cleared its throat, rising to its feet, standing resolute before the formidable entity of half-step eternity. Yet, under the immense pressure of the other's overwhelming aura, its body trembled involuntarily, as if the weight of existence bore down upon its very soul. "This esteemed feline shall not yield to anyone," the great black cat murmured, then shot a fierce glare at the half-step eternity powerhouse. In that moment, it summoned a mere fraction of the profound celestial void disillusionment eye. The half-step eternity expert furrowed his brow, sensing a peculiar power emanating from the cat's gaze, one that could intrude upon his consciousness. While it did not render him dazed, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him. How audacious for this diminutive feline spirit to covertly challenge me. Enraged, the half-step eternity being raised his hand, conjuring a colossal palm of magical energy that descended from the heavens, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, exuding an aura both formidable and terrifying. How impressive! This half-step eternity powerhouse of a celestial sect has indeed taken action. Countless onlookers among the cultivators were left astounded. However, amidst the crowd, a few Death Realm cultivators wore expressions of cold amusement. They were the very individuals who had previously encountered the great black horse. In this moment, they felt a twinge of pity for the half-step eternity expert. For that great black horse is a being of eternal magnificence. Indeed, you, a mere practitioner at the threshold of the eternal realm, are not equipped to contend with this. Although the term half-step eternal realm may seem akin to the eternal realm itself, there exists a significant chasm between the two. This vast divide serves as a formidable natural watershed, marking an insurmountable disparity in power. Chapter 140. The six titans of the eternal realm. With a swift motion, a massive hand descended from the heavens. The formidable black steed opened its piercing eyes, baring its white fangs, and emitted a chilling snicker. It harbored a genuine desire to eliminate this foe. However, recalling that its master had previously refrained from allowing the slaughter of those practitioners of the life and death realm, the black steed deemed it unwise to strike down this half-step eternal realm adversary just yet. Though somewhat arrogant, this individual could serve as a valuable stepping stone on the path of growth for its three young masters. In an instant, the black steed discerned its course of action. While it intended to spare the foe, it could not suppress its disdain. Thus, with a cough, it expelled a glob of thick phlegm, which surprisingly contained flickers of lightning. This projectile hurtled toward the colossal hand in the air. Boom! The phlegm laced with lightning shattered the enormous hand, sending shockwaves reverberating outward. The leaders of the great sects were thrown into disarray, while only a few formidable practitioners of the life and death realm managed to withstand the onslaught. Impossible! How could a mere glob of phlegm from this black steed withstand my strike? The formidable being at the threshold of eternity gazed upon the ebony steed, a look of astonishment manifesting in his eyes. In the next moment, he was further taken aback to discover that the horse abruptly emanated an aura that unmistakably belonged to a being of eternal caliber. The half-step eternal powerhouse's breath quickened. How could such a small realm as the Divine Wind Dynasty possibly harbor an entity of eternal grandeur? Was he merely imagining things? This realm, a sanctuary for human cultivators, had never been graced by the presence of the demon race. Why would such a formidable eternal demon deign to descend here? As thoughts raced through his mind, the expression on the half-step eternal's face grew increasingly grim. In front of numerous sects, this eternal demon had the audacity to spit, shattering his formidable spell and causing him to lose face. It was a profound humiliation to the prestigious sect he represented. While contemplating how to address this black horse, he was suddenly met with the sight of the horse lifting its head, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, grinning as it spoke. "I must say, human cultivator, you are rather reckless. The human and demon races have always maintained a peaceful coexistence. Why resort to such aggressive measures?" The black horse chuckled amiably, intentionally adopting a friendly demeanor. It sought to diffuse the situation with a few warm words, much like it had previously. However, upon hearing the words of the great demon, the half-step eternal's countenance darkened even further. What peace between the demon and human races? The countless wars waged over millennia had not been forgotten. The current tranquility was merely a fade of hollow vanity. The demon race has always been notoriously ruthless, and the enmity between human cultivators and demons is irreconcilable. "Esteemed sir, I am of the human race, and you belong to the demon clan. Let us maintain our distance. I hail from the red dust immortal realm, one of the 10 great celestial domains of humanity, which has now descended into the Divine Wind Dynasty. Pray tell, what brings your kind here?" questioned the formidable half-step eternal realm cultivator, his arms folded and his expression icy. He stood as a representative of a celestial-level sect, renowned for its profound heritage. Even in the presence of a formidable demon of the eternal realm, they harbored no fear. Upon hearing such unpalatable words from the cultivator, the black stallion narrowed its eyes. Taking a deep breath to quell the fury boiling within, it replied with an air of indifference, "It is true that I am of the demon race. Yet my young master is human and currently engaged in training within. Given that, you should promptly withdraw and await at a distance." The half-step eternal realm cultivator waved his sleeve dismissively, speaking with an air of casual contempt. Enraged by the dismissal, the black stallion nearly lost its temper, contemplating devouring the insolent human before it. "What qualifications do you, a mere half-step eternal realm human cultivator, possess to speak so brazenly before the esteemed lord of the eternal realm?" The black stallion, rising to its full height, pointed a claw at the human cultivator in protest. "By what right? By the authority of my celestial level sect. We have several eternal realm cultivators stationed within, far beyond what a mere eternal realm demon can compare. If you possess any sense, you will hastily retreat," the half-step eternal realm cultivator declared with arrogance. Upon hearing these words, the black stallion was seething with rage. Oh, have the once humble celestial sects become so audacious in their demeanor? With several practitioners of the eternal realm poised at their helm, do they now regard all others with disdain? Inside the carriage, Yian observed this scene with a serene expression, though a flicker of amusement danced in the depths of his eyes. The arrogance of these human cultivators from the celestial sect was indeed remarkable, surpassing even that of his former self, the foremost eternal realm expert of the Tsangnan continent. Yi Yun resolved to confront this celestial sect. "Xiaoma, remain calm," Yi Yun conveyed through a thought transmission. The great black horse shivered, instantly falling silent, its head lowered in submission. As the curtain of the carriage was lifted, Yi Yun stepped out. Standing upon the carriage, he cast a nonchalant glance at the half-step eternal realm practitioner above. In that instant, the practitioner felt his body become ungovernable. As if ensnared by an overwhelming force, yanked forcefully to the ground. Despite his desperate attempts to channel his power, he found himself utterly immobilized, firmly affixed to the earth. This revelation left him astounded. Who, exactly, was this ethereal youth clad in white? He had not witnessed any display of supernatural ability. Merely a glance from this individual had rendered him devoid of control. What level of cultivation was this? Not only was he flabbergasted, but the surrounding sect leaders and esteemed elders were also left in stunned silence, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Was there truly someone within that carriage? In an instant, a preposterous thought emerged in the minds of many powerful practitioners of the life and death realm. Numerous individuals had previously scanned the carriage, yet no one had detected the presence of another being within. Yet now, from the carriage emerged a youth, seemingly descended from the heavens, clad in white. The white-clad youth made no use of any supernatural powers. The formidable being of half-step eternal realm plummeted from the sky to the ground, struggling in vain against his fate. What on earth transpired? The surrounding onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. "Esteemed one, you too belong to the human race. Why must you turn against your kin?" The half-step eternal realm expert gazed at Yi Yun, his face flushed with indignation as he shouted. "While it is true that we share the same heritage, your attitude is simply intolerable." Yi Yun, hands clasped behind his back, offered a nonchalant smile. Gazing skyward as he leisurely remarked, "Do you believe that having a few eternal realm practitioners in your celestial sect renders you formidable?" Upon finishing his words, Yi Yun extended an arm, which suddenly radiated an indescribable, sacred white light. Then, his arm reached into the void, vanishing in an instant. The large black cat crouching beneath him watched its master unleash this power, swallowing hard in trepidation. Was he intending to summon all the eternal realm practitioners from that celestial sect? This thought barely crossed its mind when Yi Yun's arm retracted, and a flash of white light appeared in the air, descending to the ground. As the white light dissipated, 6 eternal realm practitioners emerged. "Master, why are you here?" The half-step eternal realm expert trembled at the sight of the 6 familiar titans from his sect, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, utterly astounded as if he were trapped in a dream. Chapter 141. 18 Layers of Hell. Where exactly have we arrived? An elderly man with white hair gazed around with a bewildered expression, his face etched with confusion. While he was in seclusion within his sect, suddenly, the stars seemed to shift, and he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The transition had occurred with such rapidity. It was as if it had taken place in the blink of an eye, leaving him utterly unprepared. "What? How could you all be here?" The old man's astonishment deepened as he beheld 5 fellow disciples beside him. These were the 6 formidable titans of the heavenly level sect, bewilderingly convening in this strange location, who possessed such formidable power to transport their eternal realm practitioners like puppets. The old man hastily scanned his surroundings and noticed a colossal black horse with eternal realm cultivation before him. Yet, to him, This mere beast did not seem an especially formidable adversary. However, as his gaze shifted, he beheld a young man in white atop a carriage, arms crossed, exuding an extraordinary aura akin to a celestial being. The young man emitted no discernible aura of cultivation, but inexplicably, he appeared to the old man as a deity radiating boundless divine light, evoking a profound sense of reverence within him. Observing the bewildered expressions of the sect leader and several esteemed elders, a powerful figure on the brink of the eternal realm exclaimed, "Sect leader, we are in the Divine Wind Dynasty, and right beside us is the Red Dust Immortal Realm." What? We are in the Red Dust Immortal Realm? Does that not imply we have traversed nearly 10 million miles in an instant? The elderly man was taken aback, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves of shock. And in that instant, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The nearby formidable beings of the eternal realm stood dumbstruck, unable to articulate the astonishment that filled their hearts. In a mere moment, they had traversed countless miles, akin to a teleportation through the void. Yet, let us not forget that there were 6 titans of the eternal realm, who possessed the power to transport them so abruptly, without their awareness. The others also directed their gaze toward the young man in white atop the carriage, their eyes reflecting profound awe. This young man exuded no discernible aura of cultivation, yet to them, he radiated an overwhelming brilliance, resembling a deity. At that moment, even the 6 eternal realm practitioners found themselves at a loss for words. As the saying goes, a true expert can discern the depth of a skill with a mere gesture. To have so effortlessly seized them without their knowledge. How terrifying must this godlike young man be? It was unfathomably daunting to contemplate. Could it be that the young man in white was a demigod nearing the realm of true divinity? As the 6 eternal realm masters grappled with their profound shock, the countless sect leaders in the surrounding mountains erupted in fervor. My heavens! The sudden appearance of 6 practitioners from the eternal realm was utterly terrifying. How had they arrived? Had they also employed a method akin to void teleportation to project themselves from thousands of miles away? Absolutely not. Did you not notice their bewildered expressions? It appeared as though they had been forcefully yanked from their space by some extraordinary power. Could it be the young man in white? The crowd buzzed with hushed murmurs, their faces reflecting astonishment. As time passed, the mysterious and fearsome nature of the black carriage became increasingly apparent to all. With a swift motion, Yian raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap in midair. Each of the 6 eternal realm cultivators received 2 resounding slaps, leaving their faces swollen and reddened. In that moment, these 6 formidable cultivators stood frozen, seemingly resigned to their fate, unable to evade the punishment that was now theirs to bear. Your esteemed sect boasts a prestigious standing, yet your disciples lack discipline and are brazen in their arrogance. What should be done? Yiyun, hands clasped behind his back, regarded them with an unperturbed gaze. This elder believes that since a mistake has been made, punishment is warranted. The elderly man clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation as he looked at Yiyun. He had not anticipated that the audacious demeanor of the vice sect master would provoke the ire of such an unfathomable elder. The semi-eternal realm powerhouse finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The young man in white before him was, in fact, a demigod, perilously close to the realm of true divinity. His strength was boundless, an insurmountable force that far surpassed the 6 eternal realm titans of his sect. A cold sweat broke out across his brow, and a profound terror surged within him. He had offended a demigod. As a mere semi-eternal cultivator, he realized that the consequences could spell disaster for him and his sect. After a moment of contemplation, the elder of the eternal realm resolved to take drastic measures for self-preservation. Elder, he clasped his hands and bowed respectfully, stating, if he has offended you, we shall confine him in the dungeons for life. There's no need to imprison him in your dungeons. I shall send him straight to hell. Yutian replied with a nonchalant smile. He gestured towards the ground beside him, which split open with a thunderous roar, revealing a vast chasm from which the cries of tormented souls echoed, accompanied by various terrifying sounds. The 6 eternal cultivators glanced into the abyss and were instantly confronted with the horrifying sights of the 18 layers of hell. Their faces paled, and they were rendered speechless, their hearts racing in terror. What manner of divine power is this? This semi-divine elder is truly fearsome. Yian turned his gaze in a certain direction and spoke with an air of indifference. You may enter. Senior, spare me. The half-step eternal realm powerhouse suddenly fell to his knees, weeping profusely, as true fear gripped him. The scene within the 18 layers of hell was too ghastly to behold. A mere glance left him feeling as if he were on the brink of death. Such a lowly insect, relying on a celestial level sect, disregarding even the eternal realm powerhouses. For someone like you, who else deserves to descend into hell? Yian waved his hand with a serene smile. The half-step eternal realm powerhouse was immediately lifted into the air, plummeting into the depths of the 18 layers of hell. As he soared through the air, a chilling scream escaped his lips, and after tracing a parabolic arc, he vanished completely. With a thunderous rumble, the unfathomable chasm sealed itself once more, restored to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. All the peaks stood in utter silence, each individual wide-eyed, transfixed by the unfolding spectacle, too terrified to utter even a whisper. They were thoroughly shaken by the sight of this 18-layered hell, an overwhelming terror that was beyond comprehension. The 6 cultivators of the eternal realm exchanged glances, struggling to swallow their apprehension. Such an unfathomable and astonishing display of power was truly alarming, something they had never witnessed before. Beside them, the large black cat had shut its eyes in fright, its psyche profoundly impacted by the vision of this 18-layered inferno, a sight it had never encountered before. During the event at the Sword King Palace of the ancient Moon Dynasty, the black cat had not yet joined the fray. The large black horse, unable to contain itself, muttered softly without producing any sound, astonished by the fact that their master had subdued this half-step eternal realm cultivator. Clearly, that fellow's arrogance had provoked their master's wrath. The descent into this terrifying 18-layered hell had resulted in his eternal suppression, denying him rebirth. Yi Yun remained composed, surveying the surrounding cultivators as countless minuscule star-like runes flickered in his mesmerizing eyes. In that moment, the myriad worlds seemed to flicker and transform within his gaze. At that instant, the large black horse was astonished to observe that all who witnessed this scene appeared dazed, as if collectively entrapped in a dream. Chapter 142, Erasing Memories. Is this the celestial illusionary eye? The large black horse swallowed hard, silently contemplating. With a single gaze, their master had plunged everyone into a wondrous dreamlike state. The celestial illusionary eye was indeed terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the star-like runes in Yi Yun's eyes vanished, and his gaze returned to his serene demeanor. With a swift motion of his hand, he seized the 6 eternal realm cultivators before him and cast them into the void, returning them whence they came. They would not be harmed. They were merely left for the 3 young disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect. These 6 individuals would serve as sharpening stones for their future growth. An unusual wave of energy rippled through the air, distorting the space around Yi Yun, causing the black carriage to vanish into the void. After executing this maneuver, Yi Yun swiftly re-entered the carriage. At that moment, all the surrounding cultivators felt a jolt, as if awakening from a dream. What had just transpired? It was as if their minds had suddenly short-circuited. A leader of a prominent sect furrowed his brow, remarking on the bewilderment that enveloped them. He slapped his head in frustration, yet he could not recall what had occurred. This state of confusion was mirrored in all present. None could remember the strange lapse that had just transpired. One individual casually glanced towards the crimson pillar of light emanating from the red dust immortal land, only to find the valley beneath it utterly deserted. Yet, no one exhibited any change in expression. To them, it seemed as though the area had always been devoid of life. Just moments before, Yi Yun had employed the unparalleled divine ability of the celestial oblivion eye, plunging everyone into a realm of illusion that obliterated fragments of their memories. His intention in erasing their recollections was clear. He wished to remain concealed from all. Throughout the ages of the ancient Moon Dynasty, those who have encountered him either met their demise at the hands of Yi Yun or had their memories altered. This time, the dark horse revealed an unfathomable mastery of the eternal realm. Yi Yun, with a mere thought, summoned 6 eternal realm cultivators from a heavenly sect across countless miles. Such astonishing feats were beyond comprehension. Consequently, Yi Yun not only obliterated the memories of the surrounding cultivators, but also those of the 6 eternal realm masters. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the void, as the very fabric of space trembled and a colossal vortex materialized in the emptiness. From this vortex descended a brilliant beam of light, accompanied by a tempest, radiating immeasurable luminosity. At a glance, it appeared as if the vast expanse of the Divine Wind Dynasty was aglow with resplendence. Another heavenly sect had arrived. The master of a prominent sect gazed incredulously at the spectacle before him, and instantly, the breath of every onlooker quickened. Just as one heavenly sect had arrived, another followed suit. It must be said, the influence of the red dust immortal realm was indeed monumental. As the brilliance faded, over 100,000 figures of cultivators emerged in the void. These cultivators transformed into beams of sword light, plunging into the crimson beam and vanishing in an instant. A cultivator on the brink of the eternal realm turned and surveyed the surroundings with a detached demeanor, ultimately positioning himself beside the crimson beam, a mere 10 zhang from where the black carriage once stood. Yet, at this moment, the The black carriage had concealed itself within the void, rendering it imperceptible. In the void, the great black horse could perceive everything outside clearly. However, its master had commanded it to remain still. So the great black horse had no choice but to close its eyes and quietly engage in its cultivation. Such a rare opportunity had finally arrived, free from disturbances. The great black cat smiled triumphantly within, then took a deep breath, swiftly calming its emotions, and earnestly began to comprehend the celestial mirage. This technique was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Having witnessed its master wield it several times, the cat felt an immense sense of envy. The arrival of the second celestial level sect was not the end. On this day, several radiant beams of light descended from the sky, heralding the arrival of multiple celestial level sections. The half-step, eternal realm cultivators of these sects sat in perfect harmony within the valleys beside the crimson light columns, each engrossed in their own cultivation, undisturbed by one another. In the coming days, numerous super sects would continue to send forth waves of spirit-forging realm cultivators into the void. The red dust immortal realm had now welcomed millions of spirit-forging realm cultivators. Upon entering the vast expanse of the red dust immortal realm, they were still randomly transported to various locations. Initially, each individual found themselves in a desolate and barren region, where they began their relentless battle against blood demons. As one of the 10 great immortal realms, the red dust immortal realm operated under a different temporal flow compared to the outside world. Within the realm, a single day equated to 10 days outside. Thus, for all spirit-forging realm cultivators entering the red dust immortal realm, their sequential entry did not exceed a single day, allowing everyone to start on nearly equal footing. In the carriage, Yi Yun's true self quietly contemplated a formidable divine art. However, a fragment of his primordial spirit was concealed within Su Wani's mind. The passage of time varied in this peculiar place. Yi Yun's spirit gently surveyed the surroundings before retreating into silence once more. The 7-star dragon of his sword, capable of vanquishing the blood demon, possessed an enigmatic power akin to that of deities. The blood demons within the realm of mortal immortals exhibited tenacious vitality, endowed with formidable regenerative and fusion abilities. Typically, a practitioner would need to cleave a blood demon into several pieces to ensure its demise. Yet, Su Wani required no such effort. With a single stroke of her sword, the blood demon would be slain. Truly, it was a divine sword. Within this realm, any blood demon would prove no match for her. At this moment, Su Wani stood atop a desolate and barren hill, gazing down at the 2 or 3 blood demons beneath her, a radiant smile illuminating her exquisitely beautiful face. Throughout her journey, she had dispatched over 30 blood demons. From initially confronting them one by one to now dispatching 2 or 3 simultaneously. She had gradually discerned the patterns of the blood demons' movements. While the blood demons were exceedingly cunning, they possessed vulnerabilities. Their greatest weakness lay in their covetousness towards practitioners. By exploiting this, Su Wani could easily deliver a thunderous strike to eliminate the blood demons. Human practitioners could slay the blood demons and consume their inner cores, just as the blood demons could devour human practitioners. It was a process of fairness. Along her path, Su Wani witnessed 2 or 3 disciples from an unknown sect, powerless against the blood demons, ultimately ensnared in a blood web spun by the very creatures they sought to defeat. In the blink of an eye, not even a trace of bone remained, leaving only a few garments drifting down. The blood demon was primarily interested in the flesh of human cultivators, showing little regard for their robes, swords, or storage rings. Su Wani had already collected several storage rings, artifacts belonging to the god-manipulating realm cultivators who had perished at the hands of the blood demon. It was she. As Su Wani prepared to cast aside the blood demon's corpse and retrieve the inner core, a sudden flurry of sword lights descended from the distance. These beams transformed into 5 or 6 young men, each clad in matching crimson robes and wielding longswords, effectively surrounding Su Wani. Su Wani frowned. One of the youths was particularly familiar to her. He was the young man from the 5th layer of the god-manipulating realm whom she had saved upon her entry into the red dust immortal land. Chapter 143. The second step of the plan. Su Wani's expression turned frigid as she silently used her sword to pry open the blood demon's carcass, extracting an inner core. The entire process was fluid and effortless, seemingly dismissing the young cultivators of the god-manipulating realm before her. "Senior brother, do you see that sword? If it strikes the blood demon, it will be instantly vanquished," spoke the young man from the Qian sword sect, the one Su Wani had previously rescued, pointing eagerly ahead. "What a magnificent sword," remarked a young man with thick brows at the 9th layer of the god-manipulating realm, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he gazed at the Qixing Longyuan sword in Su Wani's possession. "If I had that sword, I could traverse the red dust immortal land with ease. No blood demon would stand a chance against me." To save your life, yet you repay kindness with enmity. Which sect do you belong to? Suwani raised her brow, her cold gaze sweeping over. You wish to know our sect? Is it for the sake of vengeance? The young man laughed heartily, followed by a chorus of laughter from the others. Among them were 3 cultivators at the 8th level of the spirit sculpting realm and 2 at the 9th level, a formidable force capable of crushing this solitary woman. What? Are you still too afraid to speak? A hint of derision graced Suwani's lips. I hail from the Crimson Flamesword sect, shouted the young man at the 9th level, his face contorting with rage as he waved his hand, issuing the command to attack. Swish, swish, swish. Blazing sword lights shot forth from all directions. A bunch of rodents. Suwani scoffed, slicing her sword through the air. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal rang out as the young men's precious swords shattered into pieces. A surging force rushed through the sword hilt, sending the youths flying backward, each one spitting out a mouthful of blood midair. Thud, thud. They crashed heavily to the ground, struggling for breath, but found themselves devoid of strength to rise again. Each was gravely injured, their organs nearly shattered by the overwhelming power. In a fleeting moment, Suwani appeared beside the young man who had commanded the attack. Like a specter, she pointed her sword's tip at his chest and spoke with an air of indifference. Is this all you are capable of? The young man's face turned ashen. He never imagined that the woman before him would possess such an extraordinary level of power. With a single strike, their swords shattered, and their bodies were hurled away by an unfathomable force. Now, his internal organs lay in ruin, and he lacked the strength to even rise. With a swift motion, a flash of sword light cut through the air. Suwani sent this young man on his way. She turned and approached another young man whom she had once saved. Covered in blood, he gazed at Suwani, his eyes wide with terror, unable to fathom that this maiden before him could be so immensely powerful. In an instant, the sword light flickered again. Suwani offered him no chance to speak, delivering a fatal blow with her sword. The remaining young men could not escape the same grim fate. After dispatching them, Suwani let out a soft sigh. She collected all the storage rings and returned to her previous location, where she dissected the remaining blood demon corpse to extract its inner core before departing from the scene. Thus, Suwani ventured deeper into the red dust immortal realm, continually slaying blood demons and amassing a considerable collection of blood demon inner cores. After consuming these cores, her cultivation finally ascended to the 10th layer of the divine shaping realm. How swift! A look of delight graced Suwani's exquisite face. Within a mere 3 days since entering the red dust immortal realm, she had already reached the 10th layer of the divine shaping realm. If she continued on this path, she would soon catch up to her junior brothers and sisters. In a mysterious space within the red dust immortal realm, the air was thick with blood energy, and a crimson palace floated in the surroundings. Inside the palace lay a scarlet coffin, quietly resting in the grand hall. A pallid man clad in crimson entered through the grand hall's entrance. My lord, with the opening of the red dust immortal realm, the number of participants has reached an unprecedented high. Might we proceed with the second phase of the plan? The red-clad man knelt beside the coffin, his demeanor one of utmost reverence. If that is the case, let us commence the second phase of the plan. A deep, hoarse voice emanated from within the scarlet coffin. Very well, my lord. The red-clad man rose and strode purposefully out. In the plaza of this sanguine hall, a colossal crimson orb pulsated, emitting a faint blood-like glow. Within, countless tiny luminous dots swirled about. The red-clad man inhaled deeply, swiftly casting several incantations that transformed into beams of light, which he directed into the crimson orb. Upon absorbing these rays, the orb underwent a remarkable transformation. Simultaneously, above the heads of all cultivators within the red dust immortal realm, a line of blood-red script materialized in the void. All who ascend to the divine bridge realm shall be immediately transported to the blood slaughter plains. The one who slays the most blood demons shall receive the complete inheritance of the bloodling long immortal palace and become the sovereign of the red dust immortal realm. Within the vast expanse of the red dust immortal realm, upon witnessing this proclamation, every cultivator felt their blood surge with excitement, their breaths quickening. For millennia, such a phenomenon had never graced the red dust immortal realm. While a few had attained fragments of inheritance in the past, this occasion was entirely different. Not only was the complete inheritance of bloodling long within reach, but one could also ascend to the role of master of the red dust immortal realm. The temptation is truly overwhelming. In that fleeting moment, all the cultivators in the realm of mortal dust sprang into action, fervently searching for the blood demon. At that very instant, a newly ascended practitioner of the divine bridge realm found himself enveloped by a sudden beam of crimson light descending from the heavens, transporting him directly into the blood slaughter wilderness. Haha. I am among the first to enter the blood-slaughter wilderness, gaining a significant advantage. I shall undoubtedly strive to obtain the complete inheritance of the bloodling long. This cultivator wore a fervent expression as he charged deeper into the blood-soaked expanse. He was not alone. Thousands of Divine Bridge cultivators were among the first to be teleported in. As a seeker of experience, Suwani naturally noticed the sudden appearance of the text in the sky. In that moment, a sense of urgency welled up within her. With a flicker, Suwani accelerated her flight towards the imposing mountains ahead, where she sensed the presence of the blood demon. Meanwhile, in Suwani's mind, Yiyun observed this scene with a mere smile. To him, a deity, this was nothing more than a trivial game. A single line of text had ensnared everyone in a whirlwind of chaos. The mastermind behind this realm of mortal dust was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Yiyun refrained from taking any action. He simply awaited the moment when Suwani would attain her inheritance. At that time, the truth would be revealed. Yiyun was confident that with Suwani's prowess, she would surely emerge victorious. Within the Crimson Palace, a hoarse male voice suddenly echoed from the ominous scarlet coffin. "Damn it, you little wench. This time, you shall not stop me." The crimson coffin quivered suddenly, and a chilling feminine voice emanated from within, echoing throughout the grand hall. "Humph. Even if your secondary plan succeeds, this lingering obsession of mine shall not dissipate from your being until that individual is found." Chapter 144, Celestial Grade Sect, Flying Dragon Academy. With a swift flash, a blade of light severed a blood demon in twain. The bisected corpse of the blood demon struggled for a few moments before succumbing to death. Suwani stepped forward, prying open the corpse with her sword to retrieve the blood demon's inner core, which she delicately pinched and subsequently consumed. Her aura intensified further. During this time, she had vanquished numerous blood demons, her cultivation advancing rapidly. She had reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the divine shaping realm. On the verge of breaking into the divine bridge realm, it was estimated that with the slaying of a few more blood demons, Suwani would achieve that breakthrough. 3 days had already elapsed, and a sense of urgency gripped her heart. She pondered whether she could catch up to the progress of the early entrants after entering the blood-slaughter origin. Someone approaches? Just as Suwani prepared to depart this place in search of more blood demons to hunt, her expression subtly shifted, her body coming to a halt as she lifted her gaze. A striking young man clad in white descended gracefully from the air. His cultivation matched hers. Also at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the divine shaping realm, the young man exuded an air of nonchalance, hands behind his back, as he appraised Suwani from head to toe. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the blood-red 7-star Long Yuan sword. "Miss, that sword of yours is quite impressive. Why not sell it to me?" The young man clad in white exhibited a relaxed demeanor, although a gentle smile adorned his face. A flicker of arrogance danced within the depths of his eyes. "Not for sale." Suwani resolutely declined. This sword was a divine-grade treasure bestowed upon her by her ancestors. In the entirety of the Tsungnan continent, divine swords were a rarity, and such an extraordinary weapon was something Suwani would protect with her very life. How could she possibly part with it? During this period, even with millions of cultivators entering the realm of red dust, the space here was vast and boundless. Along her journey, Suwani encountered only a handful of cultivators. Thus far, aside from a few brazen youths from the Qian sword sect attempting to seize her precious sword, she had not encountered anyone else showing interest in her 7-star Long Yuan sword. Unexpectedly, just as she was on the verge of entering the blood-slaughter plains, a young man of comparable cultivation appeared, expressing interest in her 7-star Long Yuan sword. Moreover, he had the audacity to propose a purchase. This incited a profound sense of disdain within Suwani. Her gaze turned frigid, akin to ancient ice, as she coldly regarded the young man opposite her. Observing the sudden chill in the girl's demeanor, the young man in white remained unfazed, offering a nonchalant smile. "My lady, I hail from the Phylong Academy. Might you have heard of it?" Phylong Academy? Suwani was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed not encountered this name before. Although she had traveled extensively with her master, it had primarily been within the territory of the ancient Moon Dynasty and its surrounding areas, without venturing into the outside world. The external realm was fraught with peril, and their cultivation levels were simply too low to navigate such dangers. Suwani said coldly, "I have never heard of it. But regardless of which sect you belong to, my sword is not for sale." Observing Suwani's frigid demeanor, the young man in white chuckled heartily. "My dear lady, irrespective of your sect, I must inform you that I hail from the Flying Dragon Academy, a celestial-level sect. In this world, few forces surpass the Flying Dragon Academy, so I suggest you think carefully." After this remark, the young man gently shook his head, his smile becoming even more radiant and warm. The might of a celestial-level sect is indisputable, It is rare to encounter someone who dares to disregard their prestige. A celestial-level sect, indeed? Su Wani narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the young man before her. Her nature was inherently cautious, and she would never underestimate an opponent. If this young man was indeed a disciple of a celestial-level sect, his combat prowess would undoubtedly be formidable. Throughout her journey from the ancient Moon Dynasty to the Divine Wind Dynasty, after confronting the elite disciples of the Divine Balance Sect, she realized that the higher the rank of the sect, the more exceptional the strength of its disciples. Even among those at the same divine manifestation realm, disciples from major sects surpassed those from ordinary sects, and those from super sects naturally outshone the major ones. Since this young man was a disciple of a celestial-level sect, it implied that his strength was exceedingly powerful, far exceeding that of the disciples from the Divine Balance Sect. At this thought, Su Wani's hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. In that moment, she felt a surge of excitement. She wondered if her current strength could match that of this young man. Su Wani was eager to challenge this disciple of a celestial-level sect. As a celestial-level sect, we do not indiscriminately bully the weak. Therefore, I wish to purchase this sword from you. Please name your price. The young man in white, with his hands clasped behind him, spoke in a calm voice. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, combined with his elegant demeanor, exuded an air of superiority, seemingly regarding Su Wani with disdain. After all, this young lady had never even heard of the Flying Dragon Academy. At best, she was merely a disciple of a low-ranking sect, far beneath his status. Although he was only at the God Sculpture realm, his identity allowed him to stand on equal footing with the leaders of major sections. Such was the terrifying nature of a celestial-level sect. There exists a significant divide between celestial-level sects and major sects, with super sects in between. Major sects are categorized into 4 tiers, and if this young lady hails from a low-ranking major sect, the gap between them spans 8 levels. Thus, his sense of superiority was profoundly pronounced. This superiority led him to refrain from immediately seizing the sword. Instead, he attempted to leverage the prestige of his celestial-level sect to intimidate Su Wani, anticipating that she would, in her astonishment, willingly offer him the sword. He had observed the blood-red sword moments ago in the void, noting that the blood demon had perished the instant it was severed. This revelation astonished him. To slay the blood demon himself, he would need to dismember it into countless pieces to ensure its complete destruction. If he possessed this sword, he would undoubtedly surpass many others within the blood slaughter abyss, potentially earning the chance to inherit the legacy of the bloodling long immortal palace. If you can defeat me, then feel free to name your price. Su Wani stood tall, her spirit invigorated and her heart ablaze with the fervor of battle. She stepped forward, clutching the 7-star dragon abyss sword, when suddenly, a spectral dragon emerged behind her, its presence so vivid that it seemed alive. The immense eyes of the dragon radiated an aura of formidable authority. Pray tell, what sword technique is this? The young man in white, upon witnessing the ethereal dragon, exhibited a flicker of astonishment on his face. If you can best me, I shall reveal the name of this technique. Su Wani scoffed, her body propelling forward with great speed as she unleashed a swift thrust of her sword towards the young man. A radiant beam of light erupted, and a roaring dragon apparition materialized in the void. The young man leaped into the air, narrowly evading this lethal strike. A low hum resonated as his body swayed slightly. To her surprise, a colossal black dragon apparition manifested behind him, mirroring the size of Su Wani's own dragon. The sole distinction was that this dragon was a shadowy hue. Su Wani was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had encountered an opponent with a dragon apparitional counterpart. At that moment, memories stirred in her mind. Yi Yun, too, beheld the dark dragon apparition, his brow furrowing slightly as a distant memory resurfaced. Chapter 145, The Reverse Dragon Technique. Annihilation of the young man in white 100,000 years ago, the eternal-level sect, the Dragon Sect, was a bastion of prodigious talent, teeming with capable individuals. Yi Yun had once personally established a covert faction known as the Black Dragon Guard, the most enigmatic force within the Dragon Sect, directly answering to the sect master, Yi Yun himself. The existence of the Black Dragon Guard was indeed a result of Yi Yun's foresight and concern for potential dangers. As a traveler from another realm, he was acutely aware that certain risks could arise unexpectedly. Even though the Divine Dragon Sect was a prestigious eternal-level sect, it was prudent to possess a formidable hidden force to provide unwavering protection. Thus, he discreetly formed the Black Dragon Guard. This elite group comprised 10 practitioners from the Divine Dragon Sect, each at the Eternal Realm, along with 100 cultivators at the Life and Death Realm. In a rare gesture, Yi Yun imparted the first 7 levels of the Reverse Dragon Technique to them. After the establishment of the Black Dragon Guard, they devoted themselves to silent training, remaining concealed from the public eye. Aside from Yi Yun, very few were aware of their existence. The name Black Dragon Guard was derived from their distinctive swordsmanship, which diverged from the techniques of the Divine Dragon Sect. When they executed the Black Dragon Sword technique, a phantom of a black dragon would manifest behind them. This technique was devastatingly lethal, exhibiting combat prowess far superior to that of ordinary disciples' Divine Dragon Sword technique. This innovative swordplay was a new system derived from the Divine Dragon techniques, a feat not difficult for Yi Yun, the foremost master of the Eternal Realm in Sungnon Continent. Despite the absence of an activated system, just as Yi Yun reflected on the past, a sudden clash erupted. Suwani had engaged in fierce combat with the young man in white from Feilong Academy. Yi Yun shifted his gaze, keen to observe the unfolding battle. He was eager to discern whether the swordplay exhibited by the young man in white was indeed the Black Dragon Sword technique. It is not the Black Dragon Sword technique. After a few glances, Yi Yun shook his head slightly and let out a soft sigh. The swordsmanship demonstrated by the young man in white was entirely different from the Black Dragon Sword technique, a world apart with not a trace of similarity. The only resemblance lay in the manifestation of the Black Dragon. However, Yi Yun felt a sense of reassurance. Suwani, now engaged in combat with a disciple from a heavenly grade sect, was remarkably holding her ground, the two locked in a fierce yet balanced struggle. Moreover, Suwani had yet to unleash the reverse dragon technique. Should she invoke this skill, she would undoubtedly triumph over the young man in white. Alas, Yi Yun sighed suddenly, feeling a twinge of disappointment at not finding the Black Dragon Guards, which he once meticulously established within the young man. He closed his eyes and fell into silence. Bang! Bang! In midair, two swathes of sword shadows unfolded in intense combat. How could this woman be so formidable? The young man in white gazed at Suwani before him, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves of shock. As a disciple of a heavenly grade sect at the god sculpting stage, he found himself embroiled in a stalemate with a relatively unknown disciple of a grand sect. This was indeed a source of humiliation for him. As a disciple of a heavenly grade sect, his status was such that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the leaders of grand sects. Yet he was unable to overcome a disciple of a grand sect. This was intolerable for him. Roar! The young man in white suddenly bellowed, exerting all his strength in an assault towards Suwani. Calm and composed, she did not engage head-on but deftly evaded each of his lethal strikes. A figure soared in from the distance. A young man clad in black, at the zenith of the 10th layer of the divine sculpting realm, stood 100 paces away, observing a breathtaking battle in the distance, his face betraying a look of astonishment. The combatants, a pair of formidable individuals, possessed strength far superior to his own. Are you a disciple of a grand sect or a super sect? A voice suddenly resonated in the young man's ear. Taken aback, he turned his gaze towards the white-clad youth engaged in the fray. Although he did not recognize him, it was evident that this individual, despite being of the same realm, was significantly more powerful. The young man in black, wary of offending him, swiftly conveyed, "I hail from the Nebulous Sword Sect, a supreme grand sect." Upon hearing this, the white-clad youth was elated and promptly replied, "I am a disciple of the Celestial Level Sect, the Flying Dragon Academy. Quickly assist me in vanquishing this woman, and you shall be richly rewarded in the future." What? The Flying Dragon Academy? The young man in black was struck with astonishment. As a disciple of a supreme grand sect, he had indeed heard of the Flying Dragon Academy. This institution, a celestial level sect, emerged in the form of an academic establishment on the Sungnon continent. The Flying Dragon Academy espoused Confucian ideals, promoting propriety, virtue, and benevolence. Numerous high-ranking officials from various cultivation dynasties on the Sungnon continent were alumni of this esteemed academy. It could be said that the Flying Dragon Academy represented a formidable force, renowned far and wide, with virtually all grand sects of considerable standing being aware of its illustrious reputation. Although the Nebulous Sword Sect had attained the pinnacle within the realm of grand sections. However, when compared to the Celestial Level Sect of the Flying Dragon Academy, the gap is vast, with 4 levels of super sects in between. Thus, when the disciple of the Flying Dragon Academy proposed assistance in battle, the young man in black dared not refuse, fearing repercussions for his own sect in the future. Swiftly, the young man drew his sword and joined the fray. The Nebulous Sword Sect is renowned for its Nebulous Sword technique, which embodies a myriad of celestial nebulas. Its movements are grand and imposing, instantly altering the course of the battle. Originally, Suwani and the young man in white were evenly matched, but with the addition of the young man in black, she immediately found herself at a disadvantage. In this predicament, unless she employed the reverse dragon art, victory would be exceedingly difficult to achieve. As she fought, Suwani pondered silently. Although these two adversaries were not yet capable of inflicting fatal harm upon her, she could not afford to waste time. She had already fallen behind the first group by 3 days. If she continued to be entangled with these two, even though she would ultimately prevail, she would lose precious time. Resolving thus, Su-Wan-Yi felt her blood surge with vitality. In that instant, she unleashed the reverse dragon art, fivefold combat power. With a mighty strike, Su-Wan-Yi sent the young man in black from the nebulous sword sect flying. How is this possible? How have you suddenly augmented your strength so dramatically? The young man in white from the Flying Dragon Academy, witnessing this scene, was utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. This seemingly unremarkable woman had been concealing her true power all along. Die! A fierce cry erupted from the void, resonating with the voice of a woman. A brilliant sword light, infused with the ethereal shadow of a divine dragon, cleaved towards the young man clad in white. Witnessing the fierce onslaught of the sword, imbued with unfathomable power, the young man's countenance shifted dramatically, his spirit extinguished by fear, prompting him to retreat in haste. In an instant, like a bolt of lightning, the sword light pierced through his chest. How could this be? The young man in white glanced down at the blade protruding from his torso, blood cascading from the wound. With a bitter smile, he plummeted from the air. This disciple of the celestial sect had met his demise in the mortal realm. How terrifying! The severely wounded young man in black suddenly formed a seal with his hands, igniting his vital essence in a fiery blaze, and executed an exceptionally unique escape technique. Vanishing like a streak of blood. Chapter 146, Ascending to the Divine Bridge Realm, Soaring into the Blood-Soaked Abyss. Still hoping to flee? Su-Wan-Yi let out a cold laugh, transforming into a shadow of a divine dragon in pursuit. At this moment, she unleashed the reverse dragon technique, amplifying her combat prowess fivefold, along with a corresponding increase in her speed. Coupled with her mastery of the divine dragon movement, her velocity became astonishing, rapidly closing in on the young man in black. Swish! A distant sword light descended. The young man in black found himself unable to evade, brutally cleaved in two, blood splattering across the ground. Su-Wan-Yi approached, collecting the black-clad youth's treasured sword and storage ring, placing them into her own storage ring. Subsequently, she returned to the scene to retrieve the storage ring and sword of the young man in white from the Flying Dragon Academy. These individuals possess remarkable backgrounds. One is a disciple of a supreme sect, while the other hails from a celestial-level sect. Their storage rings undoubtedly contain a plethora of valuable treasures. After completing her endeavors, Su-Wan-Yi continued her flight towards the distant mountains. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's time, she finally encountered a blood demon. Upon spotting Su-Wan-Yi, the creature swiftly burrowed into a fissure in the earth, vanishing from sight. A sense of helplessness washed over Su-Wan-Yi. At present, she stood at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the divine sculpting realm, and ordinary blood demons dared not challenge her. Only those in formidable numbers or of significantly higher cultivation might pose a threat. The fleeing blood demon was beyond her pursuit, as the depths of the fissure were exceedingly vast and narrow, ill-suited for human traversal. If only my ancestor were here to lower my cultivation, I could lure those blood demons out and eliminate them. Su-Wan-Yi mused aloud, a hint of nostalgic smile gracing her exquisite features. Upon hearing her words, Yi-Yun, residing in her mind, found himself bemused, chuckling at the youthful folly of these children, who had become almost addicted to suppressing their realms. After this moment of levity, Yi-Yun refrained from intervening. He wished to keep his presence concealed from Su-Wan-Yi. This journey was meant as a trial, and for safety's sake, he had only separated a fragment of his consciousness to reside within her mind. The remaining 3 descendants of the Shenlong sect were invaluable, and their preservation was paramount. With a self-deprecating smile, Su-Wan-Yi turned away from the spot and resumed her search for the blood demons. In the initial realm of the mortal world where she currently resides, there are no blood demons of the Divine Bridge realm. The majority belong to the Divine Sculpting realm, with only a few at the 10th tier. After traversing a considerable distance, Su-Wan-Yi fortuitously stumbled upon a small group of blood demons. The cultivation levels of these demons were formidable, with the weakest at the 7th tier of the Divine Sculpting realm and the strongest having reached the 10th tier. Upon spotting a solitary human, the blood demons immediately unleashed their ferocity, howling as they charged forward. A look of exhilaration sparkled in Su-Wan-Yi's eyes as she surged ahead. Brilliant beams of sword light flickered through the void, and the blood demons, caught off guard, were struck by the radiant slashes and fell from the air. The remnants of the blood demons writhed momentarily on the ground before swiftly succumbing to death. Descending from the sky, Su-Wan-Yi meticulously examined each blood demon's corpse and extracted their inner cores. Without hesitation, she consumed all of the inner cores, and instantly, her aura began to intensify. A resounding explosion echoed from within her, as if some shackles had been shattered. An immense surge of magical energy surged through her body like a mighty river, cleansing her organs and meridians. At that moment, Suwani finally broke through to the divine bridge realm. Sensing the aura of this new realm, the dark crimson clouds above stirred ominously, and suddenly, a beam of blood-red light descended. In an instant, this crimson light enveloped Suwani, lifting her skyward into the clouds, where she vanished from sight. When Suwani finally touched the ground once more, she discovered herself in an entirely new world. The world stretched endlessly like a vast prairie, where crimson, nameless weeds reached the height of a person, blood red against the sky, and the air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. In the distant horizon, 9 colossal pillars of blood descended from the heavens, standing majestically between earth and sky, emanating an infinite crimson glow. No matter the distance, any cultivator could behold these towering blood pillars, awe-inspiring and formidable, evoking a sense of trepidation. Could this be the infamous blood-killing plane? Suwani gazed at the distant pillars, her delicate face frozen in astonishment, her eyes reflecting a profound shock. Suddenly, a stream of blood light surged from the ground. And beside Suwani appeared another cultivator at the first layer of the divine bridge realm. This cultivator, mesmerized by the magnificent spectacle before him, was utterly taken aback. Who could have anticipated the overwhelming grandeur of the blood-killing plane? Waves of blood light erupted from the earth, morphing into numerous cultivators from various sects. All at the divine bridge realm. These newly initiated cultivators, after recovering from their initial shock, rushed towards the 9 blood pillars. However, they had scarcely flown a short distance when a multitude of blood demons suddenly emerged from the dense underbrush. Each blood demon possessed cultivation levels that reached the divine bridge realm, with some even at the 2nd and 3rd layers. The newly promoted cultivators found themselves besieged by the blood demons, caught off guard. Although their numbers slightly exceeded those of the blood demons, they still found themselves at a disadvantage. Suwani, wielding her sword, soared into the fray. With so many blood demons present, she would not let this opportunity slip by. In the blood-killing plane, the path to inheriting the bloodling long and becoming the master of this earthly realm depended on who could slay the most blood demons. Suwani's keen interest in the so-called bloodling long immortal palace inheritance primarily stemmed from her desire to augment the foundation of the Shenlong sect. Much like her collection of storage rings, she held the belief that the Shenlong sect was a paragon among eternal-level sects, unmatched by any inheritance within the Cangnan continent. Even if she were to obtain the inheritance of the bloodling long immortal palace in the future, it would merely result in an additional method of cultivation within the sect's scripture repository. Yi Yun discerned Suwani's intentions and smiled with great satisfaction. 100,000 years ago, no sect on the Cangnan continent could rival the Shenlong sect. Even the other eternal-level sects were slightly inferior. The so-called Slaughter-Blood Abyss, in Yi Yun's eyes, was inconsequential. As for the 9 blood pillars in the distance, they appeared to him as nothing more than mere matchsticks. The realm where Suwani had previously resided likely belonged to the first layer of this earthly celestial domain, while the Slaughter-Blood Abyss was situated in the 2nd layer. The sky supported by the 9 blood pillars presumably belonged to the 3rd layer. Ian chose not to reveal himself or display his powers, for his presence within the 1st or 2nd layer would lead to the collapse of these smaller worlds. In order to facilitate Suwani's swift ascension in rank, Yi Yin refrained from interfering with her actions unless absolutely necessary. With a swift flash, a sword beam sliced through the air, striking a blood demon with unparalleled sharpness. The demon let out a horrified scream before its head was severed from its body, causing it to plummet to the ground, where it struggled briefly before succumbing to death. "Thank you, dear lady." A young man, thoroughly beleaguered by the assault of the blood demon, hastily clasped his hands in gratitude and spoke. Suwani nodded, her expression somewhat frosty. Her purpose was to vanquish the blood demons, and rescuing others was merely a collateral act. Subsequently, she pivoted and launched herself towards another direction. Whoosh! Accompanied by the emergence of radiant sword light, blood demons fell one after another to the ground. Once struck by the Qixing Longyuan sword, these blood demons succumbed swiftly to death. In the chaos, merely a dozen blood demons remained. Sensing the peril, they were overcome with trepidation and immediately fled with a cacophony of shrieks. The nearby cultivators gazed at Suwani, their faces etched with incredulity. This stunning woman, possessing the same cultivation level as them, was unexpectedly endowed with such formidable combat prowess. Chapter 147. The Crimson Coffin, the Enchanting Woman. This girl is truly terrifying. So many blood demons have perished beneath her sword. Her blood sword is extraordinarily remarkable. Once struck, the blood demons perish instantly. What a divine weapon indeed. The surrounding cultivators regarded Su Wani with expressions of shock and envy. Disregarding the murmurs around her, Su Wani, with an impassive demeanor, navigated through the crowd, clearing the slain blood demon bodies to retrieve their inner cores. Observing her actions, none dared to act recklessly. The blood sword in her possession was exceedingly ominous. A single strike could very well lead them to share the same fate as the blood demons. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the corpses of the blood demons erupted without warning. One after another. After the explosion, it transformed into a crimson mist, merging with the sanguine atmosphere of this small world, rendering it indistinguishable. As the crowd inhaled the bloody air, their gazes fixated on a particular direction. Suddenly, a glimmer of crimson flickered in their eyes, and their breaths became increasingly rapid. Su Wani sensed the unusual behavior of the crowd, furrowing her brow as she cast a glance, only to find that every individual bore the ferocious gaze of a beast. Realizing the shift in atmosphere, she swiftly transformed into an ethereal dragon and made her exit. The conduct of these cultivators was far from normal. Should they launch an attack against her, she would be ensnared in a fierce battle, although she had demonstrated great strength in vanquishing the blood demon. Facing such a multitude of cultivators would require a considerable amount of time to secure victory. Now that she had entered the blood slaughter abyss, the key to obtaining the legacy of the bloodling long immortal palace hinged on who could slay the most blood demons. Su Wani, unwilling to squander her time, relied on the exquisite techniques of the dragon's movement to hastily depart. Once Su Wani vanished, the expressions of the cultivators lost their earlier ferocity, as though her presence had provided a formidable stimulus to them. Yi Yun observed coldly, perceiving everything with clarity. Just as Su Wani had dispatched those blood demons, a blood-red halo materialized above her head, displaying a series of numbers, 23. This represented the number of blood demons she had slain in one breath since entering the blood slaughter abyss. The corpses of the slain blood demons exploded, dispersing their essence into the air. A mere inhalation would taint the minds of the cultivators. At that moment, Yi Yun discerned that they had developed a murderous intent towards Su Wani. Had it not been for Su Wani's timely departure, it is likely that in just a few more seconds, those individuals would have taken action. Would the numbers of the slaughtering blood demons truly shift? Yi Yun mused to himself. His interest in this mortal realm of celestial beings grew ever stronger. In a mysterious space, within a grand hall of crimson hue, the scarlet coffin lid suddenly lifted, revealing a stunning woman clad in red. She surveyed her surroundings, her pitch-black eyes reflecting boundless sorrow and reluctance. With a sigh, the enchanting woman floated gracefully into the air, heading towards the plaza outside. "How is the second phase of the plan progressing?" she inquired coolly, as she approached the vicinity of the blood-red orb, directing her gaze towards a nearby man in red. "Greetings, my lady." The man, upon noticing her presence, displayed an expression of astonishment. It was unexpected that after such a long interval, she had once again assumed a dominant role. Yet, regardless of which esteemed figure it was, she remained an entity he could never defy. Bowing deeply, he respectfully reported, "My lady, the second phase of the plan is proceeding smoothly. Currently, many of the god-forming realm cultivators have swiftly ascended to the divine bridge realm and have entered the slaughtering blood abyss." The stunning woman nodded gently. She brushed aside a few strands of hair from her forehead and cast a hopeful glance towards the blood-red orb. A peculiar power emanated from her eyes, and countless slender crimson rays emerged from the orb, entering her gaze. In that moment, the exquisite woman stood motionless, akin to an ice sculpture. The man in the red attire, witnessing the scene, appeared indifferent, as though he had encountered such occurrences countless times before. After the passage of a brief moment, all the minute crimson threads of light vanished. The exquisite woman bowed her head, a look of profound loss etched upon her face. "Still nothing," she murmured, her tone laced with a sense of desolation. "My lady, you have searched for several millennia. Surely that person has long since departed." The man in red hesitantly remarked. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the beautiful woman extended her hand and delivered a sharp slap across the man's face, exclaiming, "Impudence." Her brows furrowed with indignation, her eyes wide and fierce, radiating an aura of lethal intent. The man in red, terrified, fell to his knees. "I beseech you, my lady, considering my diligent service over the years, spare my life," he pleaded, bowing his head in supplication. "Rise," the exquisite woman commanded after a brief silence, a wave of her hand conveying her indifference. Some matters still required the involvement of this man in red, and thus, his life could not yet be forfeited. "Thank you, my lady," he exclaimed, drenched in perspiration, as he rose from the ground. She gestured towards a luminous orb, upon which the image of a young girl clad in a golden robe emerged. "This girl must not be allowed to perish amidst the bloodshed." The man in red was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded in agreement. With that, the exquisite woman turned and departed. In the next instant, she found herself at the entrance of the plaza. Before her lay a narrow mountain path, leading directly to the entrance of the square. At the entrance of the mountain path stood a weathered stone tablet, its ancient presence silently grounded in the earth. A stunning woman caressed the surface of the tablet, her gaze imbued with an indescribable depth of emotion. He had been the foremost master of the eternal realm on the Tsangnan continent 100,000 years ago. Countless seers had foretold that within a century, he would ascend to the realm of true divinity. How could such an unparalleled genius possibly meet his demise? The beautiful woman murmured to herself, a solitary tear cascading from the corner of her eye, falling upon the venerable stone tablet. A gentle breeze wafted through, and the enchanting woman transformed into a fleeting crimson shadow, reappearing in the grand hall. Suddenly, her visage contorted, emitting a low, guttural sound, as her stunning features morphed into those of an ugly man. Rest easy now, wretched woman. The man's facial muscles twisted as he broke into a chilling, raspy laughter. Following this, he underwent a transformation into a towering figure clad in a resplendent red robe, exuding an overwhelming aura of sanguine energy, radiating an intimidating power. This wretched woman has battled with me for countless years. Her fleeting obsession will not endure much longer. Thus, she shall be utterly incapable of thwarting my second phase of the plan. The burly man in the crimson robe chuckled coldly, casting a meaningful glance at the blood-red sphere outside. After a few moments of silent contemplation, a satisfied expression graced his face. He swayed slightly and returned to the scarlet coffin, lying still within, closing his eyes, and surrendering himself to slumber. The woman remained within him, and this coffin served to suppress her. Although he held a slight advantage at present, he could not afford to be careless at the crucial moment of the second step. He must remain vigilant against her at all times. Above the blood-colored palace, a shadow of blood silently emerged amidst the clouds. Within this sanguine shadow, a vague figure appeared, a mysterious man, enveloped in a torrent of crimson light. "Two mere ants," he scoffed, turning on his heel and vanishing without a trace. Unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 148. The significance of numbers. A phantom of a divine dragon swiftly swept across the sky, momentarily pausing in midair before transforming into a formidable beam of sword light that descended from above. A blood demon, lazily fluttering amidst the grass, was instantly cleaved in two by the sword light. This blood demon belonged to the first level of the divine bridge realm, making it an effortless target for Suwani. After extracting the demon's inner core, she promptly consumed it. As the core melted within her, her aura subtly intensified once more. This blood demon was the first she had slain after evading that group of individuals. At this moment, Suwani remained oblivious to the crimson ring hovering above her head, which bore a numerical mark indicating the quantity of blood demons she had vanquished. Previously, the count was 23. Now it stood at 24. Despite consuming the inner cores of 24 blood demons, Suwani sensed no signs of a breakthrough in her cultivation. She furrowed her brow. If this trend continued, to ascend through several minor realms within the divine bridge realm, she would need to slay a substantial number of blood demons. Undeterred, Suwani pressed onward, encountering several more blood demons along the way, all of which fell beneath her blade. The lowest realm of the blood demons is the first layer of the divine bridge realm. Upon perceiving Suwani's relatively low cultivation level, they surged forward without hesitation, instantaneously becoming souls beneath her blade. The bloodslaughter abyss is characterized by undulating terrain, uneven and tumultuous, resembling the ebb and flow of waves. Some blood demons lurk within the dense underbrush, prowling stealthily. When soaring high above, they are easily detectable. However, when one flies just above the foliage, it grants the cunning demons an opportunity to ambush humans. It was through several battles that Suwani gradually discerned this pattern. Therefore, she hovered above the grass, advancing slowly. Occasionally, blood demons would launch assaults against her, yet without exception, they were swiftly dispatched by her hand. Alas, time was of the essence. After an hour had passed, having devoured yet another blood demon's core, she found that although her powers had indeed increased, it was still woefully insufficient. Disappointment etched itself upon her visage. Throughout her journey, she encountered no significant clusters of blood demons, resulting in meager rewards. She realized that catching up in the number of kills to those ahead would prove exceedingly challenging. With a sigh, Suwani gazed into the distance, where the 9 towering blood pillars remained distant, seemingly unattainable for a lifetime. This place stretched infinitely, and the distant crimson flora flourished even more, their heights ascending progressively. Suwani murmured to herself. Suddenly, her figure flickered, and in an instant, she vanished from the spot. In the initial region of the slaughter blood origin, the crimson grass reaches the height of a single individual. As one progresses towards the towering blood pillar, the height of these crimson blades increases dramatically. Through the gaps in the grass, the soil reveals a deep red hue. Scattered throughout this crimson earth are numerous blood holes of varying sizes, seemingly serving as entrances for the blood demons. Could it be that this subterranean depth is the very lair of the blood demons? Su-Wani hovered in midair, releasing her spiritual sense to probe the surroundings. She discovered that the cave was exceedingly deep, with a narrow entrance far too constricted for a human to penetrate. Much like the previous fissures, the geographical environment in which the blood demons thrive is one that humanity cannot easily traverse. Over there, a person. Two figures swiftly approached from a distance, both clad in green garments, their cultivation having reached the third layer of the divine bridge realm. As Su-Wani observed their rapid approach, a look of astonishment crossed her face. To her surprise, she noticed that a blood-red halo adorned each of their heads, within which a number was inscribed. What could this signify? For a moment, Su-Wani found herself bewildered. As the two young men drew near, one of them gazed upward towards Su-Wani's head and suddenly sighed. Having only slain 29 blood demons is rather insufficient. At this remark, Su-Wani's expression shifted to one of shock. Indeed, she had killed 29 blood demons thus far, all of them of the divine bridge realm. But how did this individual know? Following the direction of the stranger's gaze, she turned her head to look above her. In an instant, she was astounded to find that a blood-red halo hovered above her as well, with the very same number 29 inscribed within it. 29. In that fleeting moment, Su-Wani suddenly comprehended the situation. Upon entering the blood-killing grounds, the number above her head would update in real time with each blood demon she vanquished. The two young men opposite her bore numbers of 85 and 109, respectively, far exceeding her own tally. Young lady, your luck is truly unfortunate to have encountered us, your senior brothers. If you were to surrender gracefully, we might grant you a swift end. One of the youths proclaimed with arrogant mirth as he regarded Su-Wani. Both of them were at the third level of the divine bridge realm, their cultivation far surpassing hers. Is it true that by defeating you, I would acquire your numbers? Su-Wani inquired, her sword pointed at the two young men, a faint smile playing on her lips. Indeed, it seems you are not entirely foolish. Yet, many newcomers, upon learning this news, have already reported to the underworld. They both erupted into laughter. With that, they advanced, one on each side, their sword lights swirling like two ethereal dragons, poised to strike at Su-Wani. So that is how it is. Su-Wani's expression remained indifferent, but a surge of elation ignited within her. Arriving late. If defeating cultivators could yield their counts of slain blood demons, then she had stumbled upon a shortcut. In an instant, Su-Wani transformed into a shadow of a divine dragon, soaring into the air and evading the two sword lights. She then unleashed her divine dragon sword technique. With a series of hissing sounds, beams of sword light morphed into divine dragons descending from above. Despite her cultivation being two minor realms beneath these two adversaries, her individual combat prowess was formidable, and she swiftly subdued them. The two young men were taken aback, astonished that such a stunningly beautiful woman possessed such formidable strength. After a brief skirmish, they found themselves lightly wounded and on the verge of defeat. Observing their plight, Su-Wani felt a surge of energy and intensified her assault. Moments later, she severed one young man's arm with a swift stroke of her sword, causing him to scream in agony as he plummeted from the air. The remaining young man, sensing the dire situation, turned to flee. Su-Wani transformed into a spectral dragon, swiftly pursuing him. She intercepted his escape route, unleashing a breathtaking flash of sword light. The young man raised his sword in defense. With a thunderous crash, an immense force sent his weapon flying, and the merciless blade descended upon him. He let out a cry of despair as his body was cleaved in two, a fountain of blood erupting in the air as his headless form fell to the ground. The young man who had lost his arm, terrified, scrambled into the nearby dense underbrush. Spotting a dark opening, he disregarded the presence of the blood demon and dove in without hesitation. In comparison to the blood demon, the woman before him was far more terrifying. Chapter 149, the fourth layer of the divine bridge. 100,000 slaughters. Su-Wani retrieved the storage ring and sword from the young man she had slain, collecting them with a furrowed brow as she cast a glance at the dark hole beneath the blood-red thicket. The young man, in his panic, had likely entered the lair of the blood demon, where he would almost certainly meet his demise. The confines of that place were too narrow. Should he encounter the blood demon, escape would be impossible. Su-Wani pondered for a moment before relinquishing her pursuit of the young man. She turned her gaze backward. Where the crimson halo's numbers had shifted, her own figure now stood at 138. The increase was astonishingly rapid. A look of delight graced Su Wani's exquisite visage. Slaying and plundering numbers proved indeed to be a shortcut. With a swift leap, she soared forward. In her heart, Su Wani understood that if every individual bore a number behind their heads, then the enemies of cultivators were not solely the blood demons, but also other cultivators. To acquire the coveted legacy, one must eliminate more cultivators to augment their own tally. Hence, within the realm of bloodshed, every individual became a potential threat. As Su Wani scanned her surroundings, she noted the grass growing ever taller, while human presence dwindled to almost non-existence. Was it possible that everyone had hidden away? She speculated silently, lowering her posture as she navigated through the tall grass, enticing the blood demons while remaining vigilant against any lurking cultivators poised to strike from the underbrush. Continuing along her path, Su Wani attracted a considerable number of blood demons, over 100, all of which she vanquished with ease. By consuming the inner cores of the blood demons, her cultivation steadily ascended. Observing this, Yi Yun's eyes flickered with contemplation. In the realm of slaughter, the act of slaying blood demons seemed secondary. It appeared that the true orchestrator behind the scenes sought to incite conflict among human cultivators. Along his journey, he had scarcely encountered the corpses of fallen human cultivators. The young man Su Wani had previously slain had vanished after her departure. From the crimson earth emerged numerous roots, enveloping the lifeless body of the young man, swiftly decomposing it, seemingly transforming it into nutrients. It appears that the hidden master behind this is not particularly powerful, resorting to the facade of the red dust immortal realm to orchestrate a clandestine scheme, inciting strife among the human cultivators to replenish the energy of this realm. Yi Yun smiled indifferently. He held no extreme views regarding such sordid behavior. In the eyes of this divine being, notions of good and evil are trifling. Upon entering the realm of divinity, the essence of life shifts profoundly, thus altering one's perspective on matters. Just as a cultivator perceives the conflicts among mortals as trivial. For instance, in the eyes of a practitioner, the throne of a mundane kingdom pales in comparison to the pursuit of immortality. Regarding Su Wani's trials, Yi Yun refrained from any interference. He firmly believed that given her a modicum of time, she would undoubtedly emerge triumphant. Even if she did not, the inheritance of the bloodling long immortal palace is but a thought away for Yi Yun. Thus, he harbored no worries. In truth, his repository housed an abundance of divine weapons and techniques, many of which are of divine and superdivine rank, even surpassing the celestial laws of this realm. These treasures remained undisclosed, and he himself was uncertain of their quantity. In Yi Yun's mind, he could not endlessly furnish resources to cultivate the descendants of the Three Dragon Sect into ineffectual heirs. Such an outcome would lead to the swift decline of the Dragon Sect upon his departure. It is best for these three young individuals to strive for their own resources, for only then will they truly cherish them. Before departing, Yi Yun will also lay down some contingencies to ensure that the Shanlong sect endures for at least 100,000 years. In a mysterious space, within the blood-red palace's plaza, a man clad in crimson stands before a luminous orb, his gaze intensely fixed on a moving point within it. The lady had previously commanded him to ensure nothing untoward befalls the girl. Thus he continuously adjusts the sanguine orb to distance any potential dangers from her. This blood-red orb serves as the control center of the entire mortal realm of immortals. He possesses certain privileges, yet not all. Has the master intended for me to spare her life, perhaps to transform her into one of the chosen ones? The red-clad man murmurs to himself, a flicker of realization sparking within. The Supreme Slayer shall obtain the complete legacy of the mortal realm of immortals. However, in truth, he will ultimately select 10 chosen ones to tread the path leading to the immortal palace. Those who manage to ascend will earn the right to enter the palace and receive the final inheritance. As far as he knows, even those two masters have only acquired a fragment of the bloodling long immortal palace's legacy. The ultimate inheritance must be bequeathed to an exceptionally extraordinary human cultivator. A trace of Yi Yun's primordial spirit resides within Su Wani's mind, remaining oblivious to the events transpiring within this realm, including those occurring in the Grand Plaza. To him, regardless of the changes that may arise, they are of little consequence. His fragment of primordial spirit is sufficient to confront any crisis. Not even a formidable being at the true God realm could match the prowess of this fragment. In the present circumstances of the clandestine red dust immortal land, how could one possibly encounter a true God-level powerhouse? As Su Wani traversed her path, she relentlessly hunted the blood demons. Whenever she encountered cultivators whose realms were not significantly disparate from hers, she swiftly vanquished them in battle. The numbers within the Crimson Ring steadily increased. 3 days later, this figure had surged to over 3,000. After another 5 days, Suwani successfully ascended to the second layer of the Divine Bridge realm, and the count within the blood ring reached an astonishing 10,000. This achievement exhilarated her spirit. Throughout her journey, she had yet to encounter a number exceeding 1,000, while her own had already soared to 10,000. This indicated that she had far surpassed many other cultivators. Unfortunately, without a ranking board, she pondered anxiously about her current standing. Time swiftly elapsed. After another week, Suwani had slain a multitude of blood demons and numerous cultivators. The count within the blood ring escalated to 30,000, and her cultivation level ascended to the third layer of the Divine Bridge realm. Many cultivators, upon catching sight of Suwani, were filled with envy, their eyes ablaze with greed. They surged towards her, eager to eliminate her on the spot. For the prospect of claiming her 30,000 would propel them to great heights. Half a month later, Suwani's realm reached the fourth layer of the Divine Bridge, and the digits within her blood ring soared to 100,000. At this moment, she had grown somewhat numb to the significance of this number. Uncertain of whether the figure of 100,000 could indeed hold the promise of inheritance, she found herself lost in thought when suddenly the clouds began to swirl. A brilliant beam of crimson light surged downward, striking Suwani and propelling her skyward, vanishing in an instant. Simultaneously, 9 others in distant locales also disappeared. Chapter 150. The Chosen One, Ascending the Path to Immortality. 9 towering pillars of blood soared majestically into the heavens, piercing the clouds. Deep within the layers of the firmament lay a vast expanse of land. Upon this land stood a magnificent mountain range, reaching toward the very edge of the sky. Beneath the mountains, a winding path twisted and turned, fraught with treachery. With a swift rush, 10 beams of crimson light descended from above. The blood light dissipated, transforming into 10 figures who stood at the foot of the mountain. These figures, both male and female, varied in stature, some imposing, others delicate. All were cultivators of the Divine Bridge realm, with the least among them at the 4th level, while most reached the 10th level. Among them were 3 women and 7 men. What place is this? As the 10 surveyed their surroundings, expressions of bewilderment crossed their faces. They exchanged glances, only to discover that above each of their heads hovered a massive blood-colored halo. Within these halos lay the staggering count of over 100,000 slain blood demons. The greater the number of demons vanquished, the larger the halo above their heads grew, emanating an increasingly dense crimson light, creating a visually stunning spectacle. Why does each count exceed 100,000? A haughty young man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the blood-red halos above his companions, a glint of ruthlessness flickering within his hawk-like gaze. Among the 10 individuals surrounding, all possessed figures exceeding 100,000. The highest among them had reached an astonishing 130,000, while the lowest still boasted a count of 100,000. A young man clad in white robes, his visage strikingly handsome, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing indifferently at the assembly. There is no need for competition. My number is the highest. The qualification for inheriting the bloodling long immortal palace rightfully belongs to me. Perhaps that is not the case, retorted a sinister youth with a cold chuckle, narrowing his eyes. The very fact that all 10 of us have been brought here signifies that we stand on equal footing. Indeed, each of us possesses the qualifications, echoed several other young men and women, their voices laced with disdain. In contrast, Suwani remained silent, discreetly observing her surroundings with an air of composure. If any of you dispute this, why not engage in a contest right now? Among the 10 of us, let only one emerge alive as the ultimate victor, shall we? The white-robed youth unsheathed his sword, emanating a formidable aura. The others stepped back slightly, drawing their swords in response, unperturbed by the tension. In that moment, the 9 stood poised for confrontation, like a powder keg on the verge of explosion, faced with the imminent threat of a bloody battle. Suwani too drew her sword, maintaining a vigilant stance. These individuals were all exceptional beings with figures surpassing 100,000, each having undoubtedly taken countless lives to amass such formidable blood demon numbers. Each one boasted not only a higher realm than hers, but also an outrageous combat prowess. She feared she would be no match for them. After all, she was merely at the 4th level of the Divine Bridge realm, whereas they were all at the 10th level. This little girl has the lowest cultivation. She can be disregarded for now. The young man clad in white cast a haughty glance at Suwani, his eyes devoid of emotion as he spoke. In the eyes of this prodigious disciple from a celestial sect, a nameless female cultivator at the 4th level of the Divine Bridge realm seemed utterly feeble and unworthy of consideration. The other 8 individuals present evidently shared this sentiment. For anyone who might attempt to eliminate the golden-robed girl of the 4th level would likely face a collective onslaught from the remaining 8. After all, in the eyes of the gathered assembly, a cultivator of Suwani's caliber was tantamount to being effortlessly dispatched in a single move. Humph, a bunch of fools. On the square, the man in red, observing this scene through the blood-hued orb, wore a grim expression, accompanied by a cold chuckle. Anyone could perish. But this particular girl had been explicitly designated by the master. She was absolutely not to be allowed to die within the realm of red dust, lest he incur the master's wrath. Moreover, it was imperative that the 10 chosen ones refrain from mutual slaughter before embarking on the path to immortality. As for the cultivators who had perished on the first and second levels of the red dust realm, their essences were absorbed by the wondrous blood technique. Despite having absorbed the memories of countless souls and pursued the traces of myriad spirits over the years, the man in red had yet to uncover any sign of the individual the master sought. With the aid of the blood orb to delve into the memories of the deceased, he had become quite adept at this task over the millennia. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. He had not found the man described by the master. With each failed attempt, hope had long since faded from the man in red, as he mechanically fulfilled the master's commands. At this moment, the second phase of the plan was set in motion. The number of casualties among the monks would surge tenfold, and in pursuit of a satisfactory explanation, he would unveil the complete legacy of the bloodling long immortal palace. This legacy, indeed, existed. Yet it had not graced this world in millennia. The bloodling long immortal palace would select the most formidable among these 10 chosen ones to serve as its heir. The penultimate trial demanded one to traverse the path to immortality, a test of physical resilience. Without formidable strength, one would be deemed unworthy of inheriting the bloodling long immortal palace. With a sweeping gesture, the man in crimson infused a radiant light into the blood-red orb. Suddenly, a thunderous reverberation erupted from the void at the foot of the mountain, instantly captivating the attention of the youths who had drawn their weapons. The air shimmered with resplendent brilliance as a line of golden characters materialized. Step upon the path to immortality, and you shall qualify to inherit the bloodling long immortal palace. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the golden inscription, several young men and women were overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, we are all eligible. All that is required is to tread the path to immortality. A young man laughed heartily, leaping gracefully onto the ancient road. He was poised to surge forward, yet was abruptly beset by an unimaginable force that immobilized him, rendering any magical or divine abilities inaccessible. This path harbored secrets. The young man's brow furrowed as he struggled to lift his feet, ascending the mountain trail at a measured pace. Others swiftly followed suit, their figures momentarily pausing before they landed upon the mountain path. An inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped them, leaving each individual profoundly astonished. However, having embarked upon the path to immortality, they could only muster the resolve to ascend. Each person advanced cautiously, their steps uneven as they traversed the rugged, protracted trail, which delved deep into the mists, the length of which remained a mystery. With every step they took, the weight upon them intensified. Observing that everyone had commenced their journey along the path, Suwon-yi took her time to proceed. She was in no hurry. This ascent to immortality was undoubtedly peculiar. Once they set foot upon it, flight was rendered impossible, as if bound by an unseen force. Suwon-yi speculated that among the 10 of them, the competition was not one of speed, but rather of endurance. In terms of stamina, she believed herself to be on par with any of the illustrious individuals present, thanks to her lineage of the ancestral dragon. What a formidable force of confinement. As Suwon-yi stepped onto the stone staircase, she immediately sensed the overwhelming restraint. Her magical powers and abilities were rendered ineffective, leaving her to rely solely on the strength of her physical form. With a gentle exhalation, Suwon-yi acknowledged that her assumptions were largely correct. If it came down to physical prowess, she was confident she could hold her own against these prodigies from powerful factions. Chapter 151, A Thought in the Mortal Realm. Eternal and unfading, the last young man traversing the path to immortality turned back, sensing something, and beheld the golden-robed beauty making her way up. A sneer emerged on his face. You, girl, should not overestimate yourself. Do you truly believe you can ascend this path at the 4th level of the Divine Bridge realm? Do not indulge in fanciful dreams. Return immediately. Upon hearing the words of the young man, the others who walked ahead turned their gazes towards Suwon-yi, a female cultivator at the 4th tier of the Divine Bridge realm. Their faces contorted with mockery upon realizing that she dared to traverse this path to immortality. Return. This opportunity is beyond your reach, they exclaimed. Indeed, if one lacks the prowess of a super sect or a heavenly great sect, do not even think of contending for it. Little sister, hurry back lest the overwhelming power above crush your delicate form. Voices of warning echoed among the crowd. The last to speak was a female cultivator in her early 20s, adorned in a radiant yellow robe, her beauty striking. I appreciate your kind intentions, and I take them to heart, Suwon-yi replied, her expression calm and indifferent. Within her surged the fervor of her ancestral dragon bloodline, instilling boundless confidence. With a subtle movement, she quickened her pace, ascending the steps of the path to immortality with remarkable speed. The onlookers were taken aback. Under the oppressive weight of the formidable force, they struggled to make progress, each step arduous. Yet, the enchanting figure in the golden robe moved with astonishing swiftness, leaving them astounded. Su Wani soon surpassed the final young man, her strides graceful and swift as she ascended. How is this possible? He gasped, eyes wide, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground as he could only watch helplessly as Su Wani passed by him. As a distinguished practitioner at the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm, he found the path to immortality to be exceedingly arduous. Yet, this delicate, seemingly fragile maiden, merely at the 4th level of the Divine Bridge realm, traversed the path with remarkable swiftness. A collective gasp escaped the others upon witnessing her grace. They observed Su Wani steadily advancing, swiftly surpassing several individuals. One young man, filled with indignation and malice, abruptly reached out in an attempt to drag Su Wani down as she passed by. Humph! Su Wani scoffed. With a deft motion, she seized the young man's wrist and yanked him backward. Instantly, he lost his balance and tumbled down the stone steps, rolling for several meters before finally regaining his composure. How could this woman possess such strength? The onlookers were taken aback, their minds swirling with questions. Did she somehow evade the oppressive force that weighed upon them? Su Wani continued her ascent, undeterred. She too sensed the immense pressure, yet her formidable physique, bolstered by the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, far surpassed that of the other 9 practitioners. Even when faced with an overwhelming force akin to a mountain, she stood resolute. Yi Yun observed Su Wani with keen interest, noting her effortless progress, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The body transformed by the ancestral dragon bloodline was indeed unimaginably powerful. Across the entirety of Tsangnan continent, no other bloodline could rival it. Although Su Wani possessed only 8 of the ancestral dragon bloodline, her physical prowess eclipsed that of her peers. Yi Yun, having achieved a staggering 99, could effortlessly utilize the ancestral dragon body to tear through the solid void within the barrier, a testament to the terrifying might of the ancestral dragon form. However, Yi Yun found little use for them nowadays. With an array of divine abilities and an arsenal of mystical treasures at his disposal, he had rendered himself invincible in this world. The opportunity to manifest the ancestor dragon's physique had become increasingly rare. After 100,000 years of diligent effort, the benefits he reaped far surpassed the standards of this realm. Only those chosen by destiny could ascend to the summit and gain the privilege of inheriting the bloodling long immortal palace. What lay ahead? He pondered softly. His curiosity about the enigmatic figure behind it all grew ever stronger. Meanwhile, within the crimson coffin, the previously robed man's visage contorted, transforming once more into that of a breathtaking woman. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like stars, casting a gentle gaze in a certain direction, her face adorned with a knowing smile. This young woman possessed the bloodline of a divine dragon, evoking a deep sense of familiarity within her. Should this young girl ultimately inherit the legacy of the bloodling long immortal palace, it would be nothing short of a blessing. Although he remained elusive, the presence of a fellow cultivator sharing the same divine dragon lineage filled her with an inexplicable warmth. Get back, you wretched woman. The exquisite visage twisted again, instantaneously morphing into a grotesque male figure. He bared his teeth and roared in fury. You cannot extinguish this fragment of my will. Resign yourself to despair. The voice of the stunning woman echoed in his mind. You insolent creature, do you think you can rely on the immortal slaying nail? Without it, I would have cast you out long ago. The man in crimson seethed with anger, for embedded in his chest, at the center of his robe, was a blood-red spike. The blood nail exuded a terrifying aura, firmly embedded within the heart. Throughout the millennia, the man in the crimson robe had exhausted every means, yet could not dislodge this immortal slaying nail. Humph! The stunning woman scoffed. Do not waste your efforts. Once this immortal slaying nail is driven into the heart, even a true deity cannot escape. Moreover, my obsession has already merged with this nail. You shall never hope to escape in this lifetime. With a muffled grunt, the man in red fell silent, placing all his hopes upon the second phase of his plan. As long as a human cultivator inherited the complete legacy of the bloodling long immortal palace, he was prepared to abandon this corporeal form and seize that cultivator's body. Su Wani ascended the path to immortality step by step, ultimately surpassing the proud young man clad in white, taking the lead. The other 9 watched her retreating figure, filled with both annoyance and fury, yet powerless to act. Fortunately, it was not solely the first to tread the path to immortality who held the right. All who ventured upon it were deemed worthy. Thus, speed did not bear great significance. As she entered the mist-laden path to immortality, Su Wanyi gradually sensed an increasing weight of pressure, her movements no longer as light as before. An hour later, her entire being was suffused with boiling blood. Drenched in sweat, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Through the haze, Su Wanyi glimpsed the path's end. Only a few hundred steps remained until she could complete this segment of her journey. Step by step, the countless steps ahead present an unimaginable burden with each movement. At this moment, Su Wanyi's joints began to creak. Gritting her silver teeth, she persevered for another hour before finally completing this segment of the path to immortality. At the exit of this celestial ascent, an ancient stone tablet stood resolutely upon the ground. Su Wanyi gazed at the tablet, where two lines of remarkably ancient characters were inscribed, a thought of the mortal realm, eternal and unyielding. As she caught her breath and contemplated an indescribable emotion surged within her heart. Meanwhile, the image of Yi Yun flickered in her mind. Upon witnessing these 8 characters, a subtle shift occurred in his expression. Yi Yun sensed a familiar essence in the strokes of these words, reminiscent of a long-lost friend. Yet, only half of the inscription bore resemblance, while the other half remained foreign. In that instant, Yi Yun found himself unable to ascertain whether this was indeed a connection to a companion from 100 millennia past. Chapter 152. The Bloodline of the Ancestor Dragon. Overwhelming across the ages, a beautiful silhouette suddenly emerged in Yi Yun's mind, harking back to as the foremost master of the eternal realm in the Tsangnan continent. Yi Yun was a notorious tyrant. Though he had committed numerous misdeeds, he was surrounded by countless confidants from the mortal realm. His charm with the fairer sex stemmed from 3 primary reasons: his strikingly handsome appearance, his formidable strength that brooked no defiance, and his generous spirit that endeared him to many a lady. The inscription on the stone tablet before him bore a resemblance to the style of one of his cherished companions, albeit only partially. At most, they bear resemblance. For after all, 100,000 years have elapsed, and they have long since departed. Yi Yun let out a soft sigh. After 100,000 years of signing in, he had endured several mental breakdowns in that mysterious and tedious space, only to be forcibly restored by the system. The desolation of 100 millennia yielded not only an abundance of martial arts and various resources, but, more importantly, it solidified his Tao heart for eternity. The previously ingrained habits of a tyrant had inexplicably vanished alongside the fortification of his Tao heart. It can be said that the present Yi Yun is utterly transformed from the one he once was. Su Wanyi quietly approached the stone tablet. For reasons unknown, she felt a peculiar resonance within her spirit. Gently, she traced the characters engraved on the stone with her fingers, her eyes glistening with moisture. "What has come over me?" Su Wanyi chuckled softly, wiping away the 2 tears that had escaped her eyes. The sight of a mere stone tablet stirred such profound emotions within her, leaving her somewhat astonished. Having been adrift with her master since childhood, she had grown accustomed to the perils of the world, her temperament remarkably steady, and her mindset exceedingly stable. Typically, few things could unsettle her. Yet, unexpectedly, the 8 characters inscribed on this stone tablet evoked an inexplicable sentiment within Su Wanyi. With a long exhale, she gradually composed herself. Turning her gaze towards the distance, she beheld a square ahead, at the center of which stood a crimson orb of light, with a man in red attire poised nearby. Behind the square loomed a colossal crimson palace. Could this be the bloodling long immortal palace? Su Wanyi's emotions surged within her as she took strides towards the crimson orb of light. The man in red was somewhat taken aback to see this girl, who possessed the lowest cultivation level, be the first to traverse the path to immortality. It seemed likely that the inheritance of the bloodling long immortal palace would indeed fall upon her. However, there was still a need to wait for some time. The man in red formed a seal with his hands, channeling a beam of light into the crimson orb, which immediately manifested a blood-red barrier, obstructing Su Wanyi's path. "Wait here," he instructed softly. Surprised, Su Wanyi paused momentarily, then complied with the rules, standing still in her place. Meanwhile, the several young men traversing the path to immortality were drenched in sweat, their expressions contorted in agony. Despite all being at the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm, their physical strengths varied. Some focused on magical power or divine abilities, rendering them somewhat ineffective in this context, while others, possessing formidable physiques, pressed onward. How could such a mere path to immortality possibly defeat me? The leading young man in white, drenched in perspiration, finally reached the stone tablet. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he revealed an air of arrogant superiority in his gaze. A glance towards the distant square caught his attention. A beautiful maiden clad in a golden robe stood motionless before the crimson barrier. "Humph." The young man in white scoffed and strode towards the barrier, simultaneously popping a few pills into his mouth to restore his stamina. "To my astonishment, you are the first to traverse the path to immortality. You, young lady, are rather extraordinary." The youth clad in white approached Su-Wani with purposeful strides, hands clasped behind his back. Gazing at the crimson light wall as he spoke in a nonchalant tone, Su-Wani remained silent, merely glancing at the young man in white. He was the most formidable among the 9, the second to ascend the path to immortality. His overall prowess far surpassed hers. Su-Wani surmised that even if she unleashed the reverse dragon technique to attain quintuple combat strength, the disparity in their realms would render her incapable of overcoming him. What is your physique? Why do you traverse the path to immortality with such ease? The white-clad youth regarded Su-Wani with keen interest, seemingly eager to uncover some secrets. No comment. Su-Wani retorted with a cold smirk. After being met with silence, the youth chuckled softly, choosing not to press further. Despite being the second to complete the journey, he remained imbued with an immense confidence within. He directed his gaze toward the blood-red palace beyond the crimson light wall. Murmuring to himself, "This must be the bloodling long immortal palace. The inheritance is likely contained within." After a brief moment, his emotions settled. The white-clad youth scrutinized the red-clad man standing before the blood-red sphere but was unable to discern the latter's cultivation level, prompting a resigned sigh. He then turned and made his way to the entrance of the plaza, looking down at the path to immortality from his elevated position. At that moment, several young individuals began to approach from the distance. These individuals truly linger like unyielding specters, yet they lack the capability to ascend. The young man clad in white curled his lips into a faint, sardonic smile. After observing the entrance for a spell, he found the scene rather uninspiring. Thus, he turned away and approached the crimson luminous wall, standing still in quiet anticipation. Several hours passed, and at last, a youth garbed in black emerged. As he reached the entrance, his body swayed unsteadily, and he collapsed onto the ground. The trials of the path to immortality were indeed formidable. The black-clad young man gasped for breath, hastily consuming elixirs to restore his stamina. The overwhelming force of the prohibitive energies along the ascent had rendered him unable to wield his magical powers, preventing him from accessing his storage ring. He had relied solely on an indomitable spirit and robust physique to reach this point. Now, his body was utterly depleted of strength. After ingesting several pills, he regained a modicum of vigor and rose to approach the luminous wall, the bloodling long celestial palace. Upon standing before the crimson barrier, he peered within, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Nearby, a figure in red observed as several others who had traversed the path succumbed to unconsciousness. With a sweeping gesture of his sleeve, those individuals were enveloped by a descending beam of crimson light, vanishing from the path to immortality. The blood-hued wall abruptly dissipated. The man in red, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke slowly. "You 3 have ultimately secured the right to enter the bloodling long celestial palace. But who among you shall attain the inheritance depends on your fate." The man in the red attire gestured towards the bloodling long immortal palace, nodding slightly. Although the youth in black was physically weakened, he was the first to stride confidently towards the bloodling long immortal palace. "Fool." The youth in white observed the retreating figure of the black-clad young man, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. In the final moments, it was not merely a race to enter that determined one's eligibility. With his hands clasped behind him, he ambled leisurely toward the bloodling long immortal palace. Su-Wani was the last to make her move. She had grown accustomed to this method. In her heart, she believed that the inheritance of the bloodling long immortal palace would most likely fall into her hands. After all, her physical form was the strongest, and she possessed the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon's bloodline surpassed all others, reigning supreme over the entire Songnan continent. Chapter 153. The Malevolent Artifact Spirit, the True Goddess Aura. The youth in black was the first to enter the bloodling long immortal palace, followed by the youth in white, and then Su-Wani. The 3 of them entered in succession. The interior of the palace had transformed dramatically from what it once was. The originally crimson coffin had vanished without a trace. The entire hall was suffused with a blood-red radiance, and a small crimson tower floated suspended in the air several dozen feet away. This blood-colored tower seemed to be crafted from no material. It was entirely formed from condensed bloodlight. The entire dim hall was illuminated brilliantly by this 1-foot-sized tower, resembling daylight. Is this the final inheritance? Su-Wani stood within the great hall, gazing at the radiant crimson tower, a flicker of excitement shimmering in her eyes. After enduring countless hardships in the realm of mortals, the moment has finally arrived for the complete inheritance of the bloodling long immortal palace to be bestowed. At this juncture, a phantom figure suddenly emerged from the crimson tower, shrouded in an aura of sanguine energy, rendering its appearance indiscernible. Yet, an unimaginable and formidable presence emanated from it. Is the inheritance about to commence? The 3 young individuals' eyes brightened, excitement coursing through them. The indistinct figure spoke softly. I am the spirit of the bloodling long immortal palace, and I shall soon conduct the final test for you. This trial will assess the strength of your primordial spirits. The greater your spirit strength, the more likely you are to attain the inheritance. Senior, the young man in black stepped forward, his demeanor resolute. I am ready to be the first to undergo this trial. Very well, you shall be the first. The indistinct crimson figure transformed into a beam of light and plunged into the mind of the young man in black. What? The young man's eyes widened in shock, blood beginning to seep from his pupils. His fists were clenched tightly, veins bulging, as he appeared to endure unimaginable agony. This inheritance. Could it truly be so terrifying? The young man in white and Su-Wan-Yi were taken aback by this scene. The young man in white, seemingly recalling something, cast a casual glance at Su-Wan-Yi and remarked with a smile, if you feel afraid, you may exit the hall now and withdraw from this trial. Su-Wan-Yi shot a disdainful glance at the young man in white. This fellow was insufferably arrogant. Were it not for her inability to defeat him, she would have relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, the young man clad in black let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. A crimson light burst forth, reappearing in midair. The indistinct figure let out a sigh and remarked, this chosen one has lost the qualification to inherit the bloodling long immortal palace. After uttering these words, a stream of blood-red light descended from above, enveloping the young man in black, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. Senior, allow me to take over. No one is more suited than I. The young man in white stepped forward, clasping his fists with an air of arrogance. I hope you do not disappoint me. The indistinct figure murmured, once again transforming into a stream of crimson light that entered the mind of the young man in white. In that moment, the young man in white clenched his fists. His muscles tensed, and his eyes bulged with intensity. He experienced an unimaginable agony. Senior, what are you doing? Being a disciple of a celestial-level sect, the young man in white possessed extensive knowledge, far surpassing that of the young man in black, and he sensed that something was amiss. It's nothing. This is merely a test of your primordial spirit. The indistinct figure scoffed coldly. That's not right. You certainly harbor ulterior motives. You intend to. The young man in white shouted, desperately trying to expel the spirit from his mind, but it was too late. In the next moment, blood streamed from his eyes, and his body trembled violently before he succumbed to unconsciousness. The blood light once again coalesced in the air, forming a chaotic and indistinct figure, a group of inept individuals. The figure sighed and turned his gaze towards Su-Wan-Yi, the one with the weakest cultivation. This young girl, despite her low level of mastery, her physique was remarkably impressive. Among the three chosen ones, she was the one he held in the highest regard. Thus, he reserved Su-Wan-Yi for last. In his assessment and calculations, even if this young girl were to fail, it would not be an utter disaster. The probability of his possession succeeding was significant. Su-Wan-Yi watched as the young man in white and the one in black succumbed to unconsciousness, vanishing without a trace. A chill gripped her heart. Especially haunting were the words spoken by the young man in white before he fell, instilling a sense of impending danger within her. She suddenly realized that the spirit before her harbored malevolent intentions. The crimson light, once it entered her body, would undoubtedly wreak unimaginable havoc. Regret washed over Su-Wan-Yi. In that moment, she wished to refuse the inheritance. This legacy was nothing short of perilous. She turned to flee, but her cultivation was utterly insufficient against the spirit. Furthermore, she found herself ensnared within the bloodling long immortal palace, where everything lay within the adversary's control. At that moment, the indistinct blood shadow transformed into a beam of light, which swiftly penetrated Su-Wan-Yi's consciousness. Sighing, she closed her eyes, aware that she was now doomed. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed within her mind, followed by a surge of blood light rising into the air, morphing once more into the indistinct figure. The figure before her displayed an expression of profound astonishment, fixating intently on the young woman before him, demanding in a loud voice, "Who are you, exactly?" Su-Wan-Yi, perplexed, could not comprehend the meaning behind the spirit's words. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot forth from her forehead, coalescing in the air into a silhouette clad in white. Good heavens, it was her ancestor. At the sight of the familiar figure, Su-Wan-Yi was overwhelmed with joy, nearly fainting from happiness. It turned out that her ancestor had always been safeguarding her within her mind. Tears of gratitude welled up in her beautiful eyes, for she was deeply moved. Had it not been for her ancestor's protection, she feared she would have been secretly harmed by the spirit. Yi-Yun, hands clasped behind his back, gazed calmly at the indistinct figure, his expression serene and a faint smile gracing his lips. Although his physical form was nearly ethereal, he radiated a divine, yet his cultivation remained inscrutable. I am his ancestor. Have you sought my permission, as the elder, before bullying my disciple? Yiyan remarked with a smile. So, it was a remnant of the primordial spirit left by the sect's elder? The indistinct figure scoffed inwardly. With a swift motion of his hand, a blood-red tower flew toward him, merging seamlessly with his being. In the next moment, he transformed into an ephemeral figure of a middle-aged man, clad in a crimson robe. His pallid and sinister visage exuding an aura of boundless bloodlust, reminiscent of a demonic king emerging from a sea of blood. Your cultivation. Yiyan gazed at the remnant body formed from a lingering primordial spirit before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. The man in the crimson robe emanated an aura of true divine realm. Chapter 154. What? You are also of the true divine realm? The revelation left Yiyan utterly astounded. In the Tsangnan continent, those of the eternal realm were already considered top-tier experts, while true divine realm practitioners had only appeared 2 or 3 times in the past 100,000 years. In ancient times, the primordial and archaic eras, a few true divine beings had emerged, yet they remained exceedingly rare. In Yiyan's era, not a single true divine practitioner existed. The true divine realm had become a legendary state by then. What took Yiyan by surprise was the presence of a primordial spirit radiating the aura of a true divine being within the secret realm of the red dust immortal land. Although this spirit was somewhat fragmented, the emanation of true divine energy was unmistakable. However, the intensity of this aura was exceedingly faint. For an average individual, it would be nearly imperceptible. Even if someone could sense it, discerning its nature would be a challenge, as those of the eternal realm had never encountered true divine beings. Yiyan's curiosity was piqued. He yearned to uncover the identity of the shattered primordial spirit. The man in the crimson robe regarded Yiyan with an air of arrogance, a cold smile playing on his lips. It seems you possess some depth, able to perceive my aura. Are you of the true divine realm? Yiyan feigned a look of shock. Indeed, I am of the true divine realm. The man in the crimson robe erupted into a proud laugh, his voice resonating throughout the grand hall. It is an honor for your junior to be chosen by me. You, old ancestor, can only await your rise to prominence. He scoffed with a cold smile. Your logic is rather peculiar, Yiyan replied, unfazed. A grown man inhabiting a woman's body, do you not feel any discomfort? Before him stood a fragmented primordial spirit of true divinity, intent on seizing control of Suwani. Among all cultivators, Suwani possessed the most formidable physique, granting her a significant chance to withstand the oppressive force of the true divine essence. Although the fragment of the primordial spirit appeared weak to Yiyan, even a cultivator at the brink of death would struggle to bear such a true divine essence. As for those of eternal realms, they would naturally find such a takeover impossible. This fragment of a shattered spirit could at most exhibit the prowess of an eternal realm cultivator, which, in Yiyan's eyes, rendered it inferior to myriads. After all, he had attained the realm of the divine monarch, a level of power that far surpassed his adversary by countless magnitudes. I have waited for tens of thousands of years, and now that I have finally encountered a suitable vessel, I shall make do, chuckled the man in the crimson robe. Nearby, Suwani felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, goosebumps rising on her skin. The thought of being usurped by this individual was truly repulsive to her. Do you truly believe that a mere fragment of a true divine spirit can stand against me? Yiyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of leisure, a faint smile gracing his lips. The burly man in the crimson robe was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young man in white would dare to provoke him so brazenly, igniting a surge of fury within him. With a sinister grin, the red-robed man declared, "You are merely an ancient ancestor of a sect. Even if your cultivation has reached the eternal realm, the fragment of primordial spirit residing in this girl's mind is far from a match for me." With that, he extended his hand towards Yiyan, intent on seizing him. Within the bloodling long immortal palace, he believed himself nearly invincible, capable of wielding his formidable powers while drawing upon the full might of the bloodling long pagoda. Even cultivators of the eternal realm would be unable to stir a ripple before him. Yiyan simply smiled. In that moment, he too released a faint aura. What? You too are of the true god realm? The red-robed man's face paled in shock as his outstretched hand suddenly halted in midair. He could scarcely believe that the young man before him was also a formidable true god realm warrior. It was utterly inconceivable. Assessing the strength of the opponent's primordial spirit, he realized it surpassed his own. Should a confrontation ensue, he might not prevail. If you are wise, kneel and divulge your origins, and I may spare your life. Yiyan stated calmly. Never. With an imperial artifact in my possession, how could I fear a mere true god realm spirit such as you? The red-robed man sneered, his arms spreading wide as the surrounding blood energy began to churn violently. In that fleeting moment, amidst the crimson chaos, it appeared that a formidable array had commenced its operation, resonating with a thunderous roar, as a tremendous force surged toward Yi Yun with the intent to ensnare him. As for Su Wanyi, she found herself devoid of any protective power. After all, the man in the red robe harbored ambitions to seize her essence. Having awaited this moment for several millennia, he would not permit any misstep on her part. Listening to the resounding thunder that echoed around her, Su Wanyi's countenance shifted slightly, her eyes filled with concern as she glanced at her ancestor. This was merely a fragment of her ancestor's primordial spirit. While the red-robed man commanded the entirety of the bloodling long immortal palace, orchestrating the grand formation in a bid to annihilate her ancestor. The power of the formation resembled that of a colossal grinding stone, emanating an unimaginable force of destruction. Even those of the eternal realm would find themselves perished in its grasp. Yet, as this force bore down upon Yi Yun, it inexplicably vanished before him. Yi Yun smiled nonchalantly and remarked, "Is this pitiful bloodling long pagoda truly capable of enhancing its offensive prowess?" What? The red-robed man was struck with horror, his body trembling slightly. How could this fragment of a true god's spirit possess such formidable strength? Despite unleashing the full might of the bloodling long pagoda's formation, it had failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon this young man. The terrifying force that surged forth dissipated as effortlessly as a gentle breeze. What cultivation level did this opponent possess? Or did he perhaps possess unimaginable defensive treasures? The mere thought that the adversary might wield artifacts capable of withstanding the bloodling long pagoda filled the red-robed man with fervent excitement, his gaze betraying an intense fervor. His bloodling long pagoda had already reached the status of an imperial artifact. Could it be that the opponent possessed a divine-grade defensive treasure? The mere thought of a divine-level item made the crimson-robed man feel a sense of suffocation. In his world, even a god-king would vie fiercely for a divine artifact, risking life and limb. Very well, let us see the true power of this bloodling long pagoda. With an enraged roar, the crimson-robed man radiated a blood-red divine light, plunging into the void, disappearing from sight. Within the grand formation, a series of terrifying rumblings echoed as blood-red gales spiraled around, mingled with countless bolts of heavenly thunder and earthly fire. In that moment, it felt as though the apocalypse had arrived. Madness flickered in the eyes of the crimson-robed man. This time, his attack even enveloped Su Wanyi. In his relentless pursuit of this defensive-grade divine artifact, he was willing to forsake the container he had seized. The young man in white, in his attempt to protect Su Wanyi, would surely divert his attention, leaving him vulnerable to the full brunt of the bloodling long pagoda-esque formation, ultimately leading to his obliteration. How dull! Yi Yun merely smiled faintly. As he gazed upon the chaotic convergence of earth, water, fire, and wind, his eyes transformed into something otherworldly. Countless minuscule runes, akin to twinkling stars, floated and shifted within his gaze, unleashing an unimaginable and terrifying power. Chapter 155, My Lord, I am willing to surrender. The surrounding space became dreamlike. Those menacing elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, along with the heavenly thunder and earthly flames, suddenly melted away like spring snow, without a hint of warning. The crimson-robed man was left astounded, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets at this sight. What on earth is happening? The bloodling long pagoda is an imperial artifact. That individual opposite me, without employing any magical artifacts, effortlessly dismantled the formidable array within the pagoda using a bizarre technique. This is truly terrifying. What is your cultivation level? The man in red stared at Yi Yun in shock, his heart tumultuous with disbelief. The fact that a mere wisp of primordial spirit could so easily shatter the bloodling long pagoda's array attack signifies that he is far beyond the true god realm. Su Wanyi, witnessing the cataclysmic scene of thunder and fire akin to the end of days, felt as if the chaos had dissipated like smoke. She was secretly astounded. The ancestor is undeniably powerful, astonishingly so. A mere wisp of primordial spirit can nonchalantly neutralize the attacks of the bloodling long immortal palace's array. Such prowess is truly extraordinary. Yi Yun stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of calm indifference. Not too foolish. He smiled gently, releasing an aura of a god monarch. What? You are actually a god monarch? How is this possible? On the Tsangnan continent, even the true god realm is exceedingly rare. How could there possibly be a god monarch? This realm could not possibly give rise to a god monarch. Could it be you hail from the divine land? The man in red exclaimed in shock, trembling uncontrollably. Devoid of any fighting spirit, he was merely a fragment of a true god's primordial spirit, entirely reliant on the bloodling long pagoda's might. He had initially believed he could easily suppress the wisp of primordial spirit that rivaled an eternal realm practitioner. To his astonishment, the opponent's primordial spirit had reached the realm of the divine sovereign. The divine sovereign realm, even in the lands of the gods, is a formidable and exalted existence, far beyond the capability of his mere true god form to contend with. My lord, I am willing to surrender. The man in the crimson robe immediately knelt on the ground, prostrating himself in utmost reverence. What use do I have for a mere fragment of a true goddess primordial spirit? Yiyan remarked with a gentle smile, though his expression remained somewhat grave. The crimson-robed man, now visibly anxious, hastily patted his chest and vowed, My lord, I am willing to present this blood-ling-long treasure pagoda to you with both hands. And I possess extensive knowledge of the secrets of the lands of the gods that I can divulge to you. The lands of the gods. Yiyan responded with a serene smile, as if those words had stirred some distant memory within him. It seemed that beyond the islands of the Tsangnan continent lay the so-called lands of the gods. My lord, the lands of the gods refer to the world beyond the Tsangnan continent. To be candid, I came from there, having fled to the Tsangnan continent to escape the pursuit of my enemies. The crimson-robed man quickly elucidated. Yiyan nodded faintly. He had already harbored a suspicion that this fragment of a true goddess primordial spirit was not from a practitioner native to the Tsangnan continent. Now, his conjectures were confirmed. However, Yiyan held a rather unfavorable impression of the crimson-robed man, and the purported insights into the secrets of the lands of the gods were of little significance to him. Moments later, Yiyan's pupils slightly constricted as intricate starry runes flickered and transformed. The crimson-robed man gazed in shock at his own body, which gradually transformed into wisps of ethereal blue smoke, vanishing from sight. How cruel your heart is. The man in the red robe shouted in anger just before vanishing. What use do you have for a myriad like you? Yiyan replied with a serene smile. He activated the celestial illusionary eye and had already plundered the memories of this man in red. For Yiyan, a seemingly loyal subordinate was of no interest. He preferred to acquire information directly through memory theft, which proved to be swifter. This individual was originally known as the Blood Robe Ancestor, who had seized an imperial artifact from another, braving life-threatening dangers to traverse the ancient path to heaven, where he ultimately perished in body. Clinging to a wisp of his primordial spirit, he had concealed himself within the blood-ling-long treasure tower, managing to survive to this day. Yiyan mused inwardly. With a new understanding of the Blood Robe Ancestor's origins, Yiyan's gaze shifted towards a certain direction. According to the memories he had obtained, the blood-ling-long treasure tower had been partially inherited by an ancient corpse that had existed for 10,000 years. This ancient corpse had developed sentience and orchestrated the creation of the mortal dust immortal domain. Intriguingly, within this ancient corpse, there resided, which piqued Yiyan's interest. However, he was not in a hurry. He first needed to address the matter of the spirit of the blood-ling-long treasure tower. My dear, this is the spirit of the blood-ling-long treasure tower. The entire mortal dust immortal domain has been transformed from it, and the space within is extraordinarily mysterious. Once someone is drawn inside, the Great Formation can annihilate them, Yiyan calmly stated, gesturing towards the crimson small tower. The blood-red small tower spun and flew before Suwani, who was exceedingly exhilarated, having traversed the mortal realm for so long and endured countless hardships. The ultimate goal was the inheritance of the blood-ling-long immortal palace. This palace, in fact, emerged from a transformation of a part of the blood-ling-long pagoda. Ancestors, will I be able to claim this treasure? Suwani inquired hesitantly. The two young men, clad in white and black respectively, had already been rendered unconscious by the spirit of this artifact. She now felt a sense of trepidation. I shall assist you in refining a portion of it. Once your cultivation progresses in the future, you can gradually refine the rest, Yiyan said with a gentle smile, gesturing with his hand. The Crimson Tower emitted a mournful cry and descended into Suwani's consciousness. Within her sea of consciousness, a small crimson tower radiated with red light, floating gracefully and appearing remarkably docile. This artifact spirit possessed only rudimentary intelligence, and under the formidable suppression of Yiyan, a deity-level expert, it dared not resist and willingly integrated into Suwani's being. Subsequently, Yiyan imparted to Suwani a method for refining magical treasures. After some contemplation, she successfully initiated the preliminary refinement of this spirit. Now, she could entirely absorb this mortal realm, thus concluding her trial. Observing Suwani, Yiyan seemed to discern her thoughts and casually remarked, Since you have initially mastered the blood-ling-long pagoda, it is time to expel all those trial participants. Suwani's exquisite face flushed. She indeed harbored such intentions of driving the trial participants away. By doing so, the number of blood demons would cease to diminish. allowing her to consume them and continually elevate her own cultivation. Suwani, possessing a naturally composed disposition, quickly regained her calm after a momentary blush. She summoned the Crimson Tower, casting forth an incantation that caused the small red edifice to burst forth with radiant brilliance. In the realm of red dust, the winds surged and clouds roiled. At that instant, the cultivators undergoing trials on the first and second levels were enveloped by beams of crimson light, forcibly transported away. Chapter 156. The eighth layer of the Divine Bridge. The corpse sovereign emerges. What has transpired? Why have we been transported? Could it be that someone has acquired the inheritance of the bloodling long immortal palace? The several million cultivators suspended in midair wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Particularly, the prodigious disciples from the celestial level sects were in anguish, lamenting the loss of an opportunity for a coveted inheritance. Boom! The void resonated with a thunderous sound. Beginning to tremble violently, a scarlet beam of light abruptly retracted from the valley below, vanishing entirely into the rift in space. In the next moment, the massive aperture in the void slowly began to close. The trials in the red dust realm had come to an end. An elder of the life and death realm shook his head gently, promptly gathering his disciples to coalesce in the void. This elder produced a mysterious yellow array disk. Infusing it with his spiritual energy, a brilliant beam of light shot skyward, and in the next instant, the void trembled as a colossal pillar of light descended, enveloping all within its embrace. The immense light column surged skyward, disappearing into the depths of the heavens. This celestial level sect employed remote positioning through reverse void transmission to return to their sect. The other major celestial sects experienced a similar fate. Brilliant beams of light descended from the heavens, whisking everyone away. Once the celestial sects had departed, the remaining super sects commenced their own void teleportation, vacating the area. Ultimately, the leaders of the remaining major sects summoned various flying artifacts, escorting their disciples away as well. The sects of the Divine Wind dynasty also followed suit, taking their disciples with them. This time, all participating sects underwent significant advancements, although there were some losses, with a few disciples perishing. The elevation of all those at the Divine Sculpting realm to the Divine Bridge realm more than compensated for the losses. Within the red dust immortal land, in the plaza of the mysterious space, the man in red sensed the immense transformation of the entire red dust immortal land, a hint of joy flickering across his visage. The young woman had indeed inherited the complete legacy of the bloodling long immortal palace. It seemed the master's insight was truly exceptional. At this moment, within the bloodling long immortal palace, Suwani manipulated the Crimson Tower, hunting numerous blood demons, subsequently transporting their inner cores to her. Before her lay a mound of blood demon inner cores, comparable in size to a small hill. Yian chuckled, causing Suwani to blush profoundly at the old ancestor's smile. Old ancestor, does this count as cheating? Suwani inquired softly. Perhaps it does. Yian replied with a smile, then continued, this enhancement in cultivation, while devoid of any adverse effects, has deprived you of valuable experience in the face of life and death. How about this? You shall elevate to the eighth layer of the Divine Bridge realm. Akin to Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao. Understood, old ancestor. Suwani blushed and quickly nodded in agreement. Yian transformed into a beam of white light and re-entered Suwani's consciousness. She began to absorb the blood demon inner pill at an astonishing pace, her aura visibly escalating with each moment. Fifth layer of the Divine Bridge realm. Sixth layer. Seventh layer. Eighth layer. Upon reaching the eighth layer of the Divine Bridge realm, Suwani ceased her consumption of the blood demon inner pill. Noticing a few remaining pills, she carefully stored them in her spatial ring. At last, she had attained the same level of cultivation as her junior brother and sister. A hint of joy illuminated her exquisite face. For a long time, as the eldest sister, she had languished in a position of mediocrity, which had been rather embarrassing. To her surprise, the opening of the mortal dust immortal land had brought her this fortune. Now, the three siblings stood on equal footing, ready to fight in harmony. Proceed to the first level of the Great Hall. Someone awaits you there. The voice of her ancestor resonated in her mind. Suwani promptly manipulated the Crimson Tower, and as the stars shifted, the surrounding space transformed. She reappeared within a grand hall. Deep within the hall floated a crimson coffin, adorned with intricate symbols that exuded an aura of profound mystery. Could this be the person her ancestor had mentioned who awaited her? Holding the blood-red tower aloft, Suwani stood still, gazing intently at the crimson coffin. Suddenly, the lid of the coffin began to levitate. A fearsome man clad in red robes emerged from within, exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "Ah, indeed. Everything has transpired according to my design. You have successfully acquired the complete legacy of the bloodling long." His voice boomed, resonating through the surrounding space with an ominous echo. "Who are you?" Suwani inquired, her expression one of wariness as she scrutinized the grotesque figure before her. The man's visage was hideous and contorted, resembling anything but a typical human. He emanated an overwhelming aura of death, akin to a long-deceased ancient corpse. "I can scarcely recall the title I bore in my previous life, but in this existence, you may address me as Lord Corpse Sovereign," he declared with unabashed pride. His laughter filled with immense satisfaction. "What is it that you desire?" Suwani asked, her brow furrowed in concern. The Corpse Sovereign exuded an unsettling aura, instilling within her a profound sense of peril. However, with her ancestor residing in her mind, she felt emboldened. "I have decided to take possession of this body. I shall seize you," the red-robed man proclaimed with glee. As he spoke, his form began to tremble, a thick miasma of blood emanating from him, infused with the essence of death. "Do not harbor such delusions. I will not allow you to possess her." A woman's voice suddenly resonated throughout the hall, striking like lightning. Yi Yun was momentarily stunned. This voice was strikingly familiar. It had been 100,000 years since he last heard it. Connecting it to the 8 characters inscribed on the stone tablet, Yi Yun swiftly comprehended the situation. Within the corpse demon resided the lingering spirit of a female cultivator, who, as it turned out, was none other than his beloved confidant, Qin Yao. As the voice of the woman echoed, Suwani witnessed the face of the crimson-robed man contort, revealing an exquisite visage. The juxtaposition of the two faces, so strikingly different, sent chills down her spine. Suwani was taken aback, never expecting that a woman was concealed within this corpse demon. It was evident that she intended to thwart the Corpse Sovereign. "You wretched woman. If you dare to obstruct me, I shall ensure we both meet our end." The red-robed man seethed, his anger palpable. "Meet your end together? Have you considered my feelings after you so brazenly insulted my woman?" A gentle voice unexpectedly resonated in the void. A beam of white light shot forth from Suwani's brow, coalescing in midair into a sacred white figure. Chapter 157, Beloved Confidant. Secrets from 100,000 years ago. Who speaks? Who are you? The crimson-robed man was taken aback upon encountering the ethereal figure radiating divine light, his grotesque face betraying profound shock. He never anticipated that this seemingly frail female cultivator harbored such a formidable consciousness within her mind. To possess such an extraordinary level of spiritual insight indicated that she was at least a formidable expert in the realm of life and death. You. The half-exquisite countenance gazed upon the white, radiant figure before her, her eyes reddening, tears welling up, her voice trembling. Was this not Yi Yun, whom she, Qin Yao, had sought for tens of thousands of years? 100,000 years ago, they were deeply in love, soaring together like immortal lovers. "Qin Yao, it has been 100,000 years, and I never imagined we would have the chance to meet again," Yi Yun spoke calmly. Yet, unbeknownst to him, tears glimmered at the corners of his eyes. Although his resolve remained unyielding through the ages, Yi Yun was still human, particularly as one who had traversed time, bearing a complex history. Thus, at this moment, he could not conceal his inner excitement. "Brother Yun, I have searched for you for 100,000 years. I always knew you would not perish." Qin Yao choked, her voice laden with emotion. At this point, the hardships and grievances of the past 100 millennia surged forth in her mind, her exquisite visage obscured by tears. Suwani gazed at the scene in a daze, as if chiseled from stone. She could scarcely fathom that the woman within the corpse demon was, in fact, her ancestor's beloved from 100,000 years ago, another figure who had lived for 100 millennia. Suwani felt her mind buzzing. In this moment, she was overwhelmed with emotions, moved, thrilled, and astonished, her heart a tumultuous sea. Witnessing her ancestor and the breathtaking woman, both shedding tears, stirred her own heart, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. 100,000 years had passed, two lovers separated for an eternity, yet they could reunite. Such a poignant moment was truly heartwarming. The man in the red robe, unable to contain himself any longer, bellowed, "You two, what a pair of shameless lovers. So it turns out you are old acquaintances." Yi Yun's expression hardened as he glanced at the man in red. In that instant, the void-shattering eye was activated. The man in the crimson robe let out a pained scream, and in an instant, a wisp of his primordial spirit dissipated into ethereal smoke. Qin Yao was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the overwhelming power that Yi Yun now possessed. With merely a glance, he could reduce a formidable being, comparable to a master of life and death, to nothingness. Yet, this was indeed the man she had once adored. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yun was the unrivaled master of the eternal realm in the Cangnan continent, effortlessly defeating all adversaries. Now, a century later, His cultivation had reached unfathomable heights. However, Qin Yao felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, though she quickly dispelled these thoughts. Her form shifted dramatically, transforming her into an enchanting beauty. How exquisite! Su Wani, upon seeing the stunning woman in red, was equally astonished. The ancestral figure's confidant was truly breathtaking. So beautiful that words like peerless and extraordinary fell short of capturing her allure. She resembled a celestial fairy descending from the heavens, a beauty beyond compare. Yiyan moved, appearing before Qin Yao. He reached out a hand, gently caressing her visage, his eyes filled with tender affection. Brother Yun, I have searched for you for 100,000 years. Qin Yao murmured through her tears. This is but a vestige of your obsession. Why must you seek me out? What has transpired? Yi Yun's heart weighed heavily as he asked in a hushed tone. The true Qin Yao had long since perished. The figure before him was merely a remnant of her will. He also discerned the deep-seated immortal slaying nail embedded in the position of her heart. The Lixian nail was a fortuitous acquisition during his and Qin Yao's joint venture into the ancient abyss of demons. Yi Yun bestowed it upon Qin Yao, intertwining her lingering attachment with the Lixian nail. Coupled with the prolonged struggle against the corpse demon over millennia, their shared energy had been severely depleted. With tears brimming in her eyes, Qin Yao gently spoke. Brother Yun, I have always felt that your untimely demise was shrouded in mystery. Thus, I undertook a discreet investigation and discovered that someone has been able to command ancient titans to assault the Divine Dragon Sect. Brother Yun, surely you have contemplated this matter? The notion of ancient titans being summoned made Yi Yun's heart skip a beat. During their expedition to the ancient demon apes, there were 3 individuals. Yi Yun, accompanied by 2 cherished companions, Qin Yao and Nangongyu. On that occasion, Yi Yun acquired an ancient demonic zither, capable of commanding certain ancient titans, which he gifted to Nangongyu, as her prowess was slightly inferior to that of Qin Yao. The thought that Nangongyu might wield the demonic zither to direct ancient titans against the Divine Dragon Sect troubled him. He shook his head, harboring doubts about Qin Yao's assertions. Nangongyu was also one of his beloved companions. Why would she attack the Divine Dragon Sect after his demise? Such a notion was indeed hard to fathom. During my investigation, I was discovered by a dark force, leading to an encounter with several ancient giants who ultimately vanquished my true form. Qin Yao's expression turned somber, tears streaming down her face. Subsequently, a fragment of my primordial spirit attached itself to the immortal slaying nail, drifting into the chaotic void, thus escaping the relentless pursuit of the ancient giants. However, the struggle between that fragment and the turbulent void nearly obliterated my essence. Yet, in my fervent desire to find you, I forcefully ignited my spirit, transforming it into an unwavering obsession, concealed within the immortal slaying nail. Eventually, we encountered a corpse demon adrift in the void, and I merged with its being. After over 10 millennia, we inadvertently acquired the legacy of the bloodling Long Pagoda. The corpse demon sought to rid itself of me, while I yearned to connect with human cultivators in search of your whereabouts. Thus, we united to open the red dust immortal realm, allowing human practitioners to enter and undergo trials. This endeavor not only replenished the energy of the bloodling Long Pagoda, but also enabled me to seek your traces through the memories of deceased human cultivators. Perseverance bore fruit, and at last, I found you, Yungo. At this moment, Qin Yao could no longer contain her emotions, abruptly embracing Yi Yun and weeping uncontrollably. Her tears flowed like a river, cascading onto Yi Yun, silently slipping away. Yi Yun sighed, recognizing the foolishness of this girl who had endured so much suffering over the past 100,000 years. To his surprise, among all his cherished companions, Qin Yao proved to be the most devoted, filling him with a sense of guilt. 100,000 years hence, Yi Yun had presumed that the world had irrevocably changed, and the once familiar souls of the mortal realm had long since turned to dust, much like the beloved Lu Yi of the Sword King Shi. However, Yi Yun was taken aback to discover that, after a century of millennia, he could still behold the living presence of Qin Yao. In chapter 158, for the fair one, battle against the heavenly path, he vowed, you shall no longer endure grievances. In this realm, no one shall dare to bully you. Those who dare to wrong you shall be condemned to eternal suffering. As he gently caressed Qin Yao's delicate shoulder, he spoke in hushed tones. Hearing such seemingly cliché yet domineering words, a fleeting smile of happiness graced Qin Yao's exquisite visage. Suddenly, she extricated herself from Yi Yun's embrace. With a gentle touch, she caressed his face, a contented smile illuminating her features as she softly said, Brother Yun, this lingering attachment, the vow made against the heavenly path, the fleeting thoughts of the mortal realm, shall endure through the ages. Seeing you has unraveled my obsession, and now, devoid of ties, I can depart in peace. What are you saying? Silly girl, how could I ever let you leave me? Tears streamed down Yi Yun's cheeks. Although he had long anticipated such a transformation of attachment, he found himself unable to contain his sorrow in the presence of Qin Yao. Brother Yun, my 3 souls and 7 spirits scattered eons ago. And this lingering attachment is but a drifting leaf. Now that I have seen you, that will remain has dissipated, though I feel immense reluctance. I have no choice but to part from you. Qin Yao wept softly. As this unfolded, the stunning woman clad in red began to undergo a transformation, morphing into the visage of the grotesque man. Subsequently, an ethereal silhouette ascended from above, gazing down at Yi Yun with a gentle smile. Her form began to disintegrate into particles, on the verge of dissipating into the cosmos. Oh, beside her, Su Wanyi could no longer contain herself and burst into tears, unable to accept such a fate. This woman, known as Qin Yao, had sought her ancestors for 100,000 years, only to depart from this world at the final moment. This was utterly contrary to her expectations. Qin Yao, fear not, for I shall resurrect you, granting you a flawless body. Yi Yun lifted his gaze towards the spectral figure and, with a sudden grasp, summoned an unimaginable force that ensnared Qin Yao in his hand. In the next instant, the cosmos shifted. Both Su Wanyi and Yi Yun found themselves once more within the confines of the ebony carriage. Yi Yun opened his eyes, his hands radiating with divine brilliance. An infinite reservoir of divine power enveloping Qin Yao's ephemeral form, forcefully halting the dissolution of her lingering essence. What sort of jest is this? How could Yi Yun, who had become invincible after 100,000 years of toil, acquiesce to such an outcome? Thunder rumbled. A torrent of dark clouds suddenly surged from the heavens, with lightning dancing through the layers like dragons, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars. In the distance, the esteemed elder of the Qian sword sect, witnessing the terrifying celestial anomalies, was rendered speechless in shock. In the following moment, he raised his voice in an urgent call. Everyone, immediately evacuate from the Scarlet Flame Sword sect. After uttering these words, he exerted himself to gather a portion of the disciples and swiftly retreated from the scene. The terrifying phenomenon in the sky resembled a formidable figure undergoing tribulation. The Scarlet Flame Sword sect would find it arduous to withstand the repercussions of the impending thunderous calamity. At that moment, the entire Divine Wind dynasty felt the ominous shift in the heavens and earth. Many cultivators trembled in fear. The leader of the demon-conquering sect gazed at the sky in horror, struggling to fathom the terrifying figure that was undergoing tribulation. Quickly, activate the mountain-protecting formation. He bellowed suddenly to those within the sect. With a clang, a sword formation soared into the sky, enveloping the entire demon-conquering sect in protection. Almost all sects in the Divine Dragon Dynasty activated their mountain-protecting formations. Everyone was engulfed in a state of anxiety, uncertain when this dreadful celestial phenomenon would pass. Yi Yun moved, instantly appearing in the void. He gazed at the ominous clouds looming overhead, where bolts of lightning converged. With an expression of indifference, Yi Yun let out a cold laugh. Heavenly Tao, do you dare obstruct me? Thunderous roars echoed through the dark clouds, as if the heavenly Tao was expressing its inner fury. Yi Yun smirked coldly. Qin Yao's primordial spirit ignited, vowing to the heavenly Tao to transform into a lingering obsession. Now that this obsession had been unraveled, it naturally sought to return to the cosmos. All of this was witnessed by the heavenly Tao. However, at this moment, Yi Yun intended to forcibly shatter the constraints of the heavenly Tao, thus provoking its wrath. Master, are you truly going against the heavenly Tao? The great black horse gazed at the sky with a face full of terror. In the presence of such a celestial phenomenon, it instinctively sensed an indescribable fear. Despite having reached the realm of eternity, it lacked the courage to challenge the heavenly will. Master, I can scarcely breathe. In the face of overwhelming divine authority, the great black cat curled into a ball, its body trembling incessantly. As a mere creature of destiny, it felt as insignificant as an ant before such terrifying cosmic occurrences. A wave of dreadful lightning descended from the heavens, nearly striking the great black cat, reducing it to mere ashes. In that moment, the great black horse immediately released an aura, enveloping the great black cat. Do not fear, as the divine companion of our master. We must not yield to the heavenly will. The great black horse croaked. At this juncture, a fierce glint flickered in its eyes as it defiantly glared at the sky, expressing its refusal to submit. Inspired by the horse's resolve, the great black cat struggled to rise, defiantly spitting at the heavens. Witnessing the unwavering spirit of the great black horse and the great black cat, Yi Yun felt a profound sense of solace. Their indomitable spirit in the face of the heavenly will mark them as worthy of substantial cultivation. Thunder rumbled. A colossal mountain of lightning suddenly coalesced from the dark clouds, hurtling towards Yi Yun. With a scornful expression, he radiated boundless divine light. In that instant, he unleashed his formidable cultivation at the divine monarch level. Raising his fist, he struck down with immense force. Boom! The vast mountain of lightning, stretching thousands of miles, was crushed under Yi Yun's might. A fierce roar echoed from the heavens, as if the very fabric of the universe were incensed by Yi Yun's arrogance. Heavenly Tao, you shall not hinder me today. Otherwise, I shall ensure you regret it. Yi Yun's countenance remained impassive, yet the murderous intent in his gaze radiated with palpable intensity. In his grasp, Qin Yao felt a tumult of emotion swirling within her. She had never anticipated that Brother Yun would dare to defy the heavenly Tao for her sake. Could he truly triumph over such a formidable adversary? Worry began to seep into Qin Yao's heart. Although she had always regarded Yi Yun as an invincible being, this time, he was confronting the heavenly Tao itself, a force deemed insurmountable by any cultivator. Naturally, she was no exception. This belief was deeply embedded in her psyche. Chapter 159. A sword to cut the heavens. The heavenly Tao retreats. A thunderous roar erupted from the sky. The heavenly Tao was now even more enraged. The dark clouds swirling ominously. Towering mountains of thunder descended like snowflakes. With a disdainful snort, Yi Yun emitted a brilliant light, resembling an untouchable deity. His body shimmered, emanating a terrifying aura. With bare fists, he struck upward with immense force. This blow sent tremors through the vast expanse, shattering countless thunderous peaks in an instant. Following this initial strike, Yi Yun unleashed a barrage of punches, methodically obliterating all remaining thunderous mountains. The remnants of these shattered peaks surged forth, cascading violently in all directions. The numerous protective formations of various factions within the Divine Wind dynasty disintegrated in an instant, engulfing countless cultivators in a cacophony of anguished cries. Consumed by the tempest of lightning, the entirety of the Divine Wind dynasty, along with all its sects, was obliterated. Even the mightiest of them all, the demonic sovereignty sect, was reduced to naught in that fleeting moment. Yi Yun's demeanor remained indifferent. In the eyes of this deity-level being, all life appeared as mere ants. To the way of heaven, however, sentient beings were even less than that. The celestial order showed no regard for the existence or demise of any life form below. A resounding roar echoed as tumultuous dark clouds churned violently, suddenly revealing a gargantuan visage. Its frigid gaze fixated on Yi Yun with a malevolent intent, as if desiring to rend him asunder. Shall we engage in battle once more? Yi Yun addressed the colossal face with a chilling calm. Death. The immense countenance uttered a single word. Its merciless eyes coalesced into two piercing beams of light, hurtling towards Yi Yun. In that fleeting moment, a palpable wave of terror surged across the entirety of Tsangnan continent, causing all cultivators to stagger and collapse to the ground. Even those at the Eternal Realm found themselves kneeling, paralyzed by the overwhelming fear. Heavens, who dares to oppose the way of heaven? Could it be a true deity has transcended? Such thoughts echoed in the minds of the powerful beings of the eternal and life and death realms, who speculated on the myriad possibilities. Particularly, the Eternal Realm cultivators recalled the terrifying fluctuations that had recently manifested, leading them to connect these two extraordinary events. It appears that a true deity-level cultivator has indeed emerged on the Tsangnan continent. Yet, which of the esteemed cultivators holds this title remains shrouded in mystery, as no one from the eternal sects has stepped forward to proclaim this revelation. Gazing at the two beams of sword light emanating from the celestial pathway, Yi Yun's pupils constricted slightly, as he sensed the unfathomable destructive energy concealed within. He reached to touch his wrist, and his primordial spirit swiftly entered the vast repository designated for his divine weapons and treasures. This repository was immeasurable, stretching infinitely into the void. Countless terrifying divine weapons and artifacts radiated a myriad of hues, suspended in the air. Their numbers were beyond reckoning, yet they were arranged according to an unseen order. The higher the grade of the weapon or artifact, the deeper it resided within the repository. As a fragment of Yi Yun's consciousness surged forth, an instant later, all the divine weapons and treasures stirred to life, ablaze with brilliance, illuminating the entire repository. Some of the divine treasures had yet to fully develop their sentience. Yet they eagerly quivered, attempting to attract Yi Yun's attention. In the deeper recesses of the repository, a phantasmal figure emerged, incessantly beckoning to Yi Yun. "My master, please take me out. It is dreadfully dull in here." "Indeed, master. Allow me to assist you in conquering the world, vanquishing all who defy you, even the celestial pathway itself. Master, I possess the power to shatter entire eras. please take me out to wreak some delightful havoc." The spirits of the divine weapons and treasures erupted in ecstatic exclamations. Yi Yun shook his head with resignation. Certain divine weapons and treasures were simply too perilous to be unleashed. Once set free, their formidable aura, emanating from their lofty status, could shatter the very fabric of this realm, leading to the obliteration of the entire Tsangnan continent. At that moment, Yi Yun's gaze swept across the surroundings and fell upon a silver longsword. This blade exuded a terrifying presence, yet it wriggled eagerly towards Yi Yun like a playful puppy. "You shall accompany me in my quest to cleave the heavens." Recalling the sword's illustrious history, he reached out and seized it. This sword, known as the Celestial Slicer, had once vanquished the Tao of Heaven in a far-off universe. Its quality was classified as transcendent. This weapon was precisely what Yi Yun desired at that moment. With the sword in hand, he prepared to depart. "Master, are you leaving so soon? It has been ages since your last visit. Let us sit and converse." A cheerful young boy in crimson floated over and unexpectedly grasped Yi Yun's arm. "Perhaps another time," Yi Yun replied, gently ruffling the boy's head, a soft smile gracing his face. This little fellow was remarkable. He was not merely a sword but a furnace, the solar true furnace. Once unleashed, its blazing solar flames could obliterate an entire universe, categorizing it as exceedingly dangerous. Thus, Yi Yun would never take him along. As Yi Yun exited the storeroom, his consciousness returned to his body, and he found himself wielding the silver celestial slicer. The entire process, though it seemed lengthy, transpired in the blink of an eye. It was then that the Tao of Heaven's assault descended upon him. Yi Yun unleashed a sword strike, emitting a breathtaking beam of sword light that radiated brilliantly from the blade of heaven. The assault of the heavenly Tao shattered with a thunderous crash. In that moment, the astonishing silver sword light exuded an overwhelming, terrifying brilliance as it cleaved towards the colossal visage in the sky. The eyes of the heavenly Tao widened in shock. Sensing a hint of mortal peril, without a moment's hesitation, the heavenly Tao turned to flee. The remarkable sword light flickered and vanished in an instant. Suddenly, a shriek echoed as half of its face was severed, a fragment plummeting to the ground while the other half sank into the clouds, disappearing from sight. With a resounding rumble, a vast chasm opened in the heart of the Divine Wind Dynasty, as that minuscule shard of the heavenly Tao plunged deep into the earth, reaching depths of several tens of thousands of zhang. Observing the hasty retreat of the heavenly Tao, Yi Yun smiled nonchalantly. The blade of heaven truly lived up to its name. This strike had nearly drained 2/3 of his magical energy, while a fifth of his immense vitality was also expended. Hence, this strike was indeed earth-shattering, inflicting injury upon the heavenly Tao. The ebony carriage had long since hovered in midair, and beneath it lay an unfathomable abyss. Wrought by the impact, the large black cat lounged beside the carriage, gazing in awe at the abyss that resembled a colossal beast of annihilation, exclaiming, "How terrifying! My lord's sword strike has actually severed a portion of the heavenly Tao." Indeed, it was extraordinarily fearsome. Even the seasoned black steed trembled uncontrollably at that moment, emanating waves of chilling dread. Chapter 160, Rebirth in the Thunderpool, Nurturing the Soul Tree. The power of the Master is formidable enough to challenge the heavenly path, which is truly terrifying. The dark horse and the dark cat trembled uncontrollably. This earth-shattering confrontation had thoroughly frightened the two mythical beasts. High in the sky, Yi Yun sheathed the sword of heaven's slaughter once more. During this battle, the sword had performed exceptionally well, and he had grown quite fond of it. However, Yi Yun rarely utilized a sword in his daily life, so he returned it to the repository. After securing the sword, Yi Yun surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that the entire Divine Wind Dynasty had been utterly annihilated. There were no signs of life. The vast territory of millions of miles had transformed into a colossal abyss. Within this abyss, fragments of the heavenly path lay shattered and broken. Yi Yun gazed intently at the fragments, and suddenly, with a mighty grasp, an unimaginable force surged forth, instantly capturing the shattered pieces of the heavenly path. These fragments possessed a semblance of consciousness, and in his grasp, they continued to writhe and resist. Die. Yi Yun's dark hair billowed, his entire being radiant, with vitality surging like an ocean. He activated his ancestral dragon bloodline, exerting every ounce of his strength to forcibly mold the fragments of the heavenly path into a small orb. The will contained within was relentlessly obliterated by his sheer force. "Brother Yun, you are truly extraordinary. Where have you been all these years?" Qin Yao, nestled in Yi Yun's palm, witnessed firsthand his overwhelming might as he repelled the heavenly path and crushed the will within the fragments into a singular sphere. Her heart was filled with profound astonishment. "For many years, I have endured a life worse than death." Yi Yun sighed. Only the system truly comprehends the depths of his suffering. Signing in for 100,000 years has been an inhuman torment. Yet, Yun merely brushed over these matters, unwilling to divulge the specifics to Qin Yao. Brother Yun, this lingering obsession of mine will ultimately not endure. I fear it will dissipate long before a millennium passes. Qin Yao spoke mournfully. Rest assured, I will ensure your revival. Yun replied in a solemn tone. At this juncture, his gaze fell upon the Tao sphere in his hand, and a sudden thought surged within his mind. Perhaps he could forge a Tao body for Qin Yao. This would indeed give the Tao sphere a purpose. However, shaping a Tao body was no simple task. He needed to facilitate the rebirth of Qin Yao's 3 souls and 7 spirits, endowing her with a formidable primordial spirit, allowing her soul to inhabit the Tao sphere, and then, with his assistance, recreate her corporeal form. Should he succeed, the benefits that Qin Yao would reap would be beyond imagination. With this thought, Yun's eyes brightened. A fragment of his primordial spirit, carrying Qin Yao, swiftly entered the warehouse. This repository was filled with a myriad of celestial materials and earthly treasures, radiating an unimaginable vitality and life force. Brother Yun, what is this place? Immersed in the powerful aura of life, Qin Yao felt herself brimming with vitality once more. She gazed in astonishment at the array of incomprehensible treasures, her heart overwhelmed with shock. This is my warehouse. Yun smiled lightly, offering no further explanation. In the next moment, he vanished and reappeared before a golden thunder pool. This pool emanated an unimaginable aura of terror. If the great black horse were present, it would undoubtedly recognize this as the reincarnation thunder pool. It would have recognized this as the reincarnation thunder pool from which its master had once bestowed upon it the mysterious lightning. Yet it also concealed unimaginable vitality. Here, destruction and rebirth achieved a dynamic equilibrium. Greetings, master. A little girl clad in golden attire suddenly ascended from above the thunder pool. A little girl clad in golden attire suddenly ascended from above the thunder pool, gracefully kneeling before Yun. Rise, Yun replied with a smile. Far surpassing the ordinary concept of a thunder pool, Qin Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the girl before her. In that moment, she discerned the girl's origins. This is my girlfriend. She now exists as but a wisp of obsession. You must take good care of her, allowing her to slowly be reborn within the reincarnation thunder pool, restoring her 3 souls and 7 souls. Rest assured, master, I shall wholeheartedly look after this lovely elder sister. The little girl replied obediently. Very well. Yun nodded with satisfaction. Yun nodded in satisfaction. After 100,000 years of signing in, the system had bestowed upon him countless treasures. Whether they be divine pets, celestial weapons, all entities endowed with consciousness were utterly obedient and loyal to him, harboring no ulterior motives, thus providing him with great peace of mind. Yunsong released his grip, allowing Qin Yao to materialize beside the thunder pool. He then gestured, and a golden piece of wood soared towards him from a distance. This was the soul-nourishing wood. Typically, one merely needed to reside upon it, and it would continuously amplify one's spirit. Yun spoke with a smile. Brother Yun. Qin Yao uttered these 2 words before breaking into inconsolable sobs. Foolish girl, you have searched for me for nearly 100,000 years. I shall ensure your revival. Rest assured, you shall never suffer again. Yun gently lifted his hand, caressing Qin Yao's ethereal form, his eyes shimmering with tears. Qin Yao nodded resolutely. She could discern that her long-lost brother, after 100,000 years, had transformed beyond recognition, his foundation now extraordinarily formidable. The treasures within this warehouse were utterly unfamiliar to her. Qin Yao transformed into a beam of light, residing upon the soul-nourishing wood. The little girl clad in golden garments cradled the wood with utmost care, submerging it into the golden waters of the rebirth thunder pool. Yun stood silently beside her for a moment, ensuring that all was well before he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. With a swift motion, he departed the warehouse. Qin Yao would inevitably awaken. For now, it was best to let her dwell in the rebirth thunder pool, nurturing that lingering attachment until her 3 souls and 7 spirits could be birthed. This process might take a considerable amount of time. However, for Yun, time held little value. He was willing to wait. Yun alighted once more upon the carriage. Master, the large black cat trembled, calling out timidly. What are you afraid of? I recall that you dared to spit at the heavens just moments ago. Yun chuckled softly. This formidable black cat, reduced to such a state by its own fears, clearly bore the indelible impression of his earlier sword strike that cleaved the sky, instilling an unshakable terror in these ordinary demons. Yun cast another glance at the large black horse. The horse appeared relatively composed, having been accustomed to the warehouse's ambience for years, and thus maintained a stable demeanor. At that moment, Yun's otherworldly pupils gleamed with the black cat gradually closed its eyes and drifted into slumber. In that fleeting instant, a fragment of memory within its mind vanished without a trace.